Chapter 1 Double SSS Level Talents. Blue Star, outside Jungnan Base. On a devastated street. Ouch. Ouch. Two huge tiger-like monsters were frantically gnawing on the human corpses on the ground. The corpses were already unrecognizable, with broken limbs scattered all over the ground and blood flowing everywhere. Not far from these corpses, a young man was lying straight on the ground. He was covered in blood and his body was trembling slightly. My body hurts so much. What the hell is going on? I just crossed over and I encountered such a terrifying monster. The boy's name was Zhang Fan, and he was very panicked at the moment. But he didn't dare make any noise, otherwise the monster in front that was eating the corpse would notice him. Judging from the fused memories, he traveled to a world called Blue Star, where the technological civilization was highly similar to that of Earth. The only difference is the emergence of a martial arts training system and various powerful monsters. The martial arts training system can enable people to possess powers beyond nature, and powerful warriors can even go to heaven and earth, and open up mountains and seas. The monsters are just as powerful as warriors. He was formerly a senior high school student at Jungnan No. 3 High School. When he was 8 years old, both his parents were killed in a super large beast tide. Because they were both warriors, the state gave him a pension of nearly 3 million. After that, he lived alone and practiced martial arts diligently, determined to eradicate the monsters. He earned the title of warrior in his second year of high school. The future is bright. But all this changed after I met my current girlfriend. The campus beauty who had never even looked at her predecessor in the eyes during the 3 years of high school suddenly started pursuing him fiercely. The two soon got together. It didn't take long for this campus beauty girlfriend to change her original gentleness and reveal her true intentions. Not only did he spend money like water, he also squeezed out his predecessor's pension like a juicer, and even left him with a lot of debts from loan sharks. Finally, he persuaded his predecessor to enter the dangerous ruins outside the city to hunt monsters for rewards. Just because she wanted a B-level martial arts technique. The ruins that the team came to were originally the activity area of some D-level first-order monsters, the gold-eating ants. Unexpectedly, 2 D-level, fifth-order bloodthirsty tigers suddenly appeared. The strongest member of the team that my predecessor was in was only at the 3rd level of the warrior realm, and was no match for these 2 bloodthirsty tigers. The predecessor, who had no combat experience at all, was slapped away by the bloodthirsty tiger and died on the spot. The entire team was tragically wiped out and became food for the monsters. What a fool. Zhang Fan couldn't help but complain in his heart when he saw this. Wrong. Why are you still thinking about these things now? You have to know that the 2 bloodthirsty tigers in front will definitely come to him after they finish eating the corpses on the ground. Thinking of this, Zhang Fan narrowed his eyes and looked forward carefully. Sure enough, the 2 bloodthirsty tigers had already eaten up the corpses and were slowly walking towards him. This. Is it true that I will die on the spot and become food just after traveling through time? Who said that time travel means reaching the pinnacle of life, having the ability to go to heaven and earth, and destroying anyone you don't like? Where is the promised system? Yes. System. Is the system here? Zhang Fan's heart was pounding, and he tried to awaken the system's conscience. At this moment, a mechanical voice came into my mind. Ding. Host detected, system activation in progress. Here we come. It's coming. This is the most wonderful sound Zhang Fan has ever heard. The system's voice continues to come. Ding. Sign-in system activated successfully. Ding. The host has activated the system for the first time and received a newbie gift pack. Do you want to activate it now? Turn it on now. Zhang Fan shouted in his heart. It's already this late, and we're still going through the process? Ding. The host successfully opened the novice gift package and obtained the SSS level talent, God's blessing. Ding. The host successfully signed in for the first time and received a golden treasure chest. Ding. Successfully opened the golden treasure chest, obtained the SSS level talent, 8 Desolate Immortal Battle Body. God's blessing, SSS level talent, automatically gain 1 skill point per second, allowing you to level up without worrying about skill points. 8 Desolation's Indestructible Battle Body, SSS level talent, one of the 10 peak bloodline constitutions in ancient times, has a huge increase in chi and blood, like a physical war god, and is the ceiling for cross-level combat. The system sound disappears. Zhang Fan was so excited that he wanted to jump up on the spot. This system is so thoughtful. He actually obtained 2 SSS level talents directly. Isn't this going to take off right away?
Then a panel shadow appeared in Zhang Fan's mind.
Host, Zhang Fan. Level, Warrior Realm Level 1. Chi and Blood, 150. Spiritual Power, 100. Attribute, Unawakened. Talent, God's Blessing SSS, 8 Desolations Indestructible Battle Body SSS. Martial Arts, Elementary Boxing D, Elementary Spearmanship D. Skill Points, 30. Experience Points, 0.
From the time the system was turned on to now, the skill points increased to 30 points in less than a moment.
And it is still increasing at a rate of 1 point per second. But this is not enough. I can't even upgrade the most basic elementary boxing technique.
Suddenly, Zhang Fan felt his body being wrapped by an inexplicable force, and a warm current was flowing in his body. The body that was originally seriously injured was recovering rapidly, and the energy and blood were constantly soaring.
Could it be that the 8 Desolate Immortal Battle Body came into play?
Zhang Fan felt that with his current physical condition, he would not be afraid at all even if facing 2D level 5th order monsters.
This is the confidence given by SSS level talent.
The 2 monsters were less than 2 meters away from Zhang Fan, and one of them, a bloodthirsty tiger, couldn't wait to jump up and press towards Zhang Fan. If it were his previous physical condition, Zhang Fan's entire body would be crushed just by being pressed down like this.
But now it's different. He has the SSS level talent of the 8 Desolate Immortal Battle Body, and his physical fitness is no longer what it used to be.
Sensing the approaching bloodthirsty tiger, Zhang Fan suddenly opened his eyes, clenched his fists, and punched with great force, hitting the bloodthirsty tiger's paw.
Boom! Snap! Ouch!
A sound of bones breaking was heard, and the bloodthirsty tiger howled in pain. Its huge body instantly flew backwards more than 10 meters, and then fell heavily to the ground, unable to move. It could never have imagined that this useless guy who had been slapped to death by it before was not dead and could fight back. Zhang Fan was also secretly shocked. The force just exerted was at least 500 kilograms. You should know that 1 point of chi and blood is equal to 1 kilogram of punching force, and Zhang Fan is a warrior at the first level and has 150 points of chi and blood, which is equivalent to 150 kilograms of punching force.
What does it mean to be able to hit at least 500 kilograms now? That is a power that can only be exerted by warriors at the 5th level or above.
The chi and blood amplification effect of this 8 Desolate Immortal Battle Body is billions of points more powerful. The other bloodthirsty tiger was stunned upon seeing this and stood there without time to react.
Zhang Fan would not give them a chance to fight back.
He jumped up and rushed towards the bloodthirsty tiger that was still in a daze.
A punch was thrown with even more powerful force. Chapter 2, 800,000. Campus Beauty Girlfriend? Boom! It's different from the force you exerted on the ground just now.
This time, Zhang Fan's fists actually produced gusts of wind.
Directly penetrate the bloodthirsty tiger's defense and pierce its huge head.
Blood splattered instantly, and the D-rank, 5th order bloodthirsty tiger died instantly. This power is truly terrifying, but this head seems worthless. Zhang Fan estimated that the chi and blood power just now could reach at least 1,000 chi and blood points. This 8 Desolate Immortal Battle Body is so awesome. You have to know that he is only at the 1st level of the warrior realm now.
As his level continues to increase, who knows how terrifying the power bonus effect will become. As expected, he is the ceiling of cross-level combat.
Then Zhang Fan jumped up and killed the bloodthirsty tiger that was lying on the ground and wailing without hesitation.
Ding!
Killed a D rank, 5th order bloodthirsty tiger, experience points plus 50.
Ding!
Killed a D rank, 5th order bloodthirsty tiger, experience points plus 50.
The system's voice came.
Zhang Fan smiled calmly, and his whole temperament changed dramatically. This was the confidence that came with powerful strength.
SSS level talent, the indestructible battle body of the 8 Desolations, is indeed incredibly powerful. Killing an enemy above your level is as easy as drinking water. This is the real cheating and killing. If you can't kill enemies above your level, what's the point of calling it SSS level talent?
Zhang Fan learned from his memory that the number of people on the entire Blue Star who have awakened SSS level talents can be counted on 2 hands.
And all of these people with SSS level talents are the strongest in the world.
Zhang Fan knew that as long as he upgraded steadily, he could reach the pinnacle of this world. Putting his thoughts aside, Zhang Fan picked up the alloy knife dropped by his teammate on the ground, walked to the bloodthirsty tiger and started cutting some useful monster materials. He is penniless now, and these 2D level 5th order monsters can be sold for a lot of money. Some rags were found in the surrounding ruins to wrap up the monster materials. Zhang Fan carried 2 large packages and walked directly towards the Jiangnan base. He originally wanted to improve his cultivation level, but that would require going deeper. It's getting late now, and we're running out of time considering the journey. After all, the unknown dangers outside the city will increase at night, so we should not be too reckless. And tomorrow is the day when high school students awaken their talents.
You can't rush to improve your cultivation.
I will wait until tomorrow when I gain some skill points and then upgrade the level of my martial arts skills. This way, your strength will be greatly increased, and killing monsters will be safer. Soon Zhang Fan returned to a luxurious building in the center of Jiangnan Base City.
Warrior Office.
This is an official trading center opened specifically for warriors, and also a warrior mission center.
Warriors can take on some tasks here to obtain training resources.
Zhang Fan walked directly into the warrior office carrying 2 large packages, immediately attracting a lot of people's attention. Especially the bloodstains seeping out of the package, which clearly showed that it was the corpse of a monster. What surprised everyone even more was that Zhang Fan looked like a high school student, but he could kill monsters by himself. However, there are many warriors coming and going here every day, and everyone didn't pay much attention after their curiosity subsided. Arriving at the recycling station, Zhang Fan put down the package in his hand and said, "These are 2D level, 5th order bloodthirsty tigers.
Please help me recycle them." The staff also looked at Zhang Fan with confusion. How could a high school student like this be someone who could kill 2D level 5th order monsters? However, he is only responsible for recycling, and he has no control over whether the source of the items is regular or not.
"Yes, sir, I'll calculate it for you. 1 complete bloodthirsty tiger head, and the others have bloodthirsty tiger heads.
A total of 800,000 Chinese yuan.
Sir, will the recovery funds be deposited into your personal account or into your warrior badge?"
The staff quickly calculated the specific amount.
Zhang Fan suppressed his trembling heart and tried to stay calm.
Now I am a warrior, and in the future I will stand at the top of Blue Star. Although this 800,000 can allow an ordinary family to live a wealthy life, but it is far from enough for a warrior. Warrior badge, right?
Zhang Fan said casually. The staff member then picked up the instrument and scanned the warrior badge on Zhang Fan's chest. Suddenly, a message came to Zhang Fan's mobile phone.
Ding!
Warrior Mr. Zhang Fan, your account has received 800,000 Chinese yuan, and the balance is 800,002.5 Chinese yuan. Looking at the message on his phone, Zhang Fan really wanted to curse.
There was only 2.5 Chinese yuan left in the account.
This school beauty girlfriend is really a juicer, both her body and money were squeezed out.
However, this kind of thing will never happen to Zhang Fan again.
After doing all this, Zhang Fan walked out of the warrior office.
As I left the office, I heard a surprised voice beside me. Zhang Fan.
Then a girl with a slim figure and bright makeup walked quickly to Zhang Fan and hugged his arm affectionately.
The person who came was Lu Ruyan, the school belle of Jiangnan No. 3 High School and Zhang Fan's girlfriend. Is this the school beauty? She doesn't look like a high school student in this outfit.
Zhang Fan thought to himself, but his face was calm. There was a fat girl standing next to Lu Ruyan, who was her best friend Tan Lily. The two of them were basically inseparable, and she had spent a lot of Zhang Fan's money before.
Zhang Fan, I want to buy a B-level martial arts technique. Lu Ruyan didn't hide anything and started to act coquettishly. B-level martial arts technique? Zhang Fan's face turned cold and he pulled out his arm and said, "I'll give you a big pussy bag, do you want it? How did you know I was here? How could such a coincidence happen in the world?" As soon as his money arrived, Lu Ruyan and the others knew he was here. Lu Ruyan was suddenly stunned by Zhang Fan's question, and her eyes became evasive. But he immediately put on an angry expression, glared at Zhang Fan and said, What do you mean? Why are you so fierce? Do you think you can dump me now that you have 800,000 yuan?
This tactic of taking the initiative has always worked for her, and Zhang Fan would admit his mistake every time. But this time she miscalculated. Not only did Zhang Fan not admit his mistake to her, his eyes became extremely cold.
800,000?
Zhang Fan shouted sternly. This was the money he had just received.
How did the other party know about it? Someone was chatting outside just now, and Lily happened to hear it when she passed by.
Lu Ruyan knew that she had said the wrong thing, so she immediately stepped back and pulled her best friend to explain.
Yes, I overheard it. Tan Lily was worthy of being Lu Ruyan's best friend, and she immediately understood what Lu Ruyan meant.
However, Zhang Fan was not ready to let the other party go. He quickly moved in front of Lu Ruyan, stretched out his hand to grab the other party's neck and said coldly,
"To be honest." Chapter 3: The vicious school beauty girlfriend was beaten up.
Lu Ruyan was lifted off the ground by Zhang Fan, her face flushed and she was extremely shocked. She didn't expect that Zhang Fan, the bootlicker who had obeyed her orders before, would be so ruthless and decisive. And Zhang Fan's eyes were so cold and terrifying that she felt as if she was in a netherworld hell. If it wasn't in public in this city, she felt that Zhang Fan would kill her on the spot. Moreover, she was only at the first level of the warrior realm, and she didn't even have any chance to react, let alone break free from the other party's hands.
I installed a surveillance device on your phone," Lu Ruyan said with difficulty. Zhang Fan pinched Lu Ruyan's neck, which immediately attracted a lot of onlookers.
In particular, the pitiful appearance of Lu Ruyan and Tan Lily aroused the sympathy of some people. Some righteous people began to condemn Zhang Fan.
"How can you be so rude to a girl, young man? Why can't you just talk it out? Look how pretty this girl is. Why would a grown man be so serious with a woman? Even if she made a mistake, don't you have any responsibility at all? I advise you to let go, or we'll call the police."
Seeing a group of people condemning Zhang Fan, Tan Lily next to him suddenly burst into tears out of grievance.
"Wow! This person is violent and stole my sister's money. Today he took away all the money my sister needed to save her life, and now he wants to beat me up." Her crying immediately aroused the desire to protect some righteous people, and they immediately prepared to come forward and beat Zhang Fan up. "Humph! A bunch of ignorant people." Zhang Fan snorted coldly, and the energy and blood in his body were released, instantly shocking the onlookers away. The righteous man who was about to take action was frightened when he saw that Zhang Fan was actually a warrior and stood there in shock, not daring to move forward. "They are just ordinary men of justice and are no match for the warriors."
Then Zhang Fan slapped Lu Ruyan away with a slap.
Bang!
With a crisp sound, Lu Ruyan fell directly to the ground. The onlookers were all scared out of their wits. This young man is so cruel.
After all, she is a pretty girl, but he really has the guts to do that to her. But they didn't dare say it out loud, because the other party was a warrior. But someone still called the police. After all, this was a vicious assault incident. At this moment, a contract and a bottle of black powder were thrown out of the bag of Lu Ruyan, who was blown away by Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan reacted extremely quickly, and the contract was in his hand in an instant. Worry-free payment insurance contract. The insured of the worry-free payment insurance is Zhang Fan. The beneficiary of the worry-free payment insurance is Lu Ruyan. At this moment, Zhang Fan suddenly remembered that Lu Ruyan seemed to have asked him to sign something before, but he didn't expect that the other party actually bought insurance. No wonder he was asked to go outside the city to kill monsters. It turns out that she is the biggest beneficiary no matter what. Then Zhang Fan turned and looked at the bottle of black powder. Yixuazin. This is a medicine that inhibits the growth of qi in blood. Although it has an analgesic effect, long-term use will cause a person's qi and blood to dissipate and will not be able to condense at all. Obviously this is not for Lu Ruyan herself. No wonder Zhang Fan felt that the blood and energy in his body had stagnated since he met Lu Ruyan. And I feel like I'm floating in the air every day. Ha! You installed a surveillance device in my phone, gave me blood-inhibiting powder, and even bought such a large insurance policy. It seems you came prepared. Tell me. Who ordered you to do this? Looking at the panicked Lu Ruyan, Zhang Fan's eyes revealed a strong murderous intent. He didn't believe that a high school student could have so many tricks. If it was just to defraud money, it might be possible, but using surveillance equipment and drugs is totally unnecessary. Before Lu Ruyan could say anything, the crowd immediately became agitated. They heard clearly what Zhang Fan said. It turns out this woman has such a vicious heart. This is a carefully planned murder. You really can't judge a person by his appearance. I almost blamed this little brother wrongly just now. It's disgusting that someone so young can do such a thing. Vicious woman. Deceiving others is a heinous crime. The crowd began to angrily scold Lu Ruyan and the other person. Humph. What the hell does this have to do with you? You're such a bunch of nosy people. Lu Ruyan looked at the crowd around her with disdain. Now that her lie has been exposed, she no longer pretends to be pitiful.
These words immediately aroused the anger of the onlookers, and they rushed towards Lu Ruyan and Tan Lily without any scruples.
Let's all teach them a lesson, otherwise society will be corrupted by people like them.
Lu Ruyan was able to barely reach the first level of the warrior realm by using the body-hardening fluid purchased with the money she earned from her many boyfriends. He had no serious training and no combat experience.
Seeing so many people rushing forward, I was so panicked that I forgot what to do. The scene suddenly became chaotic. Ah! Ah! Ouch! Lu Ruyan and Tan Lily kept wailing. Then all that was heard was Tan Lily wailing on the ground, "Ouch, it hurts." "Ruyan, you're a warrior, hurry up and take action." After hearing this, the onlookers who had taken action were angry, but they could only stop in disappointment. Then everyone dispersed and didn't dare to stay where they were. After all, it would be bad if you beat up a warrior and then get retaliated against. They are just ordinary people and cannot become enemies with warriors. Zhang Fan stood in the distance and looked at the two disheveled figures lying on the ground. Lu Ruyan's makeup was all over her face and her body was covered with bruises. She doesn't look like the school belle of Jiangnan No. 3 High School at all. It's just a joke. Tan Lily's condition was not much better, in some cases even worse. After all, she did not have the physical fitness of a warrior. "Aren't you going to tell us who ordered you to do this?" Zhang Fan said lightly. Chapter 4 Talent Attribute Card, Improve Martial Arts Skills. "Oh. What good will it do to tell you?" Lu Ruyan struggled to get up, a wry smile on her face, then she put away her bag and continued. The Chen family, the eldest son of the Chen family, one of the three major families in the Jiangnan base, Chen Wenfeng.
"Well, are you surprised?"
"I'm surprised too. With your shabby looks, you're the worst boyfriend I've ever had. I don't know what's wrong with the Chen family. They're going to such great lengths to deal with you."
Zhang Fan frowned after hearing what the other party said.
"Chen family? This is a huge monster in the Jiangnan base.
It has nothing to do with him at all.
And why did it have to go through Lu Ruyan? Could any random expert be sent to kill him?"
Although it was in the city, the Chen family was powerful and they still had a way to take someone's life.
I really can't understand it.
And this Chen Wenfeng, he had never even met him, let alone have any grudges with him.
When Zhang Fan came to his senses, Lu Ruyan and Tan Lily had left at some point.
It seems that improving our strength is urgent. Only with strong strength can you avoid becoming the cattle and sheep to be slaughtered at will.
After all, no matter where you are, strength is respected and the law of the jungle is the unchanging truth. The Chen family from Jiangnan base? Chen Wenfeng? Don't worry, I'll come and destroy you."
Zhang Fan said in a cold voice. The phone in his hand had been crushed into pieces.
The next morning. After a night's rest, Zhang Fan felt extremely energetic.
Without even bothering to wash up, Zhang Fan couldn't wait to open the system panel.
Today's sign-in has been refreshed. See what good stuff there is. System, sign in. Ding. The host has signed in successfully and received a purple treasure chest. Ding. Successfully opened the purple treasure chest, obtained S-level talent attribute card +1.
S-level talent attribute card. After use, talents below S-level can be directly upgraded to S-level talents. You can choose one attribute at your own discretion.
The system's voice came. Zhang Fan was stunned immediately. Today is the time to awaken your innate attributes. In other words, no matter what level of talent he awakens today, it will definitely be an S-level talent. And you can freely choose your talent attributes. Are the items in the purple treasure chest so amazing? Innate attributes are related to the power of spiritual skills. For example, although a person has awakened a B-level talent, he has a powerful thunder attribute, which is stronger than some people who have awakened an A-level talent with fire attributes. After all, thunder attribute represents the ability to break all laws and suppress evil spirits, and its destructive power is unmatched by other attributes. Zhang Fan excitedly put away the S-level talent attribute card and waited to go to school to awaken. At this time, Zhang Fan discovered that a date box appeared in the system, which clearly showed that he had signed in for 2 days. And you can see that there is a small golden treasure chest on the 30th day of signing in. Do I have to sign in for a full month to get the golden treasure chest items again? That is a golden treasure chest that contains SSS level talents. Thinking of this, Zhang Fan suddenly felt a little excited, wondering what kind of incredible treasures he would find next. Is there any more powerful treasure chest above this golden treasure chest? If so, what level of treasure would it be?
Then he continued to look at the system panel.
After a whole night, to what extent have the skill points increased? Host, Zhang Fan. Level, Warrior Realm Level 1. Chi and Blood, 150. Spiritual Power, 100. Attribute, Unawakened. Talent, God's Blessing SSS, 8 Desolations Indestructible Battle Body SSS. Martial Arts, Elementary Boxing plus D, Elementary Spearmanship plus D. Skill Points, 55980. Experience Points, 100. There are more than 50,000 skill points.
There is also a plus sign on the panel, it seems that it can be upgraded. Zhang Fan didn't hesitate and added some directly. First, upgrade both martial arts techniques to the maximum level.
Ding!
The host successfully consumed 6,960 skill points to upgrade martial arts skills, boxing, spearmanship.
Martial Arts, Perfect Boxing plus D, Perfect Spearmanship plus D. The system's voice came. It only consumed less than 10,000 skill points? So cheap?
After reaching perfection, Zhang Fan felt that his mastery of boxing and gun skills had become even more profound.
It seems as if it has been polished through years of endless practice. That feeling is so great. It seems like I have touched a higher level.
At this time, Zhang Fan noticed that the plus sign on the system had not disappeared yet.
Can I still upgrade after reaching the maximum level? Could it be possible to improve the quality level of martial arts skills? That would be outrageous.
You should know that high-quality martial arts skills are very difficult to obtain, and the prices they are sold at are frighteningly expensive. In addition to martial arts techniques, there are also psychic techniques, but you need to awaken your innate attributes and then choose the appropriate psychic technique according to the specific attributes. These are all means of fighting and killing enemies, and can greatly enhance the combat effectiveness of warriors. Therefore, an ordinary family simply cannot afford the expenses of a warrior. Only by relying on your own talents and qualifications and choosing to enter a good martial arts academy can you obtain more martial arts training resources. Thinking of this, Zhang Fan continued to add the remaining skill points directly into the martial arts techniques.
Ding!
The host successfully consumed 47,660 skill points to upgrade martial arts skills, boxing, spearmanship.
Martial Arts, Perfect Boxing B, Perfect Spearmanship B. Ding!
Comprehend the boxing combat technique, Storm Breaking Waves.
Ding!
Comprehended the spearmanship combat skill, Thunder Thousand Stabs.
What a pleasant surprise! You have to know that this is the lowest level of basic martial arts.
Able to comprehend the combat skills that only powerful martial artists possess.
This skill point is worth the money. His current martial arts attainments and control are far different from the D level just now.
I don't know if there will be more powerful combat skills in the future, and if you want to upgrade to SSS level, you will definitely need more skill points. But Zhang Fan was not worried. At this time, the skill points on the system panel are still increasing. He believed that it wouldn't take long before he could elevate this martial arts technique to the highest quality.
When the time comes, combined with the 8 desolate immortal battle body, how terrifying would that be?
Zhang Fan put away the system, jumped up and rushed to the bathroom to wash up. After a series of operations, Zhang Fan ran towards the school. After strengthening his combat body, his physical fitness is now quite good. He rushed all the way to the school gate, still looking calm and composed. It was simply impossible to do this before. Suddenly, Zhang Fan felt someone slowly approaching from behind him, and even trying to put his arm around his shoulder.
Could it be that a lone shark came to him?
This predecessor really left a lot of trouble for himself. Zhang Fan reflexively grabbed the opponent's arm and threw him to the ground with a back throw.
Ouch!
Zhang Fan, you are so cruel. A wailing sound was heard, and only then could Zhang Fan see the other person's appearance clearly. He was a burly high school student, his best friend Li Jian.
Chapter 5 Li Jian, prepare to awaken your talent.
Li Jian, Zhang Fan's best friend from childhood. The two of them were in the same class since childhood and did not separate until they were about to graduate from high school.
I was wondering why you were so sneaky. Zhang Fan helped Li Jian up embarrassedly. But as far as I remember, this kid isn't that weak, right?
Li Jian comes from an average family and has cultivated himself to become a quasi-warrior through his own efforts.
However, his physical fitness is even much stronger than some warriors. Hiss! My slim waist.
Li Jian held onto his waist and limped along, then continued, when did you become so strong that you could really do that?
I'm telling you, if the awakening fails today, you're partially responsible. Ouch.
Zhang Fan felt like laughing when he saw the other person's expression.
He was as strong as a bull, but he still had a slim waist? Don't pretend, I don't know you yet. Although you haven't reached the warrior realm yet, your physical fitness is not inferior to that of a warrior, right?
Zhang Fan pushed Li Jian away with a look of disgust.
You're in a good mood today. Are you kidding your girlfriend for not asking you for money? Li Jian was exposed by Zhang Fan and simply stopped pretending. He then continued, don't blame me for being nosy. This woman spends too much money.
Sooner or later, she'll suck you dry.
Drain you dry.
Li Jian is a carefree person. The two had quarreled over this matter before, but Li Jian still did not give up persuading her. It was just because he had seen and heard a lot of things about the school beauties, so naturally he didn't want his brother to get involved like that. But Zhang Fan couldn't listen at all at that time.
Because he lacked family affection since childhood, he could only be ruthlessly manipulated by Lu Ruyan, an emotional master. She and I have broken up.
Zhang Fan did not hide anything from his best friend. It won't take long for this matter to spread throughout the school. After all, Lu Ruyan is the school belle and is the center of attention wherever she goes.
Well, I won't say much else.
Huh?
What did you say?
Li Jian continued to persuade her as usual, but he didn't expect to get a different answer this time.
You heard it right, we broke up. Zhang Fan nodded and said affirmatively. Zhang Fan, you finally woke up. Don't be sad, just focus on improving your martial arts skills. Then you won't be worried about not having a woman.
Li Jian looked at Zhang Fan with satisfaction, feeling that all his previous advice was worth it.
Sad? Not happening. Let's go. The awakening ceremony is about to begin.
After saying this, Zhang Fan took the lead and walked towards the playground. The school said last week that the senior high school students would go to the playground as soon as school started after the weekend to prepare to awaken their talents.
Hey! Wait for me.
Li Jian hurriedly caught up with Zhang Fan. The two of them hurried to the playground, where many senior high school students had already gathered. Everyone is looking forward to today's awakening ceremony, which is a major event that can determine the direction of a person's life. Since the beginning of the Tianwu era on Blue Star, it can be said that everything has been based on martial arts. After all, powerful martial arts skills can override everything. If it weren't for the country's backing, some powerful families would have already declared themselves kings. If that were the case, life would be much more difficult for ordinary people. And the awakening of talent is also the only chance for ordinary people to turn things around. As long as you awaken a good talent, your future will be limitless, and even famous schools will extend olive branches to you. There is no need to worry about resources for martial arts training. On the contrary, those with poor talents can only continue to be ordinary people or go to the battlefield to kill enemies, but there is a high probability that they will become cannon fodder. These are all very realistic things. The playground was already crowded with people, and Zhang Fan and Li Jian could only stand behind the crowd. However, awakening talents is not based on first come first served. A huge energy ball has been placed in the central open space of the playground. One can vaguely see the violent elemental aura filling the air. This is specifically used to awaken talents. At this time, there were bursts of noisy discussions coming from beside Zhang Fan. Look, here comes school beauty Lu. Strange, why is she dressed so tightly today? This is not her style. Alas. What a pity, such a beauty is given away to that kid Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan is already a warrior, are you? Tan Lily, who is next to school beauty Lu, is also good. You're really hungry. It seems that school beauty Lu didn't go looking for Zhang Fan. Who is that chubby guy next to her? Did I miss something? Wasn't school beauty Lu still with Zhang Fan last week? There was a lot of discussion in the crowd, and many people turned their eyes to Zhang Fan. Even Zhang Fan, who already had the confidence of a strong man, could not withstand so many gazes. This Lu Ruyan is really the top student in Jiangnan No. 3 High School. Zhang Fan also glanced sideways at the fat boy next to Lu Ruyan. He found that the other party was actually looking at him. Their eyes met instantly without any retreat. Zhang Fan discovered that the other person had the aura of a natural superior and did not seem like an ordinary high school student. At this time, the crowd began to talk again. I remember now. The man next to Principal Lu is the genius of No. 1 High School, Chen Wenfeng.
Chen Wenfeng, is he from the Chen family, one of the three great families in Jiangnan Base? That should be it. I heard that he is already at the 7th level of the warrior realm. He is a well-deserved genius. He's already reached the 7th level of the warrior realm in high school. He's truly wealthy. The amount of quenching fluid consumed alone is enough for more than 10 families to live a carefree life. No wonder school beauty Lu dumped Zhang Fan. Turns out she's found someone even more powerful. Ah. But I really envy Zhang Fan. After all, I once had her. It would be nice if I could be the school beauty Lu's boyfriend for a day. It's not even dark yet, and you finished your dream so early. What are you going to do tonight? After catching the discussion of people around him, Zhang Fan already understood. It seems that the one who wants his life is this fat man, or to be more precise, the Chen family behind the man. Zhang Fan withdrew his gaze and ignored it. Everything still depends on strength, and he will slowly settle these accounts with the other party. And he believed it wouldn't take long. Ahem. Classmates, please be quiet. Now, let's invite our principal to say a few words to everyone. In the open space in the middle of the playground, a teacher spoke with a microphone. An elderly man stood beside him. The old man did not take the microphone, but just cleared his throat, and then his voice was clearly heard throughout the playground. Classmates, today is the day of awakening your talents, and it also marks the 666th year of our human race's stable development. 666 years ago, humanity suffered a great disaster. Many heroes sacrificed their lives fighting against the monsters, which brought us the stable life we have today. Everyone should cherish this hard-earned stable life, work hard to become powerful warriors, and drive these monsters out of our homes. The principal's words instantly infected everyone's emotions. Roar! 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 Bang bang bang! There was warm applause from classmates all around, and everyone's heart was filled with excitement. I'm about to cry. The principal said it so well. I want to awaken my talent. Kill all these monsters. Drive these abominable monsters out of Blue Star. Zhang Fan was also a little shocked. Is this the powerful strength of a strong man? You can hear each other's voices from such a distance. Looking at the elderly principal, he actually has such powerful martial arts skills. Zhang Fan truly felt the strength of a powerful man, and suddenly he yearned for a higher level of cultivation. Chapter 6, Water Attribute suits you very well. Sea Level Thunder Attribute Talent. Next, the principal stepped back and watched. All the students lined up neatly and began to awaken one by one. In front of the energy ball, a red light instantly shot out and covered the entire arm of the student in front. A Level Fire Attribute Talent. The voice of the teacher in charge of awakening talents fell. Wow! The crowd, which had originally quieted down, suddenly burst into exclamations again. Unexpectedly, the first talent to awaken was an A-level Fire Attribute Talent. Fire Attribute is considered to have the strongest attack power besides Thunder Attribute. The most difficult one is the A-level. The students queuing behind were so envious that their eyes turned purple. Wow! Isn't this person who awakened the A-level talent Wan Yu, the classmate sitting in the last row of our class? Sure enough, those sitting in the last row are all talented people. It seems like he is about to embark on his own journey of martial arts. Ah! I'm so envious and jealous. The students in line were talking among themselves, while the awakening in front was still proceeding rapidly. D-level Earth Attribute Talent. B-level Spiritual Wood Attribute Talent. B-level Wind Attribute Talent. D-level Enhanced Attribute Talent. What happened next was beyond everyone's expectation. Not a single A-level talent attribute appeared, which made the scene dull. A level talent can be considered a watershed. Generally, those who can cultivate to a high level of martial arts cultivation have a level talent or above. The teachers watching from the side also looked disappointed. Sigh. I thought the A-level talent was just the beginning, but I didn't expect the talents that awaken later wouldn't even have a strong offensive attribute. It seems like there won't be any talented people in this class. I wonder what we're going to do about the upcoming 3 major high school competitions. What else can I do? I'm used to not getting a ranking every year. Yeah, it's a competition held by martial arts academies to select outstanding students. As long as there are no problems with the college entrance examination, it's fine. In fact, our school still has several good students. For example, Jin Taiju, who broke through the third level of the warrior realm in his third year of high school, Yi Qingru, who entered the warrior realm in his first year of high school, Zheng Fan, who reached the warrior realm in his second year of high school, etc. As long as these people awaken their talents, they can still compete with other high schools. That being said, talent is so difficult to evaluate. Just as the teachers were discussing, the entire arm of the student in front of the energy ball was covered by a golden light. A level gold attribute talent. As the teacher in charge of awakening finished speaking, a commotion broke out again at the scene. Fuck! Golden Legend. This is Qin Taiju, a warrior at the third level. You can tell at a glance that he has extraordinary talent. I'm overflowing with confidence now. I feel like I'm the next A-level talent. Seeing another A-level talented student appear, the teachers' faces were filled with joy. It's really not easy for number 3 high school. Suddenly, a figure attracted everyone's attention. It was Lu Ruyan, the school belle of Jiangnan number 3 high school. Look, school beauty Lu has awakened. I wonder what talent she can awaken. At this time, Lu Ruyan's hand had already touched the energy ball. A clear and transparent water attribute covered her entire arm. A level water attribute talent. Wow! There were exclamations one after another at the scene again. 2 A-level talents in a row. Although it's a water attribute with low attack power, it's still a rank after all. I don't know what Zhang Fan's mood is right now. If Zhang Fan doesn't awaken a good talent, I don't think he will have the face to stay in this school. Lu Ruyan, who had awakened her talent, walked from the front to Zhang Fan's side with a provocative look in her eyes. Yesterday's matter is not over yet, you. Before she could finish, Zhang Fan's eyes turned cold. Lu Ruyan felt as if she were in the netherworld of hell, suffocating. Her heart was pounding wildly. He seems to be stronger than yesterday. Suddenly, Zhang Fan smiled evilly and said jokingly to Lu Ruyan, "The water attribute suits you very well." Snort! How could Lu Ruyan not know the meaning of Zhang Fan's words? She snorted coldly and then quickly ran away, following the fat Chen Wenfang and leaving the third high school. Zhang Fan looked at the backs of the two people leaving, his eyes filled with murderous intent. It seems that I need to find an opportunity to eliminate these hidden dangers. Then dozens of students awakened, but none of them had A-level talents. A graceful figure appeared in front of the energy ball. She was not tall and looked petite and delicate. Zhang Fan knew this person. It was Yi Qingru, the monitor of their class. She was extremely talented and was already at the warrior level when she entered high school. In 3 years, no one knew what level she had reached. She stretched out her delicate hand and touched the energy ball. Suddenly, an icy chill spread from Yi Qingru to the surroundings, and everyone could feel it. Then Yi Qingru's petite body was instantly wrapped in ice, standing in front like an ice sculpture. S-rank ice attribute talent. The principal stepped forward at this time, and a ray of light emanated, instantly unfreezing Yi Qingru's ice. Thank you, principal. Yi Qingru bowed to express her gratitude to the principal. This awakened powerful innate attribute cannot be controlled freely, and sometimes it will backfire on itself. This is a very common thing, and you can control it freely after learning and training psychic skills. Ha ha ha. That's great. Awakening the mutant ice attribute, great. The principal nodded and smiled with satisfaction at Yi Qingru's humble attitude. Thank you for the compliment, principal. Yi Qingru bowed again. Seeing this scene, all the students looked at them with envy. Ah. It's actually an S-level talent, and it's the legendary mutated ice attribute. Sure enough, a genius is always a genius. She's the monitor of our class 8, and her grades have always been among the best. Now she's awakened a powerful talent. Could she be the chosen one? I'm feeling a bit defeated right now. Then you're wrong. There's so much more to come. You might have to go through a few more setbacks. I noticed that you're not good at academics, but you're good at making fun of people. Why, let's have a real fight between men. Come on, who's afraid of who? There was a lively discussion going on at the back, and the awakened people in the front did not stop either. Finally, it is Zhang Fan's turn to awaken his talent. The students who were discussing just now suddenly became quiet and turned their eyes to Zhang Fan. After all, Zhang Fan was Lu Ruyan's boyfriend last week, and everyone wanted to see what kind of talent he would awaken. Without hesitation, Zhang Fan walked forward and reached out to touch the energy ball. He could clearly feel the turbulent energy inside. Is it because of his SSS level talent?
At this time, an even more violent energy ball burst out and extended upwards along Zhang Fan's arm. But in the end it stopped before it reached half of his arm.
Sea-level thunder attribute talent. Wow! What? Thunder attribute talent. This is a very rare talent. It's said that the probability is less than 1 in 100,000. It's a shame he's only a C rank. Even a B rank fire attribute is stronger than him. It's a good thing that school beauty Lu broke up with him, otherwise she would have been dragged down. After being shocked, everyone around began to gloat over the misfortune. After all, if a powerful talent appeared, it would make them feel even more unbalanced, and this is the result they want to see now. Chapter 7 S-level thunder attribute talent.
The teachers all looked regretful. Even the principal, who had been expressionless, couldn't help but look up at Zhang Fan, sighing uncontrollably, what a pity. Zhang Fan didn't expect that he would awaken his thunder attribute talent, which was also the talent he had decided to choose in advance. There is no need to choose attributes now, just upgrade it to S-level talent. Then he directly pinched the S-level talent attribute card in his pocket with his other hand. Just recite it in your mind and use it. Base. The stagnant energy in the arm suddenly emitted a purple light. Then it quickly began to spread to Zhang Fan's entire body. It's an S-level lightning attribute talent. The principal looked at Zhang Fan, who was covered in purple light, with great excitement. However, he immediately became worried. The thunder attribute is not like other attributes. Even he dare not suppress the violent energy easily, otherwise it will easily hurt Zhang Fan.
Zhang Fan, how do you feel?
If you can't hold on any longer, tell me and I'll help you dispel the lightning attribute. Otherwise, your body will be shattered by the raging lightning attribute. At this moment, everyone held their breath and stared at Zhang Fan, afraid of missing any details.
Zhang Fan, you must hold on.
Li Jian rubbed his hands nervously from behind. Suddenly, a violent purple thunder energy burst out from Zhang Fan in front. The teacher in charge of awakening was instantly knocked out. Everyone immediately stepped back. Holy crap! Is this lightning talent so awesome? Otherwise, this is a lightning attribute that's known for having the strongest attack power. And it's S rank. I didn't expect this kid to be so lucky. Didn't you just sign up for C rank? Why did you change it again? This is so unfair. What's unfair? This isn't something the teacher can change. Maybe the lightning attribute is slower to dissipate than other attributes. Just wait and see. I don't think he can withstand such a violent thunder attribute. Humph. You're just jealous of others. The students who were originally laughing at Zhang Fan were divided into two groups. One group was jealous and wanted to see Zhang Fan fail, and the other group was people who truly admired Zhang Fan. Ah! Zhang Fan in front suddenly shouted, and then the violent purple lightning disappeared instantly. Zhang Fan turned around and looked around, his sharp brows revealing a hint of majesty, as if an emperor had descended. Everyone could see a flash of purple lightning in his eyes. You controlled the S-level thunder attribute? The principal looked at Zhang Fan in disbelief. This had never happened before. He had seen other people awaken A-level thunder attributes before, but few were able to control it on their own, let alone S-level thunder attributes. Principal, I'll leave now that I'm awakened. Zhang Fan looked at the principal who was still in shock. Oh, okay. The principal responded casually, his mind still full of guesses. Suddenly, he realized, why think so much? This is a student from their third high school, as long as he wakes up, everything will be fine. Seeing that Zhang Fan had successfully awakened his thunder attribute talent, all the students were excited. He succeeded. He really succeeded. I witnessed the awakening of an S-rank lightning talent. It seems that our Jiannan base will also become famous throughout the country. Where's the person who just said Zhang Fan would fail? Come out. Those people are just talking big and can't stand seeing others do better than them. It was not just the students who were having heated discussions at the scene. Even the teachers who were watching from the sidelines lost their initial composure. I wonder if those people from the first and second high schools will still look down on others this time. In previous years, we were always mocked and ridiculed. This time, we must shock them. However, Zhang Fan's martial arts skills are still too low. I wonder if the school can provide him with some training resources. That's for sure. No matter how much cultivation resources are consumed, we have to give it to him. He is the treasure of our third high school.
I don't know if it's too late.
Let Zhang Fan improve his martial arts skills as soon as possible. The teachers have also gone a little crazy. They have been suppressed over the years and have been holding resentment in their hearts for a long time. Zhang Fan came to the back of the team facing the admiring and envious gazes of the crowd.
Although the S-level Thunder attribute just now was extremely violent. However, he possessed the SSS level talent, the indestructible battle body of the 8 Desolations, and did not take this level of strength seriously at all. It even feels very relaxing. If other people knew this, they would be shocked. He doesn't even take the S-level Thunder attribute talent seriously. Without paying attention to anything else, Zhang Fan immediately opened the system interface to check.
Host, Zhang Fan. Level, Warrior Realm Level 1. Chi and Blood, 150. Spiritual Power, 150. Attribute, Thunder. Talent, God's Blessing SSS, 8 Desolations Indestructible Battle Body SSS, Destruction Divine Thunder S. Martial Arts, Perfect Boxing B, Perfect Spearmanship B. Combat Skills, Wind and Waves Boxing, Thunderous Thousand Stab Spear. Psionic Skills, None. Skill Points, 12658. Experience Points, 100. Invincible. Unexpectedly, after just one day, he possessed 3 talents. 2 of them are SSS level talents. Who would believe this if I told them? If the S level Nirvana Divine Thunder can be upgraded to SSS level, it will be really awesome. Zhang Fan knew that he couldn't rush this matter, as it would only be a matter of time as the system improved. The most important thing now is to buy a book on spiritual power, and then improve your own cultivation level.
This is an urgent matter.
At this time, Li Jian had also completed his talent awakening, but he didn't expect that he had awakened an A-level enhanced attribute talent. This was beyond everyone's expectations. However, Zhang Fan didn't think so. Li Jian had reached the level of a quasi-warrior without taking the body-tempering liquid, and was not far from the warrior level. This also shows that he is really talented. The attribute enhancement talent is a rare talent. It is much more powerful than the metal attribute, which also has the strengthening property. The metal attribute is used to enhance one's own resistance and defense. The enhanced attributes are extensive. Not only can it enhance one's own resistance, but also can enhance one's own attack speed, defense, and other attributes. The higher your cultivation level, the more you gain. Therefore, generally speaking, rare and mutated talents are much more powerful than standard talents.
Zhang Fan, you are truly my idol. S-level lightning attribute talent.
Li Jian came to Zhang Fan and patted his shoulder excitedly. He was really happy for Zhang Fan, as they were playmates and brothers who grew up together.
Now that you've awakened, let's go buy some psychic skills together. Zhang Fan asked.
I have something else to do, so I won't go for now. I'll go by myself when I'm done. Li Jian said casually after looking at his phone.
Zhang Fan did not linger any longer and went straight to the warrior office. He wanted to go outside the city to hunt monsters before anyone could react. Chapter 8, Buying Psionic Techniques. Hell Spider. Jiangnan Base. Inside a luxurious manor, this is the Chen family, one of the 3 major families in Jiangnan.
Chen Wenfeng, who was originally enjoying his tea leisurely, suddenly had a trembling hand and the teacup fell to the ground.
What? S-rank lightning talent. Impossible.
He roared angrily while holding the phone, and then threw the phone to the ground out of frustration.
Mr. Chen, calm down. What could make you angry? Lu Ruyan gently comforted Chen Wenfeng.
She was wearing a tight swimsuit at this time, which perfectly outlined her figure, forming a sharp contrast with Chen Wenfeng's fat body.
Zhang Fan, he has awakened the S-level Thunder attribute talent.
Chen Wenfeng said coldly.
What? Lu Ruyan's expression at this moment was no more exaggerated than Chen Wenfeng's just now.
Even his fair face turned even paler, as if it had lost all its color.
This is due to excessive fright.
That's right, Lu Ruyan was already extremely frightened at this moment. She still vividly remembered Zhang Fan's extremely cold face. She suddenly felt cold sweat running down her face and her breathing became rapid.
What's wrong with you?
Chen Wenfeng had calmed down a lot.
He turned around and looked at the trembling Lu Ruyan curiously. No. It's okay. Lu Ruyan could only calm herself down and then continue to ask, what should we do next? Can we kill Zhang Fan? I need to ask the old man about this.
Chen Wenfeng hugged Lu Ruyan, stroking her with his chubby hands and saying,
"If the old man hadn't instructed us to deal with this little beast earlier, why would there be so many problems?" Old man. Lu Ruyan knew that the old man the other party was talking about was the person behind the Chun group. Then why couldn't we kill Zhang Fan at the beginning? Lu Ruyan asked curiously. Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask.
Chen Wenfeng's strength in his hands suddenly increased a bit, and Lu Ruyan's expression was distorted with pain.
Then Chen Wenfeng pulled Lu Ruyan into the huge room behind him.
It seems that he is preparing to punish Lu Ruyan for her previous offense. Zhang Fan had already arrived at the warrior office alone at this time. The staff member handed him a book on thunder-attributed spiritual energy with a look of surprise. This is a spiritual power technique that few people buy. It is obvious that the young man in front of him has awakened his talent for thunder. A D-level psychic skill book is only worth 100,000 Chinese yuan, but it is already the entire savings of some families. Of course, if you want to unleash stronger attribute power, you also need higher quality psychic skills. But just like martial arts, you need to start from the basics. Then a ruins map and a sensor radar were added. The most important thing is to buy an alloy spear and a set of ordinary defensive equipment. After buying these items, the huge sum of 800,000 yuan was basically spent. However, they are all necessary items outside the city and can greatly reduce the degree of danger. After putting away his belongings, Zhang Fan ran straight out of the city with his spear on his back. While on the road, Zhang Fan asked the system to learn the psychic skills. Then invest all the remaining skill points.
Ding!
The host successfully consumed 12,457 skill points to upgrade the Thunder Attribute Psychic Power Technique.
Psionic Skills, Thunder Attribute C. Ding! Comprehended D-level Lightning Attribute Spiritual Skill, Thunderball. Ding! Comprehend C-level Thunder Attribute Spiritual Skill, Thunderbolt. Ding!
The next level will allow you to comprehend the B-level Thunder Attribute Skill, Earth Explosion Thunder.
The system prompt sounded.
Zhang Fan felt that the thunder attribute in his body could be controlled freely. Then he waved his hand, and a violent purple lightning bolt streaked across the sky, striking directly on the head of the man who was insulting his wife.
Boom! With a loud bang, the man's thick hair was directly split into an afro. The onlookers suddenly burst into cheers. God has eyes. This Wang Er is a drunkard, whoremonger, gambler, and even beats his wife. Now he's behaved. It seems that people really shouldn't do bad things, or they'll be struck by lightning.
The man named Wang Er was stunned for a moment, then he knelt on the ground and cried.
Wife, I know I was wrong. I am a beast and I have no shame. I will definitely turn over a new leaf and give the children a safe and happy home.
The lightning seemed to wake up the confused man. Wang Er's wife didn't know what to do for a moment. After all, his attitude changed too quickly. Zhang Fan had already left the scene.
This thunder attribute can indeed suppress evil and break all laws. Even such an inveterate gambler could be sobered up by being struck dumb.
I didn't expect that a lightning bolt that was casually waved could have such great power. This is without using any combat skills.
Otherwise, Wang Er's life will be in danger. Checked the system. Spiritual power, 130. 20 points were consumed.
It seems that this spiritual power is still not enough.
But this is only temporary. Once I have some savings, I will buy some equipment that can enhance my spiritual power.
And as the level increases, the spiritual power will also increase. Not long after, Zhang Fan arrived at a ruin site according to the instructions on the map.
Second level ruin site number 9527.
The monsters here are at least level D, level 5 or above. It is much stronger than the first level ruins where Zhang Fan was yesterday, and the degree of danger has increased a lot. However, Zhang Fan was not afraid at all. He needed to gain as much experience as possible to improve his cultivation level. He had taken off the spear from his back and walked along the ruined streets. The alloy spear in his hand and the ground emitted flashes of fire and sharp hissing sounds. Zhang Fan glanced at the radar and saw a red dot approaching.
Red dots represent monsters, and green dots represent humans. Therefore, it is very necessary to bring a sensing radar outside the city.
It can not only avoid being besieged by monsters, but also avoid bandits who make a living by looting.
Squeak!
A sharp, piercing sound came from the front.
Zhang Fan looked ahead and saw a huge hell spider.
Judging from its size, it should be a D-level 6th order monster. Its long legs are covered with spikes, and there is a giant head in the middle. The Hell Demon Spider also discovered Zhang Fan's presence and ran towards Zhang Fan excitedly, spitting out a blood-red spider silk from its mouth. Zhang Fan naturally would not surrender. He moved quickly and then jumped up to avoid the spider silk spit out by the Hell Spider. He aimed the spear in his hand at the head of the Hell Spider and stabbed it hard. Thousands of thunder stabs. Use combat skills directly without any reservation. Zhang Fan's figure kept changing positions, and after images appeared instantly and stabbed out from different directions. Squeak! Ouch! Countless wounds pierced by spears appeared on the huge head of the Hell Spider, and blood kept spurting out. The spider silk it had just spit out immediately began to corrode the ruins nearby as soon as it came into contact with them. Ding! Killed D rank, rank 6 Hell Spider, experience points plus 60. I think I used too much force. It feels like a small monster can be killed with just one move. But you wasted a big move, it's really an overkill. But fortunately, the consumption was not great and I recovered in no time. This is the confidence of having SSS level talent, not afraid of blood consumption at all. Looking at the system panel, Zhang Fan found a plus sign in the level column. Then upgrade without hesitation. Chapter 9, Small Beast Tide? Crazy upgrade. Ding! The host successfully consumed 150 experience points to increase his cultivation level. Level, Warrior Realm Level 2. The system's voice came. This upgrade is too easy. Zhang Fan truly felt that the chi and blood in his body became much richer after the upgrade. Others' martial arts cultivation requires constantly swallowing energy liquids such as body tempering, which not only costs a huge amount of money but also makes the upgrade very slow. And he can gain experience by killing monsters, and can break through an upgrade without any bottlenecks with just a click. This feeling is so awesome. Suddenly, the radar in Zhang Fan's hand issued an alarm, and dense red dots were approaching towards him. So many monsters, could it be a small beast tide? Did this Hell Spider attract the target? Or was the combat skill just now too noisy? But at this moment, Zhang Fan had no time to think about it. From the corner of the street ruins ahead, more than a dozen Hell Spiders identical to the ones just now rushed out. It seems that there is some special connection between these species. After putting away the radar, there was no fear in Zhang Fan's eyes, but rather unusual excitement. You came just in time. No need to waste time looking around. After saying that, his figure turned into a shadow and moved quickly on the street like lightning. Then he pushed his feet hard and jumped high up. The spear in his hand turned into countless afterimages like a dragon emerging from the sea and attacked the oncoming Hell Spider. Thousands of thunder stabs. This time, the attack was no longer concentrated on one Hell Spider, but spread out to attack a group of Hell Spiders. Before the Hell Spider could react, the afterimage of the spear pierced its body. Ding! Killed D rank, rank 6 Hell Spider, experience points plus 60. Ding! Killed D rank, rank 7 Hell Spider, experience points plus 70. Ding! Killed D rank, rank 6 Hell Spider, experience points plus 60. The system's voice continued to come. Zhang Fan was ecstatic. This experience was really great. Looking at the ever-increasing experience points, Zhang Fan swung the spear in his hand even more fiercely. In less than a moment, the dozen or so Hell Spiders following behind were easily killed by him. The system showed that he could improve his cultivation level again, so Zhang Fan clicked the plus sign without hesitation. Ding! The host successfully consumed 1850 experience points to increase his cultivation level. Level, Warrior Realm 4th level. Cool. Who can reach 3 levels in less than a short time? Even a genius with super talent can't achieve such an upgrade speed, right? Zhang Fan turned his head and looked around. The scene here did not scare away the other Hell Spiders that had rushed over, but instead made them even more crazy. However, they no longer rushed forward mindlessly at this time, but formed a circle to surround Zhang Fan. At this time, the Hell Spiders on the periphery spit out blood-red spider silk, instantly forming a huge spider web that trapped Zhang Fan. Squeak! When the Hell Spiders saw the god of death in front of them trapped in their spider webs, they immediately let out a sharp cry of excitement. Zhang Fan looked at the spider silk in front of him. Is this a dragnet? The spider web formed by blood-red spider silk is really indestructible. Even a warrior at the 9th level would find it difficult to escape if trapped, not to mention that there is corrosive liquid inside. Zhang Fan didn't expect that they actually had such skills, but he was not worried at all. The thunder attribute in his body was activated crazily, and violent purple lightning spread outward from Zhang Fan as the center, forming an electric grid. Then Zhang Fan waved his hand casually in the air. Violent purple lightning rose from the ground, and the indestructible spider web exploded in an instant. Boom! The approaching hell spiders were affected and turned into charred corpses in an instant. Zhang Fan, who was standing in the middle, let himself be covered by the purple lightning, just like a thunder god descending. After the upgrade, his spiritual power is already very sufficient. This consumption is nothing. The hell spiders on the periphery were frightened upon seeing this and began to retreat frantically. Zhang Fan will not let them go, these are pure experience. His figure turned into a flash of lightning, flashing left and right on the ruined streets. He swung the spear in his hand wildly, and the hell spiders that were fleeing in panic fell down one after another. Some hell spiders couldn't withstand the power of the spears and were directly shattered, with fragments scattered all over the ground. The system's prompt sound keeps ringing in my mind. Ding! Killed D rank, rank 5 hell spider, experience points plus 50. Ding! Killed D rank, rank 6 hell spider, experience points plus 60. Ding! Killed D rank, rank 7 hell spider, experience points plus 70. Zhang Fan seemed like a tireless killing machine, and he didn't stop until there was no more movement around him. Oh, I seem to have lost my temper just now. Looking at the corpses of hell spiders scattered all over the ground, Zhang Fan was secretly shocked. This was not a good thing. Killing monsters is not scary, but falling into the inner demons is the scariest thing. Just now, he was like a killing machine, without any independent emotions. In his memory, there was such a peerless strong man who was also controlled by the inner demon. He killed countless monsters and civilians and finally exploded to death. Fortunately, the thunder attribute in my body cleared away this evil thought, otherwise I would have become a walking corpse. It is worthy of being a thunder attribute talent that can break all kinds of magic and shock evil spirits. After looking at the system panel, Zhang Fan discovered that he could upgrade again. Then just click upgrade. Ding! The host successfully consumed 8,550 experience points to increase his cultivation level. Level, Warrior Realm 7th level. This, directly reached the 7th level of Warrior Realm? Another 3-level upgrade. Zhang Fan seemed to be dreaming. Even a genius with extraordinary talent would have to practice hard for several years to achieve such an achievement. But it only took him less than half a day. However, looking at the corpses of hell spiders all over the ground, Zhang Fan was a little worried. These were all money. But there is no way to take them all away. It would be great if I had an item like a space ring. Zhang Fan then made a decision to collect the most valuable silk glands of the hell spider. This thing is valuable and doesn't take up much space. After doing all this, Zhang Fan continued to rush towards the next gathering place of monsters. Shortly after Zhang Fan left, several people in silver-white combat uniforms came here. They were the military officers and soldiers of the Jiangnan base. The silver-white battlesuits they wore indicated that these people were at least at the transformation realm. They just received news that a small wave of beasts appeared here, so they rushed here immediately. However, when they first arrived here, they were all dumbfounded, looking at the corpses of the hell spiders scattered around in shock. This is simply too violent. From the time we discovered the gathering of monsters to the time we appeared here, only about half an hour has passed, right? One of the burly men looked at the time and exclaimed. To be able to kill so many hell spiders of different levels at once, one needs to be at least at the 6th level of the transformation realm, said another thin man. At this time, a woman came forward, examined the hell spider's corpse and said, "Judging from the scars on these monsters, this is a master who wields a spear, and his spear skills are extremely high." Although she was also wearing battle armor, her hot and slender figure could not be concealed, and her bright red lips were revealed through the helmet that half covered her face. Xiao Xin, I remember that you have practiced the B-level whip technique to a high level. Could it be that this master's martial arts attainments are higher than yours? Asked the burly man. I estimate that his chi and blood may have just broken through the transformation realm not long ago, but the angles of his spear techniques are extremely precise and tricky, and every strike is fatal. The hot woman called Xiao Xin continued without hesitation, at least with my current martial arts attainments, I can't do it. Chapter 10 Military Department Long Xiaoxin. Blood Shadow Wolf King. Wow! Her words immediately surprised everyone around her. Although they admired the person who could kill so many hell spiders, they were still ashamed of the fact that he could make this talented general in the army feel inferior. How strong should this person be?
Wait. Xiaoxin, you said this expert just broke through the realm of enlightenment? How is this possible? With so many hell spiders, even if we join forces, it won't be this easy, right? Oh my goodness, when did such a powerful monster appear in Jiangnan base? Everyone exclaimed in disbelief. At this time, Long Xiaoxin stood up and said to the others, "You go back to the military headquarters first, I'll take a walk around here." "Okay, be careful and remember to signal if there is any danger," the burly man said and took the others away. They all knew that Long Xiaoxin must be going to find this master. However, they were not worried that the other party would be in danger. After all, if Long Xiaoxin couldn't solve the problem, they would not be able to solve it together. Long Xiaoxin watched the others leave, a sophisticated radar appeared in his hand, and his figure quickly shuttled through the streets of the ruins. Zhang Fan had no idea that someone was already targeting him. After constantly walking around, we finally found a gathering place for monsters. Zhang Fan saw dozens of huge blood shadow wolves gathered together from afar. There are also a few wandering around the edge, as if patrolling the surrounding territory. Judging by their size, the weakest of these blood shadow wolves has the strength of D level, level 7. One of them was twice as big as the other blood shadow wolves, and its body exuded a strong blood aura. It seems that he should be their wolf king leader, whose strength is at least D level 9 or above. Zhang Fan didn't hesitate, and quickly moved towards the blood shadow wolf's territory with his gun. His figure was as fast as the wind and he arrived at the territory in a moment. The patrolling blood shadow wolves immediately noticed something approaching and began to roar towards the sky. Ouch! Ouch! They are sending signals to other blood shadow wolves. However, Zhang Fan's figure had already appeared not far in front of a howling blood shadow wolf. The alloy spear in his hand was thrown out instantly, like a streaking arrow, piercing directly through the body of the blood shadow wolf. Base! Then the spear stood upright on the ground, and Zhang Fan appeared next to the spear in a flash. Ding! Killed D rank, rank 7 blood shadow wolf, experience points plus 70. Still a kill. Seeing a blood shadow wolf being killed, there was a commotion among the wolf pack. The blood shadow wolf king looked at Zhang Fan with his huge eyes flashing green light, and found that he was just a human being. He suddenly felt a little unbelievable. Then he turned around and signaled the surrounding wolves to start attacking. You came just in time. Zhang Fan did not hesitate and rushed towards the blood shadow wolves that were coming, holding the spear. His body was as fast as lightning, not much slower than these blood shadow wolves that had the speed advantage. Bang bang bang! The spear in his hand was as flexible as a water snake, and wherever it passed, a blood shadow wolf would be swept away or pierced. But the blood shadow wolf couldn't hurt him at all. Suddenly, the blood shadow wolf's blood splattered everywhere, and even the spear in Zhang Fan's hand was stained red. Ding! Killed D rank, rank 7 blood shadow wolf, experience points plus 70. Ding! Killed D rank, rank 7 blood shadow wolf, experience points plus 70. Ding! Killed D rank, rank 7 blood shadow wolf, experience points plus 70. The system's voice keeps coming. Zhang Fan was even more delighted. What a wonderful sound! And this time he didn't feel any discomfort in his heart, the inner demon had no effect on him. The blood shadow wolf king in the distance finally couldn't stand anymore. It knew that if it did not take action, the blood shadow wolf pack would be slaughtered by the young man in front of it. Ah! With a roar, the huge body of the blood shadow wolf king instantly appeared in front of Zhang Fan, and then he slapped out with a huge force. So fast! Zhang Fan exclaimed, and quickly changed the spear in his hand to directly block the opponent's attack. Then he was forced to retreat more than 10 meters before stopping. 2 claw marks appeared on the alloy spear. It seems that the strength of the blood shadow wolf king should not be underestimated. You should know that alloy weapons can withstand the power of 2,000 health points. In order to leave a scar on it, one needs to have at least 1,500 chi in health points. That can only be done by a C-level monster beast, which means it has the strength above the transformation realm. The strength of this blood shadow wolf king is definitely beyond C-level. C-rank demon beast. Zhang Fan's eyes were full of fighting spirit, and he inserted his spear into the ground. War! With an angry roar, Zhang Fan clenched his hands and the blood in his body began to rise. His figure turned into an afterimage and rushed towards the blood shadow wolf king. The blood shadow wolf king, who had seemed somewhat proud, suddenly froze in his eyes. It discovered that the energy and blood of the human opposite it had soared several times more than before. Is this something a human being can do? Boom!
The panicked Blood Shadow Wolf King was knocked away by Zhang Fan's full-strength punch. This punch should have the power of 1500 HP. I didn't expect that the Blood Shadow Wolf King is still uninjured. The sea-level monster's body is indeed much stronger.
Looks like we need to increase the intensity.
Zhang Fan estimated the strength of the punch he had just thrown in his mind, but his body did not stop at all. He moved around and appeared behind the Blood Shadow Wolf King, then punched out with even more force.
Breaking through the storm.
This punch attacked the Blood Shadow Wolf King with the power of fighting skills, like huge waves on the sea piling up layer by layer.
The strength of the punch actually exceeded 2000 chi in blood values. And it's still increasing. This is a fist force that transcends the realm of perfection.
But this time the Blood Shadow Wolf King has reacted. Its whole body exuded a strong bloody aura, and a layer of light red natural protective shield could be vaguely seen.
Sizzle! Sizzle!
Zhang Fan's power hit the Blood Shadow Wolf King's shield, making a series of crisp sounds.
Bang!
A shattering sound was heard, and the Blood Shadow Wolf King's protective shield could not withstand the layers of Zhang Fan's wind and waves breaking fighting skills and shattered instantly.
Zhang Fan's fist attacked forward unhindered. Boom!
The huge body of the Blood Shadow Wolf King was immediately blasted into a cave-in, and then smashed into the ruins behind him and could not move.
Ouch! Ouch!
The low wailing sounds foreshadowed the fall of the overlord of this side, the Blood Shadow Wolf King. Then the Blood Shadow Wolf King died under the overwhelming pressure.
Ding!
Killed C rank, level 3 Blood Shadow Wolf, experience points plus 400.
The system's voice came.
Zhang Fan thought to himself, no wonder it's so hard to kill, it's actually reached the 3rd level of C grade.
This is equivalent to the 3rd level of the realm of transformation.
Seeing the powerful Blood Shadow Wolf King being killed, the surrounding Blood Shadow Wolves suddenly became chaotic and began to flee in all directions. However, Zhang Fan had already taken action.
With so much experience, how could he let it escape?
His figure was seen constantly shuttling among the Blood Shadow Wolves, punching out with tremendous force. These Blood Shadow Wolves did not have the physical strength of the Wolf King, and they were killed by Zhang Fan in a short time.
Chapter 11, The Power of Thunder. Military Invitation. Ding!
Killed D rank, rank 7 Blood Shadow Wolf, experience points plus 70.
Ding!
Killed D rank, 8th Order Blood Shadow Wolf, experience points plus 80.
Ding!
Killed D rank, 9th Order Blood Shadow Wolf, experience points plus 90. The system's voice continued to come. Unexpectedly, there are some D-level 9th Order monsters among them, which are about to break through the sea level. He was strangled to death by Zhang Fan just like that. The system prompt sound stopped, and Zhang Fan found that he could upgrade his level again. Then he ordered the system upgrade without hesitation.
Ding!
The host successfully consumed 6,075 experience points to increase his cultivation level.
Level, 8th level of Warrior Realm.
This time it was only upgraded by 1 level, but this speed is unprecedented and will never be repeated. You know, even the Chen family is known as one of the 3 major families in the Jiangnan base. His successor, Chen Wenfeng, started practicing with energy liquids such as body quenching since he was young, and it was not until his senior year of high school that he broke through to the 7th level of Warrior Realm.
This improvement was achieved through unremitting and reckless consumption.
However, Zhang Fan had only been outside the city for 1 day when he had already upgraded from the 1st level of Warrior to the 8th level.
No one would dare to believe it if I told them.
Zhang Fan opened the system panel to check.
Host, Zhang Fan. Level, 8th level of Warrior Realm. Chi and Blood, 1200. Spiritual Power, 1200. Attribute, Thunder. Talent, God's Blessing SSS, 8 Desolations Indestructible Battle Body SSS, Destruction Divine Thunder S. Martial Arts, Perfect Boxing B, Perfect Spearmanship B.
Combat Skills, Wind and Waves Boxing, Thunderous Thousand Stab Spear.
Psionic Skills, Thunder Attribute C. Spiritual Skills, Thunderball, Thunder Bomb. Skill Points, 18658.
Experience Points, 2350. The system panel has not changed much.
However, the basic attributes of Qi, Blood and Spiritual Power have increased a lot.
Zhang Fan took a look and then closed the system panel.
Suddenly, a sound came into Zhang Fan's ears, but the radar in his hand did not respond at all? Could they be bandits coming to rob?
Without thinking too much, Zhang Fan waved his hand casually in the air. A purple lightning column suddenly appeared in the air and struck the ruins in the distance.
Bomb! Rumble! A loud thunderclap sounded, and a big hole suddenly appeared in the pile of ruins. What the hell? What's going on?
A woman's scream was heard in the distance, followed by a slender figure rising into the sky. Zhang Fan immediately became alert.
The opponent was able to move freely under the sea-level combat skill Thunder Bomb.
A slender figure fell from the sky and stopped not far from Zhang Fan.
You're really cruel, but I like it.
A clear voice of a woman came.
Only then did Zhang Fan see the other person's appearance clearly. He was covered in silver-white armor and his face was half hidden by a helmet. But her hot body and bright red lips make people unable to help but take a second look. Someone from the military?
Zhang Fan said in surprise.
It seems that the opponent's silver-white armor will interfere with the detection of ordinary radar. Did you use Thunder attribute combat skills just now?
Long Xiaoxin asked in surprise. She had just witnessed the battle between Zhang Fan and the Blood Shadow Wolf King, and she didn't expect that Zhang Fan was also a person with Thunder attribute talent.
Why are you following me? I don't think I've broken any law.
Zhang Fan said in a cold voice with sharp eyes.
Be cautious no matter who you meet outside the city.
After all, you can only know a person's face but not his heart, so he must be on guard against the other party's purpose.
Humph.
You have such a bad temper. I'm here to rob the corpses of your monsters.
What can you do about it?
Thinking about how she had just been struck by the lightning column and now being coldly questioned by Zhang Fan, Long Xiaoxin's temper suddenly flared up.
Humph. People from the military are actually doing such sneaky things.
Zhang Fan snorted coldly, clenched his fists and quickly attacked Long Xiaoxin. Long Xiaoxin didn't expect Zhang Fan to be so decisive and ruthless. He started to attack without even giving Long Xiaoxin a chance to explain. Then she put her hands in front of her chest and took Zhang Fan's punch.
Bang! Under the inertia of the huge force, Long Xiaoxin was still blown back. She looked down at the arm of her silver-white battlesuit and saw a dent. Long Xiaoxin was extremely shocked.
This silver-white battlesuit could easily withstand the attack of the 5th level of the transformation realm. I didn't expect that it would be dented by Zhang Fan's punch.
What kind of monster is this?
However, she was certain that Zhang Fan had not yet reached the realm of perfection, and could not achieve this effect solely through combat skills. This made her heart tremble even more. A warrior can actually exert a force close to the 5th level of the transformation realm. Zhang Fan didn't have as many thoughts as her. Before the first attack was completed, the next move had already been made. However, Long Xiaoxin had already reacted at this time. A long black whip appeared in her hand. She stretched out her hand and swung it, instantly wrapping around Zhang Fan's attacking arm. Then he swung Zhang Fan away.
Hey! Why are you so easily irritable? Can't you just talk it out nicely?
Long Xiaoxin did not continue to attack, and then continued.
You killed those hell spiders up ahead, didn't you?
I just wanted to see how someone who hasn't reached the transcendent realm could kill so many monsters.
Zhang Fan was standing far away. The opponent's whip technique just now was able to reduce the force he exerted by half. It seems that it is a method of using softness to overcome hardness. This is also the biggest difference between humans and monsters. Each of them has their own trump cards. This military woman seems to have a serious identity. Just tell me what you want to say. Zhang Fan felt that Long Xiaoxin had no hostility.
But he also didn't want to get close to the other party. It's better to have less trouble than more.
Okay, I'll be frank. I want to invite you to join the military.
Long Xiaoxin had already figured out Zhang Fan's temper by now, so she stopped beating around the bush and spoke directly about her thoughts.
Join the military? What are the benefits?
Zhang Fan looked at the other party in confusion.
Benefits? Do you know how many people want to join but don't have the opportunity?
After hearing Zhang Fan's words, Long Xiaoxin suddenly became curious. After all, if you can enter the military, you won't have to worry about training resources, and you can also get priority in obtaining national tasks and earn points. Points can be exchanged for countless rare treasures.
So many people are trying their best to join, but this guy is still thinking about getting benefits. If not, then so be it.
Zhang Fan refused without thinking too much. He doesn't want his free life to be restricted, so it's fine the way it is now.
Fight monsters and level up.
Long Xiaoxin was immediately furious, and then Zhang Fan turned around and looked at her.
Long Xiaoxin immediately thought to herself, "Ha, you regret this now, don't you? I'm going to teach you a lesson." However, the plot did not go in the direction of her thoughts. Zhang Fan said a little embarrassedly, "By the way, whether your military accepts the materials or not, I'll sell these blood shadow wolves to you." That's it. Long Xiaoxin immediately showed a disappointed expression, and then angrily said word by word, "Our military doesn't accept corpses of demonic beasts." Chapter 12, Space Ring. Return with a full load. Suddenly, Long Xiaoxin remembered that the silk glands of the hell spiders had been cut off before, and knew that Zhang Fan definitely had no way to transport them. Then she threw a ring to Zhang Fan. "Here, this space ring is for you. Although it's not big, it can hold all these monster materials. It can be considered as making friends." Zhang Fan looked at the ring in his hand and felt delighted. Now he didn't have to worry about not having enough materials to hold it. The space ring is also a rare item and cannot be bought casually. It seems that the military is really rich and powerful, giving such expensive gifts to friends, but Zhang Fan doesn't want to owe favors to anyone casually. "I'll take this. Forget about joining the military. If you need help in the future, I'll definitely help you." Zhang Fan thought that even if the system could obtain space later, it would still need such a space ring as a cover. This way people 1T become suspicious. "My name is Long Xiaoxin. What's your name?" Long Xiaoxin asked. Zhang Fan had quickly collected all the monster corpses by this time. He then turned to look at Long Xiaoxin and said, "My name is Zhang Fan. See you later." "Zhang Fan," Long Xiaoxin murmured. Before she could ask again, Zhang Fan had already left and walked towards the Jiangnan base. Then Long Xiaoxin took out her phone and dialed a number. "Help me check the information, Zhang Fan from Jiangnan base." After a while, she received a message on her mobile phone. "These people named Zhang Fan are all ordinary people. There is one warrior, a senior high school student. Could it be him? A senior high school student? I was actually controlled by a high school student." Long Xiaoxin was immediately furious when she saw the message on her phone. Zhang Fan was wrapped in a low-level combat suit from beginning to end, and could not see the specific situation at all. She is a 21-year-old college student, and she was just being led around by the nose by an 18-year-old high school student. How can I not be angry? But she was even more shocked in her heart that a senior high school student not only had profound attainments in martial arts, but also awakened such a powerful talent of thunder attribute. After a moment, Long Xiaoxin seemed to have thought of something, and then turned from anger to laughter. Zhang Fan traveled quickly and returned to the city soon. Today was a very fruitful day. Not only did his cultivation level improve greatly, but the corpses of monsters also filled up his space ring. This is all money. He finally achieved a period of financial freedom. Warrior office. Zhang Fan went straight to the recycling area and said to the front desk staff, "I want to recycle monster materials." The staff member this time was an older man, not the young man who collected it yesterday. But Zhang Fan didn't care. After all, it didn't matter who he asked for the recycling. "Well, take it out." When the older staff member saw that the person coming to collect the goods looked like a high school student, he raised his eyes slightly and looked impatient. Zhang Fan looked at the other person's impatient expression and couldn't help but complain in his heart. Such snobs who look down on others are everywhere. Then, an idea struck him. "Are you sure? What's the certainty? Do you still want to recycle it?" When the staff heard Zhang Fan's words, they immediately looked displeased and looked down on him in their hearts. What good things can a high school student recycle? Crash. At this moment, a smell of blood spread throughout the first floor hall. Suddenly, dozens of huge monster corpses appeared. Everyone was startled, and then all shocked. What's going on? Why did so many monster corpses suddenly appear? It must be something like a space ring that can produce so many monster corpses at once. Wow! These are all D-level blood shadow wolves above level 7. Look, is that huge corpse the blood shadow wolf king? It seems so. This should be a C-level monster. There was a sudden burst of noise on the first floor of the warrior office. The staff member immediately said angrily, "What's wrong with you? How can you release him just like that?" But he suddenly thought that the other party was someone who possessed a space ring, and was not someone a small staff member like him could offend. Then he grinned and said, "Sir, please wait a moment. I will go and handle the recycling for you." Zhang Fan knew about face changing,
but this was the first time he had seen it change so quickly and without leaving any trace.
No need for you, I'll ask him to recycle it for me.
Zhang Fan pointed calmly at the young man beside him.
He was the one who had helped him retrieve the bloodthirsty tiger yesterday. Me?
The young man next to him suddenly looked confused.
This enormous wealth is actually his turn?
He was just filling in for the other day, as the older man had always been in charge of the recycling.
This is a lucrative job, and you can't get this position unless you are an acquaintance.
It is precisely because of this that the older man has developed such a character.
No sir, he's just an intern.
The older man became unhappy when he heard Zhang Fan's words.
With so many monster corpses, the commission would be a huge fortune.
It's enough for ordinary people like them to live for a lifetime. At this time, the elevator on the first floor opened and a tall and straight man in his 20s walked out. "What's going on?" the man said to the older staff member, covering his nose. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he looked at the ring in Zhang Fan's hand.
Long? President Long, this is a misunderstanding.
The older staff member immediately hesitated when he saw the person coming. The man called President Long looked at the other staff members and was immediately told the truth of the matter.
Get lost. You won't be hired here anymore.
President Long shouted angrily, frightening the older staff member so much that he collapsed to the ground.
No, President. I have elderly parents and young children to take care of. I can't lose this job.
President Long ignored his words and waved his hand. 2 warrior security guards appeared and immediately pulled the older staff member out of the warrior office. After doing this, President Long turned to the young male staff member and said, "You come and sit here and help this gentleman with his business."
Me? Oh, okay, President.
The young man quickly calmed down and began to process the recycling procedures for Zhang Fan.
President Long smiled at Zhang Fan and then left the warrior office.
Zhang Fan sighed at the other party's swift and decisive work speed.
This is the confidence that comes with power and strength. There is no need to explain anything to you. You can directly decide the life and death of others. It is really important to have a say. Chapter 13, Equipment Fully Upgraded. Poor Tan Lily. At the entrance of the warrior office, President Long smiled and said, "Xiao Xian actually gave the space ring to a high school student? He didn't believe that it was stolen.
You know, Long Xiaoxin has countless cards up her sleeve, and it is impossible for them to be stolen by a high school student."
After a long time, Zhang Fan's recycling procedures were finally completed. Bite. A message came directly from the phone.
"Mr. Zhang Fan, a warrior, your account has received 60 million Chinese yuan, and the remaining balance is 6,006,002.5 Chinese yuan." Looking at the content of the message, Zhang Fan was also very surprised.
Now he is also a multi-millionaire.
If he hadn't cut off the silk glands from the corpses of the hell spiders, they could have been sold at a higher price. But now he has a space ring, and there are monsters everywhere outside the city, so going back and forth is a piece of cake.
Naturally, you need to replace your equipment when you have money. The alloy spear is still too ordinary, and even sea-level monsters can leave scars on it.
After receiving Zhang Fan's request, the staff took out a spear emitting a light blue light. This is a spear made of black cold iron, called the Frost Moon Spear.
It can withstand the power of a first-level A-grade monster without being destroyed. It meets Mr. Zhang's requirements. The staff introduced Zhang Fan. Black cold iron.
This is much stronger than the alloy spear in his hand, and it is made of natural materials, which cannot be compared with alloy materials.
Okay, I'll take this one.
I'll take the old alloy spear. And if you can get me a set of high-end combat uniform, I'll deduct the price directly. Zhang Fan handed the warrior badge to the staff and said.
After a while, the staff took out a set of dark blue battlesuit for Zhang Fan. The advanced battlesuit could withstand the attacks of B-level monsters. This is already very powerful.
If you want better ones, you can only challenge the trial tower levels or use points to redeem them.
Zhang Fan took back the warrior badge, looked at the remaining balance of less than 10 million, and fell into deep thought.
Warrior stuff is really ridiculously expensive, but it also greatly increases their own strength, and they can also deal with some emergencies outside the city.
If you calculate it this way, it's totally worth it.
Zhang Fan put away the things he bought and left the warrior office directly. As soon as I got to the street, I heard a loud quarrel. Not far away, there was already a huge crowd of onlookers surrounding the place. Zhang Fan is not a good person, but he is very familiar with the sound of quarreling. When I looked closer, I saw that it was Li Jian and Lu Ruyan's best friend Tan Lily who were arguing with each other. There was a group of men in black standing behind Tan Lily. Zhang Fan remembered that they were the loan sharks he had borrowed from before.
Say another word.
Li Jian glared at Tan Lily.
What can you do about it? Even if Zhang Fan awakens his S-level talent, he won't get far. If you mess with the wrong people, you might die.
Tan Lily's sharp voice directly drowned out Li Jian's voice, especially her horizontally moving body, which was trembling with excitement. You fat, big-eared woman, you don't even have any talent, and yet you dare to laugh at others. Li Jian glanced at Tan Lily and then suddenly sneered.
Ah! What did you say? I'm going to kill you. Tan Lily seemed to be nervous and suddenly grabbed Li Jian's body frantically.
She was not tall enough to reach Li Jian's face, so she could only wave her strong arms wantonly. The man in black behind Tan Lily stopped her and said coldly, "There are still important things to do."
What are you doing?
Suddenly, they saw a figure rushing into the crowd, and a huge force directly pushed Tan Lily and the man in black out.
Humph! You're really courting death. I think you've forgotten the lesson from yesterday.
Zhang Fan looked coldly at Tan Lily lying on the ground.
Zhang Fan, why are you here?
Li Jian said as he stood beside Zhang Fan.
What's the point of arguing with a shrew like this? Next time you should just use your fists.
Zhang Fan patted Li Jian's shoulder and said with a smile.
Zhang Fan. Don't mess around. We are here to do serious business this time.
When Tan Lily saw that it was Zhang Fan, her eyes immediately retreated. What happened yesterday was still engraved in her mind.
He would not show mercy even to a beauty like Lu Ruyan, let alone her.
Seeing that Zhang Fan did not continue to move, Tan Lily took out a contract and handed it to Zhang Fan.
This is the money you borrowed from a super rich company. We are here to collect it today.
Zhang Fan didn't even look at the contents inside, he just released a ball of lightning, instantly burning the contract to ashes.
Go back and tell Chen Wenfeng not to play these little tricks on me. Wow!
The onlookers were shocked by the thunderball cast by Zhang Fan.
What kind of method is this that can actually control thunder and lightning? Tan Lily's eyes dodged, and then she said righteously. I don't know what you're talking about, Chen Wenfeng.
We're a legitimate company, and repaying debts is a matter of course. If you don't pay, we have the right to sue you.
Oh? Zhang Fan's eyes turned cold in an instant, and his figure disappeared from the spot. Bang! With a crisp sound, Tan Lily's huge body flew backwards in an instant. Remember, you won't be so lucky next time.
Zhang Fan looked coldly at Tan Lily, who was covering her face and howling on the ground. Killing people in the city is rather troublesome, and even the Chen family does not dare to kill people openly. Otherwise, Zhang Fan would definitely kill these people directly. To him, these people are no different from monsters and beasts, they are all equally hateful. The men in black brought by Tan Lily were suddenly at a loss. They also wanted to step forward to help, but it seemed that they were unable to win. After all, they are just workers. Why would they risk their lives for just a few $100s a month? Zhang Fan turned his head and glanced at them, then left with Li Jian in a leisurely manner.
Woo woo!
Tan Lily lay on the ground wailing helplessly, her face swollen almost as big as the basketball. She just followed Lu Ruyan's advice and came to cause trouble for Zhang Fan, but she didn't expect that the people she brought with her could not help at all and just watched her get beaten in vain. The sharp-eyed onlookers had already recognized Tan Lily, after all, they all lived nearby.
Isn't this the vicious woman from yesterday? Could it be that she's a vicious woman who poisoned her boyfriend, installed surveillance equipment, and named her as the beneficiary of her insurance policy? I thought Lao Wang was just bragging, but I didn't expect there really was such a person. I saw it with my own eyes yesterday. No wonder I thought the young man looked so familiar. These people are so despicable. They even brought people here to collect debts today. It seems like this was all planned in advance. The onlookers looked at Tan Lily viciously as they spoke. Woo! Woo! I'm just her friend. Tan Lily immediately began to beg for mercy and explain. She had just been beaten yesterday, and she didn't want to be beaten again today. It would have been fine if she hadn't said it, but once she did it, it caused public outrage. Friends? Birds of a feather deserve a fight. Rumble. The scene suddenly became chaotic, and Tan Lily finally took it all on her own.
Those men in black saw that the situation was not right and had already slipped away. Only the miserable Tan Lily was left, disheveled in the wind.
Chapter 14, Virtual Heaven Teleportation Stone. Zhang Fan and Li Jian were walking on the street. Have you bought the spiritual energy technique? Zhang Fan asked casually. Ling. My. Zhang Fan, can you lend me 100,000?
Li Jian hesitated for a long time, and suddenly made up his mind to ask. Zhang Fan turned to look at Li Jian and found that his eyes were red and a little moist.
In my memory, Li Jian never asked to borrow money.
This might be the last time he mustered up all the courage to ask. Children from poor families know their limits better.
They usually don't bother others easily, but bear it silently. But martial arts are different.
Everyone knows that as long as you enter martial arts, you can change your life and destiny.
Even if you die in the beast tide, you will receive subsidies from the government and your family will be protected. So Li Jian wants to fight for it.
But his family was too poor to afford the money, so he mustered up the courage to ask Zhang Fan for a loan.
100,000? I don't seem to have any change.
Zhang Fan said after looking at his phone.
It doesn't matter.
I know you are not rich, and Lu Ruyan spent a lot of your money before. Li Jian was a little disappointed, but he still started to explain. Before he could finish, he heard Zhang Fan say, 1 million is indeed available.
What? 1 million?
Li Jian was shocked when he heard Zhang Fan's words, and then continued, Zhang Fan, is the money you borrow from me enough for your own use?
He knew that warriors consume a lot of energy.
Zhang Fan had been drained dry by Lu Ruyan before, and he might not have much left. Don't worry, just sprinkle some water, and when you become a warrior, just give me the money you earn.
Zhang Fan patted Li Jian on the shoulder.
The two were brothers who grew up together. Moreover, for Zhang Fan now, 1 million is just a simple matter of killing a monster, which is simple and easy. Zhang Fan transferred the money to Li Jian on the spot and asked him to buy psychic skills and energy refining liquid, then walked towards the school alone. I was so focused on the money that I didn't notice there were so many missed calls on my phone, all from school.
I don't know what urgent matter happened.
Zhang Fan walked all the way to the school gate. At this moment, more than a dozen teachers suddenly rushed out and grabbed his hand in an instant.
Student Zhang Fan, where have you been? Why did you disappear without a trace after awakening? Now is the time to race against time. No more playing around. Come on, the principal is waiting for you inside. Without any explanation, Zhang Fan was dragged to the principal's office. Although he could break free, he was afraid of hurting the teachers, so he decided to see what they were going to do. The students on the street saw such a big scene and started discussing it curiously. Isn't this Zhang Fan who has awakened the S-level lightning attribute? So handsome. How come I only realized how handsome Zhang Fan is today? I don't think he's handsome, it's the S-level thunder attribute that's handsome. Do you have it?
You haven't even awakened your B-level talent, and you still have the nerve to say that. I've accumulated a lot of experience and now it's time to make a breakthrough.
Yes, don't bully the poor young.
In a few years, don't bully the poor middle-aged.
What happened to him? Did he commit a crime? No way, let's go and take a look.
Now Zhang Fan has become the focus of everyone in the third high school.
It caused an immediate sensation as soon as it appeared.
When they arrived at the principal's office, more than a dozen teachers put Zhang Fan down and left to guard the door. A group of students immediately dispersed when they saw the teacher coming out. The principal came to Zhang Fan and pulled him to sit down with a smile on his face.
Student Zhang Fan is here. Principal, what's the urgent matter? Zhang Fan asked.
The college entrance exam is coming soon. This is a big deal that determines which martial arts academy you can enter. The principal continued, since you have awakened the rare S-rank lightning talent, you should be better cultivated. The school has prepared training resources for you, but the most important thing is this, the teleportation stone to the Void Heaven realm. In the Void Heaven realm, you can quickly improve your martial arts and spiritual power skills, so you can prepare for the upcoming college entrance examination and the 3 major high school competitions. Zhang Fan, who was originally listening with little interest, suddenly had a bright look in his eyes.
Virtual Heaven realm. If it was cultivation resources, he definitely wouldn't be interested.
It would be faster for him to go outside the city and kill a few monsters. The Xiutian realm is different.
Xiutian realm is the only SSS level secret realm discovered by humans so far. However, humankind's exploration of the virtual world is less than 1%. Of course, this is just the result of human estimation, and the specific value is not accurate.
There are countless challenges in it, which not only earn you points but also item rewards. And many of them are things that don't exist in the real world. I heard that those masters with SSS level talents have obtained rare treasures in the Shutian realm. Therefore, there are countless possibilities in the virtual world. However, the Shutian realm cannot materialize martial arts cultivation, and all those who enter can only act in the most primitive physical state. But talent will not be limited, and strength can still be increased to fight challenges, so the level of talent is particularly important in the Shutian realm. The teleportation stone of Shutian realm was obtained by some powerful people in the secret realm, and it cannot be bought with money at all. Only a handful of people can enter it. Zhang Fan couldn't help but look at the principal with a kind smile on his face. He didn't expect that the other party had such a precious thing. The principal's identity is not simple. Principal, can you let me use such a precious item? Zhang Fan asked. He found it hard to believe that someone would selflessly give such a rare item to others. Such people either have other intentions, or they really have a big vision and greater ideals and ambitions. Actually, this is useless to me. The Void Heaven realm relies on talent rather than martial arts cultivation. I have reached the upper limit at my age. And you have infinite possibilities. You are also the new hope of our country. The principal looked at Zhang Fan seriously and then said with a smile. After hearing the principal's words, Zhang Fan was still very touched. The principal really always keeps the country in his heart. This is also a kind of patriotism. After all, the principal's era had experienced many catastrophes, whether it was monsters or threats from other countries. That's the real beginning of the collapse of the world. Okay. Zhang Fan nodded in response. In the Void Heaven realm, your perception will improve, and you can also go to the trial tower to challenge. The trial tower does not count as true death. Remember, don't go to unknown places. Many places are still undeveloped and very dangerous. The principal gave a final warning with a serious look on his face. I understand, Principal. Zhang Fan nodded solemnly. Then he stretched out his hand and placed it on the teleportation stone, and sank into the ocean of consciousness. Suddenly, there was a flash of light, and Zhang Fan and the teleportation stone disappeared from the spot. Work hard, young man. The principal muttered to himself as he watched Zhang Fan disappear. Chapter 15, Virtual Heaven Trial Tower. Trial Tower Ranking. Zhang Fan only felt a flash before his eyes, and then he appeared in a desolate space. What catches your eye is a huge tower so high that you can't see the top. There are some magnificent characters written on the tower. Void Heaven Trial Tower. Looks like this is it. Many people from all over the world have gathered in front of the trial tower. Many of these people are not here to challenge the trial tower, but to comprehend martial arts and psychic attainments in the Void Sky realm. Moreover, many people conceal themselves so that their true identities are not recognized. Zhang Fan, wearing a black cloak and a dragon-shaped mask, walked forward. This was the outfit the principal gave him to conceal his identity. When Zhang Fan appeared, no one paid attention to him. They were more discussing the past events of the trial tower. At this time, the voice of the system came from Zhang Fan's mind. Ding! The host has been detected entering the Void Heaven realm. The God's Blessing amplification of talents is activated, and all talents are tripled. What? Zhang Fan, who hadn't recovered yet, was startled by the system's prompt sound. Is it so incredible that it can triple the effect? Is the God's Blessing talent so powerful? Then wouldn't he be invincible in this Shutian realm where martial arts cultivation cannot be materialized? Who else has a talent stronger than the SSS level 8 Desolation's immortal battle body? It's still triple the effect. Suddenly, Zhang Fan thought, if he raised the level of this God's Blessing talent, would it increase by a greater multiple? Unfortunately, SSS level talents are extremely rare in the entire Blue Star. Not to mention further improvement, you can only wait and see if there is another opportunity for improvement. Then Zhang Fan took a look at the system panel. Sure enough, the skill points increased from 1 point per second to 3 points per second. Could this be what the principal meant by the improvement of various perceptions within the Shutian realm? And he has the talent of God's Blessing, which can directly increase the effect by 3 times and convert it into skill points to add points freely. It's worthy of being an SSS level secret realm. After collecting his thoughts, Zhang Fan looked at the others. At this time, everyone was already discussing very intensely.
It seems this guy can't make it through the 10th floor today. Isn't that too high? I think the 5th floor is where he belongs. For so many years, no one has been able to pass the 20th level. Even the strongest warriors with top SSS level talents can only challenge the 30th floor at most. You can imagine how difficult it is. In fact, there are some D-level monsters in there. I can kill a lot of them with just a wave of my hand outside the Shutian realm. Who says it's not? But here we only look at your talent, not your martial arts skills. At this time, Zhang Fan also noticed that there were several stone tablets standing in front of the trial tower. Some names and levels to be passed are also engraved on it. Ranking of trial tower levels cleared. Long Guodong, 30th floor of the trial tower. Benki Taro, trial tower 30th floor. Y Denki Ansi, trial tower 30th floor. Bharat, trial tower, 28th floor. Time taken to clear the 10th floor of the trial tower. Pray to the Lord, 2.5 hours. Long Guodong, took 3 hours. Stupid Taro, took 4 hours. Bharat, 5 hours. There are also 20 levels of time rankings. And there are only 3 names ranked in the time taken to complete the 30th floor. The top 10 names are all SSS level talented people that Zhang Fan has heard of. It seems that they were the first to arrive in Shutian realm, and their names were all real names. But this also means that they have all obtained treasures from the trial tower here. It can also serve as a deterrent when the country is communicating with other countries. There is no name recorded for the challenges above the 40th floor. It seems that it is just as others have said, the highest level is only the 30th floor. Zhang Fan couldn't help but feel puzzled, and was extremely curious about this trial tower. Is it really that difficult? Judging from the height of the tower, there should be hundreds of floors, but even SSS level talents can only reach the 30th floor? At this moment, a golden light flashed from the gate of the trial tower. A figure was instantly ejected. Everyone looked forward. You failed after less than 2.5 minutes? You haven't even made it through the first level, right? Baga, you dare to enter the trial tower with such a lowly skill. Oh my god. I told you, he can't even get past the 5th floor, no, now the 1st floor. What a disgrace. Go home and practice more. The crowd of onlookers were talking to each other, which immediately made the man who was thrown out of the trial tower angry. How dare you, a bunch of rubbish, talk nonsense in front of me? The man couldn't help but assume a fighting stance, ready to attack those around him who were gloating. Rumble. Suddenly, there were loud thunder sounds in the sky, as if they were about to fall at any time. Humph. Go ahead and hit me. This is the Void Heaven realm, be careful not to be struck to death by the divine thunder. You look very unconvinced. Tell me your name and country. We are realistic. The man on the ground was also frightened when he heard the thunder, and then he said, reality is reality. Anyone who doesn't come is a dog. Zhang Fan looked at them and saw that they didn't fight. It seemed that they were afraid of the rules and order in the Shutian realm. Anyone who fights here will be punished by divine thunder from heaven, and will be struck to death without any hesitation. Then Zhang Fan stopped observing and walked directly towards the trial tower. Suddenly everyone's eyes were focused on Zhang Fan. They didn't expect that someone else would challenge the trial tower. Look, the man in the black cloak has gone in. What kind of day is this today? Normally, we don't see many people challenging the trial tower in a year. Maybe he just awakened his talent and wanted to test it? Guess which floor he was kicked out from? 3 floors at most. He looks much weaker than the guy just now. No way, I think he's dressed quite stylishly. At least on the 5th floor, right? Since when did wearing clothes increase combat power? I think he couldn't last more than 2.5 minutes before he was knocked out. The crowd watching the trial tower suddenly became lively with everyone talking at the same time. Zhang Fan walked through the gate of the trial tower, and felt a black screen before his eyes, and then he appeared in a void space. Surrounded by endless universe and stars. Suddenly, a huge square platform appeared under his feet, standing like a mountain in the vast starry sky. Welcome to challenge the Void Heaven Trial Tower. It has been detected that this is your first attempt at a level. The first level of the trial tower is being prepared. A majestic voice was heard, and then a monster the same size as Zhang Fan slowly emerged from the square platform. Is this a D-level, first-order gold-eating ant?
Zhang Fan had already recognized the information of the monster opposite him.
He had a deep impression of the gold-eating ants. He first followed the team out of the city to hunt gold-eating ants. Unexpectedly, a bloodthirsty tiger appeared, and his predecessor died tragically on the spot. The first level challenge begins. The magnificent sound continued to ring out, and the gold-eating ants rushed towards Zhang Fan at a rapid speed like wild horses. Zhang Fan had already clenched his fists, and his 8 desolate immortal battle body was fully activated, and his entire aura soared. He flashed to the side of the gold-eating ant and punched out with great force. Boom! The gold-eating ant, whose body was as hard as metal, was blasted with a big hole by Zhang Fan. Then he turned into a shadow and disappeared on the spot. Ding! Killed a D rank, first order monster, experience points plus 10. The system's voice came. So simple?
Zhang Fan was also a little surprised.
You know, it would take an average person dozens of minutes to kill such a gold-eating ant without the blessing of martial arts skills.
Unexpectedly, he killed him with just one punch.
It's so powerful.
It is worthy of being an SSS-level bloodline physique talent, one of the 10 peak bloodline physiques in ancient times.
The ceiling of fighting across levels.
Although he cannot materialize the basic level of martial arts, his physical body has already surpassed the level of ordinary warriors.
With just that punch, even a warrior at the peak of the 9th level could be knocked down. This is just relying on physical strength, without any level blessing. Chapter 16, Record Breaking. 10th floor in 2.5 minutes? First level challenge successful. It took 10 seconds. Congratulations on breaking the record.
You'll be rewarded with a Void Heaven teleportation stone.
Do you want to continue the challenge? The magnificent voice sounded again.
Zhang Fan was also a little surprised.
How could the record be broken like this?
A virtual sky teleportation stone was also awarded.
This thing is a reward on the first level, it can't be something that is sold everywhere, right?
In fact, Zhang Fan was right to think so, but no one else could break through the levels as quickly as he did, otherwise the teleportation stones of Shutian realm might really be everywhere.
Without thinking too much, Zhang Fan said directly, "Continue the challenge." As he finished speaking, a flash of light appeared in front of him, and 2 gold-eating ants exactly the same as before appeared. The second level challenge begins. This time, Zhang Fan was already very familiar with the process. He was the first to appear next to the gold-eating ants and crushed them with one punch each. Ding! Killed a D rank, first order monster, experience points plus 10. Ding! Killed a D rank, first order monster, experience points plus 10. The system's voice came. Great! I love challenges like this that give rewards without any effort.
Zhang Fan thought to himself. At this moment, that magnificent voice was heard.
Second level challenge successful. It took 9 seconds. Congratulations on breaking the record.
You'll be rewarded with a Void Heaven teleportation stone.
Do you want to continue the challenge? This time it's even faster than the first level.
The reward has not changed, it is still a teleportation stone.
Without dwelling on these things, Zhang Fan said, continue the challenge. The next challenges are all direct crushing. These D-level monsters simply couldn't withstand a punch from Zhang Fan, who was blessed with the 8 desolate immortal battle body. In less than a moment, he successfully passed the 10th floor. 10th level challenge successful. It took 18 seconds. Congratulations on breaking the record.
You'll be rewarded with a Void Heaven teleportation stone.
Congratulations on successfully challenging the 10th floor of the trial tower.
You'll be rewarded with a bottle of enlightenment pill.
Congratulations on breaking the time record for reaching the 10th floor of the trial tower.
You'll be rewarded with a fragment of the Void Heaven realm map.
Please leave your challenger's name.
As the voice fell, a stone tablet rose from the middle of the square platform.
It was the stone tablet of ranking of time taken to clear the 10th floor of the trial tower that Zhang Fan had seen outside the trial tower. However, the overall ranking has moved down 1 row, leaving a blank position at the top, which is exactly where Zhang Fan is supposed to fill in his title and name. Honorable title?
Zhang Fan pondered in his heart.
Of course I can't leave my real name. After all, I don't have the strength of those super strong men now. It would be terrible if I accidentally become a thorn in the eyes of others. After all, neither enemy country wants the other to have a being with talents that surpass everyone else. Only when you are strong enough can you be fearless of all this. Proper hiding is a wise choice.
Then Zhang Fan wrote 5 big words on the stone tablet, "The most handsome man on Blue Planet."
That's safe. A smile appeared on Zhang Fan's lips. Then I put away the reward items and will check them after I get back. Now I should hurry up and challenge the trial tower.
At this time, outside the trial tower, the onlookers looked at the stone tablet in front of the trial tower with expressions of disbelief and shock. I saw the fonts on the stone tablet kept changing, and then a name suddenly appeared at the top.
Blue, the most handsome man on Blue Star?
Ranking for time spent clearing the 10th floor of the trial tower.
Time taken, 2.5 minutes? You broke through the 10th floor in 2.5 minutes? Oh my god. He broke the record for the time it took to clear the 10th floor of the trial tower. Baga. Could it be the man in the black cloak who just entered? How is it possible? How long has he been in there? He broke the record so quickly?
And those who are ranked at the top are all Blue Star's most powerful super powerful SSS level talents.
Does this mean that his talent is even stronger than these people?
Quickly check which country produced such a gifted person. This may directly lead to changes in the world situation.
This is unbelievable. This is 2.5 hours faster than the previous record holder, Baidenkiansi. Everyone was extremely shocked. This was something that was enough to overturn their cognition. Is there really a talent higher than SSS level talent? How come they had no idea about the emergence of such an incredible talent? You have to know that every country will plant informants. Except for extremely confidential matters, it is impossible to hide the awakening of talents. After all, these are talents that were awakened in public. Then some people present disappeared from the spot. They had already returned to their respective countries to report the situation. The people who stayed at the scene were prepared to wait until the people in the trial tower failed the challenge and were kicked out, so that they could find out who this person with extraordinary talent was. At least you should know which country the other person is from. But they miscalculated. At this moment, Zhang Fan was so relaxed. Zhang Fan had reached the 20th floor of the trial tower very easily.
10D level, second-order bloodthirsty tusk pigs appeared in the square platform, and their size was twice as big as the previous gold-eating ants. Every 10 floors of the trial tower constitutes one level. In other words, those super powerful people with SSS level talents can only kill 10D level, third-order monsters? Zhang Fan thought secretly in his heart. The fist in his hand has been raised and is constantly waving among the bloodthirsty tusk pigs. Although it is only one level higher, the toughness and strength of the monster's body are much higher. But it was still extremely easy for Zhang Fan. In less than a moment, 10D level second-order monsters were blown to pieces and disappeared on the spot. Successful on the 20th floor challenge. It took 50 seconds. Congratulations on breaking the record. You'll be rewarded with 2 Void Heaven Realm teleportation stones. Congratulations on successfully challenging the 20th floor of the trial tower. You will be rewarded with a bottle of soul refining liquid. Congratulations on breaking the time record for reaching the 20th floor of the trial tower. You'll be rewarded with a fragment of the Void Heaven Realm map. The magnificent voice spread throughout the square platform, and then a stone tablet slowly rose up. It was the ranking of the time taken to clear the 20th floor of the trial tower, but the name had been engraved on it, and it was the previously used "the most handsome man on Blue Star." Then Zhang Fan continued to challenge the trial tower. There was still time before the college entrance examination, so he planned to break all the records first. After all, this reward is given very easily and there is no loss. At this time, not only were the people outside the Shutian Realm trial tower shocked, but people from various countries had already returned to their respective countries to report the situation. Lighthouse Country, the highest point of the octagon. Lady, you said someone broke the record of Shutian Realm? A man in black combat clothing looked at the person who came to report next to him. Mr. Supreme Commander Baidenkiansi. To be more precise, he broke the time record for the 10th floor of the trial tower. He completed the first 10 floors in just 2.5 minutes. The man called Lazy Ree told the truth about what he saw. Just then, a very hot woman with blonde hair and blue eyes broke into the spacious office where they were. Supreme Commander, it's broken, said the blonde woman gasping. Emalika, tell me slowly, what's broken? There was displeasure in Baidenkiansi's eyes. This was the most mysterious place in the entire Lighthouse Country. Anyone else who barged in so recklessly might have been killed by him. The time record for reaching the 20th floor of the Void Heaven Trial Tower was also broken by Blue Star's most handsome man. Emilia said after taking a breath.
What? Bedenkiansi and Landilai stood up at the same time and exclaimed in shock. Chapter 17 Blue Star is shocked. Breakthrough to the 40th floor. Oh, this is terrible news.
It seems that no one in our country has awakened such a powerful talent.
Bedenkiansi thought for a moment, then said firmly to Landeli and Emilia. Investigate. No matter what the cost, we must find out which country this person is from. Yes. Mr. Supreme Commander. Landeli and Emilia responded, and then the two of them left the spacious office. Bedenkiansi, dressed in black, turned to look at the scenery outside the window and muttered to himself, could it be the mysterious Eastern Huaxia country?
And at this time, it is not just the Lighthouse country. The Sakura Kingdom, the Borneo Kingdom, and other countries large and small have mobilized their secret forces.
A photo appeared in each of their hands, showing a person wearing a black cloak and a dragon-shaped mask on his face. This is the appearance that some people described based on their impressions after returning. Electronic devices don't work in the virtual world, and you can't even take pictures. However, the photos they described could not clearly show the appearance, and even the figure could only be roughly estimated. However, all countries still mobilized their secret forces and began to thoroughly investigate who this person was who broke the records of the trial tower again and again. After all, this is related to changes in the world pattern. This person's talent must be above SSS level, this is the unanimous thought in everyone's mind.
Outside the Shutian Realm trial tower, Landeli and Emilia, who had already returned here, were shocked again.
In just a short while, he's already past the 30th floor? This, I feel a little bit unreal.
Emilia rubbed her eyes and tried to check if the words on the stone tablet were correct.
After realizing that he was right, he stood there in a daze.
At this time, others had already started shouting.
Breakthrough, 31st floor. This time, the record for the most levels cleared was broken. This is definitely a talent above SSS level. I wonder what the reward items are. That must be more precious than the items obtained by super strong people. Wait for him to come out and see if there is any chance. Ha, great minds think alike. We'll split the profits 50-50 then. Okay, it's rare to meet someone with the same ideals as me. Let's become sworn brothers. Money and treasures are the most fascinating and can expand people's desires infinitely.
The atmosphere at the scene was not only filled with shock and envy, but some people also began to covet the rewards from the trial tower. After all, they knew in their hearts that if it was a super powerful person, it would be impossible for him to conceal his identity in this way.
Only those who are not strong enough will do this.
At this time, the crowd standing in front of the stone tablet exclaimed again, and then began to count and shout.
32nd floor. 33rd floor. 34. 40 floors. Wow. I've witnessed history. This will be the most powerful gifted person in the history of Blue Star. I wonder how terrifying it would be if he grew up like that. I'm afraid even super strong people with SSS level talents will have to avoid it. Inside the trial tower. Die.
Zhang Fan shouted loudly, and 10D level 4th order monsters fell to the ground instantly, and then dissipated on the square platform. It started to get a bit stressful when we got to the 40th floor. Especially this D rank, 4th order monster actually has a trace of the rare 2nd level bloodline. No wonder even a super powerful person with SSS level talent stops at the 30th floor. The monsters behind this might be even more powerful. After analyzing, Zhang Fan decided to go back first. Although the rewards here were good, too much time was wasted on the subsequent levels. It's better to wait until your talent is improved a little bit before continuing the challenge. Anyway, he has obtained a lot of teleportation stones from the Void Heaven realm, so he can come back here at any time. And the college entrance examination is coming soon. If others knew what Zhang Fan was thinking, they would be shocked. You call this slow? Then aren't we useless? For some people, it takes more than 10 days to reach the 10th level.
That requires good talent and perseverance. It is conceivable how difficult this Void Heaven trial tower is for other people? Zhang Fan didn't think anymore.
The teleportation stone given by the principal appeared in his hand.
Then his consciousness sank and he disappeared on the spot.
Outside the trial tower, everyone is eagerly waiting, anticipating further breakthroughs in the subsequent challenges. But after a day and a night, there was still no movement from the stone tablet, and no one was seen coming out of the trial tower.
Is he stuck? No way. He only spent less than half an hour on the 40th floor. How could he be stuck on the 41st floor for a whole day and night? Could it have been teleported back? That's really possible. When did you become so smart? This most handsome man on Blue Planet is truly powerful. Others challenge as many people as possible, but he just teleports out directly? I wonder if he has anything more important than the reward from the Void Heaven Trial Tower? The crowd outside the Trial Tower was talking about this.
They could never have imagined that the person who challenged the Trial Tower was teleported back because he was preparing for the college entrance examination. What they don't know is that the reward items in the Trial Tower are actually free gifts for Zhang Fan.
After all, he has a system. How do the reward items compare with the system rewards?
Jiangnan Base, the principal's office of the 3rd high school. Zhang Fan only felt a black screen before his eyes, and then appeared here. The teleportation stone in his hand has disappeared. It seems like it consumes one piece each way back and forth. At this time, the office door was opened and the principal came back from outside. Seeing Zhang Fan in the office, he was shocked and said, "Zhang Fan, you're back so soon?
Isn't it time to prepare for the college entrance examination? I saw nothing else, so I came back first."
Zhang Fan said.
"Hey, this is a rare opportunity to comprehend the profound attainments of a technique. I don't require you to stay for 7 days, but at least 2 days would allow you to comprehend a lot. Why are you wasting it like this?"
The principal felt extremely distressed that a piece of Void Heaven teleportation stone was wasted like this.
There is still 1 day left before the college entrance examination. Has your understanding improved this time? Have you challenged the Trial Tower?
The principal came to his senses and continued to ask. "I haven't gained any insights yet, but I'm going to challenge the Trial Tower."
Zhang Fan said truthfully. "Okay, go back and continue your enlightenment, and strive to enter a good martial arts academy."
The principal was so disappointed that he didn't know what to say, and casually sent Zhang Fan back. He didn't have much hope for Zhang Fan to challenge the Trial Tower.
After all, he had only been back for less than a day. How many levels could he challenge?
Alas, young people are still too impetuous and playful. They still need a steady person to lead them. But there is only one teleportation stone to the Void Heaven realm, otherwise I would have gone with him.
The principal sighed and then closed the office door. Chapter 18 Huge Harvest. Comprehensive improvement in strength.
Zhang Fan returned to his residence and immediately sorted out the rewards he had obtained in the Trial Tower. 10 pieces of teleportation stones from the Void Heaven realm, 10 bottles of enlightenment pills, 10 bottles of soul refining liquid, 4 pieces of fragments of the Void Heaven realm map, and 3 pieces of protective jade pendants from the Void Heaven realm. Suddenly, all the information about these items appeared in front of Zhang Fan's eyes. Virtual Heaven Teleport Stone can be used to travel to and from the Virtual Heaven and to open unknown areas of the Virtual Heaven.
Enlightenment Pill increases the speed of gaining enlightenment skill points, lasting for 1 day. Soul Refining Liquid can increase your own soul power level. Virtual Heaven Map Fragment, Virtual Heaven Map 410. Shutian Realm Protective Jade Pendant allows the wearer to be immune to all penalties within the Shutian Realm for 7 days. In reality, the wearer can withstand a full strength attack 3 levels higher than their own. Each attack consumes 1 jade pendant, with no time limit. Powerful. I didn't expect that the system could sort out the information and uses of these items in detail. It also saves you from having to try them one by one. It seems that the teleportation stone of Shutian Realm is not only used for teleportation, but can also be used as a key for other things. The Enlightenment Pill can increase skill points and speed. Is it the same as in the Void Heaven realm? Doesn't that mean that if used in the Void Heaven realm, the effect can be multiplied? Zhang Fan couldn't help but swallow a bottle directly, then looked at the system panel. Sure enough, the original increase of 1 point per second became 3 points per second. If you are in the virtual world, it will become 9 points per second. Who can match this terrifying rate of increase? And it doesn't require enlightenment like other people do. This is a direct increase. You can improve any skill you want. Then Zhang Fan looked at other items. Soul Refining Liquid, can it increase the level of soul power? Zhang Fan had no memory of this level of soul power. In other words, this cultivation system has not yet been developed on Blue Star. However, Zhang Fan knew that the items he obtained must also be possessed by those super powerful people. After all, they were the first ones to challenge the Trial Tower, and the items they obtained might not be inferior to his. Since the system shows no side effects, it means that this soul refining liquid can be taken directly. Zhang Fan swallowed the 10 bottles of soul refining liquid without hesitation. In an instant, a black mist emanated from Zhang Fan's body, and his consciousness seemed to be drawn away. Boom! With a dull sound, all the black mist dissipated. Zhang Fan opened his eyes. His originally sharp eyes were now much more restrained, as if they could see through everything. This is a transformation. The whole person seems to be in a high position, above everything. Zhang Fan opened the system panel to check the changes. Host, Zhang Fan. Level, Warrior Realm 8th level plus. Chi and Blood, 1200. Spiritual Power, 12,000. Soul Power, 100 low-level Mind Master. Attribute, Thunder. Talent, God's Blessing SSS, 8 Desolations Indestructible Battle Body SSS, Destruction Divine Thunder S. Martial Arts, Perfect Boxing plus B, Perfect Spearmanship plus B. Combat Skills, Wind and Waves Boxing, Thunderous Thousand Stab Spear. Psionic Skill, Thunder Attribute plus C. Spiritual Skills, Thunderball, Thunder Bomb. Items, Frost Moonspear, Advanced Battlesuit, Void Heaven Teleport Stone, Enlightenment Pill, etc. Skill Points, 277858. Experience Points, 10050. Looking at the panel, Zhang Fan was shocked. His spiritual power actually increased to 12,000? A full 10-fold increase? Is this soul power so awesome? And there is this low-level Mind Master, what new level is this? Doubts and questions kept flashing through Zhang Fan's mind. Suddenly, I heard the noisy sounds of a busy city. Hurry up, Beizai, do you want your pork trotter rice? Call me pretty. Fuck. The price will go up by $1 tomorrow. Zhang Fan came back to his senses instantly and was extremely shocked. The sound seemed to come from the owner of the pork trotter restaurant 100 meters away. Didn't expect that he could hear the other person's voice clearly at home? Could it be an ability that appears after the soul power is improved? Then Zhang Fan continued to experiment a few more times, and he could capture anything clearly within 100 meters. Even the sexy young lady who lives next door. I don't think I've ever heard of this type of martial arts training system. Zhang Fan regained his composure and checked his phone, but found no relevant information. It seems that there are still many unknown things in this world. But now is not the time to worry about this, several plus signs have appeared on the system panel. This means that a lot of strength can be increased. Improving your strength is the key. After only one day in the Shutian realm, he actually gained more than 200,000 skill points. This speed is okay. Then Zhang Fan upgraded his martial arts level and Thunder Attribute spiritual power without hesitation. Ding! The host successfully consumed 9,150 experience points to increase his cultivation level. Level, Warrior Realm 9th level. I didn't expect that the monsters in this trial tower could give me a lot of experience. Just enough to upgrade to the next level. At this time, the system's voice continued to come. Ding! The host successfully consumed 103,151 skill points to upgrade the Thunder Attribute Psychic Power Technique. Psionic Skills, Thunder Attribute A. Ding! Comprehend B-level Thunder Attribute Spiritual Skill, Earth Explosion Thunder. Ding! Comprehend a level Thunder Attribute Spiritual Skill, 9 Thunder's Righteousness. Ding! The next level will allow you to comprehend the S-level Thunder Attribute Skill, Thunder of Annihilation. The Thunder Attribute Psychic Power Technique is directly upgraded by 2 levels. Originally, Zhang Fan was planning to upgrade directly to S level, but the remaining skill points were not enough to upgrade, so he had to give up for the time being. This adds 2 more Thunder Attribute spiritual skills. At first glance, Earth-Shattering Thunder is a spiritual skill that attacks from the ground, and 9 Thunder's Righteousness may be an upgraded version of Sky-Shattering Thunder. If you continue to upgrade, you will be able to comprehend the spiritual skill of the Thunder of Annihilation. By then, the power will be increased countless times. Zhang Fan saw that there were still many skill points left, so of course he would add them directly to his martial arts training. These combat skills could greatly improve his combat power. Ding! The host has successfully consumed 169,000 skill points to upgrade martial arts skills, boxing and spearmanship. Martial arts, Perfect Boxing A, Perfect Spearmanship A. After the upgrade, although he did not comprehend any combat skills. But Zhang Fan felt as if he had been practicing boxing and gun skills for more than 10 years. It has been more than 10 years in a mysterious state. In this state, everything can be done with half the effort, much faster than in the Shutian realm.
If you are not a person with great talent, it is impossible to achieve such a fast improvement speed. All the skill points and experience points were used up again, but Zhang Fan felt that his overall combat strength had increased by more than double. Especially the improvement of his Thunder Attribute spiritual power technique made him more adept at controlling Thunder Attribute. Now we just have to wait to accumulate enough skill points to upgrade our psychic skills to S level. As long as he can control the Thunder of Annihilation, his combat power will be greatly enhanced.
Chapter 19, A large-scale beast tide breaks out? Pay special attention.
Then, Zhang Fan turned his gaze to the fragments of the map of Shutian realm. The system shows that a total of 10 fragments are needed to synthesize.
If you can obtain the map information of the entire virtual world, you can get the rare items inside faster than others. Zhang Fan put away the map fragments and could only wait to continue challenging the trial tower to obtain them. Then Zhang Fan looked at the last 3 Shutian realm protective jade pendants.
Able to withstand a full strength attack from an opponent 3 levels higher than its own strength. Martial arts cultivation is divided into Warrior Realm, Transformation Realm, Legendary Realm, Heavenly Realm, Transcendental Realm, Soaring Cloud Realm, Breaking Sky Realm, Void Sky Realm, Ancient Realm. The corresponding levels of monsters are D level, C level, B level, A level, S level, SS level, SSS level, King level, Emperor level. In other words, he can now withstand the full force of a Heavenly Realm expert with his Warrior level. Moreover, his level is about to be upgraded to the Realm of Transformation, at which time he will be able to withstand a full strength attack from a powerful person who has reached the Realm of Transcendence.
This is a treasure that can save your life at the critical moment.
Most importantly, you can be immune to all rules, order, punishment and attacks in the Shutian realm for 7 days.
Doesn't this mean that he can attack others at any time in the Shutian realm, but others dare not attack him?
After all, the rules, order and punishments of the Shutian realm are extremely terrifying. At least the people he had seen before did not dare to disobey. However, such a protective jade pendant must have been obtained by the super strong people who ranked high in the trial tower. After putting away all the items, Zhang Fan looked at the time.
It was already the afternoon of the next day.
This means that he has been in the Shutian realm for a whole day and can now sign in again.
System, sign in. Ding. The host has successfully signed in and received a green treasure chest. Ding. Successfully opened the green treasure chest, gained plus 1000 experience points. The system's voice came. Zhang Fan was stunned. That's it? Is the green treasure chest so deceptive? Treasure chest rewards are randomly generated.
The higher the level of the treasure chest, the higher the probability of rare items.
The system is not cheating.
The system's voice continued to come.
System, you really have grasped the essence of Brother Xiaoma.
Zhang Fan complained, feeling a little depressed, but there was nothing he could do. I can only wait for the subsequent sign-ins, especially the 30-day golden treasure chest.
That SA treasure chest that has revealed SSS level talents.
Zhang Fan stood up and stretched his body. After his level was raised, all his previous fatigue was gone.
The whole person is full of energy and has endless energy. Now that my strength has greatly improved, I can go and kill some more powerful monsters.
Thinking of this, Zhang Fan quickly stood up and ran towards the outside of the city.
When we arrived at the city gate, it was different from before. There were many more military personnel in combat uniforms.
There was also a big sign with the words "No Entry" written on it. This immediately made Zhang Fan a little confused.
Why couldn't he go in or out for just one day?
At this time, the crowd around had already started discussing.
There seems to be a sign of a beast tide outside the city. Many monsters have gathered. I've seen a lot of D-level, third-order monsters gathering at ruins number 9528 these past 2 days.
Oh. I had the same situation yesterday at number 9530.
Judging from the military's display, this beast tide is quite large. The last beast tide at Jiangnan base was 50 years ago, right? I remember it was a massive one. I feel like the level of this beast tide isn't much different. At least it's large scale. Large scale? A beast tide usually hits a city within half a month. I think we should quickly flee to another city. What are you talking about? Warriors like us are here to fight against monsters. We can't just retreat like this. Yes. Besides, there are so many military personnel standing in front of us. Warriors like us must also make some contributions.
Most of the onlookers were warriors preparing to go out of the city, so they had a better understanding of the situation outside the city. Zhang Fan also understood something from their words.
No wonder so many hell spiders appeared before. It seems that this is the precursor to the beast tide. I wonder if the military can handle it easily this time?
In fact, after hundreds of years, people are no longer afraid of beast tides, and can easily deal with them as long as they are not super large or above. Especially in remote places like Jiangnan Base, the level of monsters is very low. It is not like the Panlong Mountains in the north of the imperial capital, the Dead Sea in the east of the Magic City, or the restricted area of the Blue Star battlefield in the south of the Demon City. These places are where the monsters are the most powerful and the most numerous near the border of China. In particular, the restricted area of the Blue Star battlefield in Yaodu is actually an abandoned country, but now it has become an uncontrolled area. People from all countries can enter, and there are even some alliances that make a living by looting, which also makes this abandoned country known as the Blue Star Battlefield Forbidden Zone. However, there are a large number of military personnel and the strongest person in China stationed at the borders of these important places. Those monsters and alliances don't dare to easily step into the territory of China. The mountain city to the west is the entrance to a secret realm and is currently the safest place in China. Suddenly, Zhang Fan's cell phone rang. It was a call from the capital. Zhang Fan answered the phone curiously, and there was a burst of noise from the other end.
Is it Zhang Fan?
A clear female voice came from the phone.
Are you Long Xiaoxin?
Zhang Fan immediately recognized who the other person was. After the soul power is upgraded, all functions of the body have been greatly improved, and one can even keenly analyze the other party's voice characteristics. You have very sharp ears.
Don't go outside the Jiangnan base these days.
There may be a large-scale beast tide, said Long Xiaoxin.
I understand. The city gates are blocked. I can't go out even if I want to.
Zhang Fan said.
Oh? I didn't expect them to be so quick to act. That's it for now. See you at school.
After saying that, Long Xiaoxin hung up the phone.
Zhang Fan looked confused and didn't understand what the other party meant.
At this time, in an office on a high-rise building in the imperial capital of China. Long Xiaoxin's eyes widened, and she looked at the old man in military uniform beside her in disbelief and said,
Grandpa, you said that this man in the black cloak broke all the records in the Void Heaven Realm trial tower. How is that possible?
Before Long Xiaoxin could recover from her shock, she heard another explosive piece of information.
Yes, and it only took 1 day to break all the records in the trial tower. What?
Hearing the old man's words, Long Xiaoxin couldn't help but stand up, his eyes full of shock.
What is the concept?
If such a person grows up, he will be able to change the entire landscape of the blue planet.
Look at the face of the man in the black cloak. He has a dragon-shaped mask. I suspect he might be from our country, China.
The old man in military uniform didn't care about Long Xiaoxin's actions, because he was the same when he first heard the news, and was even more shocked than Long Xiaoxin. Looking at the photo in his hand, the old man couldn't suppress the surprise on his face.
If this person is really from China, it would be great news.
Then the old man turned to look at Long Xiaoxin and continued.
Xiao Xin, sit down first. Aren't you at the Imperial Capital's Martial Arts Academy? Grandpa wants you to keep an eye out for anyone with exceptional talents. Even the next class of freshmen will need your special attention. Grandpa, anyone who can break the trial tower records continuously must have talent at least above SSS level, right? Is it possible that there will be no movement in the awakening of talent? Long Xiaoxin expressed his doubts.
Of course, Grandpa has thought about this, but mistakes are inevitable, so we have to pay special attention to those with special talents. As the old man spoke, a hint of solemnity gradually appeared in his eyes. He then continued, if such a person appeared in another country, it would be a disaster for our country of China. Long Xiaoxin instantly understood what the old man meant, and said with a firm look in his eyes, Grandpa, don't worry, I will find this person as soon as possible.
Chapter 20, The Zhang Family in the Demon Capital. Xia Yingqi. Jiangnan Base, in a large manner.
Chen Wenfeng said respectfully to a short old man in front of him, Grandpa, are we just going to let Zhang Fan grow up like this? The short old man turned around, his eyes as sharp as a knife, not at all like a man in his 70s. His short stature was in stark contrast to Chen Wenfeng's, but it didn't make people look down on him at all. Fomer, although our Chen family can cover the sky with one hand in the Jiangnan base, it is not worth mentioning outside of here. The old man looked at Chen Wenfeng, his sharp eyes softened, and then he continued. Fortunately, we were cautious and didn't send our men to take action ourselves. Before, I underestimated the importance of this matter in order to make friends with the Wang family. The Zhang family in Monster City is no less powerful than the Wang family. The Zhang family in the demon capital. Is it the Zhang family in the demon capital, known as a family of thunder attribute? Zhang family. Zhang Fan, you mean? Zhang Fan is theirs. Hearing the old man's words, Chen Wenfeng's face showed shock. How did an inconspicuous orphan suddenly become a member of the Zhang family in the demon city that he had to look up to? This psychological gap was unbearable for him. He originally didn't take Zhang Fan seriously, but now he suddenly felt a strong hatred in his heart. Otherwise, why would the Wang family ask us to deal with an orphan? The short old man continued, now that Zhang Fan has awakened his S-level lightning talent, he may have attracted the attention of the Zhang family. This. Chen Wenfeng wanted to say something, but the old man interrupted him first. When the beast tide comes, do you need me to teach you how he died? The short old man thought about it and decided to stand on the Wang family's side. After all, their Chen family has already taken action against Zhang Fan, so their relationship can only be hostile. Moreover, the strongest person guarding the magic city is none other than the Wang family, who is no weaker than the Zhang family guarding the demon city. As long as Zhang Fan is eliminated silently, he will not be held accountable by the Zhang family, and he will also be submitting a letter of allegiance to the Wang family. The status of their Chen family will be able to reach a higher level. By then, the entire Jiangnan base will be populated by people with the surname Chen. When the short old man thought of this, he couldn't help but admire himself and couldn't help laughing out loud. Ha ha ha. Chen Wenfeng was stunned for a moment, then immediately understood what the short old man meant. He smiled knowingly and said, Grandpa, you're really foresight. Let this kid run wild for a few more days. Zhang Fan was walking towards his residence at this time. Since I can't go outside the city, I can only choose to go to the Shutian realm. At least the skill points there are much more than outside. As soon as I entered the door, I saw a tall woman with a delicate and beautiful face sitting on the sofa. Her long hair was tied up high, and her fair and translucent skin was revealed under her cool clothes. Although he looks only 21 or 22 years old, he exudes a powerful aura. This kind of temperament cannot be compared with that little girl like Lu Ruyan who puts on makeup. Zhang Fan was stunned by the scene in front of him, then walked out and took a look at the house number. Number 202, that's right. Then Zhang Fan looked at the woman on the sofa in confusion and said, Beautiful lady, did you enter the wrong door? Zhang Fan, right? My name is Xiaoyingqi, you can call me Xiaoqi. I'm here to protect your safety on the orders of the Zhang family. The woman stood up and walked to Zhang Fan and said with a smile. She was so tall that she was almost as tall as Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan could feel that Xiaoyingqi had very rich energy and blood. It seemed that the other party's martial arts level was not low. Protect me? Zhang Fan looked at the other party in confusion. Xiaoyingqi glanced at Zhang Fan and said, Yes. The Zhang family of Demon City. The Zhang family in the demon capital? Zhang Fan was a little confused by what he said, and then he continued, I've lived alone for over 10 years and have never heard of the Zhang family in the demon capital. What does it have to do with me? I just received orders to protect your safety, I don't know anything else. After Xiaoyingqi finished speaking, she turned around and sat down on the sofa and started watching TV. Well. Zhang Fan was speechless when he saw that the other party was as casual as if he was at home. And he doesn't know anything about this. What's going on? The Zhang family in the demon city? Could it be related to my father? Is it because of the awakening of the S-level thunder attribute talent? You want to find me now? A series of questions appeared in Zhang Fan's mind. He knew about the demon city, but it was not comparable to a small place like the Jiangnan base. Instead, it can be called one of the 3 most powerful military bases in China, along with the imperial capital and the magic city. Zhang Xiaotian, one of the 3 most powerful men in China, is guarding the demon city. This is my home. Aren't you being a little too casual? And I don't need protection, so go away. Zhang Fan could only order him to leave. How could he enter the Shutian realm with outsiders here? Poochie. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Xiaoyingqi didn't answer, but just watched TV by herself, occasionally letting out silvery bell-like laughter. Zhang Fan was speechless with a frown on his face. He turned off the TV directly and prepared to pull the other person's arm. But unexpectedly, Xiaoyingqi was as agile as a water snake and dodged Zhang Fan's movements directly. This really made Zhang Fan curious.
What kind of martial arts was this? Then Xiaoyingqi appeared not far behind Zhang Fan and said with a sweet smile, "You're a high school kid with a bad temper. Let me see what you can do." After saying that, Xiaoyingqi's figure wandered towards Zhang Fan like a ghost. Zhang Fan clenched his fists, and the energy and blood in his body instantly exploded and spread. Boom! Xiaoyingqi's ghostly figure came to Zhang Fan and was about to grab his body, but was suddenly knocked back by a strong energy and blood. "There's something strange about your qi and blood." Xiaoyingqi stood in the distance with a hint of surprise in his eyes. She sensed the warrior's energy and blood from Zhang Fan as soon as he came in, but it was a huge gap compared to her own energy and blood. But unexpectedly, Zhang Fan could burst out with energy and blood power that was several times greater than his body. And he even kicked her out, which made her a little unbelievable. A high school student has such powerful energy and blood? I'll just stay here until school starts and then I'll leave, okay? Please. Xiaoyingqi said in a soft voice with a pitiful look on her face. Zhang Fan got goosebumps all over his body when he heard the other party's voice. After thinking about it, it seems that there is no way to drive him away. The other party is so shameless that they can stick to the city wall. And Xiaoyingqi must know the hidden story. I wonder if he can get some information out of her. Thinking of this, Zhang Fan nodded and said, "You can stay here, but first, tell me why the Zhang family in Yadu wants you to protect me?" Xiaoyingqi hesitated for a moment, knowing that she couldn't give up without revealing some information to Zhang Fan. Then he said, "I'm not sure about this. It was Elder Zhang who asked me to come. I dare not disobey his orders." "The Mr. Zhang you are talking about is Zhang Xiaotian?" Zhang Fan asked. "That's right, it's Zhang Xiaotian, one of the 3 strongest people in China." Xiaoyingqi said with admiration. Everyone in the world admires martial arts masters, let alone such a top-notch and strongest one. Chapter 21 Sky Wing Suit. Zhang Fan's thoughts raced. The life story of my previous incarnation is so complicated. He cannot avoid these things, and the most important thing is to improve his strength. Of course, you have to hold your own destiny in your own hands. Seeing that Zhang Fan had no intention of asking further questions, Xiaoyingqi sat down and turned on the TV to start watching. He even picked up the snacks on the table and ate them with relish, and it was impossible to tell that he was there to protect Zhang Fan's safety. If you don't know, you might think I'm a guest at home. The two of them just stared at each other and watched TV. The next morning, Zhang Fan hurried all the way to the school gate. I finally got rid of this woman. For half a day, Xiaoyingqi was like a ghost, following Zhang Fan wherever he went. Even when I sleep, I feel like I'm being watched by a pair of eyes. Zhang Fan discovered that Xiaoyingqi's martial arts skills were somewhat special. If he hadn't improved his soul power level, he might not have been able to detect the other party's existence. "Are you saying bad things about me?" A voice came from behind Zhang Fan. Xiaoyingqi had followed Zhang Fan to the school gate without him knowing. At this time, students passed by Zhang Fan and his companion one after another. Some male classmates were stunned when they saw Xiaoyingqi's exquisite and beautiful face. Many people even bumped into some strange things while they were just looking. At this time, everyone also noticed Zhang Fan standing aside, and immediately started discussing. "It's Zhang Fan. What's his relationship with this woman? They look quite intimate, could they be boyfriend and girlfriend? Wow! This woman is so beautiful. Especially her temperament, I feel like School Beauty Lou is just a little brat in front of her. No wonder he broke up with School Beauty Lou. There's someone even prettier. No way, he has an S-level lightning attribute talent, so he naturally has the right to choose." More and more people gathered at the school gate, and Zhang Fan felt a little pressure. "I'm going to take the college entrance examination now. Can't you still follow me? You take your test, and I'll play mine. It won't affect me. See you later." Xiaoyingqi winked at Zhang Fan, then ran into the school. To outsiders, Xiaoyingqi seemed to have disappeared out of thin air, but Zhang Fan was able to see the other party's route. What a difficult woman. Zhang Fan sighed, and then walked towards the school. As everyone watched the beauty disappear, they all had looks of loss on their faces and then dispersed. Zhang Fan. Not far from the campus gate, Lu Ruyan and Tan Lily stood together. They also saw Zhang Fan and Xiaoyingqi. Lu Ruyan couldn't hide the jealousy in her eyes. She has been feeling particularly regretful these past 2 days. Chen Wenfeng has lost interest in her and even uses rough methods on her all the time. Now Zhang Fan has not only awakened the S-level Thunder attribute talent,
but also has such a beautiful girlfriend. S-level funder attribute talents are undoubtedly the object of competition among major prestigious schools, and they will become powerful in the future. Her ex-boyfriend suddenly became so outstanding, it was more painful than killing her.
Ruyan, this Zhang Fan is so despicable.
He's already dating such a beautiful girlfriend after just a few days. I think he's been planning this for a long time. Tan Lily wanted to say something to belittle Zhang Fan to comfort Lu Ruyan. However, Lu Ruyan didn't agree this time like she had before. Instead, she shouted, "It's all your fault.
If you hadn't introduced Master Chen to me, would I have broken up with Zhang Fan?" After saying this, Lu Ruyan walked towards the school alone. Tan Lily was stunned by the yelling, then she curled her lips and said with disdain, "Isn't it because you love money like your life? Now you blame me."
There are two types of college entrance examinations.
One is a literary examination.
Those with weaker talents and unable to go far in the martial arts path will choose the literary examination. The other is the military exam, which is also the most competitive exam. It will be noticed by all major martial arts academies, and it is also a great opportunity to change your destiny. Zhang Fan didn't really care which martial arts academy he would enter, but the reward of being the top scorer in the national college entrance examination was something he couldn't refuse.
Sky Wing Suit.
This is a battle suit forged from a special material. Although its hardness is average, it can withstand attacks below the heavenly realm. The most important thing is that it has a special ability, flying in the air. This can only be done by a strong person who has reached the Ling Yun realm. If you have an air wingsuit, it can bring a lot of convenience in battle, and you can flexibly deal with various dangers on the battlefield. This is a rare treasure. While Zhang Fan's thoughts were drifting, the vehicle organized by the school had already driven to a remote and vast open space in the Jiangnan base. This is a hunting ground set up for the college entrance examination martial arts test.
All martial arts exam candidates will kill monsters here to calculate their points and rankings.
Of course, this is also to allow these warriors who are about to embark on the path of martial arts to overcome their fear of monsters in advance. Sitting in the car, Zhang Fan could see a row of tall fences with violent voltage flashing on them. Zhang Fan estimated that this violent voltage was slightly more powerful than his C-level combat skill, Sky Blast, but not as powerful as his B-level combat skill, Earth Blast. After all, this is a combat skill he obtained through system upgrades, which is much more powerful than the Thunder attribute combat skills generally learned through psychic techniques. Not to mention the voltage released by the machine, being able to reach such a level is already very impressive. There were countless military personnel standing around the fence, holding guns and not letting anything get close. The car stopped at the gate in front of the fence.
Students and teachers from the first and second high schools have already arrived here in advance.
At this moment, I am watching a huge screen in front of me, on which I can clearly see the situation in the examination room inside the fence.
Countless monsters are fighting crazily inside the enclosure, and some are even fighting endlessly for territory.
These are all D-level monsters with low intelligence.
Ah! Ouch!
Angry roars emanated from within the fence and instantly resounded throughout the entire martial arts examination grounds. Some timid students were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground. They have been living in the base and have never experienced fighting with monsters.
Now they are directly frightened by the roars of monsters.
The teachers had no expression on their faces. These were things that all students taking the martial arts exam had to go through.
Otherwise, how would they fight the monsters later? See that all the candidates have arrived.
A tall man walked out from among the teachers. Zhang Fan looked closely and saw that it was President Long whom he had seen in the warrior office before.
Classmates, today is the most important moment in your lives.
I hope you can forge ahead on the path of martial arts and overcome all difficulties.
Come on. Let's get ready for the martial arts exam.
After President Long finished speaking, he stepped back and stood beside the three principals.
Bang bang bang.
There were bursts of applause.
Then the teachers began to distribute the martial arts examination equipment to the candidates. A watch and a battle suit. The watch can clearly record the number of monsters killed by the candidates.
Once the battle suit is broken, a defensive shield will be obtained, allowing candidates to safely leave the examination room.
This is an important item that can help candidates avoid casualties. Chapter 22. Don't even think about getting any more points from now on, I'm telling you. All candidates began to put on their equipment and prepare to enter the examination room.
At this time, some of the candidates from the first high school who had already dressed began to discuss loudly. I heard that quite a few people have awakened S-level talents this time.
It's useless to just awaken. How deep can your understanding of spiritual energy techniques be? You may not even be able to use the most basic spiritual skills. Yes, it still depends on one's own martial arts level and understanding of martial arts techniques. It seems that this time the top scorer in the Jiangnan-based college entrance examination is from our number 1 high school again. Only second high school can compete. Third high school has no chance of competing at all. After the candidate from the first high school finished speaking, he looked in the direction of the third high school with contempt. This also made the candidates of the third high school feel a little indignant, but what the other party said was also the truth. After all, the first and second high schools are mostly populated by people from the 3 major families of Jiangnan base. The starting point is much higher than their third high school, and the overall martial arts level is also much higher. But that doesn't mean that the third high school can be belittled at will, and some people immediately began to refute it. Some people talk as if they were the top scorer in the Jiangnan-based college entrance examination. We have quite a few talented people in our third high school, and it's not certain who will come out on top. That's right, you guys are so talented, why not just let the school give you the award? Why bother taking the exam? The atmosphere at the scene was immediately tense. If it weren't for the rule that anyone who fights will be disqualified from the martial arts exam, a fight might have broken out long ago. The people at first high school suppressed their anger and then sneered. The person you are talking about is not Zhang Fan, who has awakened the S-level lightning attribute talent, right? I've heard of this guy before. He's only at the first level of the warrior realm. He might even have trouble killing a D-rank, first-order monster. I think you should just wait for admission instead of embarrassing yourself here. Young Master Chen Wenfeng from our number 1 high school is at the 7th level of the warrior realm. Taking first place is a sure thing. Their words immediately made everyone turn their attention to Chen Wenfeng. Chen Wenfeng enjoyed such gazes very much, and was extremely happy in his heart. I am the only one in Jiangnan base who can reach the 7th level of warrior realm in the 3rd year of high school. Then he looked at Zhang Fan, only to see that he was looking at the big screen, without the surprised expression he had imagined. Suddenly, he felt a little unhappy. Humph, the Zhang family of Demon City? I think it's just a fake. Even if you awaken the S-level lightning attribute talent, I will still suppress you. Ahem. At this moment, a teacher coughed lightly while holding the microphone, which immediately eased the tense atmosphere on the scene. I believe everyone is familiar with the rules of the martial arts exam, so I won't repeat them. Candidates who violate this rule will be disqualified from the martial arts exam without mercy. The teacher's words immediately made all the candidates wake up. Now is not the time for a quarrel. You must not lose your qualification for the college entrance examination because of a verbal dispute. Seeing that the candidates had quieted down, the teacher began to announce the entrance to the examination room with satisfaction. Then number 1 high school took the lead and walked into the examination room. Following closely behind are the teams from the 2nd and 3rd high schools. Candidates entered the examination room one after another. At this moment, the teachers in front of the big screen burst into exclamations. Wow! Someone has already killed the monster. It hasn't even been 3 minutes yet. Which candidate is so amazing? It's Chen Wenfeng. He has already killed 3 D-rank, first-order phantom fire rabbits. This killing speed seems to be the best among all the rankings. Look, someone has surpassed him. Yi Qingxue from the 2nd high school ranks first with 5 points. That means she killed 5 D-level, first-order monsters. That's incredibly fast. It seems like the competition for the top scorer in the Jiangnan-based college entrance examination is very fierce this time. It seems they just killed someone in passing, and are now heading towards the area where the D-level second-order monsters are. It should be that the first-level monster beasts are not difficult to kill, and I want to rely on high-level monster beasts to get more points. The teachers all looked at the big screen. Chen Wenfeng and Yi Qingxue were moving forward towards the territory of the D-level 4th-order monster. Zhang Fan entered the examination room without any rush to get points. With his current combat power, killing these monsters would only take the blink of an eye. The first thing he has to do now is to find Chen Wenfeng. Zhang Fan is a person who can clearly distinguish between good and evil. He remembers all the effort the Chen family put into him. Although there is no way to kill the other party directly now, at least we have to collect some interest first. The soul power spread out, and Zhang Fan quickly found Chen Wenfeng's location. Then he quickly flashed and rushed towards the opponent.
At this time, Chen Wenfeng, who was the first to arrive at the D-level 4th order monster area, had already launched an attack on a D-level 4th order flame pig. He uses a giant hammer with awakened a level fire attribute, and his attack power is extremely fierce when combined with hammer martial arts. In less than a moment, the flame pig could no longer hold on and was blown away. Chen Wenfeng's face was full of excitement. This D-level 4th order monster could add at least 20 points. Then Chen Wenfeng jumped up, ready to give the flame pig the final blow. At this moment, a cold light flashed past him, and a light blue spear suddenly appeared on the flame pig. D-level 4th order flame pig, sudden. Then a figure appeared next to the flame pig and drew out a spear. 20 points. Zhang Fan glanced indifferently at Chen Wenfeng, who was standing there in a daze. At this time, Chen Wenfeng also reacted. He had worked so hard to beat the flame pig and seriously injured it, but it was actually snatched away by someone. And this person is Zhang Fan, whom he hates the most.
Zhang Fan. Chen Wenfeng roared. Classmate, you seem a little angry.
Zhang Fan said lightly with a chuckle.
Did you do this on purpose?
Chen Wenfeng looked at Zhang Fan with gritted teeth, as if he wanted to eat him alive.
That's a full 20 points. I did it on purpose, what? Don't even think about getting any more points from now on, I'm telling you.
Zhang Fan glanced at Chen Wenfeng jokingly. He was determined to make sure that the other party wouldn't even get any points.
You!
Chen Wenfeng wanted to curse, but when he remembered that this was an examination room, he held it back. Then he headed directly towards the area of the more powerful D-level 5th order monsters. He didn't believe that Zhang Fan, a warrior at the first level, would follow him regardless of his own danger in college entrance examination results. But what he didn't expect was that Zhang Fan followed him closely without any pressure at all.
Oh no! We've entered the Wind Wolf area.
Chen Wenfeng was thinking about things while moving forward, but unexpectedly he came to the area where the most difficult pack of monsters, the Gale Wolves, lived. This is known to be the most united and ferocious monster, and is more difficult to deal with than an ordinary 7th level monster. Suddenly, Chen Wenfeng had a new idea in his mind, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth.
Humph! You asked for it by following me. Chapter 23, Wind Wolf Pack.
Chen Wenfeng turned to look at Zhang Fan and found that Zhang Fan was standing not far away and looking at him.
Come on, there are a lot of points here, it depends on how many you can get.
Chen Wenfeng said this, but who knew that at this time Zhang Fan's figure had turned into a shadow and rushed towards the Gale Wolf Pack. Chen Wenfeng's face was filled with shock, and he was at a loss in his heart. This kid is really risking his life.
Even I don't dare to provoke so many Gale Wolves easily.
Originally, Chen Wenfeng wanted to get closer to the Gale Wolf Pack and escape from the scene at the speed of a 7th level warrior, leaving Zhang Fan trapped. Unexpectedly, Zhang Fan was already one step ahead. Moreover, the speed was so fast that it was beyond imagination, much faster than that of a warrior at the 7th level.
Is this still the first level of Warrior Realm?
Before he could recover from the shock, Zhang Fan's figure was already flashing among the Gale Wolves. Wherever it passed, a Wind Wolf was knocked away, but it was not injured at all.
Ah-ho! Ah-ho! With roars, the Wind Wolf Pack was enraged and wanted to catch the person who provoked them.
However, the opponent's speed was too fast, and even these Wind Wolves, who were known for their speed advantage, could not catch sight of the opponent. At this time, Zhang Fan's figure slowly stopped, and then ran towards where Chen Wenfeng was. The Gale Wolves caught it instantly and rushed towards Chen Wenfeng frantically.
Damn, he's attracting hatred. This kid is really cruel. Chen Wenfeng's face was full of shock.
He knew what Zhang Fan was thinking at this moment, and then he quickly ran in the opposite direction.
But how could he be faster than the almost crazy Gale Wolf Pack?
They were caught up in less than a moment, and then they could only bite the bullet and withstand the attack of the Gale Wolves.
Zhang Fan! I want you to pay the price. Chen Wenfeng roared angrily, and was instantly drowned by the Gale Wolf Pack. Bang!
A huge force bounced the Gale Wolves away, and a protective shield appeared on Chen Wenfeng's body, which appeared after the battlesuit was broken. This also means that he has been eliminated from this martial arts exam. However, Zhang Fan stood not far away with a calm expression, looking at the embarrassed Chen Wenfeng. In front of the huge screen outside the examination room, a group of teachers looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief.
Chen Wenfeng, who was at the 7th level of the Warrior Realm, was eliminated. It seems I only got 3 points. I didn't expect him to run into the Gale Wolf Pack area.
At this time, a teacher from the first high school turned to the teacher from the third high school and said,
Chen Wenfeng and Zhang Fan just entered the Gale Wolf Pack together, and Zhang Fan finally left safely.
"What do you want to say?" said the teacher from the third high school.
Is this how third high school teaches its students? Seeing a classmate being attacked and not offering a helping hand?
An older teacher from first high school said angrily. After hearing this, the teachers of the third high school were unhappy.
What kind of teaching method is this?
Then a fierce quarrel broke out between the two sides.
Humph. Stop using moral blackmail here. They're not teammates, why are you putting yourself in danger?
Everyone saw Zhang Fan snatch the monster just now.
Is that robbery? Killing monsters depends on one's own ability. Chen Wenfeng doesn't have the ability to kill directly. It's so embarrassing to be eliminated after only getting 3 points. Chen Wenfeng is the strongest among the candidates for the first high school.
He was eliminated with only 3 points, which made the teacher of number 1 high school lose his mind instantly and became extremely angry. The teachers at the third high school tried their best to protect Zhang Fan. After all, Zhang Fan, who had an S-level Thunder attribute talent, made them famous. As long as Zhang Fan can get a good ranking in the college entrance examination, the third high school will be the first choice of all high schools in Jiangnan base. The two sides immediately fell into an argument.
Alright. There's no rule about which monster belongs to whom. As long as you don't violate the martial arts exam rules, it's not a foul.
A majestic voice came from behind the teachers, and the quarreling instantly quieted down.
It's President Long from the Warrior Office.
None of the teachers dared to refute him.
The Warrior Office represents the country.
Even though the teacher from number 1 high school could hear that the other party was somewhat biased towards Zhang Fan, he could only shut up. President Long felt somewhat helpless at this moment. This brat actually brought his personal grudges into the examination room. This has never happened before, but this kind of revengeful character is really likable.
Wind Wolf Pack area.
Zhang Fan glanced at the beleaguered Chen Wenfeng calmly and said, "Remember, this is just interest." Then he ignored Chen Wenfeng and rushed towards the Gale Wolves that had stood up and formed a group. The spear in his hand was swung quickly, in stark contrast to the previous attack. This time the spear's attack was as fierce as a trapped beast out of a cage. Every time it was swung, a Gale Wolf would be blasted several meters away. A huge hole appeared on the body of each of the Wind Wolves that were blown away.
Ding! Killed D rank, level 5 Swift Wolf, experience points plus 50. Ding! Killed D rank, level 5 Swift Wolf, experience points plus 50.
The system's voice came. Zhang Fan danced the spear in his hand tirelessly. This scene made all the teachers outside the examination room stunned.
Is this still the Zhang Fan you mentioned who was at the first level of the warrior realm?
His martial arts and spear skills are so powerful. These are nearly 20 D rank, 5th order Swift Wolves. It turns out that he didn't take the Swift Wolf Pack seriously at all.
He was able to control a single Swift Wolf without getting hurt.
Look, his score has reached 666.
He's surpassed Yi Qingxue and is now ranked first.
At this rate, he'll undoubtedly be the top scorer in the Jiangnan base's college entrance exam.
Why do I feel like he can rank within the top 100 in the national college entrance examination? Impossible.
There are so many geniuses in the country, and there are even super geniuses who have awakened SS level talents.
Jiangnan base is just an inconspicuous place. It is very rare for such a genius to appear in it.
At this time, all the teachers were impressed by Zhang Fan's dazzling marksmanship. But it's still hard to believe that there are geniuses who can surpass those in other bases. Behind the teachers were President Long and the principals of the 3 major high schools. Sitting next to Principal Xia of the 3rd high school was a woman with a slim figure and exquisite face.
It was none other than Xia Yingqi. Grandpa, when did the teaching quality of the 3rd high school become so high?
Xia Yingqi turned his head and looked at Principal Xia beside him and said,
"What nonsense are you talking about, you little bitch? With your grandpa here at 3rd high school, how could the teaching quality be so bad?"
Principal Xia's originally happy face instantly turned depressed after hearing this. But there was nothing I could do. I could only say in my heart, "My dear granddaughter, this is my dear granddaughter."
Chapter 24, First place Zhang Fan, 666 points.
Xia Yingqi seemed not to notice the depressed look on Principal Xia's face, and continued to express what was in his mind.
Really? Why did I hear that 3rd high school is always outshined by the other 2 high schools? Hearing this, Principal Xia finally couldn't help but frown and said angrily, "You little bitch, did you come all the way to Jiangnan base just to piss me off? Go back to where you came from." At this time, Xia Yingqi finally realized that he had said the wrong thing. His face changed and he smiled and took Principal Xia's hand and said, "With Zhang Fan here this time, we'll definitely be able to outperform the other two high schools. Zhang Fan is pretty good, but he's a bit playful." Principal Xia strongly agreed with what Xia Yingqi said. "However, I still can't forget that Zhang Fan only stayed in the Shutian realm for one day. A rare virtual heaven teleportation stone was wasted in vain." Then Principal Xia continued, "This kid is really talented. His marksmanship should have reached the advanced level of C-grade attainments. Even among high school students nationwide, he would be ranked in the top 100. Xia Yingqi's eyes flashed, and he thought to himself, it seems that he still retains his strength. You should know that most warriors will add awakened innate attributes to their combat skills to make the power of the combat skills even stronger. Zhang Fan's moves were very casual, without any pressure at all, and he didn't even release the fluctuations of thunder attributes. It makes people feel that there are no ferocious monsters in the examination room, but rather docile little lambs that can be easily controlled. Inside the examination room, in the D-level 4th order monster area, Yi Qingshui swung the long sword in her hand, sending out a wave of air, and a flaming pig in front of her was instantly knocked away. "Great! After killing this flaming pig, my points will reach 580. I should be able to surpass the others in the rankings. The most competitive one should be Chen Wenfeng." Yi Qingshui put away his sword with great satisfaction and looked at the ranking on his watch. The originally happy face froze for a moment. First place Zhang Fan, 666 points. Chen Wenfeng was eliminated? He only got 3 points. How is this possible? Yi Qingshui rubbed his eyes in disbelief and confirmed it again before accepting this fact. You know, she had just used all the means she could use, but she could only barely reach 580 points, which was beyond her imagination. And now, a score of 666 suddenly appeared, which was beyond her cognition. Chen Wenfeng, who was originally thought to be the most competitive, was eliminated after only getting 3 points. How did he reach the 7th level of Warrior Realm? A medicine jar? Zhang Fan, could it be the Zhang Fan from 3rd high school that everyone was discussing outside the exam room? How on earth did he do that? Even if I awakened an S-level lightning talent, it's impossible to gain over 600 points so quickly. While Yi Qingshui was thinking, Zhang Fan's points on the ranking list kept changing. Originally it was only 666 points, but now it has soared to 1088 points. This made her feel even more powerless. How can anyone catch up with this? There is only 1 hour left before the college entrance examination. At this time, many candidates have been eliminated. The open space outside the examination hall suddenly became noisy. A group of candidates were discussing heatedly what they saw, heard, and experienced in the examination room. This is my first time killing a monster. It's so exciting. You don't know, these monsters are just paper tigers. I injured a D-level, 2nd order monster with just 1 blow. Your swordsmanship is very powerful. I can only join the team to collect a few points, enough for me to enter an ordinary martial arts academy. I'm at the 2nd level of the warrior realm. If my chi and blood weren't depleted so quickly, I feel like I could still continue to kill. Who's number 1 now, Yi Qingshui or Chen Wenfeng? First place, Zhang Fan, with 1088 points. A full 500 points ahead of 2nd place. Whose subordinates are these? They are so brave. Too strong. The 2nd place Yi Qingshui seems to be at the 6th level of the warrior realm. How strong must this Zhang Fan be? At this time, the candidates from the 3rd high school saw Chen Wenfeng standing at the intersection of the examination hall. Look, is that Chen Wenfeng from number 1 high school? Where? It really is him. How come he was eliminated faster than us? Is this the genius that 1st high school is talking about? Why can't I find his name on the ranking list? Don't look at the front, he's on the last page. Chen Wenfeng, 3 points, ranked 1980th. Ha ha ha. This is really making me laugh to death. The more aggressive the front is, the more miserable it is in the back. That's true. I always say that everyone in 1st high school is a braggart. 3 points, isn't it enough to just have hands? This time, the candidate from the 3rd high school spoke loudly and powerfully, and no one came to refute him.
The people from number 1 high school already knew that Chen Wenfeng was eliminated, so they didn't dare to go against number 3 high school. All you can do is swallow your anger and let others make sarcastic remarks about you.
At this moment, a luxury vehicle drove into the open space.
Chen Wenfeng turned his head to look in the direction of the examination room, and then got directly into the luxury vehicle. The luxury vehicle drove directly out of the examination room. No one tried to stop them at the scene. After all, the Chen family still had a say in the Jiangnan base. Moreover, Chen Wenfeng was eliminated with only 3 points this time, and no one would bother to offend him.
You said Zhang Fan can kill more than a dozen D-level 5th order wind wolves by himself?
The head of the Chen family in the car glanced at Chen Wenfeng and said,
Yes, Grandpa, this kid is so hateful. He actually attracted the Gale Wolf, causing me to be besieged and eliminated. Chen Wenfeng's face was full of anger when he said this. Alright, the beast tide is coming, so let him live a few more days. There was a hint of ruthlessness in the eyes of the Chen family head. He then took out a glass bottle emitting green light and handed it to Chen Wenfeng, saying, Don't worry too much about being eliminated from the college entrance exam. This is a bottle of S-grade body hardening fluid. Absorb it as soon as possible before the 3 major high school competition. As long as I get a good ranking in the upcoming competition, I can still be admitted to the 3 major martial arts academies in China as an exception. S-grade body hardening fluid.
This is a priceless treasure. Chen Wenfeng happily accepted the bottle of S-grade body hardening fluid, then glanced at the examination room behind him with a sinister look on his face and said,
Zhang Fan.
Just wait, I'm going to chop you into pieces and feed them to the monsters.
No one pays attention to losers. Watching Chen Wenfeng leave, everyone fixed their eyes on the huge screen.
Zhang Fan, who ranked first, was now rushing deeper into the cave.
Won't his energy and blood be exhausted? Just running a lap like this is unbearable.
Zhang Fan is definitely not just at the first level of the warrior realm. Even now, you're the only one who thinks he's at the first level of the warrior realm.
Look, he's come to the D rank, 7th order monster area. Is he going to kill a D rank, 7th order monster? Is he so brave? No, he didn't stop, he's still running deeper. Are you trying to kill a D rank, 9th order monster? It seems, yes, he has taken action. Isn't this a bit overconfident? Even a super genius with SS level talent wouldn't dare to go alone.
I think he will just end up being the top scorer in the college entrance examination at the Jiangnan base.
Chapter 25. What kind of shooting skills are so powerful?
Not only did Zhang Fan not consume much energy and blood at this time, but each consumption could bring about a breakthrough.
He was secretly delighted in his heart. Could it be the effect of the 8 Desolations immortal battle body? Maybe this is the physique born for fighting.
Consuming chi and blood can also keep the combat body in a combat state and continuously nourish and strengthen the body.
With the 8 Desolations immortal battle body, his energy and blood are always at their peak.
Zhang Fan rushed all the way to the D-level 9th order monster area in the deepest part of the examination room.
There aren't many monsters here, but each one is extremely ferocious and bloodthirsty. In this examination room where there are only D-level monsters, he has become the overlord. Any living creature that steps into their territory will be discovered immediately. Ah!
A roar came from in front of Zhang Fan, and then a huge figure fell from the air towards Zhang Fan's position. It is the D-level 9th order monster, the Dark Flame Leopard, that is entrenched here.
Humph! That's quite loud. Die!
Zhang Fan snorted coldly, and thrust out the spear in his hand casually. A shadow emerged like a dragon emerging from the sea, and directly pierced through the body of the Nether Flame Leopard in front of him.
Ouch!
The Dark Flame Leopard howled, and then its huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang, and the loud noise spread throughout the entire examination room.
Rumble!
The dust and smoke raised countless particles, covering the entire area where the Dark Flame Leopard was located. The huge screen outside the examination room was covered by the raised dust and smoke, and the specific situation on the scene could no longer be seen.
Everyone was shocked by Zhang Fan's attack. This seemingly random attack actually has such powerful force.
I seem to be able to sense some martial arts attainments from his attacks.
What kind of shooting skill is this? He seems to be suppressed by the monster now. Is he going to be eliminated? The points have increased, now it's 2088 points. A D rank, 9th order monster actually added 1000 points.
This one is incredibly difficult to kill. Even the super geniuses need to team up to accomplish it.
That would require giving up many people's places to secure one person's points. Zhang Fan is truly amazing. He was able to kill a D-rank 9th order monster by himself. The teachers standing behind him were also shocked. This Zhang Fan's marksmanship is too strong. It looks like an ordinary attack, but it contains powerful marksmanship attainments. I estimate it is at least B level or above. Maybe he can even make it into the top 50 in the National College entrance exam. There's absolutely no problem with his martial arts attainments, but it depends on how many monsters he can kill. He might not have escaped the monster's corpse falling on him just now. What a shame. If I had killed some 7th and 8th level monsters first, maybe I could have firmly entered the top 50 in the country. Yes, that way I can freely choose to enter a better martial arts academy. Wow! At this moment, the candidates watching the screen in front burst into enthusiastic cheers. Look, there's a figure rushing into the air. Isn't Zhang Fan suppressed? No way, who can dodge such a huge monster like that? Before anyone could finish speaking, the dust on the giant screen had dissipated, revealing a clear picture. Wow! Another cry of surprise erupted from the open space outside the examination room. A D-rank, 9th order demon beast was actually pierced through the body? How much powerful chi and blood power is needed to create such a big hole? Could it be that Zhang Fan has already surpassed the warrior realm? Impossible. Anyone who can reach the state of enlightenment so quickly must be a super genius with SS-level talent. Zhang Fan only has an S-level talent. The college entrance exam will end in half an hour. It seems there is no hope of making it into the national rankings. In the open space outside the examination room, everyone had a look of regret on their faces. After all, if Zhang Fan can enter the national ranking, it will be an honor for the entire Jiangnan base, and they will all benefit from it. They will be prestigious wherever they go, and will also allow them to hold their heads high in future martial arts academies. Inside the examination room, Zhang Fan jumped up and landed on the open ground. Killing monsters like this is still too slow. Zhang Fan muttered something, and then the thunder attribute in his body began to be released crazily. The ground around him suddenly rose up with violent purple thunder power. Earth-shattering thunder. The D-level 9th order monster that was still watching from a distance was suddenly enraged. They would not easily set foot in the area of other monsters, but they didn't expect that this human would dare to provoke them. Aho! Aho! Roars echoed throughout the entire examination room, as if they were going to shatter the enclosure. He's provoking the surrounding D-rank, 9th order monsters. Oh my god! How can a high school student who just awakened perform such a powerful spiritual skill? I declare that Zhang Fan is my idol from now on. He's truly amazing. You should call me Brother Fan. Look, a group of D-level, 9th order monsters are approaching Brother Fan. This is terrible. Can the defensive shield of the battle suit withstand so many attacks from D-rank 9th level? At this time, the candidates and teachers turned their eyes to President Long and the three principals behind them. After all, they have regarded Zhang Fan as the face of the Jiangnan base and don't want anything to happen to him. Everyone, don't worry. Even if all the monsters in the examination hall attack together, they can't break the defensive shield of the martial arts exam uniform. Seeing everyone's puzzled expressions, President Long responded with a smile. After hearing this, everyone turned around and looked at the huge screen with relief. At this time, Zhang Fan was holding a light blue spear, standing calmly with his eyes closed, waiting. Sudden. Zhang Fan's eyes suddenly opened, and his whole aura became extremely sharp, like a sword about to be unsheathed. Then he jumped up and waved the spear in his hand wildly. Thousands of thunder stabs. Rays of purple lightning power emanated from his spear and struck directly at the approaching monster. With the blessing of thunder attribute, this time the combat skills will be even more powerful. Boom boom boom. Thunderclaps rang out one after another, and tragic wails continued to be heard throughout the entire D-level 9th order area. Zhang Fan's figure turned into a series of afterimages, and he waved his spear frantically towards the retreating D-level 9th order monsters. The entire D-level 9th order monster area instantly turned into a bloody battlefield. The corpses of monsters were scattered everywhere, making the people watching outside the examination room unable to bear to look at it. But people 1T feel sorry. Many years ago, when humans were not yet able to resist the invasion of monsters and beasts, all those lying on the ground were humans. That scene is hell on earth. Now it's just that humans have the ability to resist. Chapter 26, Scores over 10,000? Top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination. Ding. Killed a D rank, 9th order monster, experience points plus 90. Ding. Killed a D rank, 9th order monster, experience points plus 90. Ding. Killed a D rank, 9th order monster, experience points plus 90.
The system's voice continued to come. Zhang Fan smiled indifferently. This was the most wonderful sound he had heard today. I didn't expect that I could get a lot of experience points from the college entrance examination. This is easier than outside the city, and there is no need to look for monsters everywhere. The downside is that it's a pity that we can't take away the corpses of these monsters. There are regulations in the examination room. If you take it away, you will be disqualified from the examination. At this moment, a bell rang in the examination room, reminding us that the exam time was over.
The exam time is over, please leave the exam room in an orderly manner. When the broadcast sounded, the candidates who were fighting with the monsters stopped their weapons and immediately activated their defensive shields. After half a day of fighting, they were extremely exhausted both mentally and physically. At this point, I don't want to stay in the examination room any longer. Zhang Fan hurried all the way and soon arrived at the gate of the examination room. As soon as he came out of the examination room, he was met with countless burning gazes. Brother Fan! Brother Fan! Brother Fan! Enthusiastic shouts rang out and instantly spread throughout the entire examination room.
Even residents near the examination center heard the shouts.
Brother Fan? Who is that? Could it be Brother Yifan who is better at operating a sewing machine? Why haven't I heard of this person?
Outside the examination room, Zhang Fan walked calmly into the team of the 3rd high school.
I was suddenly confused. How did he suddenly become a celebrity?
Zhang Fan, you're so handsome. Li Jian came up to Zhang Fan and looked at him excitedly.
Look, your points have reached 26,088. 20,000 points? Zhang Fan didn't pay attention to it just now. He knew that after killing so many D-level 9th order monsters, he would definitely be the top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination. After all, most of the D-level 9th order monsters in the examination room were attracted together by him. Who else could do this? What else more, kill them all. Keep a low profile and don't lose face. Zhang Fan patted Li Jian's shoulder and smiled calmly, then continued, how did you do on the exam?
I was just looking for trouble with Chen Wenfeng and didn't take you flying.
This is a small matter.
My points are already enough to get into a high-level martial arts academy.
For me, this is already perfect.
Li Jian said excitedly. The result of this martial arts exam was beyond his expectations. Then he said with a strange smile,
Hey! So it was you who did it, you're awesome.
I just came out and heard that Chen Wenfeng was taken away by the Chen family with a frustrated look on his face.
You don't know, but 3rd high school is really getting rid of its anger right now.
Li Jian didn't know about the situation between Zhang Fan and Chen Wenfeng, and thought that he was venting his anger for the 3rd high school, so he went to cause trouble for Chen Wenfeng. Not only Li Jian, but also the candidates from the 3rd high school gathered around him.
They all looked excited. Brother Fan, we still have to rely on you. Now number 1 high school is convinced. Yes, they admire you very much now. I believe you will definitely become the top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination.
At this time, President Long was standing in the middle of the teachers in front. There was still a hint of shock on his face. Zhang Fan had given him such a big surprise.
After calming down, he coughed lightly and said, Ahem. Classmates, please be quiet for a moment. I've uploaded the college entrance exam results. You'll be able to see your ranking in national ranking soon. President Long's words immediately energized the candidates. However, they did not go to see it immediately, but instead shouted loudly. Brother Fan. Number 1 in the country. Brother Fan. Number 1 in the country. Brother Fan. Number 1 in the country. The shouts were louder than the previous ones. Now everyone is more concerned about whether Zhang Fan's results can make him the top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination. This is a major matter concerning the entire Jiangnan base. At this time, the huge screen lit up, and the National College Entrance Examination rankings appeared on it. Zhang Fan's name was prominently listed in the most conspicuous place. First place, Zhang Fan from Jiangnan base, with 26,088 points. Second place, Wang Yingjie from Magic City, with 6,035 points.
Third place, Long Xiaofeng from the imperial capital, with 5,868 points.
First place goes to Brother Fan. Jiangnan Base. Ha ha. I never thought our little Jiangnan Base could surpass both the Magic City and the Imperial City.
And his points far surpassed the second place by a full 20,000 points. This breaks the previous record for the top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination.
It's so terrifying.
Everyone was happy for Zhang Fan to become the top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination. This was not only a personal achievement, but also an honor for the entire Jiangnan Base.
The Chen family of Jiangnan Base. What? The top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination? How is this possible? How could that loser become the top scorer in the National College Entrance Exam?
When Chen Wenfeng, who was taking S-level body hardening fluid, heard the news, he was so angry that he vomited blood.
No!
Zhang Fan, I will tear you into pieces. Chen Wenfeng roared angrily, then closed his eyes and began to frantically absorb the S-level quenching fluid. His body emitted a faint green light, which was then completely absorbed. Repeating this process, his qi and blood were rapidly nourished and growing.
Magic City, outside the examination hall. A group of candidates looked at a huge screen in front of them in disbelief. Jiangnan Base? What is this place? Is the data wrong?
The highest score in the history of the college entrance examination seems to be 9,588 points.
Can this Zhang Fan get over 20,000 points? That shouldn't be the case. The people recording the results are all powerful warriors dispatched by the nation.
And the entire exam process is recorded on video as evidence, so it can't be faked.
So someone really managed to kill monsters and reach 20,000 points? And it was in an unknown Jiangnan base?
What a shame for Wang Yingjie. He's been competing with Long Xiaofeng from the imperial capital since their freshman year of high school, but he didn't expect a dark horse to show up halfway. The Wang family has been bullying the Magic City for a long time, and the people are already boiling with resentment. It would be best if they were to suffer a loss.
Shoo! Don't talk nonsense, this is the Demon City, do you want to die?
Oh, I was so proud just now that I almost forgot. The examination hall in Shanghai suddenly became extremely lively, and everyone was discussing it intensely.
After all, this was a rare spectacle.
An unknown base actually defeated all the geniuses in the country and won the championship. Not far behind these people stood a white-haired man with a tall and straight figure and sharp eyes. Behind the white-haired man stood a middle-aged man and a burly young man on each side. Why is this Zhang Fan still here? The white-haired man looked at the words on the huge screen, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, as deep as the starry sky.
Father, a few months ago I asked the Chun family at Jiangnan base to take action, but I didn't expect them to be so useless that they couldn't even deal with a mere high school student.
The middle-aged man lowered his head as he spoke, his whole body already soaked with sweat.
Chapter 27 Star Bloodline. All parties are shocked. Ha! This is the little high school student you were talking about? He's already over 20,000 points ahead of Xiaojie.
The white-haired man snorted coldly, with a hint of anger in his tone. Wang Luxian is one of the 3 strongest men in China, but his son's talent is only B-level.
This is a failure that makes people laugh.
Now, in order to cultivate his grandson Wang Yingjie, who has good talents and qualifications, he has spent enormous resources. In the end, he was actually left behind by more than 20,000 points.
Wouldn't people laugh to death if this were told to others?
Thinking of this, Wang Luxian looked at his disappointing son with a hint of regret on his face and said,
"The star bloodline is indeed powerful, and the offspring it bred are so extraordinary. It's a pity that someone else got there first."
After hearing Wang Luxian's words, the middle-aged man was about to explain, but he didn't know how to start for a moment, and his face turned pale with anxiety.
Wang Luxian looked at his son and shook his head in disappointment. Then he looked at his grandson Wang Yingjie and said,
"Xiaojie must train diligently during the next period of time and strive to restore the Wang family's reputation during the competition among the 3 highest martial arts academies."
Okay, you guys take care of the rest of the things here.
After Wang Luxian finished speaking, he disappeared from the spot.
Father, Grandpa seems to be very familiar with this Zhang Fan?
Wang Yingjie asked the middle-aged man Wan Lei next to him only after he saw Wang Luxian leave.
This Zhang Fan is from the Zhang family in Yaodu.
Wang Lei also recovered at this time. He always felt a lot of pressure in front of his father Wang Luxian, so he was a little at a loss every time.
There is no way around it.
There are only a handful of people in the entire Chinese nation who can remain calm and composed in front of Wang Luxian.
There are not even a few of them in the entire blue planet. The Zhang family in Yaodu? Isn't he from the Jiangnan base? Wang Yingjie looked at Wang Lei with confusion. He is the illegitimate child of Zhang Long and Wang Shui.
Wang Lei's eyes suddenly turned sinister as he spoke, and then he said in a cold voice, I originally didn't want outsiders to know about this scandal, so I wanted him to disappear quietly from the world.
I didn't expect the Jiang Nanchen family to be so useless. His college entrance exam score is 26,088 points. If the Zhang family of Monster City takes him back to be trained, he will definitely be a huge threat to my Wang family of Magic City.
What's more, he is a descendant of the Star bloodline. This child must not be allowed to stay.
Wang Shui, is she the aunt who disappeared a long time ago? What is the Star bloodline?
Wang Yingjie looked at Wang Lei in shock. He had never seen his aunt since he could remember, and he didn't expect that she had eloped with the Zhang family, who were in opposition to the Wang family. He was even more confused by what Wang Lei said. Well, okay, Xiaojie, just focus on practicing martial arts and don't worry about other things.
Wang Lei glanced at Wang Yingjie, who was full of confusion, and said with a smile.
He knew he had said too much today.
Yes. Father. Wang Yingjie said firmly while looking at the name on the big screen in front of him. Imperial Capital, Long Family Manor.
A young man who looked like a high school student walked into the Long Family Manor in a depressed mood.
Xiaofeng, if you have anything that makes you unhappy, tell me and make me happy. An elegant and calm voice came.
The young man sat upright in front of the tea table. In front of him sat a woman with a beautiful face. Her slender hands kept fiddling with the tea set on the table. This person was none other than Long Xiaoxin, who had given Zhang Fan the space ring at the Jiangnan base.
Sister, are you still my sister?
Long Xiaofeng picked up the teacup and drank it all, as if to dissolve the resentment in his heart.
Oh. Young Master Long is quite resentful. Who is he mad at?
Long Xiaoxin found Long Xiaofeng's expression amusing, and then continued to ask, Did your college entrance examination results not meet your expectations?
I earned 5,868 points. But it's only ranked third in the country.
When talking about college entrance examination results, Long Xiaofeng was still a little proud, but when talking about the ranking, he became discouraged.
Oh? That's a pretty good result, almost the same as my sister's in the college entrance exam. Who's first and second, and how many points did they get? Long Xiaoxin suddenly became curious.
Her score in the college entrance examination was close to 6,000 points, which made her the top scorer in the national college entrance examination.
Second is Demon City's Wang Yingjie, with 6,035 points. Well, this score is normal.
The Wang family has placed all their hopes on him.
Long Xiaoxin nodded and said. After all, the Wang family spent a huge price. If it was lower than 6,000 points, it would be really embarrassing. I think it makes sense, but first place is a bit outrageous. It's Zhang Fan from the Jiangnan base, who has a score of 26,088 points. Long Xiaofeng still had some disbelief when he said this, and took another look at the national college entrance examination rankings published on his mobile phone.
The two words Zhang Fan still stand at the top of the entire ranking.
Zhang Fan.
Long Xiaoxin was startled and her hand shook, causing the teacup to fall.
Sister, what's wrong with you? Do you know this person?
Long Xiaofeng looked at Long Xiaoxin with some confusion.
This scene is very rare.
In his impression, his sister is always calm and steady, and she is not easily surprised by fame or criticism.
What happened today? Oh, it's okay. You should practice hard and don't think about playing every day. Look at the huge gap between you and others.
Long Xiaoxin said and left the Long family manor. Long Xiaofeng was left with a puzzled look on his face and said blankly. Just now you praised me for my good grades, and now you say I have a big gap.
Ah, women, how fickle they are.
At this time, not only the Magic City and the Imperial Capital, but all over the country knew about a place called Jiangnan Base. He also remembered the name Zhang Fan in his heart.
He was a record-breaking top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination.
The leaders of the top martial arts academies in the country and above have already set out on their way to the Jiangnan Base. They need to win the National College Entrance Examination first as soon as possible. In previous years, the three top martial arts academies produced and sold their own products, so it was never their turn to take advantage of the bargain.
This time it's different. How many talented students are there in the 3 highest martial arts academies? There are so many of them.
If Zhang Fan enters the 3 highest martial arts academies, he will definitely be suppressed by other talented students, and the competition will be very fierce. By then, they may not be able to obtain many martial arts training resources. They believe that Zhang Fan will definitely not choose such a martial arts training environment. Jiangnan Base, the principal's office of the 3rd high school.
The college entrance examination has ended successfully.
Zhang Fan sat at his desk and looked at the 2 people in front of him in confusion.
Are you the principal's grandfather? I'm your grandfather. Zhang Fan, do you want to be beaten?
Xiaoyingqi was immediately filled with anger when she heard Zhang Fan's words.
Oh, that was a slip of the tongue. I meant that Principal Xia was really your grandfather? Zhang Fan smiled silently. This relationship almost turned against Tiangang. Chapter 28, Choose a Martial Arts Academy. Beast Tide level up? Seeing the 2 of them fighting, Principal Xia just smiled and then said, Zhang Fan, I didn't expect your results to be so excellent this time. It seems I was a little too worried before. He looked at Zhang Fan, trying to see through the young man in front of him. This is all thanks to Principal Xia.
Zhang Fan said with a smile. What he meant was naturally because of the Shutian Realm teleportation stone given by Principal Xia.
Ha, you have great potential. Have you decided which martial arts academy to go to next?
Principal Xia was immediately excited when he heard Zhang Fan's words. Such a national top scorer in the college entrance examination came from his high school, so he also benefited from it. What's more, Zhang Fan's words were full of gratitude for the Shutian Realm teleportation stone he gave him. This shows that the decision he made before was very correct.
Of course it's the Demon City. Is that Zhang Fan?
Xiaoyingqi, who was standing by, heard this and immediately spoke up.
Actually, we can go anywhere, the main thing is there are a lot of monsters.
Zhang Fan ignored Xiaoyingqi and turned to look at Principal Xia.
There are many monsters? Why don't you become the director of the monster park?
Xiaoyingqi was immediately amused by Zhang Fan's reason. Zhang Fan, your most important task right now is to obtain more resources for martial arts training. Principal Xia was also a little confused, but he still tried to persuade Zhang Fan earnestly. He felt that Zhang Fan was just too young, and it was normal that he didn't know how to plan his own martial arts path. It is more likely because his parents were killed in a tide of beasts when he was young, so Zhang Fan must hate monsters very much. Thinking of this, Principal Xia continued to persuade. As long as you raise your martial arts level, won't you be able to kill any monsters you want? And with your college entrance exam scores, you'll definitely be able to enter the 3 most prestigious martial arts academies. There's no shortage of powerful monsters nearby.
Zhang Fan didn't have as many thoughts as Principal Xia.
He just wanted to find a place to improve his level. Martial arts training resources were dispensable to him. The 3 highest martial arts academies. Zhang Fan thought about it and had an idea in mind.
He then said to Principal Xia, then I'll be leaving first. He also needs to go to the warrior office to collect the reward for being the top scorer in the national college entrance examination. Before Principal Xia and Xiaoyingqi could react, Zhang Fan had already quickly left the principal's office. Zhang Fan is just too playful. Principal Xia sighed.
His impression of Zhang Fan was already very fixed, especially the things about the Shutian realm.
He's a member of the Zhang family. Zhang Long's son. Xiaoyingqi did not chase after Zhang Fan.
Instead, he changed his playful smile and whispered to Principal Xia.
What? Is this true?
Principal Xia's originally calm face suddenly became shocked. Yes, the secret guard who was responsible for protecting Zhang Long suddenly returned to the Zhang family, and he also brought back this news. So the head of the Zhang family sent me here this time to protect Zhang Fan's safety.
Xiaoyingqi said. No wonder he was able to awaken an S-level lightning talent.
We need him to head to the demon capital as soon as possible.
Principal Xia's expression calmed down a bit, and he continued to ask, has the Wang family made any moves? I haven't noticed any movement from them yet.
I will protect Zhang Fan well. Xiaoyingqi's eyes were determined, but she suddenly felt a little discouraged when she thought of something and said, Zhang Fan seems to be very reluctant to return to the Zhang family.
Well, Grandpa will go and persuade him when he has the chance.
For the time being, you should protect Zhang Fan and don't let the Wang family take the opportunity to cause trouble, said Principal Xia. With Principal Xia's words, Xiaoyingqi felt relieved.
Grandpa, there's one more thing I want to tell you.
This time, the Void Heaven Trial Tower has undergone a huge change. A mysterious person has broken all the records in the trial tower. As Xiaoyingqi spoke, he took out a photo and handed it to Principal Xia. The person in the photo was the person that the entire Blue Star had been frantically looking for these days. This mysterious man in a black cape and a dragon mask is called Blue Star's most handsome man. The entire Blue Star is searching for him, but there's no clue or information. I don't know which country on Blue Star he's from, but he broke all the records in the trial tower in just half a day. When Xiaoyingqi said this, she still felt it was a little unbelievable. You know, even a super strong person with SSS level talent couldn't do this. What? Principal Xia was even more shocked at this moment than when he just found out that Zhang Fan was a member of the Zhang family in Yaodu. How come things have changed so much outside after he stayed in Jiangnan base for a few years? Then he looked at the person in the photo, a hint of shock flashed in his eyes and then quickly disappeared. This is for Grandpa, Principal Xia said as he put the photo into his pocket. Okay, this is originally for you. Patriarch Zhang has instructed you to keep an eye on the Jiangnan base to see if there are any suspicious people. Then I'll go now, Grandpa. I have a mission and will come back to accompany you when I have time. Xiaoyingqi did not notice anything unusual about Principal Xia. She still wanted to catch up with Zhang Fan. After all, her mission this time was to protect Zhang Fan. After seeing Xiaoyingqi leave, Principal Xia took out the photo and looked at it carefully. The most handsome guy on Blue Star? You really know how to come up with names. He already knew that this person was Zhang Fan, and he gave this suit to Zhang Fan to cover himself up. No wonder he scored over 20,000 points in the college entrance examination. We still have to remind him not to let other forces know. Even the people in Demon City have to be wary. Although he knew it was Zhang Fan, Principal Xia was not going to expose him. After all, such talent is too powerful. Before it fully grows up, it is better to try not to let others know. Even the Zhang family in Yaodu can't do it. You have to know that the relationships among the forces are complicated and no one can be trusted easily. Only someone who is powerful enough to be indestructible can reveal such an amazing talent. On the streets of Jiangnan base, Zhang Fan was walking towards the warrior office. At this time, the cell phone rang. It was Long Xiaoxin calling. As soon as Zhang Fan answered the phone, Long Xiaoxin's impatient voice asked, Zhang Fan, is that you, the top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination? It's me, Zhang Fan said. It's really you. You haven't chosen a martial arts academy yet, right? Wait for me to sign with you. Long Xiaoxin's excited voice came, and then continued, by the way, the beast tide level in Jiangnan base may increase. You must pay attention to safety. I will bring people to help. The level of the beast tide has increased? Zhang Fan was a little surprised. Zhang Fan didn't care much about the martial arts academy that Long Xiaoxin mentioned. But the level of this beast tide has increased to a serious level, and we don't know how many casualties it will cause. A beast tide exceeding the large-scale level is not something a small Jiangnan base can resist. At this time, Long Xiaoxin had already hung up the phone. She seemed to be in such a hurry every time. Zhang Fan put away his phone and turned around, and was immediately shocked. At some point, Xiaoyingqi was standing beside him, looking at him with a puzzled expression. Zhang Fan was thinking just now and didn't notice anyone approaching. I seem to hear a woman's voice. Is she your girlfriend? Xiaoyingqi asked curiously. What's it got to do with you? Why are you so nosy? Zhang Fan hurried towards the warrior office. This Xiaoyingqi still gave him a headache. The opponent's body movements and martial arts were indeed a bit weird. It seems that I have to learn a set of powerful martial arts to get rid of the opponent. Hey, Zhang Fan, who are you calling a nosy? Xiaoyingqi hurriedly caught up with Zhang Fan. She couldn't let other people from the martial arts academy snatch Zhang Fan away. Chapter 29 rewards are in hand. Ghostly movement. Warrior office. Led by the staff, Zhang Fan went directly to the top floor office. This was what President Long had agreed upon with him before. He can come and claim the National College Entrance Examination Top Scorer Award at any time. There is only one office on the entire top floor, with a wide view overlooking the entire Jiangnan base. Some flying monsters can be seen wreaking havoc in the sky, but they are blocked by an invisible shield. Zhang Fan continued to look into the distance and found that the scene outside the city could be seen clearly. Some of the monsters that had previously only been active in the ruins were actually approaching the edge of the city and trying to attack it. However, he was killed on the spot by the military personnel guarding outside the city. President Long, what is this? Zhang Fan turned and looked at President Long in confusion. President Long handed Zhang Fan a glass of water and said, "There are already monsters gathering outside the city, but they are only D-level monsters. But they were able to gather in such a short time. It seems that this beast tide is no less than a large one. But there's no need to worry about the Jiangnan base for now. The warrior office was established to set up a protective shield for the base. As long as this protective shield exists, monsters below SSS level won't be able to easily break through and enter the city. Unless a catastrophic beast tide occurs, that number of monsters will be enough to overwhelm the base's protective shield." Zhang Fan suddenly realized. He thought this was just a tall building, but he didn't expect it was a place similar to the center of a formation. You must know that all the king-level and emperor-level monsters on the inland land were intercepted outside the border by the three most powerful ones. Although SSS-level monsters do exist, they are extremely rare and only appear in large numbers at the borders of the three major cities. For the Jiangnan base, this level of protective shield is enough. Brother Zhang Fan, this is your reward for being the top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination. President Long knew the purpose of Zhang Fan's visit, and then took out a silver-white battlesuit and said to Zhang Fan, "I know you have a talent for lightning, so I specially selected a set of lightning attribute air wingsuits for you. This will significantly increase your flying speed." "Thank you, President Long." Zhang Fan stroked the Skywing battlesuit in his hand and could indeed feel the thunder attribute in his body jumping happily, as if it had found an explosion point. Each piece of equipment has its own attributes, and the corresponding attributes can bring out stronger power. I didn't expect the other party to be so attentive. It seems that he is trying to win me over. Brother Zhang Fan is Xiaoxin's friend, so he is naturally my friend as well. Have you chosen a martial arts academy yet? You might consider Imperial Capital Martial Arts University. President Long saw Zhang Fan put away his Skywing battlesuit and then told him his intentions. I haven't made a decision yet, but the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy is also one of my options. Zhang Fan said. He had already guessed the relationship between Long Xiaoxin and President Long. After all, they both had the surname Long, and the other party was so polite to him. The Martial Arts Academy is related to future achievements and development. Brother Zhang Fan, don't be too anxious. Even if you don't enter the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy later, we will still be friends. President Long smiled and said to Zhang Fan, "Okay, President Long, I'll be leaving first." Zhang Fan shook hands with President Long and then left the warrior office directly. President Long watched Zhang Fan leave with a hint of doubt in his eyes, and said to himself, "If I didn't know his age, I wouldn't have guessed he was a high school student. Not many people have this level of composure. I really don't know how he managed to kill so many D-rank, 9th order monsters. Luckily, Xiaoxi knows him, so even if we can't win him over, we can't easily make him our enemy." This is the conclusion that President Long finally came to. The talent and strength displayed by Zhang Fan, especially the series of strange methods used in the college entrance examination, are difficult to achieve even for a super genius. 3 days later, Zhang Fan looked at the sign-in panel, on which 6 cursors were already lit. The 7th cursor is flickering, and it is obvious that you can continue to sign in. Then Zhang Fan couldn't wait to tell the system. "System, sign in. Gold, it must be a golden treasure chest." A system voice came. Ding. The host has successfully signed in and received a blue treasure chest. Another blue chest. I signed in 2 days ago and was also given 2 blue treasure chests. And both blue chests give experience points, but thankfully they give 10 times more experience points than the green chest. A total of 20,000 experience points were added. Let his level be upgraded directly from the 9th level of the warrior realm to the 1st level of the transformation realm. This is the only place worth being happy about. After reaching the state of transformation, Zhang Fan felt that the blood and energy in his body had taken a huge leap. If he were to take the college entrance examination now, he would be able to score at least 60,000 points. This is because there are only so many monsters in the examination room, otherwise the points would be expected to be even higher. At this time, the system's voice continued to come. Ding. Successfully opened the blue treasure chest, and obtained the A-level martial arts skill, Ghostly Movement. Zhang Fan was shocked. A level martial arts with ghostly and magical movements? I didn't expect that a blue treasure chest would reveal such a rare A-level martial arts skill.
What a big profit. Zhang Fan didn't hesitate and immediately ordered the system to study. Ding.
The host has successfully consumed 200,000 skill points to upgrade his martial arts skills, ghostly movement.
Martial arts technique, perfect body movement A. Ding.
Comprehend the combat skills, ghostly movement.
Ding.
This martial arts skill can be further upgraded to S-level martial arts skill, Thunder Thousand Shadows.
When the system's voice came, Zhang Fan was overjoyed. Just as he thought.
The gun skills and boxing skills I learned before are the lowest level basic martial arts without a name. If it weren't for the powerful system, it would be impossible to comprehend the combat skills. Now even if we continue to improve the quality, it is difficult to comprehend powerful combat skills, not to mention that the power increased subsequently is getting smaller and smaller.
However, this A-level martial arts body movement is different.
The foundation is the A-level martial arts body movement.
As the quality improves, the power will increase exponentially.
Just from the S-level martial arts skill Thunder Illusion Thousand Shadows prompted by the system, you can tell that it is many times more powerful than this ghostly divine movement.
In other words, the higher the basic level, the stronger the upper limit power.
Zhang Fan stood up and then used his ghostly fighting skills to move swiftly, and the whole person turned into an afterimage floating in the room.
Although he was extremely fast, nothing in the room was damaged. It's like a breeze blowing by, making people feel comfortable.
Suddenly, the door of the room opened, and Zhang Fan turned into a shadow and floated outside.
Chapter 30, Powerful Physical Skills. 3 High School Election Competition.
The TV in the hall was still on, and Xiaoyingqi was sleeping soundly on the sofa. At this time, she kicked the blanket to her legs, and her sleeping posture with her legs spread out showed off her perfect figure, and her fair skin that was as delicate as a baby's was exposed outside her pajamas.
If you sleep like a dead pig, who can you protect? Zhang Fan shook his head and prepared to continue testing his physical ability.
Suddenly, Xiaoyingqi, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly opened her eyes.
Zhang Fan was startled for a moment and reacted quickly, his body quickly turning into an afterimage and constantly changing positions. I just felt something flash before my eyes. Ah. Maybe I didn't sleep well, go back to sleep.
Xiaoyingqi yawned drowsily, then fell back to sleep.
Damn. I almost got discovered. It seems that the body movement skills Xiaoyingqi learned are indeed very powerful, but there is still a certain gap compared to the ghostly and magical movements.
Zhang Fan secretly rejoiced and then came to a conclusion. Xiaoyingqi has powerful body skills, so naturally he is very sensitive to his surroundings.
The ghostly movement is even more powerful, even Xiaoyingqi can't detect it.
Zhang Fan returned to the room and immediately called up the system panel.
Host, Zhang Fan. Level, first level of the Transcendent Realm. Qi and Blood, 2000. Spiritual Power, 20,000. Soul Power, 100 low-level Mind Master. Attribute, Thunder. Talent, God's Blessing SSS, 8 Desolations Indestructible Battle Body SSS, Destruction Divine Thunder S.
Martial Arts Skills, Perfect Body Movement A, Perfect Boxing plus A, Perfect Spearmanship plus A. Combat Skills, Ghostly Movement Body Movement, Stormbreaker Boxing, Thunderous Thousand Stab Spear Movement.
Psionic Skills, Thunder Attribute A. Spiritual Skills, Thunderball, Sky Thunder, Earth Shattering Thunder, 9 Thunder's Righteousness.
Items, Skywing Battlesuit, Frost Moonspear, Advanced Battlesuit, Void Heaven Teleportation Stone, Enlightenment Pill, etc.
Skill Points, 677600. Experience Points, 7050.
Looking at the information on the system panel, Zhang Fan was very satisfied.
It's only been a few days? Already have so many things.
Not only does he have powerful talents in martial arts, but he also has many rare treasures. Not to mention the items from the Void Heaven realm, any one of them would be enough to shock Blue Star. You should know that this is an item that only the strongest people on Blue Star possess. The skill points have also reached more than 600,000.
This is because Zhang Fan has been using the Enlightenment Pill. 1 day is equivalent to 3 days.
Although his marksmanship and boxing skills showed potential for further improvement, Zhang Fan was not going to waste skill points on them. The basic quality of martial arts is too low, and the increased power is too small.
The current power is enough to crush opponents of the same level.
Even fighting against opponents of higher levels is no problem. When investing skill points, prioritize improving your physical skills and psychic abilities. The system shows that these two have 100% mastered combat and spiritual skills, so their power is definitely increasing rapidly. System, how many skill points are needed to upgrade martial arts and psychic skills from A level to S level? Zhang Fan asked the system in his mind. Byte. Upgrading a level martial arts to S level requires 999,999 skill points. Upgrading an A level psychic technique to S level requires 999,999 skill points. The system voice came. In this way, the skill points are not much different, and using the enlightenment pill for 2 days will be enough. This means that you will be able to possess S-level spiritual skills the day after tomorrow. The priority is definitely to comprehend the spiritual skill of the Thunder of Annihilation first. This is a powerful move to kill enemies, which can increase a lot of combat power. Zhang Fan put away the system panel and walked out of the room. Today is the day for the election competition among the 3 major high schools in Jiangnan base. This election competition will not only attract the attention of the Martial Arts Academy. The top 10 students will also be eligible to enter the C-level secret realm. Although these secret realms have been explored countless times. But until now, no one has reached the hellish difficulty level required to clear the secret realm. And no one has ever obtained the hell difficulty reward. Zhang Fan naturally wanted to obtain the qualification to enter the secret realm. Although the rewards of these secret realms are not as good as those of the Shutian realm, each of them is very mysterious. You may get unexpected rewards. The noise of Zhang Fan's movement once again woke Xiaoyingqi up from her sleep. At this moment, he was sitting on the sofa, looking at Zhang Fan with a resentful look on his face. Can you please stop looking at me like that? I wonder if I've done something to you. Zhang Fan said. Look outside, there's not even a ghost. Are you in a hurry to save the world by waking up so early? Xiaoyingqi complained as he looked at the still dim sky outside the window. Today is the election competition among the 3 major high schools, and several people from top martial arts academies have called my cell phone. Zhang Fan said as he started to wash up. He was not talking nonsense. In the past 3 days, many people had indeed called his cell phone. Later, Zhang Fan simply turned off his phone. What? These people don't even consider their own strength, and dare to compete with the 3 top martial arts academies for people? When Xiaoyingqi heard Zhang Fan's words, she stood up immediately and lost all sleepiness in an instant. After some freshening up, the two went all the way to the 3rd high school. At this time, a number of competition arenas have been set up on the open space in the playground. Many students and teachers gathered around the arena, as well as some martial arts academies with different costumes. These martial arts academies are introducing their respective advantages to the students around them. On one of the competition arenas, President Long and the 3 principals were talking. Principal Xia of the 3rd high school couldn't help but have a smug smile on his face. This time, the 3rd high school breathed a sigh of relief. In previous years, such important competitions were held at number 1 high school. This time, Zhang Fan won the top spot in the National College Entrance Examination, which greatly increased the popularity of the 3rd high school. The most important high school election competition is even held here. At this time, everyone on the playground noticed Zhang Fan's arrival. Suddenly, many leaders from top martial arts academies gathered around. A tall, sturdy bald man walked out from a group of people in yellow clothes and came to Zhang Fan first and said, "Is this Zhang Fan? I'm the top instructor at Dragon City Martial Arts Academy. Come to our Dragon City Martial Arts Academy and I guarantee you'll break through to the heavenly realm within 10 years. Wow! His words immediately shocked the students around him. 10 years to break through the heaven realm. That's a hefty price to pay. Do you know how valuable the top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination is? A mere 10 years to reach the heavenly realm. This Dragon City Martial Arts Academy is really calculating. Longcheng is considered a top-tier martial arts academy, right? But these conditions are obviously not the best. Look, there are many top-tier martial arts academies around here." Before everyone could discuss it for a moment, a beautiful woman in red clothes came to Zhang Fan with a graceful figure. She looked at the man in yellow with disdain and said sarcastically, Classmate Zhang Fan is extremely talented. Going to your Dragon City Martial Arts Academy is a waste of time. I think you should come to our Red Maple Martial Arts Academy. We guarantee you'll reach the heavenly realm within 8 years, no, 5 years. You can even receive the true teachings of our dean. So, Zhang Fan, would you like to consider our Red Maple Martial Arts Academy?
Chapter 31, Major Martial Arts Academies compete for it. The Imperial Capital's Golden Armor Guards. The beautiful woman in red winked at Zhang Fan after she said this. Seeing that the situation was not good, the other martial arts academies standing by and watching immediately rushed to offer their favorable conditions. Student Zhang Fan, we at Blue Shadow are willing to promise that you can become the Vice Dean upon graduation. Student Zhang Fan, our dean said that if you are willing, he can marry his precious daughter to you. Student Zhang Fan. Wow! The people around were shocked again, because these people were the top martial arts academies that they had always dreamed of entering. Now they are arguing over Zhang Fan, their faces red and ears red. If they weren't in the city, they would probably have fought. The true teachings of the dean of a top martial arts academy. This Red Maple Martial Arts Academy has truly invested a fortune. That's not surprising. After all, he's the top scorer in the National College entrance exam. He's bound to be a local tycoon in the future. Maybe it's because of his influence. I heard that the Red Maple Martial Arts Academy has many beautiful students. If it were me, I would definitely agree. You're dreaming. Zhang Fan is the top scorer in the National College entrance exam. Do you think it's as hard as you to get into an ordinary martial arts academy? Yes, Zhang Fan is someone that even the 3 highest martial arts academies are fighting for. Oh. By the way, why don't I see anyone from the 3 highest martial arts academies? Could it be that the top scorer in the National College entrance examination, with over 20,000 points, still can't move them? How is that possible? You have to know that this is over 10,000 points higher than the highest score in history. You can only imagine how talented he is. Not far from the playground, a pair of vicious eyes were staring at where Zhang Fan was. It was Chen Wenfeng who had a face full of resentment. His inner anger made the flesh on his face tremble. Zhang Fan. These honors originally belonged to me. My strength has improved by leaps and bounds this time. Even if I'm the top scorer in the National College entrance examination, what does it matter? I'm going to beat you to a cripple and see which martial arts academy will want you. Chen Wenfeng kept thinking and rehearsing in his mind, wondering how to make Zhang Fan look bad in public. Beside him stood a stern-looking man, who said coldly with his hands behind his back. Remember, this is your Chen family's chance to atone for their sins. Don't let the master down. Please rest assured, sir. With the treasure you gave me, I will complete the task 100%. Chen Wenfeng touched his arm and said confidently. Yeah. The stern-faced man nodded and left. Wow. At this moment, there was a cry of surprise from the crowd, and then they made way for a passage. A group of people in golden armor came from outside and then stood in front of Zhang Fan in an orderly manner. This is the Golden Armor Guard. Imperial Capital, someone's coming from the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy. These golden armored guards are all at the legendary level or above, right? I never thought the Imperial Capital would actually bring the golden armored guards with them. It seems they really value Zhang Fan, the top scorer in the National College entrance exam. Now we're going to have some fun. I wonder what else those top martial arts academies have that can attract Zhang Fan. Many people have recognized the origin of these golden armors. At this time, a very tall woman with a delicate and beautiful face walked out from the golden armor guards. It's Long Xiaoxin. Zhang Fan, I told you to wait for me to sign yours. Long Xiaoxin smiled at Zhang Fan, then turned around and looked around, frowning. What kind of martial arts academy are these from? How dare they compete with the Imperial Capital for people? Although her voice was not loud, it made the martial arts academy around her who had some illusions about the future retreat immediately and dared not move forward. This is the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy. They really don't have any advantages in competing with the Imperial Capital for talents. Humph. Long Xiaoxin, you really are good at using your power to overwhelm others. A disdainful voice came from behind Zhang Fan, immediately attracting everyone's attention. They all wanted to see who dared to contradict the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy. Xiaoyingqi, why are you here? Long Xiaoxin's eyes widened as she looked at Xiaoyingqi behind Zhang Fan. From Long Xiaoxin's tone, Zhang Fan knew that the two women knew each other and their relationship might not be very good. Sure enough, when Xiaoyingqi heard Long Xiaoxin's question, he immediately flashed in front of the other party. The two men stared at each other and neither of them gave in. Suddenly, there was a tit-for-tat intense situation. Hee, I advise you to give up. Zhang Fan is already a member of our Yaodu. Xiaoyingqi suddenly chuckled. What?
Zhang Fan, she said. Long Xiaoxin suddenly became a little angry, then looked behind Xiaoyingqi and found that there was no trace of Zhang Fan.
Where's Zhang Fan? Xiaoyingqi also hurriedly turned around to look, and Zhang Fan actually disappeared silently under her nose? This is a very incredible thing.
You know, her body skills are rare in the world.
In this case, doesn't that mean Zhang Fan has even stronger body skills than hers? Why didn't it show up before?
A lot of doubts suddenly flashed through Xiaoyingqi's mind. However, the most important thing right now is to find Zhang Fan first, otherwise Long Xiaoxin will get there first and we won't be able to complete the task assigned by the Zhang family.
It's all your fault. Otherwise, why would Zhang Fan have been scared away?
Xiaoyingqi frowned at Long Xiaoxin.
I said it was you, woman, who was lingering around.
Zhang Fan must have run away because he felt pressured.
Long Xiaoxin retorted bluntly. The people around were all stunned at this time.
I didn't expect that two beautiful women, who were representatives of the Imperial Capital and Demon Capital martial arts academies, would almost fight for Zhang Fan.
This is really something that makes people both envious and jealous. Comparing yourself to others is really frustrating.
I don't ask for much, as long as there is a woman who does this for me.
Brother, why are you dreaming again after just waking up? By the way, why don't I see anyone from the Magic City Martial Arts Academy? Don't you know that the second highest ranked person in the National College entrance exam is Wang Yingjie from the Magic City? He's from the Magic City Wang family. Oh, I forgot about that.
The Wang family will never share their martial arts resources with the top scorer in the National College entrance examination who surpasses them.
And Zhang Fan won't go either, right?
After all, the other martial arts academies all offer generous conditions, no worse than the 3 top martial arts academies. At this time, Zhang Fan had already flashed to Li Jian's side. This ghostly creature is indeed powerful, it can move freely in such a dense crowd.
Ahem. Everyone be quiet.
In the middle of the arena, President Long cleared his throat and said, the competition for the 3 major high schools in Jiangnan Base is about to begin. You can check out the competition schedule on the big screen and your phone. As he finished speaking, a huge screen at the far end of the playground appeared with the competition numbers and names.
Chapter 32 The competition begins. Enter the quarterfinals.
Zhang Fan looked up at the huge screen in front of him. The list of all the people participating in the competition has been arranged on the screen.
Of course, not everyone will participate.
They either have to rank high in the college entrance examination or have a strong martial arts level. All of these people want to show their strengths in the competition and be noticed by better martial arts academies. Zhang Fan looked and saw that his first competition would be on arena number 10, and his opponent would be a student from number 1 high school. The student had already come to the ring at this time, his face was pale and bloodless. I didn't expect to meet the top scorer in the National College entrance examination in the first round.
This is incredible luck.
Zhang Fan leaped up onto the stage. When everyone saw Zhang Fan appear on the ring, their attention was instantly drawn to him.
Here we go, Zhang Fan's competition has begun.
I want to see if his strength is as strong as the legend says.
To be the top scorer in the National College entrance examination, one must be very capable.
I wouldn't believe it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. You should go lift poles on a construction site, you're quite talented. Ignoring everyone's gazes and comments, Zhang Fan clasped his fists towards his opponent and said,
please.
The student also clasped his fists towards Zhang Fan and then assumed a fighting stance. Zhang Fan, even though you are the top scorer in the National College entrance examination, I will not retreat easily.
Let me see your strength.
He wanted to take advantage of this high-profile situation to gain more attention from the martial arts academy. Zhang Fan from 3rd High School versus Lian Shan from 1st High School. The competition officially begins. The referee below the ring shouted, and everyone's attention immediately became more focused, for fear of missing any exciting part. Lian Shan, who was standing opposite Zhang Fan, heard the referee's voice and quickly moved towards Zhang Fan's position. Zhang Fan had no expression. The opponent's speed was like a slow-motion video in his eyes. Seeing that the opponent was about to get close, he raised his hand and quickly punched out.
Bang!
I saw a figure flying out of the ring like a kite with a broken string. But Zhang Fan stood there without any change, as if he had not made any movement just now.
Zhang Fan wins this match.
The referee in the audience was stunned for a moment before reacting, and then immediately shouted loudly.
Wow! Everyone watching the game gasped. Isn't Lianshan's speed that slow? Zhang Fan was able to hit it so accurately. Is this the strength of the top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination? It's truly terrifying. I found out. Lianshan is at the 6th level of the warrior realm. I didn't expect that he couldn't withstand Zhang Fan's attack at all. Too strong. Even a 9th level warrior wouldn't be able to do it as easily as Zhang Fan, right? Perhaps Zhang Fan has already broken through to the warrior realm, otherwise how could he be so strong? A high school student with transformation realm strength. This is extremely rare in the entire country. Either they are extremely gifted, or they have been forced to consume high-level body hardening fluids, which can destroy their foundation. That shouldn't be the case. Besides, those high-level body hardening fluids are not something an orphan like him can afford. Everyone began to doubt Zhang Fan's strength. After all, such powerful strength is not something an ordinary high school student can possess. Is it really an extremely powerful talent? The top martial arts academy that had originally given up on competing for Zhang Fan had new ideas. With such a powerful talent, as long as it develops steadily, he will become the overlord in the future. Then wouldn't the martial arts academy they are in be upgraded to the same level as the 3 highest martial arts academies? In the distant stands, Principal Xia looked thoughtfully at Zhang Fan, who was leaving the ring, with a hint of admiration and hope in his eyes. President Long turned his head and looked behind him, holding back the words he was about to say. Standing behind him were Long Xiaoxin and Xia Yingqi, the two still staring at each other, neither willing to give in. President Long looked helplessly at Principal Xia beside him. The fact that a genius as talented as Zhang Fan appeared in 3rd high school this time is largely due to Principal Xiao's contribution. The president seems to have feelings for Zhang Fan? Principal Xia raised his eyelids slightly, then chuckled and said, the imperial capital should stay out of Zhang Fan's affairs. This involves the entanglement between the Demon City and the Magic City. Whom could it be? Principal Xia's words immediately shocked President Long. Although the imperial capital is the center of China, the power of the Demon City and the Monster City is not weaker than that of the imperial capital. For so many years, the 3 parties have formed a balance, and the relationship between the imperial capital and the demon capital is even closer, otherwise the Wang family of the demon capital might have dominated the world long ago. Now that Principal Xia said this, President Long naturally wouldn't turn against him because of Zhang Fan and Yaodu. He knew that Principal Xia had a very high status in Yaodu, and he was not just an ordinary high school principal in Jiangnan base. Xiaoxin, the imperial capital will withdraw from the competition for Zhang Fan. President Long thought of this, turned his head and looked at Long Xiaoxin behind him and said, "Third brother, you." Long Xiaoxin was a little surprised. How could a talented person like Zhang Fan give up just like that? Listen to third brother on this matter. President Long smiled and stopped Long Xiaoxin, who was about to speak. Long Xiaoxin had no choice but to shut up, but still glared at Xia Yingqi, who was looking smug beside her. Time quickly came to the afternoon. During this period, Zhang Fan challenged several opponents in succession, but he won all the competitions very easily. Some people even gave up and admitted defeat when they saw that their opponent was Zhang Fan. This also allowed Zhang Fan to enter the final 8 very easily. His next opponent is Chen Wenfeng. Chen Wenfeng's performance in this competition surprised everyone. I can't say that he finished the competition faster than Zhang Fan, but the difference was not much. Especially when facing Yi Qingshui from the 2nd high school, who was of equal strength to him before, he won the competition very easily. This makes everyone feel that Zhang Fan's winning streak may be coming to an end. I didn't expect that Chen Wenfeng, who only scored 3 points in the college entrance examination, would be so amazing. I heard that he and Zhang Fan were fighting for monsters in the exam room, and they were finally forced to withdraw because they were besieged by monsters. Then why is Zhang Fan okay? It seems the gap is still quite large. Not necessarily. This time, Chen Wenfeng is much stronger than before. He has won consecutive battles and is not inferior to Zhang Fan at all. But this Chen Wenfeng is too cruel. Anyone who fights him is either seriously injured or crippled. It looks like the next competition will be very intense. I heard that the Chen family has already opened the betting. I'm going to bet on Chen Wenfeng to win this one. Whatever the odds, I think Zhang Fan is more stable. I'm betting everything on him. As the crowd's discussions were heard, Zhang Fan and Chen Wenfeng had already arrived on the stage. Zhang Fan. This time I will return all the humiliation to you. Chen Wenfeng's eyes were filled with anger, as if he wanted to devour Zhang Fan. Ha! A defeated general.
Zhang Fan smiled indifferently and sneered disdainfully. Zhang Fan from 3rd High School versus Chen Wenfeng from 1st High School. The competition officially begins. As the referee's voice sounded from the audience, everyone stared at the stage intently.
This is not just an ordinary competition, it involves everyone's entire belongings. Chapter 33, Beat Up Chen Wenfeng. You will suffer the consequences if you do evil.
Zhang Fan on the stage remained calm and composed. Chen Wenfeng did not rush to attack, but shouted loudly, and the momentum of his body began to surge.
Drink! Zhang Fan, today I'm going to make you look bad in front of so many people. Wow! This scene immediately shocked everyone watching the game. Transformation.
Chen Wenfeng has actually reached the transformation realm.
Wasn't he only at the 7th level of warrior realm before? Could it be that he used a high-level body hardening fluid? I didn't expect it could be done this way. What about the money I bet on? Give me back. Give me back. It's too shady.
The Chen family dared to open such a large market only because they knew that Chen Wenfeng had reached the realm of perfection.
Zhang Fan, you must hold on. This is all I have.
Ignoring everyone's gaze, Chen Wenfeng took the lead in launching an attack. His figure rushed towards Zhang Fan like an arrow. Zhang Fan stood there with a calm expression. He raised his arms, which were originally behind his back, clenched his fists and launched a fierce attack.
Boom! Crack! Crack!
As the sound of bones breaking was heard, a round and huge figure flew backwards.
Ah! My bones!
Chen Wenfeng fell heavily on the ring, wailing in pain, but he did not fly out of the ring.
This was deliberately controlled by Zhang Fan.
His boxing skills have reached the perfect A level, and his strength can be controlled to perfection. Before everyone could recover from their surprise, Zhang Fan's figure had disappeared from the spot. Everyone could only see a ghostly afterimage flashing quickly, and in the blink of an eye, Zhang Fan appeared in front of Chen Wenfeng.
You dare to bark like a dog with just this little ability?
Zhang Fan said lightly, then kicked out suddenly, and Chen Wenfeng's round body flew into the sky.
Ah!
Before Chen Wenfeng could scream, a huge force hit him from the back. Then his whole body kept changing positions in the air, and Zhang Fan's fists kept hitting his flesh. A moment later, there was a loud bang, and Chen Wenfeng's body fell heavily to the ground again.
Boom!
A cloud of dust rose up, and a huge hole was smashed into the ground of the arena.
Wow!
The whole playground exclaimed in surprise.
Is this the strength of the top scorer in the National College entrance examination? Too strong.
In his hands, the transformation realm is like a newborn baby, without any ability to fight back.
It's so terrifying. Ha ha. Luckily, I didn't give up.
I bet everything I had on Zhang Fan to win.
Now I'm going to be rich. It seems Chen Wenfeng only has 3 points. He's not even worthy of carrying Zhang Fan's shoes. What a waste of my 100,000 yuan. The expressions of the crowd included shock, ecstasy after winning money, and anger after losing money.
Zhang Fan landed at the edge of the ring and looked ahead. Suddenly, his soul power sensed that Chen Wenfeng in the huge pit was fiddling with an object on his arm. Even the other party's vicious expression can be clearly sensed.
You forced me to do this. Chen Wenfeng's angry roar came from the huge pit. By you bu.
As the sounds of objects being launched were heard, countless tiny silver needles flew towards Zhang Fan.
Humph. Such a trifle.
Zhang Fan didn't take it seriously and then waved his hands quickly.
Earth-shattering thunder.
He saw purple lightning rapidly rising from the ground in front of him, quickly forming a wall of lightning, directly isolating these tiny silver needles outside.
Drink!
Zhang Fan shouted loudly, and the lightning in the purple thunder wall suddenly became violent, and the silver needle that was controlled to float in the air bounced back directly.
Puff, puff.
The sound of piercing the flesh was heard, and Chen Wenfeng's whole body was seen filled with densely packed tiny silver needles.
He died instantly on the spot.
The originally fair skin turned into patches of black spots. It's obviously caused by the toxins in these silver needles.
Ding!
Killed a Transformation Realm Level 1 warrior, experience points plus 200.
The system's voice came.
Zhang Fan was a little surprised.
He didn't expect that he could gain experience points by killing warriors.
It took a long time for everyone present to come back to their senses, and then they gasped.
Wow! There were exclamations on the playground. Chen Wenfeng actually possesses such a powerful hidden weapon. How despicable. This is full of poison. Chen Wenfeng really brought this upon himself. He died from his own hidden weapon. Zhang Fan's strength is too terrifying. He can actually perform B-level spiritual skills. I've only just mastered D-level spiritual skills, but I didn't expect he could already unleash the full power of B-level spiritual skills. Everyone condemned Chen Wenfeng's despicable tactics. Suddenly, a black shadow appeared in the air and then swooped down rapidly. His target was Zhang Fan on the ring. The long sword in the black shadow's hand roared, and a white tiger shadow flashed out, as if it was going to destroy the entire arena. Zhang Fan looked even smaller under the opponent's attack. Heavenly Realm Expert. Zhang Fan, be careful. President Long, who was in the distance, was the first to notice something was wrong and immediately gave a warning. As soon as he finished speaking, he flew towards Zhang Fan. However, the black shadow was one step ahead of him, and the powerful attack had already arrived in front of Zhang Fan. Bang! Zhang Fan raised his eyes and looked calmly at the attacking black shadow. Suddenly, an invisible shield appeared in front of him, directly blocking the black shadow's full-strength attack. Someone from the Chun family? Zhang Fan looked puzzled and wanted to see the black shadow's face clearly. The black shadow was already extremely shocked at this time. He never expected that Zhang Fan would have such a defensive method. He was actually able to block the full-force attack from this Heavenly Realm expert. Suddenly, a huge force came out from the invisible shield in front of Zhang Fan, directly knocking the black shadow in front of him away. It all happened in an instant. Seeing that President Long and others had already taken action, the black shadow knew that he had no chance to attack again, so he turned around and quickly jumped out of the campus. How dare you! How dare you attack the competition site! President Long shouted, and his figure flashed and jumped quickly to chase after the black shadow. Zhang Fan. Are you okay? Principal Xia had already come to Zhang Fan's side and put his hand on Zhang Fan's arm to check his injuries. Suddenly, Principal Xia's face showed shock and disbelief. What a huge amount of qi and blood! Grandpa, how is Zhang Fan? When Xiaoyingqi saw Principal Xia's expression, she thought Zhang Fan had suffered some internal injuries, and immediately asked anxiously. Long Xiaoxin and Li Jian beside her also looked at her with concern. Oh, it's okay, this kid is very healthy. Principal Xia responded verbally, but began to complain in his heart. I really don't know what kind of freak this is. He was hit with all his strength by a strong man in the heavenly realm, but he didn't get hurt at all. In particular, the powerful qi and blood in Zhang Fan's body is almost as rich as that of the legendary realm. This made Principal Xia even more shocked. Chapter 34 decided to go to the Demon City. The beast tide is coming. Zhang Fan, you really scared me to death. Li Jian looked at Zhang Fan and confirmed that he was not injured, and he immediately felt relieved. Then he couldn't help but bombard the Chen family. Was that shadowy figure sent by the Chun family? They used such despicable means, and now they dare to send someone to assassinate us. Is there any law in this? His words immediately made the students around him extremely angry. You must know that Zhang Fan is now an important figure in the Jiangnan base. To do this is simply to go against all of them. Let's go to the Chen family and seek justice. This Chen family is extremely despicable. Not only did they use hidden weapons in the competition, they also sent people to assassinate Zhang Fan. Exactly. Do you really think they can completely control the Jiangnan base? Seeing everyone's angry expressions, Principal Xia was worried that the situation would get out of control and immediately spoke out to stop them. President Long has already gone after them. They should be able to track down the attackers soon. Everyone should stay calm. Zhang Fan naturally did not suffer any harm. He has the protective jade pendant of Shutian realm. Now that his level has broken through to the transformation realm, he can withstand a full-strength attack from the transcendent realm. The black shadow just now only exerted the strength of the heavenly realm and was unable to break the defensive shield of the jade pendant. Zhang Fan checked the condition of the jade pendant. With his current level of transformation, the Shutian realm protective jade pendant can withstand about 3 attacks from a strong man in the Tian realm. So he had no worries at all. Seeing that the tense atmosphere had eased, Principal Xia immediately pulled Zhang Fan to the principal's office. You know how risky that was, kid? He was a powerful celestial realm expert. Even I wouldn't dare to confront him directly. I really don't know where you get this courage from.
When he arrived at the office, Principal Xia immediately criticized Zhang Fan for his reckless and evasive behavior.
Aren't you all here? Fortunately, nothing big happened, hee. Zhang Fan did not refute, but just chuckled and said, "The most handsome man on Blue Star is so humble and willing to learn."
Principal Xia did not continue to dwell on the risk Zhang Fan had just taken. Instead, he unexpectedly said Zhang Fan's name in the Shutian realm. Then he turned and looked at Zhang Fan. He did not have the surprised expression as imagined, but was still calm and composed as if just a very ordinary little thing had happened.
"Why aren't you surprised?" Principal Xia couldn't help but ask.
Zhang Fan smiled calmly and said, "Principal, you even have the Void Heaven Realm teleportation stone."
Naturally, this little thing couldn't have escaped your scrutiny.
Although Zhang Fan said this, he already knew it in his heart. "I am wearing the clothes you gave me, why should I be surprised?"
"The Jiangnan base is too dangerous for you now. You should go to the Demon City as soon as possible,"
Principal Xia said to Zhang Fan with a serious face.
"Are you referring to the threat from the Chen family?"
Zhang Fan looked at Principal Xia in confusion.
The Chen family couldn't let a strong man like Principal Xia retreat, right?
Seeing Zhang Fan's confused expression, Principal Xia finally found a little comfort. He always felt that this kid was too calm and collected.
How could he be easily manipulated like other high school students? The Chen family is nothing but an insignificant small family.
Principal Xia sneered disdainfully, then continued in a deep voice, "The person who assassinated you this time was most likely sent by the Wang family of Demon City."
"The Wang family of the Demon City?"
Zhang Fan was very surprised.
He originally thought it was just a small Chen family.
Unexpectedly, the Wang family of Magic City, one of the three most powerful families in China, sent people all the way to the Jiangnan base to assassinate him. Yes, Shaoqi should have told you about the Zhang family in Demon City, and your mother Wang Shui is from the Wang family in Demon City. Principal Xia slowly spoke out what he knew, and seeing that Zhang Fan showed no resistance, he continued.
"You'll know the details after you return to the Zhang family.
Your impressive performance in the college entrance exam has already attracted the attention of the Wang family. You shouldn't stay here for long."
"Well, that's all we can do." Zhang Fan nodded. If it was the Chen family, it would be easy to deal with. With his current strength, he could easily deal with it. But if he faced the Wang family of Magic City, one of the three most powerful families in China, he knew that he was no match for them. In fact, he had already decided to go to the Demon City Martial Arts Academy. After all, it was famous for its many demon beasts, and it was the best choice for him. The life experience of this predecessor is really complicated and tortuous. I wonder how many hidden and unknown enemies there are. It seems that this world is much more dangerous than he imagined. However, Zhang Fan believed that no matter how powerful the Wang family of Magic City was, as long as he was allowed to develop for some time, these strongest families would become his playthings at will. Seeing Zhang Fan agreed, Principal Xia immediately continued. "Zhang Fan, you're able to continuously break the record set by the strongest in the Void Heaven realm, which shows that you have extraordinary talent that is unprecedented. But this also makes you more dangerous in the Void Heaven realm. Don't think that the people in the Void Heaven realm dare not take direct action. The leaders of the various countries on Blue Star will definitely send their assassins to die with you in order to avoid the emergence of a being that surpasses them. Remember, never reveal your talent when you don't have the ability, even to the Zhang family in Yaodu."
Listening to Principal Xia's words, Zhang Fan was also very moved. However, he had his own plans in mind. With the protective jade pendant of Shutian realm, he was invincible at least in Shutian realm. If those people are blind and want to die, Zhang Fan doesn't mind giving them a ride. At this moment, there was a commotion outside. Several military soldiers covered in blood were running towards the playground. Seeing this, Zhang Fan and Principal Xia hurriedly followed. From a distance, I could hear the military soldiers in the front reporting to President Long.
"President, a large group of monsters suddenly appeared outside the city.
I think a beast tide has begun.
Now all the brothers are fighting hard outside the city.
Everyone heal your wounds first, I'll take care of the follow-up matters." President Long also had a serious expression on his face, and he immediately ordered the golden armored guards beside him to treat the injured military soldiers. At this moment, he also saw Zhang Fan and Principal Xia approaching and immediately said, "Old Xia, the talent of that black shadow just now was very strange, but in the end he was still injured by my Dragon King sword. Even if he didn't die, he was seriously injured.
He won't come back for a while." Zhang Fan, are you okay? You.
Chairman Long looked at Zhang Fan as if nothing had happened, and his face was suddenly filled with shock. You have to know that he was chasing the Black Shadow just now, and he was well aware of the opponent's strange methods. Zhang Fan actually took the opponent's attack without any harm.
Thank you, President Long, for your concern. Since the people have been driven away, should we first solve the monster crisis outside the city? Zhang Fan smiled and then spoke.
The person who most wants to go out of the city to kill monsters now is Zhang Fan. In his eyes, these monsters are experience points, which is equivalent to the madness of other warriors seeing rare body-tempering liquids. He urgently needs to improve his level of strength so that he can have more self-protection capabilities and can't always rely on treasures to protect himself. This time, the Wang family of Demon City underestimated his strength, and next time they may send even more powerful masters. If the attack was from a powerful being above the Saint Realm, he would not be able to resist.
Chapter 35, Go out of the city and kill the monsters. Level up. When the people around heard Zhang Fan's proposal, they immediately agreed. President Long, it's time to let the soldiers take a break. Let's go out of the city and fight. Yes, the beast tide is coming at the right time. We have so many experts here, what are we afraid of? These damn monsters, let me go out and kill them. Protecting Jiangnan Base is everyone's responsibility.
The students are all at a passionate age, and they have an immense desire to protect their homes and kill monsters. Everyone rushed to volunteer. President Long and the principals and teachers were all infected by this emotion. They had also been through this age before.
That era was even crazier than them.
Then President Long began to give orders, have the soldiers from each military unit rotate shifts. The students who have reached the warrior realm will be assigned by their teachers to fight alongside the soldiers. Prepare for battle.
Roar! Roar! Roar!
Prepare for battle. Prepare for battle.
Deafening shouts were heard from the playground.
The residents in Jiangnan Base all looked sideways, as they had just received a message from the military.
Now I can hear such inspiring shouts.
Everyone's originally panicked hearts suddenly calmed down, and they were full of confidence in this battle. On the streets of Jiangnan Base, the students had already put on their battle uniforms, took their weapons and began to walk out of the city. Residents on both sides of the road cheered for the students who were preparing to go out of the city to fight. When they arrived outside the city, they saw soldiers on the distant defense line fighting fiercely with monsters. Most of the soldiers were covered with scars and looked exhausted, but they had no intention of retreating.
Still fighting bravely with tenacious will.
They knew that if this line of defense was broken, these monsters would soon attack the city gate, and then the entire Jiangnan base would become a living hell. Kill! Zhang Fan shouted loudly, holding a spear and rushing towards the monster in front. The students who were in a daze behind him were suddenly awakened by Zhang Fan's roar. The real battlefield was indeed different from what they imagined. There is blood and danger everywhere, and you may lose your head if you are not careful. At this moment, everyone had even greater respect for Zhang Fan. Such a scene did not make him retreat at all. Instead, they were almost scared. After a moment, everyone no longer hesitated and used their awakened talents to kill the group of monsters. This is a step they must go through, and it is also the most important link in the inheritance of human martial arts. Only by experiencing life and death battles can you grow faster. At this time, not only the teachers and students of Jiangnan Base, but also the instructors of the Martial Arts Academy have joined the battle. With so many people supporting them, the soldiers at the front also got a chance to take a break and then began to rotate back to heal their wounds under the command of President Long. Zhang Fan had already reached the front line at this time. Perhaps because a beast tide had just broken out, most of the monsters here were D-level monsters, and a small number were C-level monsters. But it was all the same to Zhang Fan, and it didn't affect his shooting speed at all. Zhang Fan was seen wandering among the monsters like a ghost, the spear in his hand was constantly waving and turned into afterimages, and wherever he passed, the monsters were pierced through their bodies. No monster can resist such a huge force. Blood splattered all over the battlefield, and many monster corpses were picked up and exploded into countless pieces by the spear in Zhang Fan's hand. The monster, which was originally somewhat excited and bloodthirsty, was now frightened by Zhang Fan's methods and retreated, daring not to approach.
This is not a human being at all, it's a god or demon.
And they are like meat on a chopping board, cut into various shapes at will.
Ding! Killed a D rank, level 6 monster, experience points plus 60. Ding! Killed a C rank, First order monster, experience points plus 200. Ding. Killed a D rank, 8th order monster, experience points plus 80.
The system's voice continued to come. Seeing his experience points increasing, Zhang Fan became more and more courageous and tireless. Kill, kill, kill. The people who were fighting behind him were immediately aroused by seeing Zhang Fan being so brave. The battlefield instantly became one-sided. One after another, huge monsters fell in a pool of blood, and the monsters that originally wanted to attack retreated one after another. A natural ravine seemed to have formed between the group of monsters and the defense line set up by the soldiers. Zhang Fan stood in front of the crowd holding a spear, like a god of death descending, making the monsters in front terrified and dare not move forward.
Soon the monster fled into the ruins behind it. Brother Fan, Brother Fan. Brother Fan, Brother Fan.
There were bursts of shouts coming from the crowd behind Zhang Fan. This battle made the students from the 3 high schools admire Zhang Fan very much. It's not just about strength, but also about the fearless fighting spirit on the battlefield. This is the spirit of a leader, which can make them get rid of fear, as if what they see are not some powerful monsters but just some chickens and dogs. Everyone wanted to continue advancing and chasing the monster. At this time, President Long flew in front of everyone and waved his hand, saying,
"Everyone, stop chasing. A beast tide has erupted and there are unknown powerful monsters in the ruins. Rest and recuperate here and wait for the next battle deployment."
His words immediately relaxed everyone's tense nerves, and then everyone began to recover from their injuries. At this time, people with auxiliary talents came in handy. A group of warriors with healing talents began to use their talents on the injured people present. Those with less serious injuries were able to move freely in less than a moment, and those with serious injuries recovered visibly. Chairman Long stood beside Zhang Fan, looking at the ruins ahead with a worried look on his face. There's obviously an increase in the number of demonic beasts this time.
I wonder if this is a sign. Could it be that the level of the beast tide will be further increased this time?
Zhang Fan was also a little surprised.
This is not good news.
Now, if all the people in Jiangnan base were added together, it would be relatively easy for them to deal with a large beast tide. There may be S-level monsters in the super large beast tide, which is equivalent to the powerful warriors who have reached the realm of saints.
By then, the Jiangnan base will not be able to deal with it.
Although the Jiangnan base is protected by a protective shield, it cannot withstand the continuous and fierce attacks of the super large beast tide.
Once the city is breached, there will be a river of blood. Thinking of this, Zhang Fan continued to ask, "Can we request support from the surrounding cities now?"
Based on today's situation, the beast tide will launch a fierce offensive tomorrow at the latest. By the time reinforcements arrive, the Jiangnan base may have already been breached. President Long analyzed with a worried look on his face, then continued, "Perhaps I'm too nervous. Now that China has undergone a major purge of demonic beasts, it won't be easy to form a super large beast tide."
Zhang Fan nodded. He knew that President Long must be very experienced in these matters. He hoped that it would be as he said.
But the most important thing now is to upgrade the experience points I just gained. You know, the previous wave of beasts earned him nearly 20,000 experience points.
Then Zhang Fan opened the system panel. System, I want to upgrade my level. Chapter 36, Black Armor Shadow Guard. Star Stone. Ding.
The host successfully consumed 16,560 experience points to increase his cultivation level.
Level, second level of transformation. The system prompt sound came.
Zhang Fan instantly felt a warm current flowing through his body, and his body instantly returned to its peak condition. The qi and blood in the body are surging like a turbulent river. When others level up, they just feel that their energy and blood are more abundant.
Zhang Fan has the SSS level talent of the 8 Desolate Immortal Battle Body.
Every time he levels up, he feels that his energy and blood are increasing like a dam opening. Now, even if a legendary or B-level monster appears in front of him, he can smash it to pieces with one punch.
The attacks of the Heavenly Realm experts are no longer unstoppable. Of course he can easily escape even in a head-on confrontation.
You have to know that Zhang Fan has powerful body skills. Even someone as proficient in body skills as Xiaoqi cannot detect him when he uses it. Suddenly, there was a cry of surprise from the crowd who were recovering from their injuries.
Look, is there a team approaching us? That's Black Armor. Could it be the Black Armor Shadow Guards of the Demon City? What are the Black Armor Shadow Guards? How are they compared to the Imperial Capital's Golden Armor Guards?
Both are secret guards with similar strengths, but the black armor shadow guards are extremely mysterious and strange.
Very few people have actually seen them. I only saw a few fragments of them on the dark web. I didn't expect the Demon City would send them here. Could it be because of Zhang Fan, the top scorer in the National College entrance examination? This will significantly increase our combat power against the Beast Tide. Listening to the discussions of the crowd, Zhang Fan also looked up. A group of people wearing black armor were walking towards them quickly. Zhang Fan could feel that they had the same strange body movements as Xiaoyingqi. If these black armored shadow guards want to hide their bodies, most people here will not be able to sense them. With such a team, even the powerful ones who have reached the realm of sainthood would not dare to confront them easily. Although he won't be killed in one blow, he will most likely be worn down to death. Zhang Fan had experienced Xiaoyingqi's persistence before, and he couldn't get rid of her even if he wanted to. However, Zhang Fan now has more powerful physical skills and is not worried about being entangled by such a team. At this time, Principal Xia and Xiaoyingqi were already walking towards the black-armored shadow guards. The two sides exchanged a few words, and then these black-armored shadow guards, led by Xiaoyingqi, came to where Zhang Fan was. "Young master!" The black-armored shadow guards all saluted Zhang Fan in unison. The surroundings suddenly became extremely quiet, and everyone looked at Zhang Fan in amazement. They all knew that Zhang Fan grew up in the Jiangnan base and had always been an orphan living alone. When did he become the young master of Demon City? This is even more shocking than Zhang Fan becoming the top scorer in the National College entrance examination. Zhang Fan was also shocked. He didn't expect these people to be so generous as soon as they arrived. What is this? Zhang Fan looked at Xiaoyingqi beside him in confusion. "I sent a message to Yaodu 3 days ago. They came here to protect you," Xiaoyingqi said with a smile. "Isn't this too ostentatious?" Zhang Fan was speechless. Was he afraid that others wouldn't know his whereabouts? "Everyone, hide and keep ready for the enemy at all times. If anyone harms the young master, kill them without mercy." After hearing Zhang Fan's words, Xiaoyingqi gave instructions to the Xuanjia Shadow Guard. "Forget it, let's repel the Beast Tide first." Zhang Fan waved his hand helplessly and said. At this time, the Chen family at Jiangnan base. An old man with a face full of grief and anger looked at the corpse in front of him with silver needles piercing his body. It was Chen Wenfeng, who was already dead and could not die anymore. "Fonger, why don't you discuss this with Grandpa? Why are you using such extreme methods in the competition?" When the old man said this, his eyes instantly filled with anger, and fierce flames continued to rise around his body. He roared angrily, "Zhang Fan! Wang family! The feud between you caused my Fonger's tragic death. I want you to pay the price." After a moment, the old man's breath subsided and he slowly disappeared from the spot. The next day, outside the Jiangnan base, Zhang Fan glanced at the direction of the ruins in the distance, and there was still no movement, just like when the monsters retreated yesterday. Zhang Fan thought secretly in his heart, maybe President Long is overthinking it, the level of this beast tide will not increase. Then Zhang Fan checked the system. Today's sign-in has been refreshed. Zhang Fan didn't hesitate and immediately clicked the sign-in button. I began to silently repeat in my heart, "Gold, today must be gold." Ding! The host has signed in successfully and received a purple treasure chest. The system's voice came. Zhang Fan's heart was shocked. Purple. Purple is not bad either. At least it is much better than blue. You know, it's been either green or blue for so many days, so the sudden appearance of purple is really a huge surprise. At this time, the system's voice continued to come. Ding! Successfully opened the purple treasure chest, obtained Starstone +1. Starstone can communicate and absorb the power of the universe to temporarily activate the talent's extreme state. Talent's extreme state effect increases the current level of strength by approximately 3 levels, lasting for 1 day. Looking at the system's introduction information, Zhang Fan stood there in a daze. What is going on? Could it be that the talents on Blue Planet are not perfect, and they need to communicate and absorb the power of the universe? However, since the system gave such information, there must be something he has not encountered yet. And this Starstone is a good thing. It is equivalent to a level experience card. His current level is the Transformation Realm. After using it, he can at least reach the strength of a supernatural and holy person. I didn't expect that the purple treasure chest could contain such powerful items. Now Zhang Fan is still worried that the level of the beast tide is not high enough.
It would be better if some S-level monsters came directly so that he could gain more experience points.
Then the upgrade will increase as fast as a rocket, right?
At this moment, an alarm sounded from the soldiers scouting at the front. Then a soldier came running over, his face stained with blood, shouting as he ran.
A large number of monsters are approaching.
All the brothers in front are dead. The soldiers' frightened voices instantly woke everyone up, and then they quickly stood up and lined up to prepare for battle. President Long looked at the ruins in the distance with a serious expression, then turned to the crowd and said, "Today's beast tide may be even stronger, but behind us are our homes and families. No matter how difficult or dangerous it is, we must not retreat. Kill! 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 Kill!" Everyone present was also aroused to fight, and then shouts resounded throughout the battlefield. Suddenly, a huge and thick snake-like object suddenly jumped out from under the feet of the soldier who was running back. It opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the soldier into its stomach in an instant. Then it sank into the ground and disappeared without a trace, as if it was just an illusion.
Ah! It's the A-level monster, the giant sandstone snake python.
At this time, someone had already recognized the monster and immediately shouted in horror.
Could it be that this beast tide is of super large level? Someone asked in confusion.
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone suddenly became frightened. In a large-scale beast tide, at most B-level monsters will appear. Now that A-level monsters have appeared, the level of the beast tide must have increased. It is very likely that S-level monsters will appear at any time, and that is not something a small base like theirs can stop.
Chapter 37, the beast tide has been upgraded. A-level monster sandstone giant snake python.
Seeing that the army's morale was somewhat low, President Long frowned.
If it was an A-level monster, any one of him and the three principals could kill it.
However, there is more than one A-level monster in the super large beast tide, and there are only a few of them in the Jiangnan base who have the strength of the heavenly realm. The disparity in combat power between the two sides is indeed too great. What's more, there is a high possibility that S-level monsters will appear in the super large beast tide. It hasn't been long since the monster cleanup operation started.
How could such a huge monster tide suddenly appear?
Principal Xia expressed his thoughts with a puzzled look on his face. The others also nodded, they had thought of the same thing.
But now they have no time to think.
From a distance, one could clearly see a group of monsters approaching, and they were getting closer and closer to the city gate. At this moment, a voice spread throughout the battlefield.
At this moment, it's either you or me. Why bother with so much?
Kill! Everyone looked up and saw that the person who spoke was Zhang Fan. At this time, he had already leaped up and took the lead in killing the approaching monster. The long spear in his hand swept out with powerful spear intent, directly knocking the approaching monster away.
Zhang Fan's fierce fighting ability immediately shocked everyone present.
Yes, how can we back down from the battlefield?
We have families behind us.
Kill!
Kill all these monsters that are harming humans. Even if I die today, I'll take a few people with me. Yes, if you kill one, you'll break even. If you kill two, you'll make a profit.
Kill, kill, kill. Everyone was inspired by Zhang Fan's words, and the morale of the troops, whether they were students or soldiers, reached an unprecedented level of unity. Now everyone has only one thought, which is to kill all the monsters that have invaded their homes. President Long and the principals and teachers of the three major high schools were also very pleased to see this scene.
This class of students is truly determined.
If they can survive today's beast tide, their future will be limitless and they will become China's strongest line of defense. The battlefield no longer needs command at this time.
As long as they see a monster, everyone will attack.
The overall strength of today's beast tide is much stronger than yesterday's, and there are even many sea-level monsters fighting in the front. However, there are a lot of strange figures wandering around on the battlefield today.
They are the black armored shadow guards sent by the Demon City.
Although their killing power is not particularly strong, they rely on their own strange body skills to help the soldiers resolve the crisis of monster attacks time and time again. This also allows the soldiers on the battlefield to charge forward without fear and kill the monsters with their swords. Zhang Fan did not use the Star Stone immediately at this time, as the beast tide had not yet deployed all its strength. Although there are many monsters, most of them are C-level and D-level, and only a small number of B-level monsters appear. However, even so, it was becoming increasingly difficult for everyone in the Jiangnan base to resist. If the A-level monster just now appears again, it is very likely that the defense line of Jiangnan base will collapse directly.
Not to mention the unknown S-level monsters.
Zhang Fan plans to use the Starstone when the Beast Tide launches a full-scale attack. After all, the effect of the Starstone can only last for 1 day.
Ah!
An angry roar came from the ground, and then the bloody mouth appeared again, swallowing the approaching soldiers and students in one gulp.
It's the A-level monster, the sandstone giant snake python.
President Long, who was at the Heavenly Realm level, and the 3 principals immediately became alert and attacked the A-level monster in a flash. But at this moment, 2 equally huge and thick figures jumped out from the ground. They were also 2 A-level sandstone giant snakes. The people and monsters around immediately dispersed, leaving only President Long and the 3 principals to confront the 3 A-level sandstone giant snakes. The giant sandstone snake python also felt that the aura of these 4 people was not weaker than theirs, and immediately prepared to escape deep underground.
Humph! Want to run?
President Long snorted coldly, and then swung the sword in his hand. I saw a sword energy with a fierce flame attack towards the 3-headed sandstone snake python.
Bang!
The 3-headed sandstone giant snake python that originally wanted to escape into the ground was directly knocked out and then fell heavily to the ground.
The entire snake body appeared in front of everyone for the first time.
It is more than 10 meters long. When the 3 principals saw President Long knock 3 A-level monsters away with one move, although they looked shocked, their hands were not idle. They all took out their weapons and used their talents to attack the 3-headed giant sandstone snake python.
Bang bang bang! The loud noise spread throughout the entire area in an instant.
Even a peak-level Heavenly Realm expert would not dare to withstand such power. Dust and smoke flew, and a huge pit was smashed into the ground. Everyone looked at the pit and found that the 3 A-level monsters had disappeared.
Did they escape? How is that possible? Even an S-rank monster would be injured by the attack of the 3 of us.
Everyone be careful, if you hide below the ground, you might sneak attack others. The 3 principals exchanged glances and immediately came to a conclusion.
Earth-shattering thunder!
Suddenly, Zhang Fan's loud shout spread throughout the battlefield. Then, violent purple lightning rose from the ground behind the 3 principals.
Ouch! Ouch!
Then a few wailing sounds came from the thunder and lightning, and 3 A-level monsters, sandstone giant snake pythons, slowly emerged from the ground. Their huge bodies were shaking constantly, but they couldn't escape the purple thunder circle at all.
This is B-level lightning attribute spiritual skill.
As expected of a lightning attribute talent, a B-level spiritual skill can actually paralyze an A-level monster. The 3 principals were all shocked, and then they all sighed.
Hurry up! They're about to break free.
At this time, Zhang Fan shouted loudly. These 3 principals were still sighing in the face of a powerful enemy.
He was closer just now, and his soul power happened to sense the movements of the 3-headed sandstone snake python, so he did not hesitate to use the B-level spiritual skill Earth Explosion Thunder to paralyze them. Zhang Fan has upgraded this thunder attribute spiritual skill to a level, which is more than enough to paralyze A-level monsters. Oh, yes.
The 3 principals and President Long reacted at this time, and immediately took action with all their strength to display their respective killer moves.
Boom boom boom.
This time the A-level monster offered no resistance and was instantly killed by the fatal attack. The huge snake body exploded, and blood splattered all over the ground. The monsters that were still fighting with the soldiers around were immediately alarmed and began to retreat. The giant sandstone snake python was their leader this time, and now that it has been killed by humans, they naturally dare not stay any longer.
Chapter 38, Continue to upgrade your level. Junnan Base, danger. Seeing that the monster had retreated, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. But more people were shocked by what Zhang Fan did just now. Everyone looked at Zhang Fan with eyes full of admiration and respect. It was really thrilling just now. If Zhang Fan hadn't taken action, it is very likely that the 3 principals would have been injured. By then, everyone in the Junnan base will really become food for the monsters. After 2 attacks by the Beast Tide, everyone has let go of their fear and sat down to rest. President Long still selected a few soldiers to explore the vicinity of the ruins, in order to quickly obtain information about the monster attack. After doing this, President Long said to everyone, 2 waves of the Beast Tide have been repelled. Only the last wave remains, and it is also the most crucial one. I believe we can overcome this difficult time. Roar, roar, roar. Everyone roared in response to President Long, which was also a way to vent their emotions. Zhang Fan had already opened the system panel at this time.
After the battle just now, his experience can be used to increase his level again. It seems that killing monsters this way is faster and more satisfying. System, help me upgrade. Zhang Fan muttered to himself. Ding! The host successfully consumed 19,872 experience points to increase his cultivation level. Level, Transcendent Realm 3rd level. The system prompt sound came. Zhang Fan felt the changes after the promotion. In just one day, he was promoted twice. Even using rare-grade body-quenching energy liquid, it is impossible to achieve such a speed. It really is a system, it's so cool to use cheats. Zhang Fan continued to look at other attributes on the panel and found that in just 2 days, he had accumulated 999,999 skill points. In other words, he can upgrade his Thunder attribute spiritual skills to S level. Without hesitation, Zhang Fan directly clicked the plus sign to upgrade his spiritual power. Ding! The host successfully consumed 999,999 skill points to upgrade the Thunder attribute psychic power technique. Psionic skills, Thunder attribute S. Ding! Comprehend S level Thunder attribute spiritual skill, Nirvana Thunder. The system's voice came. Zhang Fan felt the thunder energy in his body growing and condensing wildly. The color of the original purple lightning became darker, which directly caused the lightning attribute to undergo a qualitative change. This time the system doesn't seem to prompt for subsequent upgrades. Could it be because the talent level is not high enough? You need to find a way to improve your talent in order to comprehend more powerful spiritual skills. The last time I got an S-level talent attribute card, I opened it from a purple treasure chest. If I want to continue to improve, I will definitely need a better treasure chest. Now he is really looking forward to signing in the golden treasure chest for a full month. Will it be a surprise for him? Just when Zhang Fan was immersed in the joy of his improved strength, suddenly, a loud noise came from the direction of Jiangnan Bay City. Everyone was startled at once, and then looked towards the city. A flash of fire erupted from the top of the warrior office, the tallest building, and then the protective shield of the entire base disappeared instantly. What's going on? President Long was shocked and immediately called the warrior office. President, this is bad. A masked master in black just broke into the warrior office and destroyed the protective shield control console. The anxious voice of a staff member from the warrior office came from the other end of the phone. President Long was immediately furious. This was an official place, and someone was so bold as to break in and destroy the protective shield. Wouldn't this expose everyone in the Jiangnan base to the monsters? However, President Long was even more puzzled. How did the other party destroy the protective shield control console? You know, even a strong person in the Lingyun realm couldn't do that. President Long then logged directly into the surveillance footage of the warrior office, and saw a video playing the entire process of the warrior office being destroyed. A masked, hunchbacked man in black rushed into the warrior office. His goal was very clear, and he went straight to the protective shield control console. However, his strength was not enough to directly destroy the control console of the protective shield. In the end, he relied on a mysterious object to destroy the protective shield. This is the old man from the Chun family. Chen Yan. The principal of the first high school who was watching from the side immediately recognized the identity of the masked man in black. He usually has the best relationship with the Chun family, and he recognized Chen Yan's hunched body and attacking movements at once. The Chen family? Is he crazy? This means the whole family will be wiped out. The principal of the second high school was also shocked. It seems that Chen Wenfeng's death has made him lose his mind. Now there is only one wave of beasts left. We must not let him come out to cause trouble at this time. Principal Xia's face was full of anger as he spoke. Everyone saw the scene. Before, they could fight against monsters without having to worry about the city. Now that the protective shield of the Jiangnan base has disappeared, it will make the defense of the entire battlefield more difficult. Zhang Fan has already changed into the Air Wing battlesuit at this time, and dark purple lightning is emanating from his body. This is the effect of the lightning attribute battlesuit. It can enhance the effect of the battlesuit. Of course, this also consumes a lot of spiritual energy. But he has been tempered by soul power, which is 10 times more than the spiritual power of the same level. This consumption is not worth mentioning at all. Zhang Fan then flew up into the air and said to President Long, "This matter is caused by me, so let me take care of him." After saying that, Zhang Fan turned into a ray of lightning and flew rapidly towards the Jiangnan base.
He was extremely angry at the moment.
How could such a scum appear in China and destroy the protective shield without caring about the safety of civilians?
It's so fast.
Everyone was extremely shocked when they saw Zhang Fan's speed. They didn't expect that he was even faster in the air than on the ground.
President Long, I'll go take a look. I'll leave this place to you for now.
Principal Xia said something to President Long, and then quickly headed in the direction Zhang Fan left.
He was worried about Zhang Fan going alone. After all, the old man from the Chun family was also a powerful man with heavenly realm strength.
President Long originally wanted to deal with it personally, but this is the last line of defense of the Jiangnan base. Although the monsters have just been repelled and will not launch an attack so soon, accidents are inevitable. We should still put the overall situation first. It was just right for Zhang Fan and Principal Xia to go back to the city to stop Old Man Chen's next crazy move. The two of them should be able to handle an Old Man Chen without any risk. Zhang Fan passed over the Jiangnan base like a flash of lightning, and his soul power perception was always turned on.
He quickly locked onto Old Man Chen's location.
At that moment, he was packing his things in a secret room in the Chen family manor. It seemed that he was preparing to escape from the Jiangnan base. Zhang Fan stopped in the open space outside the secret room. Since he knew the other party's whereabouts, he just had to wait for him to appear. Soon, Old Man Chen put the useful things into the space ring and hurried out of the secret room.
I saw Zhang Fan coming towards me with a calm face. You actually knew I was here?
Old Man Chen looked surprised, then looked behind Zhang Fan and said with a joking smile.
Ha, there's a road to heaven but you don't take it. Fomer is very lonely down there, so why don't you go down and keep him company? Chapter 39, S-Level Spiritual Skills. The Chen family is destroyed.
At the beginning, Old Man Chen wanted to use the beast tied outside the city to destroy the protective shield and catch Zhang Fan and the others off guard. Unexpectedly, the control console of the protective shield had a powerful restriction. He had no choice but to use the life-saving treasures he had accumulated over the years to buy to destroy the protective shield.
He didn't expect that the beast tide would be repelled so quickly. He could only hurry back to Chen's house to pack his luggage. Finally, he was found by Zhang Fan. However, he was very happy to see that Zhang Fan was alone. This was really a rare opportunity for revenge. Then a round bead appeared in Old Man Chen's hand, and the golden light inside it shone brightly. Then it shot up into the sky and formed a beam of light that rushed towards Zhang Fan's position. Everything happened too fast, but Zhang Fan was prepared. Snort!
Zhang Fan snorted coldly, and suddenly dark purple lightning appeared around his body and spread wildly. The golden light was instantly blocked out.
B-level spiritual skill. Mr. Chen in the distance showed shock on his face. He didn't expect that a high school student who had just awakened for less than a month could master B-level spiritual skills. Zhang Fan looked indifferent, as if everything was so easy. Without giving the opponent any chance, Zhang Fan directly used his killing move. Destruction Thunder. The originally clear sky was suddenly covered with clouds, and the loud thunder made people tremble in their hearts. The sky suddenly darkened, as if the world was about to end. In today's Blue Star, where martial arts are everywhere, it is very rare to see such a wonder. Everyone outside the city was also shocked by this spectacle. What's going on? Why did the weather change so suddenly? Long Xiaoxin stood beside President Long and looked at the sky in confusion. This seems to be controlling the power of nature. President Long was shocked. The power of nature? Xia Yingqi also came to President Long and asked in confusion. The power of nature, this is a power that requires S-level spiritual skills to control. I didn't expect it to appear in our Jiangnan base. President Long's expression suddenly changed as he spoke, his face filled with shock as he asked, could it be that Old Man Chen has already comprehended an S-level spiritual skill? Will Zhang Fan and Principal Xia, my grandfather, be in trouble? When Long Xiaoxin and Xia Yingqi heard this, they immediately asked in unison. No, I have to save them. Xia Yingqi was about to leave as she spoke, but was immediately stopped by President Long. It's too late now. Look at the sky. Not only you, but even I wouldn't dare to take on this power easily. Everyone immediately looked up at the sky and saw an extremely thick lightning pillar gathering, as if it was going to split the sky and the earth apart. Jiangnan Base, outside the secret room of Qin Family Manor. S-rank lightning attribute spiritual skill. Old Man Chen was no longer calm. The other party was obviously just a high school student, but he was able to control the power of nature.
It is obvious that this is the power that only S-level spiritual skills can possess. Moreover, this consumes a lot of spiritual energy, and it is impossible for a martial artist in the transformation realm to perform it. You are just a transformation realm warrior, how could you possibly perform an S-level spiritual technique? Zhang Fan looked at Old Man Chen's face full of shock, a smile appeared on his lips, and then he said disdainfully, "You don't deserve to know." Old Man Chen originally wanted to escape while Zhang Fan was talking, but his plan was discovered by Zhang Fan before he could implement it. Dark purple lightning rose from the ground around him, forming a wall of lightning. Old Man Chen was immediately paralyzed and unable to move, his eyes filled with fear. "No. You are not human." Before he could continue speaking, the lightning in the sky had condensed into an extremely thick lightning pillar, which instantly struck towards Old Man Chen. Rumble. The lightning column struck straight down, as if it was going to pierce through the earth, and countless tiny lightning bolts gathered around it. In an instant, the entire Chen family manor rumbled like thunder. In less than a moment, the originally luxurious manor turned into a dilapidated ruin. The place where Old Man Chen was standing seemed to be hit by a heavy object, and a huge round pit appeared. The Old Man Chen who was originally in it was blown to pieces without leaving any trace. Ding! Killed a Heaven Realm Level 1 warrior, experience points plus 20,000. The system's voice came. Zhang Fan was ecstatic. He didn't expect that he could actually kill a powerful person in the heavenly realm. But this is also because he has comprehended S-level spiritual skills. Generally speaking, such powerful spiritual skills are difficult to comprehend even for those who have reached the extraordinary and holy realm. The power of it is extremely strong. Moreover, even if one comprehends it, one needs spiritual power at least above the heavenly realm to be able to perform it once. Zhang Fan was now at the third level of the transformation realm. After the bonus, his spiritual power had reached 30,000 points, which was comparable to the spiritual power of the fourth level of the heavenly realm. It was more than enough for him to perform an S-level spiritual skill. Zhang Fan put away the opponent's space ring, then spread the wings of his air wingsuit and took off into the air. At this time, Principal Xia had also arrived. There was such a big commotion here, he knew it must have been caused by Zhang Fan. "Zhang Fan, what was that natural force just now?" Principal Xia had already come to where Zhang Fan was. "Principal, when did you come?" Zhang Fan stopped as he was about to leave, and then came to Principal Xia. "You guys did all this?" Principal Xia looked at the Chen family manor that had turned into ruins, his jaw dropping in surprise. What kind of talent is this? He knew that Zhang Fan broke the record left by the strongest person in the Shutian realm, but that was just a talent. "Don't you need to practice, kid?" "Well, I used the power of some treasures I obtained in the Shutian realm before. Otherwise, how could I defeat the strong men in the heavenly realm?" Zhang Fan smiled indifferently, and then blamed everything on the Shutian realm. Anyway, Principal Xia knows about his affairs in Shutian realm, so this can be used to deal with it. If you directly say that he has mastered S-level spiritual skills, people may find it hard to believe. Shutian realm is indeed the most powerful secret realm. You can't tell others about this directly. You still have to find an excuse. Principal Xia sighed, then continued, "Well, just say it's a treasure that the Zhang family from Monster City entrusted me to give you, and I'll be your witness." Okay. Zhang Fan knew that the other party wanted to protect him. After all, with the talent he showed in the Shutian realm, if the news got out, the entire Blue Star would be a sensation. It will even attract the pursuit of powerful people. On a hillside far away from the Jiangnan base, a dark shadow was sitting cross-legged above. This person was the Black Shadow sent by the Wang family to attack Zhang Fan but failed. After being injured by President Long, he ran here to heal his wounds. Such a powerful talent is probably only possessed by Zhang Fan in the entire Jiangnan base. We should report it to the master as soon as possible. After the Black Shadow finished speaking, it immediately disappeared from the spot. Chapter 40, Secret Treasure? Level up again. Outside the Jiangnan base, I saw Zhang Fan and Principal Xia coming out of the city. Everyone immediately gathered around, wanting to know what had just happened. The fluctuations were so powerful that they even felt a sense of pressure outside the city. Principal Xia waved his hands to signal everyone to be quiet, and then began to explain. "Everyone, don't be nervous. The noise just now was caused by the secret treasure given to me by the Zhang family in Yaodu. Just now, Zhang Fan and I split up and searched the city for Old Man Chen's whereabouts. I gave the secret treasure to Zhang Fan for self-defense. I didn't expect that he would run into Old Man Chen and use his secret treasure to kill him on the spot. Principal Xia's words immediately shocked everyone. Although this Old Man Chen is only at the Heaven Realm level, he is still considered a strong man in a remote town like Jiangnan Base. Otherwise, the Chen family would not have become one of the three major families here. I didn't expect that I would be killed by a high school student like Zhang Fan. The Zhang family of the demon capital. It seems that this secret treasure was bestowed by the strongest. This secret treasure is truly powerful. It allowed Brother Fan, with the strength of a transformation realm warrior, to directly kill a heaven realm warrior. This Chen family is truly despicable. They have absolutely no regard for the safety of the civilians in the city. They deserve to be put to death. I wonder if there are any more secret treasures like this? Can we let a heaven realm expert use it? That way, even if there are S-level monsters in the super large beast tide, we don't have to be afraid. That's a good suggestion. This may be the only way to stop the beast tide right now. Yes, since there is such a powerful secret treasure, it should be used to kill monsters. As they talked, everyone began to put forward their own suggestions. Principal Xia was immediately at a loss as to how to answer the question. I thought to myself, you really are a little genius. Principal Xia turned to look at Zhang Fan, indicating that he was the only one who could solve this problem.
Zhang Fan immediately understood and said loudly to everyone.
This secret treasure can only be used by those below the heavenly realm, and there is only one last chance left. Zhang Fan thought to himself that he would need to use the Starstone to kill the last wave of monsters, so that he could get away with it. After overcoming the crisis of the beast tide, he will head to the secret realm. Even if someone spreads the word, no one will believe it unless they see it with their own eyes. As soon as he said this, even Principal Xia looked at him in surprise. Do you have any other tricks up your sleeve after saying this? Then he figured it out. After all, Zhang Fan was the one who broke the record of the Shutian realm, so he must have obtained more than one treasure. But as long as we can repel the beast tide and protect the civilians of Jiangnan Base, that will be enough. After a series of events, everyone was very convinced of Zhang Fan and had no doubts at all.
So, Brother Fan, can you unleash the terrifying power of nature like you did just now again?
Although it can kill a powerful heaven realm cultivator, it is only equivalent to an A-level demon beast.
What should we do if an S-level demon beast appears?
At this point, everyone looked worried again.
Don't worry, everyone. Have you all forgotten that I have a talent for thunder?
Zhang Fan saw everyone's expressions and immediately explained. With the natural force of thunder I just unleashed, old Chun from the Chun family couldn't withstand it at all. I blasted him to pieces, leaving not even a trace of him. I believe that if I encounter an S-level monster, even if I can't kill it, I can at least seriously injure it. Zhang Fan is very confident about the effect of the Starstone increase, and the products produced by the system must be of high quality. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone felt reassured. Even President Long and the three principals standing by were shocked. You should know that although Old Man Chen is only a warrior of the first level of the Heaven Realm, he has already comprehended both combat skills and spiritual skills to the A level. This is better than many powerful people in the Heavenly Realm, otherwise how could the Chen family dominate the Jiangnan base for so many years? Unexpectedly, such a strong man was blasted into pieces. You can imagine how terrifying the power of the lightning column just now was. Everyone felt relieved and began to rest, ready to deal with the last wave of beasts at any time. Zhang Fan also breathed a sigh of relief. It's really hard to have the ability but not be able to use it. However, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, if you want to openly display S-level spiritual skills, you should wait until your strength level is improved.
And this won't take too long.
Once the beast tide is over, we will enter the secret realm, which is a good place to increase our level. Not to mention the demon city we are going to later, which is the place with the most demon beasts in the whole of China. Are you still worried that you won't have the chance to upgrade your level? Just as Zhang Fan was thinking about his future upgrade plan, two exquisitely beautiful faces suddenly came up to him. It was Long Xiaoxin and Xiaoyingqi who were looking confused.
There seems to be something wrong with you.
Xiaoyingqi looked him up and down and then glanced at Zhang Fan and said.
Zhang Fan was a little depressed. This woman's sixth sense was too strong. Are you itching for trouble? Zhang Fan glared at Xiaoyingqi.
He naturally couldn't tell the truth, and even if he did, they wouldn't understand it based on their knowledge.
Zhang Fan, are you an alien? Long Xiaoxin asked in a low voice.
Long Xiaoxin's question made Zhang Fan almost fall down because he was not sitting firmly.
What kind of train of thought was this? But if you think about it carefully, this idea is really good.
After all, the strongest martial artist on Blue Planet can easily go to the sky and into the earth and split mountains and open seas.
Maybe there are powerful races on other planets too. Yes, I am from M78. We are here to invade Blue Star. I will capture you too and take you back tomorrow. Zhang Fan nodded and said with a deliberately fierce expression. Cut.
Long Xiaoxin and Xia Yingqi immediately curled their lips and walked away. Only Zhang Fan was left, disheveled in the wind.
The ones who are asking the questions are you, and the ones you despise are you. How can you let people answer the questions properly?
Ignoring everything else, Zhang Fan looked at the system panel. Experience points, 26050. I just gained 20,000 experience points by killing Old Man Chen.
It's enough to level up. System, I want to upgrade.
Without hesitation, Zhang Fan directly ordered the system to upgrade the level.
Ding!
The host successfully consumed 23,846 experience points to increase his cultivation level.
Level, 4th level of the Transcendent Realm.
The qi and blood in his body suddenly began to condense and surge, and Zhang Fan felt unprecedented comfort.
At this rate, he will soon become a strong man.
And he is a strong man who can kill enemies above his level. In the early morning of the next day, a roar spread throughout the Jiangnan base.
Alert! Monsters are attacking, everyone get ready.
A soldier ran up the front and shouted loudly. Before the investigator could even stop talking, another figure came running over from another direction, his face filled with fear.
Oh no! A large number of demonic beasts have appeared on the east wall. What? Everyone was shocked to hear the news. This was the last thing anyone wanted to see.
The protective shield of Jiangnan base was broken yesterday, and everyone was worried that something like this would happen.
Chapter 41. The final wave of beasts is coming. Dark Night Shadow Owl. The last wave of the beast tide is also the largest and most powerful one.
Now all the people who can kill monsters in Jiangnan base are here.
It will be difficult to achieve the best effect if they disperse. After all, it was very difficult to defend against the second wave of beasts yesterday. Moreover, if they disperse, they will most likely be defeated one by one, but if no one is sent forward, the monsters will break through the city walls and attack the city. By then, millions of civilians will become food for monsters, and the entire Jiangnan base will become a paradise for monsters. President Long, you guys guard the city gate. I have a flying suit that will allow me to clear out the monsters around here. Zhang Fan said to President Long. Are you alone? President Long hesitated.
No, Zhang Fan, this is too dangerous.
Principal Xia immediately objected.
He knew Zhang Fan's talent, and if he died prematurely, it would be the biggest loss to China.
Yeah, do you know how many monsters there are now? How about letting the Black Armor Shadow Guard go with you?
Long Xiaoxin and Xia Yingqi also spoke up.
Everyone has seen my speed and strength. Even if I can't kill the monster, I can still escape unscathed. This is the best place for me to go.
Zhang Fan knew that everyone was afraid that something would happen to him, but it was simply unrealistic to transfer manpower here now.
Moreover, with his current strength, these monsters are simply experience points, which is just right for him to show off his skills. Good. President Long thought for a moment and nodded in agreement.
He knew that what Zhang Fan said was right. There was no one more suitable than Zhang Fan now, and there was also the secret treasure given by old Xia. Zhang Fan didn't hesitate at all, the wings behind him spread out instantly and then he took off into the air. Under the gaze of everyone, it turned into a ray of lightning and flew towards the east city wall.
Wow! That's so cool! Brother Fan is truly great, going there alone without regard for his own safety. Now I don't feel scared anymore. Kill all these monsters. Charge! We can't let these damn monsters set foot into the city. Kill! The deafening sound of fighting rang out outside the city gate again. Everyone disregards life and death just to protect their homes and families behind them. Zhang Fan quickly arrived at the top of the east city wall. At a glance, dense swarms of monsters are launching fierce attacks on the tall city. Ha ha! Experience points, here I come.
Zhang Fan's eyes were filled with excitement.
This time he finally didn't have to be timid anymore.
The Hanyu spear instantly appeared in Zhang Fan's hand, and violent dark purple lightning began to converge towards him madly.
Nine thunders Zhengfa.
With an angry roar, countless violent small lightning pillars suddenly erupted with Zhang Fan as the center and bombarded the ground.
Boom, boom, boom. Thunderous sounds were heard one after another, and the dense group of monsters on the ground were blown away in an instant. Ouch! Ouch! The howling of monsters continued to be heard.
Countless monster limbs flew everywhere, and some monsters instantly turned into a pile of mud in the center of the lightning column, with blood splattering on the ground.
Ding! Killed a C rank, level 6 monster, experience points plus 700. Ding! Killed a C rank, first order monster, experience points plus 200. Ding! Killed a C rank, 8th order monster, experience points plus 900.
The system's voice continued to come.
Zhang Fan was ecstatic. Today these monsters are all above level C. Alright. Let me kill you to my heart's content.
Zhang Fan roared angrily, and the dark purple lightning around him surged wildly.
The wings behind him flapped wildly, and then turned into a huge ball of thunder and rushed towards the group of monsters.
Zhang Fan turned into a ball of thunder, wreaking havoc and madly wandering around the battlefield.
Wherever he passed, monsters were ruthlessly torn to pieces. Ding! Killed a C rank, level 3 monster, experience points plus 400. Ding! Killed a B rank, first order monster, experience points plus 2000. Ding! Killed a C rank, level 5 monster, experience points plus 600.
This time there are even B level monsters, and experience points are constantly increasing.
Zhang Fan didn't hesitate and directly upgraded the system. Ding!
The host successfully consumed 65,816 experience points to increase his cultivation level.
Level, 6th level of the Transcendent Realm. Directly upgrade 2 levels. Just this wave is equivalent to the experience points of the previous 2 days. Equivalent to 3 experience points of Old Man Chen. It feels so good.
It seems that it is better to kill monsters alone.
Shi Yuing.
At this moment, a roar came from a distance, and a huge figure flew across the air.
Zhang Fan stopped walking, stood on the monster's corpse and looked up into the sky.
He saw a huge figure like a mountain floating in the air, overlooking him.
A raptor-like monster?
Then Zhang Fan quickly searched his memory and immediately knew the other party's information.
A level 6th order monster night shadow owl. This night owl is the overlord of the sky. We can't let it enter the Jiangnan base.
Zhang Fan made a quick judgment and then took out a stone that shimmered with starlight. Looks like I have to use this. In his hand was the star stone. This dark night shadow owl was of grade A, level 6, which was equivalent to the 6th level of Heaven Realm.
He was definitely not something that the rookie Old Man Chen could compare to.
Zhang Fan silently recited the command in his mind, and then the starstone began to shine brightly, instantly illuminating the entire world. Even the dark night owl who was looking down at Zhang Fan had his eyes solemn, not understanding what this unknown object in front of him was. Zhang Fan felt that the energy and blood in his body began to surge wildly, and his mind seemed to be irrigated by a mysterious energy information. The perception of this world is clearer.
Drink!
Zhang Fan flew into the sky in an instant, then turned into a stream of light and quickly rushed towards the dark night shadow owl. The night owl didn't expect that this young man would dare to challenge it, and then let out a disdainful cry.
Shi Yuing.
I saw its huge wings begin to flap wildly. Hurricanes instantly formed in the air and rushed towards Zhang Fan, who was flying towards him. However, Zhang Fan's blood and energy strength has reached the level of transcendence at this time.
The dark night shadow owl is only an A-level monster. How can this attack hurt him?
The hurricane was instantly broken in the middle by Zhang Fan's blood and energy, and then turned into 2 streams of air rushing towards the ground. These hurricanes had no effect on Zhang Fan, but they were like the sharpest blades to the low-level monsters on the ground, instantly cutting them into fragments of various shapes.
The already bloody battlefield instantly turned into purgatory.
Zhang Fan's heart was bleeding.
These were my experience points, and you wasted them like this.
Thinking of this, he became even faster, and his whole body turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the body of the dark night shadow owl.
Chapter 42, Clearing the Battlefield on the East Wall. S-level monster. The night owl immediately folded its huge wings and blocked the front.
But how could Zhang Fan's blood and energy strength at this moment be able to withstand an A-level monster like this? The huge body of the night owl was suddenly blown away dozens of meters, and a large number of feathers on its huge wings that were originally as hard as blades were smashed off. The night owl spread its wings, and its eyes were filled with shock, but more of it was anger.
Chirp! Chirp! The night owl kept roaring in anger. This human actually dared to knock down its most precious feathers. Then, its huge wings were instantly covered with cold frost. Under the sunlight, the originally sharp feathers are even more chilling. Squeak! The dark night owl flapped its wings quickly, and its extremely sharp feathers instantly attacked Zhang Fan like raindrops. With such intensive attacks, even the most powerful warrior would be hit. Not to mention the ultimate move that contains all the energy of the night shadow owl. Zhang Fan was not at all panicked, as if the bird in front of him was just an ordinary big bird. He leaped into the air, and his fists, carrying violent lightning power, rushed towards the dark night shadow owl. The dense sharp feathers were easily broken by Zhang Fan as if they were fallen leaves. This scene immediately made the night owl, who was flapping its wings, feel incredible and extremely frightened. But it knows the power of this move. Even an S-level monster wouldn't dare to withstand it. I didn't expect that such a human could disperse these sharp feathers just by relying on his flesh. Then it prepared to fold its wings and try to escape, but Zhang Fan's attack had already arrived. Phew! With a loud sound of piercing flesh, a huge hole suddenly appeared in the body of the dark night shadow owl. There was actually faint dark purple lightning that was rapidly burning the edge of the hole. Zhang Fan was already floating not far away, and he just stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. Snap! Bang! Following the snap of fingers, a loud bang was heard, and the huge body of the night shadow owl exploded in mid-air. Countless fragments scattered on the ground. Ding! Killed a rank 6 night shadow owl, experience points plus 70,000. The system's voice came. Zhang Fan took a look at the battlefield below, and there were no monsters active on the east side of the city wall. There were only broken city walls and piles of monster corpses on the ground. I think these monsters are led by the A-level monster Night Shadow Owl. Now that he has killed them, the other monsters no longer dare to continue attacking this position. Then Zhang Fan did not stop and turned into a stream of light and flew towards the city gate. He killed all the monsters that passed by with ease, and soon Zhang Fan arrived above the city gate not far away. From a distance, you can see that everyone is fighting desperately with the monsters, and the battlefield is littered with corpses of humans and monsters. The ground was already stained red with blood. It seems that today's battle is very fierce, and it is also the last madness of the beast tide. The monsters at the city gate are obviously much stronger, and B-level monsters can be seen everywhere. President Long and the 3 principals are fighting against 3 A-level monsters. At this time, everyone also saw Zhang Fan. Seeing that he was covered in blood and had a murderous look on his face, it was obvious that he had just killed many monsters. Brother Fan is back. It seems the crisis on the east wall has been resolved. Brother Fan is indeed the person I admire the most. Brother Fan is fine, now we can rest assured. Kill all these monsters to avenge our brothers. The monsters are all intimidated by Brother Fan's pressure. This is our chance to strike back. Brothers, charge! Kill, kill, kill! Suddenly, roars rang out on the battlefield. Everyone's fighting spirit was aroused, and the power of their talents was greatly increased. Zhang Fan, floating in the air, looked more like a god of death descending. Many monsters present were frightened by the smell of blood on his body. Obviously, he smelled the strong breath of death from the monster on his body. Zhang Fan did not stop and flew quickly above the battlefield. Since President Long and the 3 principals have already gained the upper hand, he naturally chooses to help others relieve the pressure first. After all, many of these people are students, and their martial arts levels are not high. Zhang Fan seemed to be possessed by the Dark Night Shadow Owl, the overlord of the sky just now. Wherever he passed, monsters fell down. Ding! Killed AB rank, level 3 monster, experience points plus 4,000. Ding! Killed AB rank, first order monster, experience points plus 2,000. Ding! Killed AB rank, 5th order monster, experience points plus 6,000. Zhang Fan was ecstatic. The system's prompt sound has not stopped since returning from the battlefield on the east city wall. This feels so good. It's a pity it only lasts for a day. Otherwise, with this level of strength, I could easily crush the strongest beings on Blue Star in no time. Zhang Fan thought to himself, without stopping the attack in his hands at all. At this moment, a loud bang was heard in the distance, and a huge figure suddenly appeared behind the 3 A-level monsters. Ah! A deafening roar spread throughout the entire battlefield, followed by a powerful aura wave that instantly repelled President Long and the 3 principals. S-Class Demon Beast. Everyone, quickly retreat back to the city gate. It seems that this is the mastermind behind the beast tide. I didn't expect there really is an S-level monster. It's really hidden deep down. President Long and the three principals said with serious expressions, and then everyone began to retreat. Zhang Fan has already come to President Long's side. Looking up, the huge figure in front was a giant ape with a body as big as a mountain and emitting scorching high-temperature flames all over its body. Then Zhang Fan searched his memory, but couldn't find any information about this S-level monster. It seems that such a powerful monster is not recorded in ordinary books. It's the S-class monster, the molten flame giant ape. Judging from its size, its power should be at the second level of S-class. President Long said at this time. S-level, second stage. Everyone took a deep breath. An S-level monster really appeared. A monster of this level would actually appear in such a remote place like Jiangnan Base. At this time, many people showed fear. After all, facing an S-level monster in reality is different from what they imagined. The powerful pressure made it hard to breathe, especially those with weak martial arts skills. Before everyone could continue thinking, the S-level monster and three A-level monsters on the opposite side had already rushed forward. Everyone, be prepared for defense to avoid affecting the Jiangnan base. Let me, Zhang Fan, and the three principals hold the fort here. President Long said to everyone. Then everyone started to take action. The three principals have even cast elemental shields to protect everyone. Ha! President Long shouted loudly, and golden rays of light appeared on his body. Chapter 43 The Powerful S-Class Monster Molten Flame Giant Ape. Vajra Body Protection. I didn't expect that President Long is of the legendary Vajra bloodline. It seems possible to repel this S-rank monster. When everyone saw President Long and the three principals use their strongest moves, their hearts were suddenly filled with hope. Then they all turned their eyes to Zhang Fan, wanting to see his attack. Everyone was stunned when they saw this. Zhang Fan was covered in violent dark purple lightning, as dazzling as a meteor. Then, in the incredulous gazes of everyone, he quickly rushed towards the S-level monster, the molten flame giant ape, which was coming to kill him. There was a hint of mockery and disdain in the eyes of the molten flame giant ape. This was the first time it had seen someone who was so ignorant of the danger. The force of the collision increased even more. Bang! The two sides collided with each other, and a dazzling light burst out instantly. Then the huge body of the molten flame giant ape flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. It fell heavily on the high pile of ruins in the distance. Rumble! A deafening sound was heard. Zhang Fan, however, stood there motionless. Although it looks very small compared to the mountain-like body of the lava giant ape, it can be easily shaken or even knocked away. Everyone was shocked by what just happened. Too strong. Brother Fan is so terrifying. Is this the powerful secret treasure that can actually allow a martial artist in the transformation realm to defeat an S-level monster? It seems I was too conservative just now. This can not only repel S-level monsters, it is possible to kill them. There were constant exclamations from the crowd. President Long and the three principals were also stunned where they were, not even paying attention to the three attacking A-level monsters. Zhang Fan is truly incredible. He actually knocked the S-level monster away with just one move. Finally, the four of them reacted amid everyone's exclamations, and then fought with the three A-level monsters. Zhang Fan ignored the molten flame giant ape that was knocked away, turned around and quickly killed the A-level monster. The three A-level monsters had no idea that Zhang Fan was coming to kill them from behind. Still attacking President Long and others. Bang bang bang! Three A-level monsters were instantly knocked into the air by Zhang Fan. Then, several extremely violent dark purple lightning pillars suddenly appeared in the air and struck directly towards the three A-level monsters. Boom boom boom! The sound of thunder resounded throughout the world, and the three A-level monsters instantly turned into three charred corpses. Then it fell heavily to the ground. Ding! Killed a rank 5th level monster, experience points plus 60,000. Ding! Killed a rank 5th level monster, experience points plus 60,000. Ding! Killed a rank 5th level monster, experience points plus 60,000. When the system's voice came, Zhang Fan was ecstatic. 180,000 experience points were added at once. Everything that just happened in just a moment. Everyone reacted and exclaimed in surprise. These are three A-level monsters, and they were killed just like that? President Long and the three principals fought them for a long time but couldn't decide the winner. I wonder how much energy is left in Zhang Fan's secret treasure. Is it enough to kill an S-level monster? I think it's hopeless. Although it's extremely powerful, it still can't cause fatal damage to an S-level monster. Although everyone knew that Zhang Fan had killed the old man Shan, who was a powerful person in the heavenly realm, it was still very shocking to see him kill 3 A-level monsters with his own eyes. Just as everyone was discussing this, a loud noise came from the ruins in the distance. The huge body of the molten flame giant ape slowly stood up, its face full of anger. The scorching flames around him continued to rise, directly shaking the surrounding ruins and buildings away. Ouch! Ouch! The giant lava ape roared madly towards the sky. This human had aroused its anger. I saw its strong arms beating its chest frantically, and it kicked its feet hard to jump high, then dived down and rushed towards Zhang Fan's position. Everyone, step back! Zhang Fan shouted to the people behind him. As expected of an S-class monster, its body is several times stronger than that of an A-class monster. Although we could easily kill this S-level monster, this place was too close to the city and there were too many people around. If a spiritual skill that is too powerful is used, the huge fluctuations caused will definitely cause countless casualties. At this time, the giant ape's attack had already arrived in front of him, and Zhang Fan spread his wings and flew directly into the sky. The molten flame giant ape's strong fists punched straight at the towering city wall behind him. Boom! The solid city wall was instantly destroyed, revealing the buildings inside the Jiangnan base. Dust flew everywhere, and the scattered fragments of the city wall immediately injured many people with weak martial arts levels. Many civilians were buried under the rubble. The scene suddenly became chaotic. Zhang Fan knew that this wouldn't work, so he had to lure the opponent to the ruins and then use his spiritual skills to kill him. Otherwise it will cause other unnecessary casualties. Evil beast! You're looking for death! Zhang Fan shouted loudly, and countless tiny lightning pillars condensed in the air and bombarded the molten flame giant ape. Boom! Boom! Thunder roared one after another, but they were directly resisted by the furious molten flame giant ape. Of course, this was just a spiritual skill that Zhang Fan casually performed, and its power was not that great. He was just planning to lure the molten flame giant ape away and didn't want to cause secondary harm to others. Sure enough, the molten flame giant ape was once again enraged by Zhang Fan's attack. Now it had only one idea, which was to tear Zhang Fan into pieces. It turned around quickly and ran madly in the direction where Zhang Fan left. Although its body is huge, it does not affect its running speed at all. What should we do? Will Zhang Fan be in trouble? Xia Yingqi looked at Principal Xia anxiously. I'll go help. Long Xiaoxin said and prepared to leave. Let's help too. We can't let Brother Fan fall into danger. The others immediately spoke in unison. However, they were immediately stopped by President Long, who looked at everyone and said, I know everyone is worried about Zhang Fan's safety. He knew this place was too close to the Jiangnan base, and the crowds were too dense to use his spiritual skills, so he lured the S-level monster away. You'll only cause more trouble if you go there. We need to provide medical care to the injured here, and we also need some people to keep an eye on the city to prevent other monsters from entering. Let me help Zhang Fan. President Long was of course very worried about Zhang Fan's safety, and then ordered him to chase towards the ruins as quickly as possible. Everyone understood immediately, and couldn't help but admire Zhang Fan in their hearts. He could still think of the civilians in such a situation, which really made them admire him. At the ruin site, 2 figures, one big and one small, were galloping on the deserted and ruined streets. Ouch! Ouch! The molten flame giant ape roared madly and rushed forward frantically, completely ignoring the solid ruins of the buildings. Suddenly, Zhang Fan in front slowly stopped moving forward and hovered in the air. Then he turned around and looked down at the molten flame giant ape chasing behind him and slowly said, You can die now. Chapter 44, Kill the Molten Flame Giant Ape. Enter the legendary realm. The molten flame giant ape blasted away a huge rock beside it, then glared at Zhang Fan with angry eyes. It doesn't think that this human who relies on his speed advantage can pose a threat to it. Ah! With a roar, hot fireballs were continuously ejected from the mouth of the molten flame giant ape. This is its original energy, but it feels it is worth it to be able to kill the human in front of it who has killed so many of its A-level subordinates. Objects including Zhang Fan were instantly surrounded by a sea of fire, and then slowly gathered towards Zhang Fan.
The ruined buildings that were swept by the sea of fire began to melt like ice. You can imagine how high the temperature of this sea of fire must be. Zhang Fan glanced at the sea of fire that was rapidly converging towards him. Then he snorted disdainfully, "Humph! You think you can hurt me with such a petty trick?" As soon as he finished speaking, a thumb-sized thunderball appeared in Zhang Fan's hand. Although it's not big in size, you can feel the terrifying energy inside it. This is the thunder energy that he has been compressing throughout his flight. Then Zhang Fan waved his right hand and lightly tapped the thunderball with his fingertips. Boom! The thunderball burst out with a dazzling light as if it was enraged. The terrifying energy immediately spread outward with Zhang Fan as the center. The powerful wave, carrying the violent force of thunder and lightning, instantly defeated the gathering hot flames, and the surrounding ruins and buildings were also destroyed into nothingness. Objects made of this material can't even withstand the attacks of S-level monsters. Not to mention that Zhang Fan's spiritual skills and talents, after being irrigated by the Starstone, have already surpassed those of S-level monsters. The molten flame giant ape's originally mocking look suddenly turned into fear. It could feel how terrifying the spreading thunder energy was. Ouch! With a howl, the molten flame giant ape had no time to dodge, and its huge body flew backwards, and the scorching flames emanating from its body were extinguished directly. Then, the molten flame giant ape, which had no defense left, was instantly shattered by the violent power of thunder and lightning. In the blink of an eye, the corpse became part of the crushed building on the ground. Ding! Killed S rank, second stage lava giant ape, experience points plus 200,000. The system's voice came. But Zhang Fan was still staring at his hands for a long time without moving. Is this the hand rub thunder attribute energy ball? It seems that after the level is upgraded, the power is much more powerful than imagined. It's a pity this can only last for one day. Zhang Fan sighed and then prepared to fly towards the Jiangnan base. At this moment, a figure was approaching quickly, followed by the familiar voice of President Long. Zhang Fan, are you okay? Was it you who released that power just now? At this time, President Long also turned on his flying suit and hovered beside Zhang Fan. He was looking at everything around him with shock on his face. He could only see such scenes in the three major border areas. President Long, why are you here? I just had a 300-round battle with that giant molten flame ape. At the end, it tried to unleash its ultimate attack, but the backlash from its injuries killed it. Zhang Fan didn't know how to explain it. If he tried to attribute the credit to the secret treasure, the other party would definitely not believe him. After all, President Long is not stupid, and he has seen the world. How could there be such a powerful secret treasure in the world? As the saying goes, when truth appears false, falsehood appears true. As long as you tell enough lies, the other party will not be able to tell which one is true. Sure enough, President Long just pondered for a moment and stopped worrying about it. After all, as long as the S-level monster is dead, this is the best result. Then President Long continued, then let's go back quickly. You are the biggest contributor to the successful resolution of this beast tide. Zhang Fan nodded, and the two of them flew quickly towards the Jiangnan base. At the gate of Jiangnan base, everyone is treating the injured people. On the open space not far away were the bodies of soldiers killed by monsters and civilians crushed to death by the collapsed city walls. At this time, everyone saw Zhang Fan and President Long returning safely. Wow! The crowd instantly became excited and everyone cheered. Look, it's Brother Fan and President Long who are back. Brother Fan and President Long must have repelled the S-rank monster. That's amazing. How long has it been? I never thought a small place like our Jiangnan base could repel a huge beast tide. Zhang Fan and President Long had already arrived in front of the crowd. President Long told everyone what had just happened. It immediately caused another sensation. What? An S-class monster died? I thought it would be good enough to repel it, but I didn't expect to kill the S-level monster directly. That's an S-rank demon beast. Even a Saint-level expert would have a hard time doing it. It's incredibly powerful. Ha ha ha. That's great, now I can finally rest assured. Brothers, you can rest in peace now. As they talked about this, everyone started crying with joy. Everything seems so unreal. Just a few days ago they were still carefree students. In just a few days, he was on the verge of life and death. If it weren't for the horrible corpses on the ground, everyone would really think it was a dream. But now they know that the haze that has shrouded the beast tide for so many days has disappeared. Suddenly, everyone put away their sadness and started cheering wildly.
Brother Fan! Brother Fan! Brother Fan! Brother Fan! Everyone knew that all this was because of Zhang Fan, otherwise the entire Jiangnan base would have become a purgatory.
Zhang Fan had no intention of enjoying any applause or praise at this moment. The system panel appeared in front of his eyes.
Experience points, 502590. A full 500,000 experience points. Without any hesitation, Zhang Fan frantically clicked the level up button. Ding!
The host successfully consumed 426,704 experience points to increase his cultivation level.
Level, Legendary Realm Level 2. The system's voice came.
Zhang Fan was ecstatic. This was a direct upgrade of 5 levels, and one of them was a major level leap.
Who would believe this? Who could do it?
Even the strongest people on Blue Star couldn't achieve such a rocket-like upgrade speed when they were young. Then Zhang Fan opened the entire system panel.
Host, Zhang Fan. Level, Legendary Realm Level 2. Qi and Blood, 9,000. Spiritual Power, 90,000. Soul Power, 100. Low-level Mind Master. Attribute, Thunder. Talent, God's Blessing SSS, 8 Desolations Indestructible Battle Body SSS, Destruction Divine Thunder S.
Martial Arts Skills, Perfect Body Movement A, Perfect Boxing plus A, Perfect Spearmanship plus A. Combat Skills, Ghostly Movement Body Movement, Stormbreaker Boxing, Thunderous Thousand Stab Spear Movement.
Psionic Skills, Thunder Attribute S. Spiritual Skills, Thunderball, Sky Thunder, Earth Shattering Thunder, 9 Thunders, Nirvana Thunder.
Items, Skywing Battlesuit, Frost Moonspear, Advanced Battlesuit, Void Heaven Teleportation Stone, Enlightenment Pill, etc.
Skill points, 406590. Experience points, 75886.
I have accumulated quite a few skill points, and in 3 days I will be able to upgrade my skills to S level. At that time, not only will the speed be greatly improved, but even powerful people sent by the Wang family will not be able to get close to him easily.
Chapter 45, awarded the title of Honorary General. Sakura Cult. Confidence. This is the confidence that comes with increased strength.
Zhang Fan felt the changes in his body after the upgrade. Now, if he faces the S-level monster again, he can kill it with his physical body even without using powerful spiritual skills.
Of course, this is the damage after using the Starstone to bless.
If he didn't have the blessing of the Starstone, he should be able to kill a powerful celestial realm expert like Old Man Shen without using any spiritual skills. Even if the opponent's combat skills reach a level, it is of no use. President Long then came to Zhang Fan's side, his eyes filled with joy as he said, "Zhang Fan, I told you that you made the greatest contribution this time.
I've just reported that you will be awarded the 5th level honorary title." Wow! President Long's words instantly caused a sensation. An honorary title. Is it the honorary title that countless military officers and soldiers desire? Brother, what is this honorary title?
This is an honor bestowed upon those who have made significant contributions on the battlefield.
Then why is it level 5?
The 5th level honorary title is for war generals, and the highest 1st level honorary title is for supreme commander. Only 3 people in China have ever received this 1st level honorary title, and they are the 3 strongest who repelled the destructive beast tide. Everyone's words made Zhang Fan realize the weight of this honorary title. Of course, what he did was indeed worthy of such a title.
But he still needs to know one thing. Is awarding this honorary title equivalent to joining the military?
Zhang Fan expressed his doubts. He didn't want to be forced into a camp without any clear reason. President Long glanced at Zhang Fan. Through this beast tide, he discovered that although the high school student in front of him had a childish face, his mind was very meticulous. He is extremely calm and composed when doing things. He felt that he really couldn't see through it. Then, President Long smiled and said, "Don't be so vigilant. Anyone who has made great contributions to China can receive such an honorary title. As for joining the military, if you're interested you can find out." Zhang Fan waved his hand to refuse, saying casually, "I'm used to being lazy.
Military life isn't for me.
It would be bad if I led the other soldiers astray."
President Long smiled and said nothing.
Then he continued to look at the others and said, "Everyone has contributed to this beast tide, and everyone will receive rewards. Those who perform well can directly join the military."
Wow!
Unlike Zhang Fan, who was calm and composed, The others cheered and jumped excitedly when they heard what President Long said.
This is great news.
You know, the military's martial arts resources are much better than those of some martial arts academies.
You can even get military merits to exchange for some rare items.
You can imagine how rare such a spot is.
President Long was delighted when he saw everyone's reactions. This is the right reaction.
Then he turned around to see Zhang Fan's expression. However, Zhang Fan was concentrating on checking the system panel at the moment and had no time to pay attention to him. President Long suddenly felt as if he had received a critical hit of 10,000 points.
Doesn't this kid really feel sorry at all?
Zhang Fan was checking the system panel while muttering to himself.
3, 2, 1. Okay, we can finally sign in again. Then without any hesitation, click the sign in button. Ding! The host has signed in successfully and received a purple treasure chest.
The system's voice came. Zhang Fan was also very happy in his heart. It was another purple treasure chest. The things that came out of the purple treasure chest were many times better than those in the blue treasure chest. At this time, the system prompt sound continued to come.
Ding! Successfully opened the purple treasure chest, obtained S-level talent attribute card +1.
S-level talent attribute card. After use, talents below S-level can be directly upgraded to S-level talents. You can choose one attribute at your own discretion.
Zhang Fan's eyes suddenly lit up.
Why was another talent card given? But now his talents have been awakened, and there is no talent below S-level.
Is this still useful?
Then Zhang Fan temporarily put away the talent attribute card.
There are too many people in this place.
If I really increase my awakening talent, it will scare the people around me. Zhang Fan believes that the items given by the system must be useful. Suddenly, Zhang Fan thought that although the Chen family manor was destroyed before, Old Man Chen had a space ring that was taken away by him.
All the valuable things of the Chen family must be in there.
Thinking of this, Zhang Fan began to feel a little excited. After all, the Chen family has been entrenched in the Jiangnan base for so long.
Although it is not a wealthy place, there shouldn't be no good things there, right? Zhang Fan then checked the Chen family's space ring.
But he was soon disappointed, because there were only some martial arts training resources inside.
To others it may be a rare and precious item.
But for Zhang Fan, it was useless except for making some money. It would be faster to kill 2 more monsters. Zhang Fan continued to search and finally saw several exquisite small boxes and a book.
Anyone still using this stuff these days?
Zhang Fan was very puzzled and started flipping through the book.
It says something like Sakura cult, and its follower is Chun Yen.
Zhang Fan suddenly remembered that the principal of No. 1 high school seemed to have said before that the old man of the Chen family was called Chun Yen.
Could it be that the other party is a member of some organization? Sakura, this seems very similar to the name of the Sakura country. Could it be that there are Sakura people lurking in China?
No wonder they disregarded the lives of civilians and were so ruthless as to destroy the protective shield of the Jiangnan base.
He really deserves to die. I wonder how many people like this there are in China.
Unable to figure out anything, Zhang Fan put away the book and looked at the exquisite box beside him. Slowly opening it, there was a golden bead inside. Zhang Fan felt that it looked familiar.
Wasn't this the golden bead that Old Man Chen took out to emit light beams when he was fighting him before?
If he didn't have the B-level thunder attribute spiritual skill to protect him, he might have been killed on the spot.
Moreover, it seemed that the opponent didn't consume much energy at all when performing the move.
This is also a very powerful item for others. After all, it can be used to perform various spiritual skills without any consumption. At this time, the system's voice came.
Golden Sun Pearl contains rich metallic energy.
Then Zhang Fan continued to open other exquisite small boxes, which also contained beads, but the colors were colorful.
Zhang Fan suddenly felt depressed. The Chen family was really poor. They didn't even have any good things.
If others knew that Zhang Fan commented on the Chen family like this, they would probably faint from anger. You know, any one of these items can allow a family to live a carefree life for 8 lifetimes.
Chapter 46, Heading to the Secret Location. South City Base. The Royal Manor in Modu.
A man wrapped in a black cloak looked at the middle-aged man in front of him with fear in his eyes and said,
"My lord, this Zhang Fan's talent is too terrifying."
Not only did he kill Chen Wenfeng, who was at the transformation realm, but he was also able to withstand hidden weapons and the full force of his subordinates. And there's also a person who can trigger the power of nature at the Jiangnan base.
I think it must be Zhang Fan.
After the man finished speaking, his body began to tremble.
He knew that this matter had been handled very badly. Snort. The middle-aged man was Wang Lei, the son of Wang Luxian, the strongest man guarding the demon city. He just snorted coldly, obviously very dissatisfied with the man in black. Then he continued in a deep voice, Xiao Jie went to the secret realm 3 days ago. You take Tiger Guard Wangi with you and must get rid of Zhang Fan. The old man doesn't know about this yet. This is your last chance, so make the most of it. Hearing Wang Lei's words, the man in black thumped to his knees and said tremblingly, Yes, master. This time I will definitely live up to your cultivation and complete the mission. The man in black knew that if the old man of the Wang family knew about this, he would definitely be dead. You know, what the Wang family lacks the least is followers.
Suddenly, Wang Lei thought of something and chuckled, and the natural force you mentioned can't be Zhang Fan.
Don't worry about it. Wang Lei simply didn't believe that a high school student who had just entered the realm of transformation could trigger the power of nature. Isn't this nonsense? The man in black didn't say anything.
Although he suspected that it was Zhang Fan, he was not stupid enough to refute Wang Lei.
The next day. After a day of reorganization and restoration, the Jiangnan base has basically regained its former bustling and prosperous scene. This is also because everyone is a warrior, so rebuilding and repairing such a small base is relatively easy. And from today on, everyone in the Jiangnan base, whether adults or children, will remember a name, Zhang Fan. This person saved them from a super large beast tide. He is also destined to be recorded in the history of Jiangnan base and become an admired and desired figure. At this time, the open space in the square outside the warrior office was already full of people. President Long and the 3 principals stood at the front of the crowd. President Long took a step forward and said loudly, Due to the beast tide, the college entrance examination competition has been delayed. The secret realm is about to open. The top 10 students should go there immediately.
As soon as he finished speaking, 10 people walked out of the crowd, including Zhang Fan. Afterwards, President Long distributed rewards to those who contributed to this beast tide.
Pensions will also be distributed to the families of warriors who died in the beast tide.
Zhang Fan, your tremendous contribution in this beast tide is obvious to all.
I hereby award you the title of Honorary General. President Long's loud and deep voice reached everyone's ears.
Finally, under everyone's envious gaze, President Long handed Zhang Fan a medal.
Wow!
The scene suddenly erupted in warm applause and discussion.
It's the Medal of Honor. An 18-year-old high school student earning the title of Honorary General is rare, isn't it? Who said it wasn't?
I never thought a genius like Brother Fan would appear in our Jiangnan base.
There was envy in everyone's eyes, not jealousy or hatred. This was the honor of the entire Jiangnan base. They were so happy that they couldn't contain themselves. Not to mention that Zhang Fan is the top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination.
Soon, the rewards were distributed, and everyone dispersed from the Jiangnan base and returned to normal life. At the gate of Jiangnan base, Zhang Fan and others got on a vehicle driven by the military and headed to the secret place. In the car, Zhang Fan took out the tablet computer from his backpack. This was given to Zhang Fan by President Long before he left. It contains a lot of relevant information and secrets about martial arts. Among them is information about the secret place we are going to this time. The secret realm is actually the various space cracks and channels that appeared after the first year of the Tianwu era. It opens once in a while, and it has become a pattern. Of course, if you get some secret realm teleportation stones, you can also travel back and forth freely, just like the virtual heaven. This time, the secret place that Zhang Fan and his team are going to is the Nanchang base, located west of the Jiangnan base. It was an ancient city that was much larger than the Jiangnan base. The 2 bases are not too far apart, and it takes about 3 days to drive there. These cities close to the secret realm have one advantage, that is, there are very few monsters and beasts, so they are relatively safe. The secret realm of Nanchang base is a sea-level elemental secret realm, and it is a personal secret realm that does not require a team. The danger level is very low, and it is also the most suitable secret realm for these freshmen who are about to enter the martial arts academy. The people who explored the secret realm this time, like Zhang Fan and his friends, were the top 10 selected from college entrance examination competitions across the country. They are basically geniuses from all over the place. After reading all the information about the secret realm, Zhang Fan put away the tablet and closed his eyes to rest. 3 days passed in a flash. Zhang Fan looked out the window and saw that the vehicle they were riding in had already arrived outside a magnificent ancient city.
Nanchang Base.
This place is different from the Jiangnan base.
There are no tall buildings here. The city is filled with ancient-style buildings.
It seems that there really aren't any monsters invading here, otherwise they wouldn't be so casual. Zhang Fan thought to himself.
Then everyone got off the car and walked into the city.
Zhang Fan opened the system panel as he walked. For 3 days, all the check-ins in the system were green treasure chests. Fortunately, the skill points are constantly increasing, which is enough to improve my physical skills.
Without hesitation, Zhang Fan directly clicked the upgrade button. Ding!
The host successfully consumed 999,999 skill points to upgrade his martial arts skills, ghostly movement. Martial arts technique, perfect body movement S.
Ding!
Comprehend the combat technique, Thunder Thousand Shadows.
The system's voice came.
Zhang Fan felt that the space around him was in perfect harmony with him, as if he could fit in perfectly as long as he used his body skills.
It can also quickly appear anywhere around.
This is many times more powerful than the previous ghostly and magical movements. It's a pity that the system didn't prompt me to continue improving in order to comprehend combat skills.
It seems that a more powerful technique is needed. But even so, it is already very powerful. Zhang Fan read the martial arts-related information given by President Long.
Those who can comprehend S-level spiritual skills or combat skills are all geniuses with great talents, and most of them comprehend them at the level of Transcendent Saint or above.
Can you imagine how difficult this is?
While Zhang Fan was thinking, everyone had already arrived at the warrior office of the South City base. At this time, the place was already full of people from all over the country. When Zhang Fan and the others appeared, the originally bustling warrior office suddenly became quiet. Then everyone started talking in low voices.
Are they from Jiangnan base?
Which one of them do you think is Zhang Fan, the top scorer in the National College entrance examination?
It doesn't seem like anything special. Is it true that the top scorer in the National College entrance examination is from that small place called Jiangnan base? Who can say for sure? Some people are just low-key.
It's better for us not to cause trouble.
Yeah, there are too many young men from big cities here, who knows who I might offend. Chapter 47, The Best High School in the Magic City. Wangying Jie.
Except for Zhang Fan, everyone else at the Jiangnan base was suddenly at a loss. When had they ever seen such a big scene? Everyone was staring at them like they were prey. Zhang Fan was much more casual than them and simply said,
"Let's go, the secret realm is about to open."
After saying that, he took the lead and walked towards the registration office in front. Everyone at the Jiangnan base reacted immediately and followed Zhang Fan. At this time, the people around also noticed Zhang Fan. They knew without thinking that the top scorer in the National College entrance examination was the person in front of them. Not everyone can be as calm and composed as he is.
Stop! Suddenly, a group of people came forward and blocked Zhang Fan and his friend's way. Then he said angrily, "Are you Zhang Fan, the top scorer in the National College entrance exam? You're so arrogant."
What a lousy place, Jiangnan base. They made us wait here for 3 days in vain. And these rubbish behind you, you've wasted our time.
Kneel down now and maybe we can spare you. Don't scare them, they're almost peeing their pants. Ha ha ha.
As these people spoke, they began to laugh. Zhang Fan glanced calmly at the people in front of him.
He could clearly see the big words Magic City No. 1 High School tattooed on the chest of their clothes. Are they from Shanghai? Looks like they came prepared.
Then Zhang Fan shouted rudely,
"Roll!"
His voice was filled with murderous intent, and there was even a hint of soul power in it. These people who were only at the transformation realm were immediately frightened and took several steps back before stopping.
Wow! This scene immediately caused an uproar around, and everyone couldn't believe it.
This Zhang Fan seems to be really strong. Being the top scorer in the National College entrance examination must require some strength. But he's just from a small Jiangnan base, and he's facing people from Magic City High School, one of the 3 major cities.
I don't think he can beat these people.
No matter how strong he is just a high school student.
These demons are no less powerful than the transformation realm.
It seems that the Wang family of Demon City can't stand being suppressed by the other party, and now they want to save some face. The people at the Jiangnan base behind Zhang Fan were also frightened by the words of the people around them.
Then Qin Taiju stepped forward and whispered, "Brother Fan, forget it. They are from a big place like Magic City. We can't afford to offend them."
Others were also preparing to say something. However, at this time, the people from Moto High School, who had been frightened and stepped back several steps, had already surrounded them.
"Ha! Want to leave? It's not that easy. Now I'll let you know who's the boss. I thought being the top scorer in the National College Entrance Exam was something special. But that was half a month ago. Now, any one of us here can beat you to death. Everyone, come together and drive these poor bastards from the Jiangnan base out." As they spoke, these people attacked Zhang Fan and others. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, crisp slapping sounds spread throughout the entire warrior office. All the people from Moto High School, who were originally so aggressive, were seen flying backwards. Ouch! Ouch!
Then, wailing sounds continued to be heard from the ground, and everyone could clearly see that the faces of the people from Moto High School all had bright red slap marks. You can faintly see traces of blood flowing down the bright red slap mark.
Wow!
Everyone was frightened by the scene before them and cried out in shock.
Who attacked just now? It was so fast, I didn't even see anyone make a move. Could it be that they slapped themselves? How is that possible? They may be crazy, but they're not stupid. Can't you see that their faces are almost sunken? Could it really be Zhang Fan?
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone turned their eyes to Zhang Fan. I saw that the other person still had a calm expression on his face, and he didn't move from where he was standing.
If it is really him, how terrifying would his strength be?
Thinking of this, everyone's originally shocked eyes turned into fear.
This is a kind of awe for powerful strength.
Suddenly, Zhang Fan's figure disappeared from the spot, and then appeared next to the student from Moto High School who had been shouting the loudest just now. A kick with great force.
Click.
With a sound of broken bones, the student from Moto High School was kicked out by Zhang Fan. Remember, Jiangnan base is not a place you can insult casually. Zhang Fan said coldly, then continued walking towards the registration office. His words were not only spoken to the students from Magic City High School, but also to people from all over the country present. At this moment, a voice came from behind the crowd.
"You want to leave after you hit someone?" Everyone immediately turned their eyes to the person who spoke. This is Demon King Yingjie. Wang Yingjie, the second-ranked student in the National College Entrance Exam? Then these people from Moto High School should be brought by him, right? It's going to be a good show. Wang Yingjie is very powerful. After beating up the people from the Magic City, it seems Wang Yingjie won't let this go. Of course, no one wants to be second, right? Everyone in the crowd was talking, and Wang Yingjie's face turned pale and blue. He was already very depressed, and now he was even more angry. "How dare you? I think you are courting death." His words immediately silenced all those who were discussing the matter. Everyone knows about the Wang family in Magic City, and they also know that Wang Yingjie's grandfather is Wang Luxian, one of the three most powerful people. This is not something they can afford to offend. Wang family? Ha! Zhang Fan looked at Wang Yingjie and suddenly sneered. No one understood what Zhang Fan meant. Wang Yingjie was also very surprised by Zhang Fan's behavior, and then said impatiently, "Zhang Fan, you..." Bang! Before he could finish, he flew backwards just like the people from Moto High School. Then he fell heavily to the ground and couldn't get up. Hiss! Everyone present gasped. What kind of strength is this? Even Wang Yingjie, the genius of the Wang family in Magic City who ranked second in the National College Entrance Examination, couldn't withstand Zhang Fan's attack? Isn't Zhang Fan's strength too terrifying? No wonder it broke the historical record of the National College Entrance Examination. Moreover, Wang Yingjie is Wang Luxian's grandson. No one expected that Zhang Fan would not give him any face at all. Zhang Fan shook his hands and said coldly, "Remember, from now on, when you see me, Zhang Fan, lower your head. Do you hear me?" Although Wang Yingjie on the ground heard Zhang Fan's words, he was in so much pain that he couldn't speak and could only whimper. At this time, several people came out and helped Wang Yingjie up. It seemed that they were also brought by the Wang family. Zhang Fan ignored the other party and went to the registration office. The staff at the registration office has been stunned since Zhang Fan came in. He has witnessed a great show with his own eyes. I didn't expect that the people from the Jiangnan base would dare to attack the people from the Wang family in the Magic City.
Although he admired Zhang Fan from the bottom of his heart, he would not show it. After all, no one wanted to get into trouble. Soon the registration procedures for the Jiangnan base were completed, and the next step was to wait for the secret realm to open tomorrow.
Zhang Fan was about to take everyone away.
At this time, a burly man came in from outside. I was also shocked when I saw the scene in front of me. After understanding the situation, he stared at Zhang Fan for a while and said,
"You are Zhang Fan?" Just as President Long said, heroes emerge from youth. Chapter 48 Wang Chengfeng. Secret Realm of Elements.
Zhang Fan didn't recognize the burly man in front of him. However, the other party mentioned President Long, so it seems that they have some friendship. Just as he was about to speak, Wang Yingjie came forward excitedly. He pointed at Zhang Fan and made a hissing sound. Wang Chengfeng, quickly capture this bastard. I want him to die without a burial place."
Zhang Fan's face suddenly darkened. Is this person also from the Wang family?
Then he released a violent force of thunder and lightning from his body. The entire hall of the warrior office suddenly became silent, and everyone was struggling to resist the power of thunder and lightning.
Little brother Zhang Fan, please don't get angry first. There was no change in Wang Qingfeng's expression.
A light green light emanated from his body, isolating Zhang Fan's lightning power. Then Wang Chengfeng turned to look at Wang Yingjie and angrily shouted,
"Wang Yingjie, this is South City, not the Magic City. Look at what you've done. Do you really think you can do whatever you want?"
Seeing that the other party easily dissolves the power of thunder and lightning, Zhang Fan was also a little surprised. This Wang Chengfeng seems to be no simple person.
Wang Chengfeng, who are you helping? Don't forget your last name." Wang Yingjie was extremely angry at Wang Qingfeng's rejection, but he was injured and was almost knocked to the ground by the force of thunder and lightning. Wang Yingjie's words immediately caused exclamations from the people around him. Wang Chengfeng. Could it be Wang Chengfeng, who came in third in the National Martial Arts Prodigy Contest 10 years ago? Oh my god, he's my idol.
I learned my swordsmanship from him. I didn't expect to see him here. The chairman of the warrior office of the South City base should be this Wang Chengfeng. Through the conversation of these people, Zhang Fan immediately gained some understanding of Wang Chengfeng. It seems that he and President Long are martial arts geniuses from the same class. Seeing that Wang Yingjie was still unwilling to give in, Wang Chengfeng could only say helplessly,
"Zhang Fan is an honorable general. Do you want to die here by doing this? This wild. Zhang Fan is an honorary general? Are you kidding me?" Wang Yingjie looked at Zhang Fan in disbelief.
Not only him, but everyone around him was also in disbelief and shock when they heard this.
Honorable warrior. How could a high school student possibly receive an honorary title? Wang Yingjie has really hit a wall this time.
He dared to disrespect the honor warrior.
The other party has every reason to destroy him. This is incredible.
Zhang Fan's strength is probably even greater than this.
It seems the competition among geniuses is getting more and more exciting.
With talent and strength like Zhang Fan, he is enough to be ranked in the top 100 of the 3 highest martial arts academies.
The top 100.
That includes students who have been in the martial arts academy for 5 years. Their levels have at least reached the legendary level.
Are you sure Zhang Fan can beat them?
Level is only the smallest difference between these geniuses, and each one who can obtain the title of honorary general is no ordinary person. I'm actually looking forward to this year's National Martial Arts Talent Competition. Zhang Fan is a freshman at the Martial Arts Academy, so he may not necessarily attend. Wang Chengfeng saw that Wang Yingjie had become quiet and didn't dare to speak. Then he looked at Zhang Fan with a smile. Little brother Zhang Fan, big brother Long told me before you set out that I would take good care of you. It just so happened that I had something urgent to do, and I didn't expect something like this would happen. I, old Wang, will apologize to you all. When the secret realm is over, I will definitely treat you all well. Zhang Fan waved his hand to indicate that it was okay. Since the other party knew President Long, he couldn't say anything. Moreover, they had only met once, and the other party was a member of the Wang family in Magic City.
Zhang Fan didn't want to have too much communication with him. Since there's nothing else, let's go first.
After Zhang Fan finished speaking, he led everyone from the Jiangnan base out of the warrior office.
Wang Chengfeng watched Zhang Fan and others disappear at the door of the warrior office.
Then he looked at Wang Yingjie, who was grimacing in pain and looking angry, shook his head and left.
The next day.
Zhang Fan led everyone to the open space outside the secret realm. At this time, the passage to the secret realm has been opened, and you can see the mysterious ripples flowing on the passage. There is already a team queuing in front of the secret realm, and they are entering the secret realm one after another. Because this is a personal secret realm challenge, you can enter directly after the secret realm is opened. Failure in the challenge within the elemental secret realm does not count as true death. The opening time is 3 days, and once the time is up, you have to wait until next year to open it. President Long and Wang Chengfeng had previously specifically instructed that the event would not begin until Zhang Fan and the others arrived. Although there are only 3 days, even people with the least talent can complete the secret realm within 3 days, without exception. As for the difficulty and completion of this secret realm, it depends on your talent. Outside the secret passage, there is a stone tablet similar to the trial tower in the virtual heaven. You can see the ranking of names left after completing some secret realms. Elemental Secret Realm Completion Ranking. First place, Long Wodong, completion 90% difficulty, Nightmare. Second place, Wang Luxian, completion 90% difficulty, Nightmare. Third place, Zheng Xiaotian, completion 90% difficulty, Nightmare. Number 9999. Name, Lu Run, completion 60% difficulty, Easy. Zhang Fan withdrew his gaze and began to think. This Long Wodong is really amazing. He was ranked first before Shutian Realm. And this Wang Luxian is not weaker at all. It seems that the Wang family of Magic City can only stand firm because of him. It is really difficult for me to escape from the crisis of the Wang family. At this time, the team moved forward quickly and had reached Zhang Fan. Without any hesitation, Zhang Fan strode into the secret passage. In a flash, he was floating in a void space, surrounded by pitch black. Afterwards, Zhang Fan felt that the qi and blood in his body were suppressed, and his martial arts level instantly dropped to the warrior level. This is why the elemental secret realm is classified as a C-level secret realm. Because the danger level is almost negligible, even freshmen in the warrior realm can challenge it at will. Suddenly, a magnificent voice came to Zhang Fan's ears, which was very similar to the voice in the trial tower. Welcome to the secret realm of elements. Please choose an elemental attribute to challenge. The magnificent voice disappeared, and then 7 round beads emitting different colors suddenly appeared in front of Zhang Fan, and each round bead corresponded to an elemental attribute. Zhang Fan took a look at these round beads. The martial arts information that President Long gave him included a guide to the secret realm of elements. It would be easiest to pass the level by choosing attributes that matched one's own. Then Zhang Fan didn't hesitate and directly chose the Thunder attribute bead. The Thunder element's simple difficulty challenge begins. A magnificent voice came. Suddenly, the surrounding scene slowly began to change. Zhang Fan was in a dark and mysterious place. The surroundings were covered with charred soil and mottled rocks, the sky was covered with dark clouds and the sun was invisible. From time to time, lightning and thunder intertwined in the dark clouds, and terrifying thunder sounds were heard. This scene is as terrifying and suffocating as if you are at the end of the world. However, Zhang Fan was not afraid at all. The thunder attribute was very close to him. He felt like a dragon entering the sea and a fish in water, feeling extremely comfortable. Chapter 49, Thunder Element Challenge. S-level martial arts spearmanship. Zhang Fan then walked forward. At this moment, a thick, dark blue pillar of lightning struck the ground from the sky, and the lightning instantly illuminated the dilapidated buildings in the distance. Squeak! A subtle sound of electric current was heard from inside the building, and countless lightning balls emitting faint blue light floated out from the building and then rushed towards Zhang Fan's position. Zhang Fan knew that these were the objects that appeared in the secret realm, and he needed to destroy them to pass. And you can only use the corresponding elemental attributes to attack, other attack methods are useless. Then Zhang Fan waved his arms casually in the air a few times. The surrounding thunder energy instantly gathered into tiny lightning bolts and blasted towards these dark blue thunderballs. Boom! 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 The sound of thunder and lightning was heard. The thunder bombs continued to defeat the thunderballs in front. However, it still couldn't stop the dark blue lightning balls from coming one after another, rushing forward madly as if they were unaware of the pain. Finally, after Zhang Fan's attack, these dark blue thunderballs were completely destroyed. Congratulations on completing the easy difficulty level, 60% completion rate, and you'll be rewarded with a bottle of advanced body tempering fluid. Please rest for an hour before starting the normal difficulty challenge. A magnificent voice came to Zhang Fan's ears. He knew that this secret realm required continuous challenges, and one would only be teleported out after failing. Everyone in the elemental secret realm has their levels suppressed to the warrior realm, and the spiritual power they can use is very limited. If you want to complete the elemental secret realm to a high degree, you need more spiritual power support. For others, it is a luxury to use spiritual skills like Zhang Fan did just now. The speed of spiritual power recovery depends on the talent level. For the strongest ones with SSS talents, their spiritual power recovers very quickly, so the degree of completion is also the highest. Thinking of this, Zhang Fan opened the system panel. The use of the Thunder attribute spiritual skill just now consumed a lot of spiritual power, but it can be ignored. You know, Zhang Fan has 10 times more spiritual power than others. Moreover, he also has the SSS level 8 Desolation's immortal battle body, and his recovery speed is simply incredible. The speed at which his spiritual energy is consumed cannot keep up with the speed at which it is recovered. Of course, this is without using S-level spiritual skills. With his current spiritual power, he can perform an S-level spiritual skill once, which is where he has an advantage over those strongest people. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, a lightning column like the one before struck the ground from the sky. The difference was that this time the color of the lightning column had begun to turn purple. Then, purple objects suddenly emerged from the ground. This time, they were no longer thunder balls but various monsters formed by thunder and lightning. Ouch! Ouch! These monsters formed by thunder and lightning seem to exist in reality, even their sounds are so real. But it was not difficult for Zhang Fan at all, and his fingers kept waving in the air. In an instant, the surrounding thunder attributes were gathered, and then countless thunders combined with the 9 thunders method blasted over, destroying the monsters condensed by thunder and lightning in less than a moment. Congratulations on completing the normal difficulty level, 70% completion rate, and receiving a top-grade body hardening fluid as a reward. Please rest for 8 hours before starting the difficult challenge. A magnificent voice came to Zhang Fan's ears. 2 days passed quickly. In the mysterious space of thunder element, a huge purple lightning pillar fell straight down from the sky. It hit the huge monster opposite, which was as big as a mountain and was formed by countless thunderballs. Rumble! The mysterious space trembled, and the huge monster was instantly dispersed and then disappeared in the space. Congratulations on completing the Nightmare difficulty level, 90% completion, and receive a copy of the S-rank martial arts spear skill, Dragon Roar 9 Skies. Please take a day off before starting the Hell difficulty challenge. A magnificent voice was heard, and Zhang Fan was ecstatic. I didn't expect to get an S-level martial arts gun technique. Previously, only the 3 strongest people could complete the secret realm, so the rewards were not recorded in the martial arts related information. Presumably, all 3 of them have acquired powerful S-level martial arts skills. This secret realm is not difficult at all for Zhang Fan, the main problem is that the rest time is too long. It took him 2 days. Now we only have one last step left to reach 100% completion, which is a record-breaking achievement. And the final reward will definitely be better, so Zhang Fan can only continue to wait. But now that I have obtained a book on martial arts, I will naturally study it directly, and I have accumulated quite a few skill points. System, I want to learn how to shoot. Zhang Fan ordered. Then the system's voice came into my mind. Ding! The host successfully consumed 1,399,999 skill points to upgrade the martial arts spearmanship, Dragon Roar in the 9th heaven. Martial arts, perfect spearmanship S. Ding! Comprehending the gunfight technique, Dragon Roaring to the 9th heaven. Ding! This martial arts skill can be further upgraded to SS level spearmanship and combat skills, Sky Splitting Stars. The system's voice came. Zhang Fan felt that his marksmanship was unprecedentedly powerful at this moment. Even if an S-level monster appeared in front of him, he could still fight it without the need for starstones. However, the skill point consumption is also huge, and it is used up in no time. It seems that I need to continue accumulating and upgrade to SS level. Then the Hanyu spear appeared in Zhang Fan's hand. Anyway, it would take another day before he could continue the challenge, so he first familiarized himself with the spear skills he had just learned. The Hanyu spear in Zhang Fan's hand shone brightly, and a dragon roar broke through the sky. Zhang Fan rushed towards the building in front at a high speed, and the Hanyu spear suddenly thrust out, turning into a ferocious dragon spear shadow that rushed out. Boom! The building collapsed in an instant, as fragile as a building block. You know, even a level spiritual skills could hardly create a gap in these buildings. This S-level spearmanship combat skill, Dragon Roar in the Nine Skies, is truly terrifying.
Now outside the secret realm. Many students have been teleported out of the secret realm. Why hasn't Zhang Fan teleported out yet? Wang Yingjie, with a bruised face, looked at the secret passage ahead and said coldly, "Young master, don't be anxious." This time, the master has sent Wang Yi from the Tiger Guard, who will definitely kill Zhang Fan. A man in black behind Wang Yingjie said respectfully, "Humph! How dare that bastard Zhang Fan attack me? What's the point of being an honorary general? He's nothing but an ant."
Wang Yingjie is very confident in the strength of the Tiger Guard Wang Yi behind him. This time he is not going to take action himself, but he wants to save face.
Did Zhang Fan die in there?
A student from Moto High School, whose face was also covered in bruises, said in confusion.
Are you stupid? People can die in such a sea-level secret realm? Wang Yingjie said loudly. He was speechless about these subordinates. No wonder he was beaten up by Zhang Fan. Look, are those people from the Jiangnan base who followed Zhang Fan? At this time, another younger brother behind Wang Yingjie pointed at the people in front and said. Hearing this, Wang Yingjie's eyes suddenly lit up. Let's go. Collect some interest first. After saying that, he led a group of people towards the Jiangnan base. Chapter 50, 100% complete. The ultimate elemental battlefield? Entrance to the secret passage. Everyone at the Jiangnan base has completed the secret realm and emerged. Brother Qin, how long do you think it will take for Brother Fan to come out? Yi Qingru asked Qin Taizhu, who was standing beside her. Qin Taizhu said with a smile, Brother Fan is very talented, so his challenge must be much more difficult than ours. Today is the third day, so he should be coming out soon, right? Will there be any accidents? There are only 5 hours left. Yi Qingru said with worry in her eyes. We have to trust Brother Fan, and there has never been a case of casualties in this secret realm. Although Qin Taizhu was a little hesitant after hearing what Yi Qingru said, he immediately rejected the idea. Who is Brother Fan? He is a miracle worker. I don't think that bastard Zhang Fan will be able to come out. Wang Yingjie had already brought a group of his men to the Jiangnan base not far away. He said with a sarcastic smile on his face. When Qin Taizhu saw the person coming, he immediately ordered everyone in the Jiangnan base to retreat. At this time, someone from the Jiangnan base spoke loudly. You're talking nonsense. Brother Fan will be fine. Humph. You dare to speak to me so loudly? You're courting death. Wang Yingjie snorted coldly, and then one of his subordinates who had reached the state of transformation behind him casually condensed a huge rock and then blasted it towards the direction of everyone in the Jiangnan base. Qin Taizhu and others immediately felt like they were facing a formidable enemy, and they all used their respective talents to defend themselves. However, some of them had just entered the state of transformation, and it was still a bit difficult for them to deal with a warrior who had been in the state for a long time. Just as the boulder was about to blow away everyone at the Jiangnan base. At this time, a voice was heard. Wang Laoer, you really know how to bully the weak. Then a golden light flashed, and the huge rock that was attacking fiercely was instantly shattered. Everyone in the Jiangnan base breathed a sigh of relief. It was like they were facing a mountain, forcing out all their strength. This is the difference in martial arts strength levels. The weak can only passively take the beating. Long Xiaofeng. Wang Yingjie frowned as he looked at the person who had just made the move, then continued, Do you want to interfere? Where there are those who bully the weak, there will naturally be those who will come to their aid. Long Xiaofeng glanced at Wang Yingjie, who was a little angry, and then smiled evilly. A golden sword suddenly appeared in his hand, and he was obviously ready to fight to the end. You! Wang Yingjie was immediately angered by Long Xiaofeng's words. He then looked at the man in black and said, Zhuang Baifan, you go. The man in black obeyed the order, and his hands were instantly covered with a layer of black metal kit, and then he prepared to attack Long Xiaofeng. Long Xiaofeng felt the opponent's momentum and was ready to take the attack with a serious look on his face. At this moment, a powerful aura instantly swept over everyone on the field. Stop, this is a secret place. Do you all want to be taken to the warrior prison? Wang Chengfeng flashed between the two sides and shouted coldly. Wang Chengfeng, I don't think Zhang Fan can get out. This matter is not over yet. When Wang Yingjie saw the person coming, his face was immediately filled with anger, and he immediately called his men to leave. Old Wang, you really arrived just in time.
Lon Xiaofeng put away his sword and looked at Wang Chengfeng. You are such a disrespectful kid. Your third brother and I are sworn brothers.
It's not unfair for you to call me brother, right? Wang Chengfeng said with an unhappy look on his face. Then he looked at everyone at the Jiangnan base. Zhang Fan hasn't come out yet? It's almost been 3 days. Zhang Fan. Are you talking about the top scorer in the National College entrance examination at Jiangnan base? Long Xiaofeng was immediately surprised, and then said with regret, what a pity that you weren't here yesterday.
No, let's wait a little longer.
Xin Taizhu said.
Hearing this, Wang Chengfeng frowned. He had indeed never seen anyone stay in the secret realm for such a long time. But what surprised him even more was that he just felt a powerful aura behind Wang Yingjie. Could it be that the Wang family sent a strong man here? Then why didn't you inform him? Inside the secret realm of elements. Destroy! Zhang Fan shouted loudly, and then the building in front of him was blown into pieces again. But he immediately recovered as before, exactly the same as when he first came here.
Your marksmanship is already very proficient.
Zhang Fan put away the Hanyue gun, then looked at the time.
The final hell difficulty challenge was about to begin. Rumble.
Suddenly, rumbling thunder was heard in the sky, and the lightning intertwined with thunder and lightning rolled and flashed continuously.
Snap. With a loud bang, the thunder and lightning seemed to have finally found an outlet, and instantly burst out like a waterfall.
The entire mysterious place was suddenly illuminated, and countless thunderballs immediately gathered towards this lightning. Then it condensed into a huge figure at a speed visible to the naked eye.
Qilin Beast?
Zhang Fan exclaimed in surprise as he looked at the object in front of him that was condensed from lightning. It seems that this is the final boss of the Hell difficulty challenge.
Ouch! Ouch!
A roar resounded through the heavens and earth, and it actually created a crack in the dark clouds and lightning in the sky. Suddenly, a ray of light shone down from the sky, but was immediately covered by other dark clouds. Zhang Fan knew that the other party's body was condensed from lightning with the power of nature. But he doesn't care at all.
Force of nature? He has it too. And even stronger.
The thunder attribute in Zhang Fan's body was released crazily, and then it rushed straight into the sky. The originally thick dark clouds suddenly began to rotate rapidly, forming a bottomless vortex, and the violent power of thunder and lightning raged wildly in the vortex. Zhang Fan looked ahead at the Qilin beast that was roaring crazily and continuously releasing lightning power and smiled calmly. I've been waiting for you for a long time, thunder of annihilation.
Destroy!
Zhang Fan shouted loudly, and then the violent thunder and lightning force raging in the vortex of dark clouds instantly condensed into a pillar of lightning and smashed down. The Qilin beast seemed to sense the threat of the lightning pillar, and its body quickly flashed to escape.
Boom!
With a loud bang, the Qilin beast's body kept dodging in the mysterious place like a thunder element. It's worthy of being a hell-level challenge.
Zhang Fan showed a surprised expression.
The previous challenges were very easy, but he didn't expect that the Qilin beast this time still had something on it. But he was not worried. He raised his arm above his head and pointed downwards and said loudly, "Kill!" The violent lightning force in the vortex of dark clouds heard the order and quickly struck down 9 lightning pillars. There was a glimmer of fear in the Qilin's eyes. It knew that it could not avoid this attack. Then 9 lightning pillars came from all directions, making it impossible to escape.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The S-level spiritual skill contained the power of nature, the divine thunder of annihilation, which directly blasted the hellish Qilin beast into pieces, making it disappear between heaven and earth.
Congratulations on completing the Hell difficulty level with 100% completion.
You'll be rewarded with a Thunder Yuan Pearl and 10 Elemental Secret Realm Teleportation Stones. You can choose whether to continue to challenge other Elemental Secret Realms.
A magnificent voice suddenly came. Chapter 51, Breaking the Elemental Secret Realm Record.
Continue the challenge. Zhang Fan looked at a round bead containing thunder element that suddenly appeared in his hand.
Isn't this one of the 7 beads that appeared when I chose the elemental attributes of the secret realm?
Just when he was wondering, the system's voice came.
Thunder Element Pearl contains powerful thunder element energy using 7 different elemental beads to open the ultimate elemental battlefield. Zhang Fan paused. The ultimate elemental battlefield?
It seems that no one has passed the Hell difficulty challenge before, and the completion rate is only 90% at most.
That's why everyone thought that this secret realm should be like this. I guess this elemental secret realm is more than just sea level. The specific level can only be known after the ultimate elemental battlefield is opened. The rewards there are definitely extremely rare and precious. However, if you want to continue the challenge, you need the corresponding elemental attributes, otherwise you will not be able to complete it at all. Thinking of this, Zhang Fan was also in a dilemma, but since he had already come here, he might as well give it a try first. Anyway, if you fail, you will just be teleported away. Without hesitation, Zhang Fan chose to continue the challenge. Suddenly, a huge stone tablet fell from the sky, which was the list of completed members of the elemental secret realm. Just like the Void Heaven Trial Tower, a blank space has been left for the name at the top. It seems that Zhang Fan needs to fill it out freely. Without hesitation, Zhang Fan filled in his real name. Everyone who came in had their information registered, so they couldn't hide it even if they wanted to. Just find any excuse when the time comes. After all, this is just a sea-level secret realm. However, Zhang Fan still underestimated the degree of shock others felt. At this time, the elemental secret realm was in chaos. Countless people were surrounding the entrance of the passage and kept sticking their heads out to check. The record of the elemental secret realm has been broken. First place, Zhang Fan, 100% completion, difficulty, hell level. Holy crap! This is a level of accomplishment that even the 3 strongest couldn't achieve. How on earth did he accomplish it? Zhang Fan, isn't he the one who beat the living crap out of Wang Yingjie yesterday? He was the top scorer in the National College entrance exam and was awarded an honorary military commander by the country. Isn't that infuriating? It's so unfair. Why am I so handsome, but my talent is only B level? Ah! It's really frustrating to compare yourself to others. Just any title is enough to get into the highest martial arts academy, but he has them all. Everyone was envious and jealous. In the open space far away from the crowd, Wang Yingjie's face had turned as pale as pig liver. He's actually fine and even broke the record of the elemental secret realm. How abominable. He never thought that Zhang Fan could break the records held by the strongest person. Walk. Wang Yingjie thought for a long time, and then had no choice but to leave. The black-clad man, Zhuang Baifan, stepped forward and said respectfully in a low voice. Young master, the Lord wants Zhang Fan to be eliminated as soon as possible to avoid endless troubles. He has a mission to accomplish. If Zhang Fan doesn't die, it will be his turn to die when he returns. So Zhuang Baifan must eliminate Zhang Fan this time no matter what. That Wang Changfeng is watching so closely, and Zhang Fan is an honorary general. What do you think we should do? Can you defeat Wang Changfeng? Wang Yingjie spread his hands helplessly, then remembered something and said angrily, this Wang Changfeng is really a traitor. He relies on his superior talent and doesn't take me, the young master, seriously. He also wanted to get rid of Zhang Fan, but he really couldn't think of any way. I don't think I can defeat Wang Changfeng. Zhuang Baifan admitted it frankly, and then continued. However, I saw Wang Changfeng hurriedly leaving the South City base early this morning. Now the people from the Jiangnan base are at our mercy. Did you mean? Wang Yingjie frowned, then looked at the people from Jiangnan base who were gathered in front of the stone tablet with excitement on their faces. There was a glint of ruthlessness in his eyes. Go. Inside the secret realm of elements. After Zhang Fan finished filling in the name on the stone tablet, the surrounding scene began to change. The whole person suddenly appeared in the dark space where he had just entered the elemental secret realm. Welcome to the secret realm of elements. Please choose an elemental attribute to challenge. A magnificent voice came. Suddenly, 6 round beads of different colors appeared in front of him, and the lightning element bead disappeared. It seems to be the Thunder Yuan Pearl that was rewarded to Zhang Fan before. I wonder if other people can choose the Thunder Element challenge when they enter this elemental secret realm again? Zhang Fan shook his head and stopped thinking about anything else, then directly chose the Gold Element challenge. The Gold Element's simple difficulty challenge begins. The magnificent sound disappeared, and the surrounding scene began to change rapidly. Then Zhang Fan came to a mysterious place full of metallic texture. There are rare minerals and some unknown metal materials everywhere. Zhang Fan threw a punch casually, but was unable to cause any damage to these unknown materials. You know, even though it was just a casual punch, even a B-level monster would have its body pierced through. And these metal materials don't have any scratches at all. If it is forged into weapons and equipment, it will really be able to roam the Blue Planet. But unfortunately, the things here cannot be brought to Blue Planet. I wonder if it can be done in the final ultimate element battlefield. Zhang Fan couldn't help but think.
At this moment, metal robots quickly condensed on the ground covered with metal materials. Then, as if receiving an order, they surrounded Zhang Fan from all directions. Zhang Fan waved his hands quickly, trying to condense lightning to use thunder attribute spiritual skills. Suddenly, he felt that there was no thunder attribute around him. Could this be the characteristic of the elemental secret realm? To challenge the gold element, one must have gold attributed spiritual skills. Depend on. Zhang Fan cursed inwardly, and then the Hanyu spear quickly appeared in his hand. Even if the challenge failed, he would not let them kill him.
Dragon roars in the sky.
A dragon roar sounded throughout the mysterious place, and the Hanyu spear was swung wildly in Zhang Fan's hand.
Giant dragon phantoms kept emerging, knocking away the surrounding metal robots. Bang bang bang.
The metal robot slammed heavily to the ground and then merged into the metal underground. Just when Zhang Fan thought he could pass the level, more metal robots suddenly emerged from the ground and rushed up as if they were risking their lives. It seems that it is impossible to use abilities other than gold elements to kill these metal robots, otherwise the more you kill, the more there will be. Then Zhang Fan gave up resistance completely and decided to find another opportunity to challenge again in the future. This time, it is a huge gain to obtain a book on S-level martial arts and gun techniques and the secret of the elemental secret realm.
The place where Zhang Fan was instantly covered by countless metal robots.
At this time, a magnificent voice was heard. Failed the gold element's simple difficulty challenge, prepare to leave the elemental secret realm. The sound disappeared, and suddenly a bright light appeared in front of Zhang Fan. When he opened his eyes after a long time, he found himself at the entrance of the passage outside the secret realm. What met him were countless scorching eyes staring at him.
Chapter 52, Face the Heavenly Realm Warrior Again.
Before Zhang Fan could react, many people holding microphones began to rush forward.
Student Zhang Fan, you're amazing. Can you tell me how you broke the elemental secret realm record? Excuse me, what reward do I get for achieving 100% completion? Student Zhang Fan, what is your talent? Will you share the strategy for clearing the elemental secret realm? Student Zhang Fan.
Listening to the questions that kept coming to his ears, Zhang Fan suddenly felt a little overwhelmed. I didn't expect these reporters to receive the news so quickly. Fortunately, when the Jiangnan base was attacked by the beast tide, everyone was busy and had no time to take videos, otherwise he might really be put under the spotlight. He doesn't want to be famous, and he doesn't want to waste his time here. Just then, the sound of fierce fighting came from the distance. Ah! Then there were several screams. Zhang Fan turned around and saw that it was Wang Yingjie and his men attacking the people in Jiangnan base. Several people were beaten to the ground and were unable to get up due to the pain. In front of everyone at the Jiangnan base stood a man whom Zhang Fan did not recognize. He was seen trying his best to resist the attacks of the people in the Demon City, and he kept shouting. Wang Yingjie, you're really bringing shame to the Wang family. You're actually using your numbers to bully the few. If you dare, let's have a one-on-one duel. Looking at the miserable appearance of everyone in Jiangnan base and Long Xiaofeng, Wang Yingjie suddenly laughed excitedly. Ha ha ha. Long Xiaofeng, don't even think about provoking me. Also, this isn't called bullying the weak with the strong. It's called making rational use of resources. If you kneel down and beg for mercy now, I can spare your life for the sake of the Long family. Otherwise. Before Wang Yingjie could finish his words, a cold and murderous voice came from a distance. What else? Then a dark purple lightning quickly struck the people in the Demon City who were attacking Long Xiaofeng. Bang! Everyone in the Demon City was immediately blown away, and then fell heavily to the ground. Ouch! Ouch! Wailing sounds were heard one after another, and everyone was shocked by the sudden attack. Wang Yingjie frowned immediately. He didn't expect that someone would dare to attack him. Then he turned around and the displeasure in his eyes immediately turned into horror. He saw Zhang Fan walking towards him slowly. Although there was no expression on Zhang Fan's face, Wang Yingjie had been psychologically traumatized by the previous beating and now had no courage to look him in the face. When everyone at Jiangnan base saw Zhang Fan appear, they were all surprised. Brother Fan. Brother Fan is back. Long Xiaofeng also looked at Zhang Fan while panting. Zhang Fan. He had heard a lot about Zhang Fan, not only here but also at home. The lightning attack that Zhang Fan had just casually unleashed shocked him even more. Zhang Fan, it's Zhang Fan.
Wang Yingjie was trembling all over and could hardly speak clearly. Then he quickly retreated behind the crowd and said to the man in black beside him, Zhuang Baifan, you go ahead. Kill him for me. Zhuang Baifan hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward and said, I heard you're an honorary general. Injuring you would be a disaster. If you admit your mistake, we'll spare these people. Zhang Fan looked at the other person calmly. He knew that the man in black wanted to provoke him so that he would not have to take responsibility if he took the first step. But he miscalculated. Zhang Fan is not someone who can be easily manipulated. Wang Yingjie, I told you to bow your head wherever you see me. Zhang Fan glanced at Wang Yingjie, who was standing behind the man in black and didn't dare to show his head, and then continued. Today you brought so many people to bully some weaklings who are only at the warrior level. As an honorary general awarded by the country, I will naturally not stand idly by. From a moral high ground perspective, no one is more suitable than him, the honorable warrior. Even if these people were killed, no one would say anything. After all, there were so many people watching at the scene and they are all witnesses. Zhuang Baifan, why are you still pretending? Kill him now. When Wang Yingjie heard Zhang Fan's words, his heart trembled, and he immediately scolded the man in black angrily. Zhuang Baifan didn't expect that he would be forced to take action instead of pretending to be perfect. He then stopped caring about other things and decided to complete the task first. Drink! Zhuang Baifan shouted loudly, and his arms were instantly covered with a layer of black metal kit, and then he quickly rushed towards Zhang Fan. Let me see, what qualifications does a high school student have to be awarded the title of honorary general? Chaos Sun Divine Fist. As the man in black shouted, the attacking fist was covered with a layer of green light. A level intermediate boxing technique, a heavenly realm warrior? Suddenly there was a cry of surprise from the crowd. No one expected that the person fighting against Zhang Fan would be a heavenly realm warrior who had mastered a-level boxing techniques. Brother Fan. Qin Taizhu and others cried out in horror. Now is not the time of beast tide with the help of secret treasures. It would be very dangerous to encounter a heavenly realm warrior. Wang Yingjie showed a crazy smile, and was looking forward to the scene of Zhang Fan being beaten to a pulp. Then he would return all the humiliation. Although Zhang Fan was a little surprised, he was no longer as strong as before the beast tide broke out. Even during the beast tide, he could still kill Old Man Chen. Now it's no problem at all. Since the opponent wants to fight with his fist power, then let him do as he wishes. It just so happens that Zhang Fan also wants to test the difference in strength between himself and the heavenly realm warriors. Then Zhang Fan clenched his fists, and the blood in his body began to flow wildly. He punched towards the opponent with the power of the 8 desolate immortal battle body. Breaking through the storm. The two men's fists collided, and a wave of momentum erupted instantly, followed by a gust of wind, and the entire open space was suddenly shrouded in dust and smoke. Boom! With a muffled sound, the dust and smoke were instantly dispersed, and the figure of the man in black flew backwards dozens of meters. Zhang Fan just took a few steps back and immediately stabilized his body. Wow! Seeing the black-clothed man with heavenly strength being blown away, the surrounding crowd suddenly burst into exclamations. This is a powerful warrior from the heaven realm. Zhang Fan can actually fight him on equal terms. What are you looking at? It's obvious that Zhang Fan has the upper hand, okay? Yes, being able to fight against a heaven realm warrior is something that even geniuses who have been in the martial arts academy for 3 years cannot do, let alone blast the other party away. As expected of a genius who won the National College entrance examination, he truly lives up to his reputation. Zhang Fan's martial arts attainments are so strong that even the A-level martial arts Chaos Sun Divine Fist is no match for him. The man in black was shocked at this moment. Unexpectedly, Zhang Fan, who had barely taken his punch before, was now able to repel him. It's only been a few days? If he continues to grow at this terrifying rate, he will probably never have the chance to kill the other party. Thinking of this, the man in black stroked the object on his arm and thought to himself, it seems that this is the only thing I can use. Chapter 53 Hidden Weapons, Rain of Flowers from the Sky. Kill Wang Yingjie. Zhang Fan was very happy at this moment. It still takes such a powerful heaven realm warrior to test one's current power level. A warrior in the legendary realm can already defeat a warrior in the heavenly realm by relying on his natural talent. This is because the boxing technique is too ordinary and cannot exert its full power. If you obtain a powerful boxing technique, how powerful will you be? Such a heavenly realm warrior could probably shatter all the bones in his body with just one punch. It's terrifying just thinking about it. The blessing of this SSS level talent, the 8 Desolate Immortal Battle Body, is so powerful that it is unimaginable. It is worthy of being the ceiling of cross-level battles. I wonder if I can continue to improve in the future. It seems that you still need to sign in to get rarer treasure chests. Zhang Fan collected his thoughts and looked at Wang Yingjie. Wang Yingjie, who was already stunned by Zhang Fan's terrifying strength, was so frightened by the cold look in Zhang Fan's eyes that he collapsed to the ground. At this moment, Zhuang Baifan quickly stood up and continued to rush towards Zhang Fan. Although he was blown away just now, Zhang Fan's punch power did not cause him too much damage. Zhang Fan was calm and prepared to meet the opponent's attack. Suddenly, Zhuang Baifan shouted loudly, "Wangy, if you don't take action now, the young master will be in great danger." Zhang Fan was also a little surprised when he heard the other party's words. There are other masters? However, he did not sense any powerful existence approaching within the range of his soul power. Just when he was distracted, the black metal kits on the arms of Zhuang Baifan, who was attacking from the front, slipped off instantly, revealing 2 black box-like objects. Hidden weapon, is that Shadow you? Zhang Fan immediately recognized that the man in black in front of him was the dark figure who had come to Jiangnan Base 3rd High School to assassinate him. Ha ha. I know it's too late now. These golden needles contain the energy of the Death Abyss. Die. Zhuang Baifan's face was full of excitement. Such a close distance was exactly what he wanted to achieve. He was very sure that the natural force in the Jiangnan base was triggered by Zhang Fan. The energy of the Death Abyss is extremely rare and can break through the protective shield of S-level spiritual skills. He had obtained it with great difficulty. He was confident that no matter how strong Zhang Fan was, he could not escape the attack range of the hidden weapon at such a distance. Then Zhuang Baifan jumped up and shouted loudly. Flowers raining down from the sky. The hidden weapon on his arm instantly shot out countless golden needles, which then shot towards Zhang Fan's position like raindrops. But Zhang Fan stood there as if in a daze, not knowing how to dodge. Brother Fan! Zhang Fan! Everyone at the Jiangnan base in the distance suddenly exclaimed in surprise. They didn't understand why Zhang Fan didn't dodge. Is he scared silly? Impossible. They knew Zhang Fan's character, and he would never sit and wait for death even if it meant death. The golden needle has a wide range and a fast speed. It instantly passed through Zhang Fan's body, and even some people who were close to Zhang Fan behind him were not spared. Puff puff. The crowd suddenly became chaotic, accompanied by tragic wails. The people who were attacked were immediately corroded by the aura of death, and their bodies continued to burn. It all happened in an instant. Wang Yingjie pushed away the people from the magic city who were protecting him, and then laughed wildly. Ha ha ha. He's dead, he's finally dead. Phew. Well. Suddenly, Wang Yingjie's voice stopped abruptly. Zhang Fan appeared behind him at some point and punched him through his body with such force. You maggot, you caused so many people to die tragically, you really deserve to die. Zhang Fan's cold voice came out. No. Impossible, you clearly. Wang Yingjie said as his eyes suddenly widened and he looked forward in disbelief. Zhang Fan, who was pierced by the hidden weapon, was slowly disappearing and was just a shadow. What kind of terrifying speed can allow the afterimage to exist for such a long time? What kind of speed can be used to dodge the torrential rain of hidden weapon attacks? No one could answer these questions for him. Then Wang Yingjie slowly fell in a pool of blood, his eyes wide open and his breath had already stopped. Young master! Zhuang Baifan rushed towards Wang Yingjie with an anxious look on his face. However, Zhang Fan had already launched the attack first. A purple lightning streaked across the sky and struck directly towards the rushing Zhuang Baifan. Boom boom boom. Then several more similar lightning bolts flashed by. Although Zhuang Baifan kept dodging, he was still struck by dense lightning. Zhuang Baifan was blown away in an instant, and his body was paralyzed by lightning and he couldn't move. The Hanyu spear already appeared in Zhang Fan's hand, and he then stabbed at Zhuang Baifan. Ah! A dragon roar spread throughout the entire open space. Then everyone saw a giant dragon shadow suddenly emerge from the spear in Zhang Fan's hand. Phew! Zhuang Baifan, a warrior from the heavenly realm, was pierced through the body and then fell directly to the ground without a sound. Obviously he is no longer breathing. Ding! Killed a heavenly realm 5th level warrior, experience points plus 60,000. The system's voice came. Zhang Fan didn't expect that the opponent was much stronger than Old Man Shen, but he was far inferior to the previous A-level monster Dark Knight Shadow Owl.
There was a sudden silence around, and some of the injured stopped wailing. They all looked in shock at Zhang Fan, who was standing in front of them holding a light blue spear. After a long time, someone whispered, "A powerful person in the heaven realm was killed so easily?" "It seems yes. Too strong. Is this still a high school student from the same grade as us? That murderous aura and that calm demeanor. Why do I feel that Zhang Fan doesn't look like a student, but rather a battle-hardened warrior?" "You seem to have overlooked one thing. Wang Yingjie is dead. He deserves it, and Zhang Fan is a general of honor, so what is there to be afraid of? But Wan Luxian is the highest honorary commander and one of the 3 most powerful men guarding the Magic City. Will he reason with you?" "Yes. Zhang Fan is doomed now. Wang Yingjie is Wan Luxian's grandson." Although everyone was shocked by Zhang Fan's strength, they were more worried and afraid that Zhang Fan would kill Wang Yingjie. "What I am even more afraid of is being implicated in this matter." At this time, several figures approached the open space in the secret realm. The leader was Wang Changfeng. He took a look at the situation around him, and suddenly his eyes widened and his face looked shocked. Because he saw Wang Yingjie lying on the ground in a daze. It is obvious that the other party has been dead for a long time. "Zhang Fan, what happened?" Although he doesn't have to obey Wang Yingjie's orders, now that the other party has died in his territory, the responsibility is huge. Before Zhang Fan could say anything, a figure quickly jumped up from behind Wang Changfeng and rushed towards Zhang Fan. "Zhang Fan! You actually killed the young master." Zhang Fan had sensed them through his soul power when they approached. The aura of these people is very powerful, at least not weaker than Zhuang Baifan. Chapter 54 Wang Yi transcends the ordinary and enters the realm of sainthood. The figure's attack rushed to Zhang Fan in the blink of an eye. He is a man in his 30s. There was a blaze of rage in his eyes, and his hands were covered with a layer of pale yellow light. Then he slapped out with a quick and fierce palm. "Wow!" Everyone around suddenly exclaimed. "What a speed! This palm technique with earth attributes is so powerful. I'm afraid he has surpassed the Heaven Realm experts, right? He's much stronger than the Heaven Realm expert just now. It looks like Zhang Fan is doomed this time." Everyone could already foresee Zhang Fan's ending, and some even closed their eyes and dared not look. At this moment, the man instantly passed through Zhang Fan's body. A fake body? No. The man failed to hit his opponent with his palm and immediately turned around to look around. Suddenly, his face was filled with shock. Zhang Fan had appeared in the distance at some point, looking at him calmly. He had never seen such a speed before. "Are you the Wang Yi that Zhuang Baifan mentioned earlier? Do you know how those people died?" When Zhang Fan said this, his originally calm face instantly turned cold, and then he said coldly, "Just because your young master acted capriciously, they suffered an unprovoked disaster. Who can they turn to for justice?" Zhang Fan's words immediately made everyone around him look sad. Although they have become warriors, they are much stronger than ordinary people. But in front of these talented family members, they are still ants that can be killed at will. Zhang Fan's talent is obvious to all. He is the top scorer in the National College entrance examination. Just now, it was because of those people who were killed by hidden weapons that he was willing to turn against the Wang family of Magic City and kill Wang Yingjie. Before, they didn't understand why the country would award a high school student the title of honorary general. Now it seems that it is well deserved. Suddenly, voices of support for Zhang Fan were heard from the crowd. "Zhang Fan! Zhang Fan! Wang Yingjie deserves to die! Wang Yingjie deserves to die!" The deafening shouts immediately shocked Wang Changfeng and others. I didn't expect Zhang Fan's appeal to be so strong. Just 2 sentences aroused everyone's emotions. In fact, this is the voice of the most ordinary people. Naturally, these family members cannot empathize with him. Then Wang Changfeng said to Wang Yi, "Wang Yi, we should investigate this matter thoroughly first." "Wang Changfeng, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Did you deliberately lead me away so that Zhang Fan could take this opportunity to kill the young master?" Wang Yi suddenly frowned as he spoke, looked at Wang Changfeng coldly and said, "I guess the news about the so-called great gene potion is also fake." Wang Yi's words immediately changed the expressions of everyone who had just arrived. Then they all looked at Wang Changfeng, as if wanting his exact answer. "Of course it's true, otherwise why would I go to so much trouble to find you?" Facing everyone's puzzled gazes, Wang Changfeng immediately said affirmatively, "These people are all as strong as him, so he doesn't want to offend them easily. Then Wang Changfeng looked at Zhang Fan and wanted to persuade him. After all, Wang Yi is a warrior who has reached the realm of transcendence and sainthood, and even he is not sure that he can defeat the opponent. But at this time, Zhang Fan's voice had already been heard. "Brother Wang, I know you mean well, but I know what I am doing today, so there's no need to say anything more." After hearing Zhang Fan's words, Wang Changfeng had no choice but to take back his words of persuasion. "Zhang Fan, you killed the young master. The Wang family will not let you go. If you surrender obediently, you might suffer less punishment." Wang Yi no longer paid attention to Wang Changfeng, and then spoke to Zhang Fan. "Humph. If you want to fight, then fight. Why waste your breath?" After Zhang Fan finished speaking, he swung the Hanyue spear in his hand, and a purple wind blade as sharp as a knife instantly swept towards Wang Yi. A long spear suddenly appeared in Wang Yi's hand, emitting a faint silver-white light. Judging from the material, it is much stronger than Zhang Fan's Hanyue spear. Then Wang Yi also swept out a light yellow wind blade, attacking Zhang Fan. Boom! The two wind blades collided, and a powerful wave erupted instantly. Wang Changfeng and others were immediately shocked. Zhang Fan's marksmanship is so fierce. Spearmanship is Wang Yi's forte, but I didn't expect him to not have the upper hand. Yes, Zhang Fan's spear skills are very strong, and he even has a rare thunder attribute talent, which is an extremely violent attack attribute. But Wang Yi has an earth attribute talent and is also a saint-level warrior. I don't think Zhang Fan has any chance of winning. Of course, it's not that easy to challenge a higher-level opponent. Just as everyone was discussing, the thunder energy carried by the wind blade on the field suddenly exploded, instantly scattering the wind blade released by Wang Yi. Then countless tiny lightning bolts erupted. Sizzle! The tiny lightning continued to spread and immediately surrounded Wang Yi. Everything happened so suddenly that even Wang Yi, who had reached the realm of sainthood, was unable to react. Rumble! Suddenly, thunder and lightning appeared in the sky. Snap! A pillar of lightning struck straight down over Wang Yi's head. Wang Yi, who was entangled by the sudden tiny lightning, finally reacted. Layers of pale yellow light suddenly emanated from his body, and the tiny lightning bolts were immediately repelled. Boom! A loud thunderclap sounded, and before Wang Yi could completely break free from the restraints, the lightning column had already struck down and hit him directly. Bang! Suddenly, a lot of dust rose up on the field. Everyone was stunned by Zhang Fan's attack method. How does he control his spiritual skills so smoothly? It's incredible that a high school student can already control such a powerful spiritual skill. He hasn't reached the heavenly realm yet, right? Is he already able to perform a-level spiritual skills? No wonder it was able to break the record of the elemental secret realm. Today is truly an eye-opener. I witnessed with my own eyes a genius with such monstrous talent killing a heaven realm expert. Now, he is still holding his own against a saint realm expert. Besides, Zhang Fan is an honorary general, and he cares about ordinary warriors like us. Unlike those family members who treat human life as worthless. I support Zhang Fan. I support Zhang Fan. I support that too. Shouts of support for Zhang Fan were heard all around. Only then did Wang Changfeng and others notice that the stone tablet at the entrance to the secret passage ahead had changed. Zhang Fan's name appeared at the top. This is 100% complete. He was actually able to break the record held by the strongest person. This is incredible. Is this person a monster? Suddenly, almost crazy laughter came from the field. Ah ha ha ha. Ha ha. Zhang Fan. I didn't expect that a mere ant like you could actually give me such a huge surprise. Break the record of the elemental secret realm? If that was all you had just now, then you can die peacefully from now on. P.S. Dear friends, if you have time, please take the time to use your lucky hands to give the author a 5-star book review. It would be even better if you could give me some free power generation gifts. Drooling. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 55, Giant Stone Bloodline. Kill the Extraordinary. Boom. A noise was heard, and everyone could see Wang Yi's figure growing larger in the dust. Call. Suddenly, a strong wind blew, and the dust on the field was blown away instantly. Wang Yi's figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone. I saw that his figure was different from before. Not only is he twice as tall as before, but his muscles are as strong and hard as rocks. Stone Bloodline. A cry of surprise came from the people around Wang Changfeng.
Obviously, he knew the power of Wang Yi's current state better than others. At this time, the people around also started talking. What is the stone bloodline? Above the heaven realm, one can use genetic medicine to activate the hidden bloodline in the gene sequence, which can greatly enhance strength. However, fusion after activation depends on talent. Some people can fuse even at the heavenly realm, while others may not be able to succeed in their entire lives. Does this mean Zhang Fan has no chance of winning? It's basically impossible. The bloodline of the giant stone that has reached the holy realm can increase strength by at least 2 levels. Although I also want Zhang Fan to win, it is obvious that no matter how strong Zhang Fan is, he cannot possess bloodline abilities unless he reaches the heavenly realm. Everyone suddenly became nervous for Zhang Fan. After all, the sudden change was too big. It was still merging, but I didn't expect the thunderbolt just now to accelerate the fusion of blood. Wang Yi said this, looked at Zhang Fan with a smile and said, I really have to thank you. In this case, I won't torture you anymore. Die. Boom. Wang Yi exerted force on his feet, and suddenly a dent appeared on the ground, and countless bricks and stones flew up. Then he rushed towards Zhang Fan like an arrow. Zhang Fan's expression did not change at all, and he did not have any worries in his heart. What kind of stone bloodline is this? You can tell it's a common bloodline as soon as you hear it. He possesses the immortal battle body of the 8 desolations and is one of the 10 peak bloodlines in ancient times. It's just that my current martial arts level is too low, so I can only kill enemies that are 1 major level higher. However, he believed that as the level increased, more abilities would be added, and the level of killing enemies at higher levels would also be higher. It's just that your strength and defense have increased a little. If someone doesn't know you, they'd think you're going to be invincible. Zhang Fan said with disdain, and then used all his strength to display the Thunder Illusion Thousand Shadows skill, and suddenly only an afterimage was left on the spot. This body movement is so powerful that even the speed of a warrior who has reached the Saint Realm cannot compare with it. It is worthy of being an S-level body movement and combat skill. Wang Yi's attack missed. Although there was still shock in his eyes, there was no worry in his eyes at this time. It's just cat and mouse. Let's see how long you can hold out. He smiled and thought in his heart, such a powerful body movement must have consumed a lot of energy. Really? But you seem to have got the relationship wrong. Zhang Fan's voice came from a distance. Wang Yi turned around angrily and suddenly, infinite fear appeared in his eyes. The sky, which was originally somewhat bright, was suddenly covered with dark clouds, and a vortex appeared above the sky and was constantly spinning. Rumble. The lightning in the vortex continues to intertwine and condense. The power of nature. How is it possible? Impossible. Wang Yi kept talking. Wang Chengfeng and the others were all stunned and stood there speechless for a long time. The people around were extremely shocked. Are you sure this was performed by Zhang Fan? It's unbelievable. Even these powerful people who have reached the Saint Realm haven't mastered the spiritual skills, but I actually saw a high school student. If this thing grows bigger, even the Wang family of the Demon City will have to give it a wide berth, right? It's hard to say. After all, Zhang Fan killed Wang Yingjie, so neither side will let this go. It depends on whether there are other forces that can protect him, otherwise Wang Luxian would never allow such a monstrous talent to grow. Although everyone was shocked, they were more concerned about Zhang Fan. After all, when it came to the Wang family of Magic City, they were more inclined to side with Zhang Fan. Wang Yi had only one thought in his mind at this moment, which was to escape from here. But how could Zhang Fan let him succeed? He had already used the speed of Lei Huan Xianying to set up countless thunder walls around Wang Yi. Earth-shattering thunder. Walls of lightning instantly rose from the ground. Wang Yi looked at the layers of thunder walls surrounding him with horror. Is it possible for a human to release so much thunder energy at once? No matter how powerful he is now or how strong his defense is, it is impossible for him to penetrate this dense wall of lightning shield. Not to mention the natural forces that are constantly gathering in the air. Thinking of this, Wang Yi immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. Zhang Fan, you let me go. I promised that the Wang family won't pursue this matter. At this moment, he felt very regretful. How could he have faced such a terrifying existence like Zhang Fan? Zhang Fan had a blank expression on his face, his arms slowly dropped and he shouted loudly. Die! The thunder walls on the ground moved quickly and gathered towards where Wang Yi was. Then, from the vortex in the air, an extremely thick dark purple lightning column blasted straight towards Wang Yi. Bang! No!
A thunder exploded, and Wang Yi's voice was heard, and then the place where he was instantly engulfed by dark purple lightning. Zhang Fan could sense that Wang Yi's breath had disappeared, and even his body had been blown into pieces.
Ding!
Killed a warrior at the 3rd level of the Transcendent Saint Realm, experience points plus 250,000.
The system's voice came. The Wang family of Demon City? To be honest, Zhang Fan was not afraid at all. He has the teleportation stone of the Void Heaven realm and can escape at any time. Even if the other party chases us to the Shutian realm, it is still uncertain who will die.
The lightning of the Annihilation Divine Thunder has disappeared, and the open space outside the secret realm is still silent.
Countless people are shocked by the power of the S-level spiritual skills before them.
It was a long time before an exclamation was heard.
Strong, too strong. This is the most exciting fight I have ever seen. You're just a high school student, how many fights have you seen? Don't make me slap you on such a happy day.
I just filmed a video and posted it online, and it's already getting over 1 million hits.
It seems China is going to be shaken soon.
Zhang Fan is just from a small Jiangnan base.
I wonder if anyone will protect him. Then it must be at least at the level of the 3 highest martial arts academies, right?
Everyone began to worry about Zhang Fan. On the other hand, Zhang Fan himself looked as if nothing had happened. He came to the people at Jiangnan base and said to them,
"The secret realm has ended. You should all go to the martial arts academy to register. I have something else to do, so I won't be traveling with you."
Before they could reply, Zhang Fan had already walked to Wang Qingfeng's side. "Brother Wang, the A-level gene potion you mentioned earlier."
Zhang Fan really wanted to know, if he used this genetic medicine, could he also activate his bloodline?
He also has an S-level talent attribute card on him.
Wouldn't it be possible to have another S-level talent after activating the bloodline? Chapter 56, The Underground Cave. Calm Zhang Fan.
Wang Qingfeng was still confused at this time, but he finally reacted after hearing Zhang Fan's words.
This.
As he spoke, he looked at the other people's reactions. After all, this matter was not something he could decide alone. Among the people who came back with Wang Qingfeng, except Wang Yi who had been killed by Zhang Fan, the rest were Wang Qingfeng, 2 men and 1 woman. At this time, the other 3 also noticed Wang Qingfeng's inquiring gaze. Just now, they all witnessed Zhang Fan's powerful methods with their own eyes. Even Wang Yi, a talented member of the Wang family Tiger Guards in Magic City, was killed.
How could they dare to underestimate Zhang Fan's existence? One of the older men came forward and said to Zhang Fan, "This A-level gene potion appeared in the cave and is ownerless. If Brother Zhang Fan is interested, you can join us in exploring. My name is Feng Hai."
The older man, Feng Hai, pointed to a man and a woman beside him and said, "This is Yu Chang and Yu Yu." After hearing the other party's introduction, Zhang Fan nodded to them and knew them. But he also sensed it through his soul power. Among these people, Feng Hai is the strongest, and the aura he exudes is much stronger than that of Wang Yi. The second is Wang Qingfeng, and the last is the brother and sister Yu Chang and Yu Yu.
Great!
With a strong man like Zhang Fan going with us, we'll be safe. Yu Yu suddenly looked excited, and then continued. That Wang Yi said he was a talented member of the Magic City Tiger Guards, but I think he's just a name for nothing.
Xiaoye, don't talk nonsense.
Yu Chang scolded, then smiled at Zhang Fan.
Tisk.
Yu Yu curled her lips and stopped talking.
Xiaoye, you are wrong.
Wang Qingfeng stepped forward at this time and continued. The Devil City Tiger Guards are a guard team as famous as the Dragon City Golden Armor Guards and the Demon City Black Armor Shadow Guards. Wang Yi is just one of the reserve members of the Tiger Guard. The real Tiger Guards are all at the border of the Dead Sea and the Abyss. The captain of the Tiger Guard is a super powerful person at the peak of the sky-breaking realm. As soon as these words came out, Feng Hai and the other 2 were shocked. Wang Yi's martial arts level was not even a formal team member. So how strong is the overall strength of this Tiger Guard? Zhang Fan couldn't help but think, it seems that the Golden Armor Guards and Black Armor Shadow Guards brought by Xia Yingqi and Long Xiaoxin before were not official team members.
Brother Wang, what is your relationship with the Wang family in Magic City?
Zhang Fan looked at Wang Qingfeng and said. He knew that what Wang Qingfeng had just said was to remind him of the power of the Wang family in Magic City.
When the others heard Zhang Fan's words, they immediately looked at Wang Qingfeng with curiosity.
It seemed that the other party didn't care at all about the deaths of Wang Yingjie and Wang Yi. Although we both have the surname Wang, the blood relationship between our two families is already very distant. Wang Chengfeng looked at Zhang Fan with a smile. He knew that Zhang Fan had always been resentful of him, so he simply explained the relationship directly. After all, we will be exploring the cave together later, and it will be difficult to accomplish anything if there is any grudge. Then Wang Chengfeng continued. Of course, if we really want to talk about the relationship, we have to trace it back to before the first year of the Tianwu era. At that time, Blue Star underwent a huge change and entered the Tianwu era. Our lineage migrated to South City to avoid the disaster. And at that time, Wang Luxian, by chance, obtained the rarest SSS-level gene potion in the cave, and even activated the hidden bloodline in his body, eventually becoming one of the strongest. The strongest. Wang Qingfeng's words immediately made Feng Hai and the other two feel envious. What a great opportunity it takes to become the strongest. Even though more than 600 years have passed and it is the 666th year of the Tianwu era. But the number of the strongest people in the entire Blue Star can still be counted on two hands. You can imagine the difficulty of this. Seeing that everyone already knew each other, Wang Chengfeng immediately continued. Someone previously obtained a B-grade gene potion at the entrance, but his martial arts level was too low to go deeper. I'm sure there must be an A-grade gene potion deeper down. Let's not waste any more time on this nonsense. News of the cave will surely spread quickly. We need to quickly explore and obtain the items within. Hearing this, everyone's faces were suddenly filled with surprise and their eyes lit up. Since this person was able to obtain the Class B gene potion at the entrance, it meant that this was a new cave that had never been explored by anyone. Newly appeared caves are very rare. However, it will soon attract many people to explore, and the sooner you explore, the better the items you will get. The crowd did not stop and, led by Wang Chengfeng, quickly rushed towards the cave. Jiangnan Base, top floor of the warrior office. President Long and the three principals are discussing something. Ah! Long Xiaoxin, who was playing with her mobile phone, suddenly stood up and screamed. President Long, who was still speaking, was interrupted. He frowned and looked at Long Xiaoxin and said, Xiao Xian, can you learn to be as calm as Zhang Fan and stop getting so jumpy every day? Here, let me show you the calm Zhang Fan. Long Xiaoxin curled her lips in displeasure, then handed the phone to President Long. What's all the fuss? As President Long spoke, he took the phone and looked at it. Gradually, his eyes widened and an expression of extreme shock appeared on his face. The mobile phone was playing the entire process of Zhang Fan displaying his supernatural power in the secret open space of Nanchang Base. The three principals were suddenly puzzled as to what could have shocked President Long so much. What's wrong? Asked Principal Xia. Zhang Fan killed Wang Luxian's grandson, and also killed a transcendent Saint Realm warrior and a heavenly realm warrior from the Wang family. What? The three principals exclaimed in unison. They didn't expect that Zhang Fan would become even stronger after leaving Jiangnan Base. A warrior who has reached the Holy Realm can be killed just like that. However, no one was pursuing the matter at this time, and everyone was worried about Zhang Fan's current situation. This is a huge disaster. Although everyone online supports Zhang Fan, the Wang family in Magic City will definitely not let this go. With such talent, I think the Demon City Martial Arts Academy will definitely protect him. Notify Zhang Fan as soon as possible to hide in the Demon City. The principals of the first and second high schools immediately began to analyze the situation. Xiaoxin, call the Imperial Capital immediately and block and delete all the information about Zhang Fan on the internet. We can't let this matter spread. President Long said to Long Xiaoxin. Oh, okay. Long Xiaoxin immediately took action as President Long said. Principal Xia had already walked to a corner, took out his cell phone and called Xia Yingqi. Xiao Qi, have you returned to the Zhang family? I just arrived. What's wrong, Grandpa? Xia Yingqi asked in confusion. Zhang Fan killed Wang Yingjie at the Nanchang base, said Principal Xia. What? Xia Yingqi exclaimed, then said, this seems to be his style. Don't worry, Grandpa. I'll take people to protect him now. Xia Yingqi hung up the phone after she finished speaking. I hope everything is okay. This kid's talent is incredible. Principal Xia muttered to himself, while his cell phone was still playing the information about Zhang Fan breaking through the secret realm of elements. Chapter 57, The Wang family of the Demon City is furious. Enter the cave. At this time, the Wang family in the Magic City was in an uproar. Xiao Jie. Zhang Fan. I'm going to tear you into pieces.
Wang Lei roared to the sky, his face full of grief and anger. Then he said to one of his men beside him, "Pass my order. Gather all the tiger guards." "Yes, Patriarch." At this moment, a long voice came from the air. "Stop." Then a figure appeared in front of Wang Lei and others. It was Wang Luxian, one of the 3 strongest men. "Father! Supreme Commander!" Wang Lei and others immediately saluted respectfully. "What's the big deal?" Wang Luxian frowned as he looked at Wang Lei in front of him. Xiao Jie is dead. Killed by Zhang Fan." Wang Lei said loudly with a look of grief and anger on his face. This was also the first time in all these years that he spoke to Wang Luxian so loudly. "What?" Wang Luxian's face was filled with rage, and the furniture around him was instantly blown away by the powerful wave. "Xiao Jie." After a moment, his face calmed down and he looked at Wang Lei and said, "Tiger guards cannot be mobilized at will. If we disturb the enemy, we will miss out on important events and the loss will outweigh the gain. But Xiao Jie's revenge must also be avenged. Have Wang Qingguo send an elite tiger guard at the peak of the Lingyun realm. No matter how talented Zhang Fan is, he won't be able to escape." Hearing Wang Luxian's words, Wang Lei nodded and then said, "Zhang Fan also broke the record of the elemental secret realm at the South City base, achieving 100% completion." "What?" Wang Luxian was shocked again, and her eyes, as deep as the starry sky, suddenly burst out with a gleam of light. He knew how terrifying the hell at the end of the elemental secret realm was. I didn't expect that a young high school student who was still wet behind the ears could break the record. Wang Luxian couldn't help but think in his heart, could it be that he has activated the star bloodline? He quickly shook his head. Zhang Fan hadn't reached the heavenly realm level yet, so how could he activate the fusion? But this made him even more confused. If Zhang Fan, with such talent, could really grow up, it would definitely be a big change to future plans. Then he looked at Wang Lei and said, "Send 2 Lingyun realm peak masters to ensure that nothing goes wrong. This boy must not be left behind." "Okay, father." Wang Lei nodded, and then went there with his men. At this time, Zhang Fan, under the leadership of Wang Chengfeng, had arrived at the edge of a canyon cliff outside the South City base. At a glance, rocks were sliding down the steep mountain from time to time, and some raptor-like monsters were circling on the cliffs. But they are just some B-level monsters, and they pose no threat. The cave is in the cave at the bottom of this canyon. Wang Chengfeng pointed to a place covered with dense vegetation in the distance. Although no one has reached the Lingyun realm and cannot fly in the air. But this height is very easy for warriors like them who are above the heavenly realm. In the blink of an eye, we arrived outside the cave passage. Zhang Fan had a flying wingsuit, so he landed very easily. "Brother Zhang Fan, it turns out that you are the top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination." "That's amazing." Yu looked at Zhang Fan's air wing battlesuit and her face was immediately filled with envy. "Ah, it's just luck." Zhang Fan responded with a smile. Without stopping, everyone quickly walked into the passage. Zhang Fan took this opportunity to open the system panel. Having killed Wang Yi and Zhuang Baifan before, he directly obtained more than 300,000 experience points, which is enough to increase his level. Zhang Fan instructed the system to upgrade the level without hesitation. Ding! The host successfully consumed 425,273 experience points to increase his cultivation level. Level, Legendary Realm 5th level. The system's voice came. Zhang Fan felt that the qi and blood in his body were growing rapidly. Combined with the previous experience points, he was able to advance 3 levels at once. At this rate, Zhang Fan believed that he would be able to break through to the heavenly realm soon. For other people, this is something that is beyond belief and unbelievable. You must know that even those martial arts academies that want to win over Zhang Fan can only promise to help him break through the heavenly realm within 5 years. This is a speed that can only be achieved by exhausting all their martial arts resources. And Zhang Fan is already close to the heavenly level before he even enters the martial arts academy. It's hard to believe this. Without thinking anymore, Zhang Fan closed the system panel. At this time, everyone had arrived at a huge underground cave. A huge aperture emitting dazzling light suddenly appeared in front of everyone. It's the entrance to the underground passage. Everyone looked at each other and immediately smiled with joy. The underground passage is indeed hidden. Although there are unknown dangers in the cave, opportunities and crises coexist. How can you go further on the road of martial arts without taking risks?
Without any hesitation, everyone flashed into the light circle one after another. Zhang Fan only saw a flash of light before his eyes, and then he appeared in an enclosed space surrounded by rocks. The space is very large and the height can reach more than 10 meters. There are countless shining stars flashing above, illuminating the surrounding scenery. Zhang Fan also wanted to check what the object was, but he had no clue. Behind the crowd there was a circle of light leading back to the cave, and in front of them were 3 intersections, which should be the entrances to deeper caves.
Look, the 3 treasure chests here have been opened.
It seems they were opened by the person who obtained the B-level gene potion before. At this time, the voices of the brother and sister Yu Chang and Yu were heard from the side, and there were 3 open treasure chests next to them.
There are 3 intersections. Should we act together? Fong Hai looked at everyone and said,
I don't know what dangers there are in here.
I think it's better for us to act together so that we can look after each other.
We can divide the items equally among ourselves, said Wang Chengfeng. Hearing this, everyone nodded, and then walked together towards the intersection on the far left. Although the items in the cave are attractive, you still need to be more careful about the unknown dangers. The passage was silent, as if entering an endless abyss. Suddenly, a bright light emanated from the front of the passage.
It's a treasure chest. Everyone was immediately surprised.
Just as they were about to take action, a series of harsh sounds were suddenly heard.
Sizzle. Then countless huge black bats appeared and circled above everyone's heads.
Wang Chengfeng immediately said to everyone with a serious face,
Everyone, be on guard. These are C-rank bloodthirsty black bats.
Their group attacks can cause people to lose their minds. Before he could finish his words, a huge electric net composed of countless lightning bolts suddenly appeared above everyone's heads. I saw a huge electric net rising up in an instant, and then quickly wrapped up the densely packed bloodthirsty black bats.
Bang! Squeak! From the power grid came the sounds of thunder and lightning and the wailing of bloodthirsty black bats. After a moment, the cave passage was as silent as death. Countless bloodthirsty black bat corpses fell to the ground. Chapter 58, People from Sakura Country? All wiped out. Ding! Killed a C rank, level 3 bloodthirsty black bat, experience points plus 400. Ding! Killed a C rank, 4th order bloodthirsty black bat, experience points plus 500. Ding! Killed a C rank, level 5 bloodthirsty black bat, experience points plus 600.
The system's voice continued to come.
Zhang Fan felt extremely happy.
I didn't expect that the cave could yield so many experience points. There are at least hundreds of bloodthirsty black bats here, which adds more than 100,000 experience points at once. Wang Chengfeng and others beside him were even more shocked. Although these are only C-level monsters, their numbers are huge. Even Fong Hai, who has the highest rank among the group, cannot guarantee that he can escape unscathed. However, Zhang Fan simply used so many spiritual skills together to kill all these bloodthirsty black bats. How much spiritual energy is needed to maintain such a huge spiritual power?
Will this kid's spiritual power ever run out?
Everyone could only mutter in their hearts, Zhang Fan's talent is really abnormal. Zhang Fan didn't have as many thoughts as them at this time.
After killing the bloodthirsty black bat, he flashed to the glowing treasure chest. A bolt of lightning blasted out, but was immediately bounced back by an invisible force. Zhang Fan was suddenly confused.
At this time, Wang Chengfeng and others also came to Zhang Fan and began to carefully examine the treasure chest.
Then Wang Chengfeng said, This is a restriction in the cave. It can only be opened if you find a matching object.
It seems the object is in the other 2 passages.
Shall we go and look for it now?
Everyone knew that Wang Chengfeng was the most familiar with the cave.
Then they nodded and walked back quickly. Returned to the main entrance space.
Zhang Fan suddenly sensed that the surrounding layout seemed different from when they came in.
Is there anyone else coming in?
With this thought flashing through his mind, Zhang Fan immediately became more careful, releasing his soul power from time to time so that he could sense the surrounding situation at any time.
Everyone went straight to the middle passage.
The passage inside was also extremely silent, but everyone knew that there were definitely monsters in there.
The passage was like an endless abyss. After walking for a long time, the group still didn't see anything useful.
Suddenly, there was a sound of fighting coming from the front.
Baga, you reptiles, why don't you die quickly in front of me, Nobichiro? Nobdaisher, these are low-level monsters that can't understand what you're saying. Let's retreat quickly. You dare to question this great history? No, that's not what I meant.
Hearing this voice, everyone looked at each other with surprise on their faces.
Sakura country people? How did they appear in this cave? Then everyone quickly stepped forward.
I saw more than 10 people in front of me resisting the long giant reptiles that were densely packed on the ground and kept emerging.
But it seems like they are already at the end of their strength and their defenses could be breached at any moment.
At this time, the two people behind them also noticed the arrival of Zhang Fan and others. One of the short men, whose hair was shaved in the middle and tied up on the sides, said angrily,
"Baga, who are you to dare to break into my place?"
Everyone knew he was from Sakura country as soon as they saw his appearance, especially his iconic dwarf figure.
But I didn't expect the other party to be so rampant. Even if it's in the cave, it's still within the borders of China. How did it become your place?
Yu retorted, then curled her lips and said disdainfully, "Humph.
Could it be that you were born from these reptiles on the ground?"
You. I'm the Daisher of Sakura country, how dare you be so rude to me? Nobuchiro said loudly, then stared at Yu with lustful eyes. "Madam, as long as you sincerely apologize to me, I can forgive you for what happened."
Nob Daisher, right?
I'll beat you until you lose control of your bowels and bladder. Yu Cheng stopped in front of his sister Yu and spoke to Nobuchiro. At this moment, a violent force of thunder and lightning rushed towards Nob Daisher.
It was Zhang Fan who had already taken action. These people from the Sakura country have bad intentions and dare to run wild in the Chinese territory.
Of course, there is no need to waste words, just destroy them all. Ichiro Nobe originally thought that Zhang Fan and others would give in when they knew he was from Sakura country. I didn't expect that he would actually take action directly, and it was Zhang Fan, the youngest among the five.
"Baka!"
Ichiro Nobe shouted and quickly drew the long sword from his waist to block.
Boom!
The power of thunder and lightning rushed directly into Nobuchiro's body along the long sword, and his body suddenly shook and twitched on the spot. Zhang Fan's figure quickly flashed in front of him, and then he punched out directly.
Everything happens in an instant. Ichiro Nobe's body flew backwards uncontrollably.
The Sakura people who were resisting the monsters only saw a figure flying straight over their heads, and then fell heavily into the dense group of monsters.
Ouch! Ouch!
The long worm monster suddenly crawled all over Nobuchiro's body like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey.
Ah! No, save me!
Nobuchiro's howling continued to be heard, and a foul smell was emitted. These long insect monsters are not of high level and it is difficult for them to penetrate Ichiro Nobe's body. But the number was too large, and in less than a moment a large piece of flesh could be seen being eaten.
Other Sakura people wanted to help, but they were exhausted and couldn't spare a hand.
Just like that, everyone present watched helplessly as Ichiro Nobe was finally silently drowned in the group of monsters. Wang Chengfeng then noticed a familiar face next to him. Suddenly he said in surprise, "Go Dongshi, why are you here?"
"Wang. President Wang, me, this is none of my business."
When Go Dongshi saw Wang Chengfeng looking at him, his face turned pale instantly.
"Were you the one who leaked the news about the cave to these people from Sakura country?" Wang Chengfeng's face turned cold and he was suddenly filled with anger.
"Yes, it was that stupid butler who forced me to do it," Go Dongshi said as he fled to the side of the Sakura people who were resisting the monsters.
At this time, the other Sakura people were suddenly in a dilemma.
In front was a long worm monster, and behind was the Chinese man who had just knocked Nobuchiro away. However, they immediately made a decision and quickly withdrew the energy used to resist the monsters. After all, if the long worm monster rushes up, no one present can escape unscathed, and they must all resist it together.
However, Zhang Fan and others had already taken action.
Zhang Fan waved his hand and a wall of thunder rose from the ground, isolating these Sakura people outside. Fan Hai and others behind him also used their condensed spiritual skills. The people of Sakura country's plan to rely on the long worm monster to save their lives was immediately dashed, and they were even more deeply trapped in the attack of the monster group. Zhang Fan thought about it and the Hanyu spear instantly appeared in his hand. So many experience points in front of him could not be wasted. Then a giant dragon shadow quickly swept out and killed the people in Sakura country.
Dragon roars in the sky. Ouch!
A dragon roar resounded throughout the entire passage, instantly cutting the people from the Sakura country in front of him, including Go Dongshi, in half. Blood instantly splattered all over the group of monsters.
The vibrations of the dragon's roar in the sky blasted away countless long insect monsters. Chapter 59, Level Up. Get the A-level gene potion. Ding. Killed a C rank, 4th order bloodthirsty ant, experience points plus 500. Ding. Killed a C rank, level 5 bloodthirsty ant, experience points plus 600. Ding. Killed a heavenly realm 3rd level warrior, experience points plus 40,000. Ding. Killed a 6th level legendary realm warrior, experience points plus 7,000. The system prompt sound continued to come. Zhang Fan was ecstatic. This was really a great place to gain experience points. I just don't know if there is any way to refresh the monsters in this cave. Of course, it would be better if the level of the monster was higher. And these people from Sakura country, unexpectedly, are all legendary and heavenly realm warriors. But for Zhang Fan now, it is as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. The remaining bloodthirsty ants were quickly killed by everyone. Zhang Fan looked at the experience points and found that they were enough to improve. Ding. The host successfully consumed 186,669 experience points to increase his cultivation level. Level, Legendary Realm 6th level. The system's voice came. Zhang Fan felt relieved. How long has it been? Just upgraded to another level. It's really outrageous. Zhang Fan put away the system panel and walked forward with everyone. Not long after walking out, I saw 2 small triangles floating in the air in front of me. That's it. I didn't expect there would be 2 triangles. Looks like there's something in the 3rd passage too. Wang Chengfeng spoke immediately. When they heard Wang Chengfeng's words, excitement suddenly appeared on everyone's faces. This is their purpose this time. Now that the items to open the treasure chest are right in front of them, how can they not be excited? The triangle had no restrictions and was directly held in Wang Chengfeng's hand. Then everyone quickly returned to the treasure chest in the 1st passage. Wang Chengfeng threw the triangle towards the treasure chest. Base. With a crisp sound, as if a mirror was shattered, the light around the treasure chest disappeared instantly. Everyone knew that the ban had been lifted. At this moment, Zhang Fan's soul power sensed that something was approaching. Come out. Zhang Fan shouted loudly, and Feng Hai and others immediately became alert. Ha ha. I didn't expect there are such experts. I'm really surprised. A cold voice came from the rock wall. Then several figures slowly emerged, one of whom was very similar to Ichiro Nobe from before. Everyone was a little surprised. They didn't expect that there were people from Sakura country. What's more, these people from Sakura country can actually become invisible. Another bastard? Zhang Fan said disdainfully. How dare you insult my great Sakura empire, said a person from the Sakura country. Empire? Humph. You're just a tiny island. Do you have the qualifications? After Zhang Fan finished speaking, several bolts of lightning burst out from his hands. Hidden. The people from Sakura country quickly disappeared into the space as they spoke. Is this a rare spatial talent? Yu Cheng asked doubtfully. Impossible. If they really have spatial talent, they wouldn't need to hide at all. Wang Chengfeng said solemnly. Zhang Fan was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that these people really had some skills. Even the lightning he emitted couldn't hurt him at all. Suddenly, Zhang Fan sensed that people from the Sakura country were approaching them rapidly. Be careful. Zhang Fan shouted. Base. A cold light instantly cut through the space. Fortunately, Zhang Fan reminded him, and the long sword in Wang Qingfeng's hand quickly blocked the opponent's attack. This is the Sakura cult of Sakura country. Wang Chengfeng exclaimed. He. It seems like you know us very well. He, but you all have to stay here today. Suddenly, strange laughter could be heard from all around. Humph. It's nothing but evil in crooked ways. Zhang Fan snorted coldly, then quickly gathered the surrounding thunder energy. 9 Thunder's law, destroy all evil. Suppress and kill. As Zhang Fan's voice fell, the condensed thunderball quickly burst out with a dazzling light, and then the entire space was filled with extremely violent thunder and lightning power. Ah! One figure after another fell to the ground, their bodies twitching and shaking continuously. The people behind Zhang Fan were stunned. Kill! Zhang Fan shouted. Everyone suddenly woke up and then rushed towards the people from Sakura country who had been paralyzed by lightning. In less than a moment, all the people from Sakura country were killed. Ding!
Killed a Heaven Realm level 1 warrior, experience points plus 20,000.
Ding.
Killed a 6th level legendary realm warrior, experience points plus 7,000.
Ding.
Killed a 9th level legendary realm warrior, experience points plus 10,000.
The system's voice came.
Zhang Fan was also a little surprised. The martial arts level of these people from Sakura country is not very high, but they are very difficult to deal with. But for him, killing these people is not difficult at all.
Call. Fang Hai and others breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Zhang Fan with gratitude.
If it weren't for Zhang Fan this time, they might really have been trapped in this cave. Not only are there a huge number of monsters, but there are also these strange people from the Sakura country.
Then everyone didn't stop and walked quickly towards the treasure chest.
This time, without the protection of the ban, the treasure chest was easily opened.
The items inside suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. Graded genetic medicine. A grade body quenching fluid. And there is so much mental material. Everyone was immediately surprised. They didn't expect there would be so many things.
But they all know that the biggest contributor here is Zhang Fan. Don't think that it was so easy for Zhang Fan to kill the monster just now. If it weren't for Zhang Fan, it would have taken a lot of effort.
Maybe they're already injured or even.
Thinking of this, everyone looked at each other, then looked at Zhang Fan and said,
"Brother Zhang Fan, you choose first."
"Yes, you did the most work just now, and we all benefited from you.
After so many battles, you must be exhausted." After hearing what everyone said, Zhang Fan didn't hesitate.
He directly took a bottle of a level gene medicine, as well as some relatively rare metal materials prompted by the system. As for the A-level quenching liquid, he didn't need it, and there was still a lot of it in Old Man Chen's space ring. Everyone didn't expect that Zhang Fan would only take so little, and they were all a little surprised. After all, everything here is worth a lot of money. And Zhang Fan is the strongest one, but he has no intention of monopolizing the position. But what they didn't know was that Zhang Fan had a system, and he had collected all the rarer metal materials. There are still 2 bottles of graded gene potion.
Brother Wang and Brother Fong, you can each take one.
Xiaoye and I will get some more body hardening fluid and cultivation resources.
Yu Cheng looked at the others and said,
"Not everyone can activate genetic medicine, it has a lot to do with one's own talent." Yu Cheng also didn't want to waste time on fusing hidden bloodlines, it would be more practical to improve his martial arts level. Soon, everyone happily divided up the treasure chests in this passage.
The items here are so good. I wonder what the items are at the last intersection.
Yu said excitedly.
Chapter 60 Soul Power Enhancement.
The third passage. After hearing Yu's words, everyone was immediately filled with anticipation. Then he quickly walked towards the third passage. Passing by the corpses of those Sakura people, Zhang Fan suddenly remembered something. Then he looked at Wang Chengfeng and asked,
"Brother Wang, what is the Sakura cult you just mentioned?"
After hearing Zhang Fan's words, the others looked at Wang Chengfeng with some curiosity. Wang Chengfeng pondered for a moment, then said,
"The Sakura cult is a product from before the first year of the Tianwu era.
Legend has it that at that time, the Sakura country sent a large number of people to various parts of China to learn from masters, and eventually the Sakura cult was founded in the Sakura country.
It's more of a cult than a religion.
They've changed what they've learned and are promoting it in the name of eternal life."
Eternal life?
Fang Hai and the others exclaimed in shock.
Wang Chengfeng looked at their expressions and chuckled and said,
"There's no such thing as eternal life. It's just something these evil cult members are using to deceive people. There are still many people in China who have become their followers, and many have lost their lives as a result." Zhang Fan smiled and then looked at the space ring in his hand.
"This was taken away after killing those people from Sakura country just now." Zhang Fan immediately checked it out.
In addition to some things from Sakura country, there are also a large number of B-level genetic potions.
I wonder what they are doing with all these genetic drugs.
There was also a book among them that Zhang Fan had seen before. It was the book of the Sakura Divine Sect in Old Man Chen's space ring. It records the butler of the Sakura cult, Tainin Bakuchi. What is different from Old Man Chen's book is that this book also records some techniques about the Sakura cult at the back.
Many of the names sound like the names of ancient Taoism in China.
At this time, the system prompt sound came. Taoist Magic Fragment, a collection of incomplete Taoist magic techniques can be repaired and improved using skill points. Zhang Fan was a little surprised.
He didn't expect that the Sakura cult actually learned the magic from China.
Since it belongs to my China, we naturally cannot let them take it for ourselves.
At least there must be a magic that is more powerful and proficient than theirs. Thinking of this, Zhang Fan directly ordered the system to repair and learn. Ding!
The host has successfully consumed 100,000 skill points to repair the incomplete Taoist magic collection.
Ding!
The host has successfully consumed 999,999 skill points to learn the complete collection of Taoist techniques.
Taoist techniques, 3rd level. Soul power, 1000 advanced Nian master.
The system's voice continued to come. Zhang Fan didn't expect that 1.1 million skill points would be used up by the system in one go. But this also gave him a huge surprise. This Taoist magic can actually increase the level of soul power. The field of view of soul sensing was directly expanded from the original 100 meters to 1000 meters. All the movements around him suddenly appeared in his mind. Moreover, Zhang Fan felt as if he had inherited the Taoist tradition and was proficient in various Taoist techniques, like the invisibility method used by those Sakura people before. Zhang Fan can also use it, and he is even more proficient and powerful. This should be related to the level of soul power. The stronger the soul power, the more powerful the magic used will be. Zhang Fan put away the space ring with satisfaction. At this time, everyone had arrived at the entrance of the 3rd passage. As soon as they stepped in, they were hit by a murderous intent, and everyone felt like they were in a freezing cold ice cellar. The internal structure here is different from the other 2 passages, and it seems to be a space of its own. Everyone be careful, there may be something unknown here. Zhang Fan immediately spoke up to remind them. He wanted to use his soul power to sense, but he was blocked by a mysterious object and could not continue to explore. Upon hearing this, the others immediately became very alert. Everyone moved forward slowly. Suddenly, several corpses appeared on the ground not far ahead. Judging from their clothes and hairstyle, they are exactly the same people from Sakura country. I saw long icicles stuck on their bodies. It seems that the people from Sakura country had explored this road before, and after the attack, everyone else ran away. Swish! At this moment, several sounds of breaking through the air came from the front. Everyone noticed it immediately and quickly used their spiritual skills to protect themselves. I saw several sharp icicles shooting towards me at high speed, but they were all blocked by the spiritual shields of everyone. However, these sharp icicles showed no sign of retreating, and their attacks became even more fierce, as if they were about to shatter everyone's shields. Zhang Fan knew he couldn't defend passively any longer, so he said loudly, "Everyone hold on, let me crush them." As soon as he finished speaking, the Hanyu spear suddenly appeared in his hand. Then Zhang Fan jumped up and quickly swung the Hanyu spear, sweeping out several sharp wind blades. Swish! The wind blade cut back and forth on the icicles, and after a while it finally cut through these hard icicles. Everyone immediately retreated quickly towards the entrance. No, it seems that entering that range will trigger the icicle attack. Wang Chengfeng looked at the corpse on the ground in front of him and felt a little scared. He then continued, "Besides, we are too big to avoid these icicles. Why don't we just give up? We've already got what we want. It's not worth it to break in by force." Yu Cheng said with a hint of fear on his face. If Zhang Fan had not taken action to remove the hard ice pillar, they would probably have died here. We really shouldn't take any more risks. Fong Hai agreed. Zhang Fan, do you want to try it? I'll give you this to remove the restriction. Wang Chengfeng looked at everyone, then took out the triangle and handed it to Zhang Fan and said. He knew that the most likely person to enter here was Zhang Fan. Naturally, others had no objections. Zhang Fan, you have to be careful. If you can't get in, remember to return as soon as possible. Don't be too radical, there are too many unknowns here. When everyone saw Zhang Fan preparing to enter, they immediately spoke up to remind him. Along the way, Zhang Fan saved them from danger several times. Naturally, everyone didn't want Zhang Fan to fall into danger. Zhang Fan took the triangle and nodded to everyone, then disappeared from the spot. Everyone was shocked. They didn't feel any changes in the space around them. Zhang Fan seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. Is this a spatial attribute? Yu Cheng spoke first. No, this is not a spatial attribute. Fong Hai shook his head and said. Could it be, he is the heir of the Taoist sect? Wang Chengfeng was shocked, and then muttered to himself, no wonder they were able to see through the Sakura cult's stealth effects.
Brother Wang, what is the Taoist successor? Yu asked curiously.
Fan Hai and Yu Cheng also looked at him. There was a hint of complexity in Wang Qingfeng's eyes, and then he said, "That is the most ancient heritage of our Huaxia nation, but it all disappeared overnight before the first year of the Tianwu era.
No one knows what's going on. The Sakura cult only learned a little bit from the Taoist school, but even so, they have gained some fame on Blue Star." After hearing this, everyone's faces were filled with shock. If a little bit of fur can be so powerful, then if it is the inheritor. Everyone was suddenly afraid to imagine it. No wonder Zhang Fan is so powerful. Chapter 61, God-Killing Spear. Soul Calming Technique.
Zhang Fan didn't know that in the eyes of Wang Qingfeng and others, he had become the successor of Taoism. At this time, we have entered the space of the third channel.
Just as he thought.
The Taoist invisibility technique is useful here, especially with his current level of soul power. It is like a fish in water. Moreover, he can also perform the 1,000 shadows of thunder, and his movement speed is as fast as lightning. Soon Zhang Fan arrived at the edge of a huge pool of water. From afar, there was an object wrapped in light in the center of the pool. Could this be the treasure of the third passage? Zhang Fan's eyes suddenly lit up, and then he threw the triangle in his hand.
Base.
With a crisp sound, the dazzling light seemed to be shattered, and then the object inside was revealed. It was a long spear that was completely black and emitted a blood mist. There are also many unknown animals engraved on the gun barrel, like some powerful mythical beasts. These mythical beasts are so lifelike that they are awe-inspiring. A murderous intent continued to emerge from the gun body, making people feel as if they were on a battlefield with mountains of corpses and seas of blood. At this moment, Zhang Fan felt a cool sensation in his mind and came back to his senses immediately. It turned out that the Taoist Mingxin method was triggered.
So strong.
Just now, he was actually trapped by this powerful murderous intent.
How terrible. Zhang Fan suddenly felt a little worried.
It was difficult to subdue such a weapon full of murderous intent. Suddenly, a sound like that from the netherworld purgatory came from the pool.
Ha ha ha. What year is it today? This demon king has finally appeared.
Then Zhang Fan saw a huge black fog floating in the air.
Ha!
I didn't expect people to come and worship me as soon as I came out.
All right. I'll accept you as my first subordinate. A voice suddenly came from the black fog.
Zhang Fan didn't know what the black fog in front of him was, and he even dared to call himself the Demon King. However, he could feel that the other party's soul power was indeed very strong. It must be this object that blocked the advancement of his soul power just now. At this moment, a message flashed through Zhang Fan's mind. It was the Taoist inheritance that he had obtained before, the soul calming method. Zhang Fan immediately started counting on his fingers according to the information in his mind. I instantly felt the strength of my soul power rising.
Why don't you come and meet this demon king? What are you dawdling for?
When He Wu saw that Zhang Fan didn't react at all, he immediately spoke angrily. As he finished speaking, the pool of water continued to surge, and then began to condense into sharp icicles. At this moment, Zhang Fan's hand shot out two beams of light that shot directly into the black fog.
Ah! What is this? My head hurts.
Roaring sounds continued to be heard from the black fog, as if someone was being tortured. The icicles on the pool of water instantly dispersed, turned into mist and scattered into the pool. After a while, the black fog finally couldn't bear it anymore and began to beg for mercy.
I was wrong, please forgive me.
A hint of doubt flashed in Zhang Fan's eyes. According to the information in his mind, the strength of the soul calming power would have strangled an ordinary soul to death on the spot. But this ball of black fog didn't change at all, it just kept crying out in pain.
Could it be that the other party is really a demon king? Is the current soul power not enough to kill this black fog?
Then Zhang Fan put away the soul calming technique in his hand.
What's the value of you staying here to me?
Zhang Fan looked at the black fog and spoke coldly, as if he was going to kill the other party in the next second.
A trembling voice suddenly came from the black fog. This demon. I can possess this god-killing spear and make it work for you. I also know many secrets. Please take me in.
After saying this, black mist quickly escaped into the god-killing spear. Then the god-killing spear floated into Zhang Fan's hands.
God-killing spear, what a domineering name.
Zhang Fan was already ecstatic as he stroked the gun. He believed that materials like the God-killing gun could never be found on Blue Star. God-killing spear, made from star fragments, possesses the power to shatter stars. The power of the God-killing spear increases with the host's level. The system's voice came. Zhang Fan suddenly had some understanding of the God-killing gun.
Thank you for the compliment. What secret are you talking about? Zhang Fan asked directly without paying any attention to the other party.
Well, I only remember that I came from a planet called Black Tower Mountain.
I can't remember anything else for the time being. But this Demon King is really an awesome person.
A proud voice came from the God-slaying spear. Before he could be happy for too long, he saw Zhang Fan counting his fingers with one hand.
Then, one soul-calming spell after another hit the God-killing gun without mercy.
I let you be so awesome, and you still dare to call yourself the Demon King.
From now on, I will call you Xiao Hei.
Zhang Fan said coldly.
I'm wrong, Xiao Hei knows I'm wrong.
A few wailing sounds were suddenly heard from the God-killing spear.
Zhang Fan knew that the black fog had surrendered and dared not lie.
It seemed that the other party's memory was indeed lost.
We can only think of other ways to restore his memory in the future.
However, Zhang Fan is already very satisfied to have obtained the God-killing gun this time. You know, having such a weapon can greatly enhance his combat effectiveness.
Using S-level shooting skills is even more powerful.
After putting away the God-killing spear with satisfaction, Zhang Fan returned the same way. He had already used his soul power to search here and found nothing valuable. A moment later, Zhang Fan arrived at the entrance of the third passage. Wang Chengfeng and others were still waiting outside, and they were surprised to see Zhang Fan coming out.
Zhang Fan, are you okay?
Wang Chengfeng looked at Zhang Fan and said.
Brother Wang, I'm fine. There's only one weapon in this passage.
As Zhang Fan spoke, he took out the God-killing gun. A murderous intent instantly swept through the entire cave space.
Everyone couldn't help but shiver.
Zhang Fan, this weapon is too murderous and will backfire.
Yeah, I think it's better to be careful. I feel a little breathless.
Hearing everyone's words in Yu's pale face, Zhang Fan immediately put away the God-killing gun. Indeed, weaker warriors simply cannot withstand such a strong murderous intent.
Since the cave has been completely explored, let's return to South City now, said Wang Chengfeng.
Great. This time we really came back with a great reward. It's all thanks to brother Zhang Fan.
Everyone was talking and laughing, and then they quickly rushed towards the South City.
This time everyone was glad that it was Zhang Fan instead of Wang Yi who went to the cave together, otherwise they would definitely never come back.
Not to mention getting any items. A moment later, everyone arrived at the gate of the South City base.
Suddenly, the sound of weapons hitting each other was heard in the air. It was also accompanied by countless energy fluctuations that continued to explode in the air.
A powerful person in Lingyun realm.
Wang Chengfeng exclaimed in surprise. Being able to fight in the air, apart from wearing a flying suit, can only be done by those who are above the Lingyun realm.
Chapter 62 Danger. A powerful person in the Lingyun realm. Soaring Cloud realm.
Zhang Fan also looked up. The fluctuations of the fighting in the sky were sometimes far away and sometimes near. His soul power sensing distance could only vaguely capture some of the situation. However, he had read the martial arts information provided by President Long, which included some videos of strong men fighting. It is estimated that the strength of these two people has reached at least the 7th level of Lingyun realm. Even higher, one of them seemed to be very relaxed, as if just trying to distract the opponent. At this time, many people from the South City base had already run out to watch. Some people even noticed Zhang Fan and others.
Look, is that Zhang Fan? It seems to be him. Why hasn't he left the South City base yet? Is Zhang Fan really not afraid that the Wang family of Demon City will send people to hunt him down?
It seems that there are people from the Wang family of Demon City fighting in the sky. Suddenly, a sound of breaking air came from the distant sky.
Base.
Then everyone saw a fiery red figure swooping down from the sky, heading straight towards Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan had already sensed the situation with his soul power, and a lightning wall shield had quickly condensed in front of him.
Get out of the way.
Zhang Fan shouted at Wang Chengfeng and others. But it was too late, the attack from the air had already arrived.
Bang!
A loud sound was heard, and Wang Chengfeng and others were directly blown away by this powerful wave, falling to the ground and their life or death was unknown. Although Zhang Fan had a thunder wall defense prepared in advance, he was still forced back dozens of meters. It is obvious that there is a huge gap in the level of strength between the two sides.
There is another Lingyun realm expert. Are you from the Wang family in the Demon City?
Zhang Fan said as he looked at the woman in red who was fiercely attacking the Thunder Wall shield in front of him. He is still only in the legendary realm, and it is very good that he can withstand the attack of the Lingyun realm.
Ha ha ha.
Little brother, you're really strong.
You can actually withstand your sister's attack.
The woman in red laughed charmingly and did not directly answer Zhang Fan's words. Then, I heard her tone become more serious as she said, but it won't be so easy from now on. As she spoke, the red-dressed woman's hands were covered in flames and she punched Zhang Fan with immense force.
Boom!
At this moment, a dazzling light suddenly burst out from Zhang Fan's body, instantly isolating the woman's attack.
This is...
The enchanting woman's face was suddenly filled with astonishment, and then she was directly bounced away by an invisible force.
Zhang Fan knew that this had triggered the Shutian realm's protective jade pendant.
His heart was bleeding at this moment, because that was a direct consumption of a protective jade pendant. However, the woman in red is a powerful person in the Lingyun realm, and it is still very difficult for her to withstand the opponent's full-strength attack.
The onlookers were immediately shocked by this scene. A powerful person in the Lingyun realm. There's actually another expert in the Lingyun realm. It looks like someone from the Wang family in the Demon City is here to hunt down Zhang Fan.
But Zhang Fan is really amazing.
He can even withstand the attacks of Lingyun realm experts.
But it's simply impossible for him to kill a Lingyun realm expert. It's only a matter of time before he's captured.
Could such a genius be buried here? God, please make a miracle happen.
I'm willing to trade my brother Li Si's lifelong singleness for it.
Zhang San. You're truly my good brother.
God, I trade my brother Zhang San's 25 years of life for yours.
Fuck. You're even more ruthless than me.
Everyone immediately began to worry about Zhang Fan's safety. After all, Zhang Fan was facing Lingyun realm, who was about to enter the ranks of super strong people. It is not comparable to the previous state of transcendence. Of course, Zhang Fan would not choose to sit and wait for death. The wings of the Skywing battlesuit spread out instantly, and then he quickly performed the Thunder Illusion Thousand Shadows, and the whole person turned into a stream of light and rushed into the sky.
The woman in red looked embarrassed, obviously injured by the invisible force just now.
She was extremely shocked at this moment. She could never have imagined that a high school student could hurt her. He then reacted quickly, instantly taking off into the air and chasing after Zhang Fan. Although she is at the Lingyun realm, her agility in the air cannot compare with that of the Skywing suit. Moreover, he was just injured by the power of Zhang Fan's protective jade pendant, and the distance between him and Zhang Fan was instantly widened. While flying, Zhang Fan quickly condensed thunder energy in his hands. I saw a ball of thunder that was constantly condensing appear in his hand, which contained violent natural power. The two of them chased each other without any pause at all. Little brother, don't struggle. I will deal with you gently. The woman in red said this, but her heart was already shocked beyond words. Zhang Fan was actually able to maintain such a flying speed for a long time.
Even someone like her at the Lingyun realm couldn't do it.
Suddenly, the woman in red saw a small object approaching in front of her. At first I thought it was some water droplets, but when I got closer, my face suddenly changed. She could feel that the thunderball contained violent natural power of thunder. At such a close distance, even she could only passively defend herself in a panic. Zhang Fan, who was far away, saw the thunderball approaching and snapped his fingers instantly.
Fry. Rumble. The thunderball seemed to have received an order and instantly released the violent energy within it.
Everyone just felt that the sky was as beautiful as a gorgeous firework blooming.
Wow, it's so beautiful. This is art. Isn't Zhang Fan too strong? This thunder attribute requires a huge amount of spiritual power to support it. Is he really a high school student? His spiritual skills are too abnormal. Soaring Cloud Realm was killed just like that? Everyone was once again shocked by Zhang Fan's methods. This is not something a high school student can do, but Zhang Fan did it. The other two figures in the sky also noticed Zhang Fan's situation at this time. Younger sister. One of the middle-aged men heard the explosion and his face suddenly changed and he cried out in surprise. However, he was immediately attracted by the attack of the old man in front of him. This young man's talent is truly terrifying. The old man also glanced at the direction of the explosion, a hint of shock appeared in his eyes, and then he quickly attacked the middle-aged man.
Mr. Liang, Zhang Fan is the one that the Wang family of Magic City wants.
Do you really want to go against the Wang family of Magic City? The middle-aged man said angrily while responding to the attack.
The old man was very powerful and the middle-aged man could not find any breakthrough at all. The two of them fought against each other like practicing Tai Chi.
Humph. Can Wang Luxian leave the demon city?
Liang Lao said this with disdain, and then continued, I don't care what you do in other places, but you can't kill Zhang Fan in Nancheng. The middle-aged man was speechless for a moment, then he increased the speed of his attack in an attempt to take down the old man. In this way, the two of them fell into a tense and protracted battle. At this moment, an almost furious shout was heard in the air.
Zhang Fan! I'm going to kill you. Chapter 63, Kill the Lingyun Realm Master. Enter the Heaven Realm. Everyone immediately looked towards the place where the explosion had just occurred. The woman in red no longer had the enchanting look she had before, and instead her face was filled with anger. Her eyes were filled with raging rage. The clothes around her body were torn to pieces, exposing her fair skin, which was constantly emitting scorching flames. As the red-clothed woman's roar spread throughout the South City base, the scenery in the sky suddenly began to change rapidly, and the originally blue sky was instantly dyed red. Everyone felt the temperature around them begin to rise. This is an S-level fire attribute spiritual skill. Such a strong energy fluctuation, is this the power of a Lingyun realm expert unleashing the power of nature? It seems she was accumulating spiritual power in the explosion just now. Everyone, get out of here. Zhang Fan is doomed this time. The crowd watching the battle below was suddenly thrown into chaos, and everyone left and hid in the city.
Zhang Fan knew that the other party was at Lingyun realm, and the difference in their levels and strengths was too great. If the opponent had not been injured by Zushinji's protective jade pendant just now, he would not have been able to injure the opponent by casting a thunder ball. Now the power of this S-level spiritual skill is not something he can easily withstand. Even if the Shutian realm's protective jade pendant could withstand it, he wouldn't dare to take the risk. Thinking of this, Zhang Fan moved his mind and the god-killing gun suddenly appeared in his hand. A murderous intent instantly spread out, and the two people fighting in the distance were also alarmed. Such a strong killing intent. What kind of weapon is this? Tell your sister to stop. Old Liang said immediately. Humph. How can such a powerful S-level spiritual skill be stopped? Zhang Fan will definitely die this time. There was a hint of joy in the middle-aged man's eyes. As long as they kill Zhang Fan, they will have completed their mission and can then get rid of this troublesome guy in front of them. I mean, she will be killed by this murderous intent, said old Liang. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could a high school student possibly kill a powerful person in the soaring cloud realm? The middle-aged man didn't believe it at all, and then he said in a cold voice, Humph. Old Liang, you just want to save Zhang Fan's life, don't be delusional. This is what happens if you offend the Wang family of Demon City. All of this happened in an instant. At this time, countless blazing fireballs appeared behind the woman in red. The surrounding air was instantly evaporated by the high temperature, as if it was going to burn everything to ashes. Even Zhang Fan felt a sense of suffocation. Although the woman in red was surprised by the murderous intent emanating from the weapon in Zhang Fan's hand, nothing could stop her attack now. Then the woman in red said loudly. Even a super powerful person in the sky-breaking realm can't save you today. Die. Burn the land with fire. As she finished her shout, a barrage of fireballs from behind her instantly hit Zhang Fan. The woman in red believed that under such a dense range attack, no matter how fast Zhang Fan was, he would not be able to escape. Of course, Zhang Fan didn't think of escaping. Although the opponent is in Lingkong realm, he has mastered S-level combat skills, and with this powerful weapon, the power can be amplified several times. It's no problem to deal with this S-level spiritual skill. Boss, are you sending me to perform so soon? A voice came from the god-killing gun. Zhang Fan ignored him, then quickly swung the god-killing spear in his hand, and then stabbed it towards the woman in red. Dragon roars in the sky. Ah! A dragon roar resounded through heaven and earth. Then a huge blood-red dragon shadow shot out from the god-killing spear. The dragon shadow was terrifying and ferocious, and its bloody mouth seemed to swallow up the world. The overwhelming fireball attack was immediately broken in the middle by a huge blood-red dragon shadow, which then rushed straight towards the woman in red. The eyes of the woman in red were filled with fear. She didn't expect that Zhang Fan could actually break the S-level spiritual skill, Skyfire.
He could even clearly feel the terrifying murderous intent emanating from the blood-colored dragon shadow in front of him. Then the woman in red made a quick decision and turned around to escape. But the blood-colored dragon shadow was as ferocious as a trapped beast that had escaped from a cage, and its bloody mouth swallowed the woman in red in an instant. No! The blood-red dragon shadow wrapped around the woman in red and let out a scream. Younger sister! The middle-aged man in the distance suddenly exclaimed. He didn't expect this result, and a hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes. Zhang Fan felt that the body of the woman in red was being eroded and strangled by a powerful murderous intent. But at this moment, a feeling of powerlessness swept over Zhang Fan's whole body. The qi and blood in the body were instantly consumed. Isn't this consumption too high? Is it because his martial arts level is too low, so his qi and blood are not enough to support such a powerful attack? Zhang Fan thought secretly in his heart. The blood-red dragon shadow in front of him also disappeared. The woman in red had turned into a blood clot and fell from the air, hitting the ground. Ding! Killed a 9th level warrior in the Lingyun realm, experience points plus 1,500,000. The system's voice came. Zhang Fan was also secretly astonished. This Lingyun realm expert is really valuable. So many experience points are enough for him to level up several levels. Without any hesitation, Zhang Fan directly ordered the system to upgrade the level. Ding! The host successfully consumed 152,0890 experience points to increase his cultivation level. Level, Heaven Realm Level 1. The system's voice came. Zhang Fan was ecstatic. This instantly elevated him to the heavenly realm by 4 levels. He even jumped into the ranks of the strong. The 9 levels of martial arts can be divided into 3 levels. Starting from the heavenly realm, one can be called a strong person, and above the sky-breaking realm, one is called a super strong person. This is an achievement that other geniuses can only achieve after practicing in a martial arts academy for several years or even more than 10 years, but Zhang Fan completed it in less than a month. After upgrading his level, Zhang Fan felt that his consumed energy and blood were instantly restored. The qi and blood are several times more vigorous than before. Even if a Lingyun realm master is in front of him now, he can fight against the opponent without relying on the protection of the jade pendant. Then Zhang Fan looked up into the sky in the distance. The middle-aged man who was fighting with the old man had disappeared at some point. The other party really made a decisive decision. He must have been so frightened after seeing the woman in red being killed that he didn't dare to run away. At this time, Wang Chengfeng and others had woken up and came to Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan, you killed a powerful person in the Lingyun realm. Too powerful. This is a battle that will go down in history. These people from the Wang family in the Demon City are really going too far. They actually sent a powerful person from the Lingyun realm. You're not hurt, are you? The impact of that attack was too strong. Everyone was immediately excited for Zhang Fan, because he was a powerful person in the Lingyun realm. Looking at everyone's concerned expressions, Zhang Fan also showed a smile on his face. At this time, the old man who was fighting with the middle-aged man also fell from the air and walked towards Zhang Fan and others. Little brother Zhang Fan, you are really unexpected, said the old man with a smile. Before Zhang Fan could speak, Wang Chengfeng beside him exclaimed. Mr. Liang. The others also looked at the old man in shock. Is it Elder Liang, the super-powerful sky-breaking realm master? You are a legend in our South City base. This is the first time I've met you. Zhang Fan also smiled at Elder Liang, and then said, Thank you, Elder Liang, for your help. If it weren't for Mr. Liang's help to hold one person back, we would have been in real danger. It was so difficult to face a Lingyun realm master, so if it was a 1-on-2 situation, Zhang Fan knew he didn't have the strength to do it. But it is not certain that you can be promoted to the heavenly realm level now. It seems that we have to go to the Demon City as soon as possible so that we can kill more powerful monsters to increase our level. Although he has entered the heavenly realm, Zhang Fan still has a huge sense of crisis in his heart. Brother Zhang Fan is a genius who broke the record of the elemental secret realm. I will naturally not allow the Wang family to do whatever they want, at least not in South City. Old Liang looked at Zhang Fan and said with a smile. Mr. Liang, you're too kind. Breaking the record was just luck. Zhang Fan said with a smile. Chapter 64, Heading to the Demon City. Star Chaos Body. Little brother Zhang Fan, you are so modest. Elder Liang looked at Zhang Fan with a smile, then continued. But I suggest you try not to use the weapon you just controlled.
The killing intent contained in it is too strong and can easily make people lose their minds. Even someone like me who is at the sky-breaking realm level can't guarantee that I won't be controlled by this murderous intent. Zhang Fan nodded and said with a smile, "Thank you, Mr. Liang, for the reminder." Zhang Fan had no way to explain this matter clearly to Mr. Liang. He used the Taoist soul calming method to suppress Xiao He, and the other party didn't dare to have any ill intentions. The pain of soul power is countless times worse than physical pain. I believe Xiao He doesn't want to experience this kind of pain again. As soon as Zhang Fan had this idea, the god-killing gun in the space ring suddenly trembled, obviously sensing Zhang Fan's previous thoughts.
In that case, I'll take my leave now.
I have to head to the Demon Capital Martial Arts Academy as soon as possible. As Zhang Fan spoke, he said goodbye to everyone present. Then, under the gazes of everyone, the wings behind Zhang Fan spread out and turned into a stream of light flying towards the demon city. Now this consumption can be ignored for Zhang Fan, who has the strength of the heavenly realm.
I really can't see through him,
Wang Chengfeng said as he looked at Zhang Fan's departing back. Having the talent to break the record of the elemental secret realm, and being able to kill a Lingyun realm expert at this age, it seems that Zhang Fan's rise is unstoppable. Elder Liang spoke slowly, then sighed. The Wang family of the Demon City has already torn their relationship with Zhang Fan. The demons should all protect him. It seems that there will be a war between the two sides in the future. Everyone sighed when they heard what Mr. Liang said, and they naturally stood on Zhang Fan's side. But the Wang family of Demon City is like a towering mountain, and no one dares to shake its position. However, they all saw Zhang Fan's terrifying talent. There is a high possibility that Yaodu will protect Zhang Fan, and everyone is well aware of the tense situation between Modu and Yaodu. Yaodu will naturally not give up on such a genius. If it really comes to that, there will surely be a bloody battle, and the whole of China will probably be shaken 3 times. Zhang Fan was flying in the air at an extremely fast speed. I had been in the cave before and had no chance to use the A-level gene potion. He had wanted to try the effect for a long time, but was afraid that the noise would be too loud and cause unnecessary trouble.
Now is the time.
Then Zhang Fan couldn't wait to take out the bottle of Class A gene medicine.
Unlike the green color of Class B gene potion, Class A gene potion is blue. Of course, the higher the level, the greater the chance of activating fusion. But this also depends on what kind of bloodline is activated. Like Wang Yi's stone bloodline before, using Class B genetic potion is enough. Moreover, the fusion of the giant stone's bloodline was only a matter of time.
By chance, Zhang Fan's lightning accelerated his fusion speed. Without thinking anymore, Zhang Fan directly swallowed the A-level gene potion. A burning sensation continued to rise from the body, and was then quickly absorbed by the qi and blood in the body. Suddenly, the system's voice came into my mind.
Ding!
The host takes the A-level gene potion and begins screening the hidden bloodline within the genes.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for activating the Star Chaos Body Fusion Progress 0. Zhang Fan was stunned for a moment.
The hidden bloodline really appeared. Or some kind of stellar chaos body? I wonder what effect it will have.
After thinking about it, the S-level talent attribute card obtained from the purple treasure chest suddenly appeared in Zhang Fan's hand. This can directly upgrade the awakening talent to S-level.
I don't know if this has any effect.
Zhang Fan then silently recited it in his mind.
Ding!
The host uses the S-level talent card and detects the only one that meets the conditions, Star Chaos Body.
Ding! Star Chaos Body Fusion successful. The system's voice came.
Zhang Fan was immediately delighted. It really works, it actually saves the fusion process, it's so powerful.
Just then,
the clouds above the sky began to change positions rapidly, and time seemed to be speeding up. Zhang Fan even felt that the surrounding scenery was as if the fast-forward button was pressed, growing and disappearing madly, repeating over and over again. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the sky.
Zhang Fan can clearly see the scenery outside the universe.
Then, the sea of stars composed of countless stars in the crack poured down and rushed straight into Zhang Fan's body. Zhang Fan now felt like he had used the Starstone before. His body was filled with endless cosmic power.
This cosmic force is madly tempering his body. Boom! With a loud bang, a terrifying energy wave erupted from Zhang Fan's body. Everything around was destroyed by this energy. Suddenly, everything stopped and then quickly went backwards.
After a moment, Zhang Fan opened his eyes. Everything around him was exactly the same as when he stopped just now, without any change. Star Chaos Body, S-level talent, one of the 10 peak bloodline constitutions in ancient times, with a natural and powerful ability to communicate with the power of the universe.
Ding. Comprehend the S-level star chaos body secret technique, star ring. Ding. Next level talent SSS level star chaos body secret technique, star C. The system's voice came. Zhang Fan's thoughts were immediately pulled back. This star chaos body can actually comprehend the secret arts? Star ring? This name doesn't sound ordinary. At this time, the system's voice came. Star ring, consume the power of the universe to condense a powerful star ring. One star ring can double your combat power. After listening to the introduction of the system, Zhang Fan was stunned. This star chaos body is extremely powerful and abnormal. Directly double the combat power, and this does not include the bonus of the 8 desolate immortal combat body. That is to say, the chi and blood of the first level of the heavenly realm is 20,000, and it can be doubled to 40,000, which means it can be directly increased to the strength of the 9th level of the heavenly realm. Plus the bonus of the 8 desolate immortal battle body. Zhang Fan couldn't even imagine how terrifying it was. This time the level of cross-level combat will increase a lot. Zhang Fan believed that if he faced the red-clothed woman from Lingyun realm now, he would definitely be able to suppress her. Then Zhang Fan put away the system panel and continued to fly rapidly towards the demon city. At the distant edge of the universe, on a star vein composed of countless star fragments, an old man in a black robe was closing his eyes, but suddenly his eyes opened suddenly, and the figure that was originally vague and elusive instantly solidified. A golden light burst out from his eyes, cutting the star vein in front of him in half. The star vein immediately turned into star fragments that scattered in the void of the universe. How could such a powerful cosmic force appear? Could it be that some treasure has appeared in the world? The old man's soul power instantly expanded to its maximum, but he did not notice anything unusual. The feeling just now was just a flash, and soon disappeared without a trace. The universe is so vast and boundless that even if his soul power is strong, he cannot explore it all. Then the old man waved his hand, and countless men in black robes appeared in front of him. Ancestor. The man in black robe bowed respectfully to the old man in black robe. Send people to investigate the nearby star regions. The old man in black robe pointed forward as he spoke. Yes. Ancestor. The black-robed man answered, and then all disappeared on the spot. The old man in black robe then continued to practice with his eyes closed. And in front of where he pointed his finger, a tiny planet as insignificant as a speck of dust was emitting a light blue light. Chapter 65 Xia Yunfei. Terrified Lu Bin. 3 days later. Zhang Fan has appeared at the gate of the Demon City base. A huge city stands in it. The city wall is more than 10 meters high, which is like a natural moat for ordinary people. The city stretches as far as the eye can see. This is also the largest city Zhang Fan has seen during his flight. Suddenly, Zhang Fan's cell phone rang. It was Xia Yingqi calling. As soon as the call was connected, Xia Yingqi's anxious voice came. Zhang Fan, where are you? Me? I'm at the gate of the Demon City base. Zhang Fan answered casually. What? So fast? After hearing Zhang Fan's words, Xia Yingqi exclaimed from the other end of the phone. She really didn't expect Zhang Fan to be so fast. Then Xia Yingqi continued, then you should report first. I returned from the South City base and originally came to rescue you. You guys are really fast. Zhang Fan was speechless for a moment, and thought to himself, by the time you guys come, the food will be cold. When Xia Yingqi heard Zhang Fan's words, she said angrily. Zhang Fan, what do you mean? I've already asked Elder Liang to help stop the Wang family in the Magic City. Besides, the 2 shadow guards and I have been traveling non-stop for the past 2 days. I see. Zhang Fan suddenly understood. No wonder a super strong man in the sky-breaking realm would come out to help. It turns out that it was because of the Zhang family in Yaodu. Wait here for a moment. I'll have someone take you to register. You still have to complete the Martial Arts Academy entrance exam first, but it should be a piece of cake for you. Also, the Demon City is adjacent to the restricted area of the Blue Star battlefield, and the relationships within the academy are even more complicated. You must not act rashly. Xia Yingqi hung up the phone without waiting for Zhang Fan to answer. It seemed that he was angered by Zhang Fan's words, but he still gave a reminder in the end. She knew Zhang Fan's character, and it would be bad if something serious happened.
Zhang Fan smiled helplessly. There was no way, he didn't consume any energy while flying, so his speed was naturally much faster.
Zhang Fan didn't take Xia Yingqi's advice not to be reckless to heart.
He is not the kind of person who will easily stir up trouble, but if someone is looking for death, he will certainly not tolerate it. Originally, with Zhang Fan's current strength, he didn't need to enter the martial arts academy. But if you want to obtain a series of qualifications such as the secret realm, you must be at the top of the list in all aspects. Zhang Fan has made up his mind, he will take time to participate in the competition, and use the rest of the time to go to the border to kill monsters and increase his level. Only when the level is higher, the talent bloodline bonus will be higher, so you don't have to worry about the Wang family of the Magic City or foreign forces. A moment later, a young man who was about the same age as Zhang Fan appeared at the city gate.
I saw him looking around constantly.
Zhang Fan knew that this should be the person Xia Yingqi had found. But the other person was wearing a pair of black-framed glasses and seemed to be a little nearsighted. There were not many people entering and leaving the city gate, so he didn't even notice Zhang Fan.
Zhang Fan couldn't help but walk forward and asked, "Did Xia Yingqi ask you to pick me up? You are Zhang Fan?"
The young man raised his black-framed glasses, looking a little timid. He then said to Zhang Fan, "My name is
Xia Yunfei, and Xia Yingqi is my sister."
"Okay, take me to report now," Zhang Fan said to Xia Yunfei with a smile.
Xia Yunfei nodded and then led the way.
Zhang Fan didn't expect Xia Yingqi to be so shameless, but his younger brother was a complete social phobia.
Enter the Demon City.
Zhang Fan was immediately attracted by the scenery before him. There are tall buildings everywhere, countless flying vehicles are operating, and ordinary people are enjoying life here.
This is what a tech metropolis looks like.
The Jiangnan base seemed like a product of another world in front of it. At this time, Xia Yunfei, who was walking in front, suddenly said,
Zhang Fan, are you really the top scorer in the National College entrance examination?"
"Yes," said Zhang Fan.
"How amazing!"
Xia Yunfei exclaimed, his tone full of envy. Zhang Fan felt a little strange being praised. Just then, he noticed that Xia Yunfei in front of him had some scars on his back, as if caused by some weapon.
"Are you injured?" Zhang Fan asked. No,
Xia Yunfei said as he pulled his sleeves.
Zhang Fan didn't ask any further.
If the other party didn't want to talk about it, he wouldn't meddle in other people's business.
The two soon arrived in front of a huge building. This is the Yaodu Martial Arts Academy,
known as one of the 3 highest martial arts academies in China. There were many students coming in and out of the door at this time, and it was very lively. The two were about to enter the academy. Suddenly, an extremely provocative voice came from the side.
"Hey, isn't this Mr. Xia? Have you forgotten what I said to you yesterday?"
Upon hearing this, Xia Yunfei's face turned pale, and he trembled as he said,
LV Bin, I'm here to bring a new student to register." "New student?"
Lu Bin glanced at Zhang Fan with disdain, then continued to say to Xia Yunfei, "I told you that every time you see one, you have to pay a bottle of body-hardening fluid. You paid for the freshman's share, too. Here you go."
I don't have any more tempering fluid."
"You took it all away yesterday."
Xia Yunfei took a step back in fright. "Then you two shouldn't even think about leaving today."
Lu Bin and the 2 people behind him immediately rushed forward and prepared to take action.
Pa!
A few crisp slaps were heard, and Lu Bin and the other 2 were immediately sent flying backwards, then fell heavily to the ground. I saw that the cheeks of the 3 people were swollen, and there were 2 bright red slap marks on them.
Wow!
The students around were so frightened by the scene that they cried out in surprise.
"It's Lu Bin.
He has the strength of a legendary realm. Although he just broke through not long ago, he is still considered a talented student.
How could he be blown away so easily? Who is this person opposite? Is he so powerful? How cool!"
Lu Bin has been bullying the freshman for a long time, relying on his status as a third-year student.
Finally, someone teaches him a lesson. Yeah, look at Xia Yunfei.
I heard he's been bullied by Lu Bin since he was a freshman.
Yesterday I even saw him being beaten up by Lu Bin and several other people. Could it be that he has found someone powerful to cause trouble?
He must be a new student who's not familiar with the situation here. Lu Bin is from the Lu family, one of the 4 great families.
Who would dare to provoke him so easily? It seems like this new student is in big trouble today.
Although everyone was shocked that someone dared to hit Lu Bin, they also felt that they would be retaliated by the Lu family. Zhang Fan also learned the origin of Lu Bin in front of him through what everyone said.
He even knew about the other party's abominable behavior. Woo woo!
Lu Bin was lying on the ground, wailing. He was horrified to find that he seemed unable to stand up.
It was as if an invisible force was pressing on his back. Then Lu Bin looked at Zhang Fan and reluctantly uttered, Who are you?
Zhang Fan ignored him and said to Xia Yunfei beside him, Go, fight back.
Chapter 66. He seems very unconvinced. Lu Kai.
Xia Yunfei's originally shocked face suddenly became hesitant.
Cowardice is a sin in the martial arts world.
If you don't give him a good slap in the face, he won't learn his lesson. Zhang Fan told him so much only for Xia Yingqi's sake. At this moment, he had already forgotten what Xia Yingqi had just said to him.
Woo woo, I've learned my lesson.
Lu Bin quickly started to hum, but no one could hear what he said clearly.
See? He seems very unconvinced.
Zhang Fan glanced at Lu Bin, who was whimpering non-stop, then frowned and said. Xia Yunfei seemed to muster up his courage and slowly walked towards Lu Bin.
Now Lu Bin's eyes suddenly became terrified. Bang!
With a crisp sound, Xia Yunfei waved his hand and slapped Lu Bin's swollen face. Then he roared as if to vent his anger.
Do you know how I've been doing this year? Didn't you have a great time playing yesterday? Didn't you say you would beat me every time you see me? Pa.
Several consecutive slaps made Lu Bin's already swollen face even more bloated. It's like being attacked by a swarm of hornets.
The crowd of onlookers suddenly burst into cheers. Good fight. Lu Bin, you didn't have that expression when you were bullying us. God is truly merciful. Finally, someone is trying to teach Lu Bin a lesson.
Some students who had been bullied by Lu Bin couldn't help but start clapping and cheering.
Stop!
A roar was heard. Then everyone saw several blazing fireballs quickly bombarding Xia Yunfei.
The blazing flames even knocked some of the onlookers away.
Xia Yunfei was so frightened that he stood there in a daze, not knowing how to dodge. The energy fluctuations of this fireball are too powerful. The onlookers all thought that Xia Yunfei would be turned into charcoal by these fireballs. At this moment, a wall of lightning composed of countless thunder and lightning suddenly appeared in front of Xia Yunfei.
Boom! The ferocious fireball was immediately stopped and could not move forward any further.
Then it was shattered into nothingness by the lightning power on the thunder wall. Only then did everyone see who had just sent out the fireball.
Wow! Suddenly there was an exclamation from the crowd. Lu Kai! Is it Lu Kai, the 5th-year peak legendary realm?
This is a talented student who is about to enter the heavenly realm, and his spiritual skills have already reached a level attainments.
If it's so powerful, why did the fireball just now seem so powerless? That only proves that this new student is too strong. I wonder where he came from.
That lightning energy just now was so overbearing, it didn't seem like something a freshman could produce.
Newborn. Could it be the top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination, Zhang Fan?
Although Long Xiaoxin had previously removed many of Zhang Fan's battle videos, some people in the crowd still recognized Zhang Fan. Everyone who was originally shocked by Lu Kai's move immediately turned their eyes to Zhang Fan.
Zhang Fan?
Lu Kai was also surprised, and then continued, Why did you hit someone? Zhang Fan slowly walked over to Xia Yunfei and patted him on the shoulder.
Then he looked at Lu Bin and said calmly, He said we attacked someone? You? No, you didn't.
When Lu Bin saw Lu Kai appear, he wanted to say something harsh, but when he saw Zhang Fan's eyes, he swallowed his words, for fear of making Zhang Fan unhappy and getting slapped again.
Very good.
Zhang Fan smiled and then, in front of everyone's shocked gaze, he kicked Lu Bin on the ground and sent him flying several meters away.
Wow! The crowd exclaimed again.
No one expected that Zhang Fan was so powerful that he didn't even take Lu Kai, who was at the peak of the legendary realm, seriously.
You? Lu Kai suddenly looked angry. Since you said we were beating people up, wouldn't it be disrespectful to you if we didn't hit them a few times?
Zhang Fan said with a calm smile.
You're looking for death. Even if you're the top scorer in the National College Entrance Exam, today I'm going to chop you into pieces and throw you into the sea to feed the fish.
Lu Kai was already furious at this time.
This freshman dared to challenge his authority.
You should know that he is a 5th-year student and is about to enter the ranks of heavenly realm powerhouses.
If a freshman can challenge his authority, it will be hilarious if it gets out. Even though the other party is the top scorer in the national college entrance examination. Thinking of this, flames instantly appeared in Lu Kai's hands, and then he quickly blasted towards Zhang Fan. Snort! Zhang Fan snorted coldly, then clenched his fist and faced Lu Kai's attacking fist directly. To deal with such a small character, he doesn't even need to use the energy of spiritual skills, he can completely suppress him with physical strength alone. Seeing that Zhang Fan didn't even use his spiritual power, Lu Kai's face was full of joy. There's a price to pay for being conceited. Wow! The people around exclaimed in surprise when they saw this scene, and some even dared not to look. They couldn't imagine what would happen to Zhang Fan if he wasn't protected by his spiritual skills. Crack, crack. Snap. A sound of bones breaking was heard, followed by Lu Kai's screams that spread throughout the entrance of the Demon City Academy. Ah! My hand, why is my hand numb? The onlookers suddenly opened their eyes and looked at Lu Kai, who was rolling on the ground. Everyone's face was filled with shock and disbelief. Lu Kai actually lost? Too strong. He actually defeated Lu Kai, who was at the peak of the legendary realm, with just his physical strength. Is this still a freshman in the academy? After 5 years of martial arts training, I can't even beat a martial arts freshman? Although Zhang Fan enjoyed the fight, he only came from an unknown base. What he will face next is the punishment of the academy and the endless revenge of the Lu family. I hope Zhang Fan can handle it. He's really helping us vent our anger. Many of the onlookers were people who had been bullied by the Lu family. When they saw what happened to Lu Bin and Lu Kai, they cheered loudly. Just then, a voice came from the crowd. Teacher Huang is here. Then the crowd immediately made way for a passage, and a middle-aged man walked towards Zhang Fan. What's going on? The middle-aged man, Mr. Huang, glanced at Lu Kai lying on the ground and said with a frown. At this time, the other two men brought by Lu Bin stopped pretending to be dead, quickly moved to the side of Instructor Huang and began to cry bitterly. Teacher Huang, this freshman beat us up for no reason. Yes, you see, Lu Bin and Lu Kai have been beaten beyond recognition. When Teacher Huang heard the two people's complaints, he immediately turned to look at Zhang Fan. Which base are you from? How dare you fight so freely in the martial arts academy? Zhang Fan looked at the other party calmly. Even the peak of Lingyun realm could be defeated by him. Why should he be afraid of these mentors? Just as he was about to speak, another voice came from outside the crowd. Dr. Huang intends to judge the truth based on the size of the base? Chapter 67, Blue Star, the 4 major families in the battlefield Forbidden Zone. Teacher Chao? Teacher Huang turned around and looked at the person who came, his face suddenly became gloomy. Instructor Chao ignored him and walked straight to Zhang Fan. He glanced at Lu Kai lying on the ground and said, That's a really heavy blow. The crowd of onlookers suddenly looked confused. Isn't the other party here to help Zhang Fan? Why are they pointing the finger at Zhang Fan again? You see, anyone with a discerning eye can see that even if Lu Kai did something wrong, he shouldn't be punished so harshly. Instructor Huang immediately followed Instructor Chao's words. What Mr. Huang said is not right. What should we do if he insults an honor battle, said Mr. Chao. Of course he deserves it, but we are discussing this matter now, why are you talking about other things? Teacher Huang said seriously. I think everyone thinks so too. Lu Kai attacked an honorable general, and this is what he deserves. Instructor Chao's voice suddenly became louder. Wow! The people around immediately understood what Teacher Chao meant, and then everyone's face was filled with shock. Honorable warrior. Instructor Chao said Zhang Fan is an honorary warrior. If that's really the case, then Lu Bin and Lu Kai are like lighting a lamp in the toilet, they're courting death. I think Zhang Fan was a little too gentle. What kind of monster did the Demon Capital Martial Arts Academy recruit this year? The top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination, a warrior of honor, and he defeated a 5th-year genius student at the peak of the legendary realm right away. The onlookers suddenly burst into exclamations. Lu Kai and Lu Bin on the ground also stopped wailing in pain, and stood there in shock and disbelief. After a moment, the two began to shout loudly as if they were crazy. No. Impossible. He's just a freshman at the Martial Arts Academy. How could he be an honored warrior? He is an honorary general, but I am still the supreme commander. He is a liar, he is a liar. Teacher Huang ignored the frantic Lu Bin and Lu Kai, and just looked at Zhang Fan in confusion and said, You are an honorary warrior? What's your proof? Zhang Fan raised his eyes and glanced at the other person calmly, then slowly said, Certificate? You don't deserve to see it. You.
Upon hearing Zhang Fan's words, Teacher Huang was immediately furious, and a yellowish-brown light gathered in his hand. Zhang Fan was about to strike the opponent when Instructor Chow spoke up.
Teacher Huang, if you really want to see it, you can go find the principal.
As soon as these words came out, Teacher Huang suddenly became like a deflated ball, and the energy in his hands was also withdrawn. Then he gave Instructor Chow and Zhang Fan a fierce look, then turned and walked into the academy. At the same time, he also instructed several students to help Lu Bin and Lu Kai away.
However, Zhang Fan didn't take the other parties seriously at all.
He could just suppress this kind of character with ease.
But don't make it too obvious here. If the other party really doesn't know how to live or die, I don't mind giving him a ride. Teacher Chow, thank you for helping us out. Xia Yunfei smiled at Instructor Chow, then looked at Zhang Fan. Brother Fan, shall we go and report? Xia Yunfei's expression no longer showed his previous timidity.
It seems that Zhang Fan's series of actions just now had a huge impact on him.
Let Xia Yunfei find himself again.
Instructor Chow immediately followed Zhang Fan and the others' pace, then looked at Zhang Fan expectantly and said,
Zhang Fan, aren't you going to thank me? I want to thank you. It's a good thing you intervened, otherwise they would have been destroyed by me today.
Zhang Fan said casually.
You are just like what President Long said, you won't suffer any loss at all.
Teacher Chow said to Zhang Fan with a depressed look on his face.
President Long.
Zhang Fan immediately understood.
He had already asked me to help take care of you, saying that you would definitely cause trouble after you came. And it turned out to be just as he suspected.
Teacher Chow immediately explained, and then continued seriously.
Speaking of which, those people just now were from the 4 major families, the Lu and Huang families. They will definitely not let you off if you do this. The 4 major families?
Zhang Fan was immediately confused, as he had just heard the crowd discussing them. Seeing Zhang Fan showing some interest, Instructor Chow immediately started talking non-stop.
4 families are entrenched in the restricted area of the Blue Star battlefield outside the Demon City. They are the Lu family, the Huang family, the Tang family, and the Aloyi family of the Burrow Kingdom. These families are deeply rooted. Ordinary people dare not offend them.
Hearing this, Zhang Fan suddenly asked with some doubt.
Isn't the demon capital ruled by the powerful Zhang family? Why are those families entrenched abroad so arrogant?
They all have the support of powerful families behind them, which is why they can occupy a position in the battlefield restricted area. Among them, the Tang family is the family that the Zhang family supports behind the scenes.
Teacher Chow said this with a helpless expression on his face. Zhang Fan suddenly understood after hearing this. He didn't expect that he would offend 2 of the 4 major families as soon as he arrived. But he wasn't worried. The 4 major families? If anyone dares to mess with me, I will make sure they never come back. At this time, Xia Yunfei said to Zhang Fan. Brother Fan is here.
You can go in and register your information, and then you can receive the admission assessment tasks.
Zhang Fan looked up and saw the office inside the martial arts academy.
Soon, Zhang Fan finished registering his information and received the assessment task and a recording watch.
The admission assessment task for new students is very simple, which is to go abroad and kill enough monsters. Generally, new students will enroll in school early to complete the assessment tasks.
Zhang Fan had already wasted a lot of time because of the previous things. Many students started talking when they saw Zhang Fan still receiving freshman assessment tasks at this time.
Is there anyone who hasn't completed the freshman entrance assessment yet? I think it's too late.
He seems to be Zhang Fan, the top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination.
It's him.
Even though he's late to complete the mission, he should still have no problem getting into a regular class.
The top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination is admitted to an ordinary class.
It would be better for him to go to another martial arts academy with more martial arts resources.
I never thought that the top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination is not as good as the class we are in. There was sympathy, ridicule, and even some people just watching the fun in the crowd. Zhang Fan ignored them. This task was too easy for him. You have to be careful. I can't help you with this. Teacher Chow said seriously. Brother Fan, I believe you can complete the task. Xia Yunfei said seriously. Zhang Fan nodded to them, then said goodbye and walked directly out of the academy. Not long after, a figure walked out of the martial arts academy office.
It was instructor Huang, who had almost fought with Zhang Fan before. His face was gloomy at this moment, and his eyes were extremely vicious as he looked at Zhang Fan's disappearing back and said,
"Humph. You want to complete the entrance exam? I'll make sure you never come back." Chapter 68 Death Rainforest. Attacked. Inside the Wang family manor in Modu.
The middle-aged man who escaped from the South City base was now kneeling on the ground.
Wang Lei in front had an extremely gloomy expression, and it was obvious that he had just been angry.
"Lu Chang, you said that your sister was killed by Zhang Fan in one blow.
Is his strength really that strong? Could it be that he used some secret treasure or something?"
Wang Lei said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Lu Chang's face suddenly showed a thoughtful expression, and then he widened his eyes and said, "He took out a black spear, and I only heard a dragon's roar, and then my sister was killed." As Lu Chang spoke, there was a hint of sadness in his eyes. His sister died in front of him, but he was powerless to do anything.
Wang Lei was suddenly shocked.
What kind of secret treasure was this that could allow a freshman from a martial arts academy to easily kill a peak Lingyun realm expert?
He didn't believe that Zhang Fan's martial arts level alone could kill a Lingyun realm expert. After all, nothing like this has ever happened before. Then Wang Lei slowly said to Lu Chang,
"It should be this secret treasure.
You are now back at the Lu family.
I just received news from Huang Chang.
Zhang Fan has already entered the Demon Capital Martial Arts Academy. He will definitely be killing monsters near the restricted area of the Blue Star battlefield. This time, you must seize the opportunity to kill him with one strike." As he spoke, a hint of murderous intent flashed in Wang Lei's eyes. There can't be any more mistakes, understand? Lu Chang's body trembled suddenly, and then he immediately replied, "Yes, my lord, I will definitely get it done." Although Wang Lei's martial arts level has not reached the heavenly realm, what he said made Lu Chang tremble in his heart. The other party is the head of the Wang family in Demon City. In his eyes, his life is as insignificant as an ant. Moreover, the success that the Lu and Huang families have achieved in the restricted area of the Blue Star battlefield today is mainly due to the support of the Wang family of Magic City behind the scenes. Otherwise, it would have been swallowed up long ago. Zhang Fan followed the instructions of the mission navigation. Pass through the tall walls of the Demon City base and arrive at the edge of the Death Rainforest outside the country. There are no longer any monsters in the area near the Demon City within the territory of China. Therefore, if you want to complete the entrance examination task, you must come to the Death Rainforest abroad. There are many entrances here. However, the entrance near the border of China is guarded by many military personnel. This is also to be able to know the movements of monsters in a timely manner. The terrain inside the Death Rainforest is complex and vast, and there are countless powerful monsters. Many years ago, the country that originally existed in the adjacent Blue Star battlefield restricted area was destroyed by the powerful monsters that appeared there. But in the end, he was driven into the depths of the Death Rainforest by Zhang Xiaotian, the strongest man guarding the Demon City, and there has been no movement after so many years. Recovering his thoughts, Zhang Fan looked at the task navigation. The above only shows the situation at the edge of the Death Rainforest. Further into the forest is an unknown place. Zhang Fan stepped directly into the Death Rainforest and then spread his soul power. All objects within a circular area of 1,000 meters appeared in his mind. Now he doesn't need any radar device to quickly sense approaching objects, and more accurately. No monster lurking in the dark can escape his sharp eyes. Suddenly, Zhang Fan's eyes focused, and a force of thunder and lightning burst out instantly. Snap! Ouch! There was a wailing sound, and then the head of a hell spider fell from a big tree next to Zhang Fan. Ding! Killed D rank, rank 6 hell spider, experience points plus 60. The system's voice came. Zhang Fan was a little depressed. The level of this monster was too low. It seemed that he needed to go deeper. Thinking of this, Zhang Fan continued to move deeper. However, the power of thunder and lightning is always gathering around him. It continues to spread to the surrounding areas. Now, he can perform these spiritual skills below a level in an instant, without any consumption at all. It's like an energy that is born with us. He walked quickly, and wherever he passed, wailing sounds were heard. Experience points are constantly increasing. Although it's not much, a mosquito, no matter how small, is still meat. Zhang Fan didn't mind taking them all. The commotion caused by Zhang Fan immediately made the military personnel at the edge of the Death Rainforest feel it.
Then they started discussing it with confusion.
The Death Rainforest seems a little strange today. Why are these monsters suddenly so excited? Is a beast tide about to break out? Why do I feel like I'm being beaten and screaming? That sounds like it to me. Not many people seem to be going in today. Just now, someone who looks like a freshman went in. A freshman is so strong? How is that possible? Just listening to the roars of these monsters tells me there are a lot of them. Even at the edge of the Death Rainforest, one would need to be at the legendary level to achieve this, right? Could it be that they are from the 4 major foreign families who entered through other entrances? Look, that's a group of B-level monsters, the Gale Eagles. There are at least a dozen of them.
The military personnel who were still discussing were suddenly frightened by the sudden appearance of more than 10 giant whirlwind eagles above the Death Rainforest.
Is there really a beast tide? Before anyone could figure out what was going on.
Then I saw several dark purple lightning forces rushing out from the Death Rainforest, and then instantly trapped these giant wind eagles like chains.
Ah! Bang!
Then, amidst wailing sounds, the thunder lock exploded, and a blood mist immediately filled the sky above the Death Rainforest. A lot of blood even splashed onto the faces of the military personnel who were watching. This is the power of an A-level spiritual technique. This is a group of giant wind eagles, and they don't even have a chance to escape. Too strong. Whose general is this? This isn't just the legendary realm, right? Even a heavenly realm expert would find it difficult to perform such a large-scale spiritual attack. I guess there must be some powerful person in there? Everyone's faces were suddenly filled with shock. But they would never have thought that the one who caused such a huge commotion was just a new student who had just entered the martial arts academy. Zhang Fan looked at the giant wind eagle that had exploded in the sky, and the system prompt sound coming from his mind. Then he nodded with satisfaction and continued walking towards the depths of the Death Rainforest. The level of the surrounding monsters is also constantly increasing. The violent thunder and lightning continued to spread out from his body. Earth-shattering thunder. The monsters on the ground around them had no time to dodge and died instantly on the spot. Suddenly, the sound of thunder and lightning appeared in the Death Rainforest. Snap, snap. Countless monsters fled, trying to leave this horrible place. Sudden. Zhang Fan's lightning power seemed to encounter some obstacle and was directly broken by a beam of energy. Then several figures rushed towards him quickly from all directions. Chapter 69, Space Attributes. Flying Knife. Humph. You're really looking for death. Zhang Fan shouted loudly, and the lightning power originally emanating from his body suddenly became violent. Sizzle. The level of spiritual skills rises rapidly, and the power also increases accordingly. So strong. The faces of those who rushed towards Zhang Fan suddenly showed expressions of extreme shock. They really didn't expect that the power of thunder and lightning could increase its power several times in such a short time. And how old is this young man in front of me? He was actually able to perform such a powerful spiritual skill, and his spiritual power seemed to have no bottom. However, the strength of these figures is not low. These lightning forces can only temporarily slow down their attack speed. Looking at Zhang Fan, who was already very close, one of the figures said with a hint of sarcasm in his voice. It's quite powerful, but unfortunately it's still a little short of the mark. The other figures also had smiles on their faces. As long as they captured Zhang Fan, they would get a huge reward. At this moment, a smile appeared on Zhang Fan's lips. He just said calmly, "Really?" Then Zhang Fan waved his arms quickly. From under the figure that had already rushed in front of him, an extremely thick and violent lightning column suddenly shot out. Puff! Puff! These lightning pillars immediately pierced through the bodies of these figures. Ah! This is the power of an S-level spiritual skill. Why can a freshman master such a powerful spiritual skill? Brother, please save me. I don't want to die here. How could you possibly comprehend an S-level spiritual skill? The faces of these figures were filled with horror and disbelief. Some people couldn't withstand the violent power of thunder and lightning and fainted. Die. Zhang Fan didn't waste any words and just shouted angrily. Then he waved his hand and released the violent energy in the lightning column. These are just minions, there is no point in questioning them. Rumble. The Death Rainforest in this area suddenly erupted with a powerful wave. The violent power of thunder and lightning instantly turned the human figures and the surrounding monsters into charcoal. Ding! Killed a Heavenly Realm 5th level warrior, experience points plus 60,000.
Ding.
Killed a Heaven Realm 9th level warrior, experience points plus 100,000.
Ding.
Killed a 9th level legendary realm warrior, experience points plus 10,000. The system prompt sound continued to come. Zhang Fan was very satisfied looking at the rapidly increasing experience points. I didn't expect that the other party would send out so many powerful people in the heavenly realm. This is going to kill with one strike. Unfortunately, the information the other party had received was probably only the national top scorer in the college entrance examination, and they thought that they were safe by sending so many heavenly realm masters. Little did they know that with Zhang Fan's current strength, sending these people here was purely to give him experience points. They can be wiped out in a snap. Not even much spiritual power was consumed. Zhang Fan took a look at the experience points, which were enough to increase his level. Without hesitation, he asked the system to upgrade its level.
Ding.
The host successfully consumed 506,719 experience points to increase his cultivation level.
Level, Heavenly Realm 2nd level.
The system's voice came. Zhang Fan suddenly felt that the energy and blood in his body increased a lot.
I've only been here for less than a day and I've already been promoted to a higher level. Yaodu is indeed a holy place for leveling up.
Base. Suddenly, Zhang Fan's soul power sensed a figure running away in the dark.
Come out.
Zhang Fan shouted loudly, and then quickly used Thunder Illusion 1000 Shadows. Countless after-images of Zhang Fan appeared around him in an instant.
Oh my god.
There's a ghost. Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from a big tree not far away. Then a thin figure appeared and fell to the ground. Spatial attribute? Zhang Fan came to the figure and looked at the faint light on the other person in confusion. You know, even if those people from the Sakura cult are invisible, they cannot escape the perception of soul power. Zhang Fan has tested it many times and found that even a super strong man like Old Liang who has reached the sky-breaking realm can be sensed by his soul power. The other party was able to appear so close to him without being discovered.
There is only one spatial attribute. This is the first time Zhang Fan has encountered such a rare attribute talent.
If this kid hadn't wanted to escape just now, he would have revealed his flaws in a hurry.
It's really not easy for Zhang Fan to find the other party. Brother, I'm just passing by and I don't know them.
The thin figure immediately knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Zhang Fan looked at the other person and saw that the thin figure was a teenager who was almost the same age as him.
Are you a student of Yaodu Martial Arts Academy?
Zhang Fan noticed the other party's clothes at this time.
Yes.
I'm a third-year student.
I originally wanted to come here to hunt monsters for some money.
I'm just passing by, please let me go. The thin boy nodded repeatedly, as if he was frightened. However, Zhang Fan's soul power had already sensed a slight change in the other party's expression.
Zhang Fan immediately became alert.
At this moment, the thin boy on the ground suddenly jumped up. With a ball of energy in his hand, he hit Zhang Fan.
Die.
Zhang Fan was well prepared. A wall of lightning instantly appeared in front of him, blocking the opponent's attack. The skinny boy was not disappointed because his attack failed, but instead showed a sneer as if his evil plan had succeeded. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, 3 cracks suddenly appeared behind Zhang Fan, and 3 flying knives instantly shot towards the back of his head. It's impossible to dodge at such a close distance.
Bang, bang, bang.
The 3 sharp throwing knives made a sound as if they hit hard metal, and then all fell to the ground.
The skinny boy didn't expect that his ultimate move didn't work.
A look of fear suddenly appeared in his eyes, and then he wanted to escape from the spot through space.
Sizzle.
Several bolts of lightning suddenly appeared around the thin boy, paralyzing him and trapping him. His eyes were vacant, his face was full of disbelief, and he was muttering to himself.
Impossible.
How could your flesh and blood possibly withstand this flying knife made of black jade crystal? Even a powerful person who has reached the Saint Realm cannot do this. Zhang Fan waved his hand, and 3 flying knives suddenly appeared in his hands. The flying knife made of Xian Yujing is a good thing. Then Zhang Fan looked at the thin boy on the ground who was paralyzed by the power of lightning with disdain and said,
Transcendent into the Holy Realm?
You are nothing but ants in my eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 flying knives in Zhang Fan's hands slowly rose into the air. You! The thin man's eyes were suddenly filled with fear.
What was going on?
Even with his spatial attributes, he could only use space teleportation to unexpectedly shoot the flying knife behind his opponent. Zhang Fan actually controlled the flying knife directly, and he didn't even feel any energy fluctuations. Before the skinny boy could think about it, the flying knife shot towards his heart in his chest. Puff! Puff! Sounds piercing through the body were heard. The flying knife was like a flying meteor, constantly piercing the skinny boy's chest back and forth. Chapter 70, Yaksha King Yellow Rat. Complete the assessment task. No. Impossible. The thin boy's eyes widened with disbelief, and then he fell straight into a pool of blood. Ding! Killed a 6th level legendary realm warrior, experience points plus 7,000. The system's voice came. Then 3 flying knives floated in front of Zhang Fan. This was the first time he applied his soul power to an object, and unexpectedly the effect was so good. This, combined with the power of thunder and lightning, is another powerful killer move against the enemy. However, I need to find an opportunity to improve the material of this throwing knife. Otherwise, it would not be able to cause fatal damage to warriors above the Transcendent Saint realm. It just so happened that I had obtained a lot of metal materials in the cave of the South City base before, which is more than enough to upgrade this flying knife to several levels. Zhang Fan glanced at the lifeless skinny boy lying on the ground. In Demon City, he only had conflicts with Lu Kai, Lu Bin, and that mentor Huang. There's no doubt that it must be one of theirs. Suddenly, a shiny object nearby caught Zhang Fan's attention. With a wave of his hand, an item appeared in his hand. It was a space ring. It seems that the identity of this thin boy is not simple. How could an ordinary legendary student possess such a rare thing as a space ring? Even among those powerful heavenly realm warriors he had just killed, not a single one of them was carrying a space ring. Then Zhang Fan started to investigate directly. There are a lot of valuable things, but they are of no use to Zhang Fan. Unexpectedly, just a few space rings have raised Zhang Fan's worth to a higher level. Looks like it's time to clean these things up. At this time, a jade pendant in the space ring attracted Zhang Fan's attention. The aura emanating from the jade pendant makes people feel very comfortable and close. There were also a few big words written on it: Yaksha King, Yellow Rat. Yaksha King, could he be part of some organization? It seems that this restricted area of the Blue Star battlefield is also undercurrent, and many forces are intertwined. Zhang Fan immediately put away the space ring. He was not worried even if it was a powerful organization. They were here to gain experience points. Looking around, most of the monsters had fled and dared not approach. There was no monster activity within the 1,000-meter range of soul power sensing. It seems that it was scared away by the huge noise just now. There was no need to go deeper, as he was now in the safe area of the Death Rainforest. If you go deep into the swamps, mountains and coasts of the Death Rainforest, you may alarm the king-level or even emperor-level monsters. That is a powerful monster that even the strongest cannot kill it, but can only drive it away. Zhang Fan believed that his current strength allowed him to escape unscathed from an SSS-level monster, or a super-powerful warrior at the Skybreaking realm. But if you encounter a more powerful monster, it will be difficult to escape under its powerful force. After all, the level gap is too huge. Thinking of this, Zhang Fan put away his thoughts and walked towards the Demon City. The military personnel guarding the edge of the Death Rainforest now turned their eyes to the entrance. I saw a young man strolling out from inside leisurely. He didn't look like he was in a dangerous Death Rainforest at all. Instead, he looked as leisurely as if he was taking a walk in his own back garden. Then everyone's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. This boy is much younger than them. Even if it wasn't the spiritual skill that this young man used, it was still incredible that he could walk out of there safely. They all sensed that huge thunder energy just now. Even if you get closer, you may suffer a considerable impact. Before they could react to their shock, Zhang Fan had already left the place and returned to the Demon City base. The admission assessment task has been completed, and he needs to submit these before he can be officially enrolled. Soon Zhang Fan arrived at the office of Yaodu Martial Arts Academy. As soon as he stepped into the office, countless eyes were looking at him. It's Zhang Fan. He completed the entrance examination so quickly? How is that possible? He must have come back to get reinforcements to help kill the monster. He's the top scorer in the National College entrance exam. Would he do something like this to cheat? It's hard to say. If you can't complete it, you can only enter the ordinary class. Yeah, even if it's ridiculous that I have to ask for help to complete the task in order to get into a better class. Everyone has already determined that Zhang Fan cannot complete the task, and he has to come back to ask for help. At this time, there was a figure standing in the teaching building in the distance. It was Teacher Huang. He muttered to himself, how come Zhang Fan came back so soon? Could it be that Huang Shu didn't find him? He had seen Huang Shu kill a powerful person who had reached the realm of sainthood, and he didn't believe that Huang Shu couldn't deal with Zhang Fan. Wow! Before Instructor Huang could think about it, an exclamation erupted from the Martial Arts Academy office in the distance. Then came the sounds of heated discussions among the students. Zhang Fan actually completed the assessment task. It's only been a short time. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Look at Zhang Fan's score. Not only did he complete the assessment task, but he also scored over 100,000 points. 100,000. That's how many monsters I have to kill to reach that number. Could it be cheating? It's hard to say. Why don't you challenge him? The more I think about it, the more possible it seems. I'm going to seek justice right now. I can't let cheating happen. Just before, it seems that Zhang Fan broke all the bones in Lu Kai's body. I knew it. A top scorer in the National College entrance exam, 100,000 points is a no-brainer. Zhang Fan must have passed the entrance exam based on his own strength. Although everyone thought it was impossible, when they thought of the miserable conditions of Lu Kai and Lu Bin, they chose to believe it. However, 100,000 points was indeed a bit exaggerated, and everyone was immediately puzzled. If they knew that Zhang Fan was just casually walking around the Death Rainforest. He got 100,000 points without even consuming much spiritual energy. I wonder if they will collapse on the spot. Instructor Huang, who was far away, also heard something from the students' discussion. 100,000 points? How is that possible? Teacher Huang immediately had doubts in his mind, and then suddenly thought of a terrible thing. Did the yellow rat not go, or did he fail the mission and get killed? Thinking of this, Instructor Huang's eyes widened, and his heart was filled with infinite fear and shock. My back was already covered in sweat. Compared to the 100,000 points, he cares more about this matter. Huang Shu's identity is not as simple as an ordinary member of the Huang family. Teacher Huang, you're still sweating in this cold winter. Are you feeling a little weak lately? Teacher Chao had come to Teacher Huang's side at some point and was looking at him with concern. Teacher Huang shook his head, then wiped the sweat from his head and said, I'm fine. This physical weakness is a big problem and cannot be delayed. Teacher Chao looked at the other party with a smirk on his face. You, humph. Teacher Huang glared at Teacher Chao angrily, then snorted coldly and left. He needs to confirm as soon as possible whether the yellow rat has been killed by Zhang Fan. Instructor Chao looked at Instructor Huang, who had already walked away, and then looked in the direction of the Martial Arts Academy office. This kid is just as Guild President Long said. He's the center of attention wherever he goes. It's impossible for him to keep a low profile. Chapter 71: The Four Kings of Ghostgate. Manor. The residence of the Lu family in Yaodu. Lu Bin and Lu Kai were lying in bed recovering from their injuries, and Lu Kai was wrapped in bandages like a dumpling. Brother Bin, Brother Kai, Zhang Fan has completed his mission and is back. A student came here hurriedly and said to the two of them. What? Hiss. Lu Kai's expression suddenly became excited, but he immediately grimaced in pain from his injury. What's going on? Didn't Huang Cheng send the Yaksha team to kill Zhang Fan? Lu Bin shouted excitedly from the side. At this time, the student who came to report the news continued. Zhang Fan's entrance examination score has reached 100,000 points. What? When Lu Bin heard this, he stood up excitedly. Ouch. However, the wound on his face was immediately affected, and he rolled to the ground and fell flat on his face. The student who reported the news immediately helped him up. At this time, the door was opened and Teacher Huang, also known as Huang Chang, walked in from outside. At this time, his expression had returned to calm, and he told Lu Bin and Lu Kai the information he had just obtained. The Yasha team we sent out has been completely wiped out. Hearing this, Lu Bin and Lu Kai were shocked. How is this possible? That's more than 10 experts from the legendary realm to the heavenly realm. Where's the yellow rat? The yellow rat is capable of killing powerful beings in the transcendent saint realm. Hasn't he found the right opportunity to strike yet? They simply didn't believe that Zhang Fan could kill so many masters by himself. Huang Cheng pondered for a moment after hearing this, and then said,
the yellow rat, is dead too.
As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Bin and Lu Kai's eyes widened with shock.
Then he roared madly. Impossible. This is impossible.
How could a freshman possibly kill the Yaksha king, one of the 4 kings of Ghostgate?
Huang Cheng looked at the furious Lu Bin and Lu Kai in front of him, and his heart was filled with helplessness. If these 2 idiots hadn't wanted to compete for credit in front of the Wang family, how could they have let Huang Shu act rashly without even checking Zhang Fan's strength? Now that the yellow rat is dead, the Ghost Gate will definitely not let it go, and it might even bring disaster to itself. However, Lu Bin and Lu Kai have special identities, so he will not offend them in person. When the time comes, he will need their help to escape from the Ghost Gate. Then he could only continue to speak. The people I sent out just now found the body of the yellow rat in the Death Rainforest and confirmed that he is dead. After hearing this, Lu Bin and Lu Kai fell silent. Although they didn't want to admit Zhang Fan's strength, all the facts were now in front of them. Zhang Fan's strength has exceeded their imagination. Are we just going to let him go like this? Impossible. Even if we let him go, the others from Ghost Gate won't let him go. Yes, Ghost Gate will definitely know about this soon. By then, we won't even have to do anything. Zhang Fan will be dead without a burial place. Before the 2 of them could continue talking, Huang Cheng spoke. The Lord has already sent Tiger Guard Master Lu Chang over here. Everything that follows will be completely under his control. As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Bin and Lu Kai's expressions suddenly became extremely excited. Uncle Lu is a powerful warrior at the peak of the Lingyun realm. How could the Lord send him here? Even if Ghost Gate hadn't intervened, Zhang Fan would definitely be doomed. I will return all these humiliations in public. I'm going to make Zhang Fan's life a living hell, and let him know the consequences of offending the Lu family. Ha ha ha. As Lu Bin and Lu Kai spoke, they began to imagine how Zhang Fan would be tortured by them. He laughed without restraint. But Huang Cheng smiled bitterly in his heart. What a pair of idiots. After Zhang Fan finished his task, he and Xia Yunfei came to a luxurious manor. This is the residence that Xia Yingqi arranged for him. Located on a mountain range. There are many large and small manors scattered around. This is the safest residence in Yaodu, and the outskirts of the mountains are guarded by Yaodu military personnel. Of course, even without these military personnel, no one would dare to cause trouble in the Demon City. In terms of security, it can be said to be the best in China. At this time, Xia Yunfei looked at Zhang Fan with admiration and said, Brother Fan, you are so amazing. You actually killed a demon beast with 100,000 points. This has never happened in the history of the Demon Capital Martial Arts Academy. Zhang Fan looked at the furnishings in the manor and said with a smile, No, you're a second-year student, why are you still calling me brother? Of course, the one who achieves the most comes first. You are the person I admire the most. Xia Yunfei said. After what happened with Lu Bin before, he could be said to regard Zhang Fan as the person he respected the most. Not only did it help him regain his confidence, but it also taught those who bullied him a lesson. Xia Yunfei suddenly thought of something, then looked at Zhang Fan and continued. Brother Fan, you have to be careful. That Lu Bin is the young master of the Lu family, one of the 4 great families. He has many followers behind him. Who knows, he might resort to some despicable tactics during the new student entrance exam. Hey! This is all because of me, otherwise you wouldn't have clashed with him and then offended the Lu family. Of course Zhang Fan knew that Lu Bin would never give up. But these people are just small characters, so he didn't take them seriously. Even a strong man in Lingyun realm can be easily resisted with his current strength. Not to mention the Tushu Tian realm protective jade pendants, which can withstand the full force of a super strong man in the Pokong realm. Thinking of this, Zhang Fan looked at Xia Yunfei and smiled. Don't think too much. Even without you, they would still cause trouble for me. Zhang Fan had guessed long ago that among the 4 major families, the Tang family had the support of the Zhang family in Yaodu, so the other families must have the support of the Wang family in Modu. Presumably, the Lu family and even the Huang family are supported by the Wang family of Magic City. Brother Fan. Xia Yunfei thought Zhang Fan was comforting him and was immediately touched. Then Xia Yunfei and Zhang Fan talked about some things in the manor and left. Zhang Fan didn't think about anything else and directly checked the system panel. There is still no gain from signing in these days. Fortunately, the sign-in time is also increasing, and we are getting closer and closer to the golden treasure chest. It only takes 7 days to open. Now that he is settled down and the surroundings are so safe,
Zhang Fan has to do one thing first. That is to enter the virtual world and continue to challenge the trial tower. It just so happens that the entrance examination for new students will be held in 5 days, which is enough time to challenge the trial tower of the Void Heaven Realm. Chapter 72, The First Battle in the Void Sky Realm. Continuous level breakthroughs. A virtual sky teleportation stone appeared in Zhang Fan's hand. Then he stretched out his hand and placed it on the teleportation stone, and sank into the ocean of consciousness. Suddenly, there was a flash of light, and Zhang Fan and the teleportation stone disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he was already in the familiar Shutian realm. The huge trial tower still stands in the distance. In front of the trial tower, many people were sitting cross-legged in meditation. There are obviously a lot more people this time. It seems that these are people sent by various countries on Blue Star to look for the black-robed dragon mask. Suddenly, Zhang Fan felt something was wrong. Many people in the crowd were wearing black robes and dragon-shaped masks, exactly the same as his outfit. Role play? The people who were sitting cross-legged in meditation also noticed Zhang Fan, who was teleported into the Shutian realm, but they didn't react at all when they saw his attire. There are at least 50 people here dressed like Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan suddenly felt speechless. Could it be that he was leading the world trend? At this time, a man wearing a black cloak and a bat mask came to Zhang Fan. I only heard him say with a lighthouse country accent, "Hey, brother! Are you here looking for the most handsome man on Blue Planet as well?" Zhang Fan shook his head without saying anything, then walked directly towards the trial tower. "Hey! Friend, you're being rude, you know that. Your attire doesn't look like it at all. Why don't you show me your true face underneath the mask? Isn't it incredibly ugly?" The man with the bat mask became angry when he saw that Zhang Fan did not respond. There has been no progress on the tasks assigned to me these days. Just now he saw Zhang Fan's clothes and was about to make fun of him, but he didn't expect Zhang Fan to be so ignorant. The man with the bat mask was about to step forward and grab Zhang Fan's mask. Noisy! Zhang Fan didn't waste any time and directly punched the opponent's outstretched hand. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was heard, and the man in the bat mask flew backwards. Then his painful wail spread throughout the entire Shutian realm. Ah! It hurts so much, why can't I feel my hands? In an instant, everyone in the Shutian realm was attracted by the commotion happening here, and they all turned their eyes to Zhang Fan, who was standing there calmly. How could anyone dare to take action in the Void Heaven realm? Everyone here is restricted in level and can only use their innate abilities. How can his power still be so strong? Is it some talent that increases strength? No matter what the situation is, he will be struck to death by the divine thunder of the Void Heaven realm in a moment. Look, the Void Heaven realm is beginning to gather its power. As they spoke, everyone looked up at the sky. Rumble! Countless violent thunder and lightning forces gathered and intertwined in the sky, and heart-shaking sounds continued to be heard. At this time, a group of people wearing clothes of characters from various film and television dramas of the Lighthouse Country appeared next to the man with the bat mask. "Lady, how are you? That's too abominable. He actually beat Lon Deli like this. I want to go up and fight him in a duel." "No, the divine thunder punishment will be rained down soon, be careful not to be affected." "That's right, just wait for him to turn into a piece of charcoal." The originally angry people of Lighthouse Country immediately became excited when they heard this. At this moment, Zhang Fan's figure quickly rushed towards the people of the Lighthouse Country. I saw him clenching his fists and punching out with great force. The people of the Lighthouse Country, who were originally waiting for Zhang Fan to be punished by the divine thunder, suddenly felt a huge force coming. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of fists hitting flesh could be heard. Everyone present only saw figures taking off, and then being hit hard by the huge force and smashing heavily to the ground again. Wow! Everyone looked at the scene in disbelief. How is it possible that he can still have such powerful strength and such fast speed in the Void Heaven realm? Too strong. This is simply a massacre. These people from the Lighthouse Country are quite talented, but I didn't expect them to be completely powerless to fight back. Isn't this black-robed man worried that the divine thunder's punishment will intensify again? He's wearing a black robe and a dragon-shaped mask, and he's so powerful, could it be the most handsome man on Blue Star? Everyone exclaimed in surprise and guessed Zhang Fan's true identity. Zhang Fan was feeling ecstatic at this moment, and the voice of the system kept coming. Ding! Killed a 5th-level warrior in the Transcendent Saint realm, experience points plus 350,000.
Ding.
Killed a Lingyun Realm level 1 warrior, experience points plus 700,000.
Ding.
Killed a 9th level warrior in the Transcendent Saint Realm, experience points plus 550,000.
That's really good.
I didn't expect that there would be so many people giving experience points as soon as I came in. Looking at the skyrocketing experience points, Zhang Fan naturally chose to upgrade directly.
Ding.
The host successfully consumed 265,6020 experience points to increase his cultivation level.
Level, Heavenly Realm 6th level.
The system's voice came. Zhang Fan was suddenly filled with joy, as he had actually been promoted 4 levels. However, Zhang Fan did not feel any changes in his qi and blood in this virtual world. After all, this is the virtual world where martial arts levels cannot be materialized.
One can only feel the changes after the upgrade after being teleported out.
Then Zhang Fan looked at the people around the trial tower.
Everyone who was discussing in front of the trial tower was immediately frightened by Zhang Fan's naked gaze. Then they all retreated. They felt like prey being stared at by a hungry beast, about to be torn to pieces at any time. Zhang Fan thought about it and looked away, then looked at the man in the bat mask on the ground. The man in the bat mask was trembling with fear.
He didn't expect that so many strong men couldn't withstand Zhang Fan's punch. What's more, no one expected that Zhang Fan was fearless in this Shutian realm and was not afraid of any punishment at all. At this time, he could only place all his hopes on the Divine Thunder punishment from the Shutian realm.
No, don't come over here, the Divine Thunder will punish him quickly, strike him to death.
Looking at the bat-masked man who was already talking incoherently, Zhang Fan smiled indifferently.
Oh, Divine Thunder?
As he spoke, Zhang Fan raised his hand and waved it, and the violent lightning power in the sky instantly disappeared.
It was as if everything just now was an illusion. This is impossible. Where's the Divine Thunder? Where's the Divine Thunder of the Void Heaven realm?
The man in the bat mask was immediately shocked by the scene before him, and then he roared in disbelief.
Divine Thunder?
It's just used to check and control ants like you. Zhang Fan stopped talking after he finished speaking, quickly rushed towards the man with the bat mask and punched him with a huge force.
Boom!
A loud bang was heard, and a huge hole suddenly appeared in the body of the bat-masked man.
It was obviously pierced by Zhang Fan's powerful punch.
The scene suddenly fell silent, and no one dared to make a sound, fearing that they would be the next one. Then everyone watched Zhang Fan slowly walk into the trial tower. After a long time, a heated discussion was heard at the scene.
Hurry, quickly pass this message back. This is absolutely explosive news.
So many powerful people in the Lighthouse Nation were wiped out by just one person.
He's too strong.
The Divine Thunder punishment from the Void Heaven realm actually had no effect on him.
With such talent, he's undoubtedly the most handsome man on Blue Star. Chapter 73 breaks the trial tower record again. 90th floor. On Blue Star, in an office building in the imperial capital of China.
Old Long, news just came from Shutian realm that the most handsome man on Blue Star has appeared again. A middle-aged man said respectfully to the old man in military uniform in front of him. Hearing this, the old man in military uniform stood up immediately and asked hurriedly.
So, have you found out his real identity and nationality?
That's not the case, but as soon as he entered the Shutian realm, he had a conflict with the people of the Lighthouse country, and he killed them all on the spot by himself, said the middle-aged man.
What?
The old man in military uniform suddenly looked incredulous, and then continued. So, we can rule out him being from the Lighthouse country.
This is fantastic news.
As soon as these words were spoken, the eyes of everyone present lit up.
As long as they are not from the Lighthouse country, it is great news for China.
This way, the strength of both sides will not be widened, and they can continue to check and balance each other. The middle-aged man suddenly thought of something, and then continued.
Also, he seems to be able to avoid the punishment of Divine Thunder in the Void Heaven realm.
The old man in military uniform was not surprised at all this time. He just smiled and said to the middle-aged man,
"This is the reward for challenging the trial tower. The strongest people from all countries should have obtained it."
I guess he used it to shield himself from the Divine Thunder punishment from the Void Heaven realm. When everyone heard the words of the old man in military uniform, they suddenly understood. All right, keep investigating and see if this most handsome man on Blue Planet has any further moves. The old man in military uniform then gave an order and waved his hand for everyone to leave. At this time, in the Lighthouse country, at the highest point of the Octagon building, A man in black combat clothing sat in front with an angry look on his face, and several trembling men and women stood below him. The man in black battle clothes roared with anger in his eyes.
Damn it! This most handsome man on Blue Star actually dared to kill my right-wing deacon.
After a moment, the man in the black battle suit regained his composure. He turned to look at the blonde woman beside him and said,
Emilika, is there any news from the people sent to the borders of various countries? Can you find out more about this most handsome man on Blue Planet?
When Emilia heard the words of the man in black combat uniform, she immediately bowed her head and replied respectfully.
Mr. Supreme Commander Baidenkiansi, there is currently no useful information coming back from the borders of various countries. Baidenkiansi pondered for a moment, then ordered.
Okay, continue monitoring, but pay close attention to China.
I have a feeling this person is in China. If necessary, we can contact the Chinese Magic City. Will doing this arouse other people's suspicion? Emily Ka's face suddenly showed some surprise. No matter what, this most handsome man on Blue Planet is too threatening. We can't let him grow up. Find him and eliminate him completely.
Baidenkiansi showed a hint of determination on his face as he spoke, and it was obvious that he felt a huge sense of crisis about Zhang Fan's performance in Shutian Realm this time.
Yes, I'll do it right away, Emilia said and left the highest point of the octagon.
Baidenkiansi closed his eyes and thought. He knew very well that doing so would likely lead to a full-scale declaration of war with China.
After all, the Magic City is a vital point to China. But he has no other choice.
Other countries on Blue Star were also extremely lively at this time. However, Zhang Fan, the person involved, was frantically killing monsters in the trial tower at this time. He didn't know that just because he killed a few people from the lighthouse country, the situation on Blue Star had turned upside down.
Of course, knowing he would do the same.
At this time, the monster in front of Zhang Fan was blasted away by him. A magnificent voice was heard.
50th level challenge successful. It took 2.5 minutes. Congratulations on successfully challenging the 50th floor of the trial tower.
You will be rewarded with 5 bottles of enlightenment pills.
Congratulations on breaking the time record for reaching the 50th floor of the trial tower.
You'll be rewarded with a fragment of the Void Heaven Realm map.
Please leave your challenger's name.
The sound disappeared, and a huge stone tablet fell from the sky.
It is the stone tablet that records the name. Zhang Fan filled in the name the most handsome man on Blue Star without hesitation.
I didn't expect that with the addition of a star chaos body this time, the speed of the challenge has become so much faster.
You should know that this is only S level. If it is upgraded to SSS level, the number and power of star rings will increase again. You can even comprehend a new secret technique, the Sea of Stars. By then, I will be able to easily crush the monsters in the trial tower.
Then Zhang Fan did not stop and started to challenge higher levels of the trial tower.
Outside the Shutian Realm trial tower, the crowd that was originally standing outside discussing suddenly fell silent. After a moment, exclamations broke out.
This breaks the record again. Sure enough, the person who just entered was the most handsome man on Blue Planet himself. I didn't expect that he would be able to break through the levels much faster this time.
Yeah, it took me 2.5 minutes to get to level 10 before, and this time it only took me 2.5 minutes to get to level 50. Could it be that he has broken through the limits of humanity and reached an even more powerful level? Perhaps this will disrupt the rules and order of the entire Blue Planet, and may even cause a disaster. Disaster? Could it be a monster?
It's not the monsters, but the balance between humans that has been broken.
What's coming is definitely a war.
I hope this doesn't happen, otherwise it will become even more difficult for ordinary civilians to survive. Everyone present was a powerful person from various countries, and they could see the interests involved at a glance. At this time, the stone tablet in front of the trial tower emitted a ray of light again. What followed was a burst of exclamations. Break the record again. I really don't know where his limit is. It seems that no one on Blue Star can break this record. When everyone said this, there was an expression of extreme shock on their faces. It was really hard for them to understand what level of talent such as this had reached. 5 days later, inside the trial tower of Shutian Realm. As the levels of the challenge get higher and higher, the monster's Zhang Fan faces become stronger and stronger. The speed is gradually slowing down. The 90th floor of the trial tower. Ah! A roar spread throughout the entire trial tower space. Then a huge figure fell from the sky and crashed directly onto the huge square platform.
Bang! The entire square platform began to tremble.
Zhang Fan stood at the edge of the square platform, looking calmly at the alien monster in front of him. Strictly speaking, it is no longer a demon beast, but a strange beast with even more powerful bloodline. This was known to Zhang Fan from the prompt sound message sent by the system when he killed the previous few layers.
Strange beasts? This is getting more and more interesting.
As Zhang Fan spoke, a bright light suddenly shone behind him. Then a star ring with endless starlight instantly appeared behind him.
Chapter 74, Strange Beast. Molten Abyss.
Starting from the 80th floor, strange beasts like this have been appearing continuously in the trial tower. Before Zhang Fan used the star ring, it took him 3 days to get from the 80th floor to the 90th floor of the trial tower. However, this also made Zhang Fan more familiar with the peculiarities of these exotic beasts. They are like humans who have activated various bloodlines and possess powerful bloodline talents. Zhang Fan could feel that the strange beast on the 90th floor was much more powerful than the previous ones. If you don't use the star ring, it will be difficult to take it down. At this moment, the strange beast in front began to become crazy and violent.
Ah!
Roars came towards Zhang Fan with great power. Then, streams of lava that seemed to be able to corrode the earth continued to flow out of its body. The entire body of the strange beast was covered in blazing flames, as if it had just climbed out of a volcano.
War!
Zhang Fan shouted loudly, and the star ring behind him shone brightly, and his whole body turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the strange beast. The strange beast became angry when it saw that the tiny human in front of it was not afraid of it.
Ouch! Ouch!
It immediately raised its head and roared wildly, and from its mouth, streams of lava with blazing flames spewed out like artillery fire and hit Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan's body moved forward rapidly, constantly dodging and nimbly avoiding all the attacking lava.
Then, in the blink of an eye, he rushed to the front of the strange beast, and all the energy and blood in his body had already been condensed in his hands and instantly blasted towards the huge body of the strange beast. Boom! Ouch! A loud bang and a huge wave swept across the entire Safangtai.
The strange beast howled in pain, and the painful sound instantly spread throughout the entire trial tower space. I saw that a large piece of its body was smashed into pieces by Zhang Fan's powerful punch. However, it was soon covered by the flowing lava, and then the missing body was instantly restored to its original state.
Such a strong recovery ability?
Zhang Fan's face suddenly became solemn.
The previous strange beasts did not have such a strong recovery ability.
But he won't give up just like that. He clenched his fists tightly, gathering the blood and energy in his body again, and dazzling starlight continued to emanate from his hands. Then Zhang Fan flashed and quickly dodged the lava ejected by the monster after its rampage, and in the blink of an eye he was in front of the monster again. Punches with the power of starlight continuously bombarded the strange beast. The body of the strange beast was shattered into several pieces again, but they were soon filled and covered by flowing lava. But this time, Zhang Fan could feel that the scorching flames around the strange beast had obviously subsided a lot.
Okay. Let's see how long you can hold on.
Zhang Fan already knew the weakness of the strange beast, and then he attacked the opponent again with determined eyes.
After a long time,
the flames around the strange beast continued to fade away, and finally its original body was revealed.
Ah!
The strange beast howled a few times, then fell directly to the square platform, and its huge body slowly disappeared.
Ding!
Killed a D-rank Molten Abyss beast, experience points plus 100,000.
The system's voice came.
Zhang Fan also breathed a sigh of relief. This strange beast was indeed powerful. However, with the power of the star ring, there is still no threat. But he was able to kill such a powerful beast in the Shutian realm where the martial arts level could not be materialized. Apart from Zhang Fan, there is no one else like him in the entire Blue Star. And according to the rules of the number of floors in the trial tower, this D-level monster should be the lowest level among all the monsters. Unexpectedly, the lowest level of exotic beast experience points starts at 100,000.
This is much higher than the experience points of monsters.
A D-level monster starts with 10 experience points, which is a full 10,000 times difference.
Then will the experience points given by the more powerful monsters explode directly? If I could spawn monsters in this real-world location in the Molten Abyss, wouldn't my level skyrocket?
You know, after leaving Shutian realm, his combat power is not what it is now. He can definitely kill such a strange beast in seconds. Zhang Fan thought about it and then put his thoughts aside. No one knows where this Molten Abyss is. If a more bizarre and powerful beast appears, he will not be able to withstand it at his current level. At this time, a magnificent voice was heard.
90th floor challenge successful. It took 1 hour. Congratulations on successfully challenging the 90th floor of the trial tower.
You will be rewarded with a set of god-slaying battle armor. Congratulations on breaking the record for the time it takes to reach the 90th floor of the trial tower. You'll be rewarded with a fragment of the Void Heaven Realm map.
Please leave your challenger's name. Zhang Fan put away the reward item and then wrote down his name.
Then he looked at the time. 5 full days had passed and the Martial Arts Academy freshman competition was about to begin. Moreover, according to the rules of the trial tower, Zhang Fan knew that the strange beast on the 91st floor must be several times more powerful than the one on the 90th floor. It is obviously unrealistic to want to get through the 100th floor. It's better to wait until your talent is improved before continuing the challenge. Thinking of this, Zhang Fan directly took out the Zhishinji teleportation stone, and a flash of light appeared and he disappeared on the spot. At this time, a dense crowd of people gathered outside the Shutian Realm trial tower. Countless people gathered just to see what was happening on the stone tablet in front of the trial tower.
Wow!
At this time, bursts of exclamations sounded from the front of the trial tower.
Wow! Another record-breaking one. 90 floors, I actually made it through the 90 floors.
I originally thought he'd reached his limit after spending nearly 3 days climbing from the 80th to the 89th floor, but I didn't expect him to clear the 90th floor in just 1 hour.
Could it be that he still has some strength left? Too terrifying, what kind of talent is this? I wonder if he will continue to break through. Will he be teleported back directly like last time? Everyone is looking forward to breaking the trial tower record again.
Behind the crowd, a dozen men in bat masks were standing there. In front of them stood a burly man from the lighthouse country without any mask to hide his figure. He was looking intently at the entrance to the trial tower and suddenly said, "He killed so many people in our country last time. When he fails and comes out, that will be his death."
The people in bat masks behind him immediately echoed, "That's right, let's see where he runs this time."
With Supreme Commander Gucci's here, no matter how strong he is, he will be killed on the spot. Their conversation shocked some of the people who were closer. Supreme Commander of the Lighthouse Nation, Gucci's.
Is he the strongest being known as the Bloodthirsty Eagle?
Yes, he killed the strongest man in Sakura country.
Too strong, even the strongest can be killed?
The strongest person from the Sakura country who was killed had just been promoted. However, the Lighthouse country does not allow a new strongest person to appear, so they sent the Bloodthirsty Eagle Gucci's to assassinate him. No wonder Sakura country now has only one strongest person, and has become the Eagle Claw of Lighthouse country, obeying their orders.
It's truly the most fitting person to be sent here by the Lighthouse Nation. It looks like the most handsome man on Blue Planet is in great danger this time. Chapter 75, Huge Harvest. God-slaying armor.
Zhang Fan had already returned to the manor villa in Yaodu. If he knew that the Lighthouse country had sent its strongest person to Shutian Realm to stop him, he would definitely regret teleporting away directly. Such a strongest person has countless experience points, which makes it possible for him to directly enter the Lingyun Realm or even a higher level. At this time, Zhang Fan was excitedly looking at the items he obtained from the Shutian Realm trial tower.
Each one is an extremely precious and rare item. Any one of them put out there will cause a bloody battle.
30 pieces of teleportation stones from the Void Heaven Realm, 50 bottles of enlightenment pills, 50 bottles of soul refining liquid, 5 pieces of fragments of the Void Heaven Realm map, and 10 pieces of protective jade pendants from the Void Heaven Realm. As Zhang Fan's eyes swept over, all the information about these items suddenly appeared in front of him. Virtual Heaven Teleport Stone can be used to travel to and from the Virtual Heaven and to open unknown areas of the Virtual Heaven.
Enlightenment Pill increases the speed of gaining enlightenment skill points, lasting for 1 day. Soul Refining Liquid can increase your own soul power level. Virtual Heaven Map Fragment, Virtual Heaven Map 910.
Shutian Realm Protective Jade Pendant allows the wearer to be immune to all penalties within the Shutian Realm for 7 days. In reality, the wearer can withstand a full strength attack 3 levels higher than their own. Each attack consumes 1 jade pendant, with no time limit.
These are all items that have been obtained before.
However, the quantity has increased a lot, and this time I got 10 pieces of Zhishinji's protective jade pendants.
This is a good thing that can save your life at critical moments. It can also prevent him from being punished by the rules and order in the Shutian Realm.
9 pieces of the Virtual Heaven map have also been collected. It seems that after passing the 100th floor, I can collect all the pieces and open the virtual heaven map. In addition to these items, the most important thing is that I also got a set of god-killing armor this time. Then Zhang Fan couldn't wait to look at the blood-red battle armor beside him. There was a constant emanation of blood energy all over the battle armor. Slayer God armor, incarnated from the Slayer God, one of the original gods of the Void Heaven realm, ignores all attacks within 3 levels higher than its own level, and strengthens its own physical attack power. The system introduction panel appeared in front of Zhang Fan. Unbelievable. These 2 words suddenly appeared in Zhang Fan's mind. It can ignore all attacks that are more than 3 levels above itself, and there are no restrictions shown here. In other words, as long as his level reaches Lingyun realm, even the strongest super strong man in Tonggu realm will not be able to hurt him at all. This is much more useful than the Zushinji protective jade pendant. Zhang Fan suddenly became very curious. What kind of existence is this god of killing, one of the original gods of the Shutian realm? I can actually possess such a powerful item. Moreover, this god-killing armor can also enhance physical strength. This equipment is absolutely perfect. Zhang Fan directly put on the killer god armor, and his eyes instantly became more fierce, as if he wanted to slaughter everything in the world. The god of killing armor continuously exuded a strong murderous aura, making Zhang Fan look more like a god of killing descending from the sky. I wonder if this god slayer armor can fly like the sky wingsuit. Zhang Fan suddenly had an idea. As if hearing Zhang Fan's command, a pair of faint black and red wings instantly spread out behind him. This pair of wings is much larger than the wings of the sky wingsuit, and the wingspan reaches 8 meters. Zhang Fan then put away all the items with satisfaction. Only the enlightenment pill and soul refining liquid were left, and he swallowed them without thinking. Soul power, 1500 advanced mind master. The system's voice came. The soul power sensing range was directly increased by 500 meters. The strength and distance of controlling the flying knife also increase, and the power becomes even stronger. It really is worthy of being an item obtained in the Shutian realm. Then Zhang Fan looked at the system's sign-in panel. All I got from signing in for so many days were experience points and some small items. It seems I can only wait until I sign in for 30 days to get the golden treasure chest. There are still 2 days left. At this time, the doorbell of the villa rang. Zhang Fan immediately released his soul power and sensed that the person coming was Xia Yunfei. Then Zhang Fan waved his hand and the door opened immediately. Xia Yunfei walked in with a puzzled look on his face. When he saw Zhang Fan open the door, he immediately said, "Brother Fan, you are in the villa. Why haven't I seen you these days?" "Oh, I have been practicing martial arts." "Is there anything wrong?" Zhang Fan said casually. "The freshman competition is about to start. I couldn't get through to you on the phone, so I came to find you," Xia Yunfei said. Zhang Fan nodded, and he was also preparing to go to the Demon City Martial Arts Academy. Then the 2 of them went out together and headed towards the Demon City Martial Arts Academy. "Brother Fan, I have something to tell you. There are several very talented new students this time, some even have SS level talents." Zhang Fan smiled but said nothing. In his eyes, these so-called geniuses were no different from ordinary people. There is no threat to him at all. "I'm not worried about your strength, Brother Fan. I just want to remind you to be careful of their despicable tactics, especially that SS-level fire attribute talent, Huang Ying." Xia Yunfei saw Zhang Fan's expression and was afraid that he would underestimate his enemy, so he immediately told him what he knew. "Don't worry." Zhang Fan patted Xia Yunfei on the shoulder and smiled. Xia Yunfei looked at Zhang Fan's confident smile, and his originally anxious mood suddenly calmed down. This is a strong man. No matter what, you can always maintain this confident attitude. I wonder when I can reach this state. Xia Yunfei's admiration for Zhang Fan suddenly increased significantly. The 2 soon arrived at the Yaodu Martial Arts Academy. At this time, the playground in the college was already crowded with people. Many important figures in the Demon City came here. There are also many media reporters interviewing some talented disciples with great talents. At this moment, a cry of surprise spread throughout the playground. "Zhang Fan! Zhang Fan is here. He's the top scorer in the National College entrance exam. I wonder if he can still maintain that title after a month." You underestimate Zhang Fan. Not long ago, he beat the 5th grade genius Lu Kai so badly that he suffered a comminuted fracture. He's still lying at home. So strong? How come I didn't know?
You don't know much, you know about the entrance examination.
Most students only have a few thousand points, and genius students can only get tens of thousands, but Zhang Fan has won 100,000 points.
No way, how is this possible? A lot of people saw it, and it only took less than half a day. Holy crap! That's awesome.
Zhang Fan's arrival immediately sparked heated discussions among the surrounding students.
Countless media reporters flocked to Zhang Fan, surrounding him tightly.
Everyone wants to be the first to interview this national college entrance examination champion.
Chapter 76, No Need to Deal with You. Zhang Fan's arrival immediately made the Yaodu Martial Arts Academy lively.
At this time, in the other corner of the playground, there was a person with his face covered with tape. It was Lu Bin, who was beaten into a pig's head by Zhang Fan before. He looked at Zhang Fan, who was surrounded by the crowd, with malicious eyes and said slowly,
Zhang Fan, I'll let you be proud for 2 more days. Once Uncle Lu arrives, it will be your death. As Lu Bin spoke, his face was already full of excitement. He had even begun to imagine how to step on Zhang Fan. At this moment, a figure passed over the playground. The reporters and media surrounding Zhang Fan suddenly felt pulled by a force, and then all of them involuntarily retreated. Zhang Fan was also shocked. This power was too strong. At least he had never seen anyone with such strength before. It seems that he is a super strong person who is at the sky-breaking realm or even stronger. Moreover, he also felt a powerful thunder attribute energy in it. It seems that the opponent also has thunder attribute talent. Everyone keep order. A deep and loud voice echoed throughout the playground.
Then an old man with green hair appeared on the platform where the instructors were.
Everyone standing below was suddenly shocked. Principal. The principal is here. So powerful. Just this aura alone is enough to scare me. Of course, the principal is a super powerful person who has reached the peak of the sky-breaking realm and is about to enter the void sky realm. Wow. I'm so envious. When can I reach this level? Put your pillow higher when you sleep at night. Why? This will make for a good dream.
At this time, the principal on the podium looked at the time, and then a deep voice came out. The Demon Capital Martial Arts Academy freshman competition is now officially beginning. This freshman competition will select the top 10 to enter the National Martial Arts Talent Competition. As his voice fell, a huge screen in the distance suddenly lit up.
All freshmen' names appear on it. It immediately sparked discussion among everyone on the playground. The National Martial Arts Talent Competition, that's to select those who are qualified to enter the S-level secret realm. Just think about it. It's a competition for all ages. At most, it's just for you to see the world. That's right.
Those most ordinary fifth-year students are already at the legendary realm, unlike us freshmen who have just entered the warrior realm.
We should not overthink it.
I heard that Zhang Fan even defeated Lu Kai, the fifth-year genius student. I guess his chances are much better. Yes, a freshman like him wouldn't be worth more than 2 hands even if the 3 strongest martial arts academies were combined.
Who else is so powerful?
Look at the National College Entrance Examination rankings and you'll know that Wang Yingjie from Magic City College, Long Xiaofeng from Imperial City College, Huang Ying from Demon City College, and so on, can all defeat warriors at the legendary realm.
Just as everyone was discussing, a cry of surprise came from the front. Look, Zhang Fan faces Huang Ying in the first match. I've always heard about Zhang Fan's deeds, but I wonder how strong this Huang Ying is? Huang Ying's talent is SS level fire attribute, while Zhang Fan's is S level thunder attribute. However, the thunder attribute has an advantage.
If you compare them, the difference between the 2 talents is not much.
Now we're going to have some fun.
I heard Huang Ying has always been dissatisfied with his national college entrance exam results, and he happened to be injured that day.
It started, they're already on stage.
The crowd's cheers grew louder and louder. No one expected that the first competition would be a showdown between the 1st and 4th ranked students in the national college entrance examination. I saw the 2 people on the stage standing at opposite ends and looking at each other. Huang Ying was wearing a fiery red battlesuit, his whole body was wrapped tightly, and there was a hint of heat rising from his body. This is the flame battlesuit he specially prepared, which improves his overall talent and strength.
You're going to the competition dressed like this?
Huang Ying looked at Zhang Fan with confusion. He didn't expect that Zhang Fan was only wearing casual clothes and not even the Martial Arts Academy uniform.
Then he showed a disdainful expression and said, Although the Jiangnan base is a remote area, they're not so poor that they can't even afford a set of combat uniforms, right? No need to deal with you.
Zhang Fan spoke calmly, his expression not changing at all. Seeing Zhang Fan's expression and what he said, Huang Ying suddenly felt furious. The other party's attitude clearly showed that he did not take him seriously.
Zhang Fan, if I hadn't been injured, you wouldn't have been the top scorer in the National College entrance examination.
After Huang Ying finished speaking, a fiery red long sword appeared in his hand. There was a constant wisp of hot air emanating from the blade, and it was obvious that Huang Ying was extremely angry at the moment.
Humph. So noisy.
Zhang Fan snorted coldly, and his body turned into a stream of light and rushed towards Huang Ying.
Ha ha. If you want to die, I'll grant your wish.
Huang Ying said this with ecstasy in his eyes. I didn't expect that Zhang Fan would actually go up without wearing his battle suit. Then Huang Ying directly met Zhang Fan's attack with a knife. The people watching the fight looked straight at the two people on the ring.
Here we go. What a fast speed. Zhang Fan isn't wearing a battle suit. Is this confidence or arrogance?
You know, Huang Ying is very powerful, and that fiery red battlesuit is obviously worth a lot of money. It seems that the title of the National College Entrance Examination Champion has made Zhang Fan a little inflated. Perhaps this will teach him a lesson.
He's not the only genius in China. Without a healthy dose of humility, such a talent won't go far.
At this moment, the attacks of the two people on the stage collided with each other.
The originally lively crowd of onlookers suddenly fell silent. Bang!
There was a loud bang, and then, in the incredulous gaze of everyone, Huang Ying flew backwards with his sword. Then it fell heavily to the ground, splashing up a large amount of rubble.
Hum!
The fiery red long sword was directly broken into two pieces. Zhang Fan didn't stop, he just flashed to Huang Ying's side and picked him up.
I vote.
Before Huang Ying could finish his words, Zhang Fan had already waved his hand and slapped the other person in the face.
Bang! The originally hard flame armor shattered directly.
Then Zhang Fan attacked left and right without any hesitation.
Bang!
The crisp sound of applause echoed throughout the ring.
Bang!
In the end, Huang Ying was blown out of the ring by Zhang Fan's huge force.
Yellow Eagle.
At this time, Teacher Huang quickly ran to Huang Ying and helped him up. Then he looked at Zhang Fan with a gloomy face and left the martial arts academy with Huang Ying.
Zhang Fan wins.
The referee announced the result of the competition directly.
Wow!
The silent crowd suddenly burst into warm cheers.
What happened? He was killed in an instant? Didn't they say that their strengths were not much different? Is Huang Ying's SS level talent just a rip-off? Who just said Zhang Fan was arrogant? And who said he lacked humility? This is the confidence of the strong. They don't care about the weak at all.
It seems that Zhang Fan's title of top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination is well deserved.
Chapter 77, there wasn't too much conflict, he was just killed by me.
At this time, even some big figures in the Demon City in the stands were shocked by Zhang Fan's powerful performance.
His power is so strong.
Yellow Eagle's flame armor is forged from fire copper metal, but it can withstand the energy and blood power below the heavenly realm. The material of that fiery red sword should be better, but it can't withstand Zhang Fan's strength.
Is his talent more than just S level? As these people spoke, they could not hide their admiration and curiosity towards Zhang Fan.
At this time, at the edge of the playground, Lu Bin's face was extremely gloomy. He saw all the strength Zhang Fan displayed just now, and his heart was extremely shocked.
After a moment, Lu Bin said fiercely, Zhang Fan, I didn't expect you to be so strong. You deserve to die.
Suddenly, Lu Bin seemed to have thought of something, and then quickly walked out of the martial arts academy. There was no suspense in the following competition. When some freshmen saw that their opponent was Zhang Fan, they were so scared that they gave up on the spot. They saw the miserable condition of Huang Ying with their own eyes.
A day later,
the number of times Zhang Fan attacked could be counted on 2 hands. He became the first in the freshman competition just by lying down. And no one dared to question it. After the competition, Zhang Fan received some martial arts resources as rewards. However, compared to all these, what Zhang Fan values more is the qualification to participate in the National Martial Arts Genius Competition. This qualifies you to compete for a spot in the S-level secret realm. This is also the focus of Zhang Fan's participation in the freshman competition this time.
Just from a C-level element's secret realm, you can get an S-level gun technique. Then you can definitely get better things in the S-level secret realm.
Putting his thoughts aside, Zhang Fan walked out of the martial arts academy directly. Now that his strength has increased, he is ready to go to the Death Rainforest to continue killing monsters. As soon as he left the academy, he saw Xia Yunfei and Xia Yingqi, brother and sister, walking towards him.
Zhang Fan! Xia Yingqi shouted from a distance. Brother Fan!
Xia Yunfei followed behind Xia Yingqi and waved at Zhang Fan.
Are you back?
Zhang Fan looked at the dusty Xia Yingqi with some surprise. I'm so tired from all this going back and forth.
I heard that you beat up Lu Bin and Lu Kai as soon as you arrived in Yaodu?
Xia Yingqi looked at Zhang Fan breathlessly.
Yes. Zhang Fan nodded and said. Well done. This bastard was bullied for a whole year and didn't even tell me.
As Xia Yingqi spoke, he patted Xia Yunfei's shoulder hard, causing Xia Yunfei to grimace in pain.
Sister, you're using too much force. Xia Yunfei complained. If someone bullies you, hit them back hard.
Xia Yingqi wanted to continue attacking, but Xia Yunfei had already escaped. Looking at Xia Yunfei leaving, Xia Yingqi immediately whispered to Zhang Fan.
You beat up Lu Bin. The Lu family will definitely not let you go. However, most of their forces are in the restricted area of the battlefield. As long as you don't leave the border, it will be fine. Zhang Fan did not answer Xia Yingqi directly. How can you kill monsters without leaving the country? How can he gain experience points and level up if he doesn't kill monsters?
No matter how powerful the Lu and Huang families are, Zhang Fan has no worries in his heart.
With his current strength, he can easily deal with any super strong person who is not above the sky-breaking realm. At worst, you can still enter the virtual heaven. Suddenly, Zhang Fan remembered something and asked. By the way, I want to ask you something. Do you know a guy called Huang Shu in the academy? Yellow Rat? Xia Yingqi was shocked when she heard Zhang Fan's words. Then he had a bad feeling in his heart and asked blankly. Did you have a conflict with him? There wasn't much of a conflict, he was just killed by me. Zhang Fan said casually. What? Xia Yingqi's expression suddenly became extremely shocked. Even though she knew that Zhang Fan had killed Ling Yunjing before, she was not so excited. After calming down, Xia Yingqi continued. Although the Yellow Rat's level is not high, only at the legendary level, he was named the Yeksha King, one of the 4 kings, by the Ghost Gate due to his spatial attributes. The Ghost Gate is elusive, and there are many masters inside the gate. Many years ago, they killed a super strong man at the peak of the sky-breaking realm from the Bola Kingdom. It is precisely because of this that this name has spread to the ears of the world. You killed the Yellow Rat this time, and they will definitely not let it go. Zhang Fan didn't show any worry on his face. He just asked curiously, don't you think China will care about such an organization? Although the Ghost Gate is mysterious, they dare not openly provoke China. No one knows where their headquarters is, but it is probably somewhere in the restricted area of the Blue Star battlefield. Xia Yingqi spoke slowly, and then continued, I know the identity of the Yellow Rat because the Shadow Guards have investigated them before. Zhang Fan had a general understanding of this Ghost Gate in his mind. At this time, Xia Yingqi received a call, and then reminded Zhang Fan to be careful not to leave the Demon City, and then left in a hurry. Zhang Fan thought about it and then walked towards the warrior office. He now has several space ring items to deal with. Just to see if I can get something I need. Arrived at the Yaodu warrior office. This place is several times larger than other warrior offices in other places. There are also a large number of warriors inside, many of whom are waiting here for bounty missions to earn some resources for martial arts training. No one noticed Zhang Fan's arrival. He has a lot of things to trade this time, so it would be best to find the president of the guild here to trade. When I arrived at the front desk, I saw a sweet-looking woman greeting people coming and going. Seeing Zhang Fan, the sweet woman immediately revealed a professional smile and said, Hello, warrior, how may I help you? I want to trade some items like body tempering fluids. The quantity is a bit large. Is your association here? Zhang Fan said. Before the sweet woman could speak, a sharp female voice came from the side. The president is very busy. You can't see him whenever you want. Just leave it to me if you have anything. Zhang Fan glanced sideways and saw a middle-aged woman with a somewhat bloated figure, who was looking at him with disgust. You are not qualified to see this. Zhang Fan said casually. What he said was the truth.
Anything in the space ring was beyond the control of the other party at his level.
But the middle-aged woman didn't think so.
She just felt that the young man in front of her was just trying to pretend to be rich and flirt with the sweet-looking receptionist. Thinking of this, she glared at the receptionist first, then shouted to Zhang Fan.
Everyone, come and see, young people nowadays are really like this. If you don't have it, then you don't have it. Who are you trying to pretend to be? How about I help you think about it? Is it hidden in the space ring?
But for someone like you, I don't think you can afford $10,000.
How can you afford a space ring? Chapter 78, Demon City Warrior Office, President Tang.
As the middle-aged woman's voice grew louder, people around her continued to gather around.
Many people in the crowd immediately started talking. Ah!
Instead of practicing martial arts, you come here to pick up girls. As martial arts flourish and technology develops, young people become increasingly depraved. Study hard, young man, and stop wasting your time on this meaningless thing. At this time, the sweet-looking woman at the front desk was also forced to step back by the words of the crowd. There was an expression of disgust on his face. When the middle-aged woman saw that everyone around her was standing on her side and pointing at Zhang Fan, a satisfied smile immediately appeared on her face.
This is the effect she wants, everything should revolve around her.
Zhang Fan stood there without any change in his expression. However, he would not let go easily of such a snob who looked down on others.
Snort!
Zhang Fan snorted coldly, and a wave of momentum immediately spread outward, and the crowd gathered around hurriedly retreated. Then everyone's faces were filled with shock.
So strong.
At this age, you have such rich energy and blood.
You must be a genius in the martial arts academy, right? Who told him to practice martial arts properly just now?
I think you're the Pacific Police, you're too nosy. How could such a genius be here just to put on an act, as that old lady said? Before everyone could finish their words, the middle-aged woman suddenly jumped up in anger, pinched her waist, pointed at the crowd and said angrily.
Who was that auntie just now? I'm only 25 years old.
The middle-aged woman's roar instantly resounded throughout the warrior office, immediately attracting more people to gather.
Wow!
The people around them suddenly exclaimed.
Did I hear correctly? She's only 25? Ha ha! I thought she was 50. Could it be that she's jealous that someone at the front desk is hitting on her and she isn't, and that's why she's deliberately making things difficult for this young man?
I told you, it's normal for young men to flirt with girls.
How can it interfere with their martial arts training? That's not what you said just now. Isn't that because I was misled by this 25-year-old middle-aged woman?
The onlookers were not afraid of trouble and immediately turned their attention to the middle-aged woman and started to mock her wildly.
Ah! It's all your fault. I'm going to fight you.
The mocking voices from the people around her immediately made the middle-aged woman's face turn red with anger, and then she rushed towards Zhang Fan like crazy.
Pa!
Zhang Fan waved his hand and slapped the other party without any hesitation. The middle-aged woman was stunned by the slap and forgot what to do. She is a martial artist at the peak of the transformation realm, but the freshman in front of her can hit her easily, and she can't even see the other party's attack. But Zhang Fan would not give her time to think, nor would he let her off so easily. Then he fanned himself and said,
Bang! 50 is 50, why did you say 25? Bang! I think you're just an old cucumber painted green pretending to be young. Bang! I don't know what to say for now. Bang!
Crisp slaps were heard one after another. The middle-aged woman's face was so swollen that her original appearance could no longer be seen. The crowd of onlookers were frightened and took several steps back, and many of them covered their cheeks as if they were the ones being slapped.
At this moment, a deep voice spread throughout the warrior office. Zhang Fan, stop it!
Then the crowd made way for a passage, and a tall man in black walked towards Zhang Fan.
President Tang. President Tang.
The sweet-looking receptionist looked at the visitor and said,
Wow!
The people around suddenly exclaimed.
President Tang, he is President Tang.
The fact that he can serve as the president of a place like Demon City is enough to show how much the Zhang family trusts him.
Did he just call this young man Zhang Fan? Could he be a member of the Zhang family? But why would he come here in person to sell things?
He's from a noble family, no wonder he has such rich energy and blood at such a young age.
He looks like a talented student at the martial arts academy. The discussion became more and more heated.
The sweet receptionist, who was originally very scared, suddenly showed a hint of joy in her eyes when she saw President Tang's attitude towards Zhang Fan and everyone's words.
President Tang, this Mr. Zhang is here to see you. She's the one who's been saying some incomprehensible things.
The sweet-looking receptionist pointed at the middle-aged woman and then recounted what she had done, adding some exaggeration. If it weren't for this middle-aged woman just now, she might have left a good impression on Zhang Fan. It is very rare to meet such a young man from a noble family. What's more, they are from the Zhang family. She wanted to get close to Zhang Fan in this way. Then she looked at Zhang Fan, but found that there was no change in his expression at all. Then he could only step aside in disappointment.
President Tang looked at the middle-aged woman with sharp eyes and said,
"You are fired and you have to bear the losses." The middle-aged woman with a swollen face heard this and ignored the pain.
She immediately knelt down and cried to President Tang. President Tang, I was confused for a moment. I know I was wrong, but you can't fire me. I have a family to support.
President Tang shook off the other person's hand and said to the security guards in the distance, "Pull her out." After doing all this, President Tang walked over to Zhang Fan, looked him over curiously, and said with a smile, "Give me what you want to trade."
It's all in here.
Zhang Fan said this and casually threw 3 space rings to President Tang.
It's like a trivial object. Wow!
The sharp-eyed people around had already figured out what the flashing object was, and immediately exclaimed in surprise.
It's a space ring. 3, he actually has 3 space rings.
That 25-year-old woman said she couldn't even come up with 10,000 yuan. I really believed her ghost and even spoke up for her just now.
So this is what rich people are like, low-key and reserved. At this moment, President Tang reacted and looked around.
Those onlookers who wanted to continue talking swallowed their words when they saw the sharp look from President Tang, and then they quickly dispersed.
You are so bold that you dare to take it out casually.
President Tang looked at Zhang Fan for a long time, then said with a smile,
"Didn't you ask me to take it out?"
Zhang Fan said.
Well.
President Tang was speechless for a moment, then continued, "There are too many items in here.
I'll have someone help you count them."
Zhang Fan nodded, and then the two of them went to the top floor of the warrior office together.
Chapter 79, The quality of the flying knife is improved. Did I let you go? The top floor of the warrior office.
Zhang Fan stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window and looked at the scenery in the distance. He had a panoramic view of the vast, dense forests of the Death Rainforest, but the deep part was shrouded in a layer of fog, making it impossible to see clearly. And next to the Death Rainforest there is a black water river. The river stretches from the winding and steep mountains to the depths of the Death Rainforest, with no end in sight. Zhang Fan knew that it was the restricted area of the Blue Star battlefield. The 4 major families and some forces were entrenched deep in these steep slopes. At this time, President Tang's voice came from behind him. "Zhang Fan, all your items have been counted and converted into points to be added to your warrior badge. Also, everything you bought is in this space ring, and the required points have been deducted." President Tang handed a space ring to Zhang Fan as he spoke. Zhang Fan looked at the message uploaded on his mobile phone, and he couldn't count how many zeros there were on it.
He was not worried that President Tang would cheat people.
President Tang is a member of the Tang family, and is also supported by the Zhang family of Yaodu behind the scenes.
Moreover, although there are many of these things, they are not considered important items in the eyes of the other party. He could feel that President Tang's strength was above the sky-breaking realm. President Tang, can we forge or improve the quality of weapons here? Zhang Fan put away the space ring and then looked at President Tang and asked.
Of course, we have the best blacksmith.
Show me the weapon.
President Tang said confidently.
Zhang Fan then handed the 3 throwing knives to President Tang. This is a flying knife forged from black jade crystal. President Tang took it in his hand and examined it, then continued. This weapon is quite good. Even a warrior at the Lingyun realm wouldn't dare to take it head-on. For someone at your level, this quality is definitely good enough. No, it's not enough.
Zhang Fan shook his head and said. The opponents he faces are getting stronger and stronger. Although super strong people above the sky-breaking realm will not appear easily, one more trump card means one more chance of survival. Besides, the rare metals in his space ring are just there to be used for upgrading. Then Zhang Fan took out the metal from the space ring, and suddenly the dazzling light illuminated the entire office. However, there was no difficulty for Zhang Fan and President Tang.
Starry mithril. Red yuan fine gold. Fire copper crystal iron. Ice flame crystal gold.
President Tang exclaimed in surprise, then looked at Zhang Fan with shock on his face and said, "These are all considered to be the top rare metals on Blue Star. If used to forge weapons, even a super powerful person like the Void Sky Realm can be cut. However, to forge metal of this strength requires the strongest to reach the ancient realm."
Zhang Fan was a little disappointed for a moment, then continued to ask, "Then what if we just improve the quality?" Hearing Zhang Fan's words, President Tang was immediately surprised and said, "That's such a waste.
"It's okay, just help me improve the quality of these 3 throwing knives," Zhang Fan said with a smile.
Weapons that can injure those above the sky-breaking realm cannot be bought with money.
Anyway, there are still a lot of these metals, so Zhang Fan doesn't feel too bad about it.
All right.
President Tang nodded and said, "If you just want to improve it, you can use liquid metals like Starry Sky Mithril and Red Yuan Gold." President Tang then quickly found a blacksmith to improve the quality of the throwing knives.
The blacksmith thought he had heard wrong.
He didn't expect that someone would be so extravagant as to use these rare top-grade metals to improve the quality.
Not long after,
President Tang returned to the top floor, and then handed the 3 upgraded throwing knives to Zhang Fan with excitement. This was the first time he had seen such good materials used to improve quality. Zhang Fan stroked the 3 throwing knives in his hand. The biting cold feeling makes people feel as if they are in a desolate space. Under the sunlight, the blade suddenly emitted a colorful light. Zhang Fan believed that even if someone in the sky-breaking realm stood in front of him, he would be injured by the flying knife if he was not careful. Then Zhang Fan put away the flying knife, and a piece of Starry Sky Mithril and Red Yuan refined gold appeared in his hand and handed it to President Tang.
"President Tang, this is for you. Consider it a thank you for helping me."
President Tang was stunned for a moment, then he realized what was happening and wanted to refuse, but Zhang Fan had already turned around and left.
Then President Tang looked at the rare metal material in his hand inside.
As expected of the Zhang family, they act decisively and vigorously.
If you say you are not tempted, that's all fake. Any little bit of it is worth a fortune.
However, he didn't help Zhang Fan just because of these rare materials.
Zhang Fan walked out of the warrior office with satisfaction.
Those materials were exchanged for a lot of good items, but the most important thing was that the quality of the throwing knives was improved. This directly increases combat power by a large margin. Zhang Fan walked towards the city gate facing the outside world. Suddenly, his soul sensed that several people had followed him from the warrior office to the city gate. However, Zhang Fan did not point it out immediately, and still pretended nothing had happened and walked out of the city gate. The people behind him followed him abroad with joy on their faces,
watching Zhang Fan directly enter the Death Rainforest.
Those people could no longer contain the joy in their hearts, and excited smiles appeared on their faces.
It seems this kid didn't notice anything.
I think he's just a kid from an aristocratic family with a good talent for martial arts, but he has no experience in martial arts. Just as we finish this job, brothers, we will go hide in the restricted area of the battlefield.
Even if the Zhang family is powerful, they won't be able to find anything outside the border. Well, I almost broke through to the heaven realm.
I never had enough resources to practice, but God is really watching over me this time.
Everyone, don't be too obvious now. Just start fighting once you've entered the Death Rainforest. Zhang Fan was walking slowly in the dense forest of the Death Rainforest,
and the conversations of those who followed were heard clearly. We walked forward, and after a while we could no longer see the military personnel guarding the place.
Zhang Fan stopped where he was and then said, "Come out." Swish. Several figures suddenly appeared around Zhang Fan.
"Good boy, I didn't expect you to have discovered us so early."
"Well, the scenery here is nice.
It can be considered as the place you found for your own burial.
Don't even think about resisting. Have you heard of the 18 generals of the battlefield Forbidden Zone? Hand over everything you have, and perhaps you'll die more easily."
Zhang Fan did not respond. Suddenly, a cold light flashed above the dense forest of the Death Rainforest.
Bang! 3 of the 18 people surrounding Zhang Fan fell down immediately.
Silently, without even a reaction, he fell to the ground and died.
Ah! 6th, 7th, 8th.
The others cried out in surprise when they saw this, then looked around frantically, but they didn't see any movement.
Don't play tricks on us. We've seen a lot of things. This little trick can't scare us at all.
A big man who looked like an elder brother among the group raised the knife in his hand and said to Zhang Fan,
Bang, bang, bang.
After hearing several consecutive sounds, the big man turned around and saw several more brothers lying on the ground, unconscious.
Ghost. The big man finally couldn't stand it anymore and turned around and ran away.
Others also wanted to escape.
Did I let you go?
A cold voice reached everyone's ears. Then, countless thunder and lightning forces suddenly rose up from all around, blocking those who wanted to escape.
Chapter 80, 18 Generals in the Forbidden Zone of the Battlefield? The Evil King Black Snake.
Watching the violent power of thunder and lightning raging around, the leading man immediately knelt on the ground and begged for mercy from Zhang Fan.
Brother, I didn't recognize the great man, so you just treat us like a fart, right?
The others also knelt down and begged. Zhang Fan slowly walked towards the big man, with 3 flying knives circling behind him. The cold light just now was emitted by the flying knife. I didn't expect that after a quality upgrade. The sharpness of the flying knife is beyond imagination. Piercing through these people's bodies was as easy as piercing through a piece of tofu, without even making a sound. Zhang Fan now really wants to try to see what level of body the flying knife can penetrate. Seeing this scene, the big men were already trembling with sweat all over their bodies, thinking in their hearts, what kind of creature have we run into this time?
Zhang Fan came up to the big man and said coldly, the 18 generals of the Blue Star Battlefield Forbidden Zone?
No, we named it ourselves.
Actually, we are just 18 bandits who got together and do some robbery.
Hearing Zhang Fan's words, the big man hurriedly shook his head and explained.
Are you familiar with this restricted area of the Blue Star Battlefield? Zhang Fan asked lightly.
Just now, the other party claimed to be the 18 generals. Zhang Fan wondered who they were and wanted to keep them for questioning, otherwise he would have killed them directly.
Now it seems like just an ordinary bandit. Brother, feel free to ask whatever you want to know. We will tell you the truth as long as we know it, but you must let us go. When the big man heard Zhang Fan's words, he felt like he had found a life-saving straw. Zhang Fan ignored the other party's words and continued to ask, does Guiman know?
Ghostgate. The big man's eyes suddenly widened.
Sudden. Zhang Fan's soul power sensed a powerful aura approaching rapidly.
There is also a strong murderous intent in it. Then he clenched his fist without hesitation, and the violent lightning power around him exploded instantly as if it had received an order.
The energy fluctuations of thunder and lightning power quickly spread outward. Ah!
The remaining 18 generals were all burned into charcoal by this violent force of thunder and lightning.
Ding!
Killed a legendary level 8 warrior, experience points plus 9,000.
Ding!
Killed a heavenly realm 5th level warrior, experience points plus 60,000.
Ding!
Killed a 9th level legendary realm warrior, experience points plus 10,000. The system's voice continued to come. Since there are enemies approaching, Zhang Fan doesn't want to waste so many experience points even if he can't get any useful information.
Ha ha!
This little brother is really sharp and alert, and he acts so decisively.
A woman's enchanting laughter came from a distance.
Then, beautiful melodies suddenly appeared all around, mixed with the woman's vivid and lewd voice.
Soundwave? Humph! Playing tricks.
Zhang Fan suddenly became alert, and the thunder attribute in his body instantly flowed through his body, and this musical attack that could control people's hearts was immediately swept away.
Aren't you looking for us?
The woman's charming voice came from Zhang Fan's ears. Zhang Fan felt a chill on his back, and a woman's body like a water snake was wrapped around his back and twisting constantly.
Come on, don't resist your heart.
The woman's enchanting voice continued. At this moment, a dagger suddenly appeared in the woman's hand and stabbed straight at Zhang Fan's head.
Someone from Ghostgate?
Zhang Fan's voice was as calm as water, as if everything was under his control. Then the tiger's body shook, and a strong energy and blood with the power of thunder and lightning instantly broke through Zhang Fan's body, and the woman's body like a water snake was immediately blown away.
Such strong energy and blood. You are not controlled at all.
The woman's surprised voice came. Zhang Fan looked forward and saw a woman lying on the ground, looking at him in shock.
With your looks, who can you charm? You're not even as good as a small website.
Zhang Fan said disdainfully.
You.
The woman didn't expect Zhang Fan to compare her to those people, and a cold light flashed in her eyes.
Hiss.
As a sharp and piercing sound was heard, the woman suddenly jumped up and rushed towards Zhang Fan with 2 daggers in her hands. Suddenly, a huge green python shadow appeared behind her.
The huge python opened its bloody mouth and swallowed Zhang Fan's entire body with a sharp and piercing roar. Another deceptive tactic. Zhang Fan said this without continuing to defend himself. He clenched his fists and punched directly at the woman who was rushing towards him. The other party is good at sonic attacks, as can be seen from the obscene sound just now. This sharp and piercing voice carries a power that can shatter one's psychological defenses. It makes people feel a strong sense of fear from the bottom of their hearts. However, for Zhang Fan, who has the attribute of thunder, it has no effect. Suppress the evil. Destroy all laws. Use the thunder technique. Following Zhang Fan's loud shout, the fist that had just been thrown out instantly shot out several huge dragon shadows with dark purple lightning. Ah! The enchanting woman who was originally confident of victory suddenly felt a huge force coming from her body. Bang! A loud noise was heard. The huge green python phantom disappeared in an instant. Then the enchanting woman flew backwards and hit the ground heavily, splashing the surrounding debris everywhere. Before Zhang Fan's attack stopped, he just waved his hand, and instantly several lightning chains bound the enchanting woman in the air. Ghost Gate, where are you ranked? Zhang Fan looked calmly at the enchanting woman who was struggling in front of him. You, how can you be so strong? The enchanting woman's face was filled with shock, and she cursed the person who came to report the news in her heart. She also said that Zhang Fan was just a freshman at the martial arts academy, and that he killed the yellow rat so that she could come and avenge him. I didn't expect that this was such a talented freshman. Explain. Zhang Fan had no patience, so he clenched his hands tightly and the lightning chain tightened instantly. Ah! Ah! The enchanting woman screamed in pain, her enchanting body twisting continuously, and then she spoke intermittently. I am the third of the 4 kings of Ghost Gate, the evil king, Black Snake. Where are the other people from Ghost Gate? Where are they? Zhang Fan continued to ask. There are 2 others with me, namely Blood Shadow King Dihu and Dark Prison King Tianlong. They are both Lingyun Realm warriors. They are near Fanchao Ridge in the restricted area of the Blue Star battlefield. This time, the enchanting woman did not hesitate at all and directly told what she knew. She did not want to continue being tortured by the lightning chains. Is that the headquarters of Guimen? Zhang Fan asked in confusion. Ghost Gate headquarters doesn't even have the right to know about us. The 4 of us are all working under the same Ghost Emperor and operating in the restricted area of this Blue Star battlefield. After the enchanting woman finished speaking, she looked at Zhang Fan with pleading eyes and said, Please spare me. I will agree to anything you ask me to do. Chapter 81, Underground Palace. Sign in, Golden Treasure Chest. Snort. Zhang Fan snorted coldly, and the 3 flying knives behind him shot out at high speed. You. The enchanting woman looked at the flying knife and was suddenly terrified. Then, before she could make a sound, flying knives pierced her body from different places. Then the lightning chains disappeared, and the enchanting woman fell straight to the ground, her eyes wide open and she had lost her breath. Ding! Killed a 5th level warrior in the Transcendent Saint Realm, experience points plus 350,000. The system's voice came. Zhang Fan waved his hand, and the 3 flying knives were instantly collected into the space ring. Still silently and without any obstruction, he pierced through the opponent's body. And this time it is the body of a warrior who has reached the realm of sainthood. After the quality upgrade, this flying knife is so powerful. It can even ignore the opponent's attribute energy shield. At this time, a shining object attracted Zhang Fan. With a wave of his hand, it turned out to be a space ring. The items inside are the same as those in the Yeksha King Yellow Rat, and there is a jade plate with the words Charming Evil King, Black Snake written on it. This jade pendant also exudes a very comfortable and approachable atmosphere. Then Zhang Fan's soul power perception dispersed, and no other objects were found. The 18 generals of the battlefield restricted area who were killed by him before didn't even have a space ring. It seems that even bandits have a hard time surviving in this world. Seeing that it was getting dark, Zhang Fan prepared to return to the Demon City base. He killed 2 of the 4 kings of Ghost Gate, and the other 2 will definitely come to settle the score with him. Especially the Ghost Emperor mentioned by the evil King Xianxi at the end should be someone more powerful than them. Perhaps the super strong man at the peak of the sky-breaking realm that Xianxi mentioned was killed by him. There are only 2 days left to sign in for the Golden Treasure Chest. After Zhang Fan obtains the Golden Treasure Chest, he plans to improve his strength a little more, and then go to Fangqiuling in the restricted area of the Blue Star battlefield to find the other 2 kings.
Blue Star Battlefield Restricted Area. In a manor on the mountain where the Lu family lives on the other side of the Blackwater River. Lu Bin looked at the middle-aged man in front of him with joy and said, "Uncle Lu, you are finally here."
"Xiaobin, what's wrong with you?"
Lu Chang stood up and looked at Lu Bin in surprise, then immediately frowned and said, "Who is so bold as to beat you like this?"
"It's Zhang Fan,"
Lu Bin said, gritting his teeth.
"Zhang Fan. It's him again."
As Lu Chang spoke, his expression suddenly turned angry, and the scene of his sister being killed appeared in front of him again.
"Don't worry, Uncle Lu.
I guarantee he won't be able to escape this time." Lu Bin didn't understand why Lu Chang was so angry, but he continued to speak. "However, it's a bit too easy for him. We can't torture him severely and then kill him." Lu Chang was shocked when he heard this, and then asked, "What do you mean?" Seeing Lu Chang's shocked expression, Lu Bin immediately smiled excitedly and said, "This is because Zhang Fan is too arrogant. He killed one of the 4 kings of Ghost Gate, the Yaksha King Huang Shu. I have asked the Huang family to tell Ghost Gate the news.
I guess he is dead now."
Upon hearing this, Lu Chang immediately shook his head and said, "Impossible. Unless it's the Ghost Emperor of Ghost Gate who takes action, Zhang Fan won't be killed that easily."
"Uncle Lu, how did you know?"
Lu Bin was suddenly confused. How could Lu Chang be so familiar with Zhang Fan?
"My sister, your aunt Lu Hong, was killed by Zhang Fan not long ago,"
Lu Chang said, and a sad expression suddenly appeared on his face.
"What?"
When Lu Bin heard the news, he felt his legs go weak and he almost fell. He was a martial artist at the peak of Lingyun realm, and he was killed by a high school student who just turned 18? Then Lu Bin looked at Lu Chang and continued, He's just a freshman in martial arts who just graduated from high school."
"Uncle Lu, did you see it wrong?"
"I can't be wrong. I was there at the time.
Moreover, Zhang Fan was the one ordered to be killed by the Wang family of Demon City.
This is enough to prove that he is special." After Lu Chang finished speaking, he rubbed his forehead with his hand. He was not very sure whether he could kill Zhang Fan this time. However, in order to avenge his sister, he would kill Zhang Fan even at the cost of his life.
Thinking of this, Lu Chang looked at Lu Bin and said, "By the way, where are your grandfather and your father?"
Lu Bin thought for a moment and slowly said, "I heard that a huge underground palace was discovered near the country of Baluo. All the super powerful people above the sky-breaking realm in the vicinity have gone to investigate."
"Underground palace? How come I don't know this news?" Lu Chang asked in confusion.
"Yes, it's because the Zhang family and Yaodu and everyone agreed to share the reward items, so the news has not been spread,"
Lu Bin said. "Will there be any danger?"
"That's a cave palace, not an ordinary cave."
Lu Chang's face suddenly showed worry.
"If all of this fails, all of the Lu family's efforts over the years will be in vain.
It shouldn't happen.
So many super strong people are going together, even Zhang Xiaotian, one of the strongest ones, is going,"
Lu Bin said. Lu Chang nodded. With the strongest person there would definitely be no problem.
After thinking for a while, Lu Chang continued.
"It seems that we have no choice but to let Goemon take the first step.
Also, we can't let the Huang family just watch the battle from the sidelines. We are all members of the Wang family, so if something happens, we must work together.
Besides, I have the Wang family's orders. They wouldn't dare to disobey."
When Lu Chang said this, a fierce look flashed in his eyes, and then he muttered to himself, "This Zhang Fan must be dealt with as soon as possible. He is growing too fast, and the time given by the Wang family is also very tight." Lu Bin beside him also had a face full of anger. He had been awakened by nightmares every night in the past few days, and he was thinking about getting rid of Zhang Fan every moment. "I originally thought that Goemon would be able to win if he took action, but I didn't expect that Zhang Fan actually had the strength to kill Lingyun realm." This was news that made him despair.
But fortunately, Lu Chang is here now.
He will definitely be able to find a way to kill Zhang Fan, the person who gave him nightmares.
2 days passed quickly.
At this time, Zhang Fan was staring at his phone in the manor villa without blinking.
"Time's up. System, sign in." Ding.
"The host has signed in successfully and received a golden treasure chest."
The system's voice came. "Here we come. He is here."
Suddenly, Zhang Fan noticed. After the sign-in is completed, the sign-in panel in the system is immediately refreshed. Zhang Fan took a closer look and couldn't believe his eyes.
2 treasure chests appeared on the system sign-in panel.
One is a golden treasure chest, and the other is a red treasure chest.
This is a red treasure chest that has never appeared before. That means the items inside must be better than the golden treasure chest.
And the golden treasure chest is in the middle of the sign-in panel.
This means that you can get another golden treasure chest in half a month.
At this time, the system prompt sound continued to come.
Ding! Successfully opened the golden treasure chest, obtained SSS level talent attribute card +1. SSS level talent attribute card. After use, talents below SSS level can be directly upgraded to SSS level talents. Chapter 82 Talent Enhancement. SS level spiritual skill, Extreme Heavenly Thunder.
Zhang Fan looked at the golden card that appeared in his hand.
My heart is filled with immense joy. SSS level talent attribute card. Doesn't this mean directly adding an SSS level talent?
Now he has an S-level Star Chaos Body and an S-level Thunder Attribute Annihilation Divine Thunder.
Although the S-level Star Chaos Body is more powerful, in order to obtain the next spiritual skill, the Star C, then the spiritual skill level must also reach SSS level. But the Thunder attribute is different. Every time he upgrades his spiritual skill level, he can obtain a powerful Thunder attribute spiritual skill. He believed that an SS level Thunder attribute spiritual skill would also appear.
This way, you can directly improve your combat power without having to wait until you reach SSS level.
The skill points required for that would definitely be an astronomical number. And look at the system's sign-in panel. Next month you can also get gold chests and even rarer red chests. There will still be time to improve then.
Thinking of this, Zhang Fan directly asked the system to increase the talent level of Thunder attribute.
Ding! The host uses the SSS level talent attribute card, and the S-level Thunder attribute Nirvana Thunder is successfully upgraded to the SSS level Thunder attribute Chaos Destruction Thunder.
The system's voice came. Zhang Fan was suddenly extremely surprised. The upgrade was successful. Outside the manor villa, the originally bright sky suddenly dimmed. The sky above the entire Demon City base was suddenly covered by a dark cloud as black as ink. Thick red lights were faintly flashing in the thick dark clouds. At this time, everywhere in the demon capital base, all the ordinary people ran out into the streets to watch the sudden spectacle in the sky.
What's going on? Is it possible that someone is attacking the monster?
No, the demon capital base has a powerful protective shield. Even a super powerful person in the Void Sky realm can't easily destroy it.
Who would be so stupid as to come here and seek death? Yeah, that's absolutely impossible.
But there has never been such a natural wonder before.
Perhaps some treasure has appeared in the world.
At this time, several important figures in the Demon City were gathered together, all looking up at the sky with shock on their faces.
What's going on? Such a supernatural phenomenon suddenly appeared? Such terrifying lightning power has not appeared in many years. Isn't this at least the energy fluctuation of an SSS level talent? Could it be that the strongest knew that Master Zhang was away and came to attack the demon capital? Impossible.
The strongest wouldn't even need to accumulate energy to attack a demon, nor would they go through so much trouble.
Could it be that someone has broken through the shackles of talent? What kind of amazing genius is that? And he's SSS rank. Just when everyone was still guessing, the red light in the sky became more and more active, and the inky black clouds were stirred and spun rapidly. Sudden snap.
The sound of thunder resounded throughout the world, and then an extremely thick dark red lightning pillar fell from the sky. The lightning column encountered no obstacles and easily passed through the protective shield of the Demon City base. Then he headed straight towards the safest manor villa in the Demon City.
Boom!
The huge sound of the lightning column hitting the ground instantly spread throughout the entire Demon City base.
Then a dazzling light illuminated the entire Demon Emperor's base.
After a long time, everyone slowly opened their eyes. At this time, the protective shield of the Yaodu base has been automatically restored. The surroundings were no longer dark, the sky was bright blue, and the clouds were as white as cotton.
Everyone felt that everything that had just happened seemed to be just an illusion.
However, at this time, several figures had already passed over the sky above the Demon City and flew towards the manor villa.
The group came to a remote mountain forest.
There are no manor houses around. But at this time, the mountains and forests were already in a mess. A large area of trees in the mountains were burned, revealing the charred soil at the bottom that was struck by lightning. Fortunately, the lightning struck this remote area, so there were no casualties. No one has explained that this isn't about breaking through the shackles of talent. I really don't know how such a powerful lightning attack could suddenly appear.
Maybe there's some treasure here, let's split up and look for it.
Good. As they talked, they began to search. After a long time, everyone did not find any useful clues and could only leave in disappointment. At this time, in Zhang Fan's manor villa.
Luckily, we got outside the mountains just in time, otherwise this whole area of manors and villas would have been destroyed.
Zhang Fan said this with a sense of relief in his heart. The power displayed by this talent after being upgraded to SSS is too terrifying. It is countless times stronger than the previously awakened S-level talent. Then Zhang Fan continued to look at the system panel.
Psionic skills, Thunder attribute S+. Sure enough, a plus sign can now be seen behind the psychic power technique. Obviously, the level can be directly upgraded.
Zhang Fan clicked the plus sign without hesitation.
Ding!
The host successfully consumed 499,9999 skill points to upgrade the Thunder attribute psychic power technique.
Psionic skills, Thunder attribute SS. Ding! Comprehend SS level Thunder attribute spiritual skill, Extreme Heavenly Thunder. Ding! The next level will allow you to comprehend SSS level Lightning attribute spiritual skills, Chaos Destruction Thunder.
The system prompt sound continued.
After the baptism of talent improvement just now.
The power of thunder and lightning in Zhang Fan's body has transformed into dark red lightning. After the psychic power technique was upgraded to SS level, it could be easily controlled.
Those dark red extreme heavenly thunders appeared very peaceful inside Zhang Fan's body.
It seemed as if it was sleeping, without any of the violent state of thunder and lightning.
But Zhang Fan knew.
The thunder energy contained in it is dozens of times more than before. If the previous S-level thunder attribute could instantly kill a warrior who had reached the realm of transcendence. This time, Zhang Fan only needs a trace of the ultimate heavenly thunder to make the strong man in Lingyun realm unable to fight back. Even if you are a super strong person in the sky-breaking realm, don't even think about fighting against his spiritual skills. Once the thunder attribute comes out, other attributes can only be restrained, unless they are higher than his spiritual skill level. Such a powerful spiritual skill requires at least a super strong person who has reached the breaking sky realm to have enough spiritual power to perform. It's only enough to sustain 2 or 3 spiritual skills. Moreover, if one wants to comprehend SS-level spiritual skills in the sky-breaking realm, then he must be a super genius. There are only a handful of them in the entire Chinese nation. Generally, one can only comprehend it after reaching the void sky realm. However, Zhang Fan does not need to worry about the consumption of spiritual power. As soul power increased, spiritual power had increased by who knows how many times. Even if you use it unlimitedly, you don't have to worry about running out of spiritual power. Zhang Fan is already extremely satisfied with this promotion. If he continues to improve, no one will be able to stop his attack. However, when Zhang Fan looked at the skill points on the system panel, he suddenly felt worried.
Skill points, 88,888.
I just upgraded my psychic skills to SS level, which directly consumed 5 million skill points. If I hadn't stayed in the Shutian realm for 5 days before, and the skill point growth rate had reached 9 times the speed, it might not be enough for this time's spiritual power improvement.
And if you want to continue to upgrade to SSS level, it seems that you need a lot of skill points. Then Zhang Fan stopped thinking about it. He looked out the window with sharp eyes and muttered to himself. Ghost Gate? You don't have to come looking for me this time. I'll come to your house myself. Chapter 83, Fighting at the Ghost Gate.
Fighting against the Dark Prison King and the Blood Shadow King. Outside the borders of China, the restricted area of the Blue Star battlefield stretches across the endless mountains. Zhang Fan was moving quickly towards Fangqiuling marked on the map. With the help of Lei Huan Xianying's body skills, his figure kept flashing in the dense forests of the mountains. Even the most sophisticated instruments cannot capture his exact location. Even a warrior with spatial attributes cannot achieve such a movement. As his figure sped forward, Zhang Fan released his soul power to the fullest extent, and everything within 1,000 meters around him was in his sight. A group of people dressed exactly like the Yasha team before suddenly appeared in his mind. There were 2 burly men sitting in front of the Yaksha team, and they were talking about something. Brother, you said that there has been no news about our third sister for 2 days. Was she killed by that Zhang Fan? Said one of the men in a white vest. I'm afraid it's very dangerous. A man with long red hair next to the man in the white vest suddenly spoke in a deep voice. It's all the fault of those bastards from the Huang family. If their information hadn't been inaccurate, my third sister and fourth brother wouldn't have been killed. The man in the white vest said this with a look of anger on his face. They, the four kings of Ghostgate, have been living happily here and no one dares to mess with them. Although Huang Shu's martial arts level is not high, he has a rare spatial attribute and can usually find a lot of useful information for Gui men.
When I was about to grow up,
the Huang family came to ask for help, and Huang Shu, as a member of the Huang family, took the Yaksha team out without saying a word.
I didn't expect to never look back.
What is even more abominable is that the subsequent information was inaccurate, and the evil King Xianxi among the four kings was also implicated. That is his most beloved third sister. The man in the white vest was the Blood Shadow King Dihu. Thinking of this, he threw the teacup on the table away.
Snap! The teacup shattered all over the floor.
Second brother, now that it has happened, we must find a way to help our third sister and fourth brother get revenge. The red-haired man, Dark Prison King Tianlong, glanced at Blood Shadow King and continued. The Huang family sent another message. This time, they have the help of a peak-level Lingyun realm expert from the Magic City. They are planning to join forces with us to ambush Zhang Fan.
Fuck!
They dared to send messages. The Blood Shadow King was immediately furious when he heard this, and then said in a cold voice, "Did you say when?"
I can't wait any longer. They have been monitoring the gate of the Demon City and will take action as soon as you leave the Chinese territory, said the Dark Prison King.
Suddenly, the Blood Shadow King thought of something and looked at the Dark Prison King hesitantly and said, "What about the Ghost Emperor?"
Nothing, my lord has gone to the underground palace. The Dark Prison King waved his hand and continued. And with so many strong men like us, can't we capture a freshman from the Martial Arts Academy who just turned 18? That's really against the will of heaven.
Hearing the words of the Dark Prison King, the Blood Shadow King immediately licked his lips and laughed crazily. Zhang Fan has already retracted his soul power at this time. He heard the conversation between the Dark Prison King and the Blood Shadow King clearly.
A powerful person at the peak of Lingyun realm from the Demon City? Underground palace? This information immediately lingered in his mind.
Then he used all his strength to perform Thunder Illusion Thousand Shadows. Although Zhang Fan looked like he was strolling leisurely, he moved a long distance in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at a mountain fortress that his soul power had just sensed. It is surrounded by many wooden peaks on the outside, like an ancient mountain stronghold. However, there are countless such villages in the mountains of this battlefield-restricted area. Then Zhang Fan walked slowly into the village. A group of guards at the door immediately noticed Zhang Fan's presence. But when they saw that it was just a young student-looking person, they immediately burst into laughter.
Boy, are you lost? This is not the place for you. Get out of here. I'll take out my big knife and scare you to the point of peeing your pants. Why do young people nowadays go all out to travel to desolate mountains and wilderness?
Zhang Fan looked indifferently at the people in front of him who were laughing wildly and unscrupulously.
Noisy.
A faint voice was heard, and then Zhang Fan waved his hand. Countless bolts of lightning struck the crowd of people laughing wildly in front of him like raindrops.
Boom! 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 Thunderclaps sounded, followed by terrible wails. Ah! Quickly notify the two Ghost Kings, there is an enemy attack. When the crowd standing in the distance saw this, they were so frightened that they fled into the village in a panic. Ho-hoo!
A signal sounded throughout the village, and everyone was startled and ran towards Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan naturally showed no mercy. Countless lightning bolts appeared out of nowhere in the air and then smashed madly into the rushing crowd. In an instant, the entire village seemed like hell on earth, with countless screams and wails everywhere. Suddenly, the falling lightning was blocked by a gray light shield, and then two figures appeared in front of Zhang Fan. How dare you come to my haunted place and cause trouble? Who are you? If you don't tell us the reason today, we will annihilate your family. The Dark Prison King and the Blood Shadow King looked at the tragic scene around them, and suddenly spoke loudly to Zhang Fan with anger on their faces. But what shocked them even more was the other party's methods, which were cruel and powerful. Aren't you looking for me? Zhang Fan said lightly. Then there was no nonsense. With a wave of his hand, several thick dark red lightning bolts blasted towards the two Ghost Gate Kings opposite from all directions. You are Zhang Fan. How do you know this place? The Huang family is a bunch of rubbish. They didn't even know that someone had found Fanchao Ridge.
That's good, so we don't have to waste time looking for you.
When the Dark Prison King and the Blood Shadow King heard Zhang Fan's words, a look of joy suddenly appeared on their faces. Now they are both in Lingyun realm, no matter how strong the opponent is, they can't beat them. As the two of them spoke, they quickly released their respective spiritual skills. The Blood Shadow King Dihu used 2 sledgehammers. He struck the sledgehammers rapidly, emitting bursts of intense energy fluctuations, and rushed towards the dark red lightning released by Zhang Fan. There were also heart-shaking sounds spreading around. Some of the Ghost Gate people who were struggling on the ground were suddenly shocked and bled from all 7 orifices, and died on the spot. The Dark Prison King had no weapons, but he had gathered the grey light shield that had just blocked Zhang Fan and placed it in front of the two of them to prevent them from being struck by the surrounding lightning. Rumble! The dark red lightning and the energy fluctuations emitted by the Blood Shadow King collided instantly. Bang! Before he could hold on for a moment, the powerful energy wave emitted by the Blood Shadow King was immediately defeated. The dark red lightning continued to bombard the Dark Prison King and the Blood Shadow King. What? The Blood Shadow King looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. Chapter 84, The Bloodline Power of Lingyun Realm? Nothing more than that. A trace of solemnity appeared on the face of the Dark Prison King, and then the dark grey light shield in front of him instantly became much more solid. He must have used all his strength to resist the dark red lightning emitted by Zhang Fan. Boom! With a loud bang, dark red lightning struck down instantly. The dark grey protective shield of the Dark Prison King was cracked and looked like it was about to be shattered at any moment. The eyes of the Dark Prison King and the Blood Shadow King were filled with shock. Impossible! How can a martial arts freshman display such powerful spiritual skills? And I've never seen such a domineering power of thunder and lightning before. The color of this lightning, it's at least an S-level talent, and the power of this spiritual skill is even at S-level. Before the two could continue to be shocked, a crisp sound was heard. Base. The dark grey shield of the Dark Prison King was like a broken mirror, instantly shattered into countless tiny pieces. Then, the violent dark red lightning quickly bombarded the Dark Prison King and the Blood Shadow King without any hindrance. Rumble. A loud noise was heard, followed by a cloud of dust and smoke, which instantly covered the entire open space in front of the village. The loud noise spread throughout the entire Fangkyoling mountain, and people living nearby in the distance were alarmed and wanted to find the source of the sound. However, the area where the Ghost Gate is located is relatively remote, and few people dare to come here. At this time, the other people in Ghost Gate saw the 2 Ghost Kings being struck by lightning on the spot. Regardless of life or death, he immediately dropped what he was holding and prepared to escape. They were so frightened by the young man in front of them that they didn't dare to stay here any longer. It's horrible. Is this still human power? Everyone, run! The 2 Ghost Kings couldn't even withstand his attack. What's the point of fighting? Suddenly, the Blood Shadow King's wild laughter was heard from the dust and smoke. Ha ha ha! Is this the legendary genius with extraordinary talent? I never thought that a Lingyun realm cultivator like me would be pushed to this point. He who runs, dies. The sound in the dust and smoke disappeared, and then blood-red mist suddenly appeared around. These blood-colored mists instantly bound those who wanted to escape, and then swallowed them up. Zhang Fan waved his hand casually, and the spreading blood-colored mist dissipated instantly. Then 2 figures appeared in front of him. The Blood Shadow King was now covered in blood-colored mist, and his eyes were flashing with a strange red light. The whole person is like a devil from hell. The Dark Prison King was shrouded in a thick layer of dark grey light, with only his head remaining. The blood mist of the Blood Shadow King touched the dark grey light and disappeared instantly. Bloodline power? Zhang Fan looked at the 2 people in front of him in confusion. The Dark Prison King looked at Zhang Fan, his eyes no longer filled with shock. He simply said calmly, I admit that you are truly strong. But he's just a powerful cultivator in the Lingyun realm who has activated his bloodline. Even if your spiritual skills reach S level, it will be in vain. Besides, there are still 2 of us. Suddenly, the Dark Prison King's voice stopped. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 sounds of breaking through the air were heard, and then 3 flying knives were seen piercing through the blood mist in dark grey light in front of the 2 men. This sharpness is indeed powerful. Zhang Fan put away the 3 flying knives with satisfaction. It was just right that there were stronger warriors who could test the upper limit of the sharpness of these flying knives. But it doesn't seem to have much effect on them. Zhang Fan then looked at the 2 people in front of him who were pierced. The Dark Prison King and the Blood Shadow King did not fall down. The hole was filled with the light around them after a while. Zhang Fan suddenly became curious. This ability is very similar to the Molten Flame Abyss Beast in the Void Heaven Trial Tower. The two people who recovered were also scared and broke out in cold sweats. Then they all looked at Zhang Fan and said, "You are truly amazing. You can actually control such a sharp flying knife attack. But our bloodline has been activated by a Class A gene potion. It's more powerful than you can imagine. Let me send you on your way now." The Blood Shadow King couldn't wait any longer. The blood mist around him became thicker and then quickly rushed towards Zhang Fan. "Second brother, come back." The Dark Prison King wanted to speak out to stop it. But the Blood Shadow King was extremely eager to seek revenge. Didn't listen to him at all. "Noisy!" Zhang Fan shouted loudly, and countless dense dark red lightnings rose up behind him instantly. These lightning forces were dancing wildly behind Zhang Fan. Then Zhang Fan waved his hand, and the dancing power of thunder and lightning turned into arrows, shooting towards the rushing Blood Shadow King. These were all condensed by Zhang Fan long ago, and they contained even more domineering and violent power of heavenly thunder. "It's no use." Before the Blood Shadow King finished speaking, the smile had already frozen on his face. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of lightning arrows piercing through the body was heard. Then, the huge blood mist body of the Blood Shadow King was ruthlessly pierced by the arrows transformed from these extreme heavenly thunders. The Blood Shadow King didn't even let out a final scream before he was instantly blown into pieces and scattered all over the ground. There is not even a chance to recover. Ding! Killed a Lingyun Realm 6th level warrior, experience points plus 1,200,000. The system's voice came. A smile suddenly appeared on Zhang Fan's face. The bloodline power of the Lingyun realm? That's all. Second brother. This sudden scene made the Dark Prison King cry out in grief. Then he looked at Zhang Fan with shock on his face. This is the power of SS level spiritual skills. He was extremely panicked at this moment. This young man named Zhang Fan is so scary. Not only does he have amazing talent, but his perception ability is also extremely terrifying. He can perform SS level spiritual skills at such a young age. This was something he had never heard of before. Then the Dark Prison King had only one thought: escape. But how could Zhang Fan give him this opportunity? A terrifying and extremely violent thunderbolt instantly appeared in the air. Rumble. Then it dropped from the sky at an extremely fast speed and hit the Dark Prison King directly. The Dark Prison King's eyes were filled with fear. He discovered that this lightning energy was even more massive and terrifying than the previous one. Then the Dark Prison King had no choice but to concentrate all the energy in his body. Disperse! The Dark Prison King shouted. Thick dark gray light mist was suddenly released from the body crazily, quickly forming a natural barrier to resist the power of the heavenly thunder. Death energy? Zhang Fan looked at the dark gray mist surrounding the Dark Prison King with doubt, then chuckled disdainfully and said, "If it were anyone else, they might be helpless, but this is the heavenly thunder that suppresses evil. Die!" As Zhang Fan's voice fell, the extreme heavenly thunder had already hit the natural barrier released by the Dark Prison King. Swoosh! The natural barrier suddenly made a series of collision sounds. The Dark Prison King's face was filled with despair. He found that even if he exerted all his energy, he could only barely hold out for a moment. "Lord Ghost Emperor, save me!" The Dark Prison King tried to call for help. But this is just the unwillingness expressed by a dead person in his last moments. Bang! A loud bang was heard, and the dark gray death energy was instantly defeated and dispersed. Then the extreme heavenly thunder blasted towards the Dark Prison King without mercy. No! The Dark Prison King's pupils widened and he let out a final cry. At this moment, a deep voice came from a distance. Stop! Chapter 85: The Miserable Ghost Emperor is back. Along with the deep voice came a light of pale golden flame. The remaining power of the extreme heavenly thunder was immediately offset. SS level fire attribute talent? A hint of surprise appeared on Zhang Fan's face. Then he looked forward and saw a figure appearing beside the Dark Hell King. He is a tall and straight old man with white hair. Zhang Fan's soul power could sense that the other party was at least a super strong man in the skybreaking realm, but it seemed that his breath was a little unstable now, and he was obviously injured. Lord Ghost Emperor. The Dark Prison King was immediately filled with surprise when he saw the newcomer's face. He didn't expect that his shout would really work. The white-haired old man ignored him, then looked at Zhang Fan with sharp eyes and said, "How dare you? You dare to run to the ghost gate and act wild." "Humph. Ghost gate?" Zhang Fan snorted disdainfully, then said coldly, "You're allowed to ambush me, but I'm not allowed to seek justice. Is this reasonable in this world?" After Zhang Fan finished speaking, he raised his hand, and another extremely violent thunder struck down from the sky. "No matter whether you are the Ghost Emperor or anyone else, anyone who stands in his way today will be killed." The white-haired old man originally wanted to scare the young man in front of him first. After all, the opponent is able to display SS-level spiritual power. "I didn't expect that the other party only looks young, but is so domineering and decisive in doing things." Without caring about anything else, he quickly released the fire energy in his body to fight against Zhang Fan's extreme heavenly thunder. The dark red and light gold SS-level energies collided with each other, and a terrifying energy wave erupted instantly. The people from Guimen who were still watching the battle were instantly shattered by this energy wave, and died on the spot with blood coming out of all 7 orifices. Even a Lingyun realm powerhouse like the Dark Prison King could only barely rely on his own death energy to resist the aftermath. The thunder attribute is the most domineering energy attack. The two energies advanced towards the white-haired old man and the Dark Prison King in the air at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this, the white-haired old man could only turn his head with difficulty and look at the Dark Prison King beside him and shouted, "What is going on? How did we provoke such a powerful enemy?" The Dark Prison King was also very depressed after being yelled at. Who knew that a weasel could attract such a powerful enemy? He has cursed the Huang family countless times in his heart. Then he briefly recounted the incident. After hearing this, a murderous look suddenly appeared on the white-haired old man's face. These guys are more likely to cause trouble than to help. Then he said to Zhang Fan with difficulty, "My friend, these are all misunderstandings. You have already killed so many people from my ghost gate. How about we just call it a day?" There was no expression on Zhang Fan's face. If he didn't have this strength, he would have died in the death rainforest long ago. If we don't eradicate the problem now that we have the strength, when are we waiting? Then, without saying a word, Zhang Fan's entire body was quickly covered with the blood-red god of killing armor. The whole person is like a killing god coming out of hell. The white-haired old man was also shocked by the murderous aura. He didn't expect that there would be such terrible equipment in the world. Even he couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't be disturbed by this murderous intent. Suddenly, the white-haired old man's pupils widened, and he found that the intensity of the murderous aura had increased several times. Zhang Fan in front took out a bright black spear at some point. The unknown ferocious beast on the spear seems to be real, and it makes people terrified at first sight. Then Zhang Fan's cold voice came from a distance, "Humph. You were just injured, otherwise why would you let me go so easily?" "You, how do you know?" The white-haired old man was already extremely frightened. This young man was so scary that he could actually clearly know that he was injured. But what responded to him was a surge of murderous intent. Ah! A deafening dragon roar resounded throughout the entire ghost gate. Then a huge blood-red dragon shadow shot out from the spear. The blood-red dragon shadow opened its bloody mouth and rushed towards the white-haired old man and the Dark Prison King. "No!" The Dark Hell King exclaimed again. He found that his body was unable to move because of the murderous aura emitted by the blood-red dragon shadow in front of him. Originally he thought that the appearance of the Ghost Emperor could save him from death, but he didn't expect that now even the Ghost Emperor can't save himself. The white-haired old man's face was extremely ugly, but he was more shocked. This level of attack has exceeded the maximum limit of his defense. Then a hint of determination flashed in the white-haired old man's eyes. Before the blood-red dragon shadow was about to kill him, his body suddenly disintegrated into a pool of blood that flowed on the ground. The Dark Prison King no longer has any ability to resist. He let the blood-red dragon shadow transformed from the murderous aura pass through his body, and was then ruthlessly blasted into pieces. Ding! Killed a 9th level warrior in the Lingyun realm, experience points plus 1,500,000. The system's voice came. Zhang Fan knew that the white-haired old man must have used the power of his bloodline to avoid his attack. At this moment, a strange voice came from underground. He. Then dense blood mist rose from the ground, and then quickly condensed into countless figures of white-haired old men. "Arrogant boy, you really pissed me off." These white-haired old men made sounds at the same time, and the sound suddenly became as loud as a bell. However, in Zhang Fan's eyes, the true body of the white-haired old man has always been locked by his soul power. "Humph! You're playing tricks on me, die. Zhang Fan snorted coldly, and thunder suddenly exploded in the sky. Then, countless blasts of extreme heavenly thunder appeared, rapidly bombarding the clones of the white-haired old man on the ground. The god-killing spear in Zhang Fan's hand had already stabbed towards the white-haired old man's real body without hesitation.
Impossible. How could you know my true identity? When the white-haired old man saw Zhang Fan's determined gaze and the attacking spear, fear suddenly appeared in his eyes. You should know that even the super strong man who was at the peak of the sky-breaking realm in the previous Bola kingdom could not see through it. He even wore him down to the ground and finally killed him. Thinking of this, the white-haired old man had only one thought in his mind: escape. A light golden flame barrier quickly appeared in front of him, used to resist Zhang Fan's attack. Without stopping at all, he turned around and wanted to escape from here quickly. Base. The god-killing spear penetrated the flame barrier unhindered. Then Zhang Fan used the thunder illusion Thousand Shadows, his figure flashed quickly, and he caught up with the white-haired old man in the blink of an eye. Then he thrust out with the god-killing spear in his hand. Ah! A ferocious beast roared and instantly pierced through the body of the white-haired old man. Chapter 86, Destroy the Ghost Gate. Enter the Extraordinary. As the white-haired old man was pierced by the phantom of the ferocious beast transformed by the god-killing spear, a vague black mist suddenly rushed out from the white-haired old man's body. Throat. A crisp sound came from Zhang Fan. You, how is it possible? The white-haired old man's pupils suddenly widened and he looked at Zhang Fan in disbelief. His final counterattack, which was infused with all his energy, couldn't even penetrate Zhang Fan's battlesuit. What equipment is this? Who is this person? The old man in white looked at Zhang Fan's indifferent expression, as if everything was under his control, and he was extremely shocked in his heart. Why is he so sure that the suit can withstand his attacks? Even someone at the peak of sky-breaking realm wouldn't dare to take it like this. Just then, the god-killing spear in Zhang Fan's hand condensed. The overwhelming murderous aura stirred within the body of the old man in white, and then began to corrode him at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ah! The old man in white suddenly screamed in pain. Then Zhang Fan instantly pulled out the god-killing gun. Puff! The white-haired old man fell straight to the ground, his pupils dilated and he was no longer breathing. Until his death, he never figured out why he encountered such a powerful enemy as soon as he came back. The Ghost Gate, which was once feared by everyone in the restricted area of the Blue Star battlefield, was destroyed in less than a day. Unfortunately, the white-haired old man could not get the answer until his death. Ding! Killed a sky-breaking realm level 6 warrior, experience points plus 5 million. The system's voice came. Zhang Fan didn't expect that his current strength was enough to kill such a super strong man. This is thanks to the god-killing gun and god-killing armor in his hands. Breaking the sky realm is the beginning of martial arts to become a super strong person. How many people cannot reach it even after spending their entire lives? But in Zhang Fan's eyes now, it is no longer an insurmountable height. It's a pity that I didn't ask what the underground palace was. Zhang Fan couldn't help but feel a little regretful. It wasn't good to act too quickly and decisively. But on second thought, these people from Guimen are not like the 18 generals in the restricted area of the Blue Star battlefield. If you are not careful, they may use some means to escape. Just like the white-haired old man's final counterattack just now, if it weren't for the god-killing armor, he might have been seriously injured or even died. Just kill him, at least there will be no consequences. Zhang Fan felt more and more relieved when he thought of this. Then the soul power was released. He immediately took the 3 space rings in his hands. The people from Ghost Gate still have a lot of background. The 4 kings plus a ghost emperor, each of them contributed a space ring. However, Zhang Fan was not in a hurry to check it out at this time, as he had more important things to do. That is to upgrade your level. Just now, I gained more than 7 million experience points in one go. Then Zhang Fan couldn't wait to instruct the system to upgrade the level. Ding! The host successfully consumed 676,8405 experience points to increase his cultivation level. First level of the Transcendent Saint Realm. The system's voice came. Zhang Fan was ecstatic and directly upgraded 4 levels. He even broke through the barrier of the heavenly realm and reached the realm of transcendence. His condition instantly returned to its peak, and the energy and blood in his body continued to rise. Ah! Zhang Fan shouted, and the huge amount of energy and blood that had been upgraded instantly rushed out of his body,
blasting away all the corpses of the ghosts on the ground around him. In an instant, the open space that was originally full of corpses became much cleaner. Zhang Fan was pleasantly surprised to find that this improvement was a qualitative leap. The Qi and blood value has reached 52,000. With various blessings and bonuses, it can already catch up with the Qi and blood value of 500,000 of the 7th level of the Sky-Breaking Realm. Because of the low level before, the effect of the increase in the 8 Desolate Immortal Battle Body was not obvious enough. This time, Zhang Fan suddenly felt the awesomeness of this immortal combat body. It is worthy of being one of the 10 most powerful bloodlines in ancient times. Coupled with the blessing of the Star Ring, that is enough to bring his Qi and blood to the peak of the Sky-Breaking Realm. It is even possible to reach the level of Qi and blood of Shutian Realm. It's so scary. However, the Star Ring had been used once in the Void Heaven Trial Tower last time. Zhang Fan discovered that what was being consumed was the power of the universe, and the consumption was huge. The recovery process is too slow, and only 1/10 of the power of the universe has been recovered so far. Zhang Fan thought it might be because his talent level was too low. If you upgrade the talent level of the Star Chaos Body later, maybe we won't have to worry about the consumption of cosmic power, and we may even be able to increase the number of star rings. Thinking of this, Zhang Fan suddenly became a little excited. Then to what terrifying power will the Qi and blood increase by then? I wonder if I can penetrate this blue planet with one punch? What makes Zhang Fan even happier is that after this level upgrade, the Killing God armor is no longer afraid of attacks from super strong people in the Void Sky realm. This is great news. In other words, now except for the strongest ones like Tonggu realm, he doesn't have to worry about being attacked. This is really like a crab crossing the river walking sideways. Then Zhang Fan gathered his energy and blood, took the 3 space rings in his hands and began to explore. There are a lot of good things, but they are too ordinary for Zhang Fan. Only the jade plates engraved with the identities of the people from Goimen attracted his attention. The Ghost Emperor actually had 5 pieces by himself, plus the 4 Ghost Kings had 4 pieces, for a total of 9 pieces. Zhang Fan held it in his hand and examined it carefully. Suddenly, a system voice came from my mind. Ding! Star fragments detected 99, do you need to synthesize? Zhang Fan's eyes suddenly lit up and he immediately agreed. Ding! Synthesis successful, gain D-level star crystal +1. D-level star crystal contains a small amount of cosmic power, can be used to restore cosmic power and comprehend talent level. The system's voice came. An irregular crystal suddenly appeared in Zhang Fan's hand. The crystal continues to emit colorful light and a peaceful atmosphere. It makes people feel very close. Zhang Fan knew that this intimate aura was a kind of perception that could improve his talent. For others, it is truly a treasure. Unfortunately, Zhang Fan has talent attribute cards that can directly improve his talents, so he doesn't care about these at all. However, being able to enhance the power of the universe is what he needs most at this stage. Thinking of this, Zhang Fan absorbed it without hesitation. Base. In just a moment, Zhang Fan felt that the consumed cosmic power had returned to normal. And the D-level star crystal in his hand had only been consumed by less than half. Could it be that his current reserves of cosmic power are indeed too low, and he can't even consume an entire D-level star crystal like this? Fortunately, the power of the universe has been restored, and we can use the power of the star ring at critical moments. Then Zhang Fan put away all the things. There is no need to worry too much, these problems can be easily solved by simply increasing your talent level. Zhang Fan looked at the mess around him, then raised his hand and waved. Rumble. Suddenly, rumbling thunder sounded in the air, and the sky was filled with dark red extreme thunders that intertwined continuously. Boom! 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 Countless dark red lightning pillars blasted towards various parts of Goimen village like angry beasts. Then flames shot up into the sky. The fire instantly engulfed the entire Goimen village, and it gradually dissipated after a long time, leaving only charred soil on the ground. Zhang Fan had already turned around and used the thunder illusion Thousand Shadows, and the remaining figure gradually disappeared. Chapter 87, Investigating the Lu Family. The Lu family has evil deeds. Zhang Fan did not return to the Demon City base immediately. Instead, he cast the Thousand Shadows of Thunder all the way and headed towards the manors on the other side of the Black Water River. He clearly heard the conversation between the Dark Prison King and the Blood Shadow King. This time, the Lu family has a powerful person at the peak of Lingyun realm coming from the Magic City. And it seems like it was coming specifically for me.
Then he would naturally go and investigate. Know yourself and your enemy, it is important to know more information. However, he is not very clear about the strength of the Lu family, so it is better to be careful. Then Zhang Fan flashed forward while releasing his soul power. The information within 1,000 meters around him immediately entered his mind. No particularly powerful aura was found. Zhang Fan thought it was an illusion, and then he scanned the area again, only to find some Lingyun realm auras similar to those of the Dark Prison King. Some of them are only slightly stronger than the Dark Prison King, and have not reached the level of a super powerful sky-breaking realm expert like the Ghost Emperor. Zhang Fan suddenly felt confused. The Lu family is one of the 4 major families in the restricted area of the Blue Star battlefield. How could there be no super strong person in charge? How weird. At this time, 2 familiar voices were heard. Xiao Bin, have you asked the Huang family what the Ghost Gate's attitude is? Are they willing to cooperate? Uncle Lu, the Huang family sent us news this morning, saying that the Dark Prison King has agreed to cooperate with us to ambush Zhang Fan. Ah, great. With the Guimen guys joining us, Zhang Fan is definitely going to die this time. Zhang Fan then gathered his soul power in the direction where the sound came from. 2 figures suddenly appeared in front of him, it was Lu Bin and another familiar face. A powerful person at the peak of Lingyun realm who escaped outside the South City base. I didn't expect him to appear here. It seems that the Wang family of Demon City sent him. Listen to the conversation between the 2 of them. Zhang Fan knew that the news of Guimen being wiped out had not yet reached here. Suddenly, a series of curses and cries came from the soul power sensing. Damn it, you dare to run away? I'll beat you to pieces. Wow. Ah, I won't run away anymore. I don't dare to run away. And you, come and serve me, or I'll beat your brother to death. Sister, I'm scared. Third brother, hurry up and take inventory, the country of Burra is already pressing for people. Okay, boss, or 100 kids? Nonsense, even if I want more, there's no stock. Don't other countries want to ship to it? What followed were all kinds of screams and cries. Zhang Fan's soul power immediately gathered towards the source of the sound, which was underground where Lu Bin and the others were. One horrific scene after another came flooding in. Countless children were imprisoned in the dungeon, and many young girls were beaten by a group of strong men, and even raped. The scene was as miserable as hell on earth. A hint of murderous intent suddenly flashed in Zhang Fan's eyes. These people actually do such unscrupulous things. Moreover, many of these children have Chinese facial features. These people are so hateful. All of you die. Zhang Fan shouted angrily. A huge vortex formed by dark clouds suddenly appeared in the sky above the Lu family manor. There were countless thick dark red lightning flashing among them. Zhang Fan used his full strength this time, and suddenly a strong wind blew around him, and the sun and moon lost their light. Rumble. Muffled thunder exploded. Suddenly, many people in the Lu family manor looked up at the sky outside. It was sunny just now, why did the wind suddenly pick up? The sky looks like it's been stained with ink. There's no light at all. It's just like night in broad daylight. Strange things happen every year. I think it's going to rain heavily, so we should hide in the house. Before they could close all the doors and windows, the violent thunder and lightning in the sky had already impatiently descended from the sky. Snap. Boom. 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 Huge thunder explosions continued to sound. The Lu family manor was immediately blasted into ruins by several dark red extreme thunders. The light of the bombardment illuminated the entire world. What followed was countless screams. Ah! How could this happen? Why are these lightnings striking here specifically? Why am I losing all feeling in my body? Ah! Why am I losing my body? Isn't there a lightning rod installed? Could it be a fake? Second brother. What's wrong with you? Wake up! Someone come and save us. Lu Chang and other Lingyun realm experts of the Lu family immediately ran up into the air to check. What the hell is going on? Why do these lightning bolts seem to be specifically striking our Lu family's manor? Is someone targeting us? Just as they were wondering and guessing, a voice filled with murderous intent came from the distant sky. Because your Lu family has done so many evil things, you should be struck by lightning. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the Lu family looked up and saw a figure floating in the sky. Behind the figure, a pair of 8-meter-long black and red wings were waving continuously. Brother, what do you mean by this?
Lu Chang hadn't recognized Zhang Fan yet, and when he heard this he immediately frowned and asked unhappily.
However, he did not dare to get angry easily. After all, he did not know the strength of both sides, especially since the other party could float in the air with wings. Just for this reason, he is not an ordinary unknown person. Of course I'm going to destroy you all.
Zhang Fan's faint voice reached the ears of everyone in the Lu family from the air, and then the air began to stir again. The wind was blowing violently and countless dark clouds were constantly changing in the sky. Dark red lightning bolts pierced through the sky and continued to bombard the Lu family.
You did it! Lu Chang and others were immediately furious. They thought it was a natural phenomenon, but they didn't expect it was the power of thunder and lightning controlled by humans.
Then these Lingyun realm powerhouses wanted to release their own energy to resist these dark red extreme heavenly thunders. They thought that Zhang Fan, relying on his wings to float in the air, would not exceed the Lingyun realm at most. But when the extreme heavenly thunder struck in front of everyone, everyone's face suddenly showed horror.
This lightning is so strong. Who is this person and why does he want to destroy our Lu family?
A person with such strength cannot possibly be from the restricted area of the battlefield.
No, I can't hold on any longer. Ah!
Before everyone could react, a figure was instantly blasted through by the extreme heavenly thunder, and then was blown into a charred skeleton before it even hit the ground.
Wow!
The other members of the Lu family who were still holding on were suddenly filled with horror.
What kind of strength is this? Chapter 88 The Lu family? The Lu family no longer exists.
Unfortunately, no one could respond to these people from the Lu family. What responded to them were extremely violent and powerful heavenly thunders condensed in the air. The lightning pillars formed by these extreme heavenly thunders seemed to require no consumption. They appeared in the air without limit, and then bombarded towards the Lu family manor one after another. Everyone in the Lu family present had despair on their faces.
Why on earth is this happening? How could our Lu family provoke such an existence? Could it be?
Hearing this, Lu Chang, who had been frowning in thought, suddenly widened his pupils.
He looked up at Zhang Fan and exclaimed in surprise, "You are Zhang Fan. Congratulations, you got the answer right.
I'll reward you with 10 heavenly thunders."
Zhang Fan's voice came faintly. What follows are endless lightning attacks. Boom boom boom.
Thunder roared, and the once luxurious manor had become a ruin, with countless figures fleeing. But none of them can escape Zhang Fan's soul-sensing range. The tiny lightning branches that branched out from the lightning pillars spread throughout the Lu family, turning all the escapees into charred corpses.
That's too much.
Lu Chang's eyes were already red, and he rushed towards Zhang Fan with his weapon in hand. He didn't expect that Zhang Fan, the high school student who had previously competed with his sister, had reached such terrifying strength after just a few days. He never expected that the other party would dare to come directly to the Lu family and attack his clansmen.
Although he was very angry, in Zhang Fan's eyes he was just a cornered clown who could be killed with ease. Die!
Zhang Fan did not hesitate and directly activated the 8 Desolate Immortal Battle Body and his Blood and Energy Sword instantly. But he didn't use his full strength, because it was not necessary to deal with such a peak Lingyun realm player. Zhang Fan's body was covered with rich energy and blood, like a god of war descending to the world, and then he punched towards the attacking Lu Chang.
Ah!
The sound of breaking through the air was like that of a ferocious beast, which instantly broke through Lu Chang's weapon. Then, he pierced through the body of the peak Lingyun realm master with unstoppable force, and a huge hole suddenly appeared in Lu Chang's body.
Lu Chang's pupils widened as he looked at the pierced body in disbelief.
He thought Zhang Fan was very strong, but he didn't expect that his strength at the peak of Lingyun realm would be as fragile as an egg in front of him. Then Lu Chang fell straight down from the air and hit the ground heavily, like a huge rock hitting the hearts of all the Lu family members.
Lu Chang is dead. The peak of Lingyun realm couldn't even take a single move from the opponent. Too strong. Run. The Lu family is finished.
Even the strongest Lu Chang is no match for this man now, let alone them. However, the Lu family was surrounded by a tall wall of thunder, and there was no way to escape.
Ding!
Killed a 9th level warrior in the Lingyun realm, experience points plus 1,500,000.
The system's voice came.
Zhang Fan didn't want to waste time at this time, so he raised his hand and pointed. The tall thunder walls around it instantly fell towards the Lu family manor, and countless tragic shouts were heard.
But these things could not move Zhang Fan anymore.
Compared with the scene underground, these were nothing. After a long time, the Lu family manor returned to peace.
Zhang Fan's spiritual sense swept over quickly.
He noticed a slight movement, and then waved his hand, revealing a figure shrouded in golden light. Zhang Fan took a closer look and saw that it was Lu Bin. I didn't expect that the other party had such a life-saving trick.
Zhang
Fan, please spare my life. My grandfather is a super powerful person at the peak of the sky-breaking realm.
He will give you anything you want.
When Lu Bin saw Zhang Fan slowly approaching, there was an incomparable fear in his eyes.
Oh? A smile appeared on Zhang Fan's lips.
Lu Bin thought Zhang Fan was going to agree, and was about to continue to make a promise. Before he could speak, he heard Zhang Fan shout. The last time I slapped you a few times was already light, but I didn't expect you to find people to ambush me again and again. Even if your grandfather is the strongest in the Tontian realm, you will not survive today. After hearing Zhang Fan's words, Lu Bin reacted and the golden light around him suddenly became stronger and he wanted to escape. But it's all in vain in front of Zhang Fan.
Suddenly, several dark red lightning bolts rose from the ground and knocked Lu Bin into the air. Then, a huge and thick sky thunder blasted towards Lu Bin. Lu Bin and the golden light were instantly pierced by the lightning column.
Then there was a loud explosion, and Lu Bin's body was directly blown into a bloody mist, scattered on the ruins around the Lu family manor. After Zhang Fan finished doing all this, he immediately punched a patch of weeds in the Lu family manor. A thick layer of soil and weeds was blown away. A huge hole appeared, and the scene underground suddenly appeared in front of Zhang Fan. Then he flashed and appeared underground. The underground space was very huge. Zhang Fan saw children locked in cages everywhere. These people threw the children into the cages in the dungeon like livestock. The cries of countless children and the shouts of some women in the distance. Who are you? How dare you break into the Lu family dungeon? At this time, the Lu family's men who were working underground were alarmed, and then they all looked at Zhang Fan sideways. This is a relatively underground place, and the noise from above just now did not reach here at all.
So these people don't know what's going on up there. The Lu family?
The Lu family no longer exists. Zhang Fan said as he quickly dodged and punched hard at these sadists.
Impossible. Ah!
These people still wanted to speak, but it was too late. Zhang Fan's figure kept appearing everywhere in the underground space. Wherever it passed, the body of a sadist would be blown to pieces, and the screams of those who fell to the ground would spread throughout the entire underground space. The people around him immediately began to cheer for Zhang Fan and vent the pain they had endured these days.
Kill! Kill them!
Great, someone finally discovered this place.
Woo! These evil people finally got their comeuppance. Sister, hold on, we are saved. We will definitely make it back home. In less than a moment, Zhang Fan's figure appeared in the distance. All the people from the Lu family had been knocked to the ground, screaming in pain. Zhang Fan did not kill them directly, but let them experience the pain of being tortured to the point of being worse than death. You have been rescued. I will let you out, but don't crowd. It's easy for a stampede to occur with so many people. Zhang Fan said to the people around him. Everyone has already regarded Zhang Fan as a godlike existence, so naturally everyone will obey what he says. Then Zhang Fan opened all the dungeons.
The prisoners walked out slowly, looked at Zhang Fan deeply, wanting to remember the savior in their hearts, and then walked towards the ground one by one. After a long time, all the prisoners had escaped from the dungeon. Zhang Fan then released several violent lightning forces, and the underground space was instantly engulfed in a ball of fire.
Ah! Ah!
Screams suddenly filled the entire underground space, which was the price these people paid for the evil deeds they committed.
Chapter 89 Huang Family. I still like your unruly look. The Lu family's movements also attracted the attention of many people around them. Why are there so many lightning bolts in that direction? It seems to be the Lu family manor. Well done.
The Lu family has done a lot of evil in this restricted area of the battlefield over the years. Every time I pass by the Lu family manor, I can hear the crying of children and women. I wonder how many bad things they have done behind my back.
Really? I thought I was hallucinating.
It scares me so much that I have to take a detour every time.
What? My child has been missing for several days. Could it be? Maybe his son is missing, just like that crazy Mrs. Tian. No.
Those people look so familiar, they seem to be from our village.
That one is Chunhua.
Oh, God has mercy on us.
We're back. We're all back.
Then came the sounds of people crying with joy.
Zhang Fan put away his soul power sensing.
He knew that there were more than these, and many more were already heading towards their respective homes. Then he used Thunder Illusion Thousand Shadows and continued running in another direction.
Huang family. He is just like the Lu family.
Although he has never shown up, he has participated in every ambush. Even the Ghost Gate was contacted by the Huang family, so Zhang Fan couldn't let them get away with it alone.
Let us investigate first. Let us see if it's the same as the Lu family. Is there a super strong person in charge before taking action? The location of the Huang family manor is very close to the country of Borneo, which is outside the restricted area of the battlefield. However, between the Huang family and Borneo lies one of the four major families, the Alo family. On the surface, they are a family supported by Borneo, but everyone else knows that behind Borneo is the powerful lighthouse country. The country of Borneo does not have the strongest person in charge, so it can only rely on the power of the lighthouse country to prevent being swallowed up by other big families. The Tang family, one of the four major families, is located at the entrance and exit of the Death Rainforest in the restricted area of the Blue Star battlefield. They have been fighting against monsters all the time, so there is no conflict of interest with other families. The four major families also formed a very delicate balance.
However, the appearance of Zhang Fan has broken this balance. Especially after today, there may only be two major families left in the restricted area of the Blue Star battlefield. Looking at the information collected from the Lu family, Zhang Fan had a general understanding. Then they soon arrived at the Huang family's manor. The soul power sensing instantly covered the entire Huang family, and everything appeared in his mind.
There is still no super strong person who has broken through the sky realm. Zhang Fan is very confused. Could it be that they are not in the family?
At this time, the Huang family was in chaos.
Everyone was packing up their things, looking like they were trying to escape. The Lu family is so vulnerable.
Luckily, someone planted in the Lu family sent us a message in advance, otherwise we would have been wiped out.
We have to leave quickly before Zhang Fan arrives. It's really abominable.
My Huang family is one of the four major families in the restricted area of the Blue Star battlefield, and yet we have fallen into such a state.
If Grandpa and the others hadn't gone to the underground palace, how could the whole clan have been forced to flee?
Don't worry, when the superpowers from our Huang and Lu families come back, that will be Zhang Fan's death.
Look, why is it dark outside? What a strong wind. There's dark red lightning in the sky. Could it be?
Zhang Fan had already arrived above the Huang family. He heard everything those people said, especially a familiar face.
Yellow City. The instructor of Yaodu Martial Arts Academy.
It seems that he was the one behind many things, but after today, this person will no longer exist. Zhang Fan then raised his hand and pointed at the Huang family manor, and the extreme thunder that had already condensed in the sky directly struck down.
Boom! Boom boom!
The Huang family's manors were instantly reduced to ruins, and screams were heard everywhere. Then, a series of figures flew quickly into the air and hovered in front of Zhang Fan.
Zhang Fan, you are so audacious.
You destroyed the Lu family and now you dare to mess with my Huang family?
Do you really think we are afraid of you? Young man, this time you will never come back.
Angry voices were heard one after another. Zhang Fan looked at these Lingyun realm powerhouses calmly, then pointed his finger at one of the old men.
He is the strongest among these people and the one who shouts the loudest. Die!
A dark red lightning suddenly shot out from Zhang Fan's hand. Then it directly pierced through the old man's body, and then the dark red lightning continued to spread outward and burn.
Ah!
The old man screamed in pain, then he died and his whole body fell straight to the ground.
Uncle Huang! Huang Cheng exclaimed in surprise when he saw the scene. SS-level spiritual skill.
The others were also shocked and couldn't believe that such a thing could happen. Although it was said before that the Lu family was attacked by a master, no one saw it with their own eyes, so everyone thought that the Lu family was too weak or boasted too much. Now seeing it with their own eyes, everyone gasped, even forgetting what to do, and just stood there in a daze in the air. At this time, someone finally reacted and shouted loudly.
Run away!
Then the figures in front of Zhang Fan prepared to escape in all directions.
But Zhang Fan will not let these succeed.
With a wave of his hand, a huge ball of thunder suddenly formed around him, and everyone was wrapped in it.
Zhang Fan, don't be too extreme.
We in the Huang family still have many super powerful people who haven't returned.
Aren't you afraid of their revenge?
Huang Cheng saw that he was blocked by the terrifying dark red lightning just now, and turned to look at Zhang Fan with a frown.
He wanted to try to use other masters of the family to intimidate Zhang Fan. Revenge?
Zhang Fan spoke lightly, then pointed at one of them.
Dark red lightning instantly struck the man's body.
No, the man suddenly shouted with horror on his face.
Puff!
A crisp sound was heard, and the man instantly turned into a charred corpse, even worse than the old man just now.
When they come back, this will be the same fate.
Zhang Fan's cold voice reached the ears of everyone present. The voice was like the whisper of a devil, making everyone present feel creepy, especially the opponent's powerful spiritual skills. It seems that there is no such thing as spiritual power consumption, and the surrounding lightning protection walls are always so powerful that people dare not touch them.
Zhang Fan, I was wrong. I shouldn't have provoked you. Please let our Huang family go. Huang Cheng's legs softened and he knelt in the air, begging Zhang Fan.
Oh? I still like your rebellious look at the beginning in the academy.
Zhang Fan smiled coldly, then continued, what is the underground palace? And why aren't your super strong people in the family? Chapter 90, Continuous Upgrades. The Demon City is shocked. Zhang Fan knew. Huang Cheng didn't realize that he was wrong, but he was afraid. The strong prey on the weak. He had enough confidence before, so he was so arrogant. Now that he saw that he was unable to fight back and his confidence was shattered, he naturally knelt down and begged for mercy. This is an eternal truth. Hearing Zhang Fan's question, Huang Cheng raised his head and said hesitantly, the underground palace. He didn't expect that Zhang Fan actually knew about this. Zhang Fan's eyes narrowed and he raised his hand and waved. Huang Cheng flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, and then crashed into the thunder wall, his body splashing with sparks. Ah! Ah!
Huang Cheng screamed in pain, and then immediately said. The underground palace contains countless treasures. It has only appeared a few times over the years, but every time, many people have obtained treasures from it.
However, the underground palace has a time limit. It can only be maintained for about 2.5 months. This underground palace is located in the Van Gogh Mountains, west of Borneo. Right now, the sky-breaking realm superpowers from the 4 major families in the restricted area of the Blue Star battlefield are all in the underground palace. Even Zhang Xiaotian, the strongest in the Demon City, and Bharat, who is at the Void Sky realm of the Bharata Kingdom, went there. Huang Cheng told everything he knew all at once. It seemed that he was really hit hard by the extreme thunder. Zhang Fan pondered in his heart, then said, you were so careless that you didn't leave a master to guard the place. Huang Cheng immediately said with a flattering look, the rewards in the underground palace are distributed based on the number of people. But I was complaining in my heart. Who knew that a monster like you would appear?
So many Lingyun realm experts, even the super experts at the peak of Pokong realm, dare not come at you head on. Unexpectedly, they were slaughtered by a young man who was just starting to learn martial arts. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Okay, I won't torture you anymore. Zhang Fan's faint voice came out, and before the Huang family and others could react, they heard Zhang Fan continue to speak coldly. Everyone, go down and accompany the Lu family. His voice was as cold and ruthless as a death sentence. Everyone in the Huang family suddenly showed a look of despair on their faces, but they could not change anything. Zhang Fan was too strong, so strong that they had no desire to resist at all. SS-level spiritual skills, unless you are a genius with extraordinary talent, even a super strong person like the sky-breaking realm cannot comprehend it. What's more, they saw that Zhang Fan still looked calm and composed, with no sign of his spiritual power being exhausted. Such an existence is beyond their cognition and is so powerful that they cannot even imagine it. At this time, the thunder wall surrounding the area quickly gathered together as Zhang Fan waved his hand. These extreme heavenly thunder powers seemed to be the sharpest blades in the world, cutting all the masters of the Huang family present into pieces.
No! Huang Cheng finally shouted.
But it was in vain, his voice was quickly drowned out by the huge sound of thunder. Then these gathered thunder walls instantly formed a huge thunderball, which blasted straight towards the Huang family manor on the ground.
Bang! Rumble!
The loud noise spread throughout the entire restricted area of the Blue Star battlefield. It also attracted the attention of countless people.
The closest family is the Alo family. Several figures appeared in the air, looking in the direction of the Huang family.
The huge wave caused by the extreme heavenly thunder suddenly formed a mushroom cloud that rushed into the sky.
Such great power? That seems to be the direction of the Huang family. Could it be that someone in their family has mastered an SS level spiritual skill? It can't be that Huang Ying, he does have SS level fire attribute talent. How is that possible? He's just a freshman at the martial arts academy. He's already so proud of himself for being able to comprehend an A-level spiritual skill. Could it be that he got some treasure? At this point, everyone in the Alo family looked at each other. Then they all flew towards the Huang family. The Tang family is near the Death Rainforest. What happened today? There seemed to be some movement before. Could it be a thunderstorm? I see what that light is up ahead. Isn't that the Huang family's location? Although the people of the Tang family were curious, they did not leave the manor. This is the entrance to the Death Rainforest, and they need to keep a close eye on the movements here. At this time, Zhang Fan had already left the Huang family and returned to the Demon City base. The Van Gogh that Huang Chang mentioned is located in the territory of Borneo. However, it was very easy for Zhang Fan to enter. But according to Huang Chang, many people have already gone to the underground cave palace, and at least they are super powerful people at the sky-breaking realm. So much time has passed, and all the rewards have been divided up, so there is no chance for those who arrive later. Zhang Fan thought for a moment and then gave up decisively. Return to the Yaodu Manor Villa. Zhang Fan looked at the experience points he had gained that day. Experience points, 22956500. More than 20 million experience points. Zhang Fan was a little excited. He didn't expect that the Huang and Lu families would make such a great contribution. You should know that it took him only more than 10 million experience points to go from the warrior realm to the transcendent saint realm. This is much easier than working hard to find monsters. Then Zhang Fan directly clicked the plus sign to upgrade the level. Ding! The host successfully consumed 19,456,519 experience points to increase his cultivation level. Level, 6th level of the Transcendent Saint Realm. The system's voice came. Zhang Fan was suddenly filled with joy, as he had actually advanced 5 levels at once. But then I thought about it and felt a little worried. The experience points consumed were too huge. It seems that it will be difficult to continue upgrading in the future. However, with his current strength, even if an SSS level monster stood in front of him, he could directly blow it up. Then the experience points 1T increase rapidly? If you are strong enough, you don't have to worry about not gaining experience points. In the next 2 days, a shocking piece of news spread throughout the entire Yaodu base. The Huang and Lu families, 2 of the 4 major families in the restricted area of the Blue Star battlefield, were actually wiped out. Moreover, the manor villa where the entire family lived was razed to the ground. As soon as this news came out, everyone in the entire Yaodu base was discussing it excitedly. How could 2 such powerful families just disappear like that? It is said that he was struck by divine thunder from the sky. Why is it so weird? Of course. The Huang and Lu families have done so many evil things, this can only be considered a blessing from heaven. Who said it wasn't? I also heard that they have a small base near the Demon City that specializes in kidnapping children. How could they do such a heartless thing? They really deserve to be struck to death. Although everyone was a little surprised and shocked, they were all happy from the bottom of their hearts that such a family was destroyed. But only 3 days had passed. An even more explosive piece of news reached the Demon City base. Then everyone in the entire Yaodu base was in an uproar. The underground palace disappeared just 15 days after it opened. Only a few people ran out. The most crucial thing is, the strongest Zhang Xiaotian didn't show up. Chapter 91, The Restricted Area of the Blue Star Battlefield Surges. The Demon City is in crisis. It's fake, absolutely fake. Old Zhang is the strongest person in Tonggu realm, how could he not be able to come out? Someone must have deliberately spread rumors. It seems someone wants to create panic in the demon capital base. Damn it! If I find out who it is, I'll beat him up. Right. If the strongest couldn't leave the underground palace, how could anyone else come out? No one in the Yaodu base believed this news. That was Zhang Xiaotian, the strongest man guarding the Demon City base. How could he die so easily in the underground palace? In the restricted area of the Blue Star battlefield, inside the Alo family manor villa. Dozens of powerful auras gathered here at this time, and the energy around the manor was stirred by these powerful auras. Some people with weaker martial arts levels did not dare to get close to it.
It can be seen that these are all super strong people who are not weaker than the skybreaking realm, and there are people from both China and Polo. At this time, these people were discussing what happened in the cave. It's a good thing you didn't go too deep into the underground palace, otherwise you wouldn't be able to escape from that rapidly closing door. Why did it suddenly close so quickly this time? Zhang Xiaotian must have triggered some restriction deep within the underground palace. His fate has come to an end, and he deserves to perish in there. That makes sense, ha ha ha. As they spoke, everyone burst into laughter. At this time, a man with a Borneo face said to the two old men beside him, one yellow and one white. Mr. Huan, Mr. Liu, please don't be too sad. By the time we discovered the anomaly at your manor, it was already too late. That powerful energy fluctuation had at least the power of an SS-level spiritual technique. It destroyed everything in an instant. Hearing the words of the Borneo man, the old man in white waved his hand and said, "No one is to blame for this. It was done by a man named Zhang Fan." Zhang Fan? Is he from the Zhang family in Yaodu? Did he perform the SS-level spiritual skill? The man from Burrow Kingdom said this with a surprised look on his face. He is just a freshman in the Yaodu Martial Arts Academy. How could he have such strength? He must have brought other powerful warriors with him. The old man in yellow also spoke at this time. Then this person is very strong. He can perform SS-level spiritual skills. This is no weaker than Lord Bharat, who is at the level of the Void Sky Realm. The man from Borneo suddenly looked uneasy as he spoke, and then asked in confusion, "Why don't we have his information? Maybe he just got promoted recently. Besides, how can he compare with Mr. Bharat, who has been famous for a long time?" The old man in white shook his head when he said this, and then continued. Although Mr. Bharat is still only in the Void Heaven Realm, his talent is such that he ranks fourth in the Void Heaven Realm Trial Tower. His future achievements are truly limitless. Hearing the praise from the old man in white, the man from Burrow laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. Mr. Liu is right. That's a globally recognized talent ranking. At this time, the old man in yellow saw the two of them talking happily and said, "According to the plan, as long as the demon capital base falls into widespread panic, it will be time for us to take action." The old man in white turned to look at the man from Burrow and said, "Remember, Zhang Fan will be dealt with personally by our Huang and Liu families." The old man in white said this and looked at the message sent by Liu Bin on his mobile phone. There were only a few big words written on it. Zhang Fan, it was Zhang Fan who did it. Then the old man in white showed a firm look in his eyes and muttered to himself. "Dinner, Grandpa saw the last message you sent. I will avenge you. Of course, we are the best allies." The man from Borneo naturally had no objection. He was just a new martial arts student. You can do whatever you want with him. What they want from the country of Borneo is the entire Demon City base. 2 days passed. I don't know whether it is people's own fear or someone is deliberately spreading it. There are more and more rumors in the Yaodu base. Some say that an unknown monster appeared in the underground palace, and Zhang Xiaotian died fighting hard. Some said that Zhang Xiaotian had obtained a treasure and had ascended to a higher level. Some even said that Zhang Xiaotian's martial arts level was destroyed and he had no face to come back. In a nutshell, Zhang Xiaotian is no longer here. The Demon City base suddenly fell into chaos. Although the Zhang family still has some super strong people in the skybreaking realm, they are no longer able to control such a situation. Without the strongest person, the Demon City base will be coveted by countless foreign forces. It will also become the first line of defense for China to be breached. In the restricted area of the Blue Star battlefield, there is an open space where the Yellow family is located. A large group of people in battle uniforms gathered here. At this time, a blue-haired Borneo man in front looked at the crowd in front and said, "Everyone. The time has come. The demon capital base is no longer threatened. How many treasures you can obtain depends on your abilities. Oh. Oh. The blue-haired man's words immediately aroused enthusiastic responses from everyone. Seeing everyone's high morale, the blue-haired man nodded in satisfaction, then looked at the old man in white and said, "Mr. Liu, as long as we take down the demon capital base, you will have the greatest contribution." The old man in white looked at the blue-haired man respectfully, and then said, "Mr. Bharat, we only hope to personally kill Zhang Fan. That mysterious man who can unleash SS-level spiritual skills will require your strength to suppress." When Bharat heard this, a confident smile appeared on his face and he said, "Of course.
Unless the strongest one comes, who else in the demon capital base can withstand my attack? After Bharat finished speaking, he waved his hand and the crowd marched towards the demon city base. At this time, in another restricted area of the Blue Star battlefield, there was the Tang family. A lot of people have already gathered. An old man stood above, looking at the crowd gathered in front and said, "Everyone should have received the news." That's right. The underground palace suddenly closed, and Mr. Zhang didn't show up. However, as people of China, we cannot stand by and watch the demon capital base fall into chaos. Follow me and go to protect the demon capital base. The old man's words reached the ears of everyone in the Tang family. Well, protect the demon city base. Protect China's borders. Suddenly, there were bursts of shouts from the crowd. The Tang family is supported by the Zhang family behind the scenes. More importantly, they are also military personnel, and they were established only to contain the other three families. The demon city base is now in chaos, and no one can control the situation. They naturally need to go and help, and also to deter others who are eyeing the demon city base. Chapter 92: The Powerful Warrior of Shutian Realm. Dead Rainforest. Zhang Fan was currently looking for powerful monsters to gain experience points. He had also heard the rumors about the demon city base. Huang Changhen clearly stated before that the cave palace would be closed. It seems that he just wants to harm me. Zhang Fan couldn't help but think, it seems that I let him die too easily before. At this moment, Zhang Fan's soul power sensed a large group of powerful auras approaching. So many powerful people, are they heading towards the demon capital? Zhang Fan immediately became alert and immediately used the thunder illusion Thousand Shadows, leaving only an afterimage that slowly disappeared on the spot. At the border gate of Yaodu base, a large number of military officers and soldiers gathered here. There is also a group of people wearing black armor uniforms. They are the Black Armor Shadow Guards. Different from the Black Armor Shadow Guards who came to Jiangnan base before, these Black Armor Shadow Guards are at least warriors above the Heaven Realm. At this time, everyone in the Yaodu base was looking at a group of soldiers from the Pala Kingdom wearing battle uniforms in the distance outside the Yaodu border with full readiness. These soldiers from the Polo Kingdom are staring at the direction of the demon capital base with eager eyes. In front of them, a blue-haired man was suspended in the air. He just waved his hands, and a huge hurricane suddenly gathered in front of him, and the surrounding sand and rocks were blown into the air. Blue lightning kept flashing in the huge hurricane. The powerful waves emitted by the hurricane swept across the entire battlefield in an instant, and everyone present was moved. Bharat, you are so brave. Do you know the consequences of doing this? This is declaring war on my country, China. A middle-aged man stood out from the black-armored shadow guards and shouted angrily at the blue-haired man Bharat. The people around were shocked when they heard this. Unexpectedly, the blue-haired man in front of him was the famous and most talented Bharat in the country of Borneo. Ha ha ha. The demon city base hasn't changed much in all these years, it's still these rotten fish and stinky shrimp. Bharat laughed wildly at the middle-aged man who was speaking, and then continued. Now that Zhang Xiaotian is no longer guarding the space, how can China hold on to the space? You said a declaration of war, do you think I'm joking here? Bharat's words were arrogant. But everyone knows that this is all based on strength. Now no one in the demon city base can fight against such a powerful super strong person in the void sky realm. The middle-aged man among the Xuanjia shadow guards had a serious expression on his face, and then said in a cold voice. Humph. The Lighthouse Nation doesn't dare to take action themselves, so they use you brainless people as pawns. Let me see what tricks you, the fourth, no, now fifth, holder of the trial tower, have. The middle-aged man jumped up as soon as he finished speaking. His figure flashed quickly and appeared in front of Bharat in an instant, then he punched the opponent in the face. The fist, with a fiery red shadow, rushed towards Bharat like a galloping eagle. So fast. Bharat was a little surprised. He didn't expect the opponent's movement speed to be so fast. He was able to get close to him without him having any sense. Then a blue light burst out from his body, blocking the middle-aged man's rushing fist. But unfortunately, your level is too low. A confident smile appeared on Bharat's face. The blue light around him suddenly became brighter, blasting the middle-aged man with a look of surprise hundreds of meters away. Then it fell heavily not far from the gate of the demon city base. Puff! The middle-aged man couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, obviously he was seriously injured. Everyone at the demon city base suddenly had shock and disappointment on their faces. This is the captain of the Black Armor Shadow Guard, a super strong man who has reached the peak of the sky-breaking realm. I didn't expect that I couldn't even survive a single move from this blue-haired man. When the soldiers from the Pala Kingdom saw the strength of the blue-haired man, their morale was immediately boosted and they roared in anger. Roar! Roar! The situation on the battlefield suddenly became delicate. Everyone knew very well that as long as no one stopped the blue-haired man Bharat, the outcome of this battle was already decided. At this time, two figures, one yellow and one white, appeared beside Bharat. The old man in white shouted towards the demon city, "Hand over Zhang Fan, or don't blame me for showing no mercy when we invade the demon city." "Mr. Liu, you are from our Huaxia country. Do you have to do things so drastically?" As soon as the words fell, a green light flashed, and the injured middle-aged man's face immediately regained a trace of blood color. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, and it was the principal of Yaodu Martial Arts Academy. When the old man in white saw the newcomer, a trace of fear appeared on his face, and then he said slowly, "Mr. Zhang, you are wrong. Zhang Fan wiped out my Huang and Lu families. He was the one who did it to the extreme. We are here to seek justice this time." Wow! As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was shocked. Zhang Fan? Is that the Zhang Fan who topped the National College entrance exam? Has his strength reached the point where he can destroy both the Huang and Lu families? Killing a person who has reached the Saint Realm is already a difficult task. When did the Huang and Lu families become so weak? I think it's just an excuse for them to be dogs for Borneo. What nonsense! No one present at the scene could believe that a freshman from a martial arts academy could destroy the Huang and Lu families. Seeing that no one believed him, the old man in white said angrily, "In that case, you will be buried with Zhang Fan." After saying that, the old man in white looked at Bharat and nodded. Bharat did not hesitate and waved his hand, and the huge hurricane in front of him began to spin rapidly. The howling wind made some low-level people unable to stand steadily. Then the hurricane rushed straight towards the demon city base. The powerful waves of the hurricane swept up all the sand and rocks that passed by. Everyone in the demon city base immediately released their own energy to try to resist, but unfortunately, it disappeared without a trace as soon as it touched the hurricane. It has no effect on the hurricane at all. This is the huge gap in strength. Everyone retreat back to the city. Principal Zhang made the decision immediately and said to everyone. Everyone then quickly retreated towards the demon capital. However, the hurricane was extremely fast, and some soldiers who did not have time to retreat were immediately caught in the hurricane and were instantly cut into pieces by the sharp winds. Ah! Ah! The screams immediately spread throughout the entire city gate, and everyone in the demon city base showed grief. These are the brothers who have been through thick and thin with them. But now, he could only watch them being strangled to death by the wind blades, without any ability to save them. Chapter 93, Battle in the Void Sky Realm. Who dares? The reactions of people in different demon cities. The soldiers on the side of the Borneo Kingdom seemed extremely excited at this time, and they shouted wildly. Roar! Roar! We will win! We will win! The deafening shouts were like huge rocks hitting the hearts of everyone in the demon city. This feeling of powerlessness makes people extremely uncomfortable, but due to the gap in strength, they can only endure it silently. At this moment, a sound as loud as a bell spread throughout the battlefield. How dare you run wild on the border of China? Then everyone saw a group of people wearing red armor appear behind the soldiers of the Kingdom of Borneo. Tang family? The old man in yellow turned his head to look in the direction of the voice, and then spoke in confusion. Everyone in the Demon City base also showed joy. As one of the four major families in the restricted area of the Blue Star battlefield, the Tang family's strength cannot be underestimated. Moreover, they have a close relationship with Yaodu and are obviously here to help. Everyone in the Demon City suddenly felt that they saw a glimmer of hope. The hurricane released by Bharat has now been blocked by the protective shield of the Demon City base. He turned around and looked at the red armor in the distance. A mocking smile suddenly appeared on his face. The Tang family? They're overestimating their own abilities. After he finished speaking, a huge shadow suddenly appeared behind Bharat and rushed towards the Tang family and others. It was a lightning leopard condensed from blue lightning. Its eyes flashed with dark blue light, and there were bursts of sounds all around its body. The lightning leopard's figure flashed and approached the location of the Tang family. All right. Let me teach you a lesson, Bharat, who claims to have a talent that could surpass the strongest. Drink.
The old man from the Tang family shouted loudly. A light golden wall of fire quickly condensed in front of him. The pale golden wall of fire continued to emit raging flames. The air around them evaporated instantly, and everyone could feel a burning sensation. The lightning leopard released by Bharat had already rushed towards the wall of fire. The two auras confronted each other, and instantly a powerful energy wave burst out and spread to the surroundings. The sky suddenly darkened, as if it was obscured by these two powerful auras.
Shutian realm? The blue-haired man Bharat's eyes suddenly focused, obviously feeling the powerful energy emitted by the other party.
Bharat's words immediately shocked the two old men beside him, one yellow and one white.
You said old man Tang is in the void heaven realm? How is that possible? He actually hid it so deeply?
I guess this was Zhang Xiaotian's deliberate arrangement. Not only them, but also the demon capital base was cheering at this time.
Great!
With the super powerful beings from the void heaven realm here, the Bharata kingdom won't be able to remain arrogant for long.
The Tang family is so powerful, I've never heard of it before.
They have been guarding the entrance to the Death Rainforest in the battlefield restricted area, but unlike the other three families, they are not doing it for profit.
I think the time has come. Let's rush out and kill them by surprise.
Don't worry, the fluctuations of this Shutian realm warrior are not something that people of your level and mind can withstand. Seeing Bharat being restrained, everyone in the demon city was very excited.
Wow!
At this moment, everyone present suddenly exclaimed. The wall of fire released by the old man from the Tang family instantly turned into a huge light golden eagle. The pale golden eagle flapped its wings frantically, quickly grabbed the lightning leopard's head with its two sharp claws, and then lifted it up into the sky.
Ah!
Suddenly, a roar came from the sky. Then the pale golden shadow of the golden eagle exploded instantly and dissipated into the sky. It turned out that the blue lightning around the lightning leopard instantly transformed into sharp wind blades.
These wind blades contained two powerful energies, which penetrated the pale golden eagle in an instant.
This immediately caused Elder Tang to spit out a mouthful of blood. His face turned extremely pale as he looked at Bharat and said, "You actually have a rare dual talent."
Ha ha! It seems you are getting old. The energy of this spiritual skill is simply not enough to consume.
Bharat laughed loudly, then waved his hand and said to the soldiers of the Pala kingdom beside him, "Kill!
Kill all these people.
Let's see who dares." An extremely cold voice spread throughout the battlefield.
Everyone was shocked.
This cold voice contains enormous energy and blood power. It made everyone feel like they were in an ice cellar, and they were filled with fear in their hearts. Even for super powerful masters in the void sky realm like Bharat and Old Tang, the sound just now was not so shocking.
Suddenly, the lightning leopard, which was roaring madly in the air because of killing the pale golden eagle, exploded instantly.
The blue light suddenly scattered from the sky to the ground. Everyone looked up at the sky, only to see that the sky was filled with countless violent dark red lightning. These dark red lightning bolts flashed wildly in the thick clouds, as violent as a ferocious beast about to be released from its cage. It even dyed the already dark sky dark red.
Look!
There seems to be a figure among those dark red lightning.
How is that possible? Such terrifying lightning, it feels like it's going to explode if touched. How can a person possibly stand in the middle of it? I think I've only seen this color of lightning once. Now that you mention it, I seem to have some impression. That was used by the strongest, Master Zhang, when he killed an SSS level monster during the last beast tide.
You mean, Mr. Zhang is back? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes turned to the sky. Bharat's face was full of fear, and his body was soaked with sweat. The lightning leopard's phantom was shattered so easily.
He knew very well how much energy was needed.
He was also very sure in his heart that Zhang Xiaotian had returned. If it is really Zhang Xiaotian, then he and these soldiers of the Borneo kingdom will undoubtedly die here today. That basically means the demise of the entire Borneo kingdom. The two old men Huang and Lu also looked as pale as death, and were thinking about how to escape. At this moment, the figure standing in the violent thunder and lightning in the sky slowly came towards the ground. The figure gradually became clear, but everyone's eyes were dull again, and the battlefield suddenly became silent. The figure was wearing a blood-red battlesuit, and behind him was a pair of huge black and red wings flapping.
Most importantly, this person is too young. She looks like a high school student. Zhang Fan.
It's Zhang Fan. At this time, some freshmen from the martial arts academy had already recognized Zhang Fan.
The complexions of the two old men, Bharat and Huang Lu, have returned to normal.
They discovered that the aura on Zhang Fan's body was at most at the level of transcendence and sainthood. I guess the real master has some concerns and dares not show up. Thinking of this, the white-clothed old man from the Lu family looked at Zhang Fan angrily, and then shouted. Zhang Fan, you destroyed our Huang and Lu families. Today is the day you die. Damn! Zhang Fan raised his hand and waved it, and several dark red thunderbolts from the sky struck the old man in white. Bang! The old man in white couldn't dodge in time and was knocked to the ground. Then, before everyone could react, Zhang Fan had already punched the old man in white who was stunned by the extreme heavenly thunder on the ground. Bharat, who was floating in the air, suddenly widened his pupils. He discovered that Zhang Fan's blood and energy were surging wildly. In the blink of an eye, his blood and energy were already on par with that of a super powerful person in the Shutian realm. Chapter 94. You are not qualified to challenge me. Before Bharat could figure out what was going on, the old man in white was blown to pieces by Zhang Fan's powerful punch. Blood immediately splattered all over the ground, making people dare not look directly at it. Everyone had only one word in their mind at this moment: cruel. Too cruel. He is a super powerful person at the peak of the sky-breaking realm. But only Zhang Fan himself knows. He is now at the 6th level of the Transcendent Saint realm, although his SS level spiritual skills cannot instantly kill a warrior at the peak of the sky-breaking realm. However, his chi and blood value reached 77,000, coupled with the more than tenfold blessing of the 8 desolate immortal battle body, which far exceeded the chi and blood value of 650,000 of the peak warrior in the breaking sky realm. The force of a punch is simply not something the old man in white can withstand. You. The old man in yellow was about to speak, but he immediately thought of Zhang Fan's terrifying strength and swallowed the words he was about to say. But Zhang Fan will not give him a chance. Extreme heavenly thunder, come! Following Zhang Fan's angry shout, several dark red extreme thunders in the air gathered towards his palm. Then Zhang Fan's figure disappeared instantly, and when he appeared again, he was already in front of the old man in yellow. His fist, with the violent power of thunder, punched towards the opponent's body. So many extreme heavenly thunders seemed to be about to shatter the space. Boom! 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 The old man in yellow had no time to react before he was blasted through the body by the thunder fist filled with rich energy and blood. The body was carried hundreds of meters away by the force of inertia. All this happened in just a moment. Then everyone reacted. All I saw was a charred corpse falling straight down from the sky, and there was a loud bang when it hit the ground. Bang! The loud noise hit the hearts of everyone present like a heavy hammer. Strong. So strong. Is this still the martial arts they practice? Why is the gap so big? Okay, it's your turn. The wings behind Zhang Fan flapped quickly, and he turned to look at Bharat, who had a serious expression and a frown on his face. Bharat narrowed his eyes slightly at this time, trying to see through the young man in front of him. He didn't care at all about the deaths of the 2 old men Huang and Lu. After all, they don't belong to Borneo at all. Bharat then said to Zhang Fan, you are indeed very strong. Although I don't know why you can exert such a powerful force in the realm of transcendence, but without the strength of the strongest, you can't hurt me at all. As soon as he finished speaking, Bharat's hands instantly formed a grey-white bow, and then 3 arrows flashing with blue and white light appeared on the bow. Die! Bharat shouted loudly, and the bow and arrow in his hand instantly shot towards Zhang Fan. As it flew, the arrow turned into countless identical arrow rains. Everyone around was immediately shocked by this powerful wave. Too strong. Bharat's attack this time is much stronger than the previous one. No way, even someone like Elder Tang who was at the Void Heaven realm can't stop him, let alone Zhang Fan who hasn't even reached the Void Heaven realm yet. Is it true that the Demon City cannot be defended today? Everyone in the Demon City immediately looked at Zhang Fan nervously, and they were all worried about him. Some even closed their eyes and couldn't bear to watch the bloody scene. I just saw a glimmer of hope, but now it's about to be shattered. If Zhang Fan is defeated again, the entire Demon City will fall completely and they will become prisoners. Humph. Such a trifle. Zhang Fan snorted coldly, and with a wave of his hand, the blood-red light around the killing god armor became brighter. The violet rain of arrows that came rushing towards them was instantly crushed. No, impossible. Seeing Zhang Fan so easily dissipate his attack, Bharat's pupils widened, and he looked at Zhang Fan in disbelief and said, you are just a mere transcendent saint. Even if you can unleash super powerful force, how can you withstand the attacks of someone like me who is at the Void Heaven realm? Wow! The people in Yaodu who were watching the battle saw Zhang Fan easily block Bharat's attack, and immediately exclaimed. Then they all rubbed their eyes and wanted to confirm again.
Am I seeing things right?
Zhang Fan single-handedly knocked away the attack of a super powerful man from the Void Sky realm. And Bharat's attack this time was clearly much stronger than before.
How come there wasn't any ripple?
Tell me quickly, the martial arts training system hasn't changed. I feel like I'm practicing a fake martial arts. Maybe it's just your natural talent.
Zhang Fan's talent is absolutely unprecedented.
Everyone in the Demon City was immediately inspired by Zhang Fan's series of actions, and the gloom of the previous continuous failures was swept away. At this time, the soldiers of the Borneo Kingdom were silent. Lord Bharat, who held the highest position in their hearts, did not even hurt the young man at all. This made them all feel a little uneasy, and some people even began to back down and wanted to retreat. Remember, without the strength of the Tonggu realm, you are not qualified to challenge me. Zhang Fan returned the words to the other party in the same tone. He has the god of killing armor and is not afraid of attacks from the Void Sky realm. Then, something suddenly burst into life behind him. A star ring with endless starlight instantly condensed behind him.
Your chi and blood power? Bharat pointed at Zhang Fan in disbelief.
He felt like he must have seen a ghost today.
Why were things beyond his comprehension appearing before his eyes one after another?
Now Zhang Fan's energy and blood have surpassed him by a lot. If the previous attack had not worked on Zhang Fan, he could still remain calm, but now it is different. Zhang Fan already has enough power to cause damage to him.
This forced Bharat to take it seriously.
After Zhang Fan used the star ring, he felt that the energy and blood in his body were extremely abundant, as if they were about to blast through the world. Then he looked at Bharat, his eyes filled with a strong desire to fight. War! With a loud shout, Zhang Fan rushed out like a streak of light. Seeing that Zhang Fan seemed tireless, Bharat was already a little afraid of fighting. However, seeing Zhang Fan rushing towards him quickly, he had no choice but to fight back.
Boom!
Just as Bharat was about to fight Zhang Fan, he felt a huge force coming from his body, and then he flew backwards uncontrollably. Only then did he realize that this was no longer a confrontation. Zhang Fan's blood and energy were enough to completely crush him.
Wow!
The people around exclaimed in surprise when they saw Bharat being blown away so easily.
The soldiers in the Demon City have already rushed out of the city.
The situation is now tilted towards the Chinese country.
They are ready to intercept those soldiers from the Borneo country at any time and prevent them from escaping.
Zhang Fan did not stop after his successful attack. His figure kept flashing in the air, and he appeared in front of Bharat without anyone seeing him clearly. Countless extreme heavenly thunders were gathered in the palm of his hand, and he punched towards the opponent with enormous force.
Rumble!
There was a cracking sound as Zhang Fan's fist instantly pierced through Bharat's body.
Puff!
Bharat suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Then the whole body was blasted directly into a huge mountain. The huge shock caused the mountain to collapse instantly.
Chapter 95. Today I will show you what talent is. After a moment of silence, everyone in the Demon City burst into warm cheers. Roar, roar, roar. Win!
Zhang Fan defeated Bharat, the super powerful master of the Void Sky realm. It's unbelievable that Bharat, the strongest man in the Bora Kingdom, whose talent ranks among the top 5 in the Void Heaven Realm Trial Tower, was killed by Zhang Fan just like that.
Zhang Fan is the god of war. He is a well-deserved god of war. Then everyone in the Demon City shouted in unison. War God Zhang Fan! War God Zhang Fan! War God Zhang Fan! War God Zhang Fan!
The deafening sound immediately frightened the soldiers of the Borneo Kingdom who were about to escape, and they stood there in shock, not daring to move. Zhang Fan did not move, still floating in the air, his eyes staring straight at the collapsed mountain.
There was no prompt sound from the system, which means Bharat is not dead yet.
Sure enough, a voice came from inside the mountain.
Ha ha ha! Zhang Fan, you are really strong.
And you are the first warrior who can beat me to this level without even reaching the Tonggu realm.
However, if that's all you have to say, you and everyone else in Yaodu will be killed by my sword.
The sound disappeared, and a figure instantly rushed out from the collapsed mountain and flew straight into the sky.
Boom!
A violent wave was released in the air. Then everyone saw a silver-white figure floating in the air, which looked extremely dazzling under the sunlight.
It's like a bright moon.
And there was actually a huge hole in the chest of this silver-white figure.
It was Bharat who was just punched through by Zhang Fan. This scene immediately made everyone in the Demon City gasp. Hiss. Bharat is still alive. He's not dead yet, he's worthy of being the strongest man in the country of Burrow. I just saw with my own eyes that Zhang Fan had blasted a huge hole in his body. The hole is still there, but why has his body turned silver white? It looks like it's made of metal. Just as everyone was amazed. The hole in Bharat's chest in the sky was directly healed by the silver white metal. A silver white long sword suddenly appeared in his hand. The long sword seemed to be a part of the body, and it was very coordinated with Bharat's silver white body at this time. Bharat transformed into a long sword, and then swooped down from the air towards Zhang Fan. I will now sentence all of you to death. As Bharat's voice came, the silver white long sword in his hand had already slashed out several huge sword shadows and attacked. Zhang Fan knew that the other party must have some kind of bloodline power, but he was not worried. The god-killing gun has appeared in his hand. The murderous aura instantly spread outward, and Bharat's attacking sword was directly offset. Then the murderous aura continued to spread outward and instantly blasted the opponent away. What? Bharat, who was blown away, looked shocked again. Such a strong murderous aura is much more powerful than the knife in his hand. Even the surface of his metal body felt a hint of corrosion. What kind of existence is this? Zhang Fan stood there with a gun in one hand, looking at Bharat with disdain. Today I'll show you what talent is. As soon as he finished speaking, his other hand was already waving in the air. He even shouted loudly, "Suppress!" Then, the sky was instantly filled with dark red extreme thunder. Endless and extreme heavenly thunders appeared at the same time, as if they were going to pierce through the entire sky. I saw the dark red extreme heavenly thunder extending downward from the sky like a devil's claw, trapping Bharat in this world. It's impossible. How can your spiritual power bear such a huge spiritual skill? Bharat felt the violent thunder energy all around him, and his eyes were filled with fear. This is simply not something a warrior can accomplish. The people on the ground were so shocked that they were speechless, and they all looked up at the sky with wide eyes. You ignorant man, how can you understand the power of the Chinese gods? Zhang Fan's cold voice spread throughout the battlefield. Suddenly everyone looked confused and shocked. Of course, Zhang Fan didn't say anything nonsense. He has a Taoist heritage, and after his soul power is enhanced, his spiritual power is dozens or even hundreds of times that of an ordinary person. To ordinary people, he is like a god. God? Bharat murmured in a low voice. Then a silver white light burst out from his body, impacting the dark red extreme heavenly thunder that was constantly extending and approaching around him. The powerful energy will offset the approaching extreme heavenly thunder. Unfortunately, this is just a trace of the endless extreme thunder in the sky. Soon, he was covered by the ever-extending extreme heavenly thunder again, and he couldn't break out of the siege at all. Bharat's eyes showed a sense of despair and helplessness, and he shouted loudly, "No! I won't give up. I am the strongest person in the country of Bo Luo. My talent makes me the person on Blue Star who has the greatest potential to surpass the strongest. You can't beat me." Snort! Zhang Fan snorted coldly. Seeing that the other party was still struggling to death, he swung the god-killing spear in his hand straight into the sky. Then a huge gun shadow slowly descended from the clouds in the sky and rushed towards Bharat like a magic needle. That unrivaled momentum seemed to penetrate the entire world. No! Bharat's eyes became filled with horror. He was surrounded in this world of extreme heavenly thunder, and had no way to avoid such an extremely powerful murderous attack. Then he suddenly shouted loudly and frantically. "Zhang Fan! Are you the most handsome man on Blue Star? You're the most handsome man on Blue Star who broke the trial tower record." This was the only possibility he could think of at this moment. You know, he has always been the most promising person, expected to become or even surpass the strongest. How could he be defeated by a martial arts newcomer who has reached the realm of transcendence? Then there is only one possibility, that is, the young man in front of him is the most handsome man on Blue Star who has recently broken the record of the trial tower. Unfortunately, the gun shadow at this time was filled with murderous aura and had already shattered his body. His voice was also drowned out by the huge sound of waves. No one could answer his question. Everyone present was shocked by Zhang Fan's series of actions. And Bharat's voice can only be heard by a few super strong people above the sky-breaking realm. It took a long time for those super strong men to recover from their shock. Yes, Bharat is right. Zhang Fan may very well be the most handsome man on Blue Planet. This is the only possibility. Otherwise, how could the strongest man in the country of Bo Luo with such a powerful talent be killed? Even Elder Tang couldn't block a single attack from his opponent, but Zhang Fan was able to suppress him. Great! The most handsome man on Blue Planet is actually from China. This news is so shocking. Chapter 96: Kill all those who invade China's border. War God Zhang Fan. Ding! Killed a Void Sky Realm 7th level warrior, plus 13 million experience points. The system's voice came. Zhang Fan was suddenly ecstatic. Together with the two old men Huang and Lu, he earned more than 20 million experience points. This Bharat is actually at the 7th level of the Void Sky Realm, and his Chi and HP value is as high as around 1.4 million. If it weren't for the star ring, it really wouldn't have caused much damage to him. Zhang Fan put his thoughts aside, glanced at the ground, and then dived straight down from the air. In the past 2 days, he searched a large area in the Death Rainforest and only killed some S-level monsters sporadically. The powerful monster didn't even show its shadow. Not to mention how many experience points you can get. And now these people from Borneo are equivalent to experience points. How could he not be excited? Everyone in the demon city on the ground only heard Zhang Fan's voice floating from the air. Kill! Soldiers, follow me and kill all those who have invaded the Chinese border. The soldiers of the kingdom of Pharaoh saw that the strongest man in their country, Bharat, was killed. At this time, his face was ashen. Zhang Fan had already rushed towards them, and they were so scared that they used their own abilities to flee in all directions. When everyone in Demon City heard Zhang Fan's voice, they were already extremely excited. At this moment, Zhang Fan is like a god of war in their hearts. Naturally, they were extremely excited to receive orders from the god of war. The entire battlefield was instantly filled with earth-shaking shouts. Kill! 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 No one from the country of Burrow can escape today. This is also the truest voice in everyone's heart. They were previously suppressed by the powerful Bharat and could not breathe, so they had no choice but to flee back to the demon capital. How frustrating is that? You know, compared with China, Borneo is just a tiny place. If the strongest man, Mr. Zhang, had not returned, how could the kingdom of Burrow dare to invade? Now they want to vent the suppressed and frustrated emotions in their hearts, and these people from the kingdom of Borneo are just the right ones for them. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Fan's figure had arrived above the battle between the soldiers of the Pala kingdom and the soldiers of the demon kingdom. He just waved his hand. Suddenly, a huge wall of lightning rose from the ground in the distance, towering into the sky. Blocked the retreat of all the soldiers of the Borneo kingdom. Everyone who saw this scene was extremely shocked and marveled at Zhang Fan's powerful spiritual power. They had never seen such a huge range of spiritual skills. It really proves what Zhang Fan said, this is the power of God. There are also many warriors in the Lingyun realm and Pokong realm among the soldiers of the Pala kingdom. These warriors can all fly into the sky. Seeing the sudden towering wall of thunder, they ignored the shock in their hearts and fled into the sky at an extremely fast speed. And Zhang Fan is even faster. He continuously displayed the 1,000 shadows of thunder in the air, and his figure was as swift as flashing lightning. He has the 8 desolate immortal battle body and the star ring as his blessing, and his blood and energy now far exceeds that of a Void Sky Realm warrior like Bharat. It is simply impossible for these warriors in the Breaking Sky Realm and Soaring Cloud Realm to escape under his eyes. In less than a moment, screams were heard from the air. Then corpses kept falling and hitting the ground. And the soldiers of the Pala kingdom on the ground were all wiped out by the soldiers of the demon kingdom. Zhang Fan stood in the air, overlooking the situation on the ground. The gate of the border city of Demon City had been stained red with blood. The entire battlefield was filled with the corpses of Borneo soldiers. They were already frightened by Zhang Fan's powerful strength and had no fighting spirit left, and then they were left behind by these people from the Pokong realm and Lingyun realm of the Bola kingdom. The psychological defense line has already collapsed, and it is completely unable to resist the attack of the demon generals. At this time, the soldiers of Yaodu finally felt relieved after seeing that there were no soldiers from the kingdom of Pala around them. After a moment of silence, cheers resounded throughout the battlefield. Roar! Roar! War God Zhang Fan! War God Zhang Fan! Zhang Fan has already reached the ground, with countless burning eyes staring at him. The strong are naturally respected by the world. Today, Zhang Fan saved them from this fatal situation.
If it weren't for him, the entire Yaodu base might have fallen. It goes without saying that after being occupied by the Borneo Kingdom, the people in the base will face massacres and humiliation. At this time, several familiar figures surrounded Zhang Fan.
Zhang Fan, you are really good at giving people surprises.
President Tang put away a bloody long knife and said to Zhang Fan with a smile.
Zhang, brother Zhang Fan, the one who's been breaking records in the Void Heaven Realm Trial Tower and is the most handsome man on Blue Planet, is that really you?
The old man next to President Tang, that is, Mr. Tang, the Shutian realm warrior who had fought against Bharat before, was holding his chest and speaking to Zhang Fan. Although his face was pale and bloodless, his eyes were filled with great anticipation. If this is true, it is extremely good news for China. As for his injuries, there were no warriors above the Shutian realm present, and no one could treat him. Even the principal of Yaodu Martial Arts Academy, a martial artist at the peak of the sky-breaking realm, can't do it. Zhang Fan heard what Elder Tang said, then he took out a medicine bottle and handed it to him, nodded and said,
"Yes, it's me.
Old sir, your injuries are too severe. You should heal first."
Zhang Fan did not deny it. Now that he was able to kill a warrior in the Void Sky realm, there was no need to hide it. More importantly, the experience points just gained should be enough to advance to the Lingyun realm. In other words, he is no longer afraid of the strongest person like Tungyujing, but if he wants to kill him, he needs to improve his spiritual skills. But it is already invincible. What else does he have to fear? Wow!
Not only Mr. Tang, but everyone around was shocked.
This is explosive news. Although some people don't know the most handsome man on Blue Star, they all know about the trial tower in the Void Heaven realm. The most handsome man on Blue Planet who continuously broke records in the Shutian realm trial tower turned out to be from their country, China. And he is such a young martial arts freshman. But now no one regards Zhang Fan as a new martial arts student. Bharat, the most powerful man in the country of Borneo who had been famous for a long time, was killed by Zhang Fan. Have you ever seen such a powerful new martial arts student? Real.
When Mr. Tang saw Zhang Fan nod in confirmation, he didn't care about his injuries and immediately exclaimed in excitement. Then he took the medicine bottle from Zhang Fan. The moment he opened it, his expression froze again. Then he looked at Zhang Fan in disbelief and said, "This is the vitality pill."
How could he not be shocked?
This elixir was extremely precious and could even cure injuries at the Tonggu level.
Zhang Fan's expression did not change at all.
This was what he found from the Ghost Emperor's space ring. The system prompts that it can treat injuries below the Tonggu realm.
He didn't think much about it and just took it out. It seems that Guimen does have some background. I wonder where the other people in Guimen are located. However, these people dare not station within the borders of China.
They must be afraid of something. That is to say, other people from Guimen should also be distributed outside the borders of China.
Chapter 97, Lingyun Realm. Fight to the Kingdom of Burrow.
Zhang Fan thought about it for a moment and didn't think about it any further. There are only a handful of people on Blue Star who can pose a threat to him now. And he has the god-slaying armor, so he can be said to be invincible.
No matter how strong the people of Guimen are, can they surpass the Tonggu realm?
Even so, Zhang Fan is not afraid. With his current rate of improvement in combat power, it won't be long before no one in the entire Blue Star can stop him. Then Zhang Fan glanced at Mr. Tang, who was sitting cross-legged to recover from his injuries.
Then open the system panel and check it out. Experience points, 98.81 million.
More than 90 million, close to 100 million.
This is a small goal.
Zhang Fan didn't expect that it would reach such a terrifying number. Then, without any hesitation, he directly ordered the system to upgrade the level.
Ding!
The host successfully consumed 92,315,706 experience points to increase his cultivation level.
Level, Soaring Cloud Realm 5th level. The system's voice came.
Zhang Fan was filled with ecstasy, and his level soared 8 levels in one go.
Who else on the Blue Planet can improve his martial arts level like a rocket?
At this moment, the energy and blood in Zhang Fan's body continued to rise, as if a volcano was about to erupt.
Zhang Fan knew that this was due to the 8 Desolation's immortal battle body. Every upgrade would refine his chi and blood again.
This is also the reason why the chi and blood values can increase more than tenfold. Previously, the level upgrade was too weak and I didn't feel much. This level increase is the biggest one yet, and it has reached the more powerful Lingyun realm. You can imagine how much the chi and blood value will be increased. Then Zhang Fan took a look at the crowd gathered around him and chose to soar into the sky. If such a powerful energy and blood were to erupt, the weaker people around would probably be blown into a bloody mist. Ah! An angry roar resounded throughout the entire city gate, and an extremely strong wave of energy and blood instantly erupted in the air. Everyone on the ground looked up and felt this strong fluctuation of energy and blood. This energy and blood is too huge. Has Brother Fan achieved a breakthrough? This innate ability is truly incredible. This talent is the strongest I've ever seen. As a freshman in the martial arts world, how many amazing talents have you seen? This energy and blood power feels much stronger than when I fought Bharat just now. I have a feeling that if Brother Fan were to fight Bharat again now, he would be able to crush or even kill him. Too strong. Brother Fan is worthy of being the undisputed god of war in my heart. Cries of surprise came from the ground. At this time, Zhang Fan has already gathered all his energy and blood, and is no different from an ordinary Lingyun realm cultivator. However, everyone present knew that Zhang Fan's strength was already several times stronger than before. At this time, the battlefield had been almost cleared by the people of Demon City. Xia Yanfei, wearing a black armor and covered in blood, came to Zhang Fan and said to him with admiration, "Brother Fan, you are so strong." There was a tall figure standing next to him. It was Xia Yingqi, whose face was filled with shock. "Zhang Fan, you really are the most handsome man on Blue Planet. No wonder you've killed so many powerful men along the way from Jiangnan base. Although the name is a bit corny, I can't deny that you looked really cool when you killed Bharat just now." As she spoke, Xia Yingqi came closer to Zhang Fan and stared at him everywhere with curiosity on her face. It was as if he had seen Zhang Fan for the first time. "Don't be obsessed with me, I'm just a legend." Zhang Fan said this with disdain as he pushed the other person's face away. He then patted Xia Yunfei's blood-stained armor and said, "Well, those who defend their country are the most handsome." Xia Yunfei was excited by what Zhang Fan said, but he scratched his head a little embarrassedly. This was an affirmation from a strong man. President Tang suddenly thought of something and said to Zhang Fan, "By the way, Zhang Fan, do you still remember the Batman you killed in Shutian realm?" "Batmen? There seem to be several of them." Zhang Fan thought doubtfully. Never mind them. They're from the Lighthouse country. Once your identity is exposed, they'll definitely come looking for you." President Tang frowned as he spoke, then continued. "Also, although this Borneo kingdom is only a small country, it is also supported by the Lighthouse country. It was to prevent them from expanding into the restricted area of the Blue Star battlefield that Elder Zhang sent our Tang family to station in the restricted area of the battlefield." Zhang Fan thought for a moment after hearing this, then said to President Tang, "In that case, why don't we take the initiative? Aren't they invading our Huaxia country? Then we will attack the Borneo country. I wonder what the Lighthouse country can do." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone around was shocked. If someone else said this, they would definitely think they were crazy, but the person standing in front of them was Zhang Fan, who had just killed the strongest man in the country of Burrow. Thinking of this, everyone felt a surge of anticipation and excitement. Since the opponent can attack, why do we have to passively defend? Only when you scare your opponent and make him submit, you can be considered a winner. Then bursts of shouts broke out among the soldiers. "Roar! Roar! Let's go to Borneo. Let's see what the Lighthouse country is capable of. Kill, kill, kill. Huaxia will win. Will win." The sound at the scene was deafening, as if it was going to penetrate the entire world. At this time, Mr. Tang, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, also stood up, and his face had regained a bit of vitality. He looked at Zhang Fan excitedly and said, "Right. Why do we need to be passively defensive? Reorganize our forces immediately and attack the kingdom of Burrow. You've already killed the strongest man in the country of Burrow. What else is there to be afraid of?" Mr. Tang's action immediately scared Zhang Fan and President Tang. They didn't expect that this old man was so passionate at such an old age. President Tang even pulled Elder Tang's excitedly waving arm and asked, "Grandpa, should we first convey this battle information to the imperial capital?" Elder Tang shook off the other's hand and said, "Look at you, you're so scared of everything. We're fighting for our country. Well, let's set off first. You take the injured soldiers back to the demon capital base to heal and send a message to the imperial capital." When President Tang heard this, he was speechless. He then turned to look at Zhang Fan, wanting him to persuade Mr. Tang. Unexpectedly, Zhang Fan had already walked to the front of the team. At this time, he was talking to the soldiers. President Tang had no choice but to head towards the Demon City base first. The soldiers in front can't wait any longer. Under Zhang Fan's command, they quickly headed towards the Kingdom of Borneo. Chapter 98. Not only you, even the country of Borneo has no need to exist. Blue Star Battlefield Restricted Area. The Alo family. This is the place closest to Borneo and is also Borneo's first line of defense. At this time, there were still some people left in the family to handle affairs. With Lord Bharat leading the team to attack the Huaxia Kingdom's demon capital base this time, I think victory is almost certain. Without Zhang Xiaotian, the demon capital base is just an empty shell, unable to stop the adults' attacks. The most important thing is the treasure inside. As long as we can help Lord Bharat improve his level, we can free the Kingdom of Burrow from the control of the Lighthouse Nation. This is also a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for our entire Borneo nation to turn things around. Before they could start to dream about the spring and autumn period, a hurried voice came from outside the door. Report, there's a large army coming this way. What? Everyone present was shocked and stood up. If it was Lord Bharat, there is no way he didn't send back the message. In other words, this is the Chinese army. Sound the alarm and notify the military headquarters back home. An old man in charge immediately gave the order. Then everyone present walked out of the manor. Zhang Fan led the Chinese army to march at a very fast speed. Everyone was extremely excited and didn't feel any tiredness at all. They all wanted to rush to the country of Burrow as soon as possible to kill him. The Alo family estate in front of us gradually came into view. The army's advance speed could not help but speed up. Suddenly, 3 figures appeared above the Alo family's manor. To be able to stand in the air, one must have strength above Lingyun realm. 3 figures shouted towards the Chinese army. The country of Borneo is ahead. Please stop immediately. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone saw a figure suddenly appear behind the 3 of them. Then everyone present heard a cold voice. If you invade the Chinese border, not only you, but even the country of Borneo will no longer have any reason to exist. You? The 3 people in the air were suddenly shocked. Then they all wanted to turn around and check. But before they could make any move, a loud explosion was heard in the air. Bang! Then everyone saw a huge wave erupting above the Alo family's manor. The 3 figures standing in the air were blown into pieces. Then came Zhang Fan's cold voice. Kill! Kill, kill, kill! The Chinese army also responded loudly when they heard Zhang Fan's order. Then the army marched towards the Alo family, and screams were heard wherever they passed. The party that starts a war must be prepared to be counterattacked. This is also the price the Alo family paid for what they did. Not only him, but also the country of Borneo that supports him from behind. Borneo. Inside a huge palace. You said, the Chinese army has already reached the Alo family? When Balama, the king of the Brahma kingdom, heard the news from Aravai, he was so shocked that he stood up. Then he shouted loudly, impossible. How could the Demon City base without Zhang Xiaotian withstand Bharat's attack? His younger brother is Bharat, the strongest man in the kingdom of Bharat. No one knows better than him how powerful his younger brother is. Even the strongest can fight hard, so how could they be defeated in a Demon City base that poses no threat at all? My respected king, this is true. The Alo family has fallen, and the Chinese army is approaching our border. The person who brought the news fell to the ground as he spoke. Ah! China is really going too far. Killing Bharat is not enough, do they want my entire Bharat? The king of Bharat slammed the throne and said angrily. At this moment, a tall figure slowly walked into the palace, and then a faint voice spread to the ears of everyone in the palace. Your country of Burrow is really powerful now. You have the underground palace and sent troops to attack the Huaxia country. Do you think you can make the decision freely on such a big matter? All the people from the country of Borneo present were shocked when they saw the newcomer. Even Balama, who was sitting on the throne in front, came down to greet him and said with a respectful look on his face. Butler Amelia. In front of me is a blonde woman with blue eyes and enchanting beauty. But Balama didn't dare to have any evil thoughts, because this was not someone he could afford to offend. Although she saw the other party was so respectful, Amelia did not give the king of Burrow any good face. Her expression suddenly turned cold, and she said, Humph!
Now you know how to call me Sir Steward?
I think you've completely forgotten who it was that helped your country overcome the difficulties of the first year of the Tianwu era.
Yes, yes. We know we were wrong.
This time the Chinese country came with great force, and Bharat has been killed.
We asked the deacon to come forward to mediate. Balama said with a nod.
Now only the person in front of us from the lighthouse country can save the Borneo country. He believed that no matter how powerful China was, it had to give the lighthouse country some face.
Bharat was killed in action?
Amelia frowned, and immediately felt that things were a little complicated, but she didn't think much about it.
After all, who wouldn't give some face to the lighthouse nation on Blue Planet? Then he asked doubtfully, didn't they say that Zhang Xiaotian hasn't come out of the underground palace? Is there anyone in the demon capital base who can stop Bharat?
Only China knows about this now.
The people we sent out have been completely wiped out. Balama had a melancholy look on his face.
He didn't expect the loss this time would be so great.
Now Amelia was even more confused.
Even if the demon city base could withstand Bharat's attack, it would definitely suffer heavy losses.
How can they still have the ability to send a large army to attack the kingdom of Borneo?
Okay, I'll help you by donating all the treasures obtained from the underground palace to the lighthouse country,
Amelia said.
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present in the country of Pala was shocked, as if a piece of their flesh had been cut off.
But now they have no choice but to agree. Balama hesitated for a moment and then nodded and said, "What are you saying, Deacon? This is what we should do. We have always been loyal to the lighthouse nation."
Balama's heart was bleeding after he finished speaking. If they were not greedy, they would be able to break away from the control of the lighthouse country in the near future with the resources obtained in the underground palace. Unexpectedly, the Huang and Lu families came to instigate, saying that without Zhang Xiaotian guarding the Yadu base, it would be easy to capture it. The treasures inside are no less than those in the cave palace. Who knew that not only would they lose their wife, but they would also lose so many soldiers, causing the kingdom of Borneo to suddenly become the lowest country on the blue planet.
Just as they were talking, an anxious voice came from outside. Report! The Chinese nation has arrived at the border city gate. Chapter 99, Lighthouse Country? Then I will destroy it too. So fast. Everyone present in the palace of Borneo was shocked. I didn't expect that after the Chinese army had traveled such a long distance, the Alo family couldn't even hold them off for a moment. Balama then said to Amelia beside him, "Sir Deacon, please come forward to mediate." After saying that, he took out a space ring and handed it to Emily Ka tremblingly. Inside are all the items obtained in the underground palace. Balama's heart was bleeding, but now it was a moment of life and death, and he had no time to think. Emily Ka put away the space ring with satisfaction, then nodded and smiled. "Don't worry, your country's affairs are our country's affairs. China doesn't dare to tear its face with us." Everyone present immediately put their minds at ease when they heard her words. That is true. Who on Blue Planet dares not give face to the lighthouse nation? No matter how powerful China is, it dare not declare war directly on the lighthouse country. Thinking of this, everyone in the palace of Borneo immediately put their minds at ease. Then they all walked towards the city gate. At the border gate of Borneo. The Chinese army is already at the gates of the city. Surrounded the entire border city gate of Borneo. Zhang Fan was standing in the air, looking at the protective shield in front of him. This is a border protection shield, which is much more powerful than the ordinary base protection shield. And it seems that it was arranged for them by the lighthouse country. It can block the attacks of super strong people at least at the Shutian realm. Then Zhang Fan gathered strength in his hand and punched out directly. The fist wind blew towards the protective shield with the power of a hurricane breaking through waves. Bang! With a loud bang, a dent suddenly appeared on the protective shield. A powerful wave rotated above the protective shield, shaking the city walls violently. Roar, roar, roar. Seeing Zhang Fan being so brave, the Chinese army suddenly burst into cheers. However, the protective shield shook the city wall for a while and then stabilized immediately. It seems that this protective shield is at least supported by the energy of the strongest person, and it must have been set up by the lighthouse country. Zhang Fan thought to himself. But even so, the light of the protective shield was much dimmer than before. It must not be indestructible. Then Zhang Fan prepared to continue exerting force to break the protective shield in one fell swoop. At this moment, several figures appeared behind the protective shield. There was shock on the faces of these figures.
I didn't expect that such a powerful power fluctuation just now was emitted by the young man in front of me.
People from China, what are you doing? Balama said angrily to Zhang Fan.
This protective shield uses huge energy, and he will lose a lot in a short while.
Of course I'm here to destroy you. Can't you see it?
Zhang Fan said as a dazzling light condensed in his hand.
You? Balama's expression suddenly froze.
He didn't expect that the young man in front of him did not play by the rules at all.
Stop.
Emilia, who was next to Balama, saw Zhang Fan preparing to attack again and immediately shouted loudly. She had accepted things from the kingdom of Burrow, so she couldn't just stand by and watch. Zhang Fan no longer paid attention to these people's nonsense and had already blasted the accumulated power in his hands towards the protective shield.
Bang!
There was a loud bang, and this time the noise was even louder.
The entire protective shield was twisting and vibrating violently.
Those people behind the protective shield felt a strong sense of oppression, and then released their own energy to resist. However, this energy was too huge, and these people could not resist it at all and were forced to retreat dozens of meters away.
Base.
A crisp sound was heard, and the originally indestructible protective shield instantly shattered like a mirror, and then quickly dissipated in the air.
Everyone present, whether from China or Borneo, was shocked. So perverted.
This is a protective shield, and it is the strongest border protective shield. They have never seen anyone defeat someone with bare hands.
Do you know who I am?
Emilia looked at Zhang Fan with anger on her face.
She was also very shocked. Who is this young man?
How can such a powerful protective shield be shattered with bare hands?
Oh. Who are you?
Zhang Fan suddenly became interested and looked at the other party indifferently. I am the left-wing deacon of the Lighthouse Nation, the most powerful and the most favored disciple of the Supreme Commander of Baidenqianxi. When Emily Ka saw Zhang Fan asking, she proudly stated her identity, as if the other party would wag their tail and beg for mercy once they heard it.
Lighthouse country? Then I'll destroy it too. Zhang Fan's cold voice spread throughout the entire city of Borneo.
The heart of King Bharat of the Brahma kingdom suddenly sank.
This was going to be a complete fallout.
The expressions of the others also changed. They didn't expect that this young man didn't take the Lighthouse country seriously at all. He didn't even take the strongest man by Baidenqianxi seriously.
Young man, don't be too angry.
This will only harm your country and your family. An old man from the kingdom of Burrow said to Zhang Fan. The old man tried to use some constraints to remind Zhang Fan and let him know the serious consequences of doing so.
Humph. You're still calling me a young man if I'm not angry?
Zhang Fan snorted coldly, then pointed at the old man and said, Die. A violent dark red lightning bolt shot out from his hand instantly, and then directly pierced through the old man who had just spoken. The old man's body instantly turned into charred bones and fell to the ground.
Wow. Everyone's expression changed.
I didn't expect that even after the identity of the Lighthouse country was revealed, the other party still acted so decisively. Moreover, his strength was too strong, even those who had broken through the sky realm were killed instantly.
Zhang Fan didn't care what they thought.
He just shouted a voice as loud as a bell, which spread throughout the world, All soldiers, follow me in charge.
Break through the country of Burrow. Kill.
Kill, kill, kill.
Charge.
Charge. Charge.
The Chinese army has been waiting for a long time. Hearing Zhang Fan's order at this time, under the leadership of Old Tang, they couldn't wait to shout and attack the city.
Then he started a fierce battle with the remaining soldiers of the Borneo kingdom. Emilia Ka was furious at this moment, and her expression was extremely ugly. I never thought that she, who has always been so high and mighty, would be looked down upon by a young man, and he would be so disrespectful to the Lighthouse country. Thinking of this, Emilia waved her hand quickly, and a knight's sword appeared in front of her in an instant. The long sword emitted a faint golden light, as if it was a sacred object descended from heaven. The sword of holy light will punish you, the evildoer. Emilia shouted at Zhang Fan angrily, holding a long sword.
Die. Boom.
The long sword suddenly blasted out a golden light, carrying a powerful energy wave and rushing straight towards Zhang Fan.
What a fancy thing, break it for me.
Zhang Fan couldn't help but complain, and the power that had already been accumulated in his hands was directly blasted towards the holy light sent by the opponent.
P.S.
Dear friends, if you have time, please take the time to use your lucky hands to give the author a 5-star book review.
It would be even better if you could give me some free power generation gifts. Drooling. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 100 Kill Shu Tian Realm again. Boom.
Zhang Fan directly confronted the golden light emitted by Emelika, and a huge energy wave suddenly erupted in the air.
Ah!
With a roar of a ferocious beast, a huge shadow suddenly appeared behind Zhang Fan. Then the golden light in front of him was like a delicious nectar, which was greedily swallowed by the phantom of the ferocious beast.
Then Zhang Fan rushed towards Emilia without any hindrance. How is that possible?
Emilia, who was floating high in the air, frowned with confusion in her eyes. Even a super strong man in the Void Sky realm would not dare to take on such a powerful holy light attack. But this young man simply ignored it and only used his physical strength. Looking at Zhang Fan, who was getting closer and closer. Then Emilia put away the holy light in front of her, and then she swung the knight's sword in her hand towards Zhang Fan, who was rushing towards her. The long sword moved forward rapidly in the air, and instantly turned into a golden light, as holy as a ray of light that was pushed away by thick clouds. Arrogant fellow, I wonder if you dare to withstand the attack of this holy sword made of golden meteorite iron. Emilia looked at the holy sword that was shooting straight towards Zhang Fan, but Zhang Fan had no intention of dodging, and she was immediately delighted. The material of this holy sword is so great that even a Shu Tian realm warrior who specializes in physical training would not dare to directly collide with it.
What about the young man in front of me?
She could already imagine the scene of Zhang Fan's body being pierced.
Boom!
A loud bang was heard, and Zhang Fan was now facing the holy sword.
A violent energy wave erupted in the air again.
But the perfect picture in Emelika's mind had not yet appeared.
Sonorous.
At this moment, crisp sounds of metal breaking were heard one after another. The holy sword that seemed so hard in Emilia's eyes actually broke into several pieces.
Before Emelika could recover from her shock,
Zhang Fan's figure had already rushed in front of her, and then he punched directly at her tall and slender body.
Puff!
Unable to withstand this huge force, Emilika immediately spat out a mouthful of blood.
Then his entire body was blown into the sky uncontrollably.
Only then did Emilia realize that the young man in front of her was not arrogant, but extremely confident. The holy sword that seemed extremely hard in her eyes was not worth mentioning at all in the eyes of the other party. But she herself vomited blood after being hit by Zhang Fan's punch. You have to know that this is Zhang Fan's power after it has been offset by the golden light and the holy sword. You can imagine how terrifying it would be if it was a full-strength punch. Thinking of this, Emelika's heart was already filled with huge waves.
How could such a terrifying existence suddenly appear in China?
What's even more terrifying is the other person's age. He looks like a high school student. She wanted to report this news to Supreme Commander Baidenqiansi immediately. But the pain in her body at this moment made it impossible for her to even do such a small thing as keeping her body steady.
Where is the energy to do anything else?
At this moment, Zhang Fan's figure had already flashed and rushed to Emily's side.
No, don't. My teacher is Lord Baidenqiansi, the strongest man in the lighthouse country. You can't kill me.
Seeing Zhang Fan appear, Emelika immediately exclaimed. If she were hit by a full-strength punch again, she really wouldn't be able to bear it. Now she has no way to use any weapons to block Zhang Fan's attack. Zhang Fan ignored her words. Then he soared into the sky at a high speed, leaned over and punched Emelika from the air with the power of endless heavenly thunder.
Bye-bye. Bang!
As Zhang Fan's voice was heard, a dark red violent lightning wave suddenly erupted in the air. The entire sky above the country of Borneo was covered by this energy, forming a terrifying thunderstorm scene. Emilia's body turned directly into blood mist and dissipated into nothingness in the air.
Ding!
Killed a Void Sky Realm 5th level warrior, plus 11 million experience points.
The system's voice came. Zhang Fan was stunned.
I didn't expect that Emilia also has a martial arts level of the 5th level of Shu Tian realm.
This is much easier than killing Bharat before.
In addition to the fact that Emelika is weaker than Bharat in terms of talent, Zhang Fan's blood and energy power has been greatly improved this time,
directly forming a crushing situation. The enemy doesn't even have the chance to use the power of blood. Unless one has an extremely special bloodline, the body will be destroyed and the person will be killed instantly.
The people of the Borneo Kingdom who were still fighting with the Chinese army on the ground saw that Emilia from the Lighthouse Kingdom was killed by Zhang Fan. There was no thought of resistance at all, and they all retreated towards another city gate, trying to escape. The people of the Lighthouse country are still here, and they still fantasize about a chance for reconciliation.
Now that even such a powerful left-wing deacon of the lighthouse country has been ruthlessly killed, what are they still holding on to? If I could escape now, it would be nice to be a stateless foreign plunderer. The scene suddenly fell into chaos. At this moment, several dark red thunderbolts suddenly appeared in the sky and struck the gate of the country of Burrow.
Boom! Boom boom! The soldiers of the Pala kingdom who were closer were immediately blown into charred bones. Such a scene also shattered the last hope of the soldiers of the Borneo kingdom, and they all showed expressions of despair.
Why?
Balama, the king of the Brahma kingdom, roared to the sky, with endless sadness on his face. The kingdom of Burrow, which has been passed down for so many years, will be destroyed in his hands today. Before this, he was full of confidence that taking over the demon city base would enhance Bharat's strength. Then the territory of their Borneo kingdom will be able to expand and develop into a big country like the Lighthouse Kingdom and the Chinese kingdom.
Every step of the plan is so perfect.
But because of the appearance of this invincible young man, not only did he kill his brother Bharat, but he was also going to destroy his kingdom with his own hands. Thinking of this, Balama turned to look at Zhang Fan, suddenly laughed loudly towards the sky, and said,
"Ha ha ha.
You have no idea of Amelia's status in the Lighthouse Nation. Kill her, just wait for Baidenkiansi's wrath."
He knew that begging on his knees was of no use.
Saying something that would disgust Zhang Fan was the last thing he could do. However, Balama underestimated Zhang Fan's strength. Now, there is no one in the entire blue planet who can kill Zhang Fan. His wish will only be in vain.
Noisy. Zhang Fan spoke lightly and then his eyes focused.
In an instant, 3 flying knives shot out from behind him and shot straight towards Balama.
Puff, puff, puff.
Balama's laughter suddenly stopped. His head was instantly cut by 3 extremely sharp flying knives and flew up. Then it fell to the ground and was burned by the raging flames.
Chapter 101, The Kingdom of Burrow is destroyed. The blue planet is shaken. Wow! Everyone present was shocked by the attack launched by Zhang Fan. What kind of method is this? Everyone present had also seen warriors with space attributes. But they were sure that those warriors with space attributes could not attack as smoothly as Zhang Fan. The reactions of the people present at this time were also very different. The Chinese army all showed excitement on their faces, while the soldiers of the Borneo kingdom were completely desperate. With such a powerful person here, how can they survive?
Sure enough, at this time Zhang Fan's voice as loud as a bell had spread throughout the battlefield. Kill! The Chinese army reacted immediately and killed all the desperate soldiers of the Borneo kingdom.
Everyone knew that these people could not stay.
Those who are not of our race must have different hearts.
Keeping them will be a time bomb for China's national security. After a while, only the Chinese army was left in the entire Borneo kingdom. At this point, the battle ended with a great victory for China. And it was a complete victory, and it only took less than a day. Of course, most of the time is spent on the road.
The Chinese army was silent for a moment, and then immediately burst into cheers.
Roar, roar, roar. We won. We won. War God Zhang Fan. War God Zhang Fan.
They knew that the victory of this battle depended entirely on Zhang Fan killing Amelia from the Lighthouse country. At this time, Elder Tang had come to Zhang Fan's side and said softly,
"How about you go to the imperial capital first? I believe the strongest, Elder Long, will protect you. Even if it's still by Denkiansi, we have to give him face."
Looking at the cheering scene in front of him, Mr. Tang also felt very happy, but he had to face what was about to happen.
That is what the Lighthouse Nation will do next.
After all, Zhang Fan killed Amelia, and he also knew the status of Amelia in the Lighthouse country. She was one of the disciples of the strongest Baidang Xiongxi. I believe this news will spread soon. By then, it will definitely be a fight to the death.
Zhang Fan's talent has been certified by the Trial Tower as the best on the entire Blue Star. Elder Tang believes that the strongest Elder Long will definitely not watch him perish. Do you think I look like I'm worried about their revenge?
Zhang Fan looked at Mr. Tang calmly and smiled. It's not that I don't trust you, it's just that you don't understand the strength of the strongest. Seeing Zhang Fan still looking calm, Elder Tang suddenly became anxious and continued.
I've seen Master Zhang take action.
He destroyed Void Sky Realm masters like Bharat and Emily Ka in the blink of an eye. Zhang Fan was also a little surprised when he heard this. It seems that the strongest person's energy and blood have reached a very terrifying level. However,
What is there to be afraid of since he has the god of killing armor? Just give him a little more time, and then who knows who will be worried.
Thinking of this, Zhang Fan looked at Mr. Tang and said with a smile,
Tang Lao, please don't worry about my affairs. Let's quickly have everyone sort out the spoils. We will return to the Demon City immediately. By the way, whether or not to send someone to guard this place, you decide.
When Mr. Tang saw how calm and composed Zhang Fan was, he stopped trying to persuade him.
The soldiers quickly began to collect the spoils. As for the guards, Mr. Tang felt that they were not needed for the time being. After all, the Demon City base was too far away from here.
If people from the Lighthouse country attack, it will be difficult for them to take care of them.
Then, the Chinese army, led by Zhang Fan, marched towards the Demon City base in a mighty manner. In 2 days, the entire Blue Star was in an uproar.
Zhang Xiaotian, the strongest person in the demon capital base, has disappeared. Suddenly, a powerful man appeared in the Demon City base. He not only killed Bharat, who was ranked 5th in the trial tower, but also destroyed the kingdom of Burrow.
The most important thing is,
he actually killed Emalika, a disciple of Baidang Qianxi, the strongest man in the Lighthouse Nation.
This news was like a storm, quickly sweeping across the entire blue planet. Lighthouse Country. The highest point of the Octagon building. Fuck no, how could something like this happen? Baidang Qianxi waved his hand and knocked everything on the desk away.
Several men standing in front were immediately hit by these objects, and then flew backwards and hit the hard special glass. However, there were 2 figures, one red and one white, standing on both sides of Baidang Qianxi, and they were not affected by the fluctuations.
Sir Supreme Commander, the Chinese nation is too disrespectful of our Lighthouse Nation. Do we need to send troops immediately to pressure the Chinese nation to hand over this person?
A green-haired man on the ground covered his chest and said to the angry Baidang Qianxi in front of him. After hearing the green-haired man's words, Baidang Qianxi sat down on the chair and spoke after a long while. Now we must not only exert pressure, but also take over the entire Huaxia country. Guchis, Xiangnair, the 2 of you take some experts to Sakura country and have Ben Nyataro send troops to Huaxia country immediately.
Put pressure on first.
I suspect that the powerful man who suddenly appeared is the most handsome man on Blue Star in the trial tower.
After you kill him, you can find an opportunity to take over the Chinese nation. Zhang Xiaotian is missing, and Wan Luxian is close to us.
I wonder how China, with only Long Guodong, can stop our Lighthouse Nation's offensive.
Ha ha ha.
Thinking of this, Bai Dingxiang suddenly burst into laughter and had already put Emalika's death behind him. In his opinion, although he lost a subordinate in the Void Sky realm, it gave the Lighthouse country an excuse to launch an attack on the Chinese country.
Amelia's death was totally worth it. Moreover, the opportunity now is rare.
In the entire China, there is only one person, Long Guodong, who can pose a threat to him.
Baidang Qianxi's words shocked everyone present. The most handsome man on Blue Star. It's really possible. Otherwise, how could he have the ability to kill Bharat and Emilika in succession?
Yes, Bharat's strength is comparable to that of the strongest.
How could he be killed so easily by an unknown person?
Last time, Deacon Londeli was killed by Blue Star's most handsome man in the Void Heaven realm. This time, he also killed Deacon Emilia.
How despicable. Everyone present immediately had a look of anger on their faces. Yes. Supreme Commander.
At this time, 2 figures, one in red and one in white, standing next to Baidang Qianxi immediately leaned forward and spoke respectfully. Although they are both the strongest and supreme commanders, they both know the terrifying power of Baidang Qianxi. But it is not something that those of them who later advanced to the Tonggu realm can contend with. At this time, the red figure Guchisi said hesitantly, then, the Western Demon Sea. Baidang Qianxi knew what the other party meant, and then waved his hand and said, "Don't worry about that. My strength has improved recently. With me guarding the Lighthouse Nation, the monsters in the Western Demon Sea won't dare to act rashly.
As long as there is progress, I will immediately go to Huaxia to support you. Long Guodong is not easy to deal with."
When everyone present heard this, they were all shocked.
You know, the Lighthouse Nation has been fighting against the Western Demon Sea for hundreds of years.
This time, Baidang Qianxi's tone was so confident that he even said that he could fight against the strongest person like Long Guodong.
I guess it's more than just a matter of improvement. That must be a major breakthrough. Chapter 102, Huaxia's Decision. The Wang Family's Choice. Blue Star, the imperial capital base of China.
At the top floor, a dozen people in military uniforms were sitting at a conference table. And in the front of these people sat an old man with white hair and white beard. Although the old man looked very old, he sat very straight, and the sharpness in his eyes made everyone present dare not look directly at him. He is none other than Long Guodong, one of the top 3 strongest people in China and even in the entire Blue Star. The white-haired old man, Long Guodong, said in a vigorous and powerful voice. News has come from the demon capital base that Elder Zhang Xiaotian has indeed disappeared along with the underground palace. Moreover, the Huan and Lu families of the 4 great families colluded with the Buro Kingdom to launch an attack on the Yaodu base, but they were already stopped by the Yaodu base. Wow! As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present exclaimed in surprise and started talking about it with shocked expressions. This thing is actually true. Then doesn't our country of China have lost one of its strongest people? Without Elder Zhang guarding the demon capital base, it will surely be coveted by many forces. Although we can hold them off this time, the Buro Kingdom has Bharat, who ranks 5th in talent in the trial tower. It's only a matter of time before the demon capital base is breached. The demon capital base is in a very dangerous situation right now. Do we need to send troops to support it? As everyone spoke, they all looked anxious. This is not just a matter of the demon city base. If the Yaodu base is breached, the entire Chinese nation will be exposed to the enemy's sight. It will be occupied by forces from all sides, and the entire situation will be out of control. By then, life for ordinary people will become even more difficult. Long Guodong waved his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet, and then continued. Don't worry for now, Bharat has been killed. Wow! Everyone present exclaimed in surprise and looked at Long Guodong in disbelief. Bharat is known as the strongest person in the country of Baoluo. His talent is even higher than some of the strongest people in the Tonggu realm. How can the demon capital base kill him without the strongest person? Yeah, is there something wrong with the news? Could it be that the demon capital base has already fallen? Is this the enemy's plan? As everyone was talking, they began to speculate about the authenticity of the news. After all, it was too hard to believe. Long Guodong was just about to speak when a soldier in military uniform came in from outside the door with a tablet. He is Long Guodong's confidant and can enter without notifying anyone if there is any emergency. Long Guodong took the tablet and started looking at it. Gradually, his pupils widened and his face was filled with shock. Everyone present was shocked when they saw this scene. When such an expression appeared on the face of a strong man like Long Guodong, it meant that something very serious had happened. Then everyone looked at Long Guodong, wanting to know what had happened. Zhang Fan, lead the army to destroy the kingdom of Buro. Long Guodong calmed down and spoke slowly. Suddenly, he remembered that no one present knew who Zhang Fan was, so he continued. I've sent you Zhang Fan's information. He's the one who killed Bharat, and he's also the most handsome man on Blue Planet who's been breaking records in the Void Heaven Realm Trial Tower. Wow! As soon as Long Guodong finished speaking, everyone present stood up and exclaimed in surprise. Then they all looked at the tablets in their hands. The most handsome man on Blue Star. Really? He is actually from our Huaxia country. Great! This is really great news. Zhang Fan just graduated from high school and is a freshman at the Martial Arts Academy. This is too young. It's unbelievable. Bharat was killed by Zhang Fan. Does that mean his strength has reached the Void Sky Realm? Reaching the Void Heaven Realm at this age? This is unbelievable. But he's too crazy. He even brought a large army to destroy the kingdom of Buro. This is a young man with blood. The fact that the army is willing to follow him shows that they have great faith in him. Everyone's faces were suddenly filled with excitement. They have been searching for the most handsome man on Blue Planet for many days, but they didn't expect that he was actually in China. Long Guodong waved his hand to signal everyone to sit down, and then continued. Zhang Fan also killed a deacon from the Lighthouse Nation this time, named Emily Ka. This will likely lead to a head-on conflict with the Lighthouse Nation. This may be the greatest crisis China has faced since the first year of the Tianwu era. But for the sake of the stable life of the people of China, we have no choice but to protect it with all our might. Although Elder Zhang Xiaotian's whereabouts are unknown, our Huaxia nation now has a new man with extraordinary talent, Zhang Fan. I will not let the Lighthouse Nation destroy him. His talent is the future of our China. I will protect him even if it means risking everything. Long Guodong's words excited everyone present.
His eyes became even more determined. Yes. So what if we kill the people from the lighthouse country? China will not be afraid of them. Magic City, Wang Family Manor. Is this what I assigned to you?
Wang Luxian looked at the message coming from the tablet in her hand, then threw it to Wang Lei, who was already sweating profusely on the ground, with a helpless look on her face.
Hearing this, Wang Lei took the tablet and took a look at it. He immediately collapsed to the ground and said tremblingly, Father, how could this Zhang Fan suddenly become someone who can kill someone like Bharat? Did something go wrong? He just couldn't believe that this news was true. How could a freshman in martial arts kill a powerful and talented super expert in the Void Sky realm? Isn't this a fairy tale? Do you think Long Wodong is joking with me because he has nothing better to do? Wang Luxian frowned and said coldly. The more he looked at his son, the angrier he got. Not only did he have no talent, but he couldn't even get things done. At this moment, Wang Luxian seemed to sense something and took out a mobile phone from the space ring. This was the cell phone he used specifically to contact people abroad. Obviously, someone had something important to discuss with him. Speak. Wang Luxian answered the phone in a deep voice. After a long time, Wang Luxian put away his phone and looked at Wang Lei on the ground. News has come from Sakura country that Lighthouse country has sent many experts to force Huaxia country to hand over Zhang Fan. They want me to state my position within 3 days. Do you still think this is fake? When Wang Lei heard this, his face turned pale instantly. In other words, this Zhang Fan really killed Bharat, a super powerful person in the Shutian realm, and was also the person ranked first in the Shutian realm trial tower? How is this possible? This was beyond his imagination. Father, what should we do? We are already in a situation of life and death with Zhang Fan. Xiaojie died in his hands. Wang Lei said with a face full of anger. Wang Luxian turned and looked at the abyss of the Dead Sea on the windowsill and slowly said, The relationship between us and Zhang Fan has long been hostile. Even if Long Guodong intervenes, Zhang Fan, with his ruthless and ruthless character, will never let us go. Our country is the best proof. Instead of letting him grow up, it's better to take this opportunity to strangle him. I've had enough of this abyssal Dead Sea. It's time to change the landscape of the entire blue planet. Cooperation with the Lighthouse Nation is also the last way out for my Wang family. Chapter 103, Improving Spiritual Skills. Crisis in the Magic City. 5 days later. In the Demon City base, inside Zhang Fan's manor villa. Zhang Fan, who had just come out of the Shutian realm, didn't know yet that the entire blue planet had begun to become turbulent because of him. The experience points gained previously increased the level by 2 levels again. Reached the 7th level of Lingyun realm in martial arts. And I've also received a lot of treasure chests by signing into the system these days. There are several purple treasure chests among them. I even got some elixirs that can speed up the growth of skill points. In addition, he has been staying in the Shutian realm for the past few days, and the growth rate of his skill points has reached a terrifying 30 times. In just 5 days, he gained 12.96 million skill points. Adding the remaining skill points, it is almost close to 15 million. This time he came back, he wanted to upgrade the level of his spiritual skills. Then Zhang Fan immediately ordered the system to upgrade. Ding! The host successfully consumed 999,9999 skill points to upgrade the Thunder Attribute Psychic Power Technique. Psionic Skills, Thunder Attribute SSS. Ding! Comprehend SSS level Lightning Attribute Spiritual Skill, Chaos Destruction Thunder. The system's voice came. Zhang Fan suddenly felt pain in his heart. The last time it was upgraded to SS level was 5 million, and this time it doubled. A terrifying 10 million skill points were consumed. After the Star Chaos Body Talent level is upgraded, another 15 million will be needed to upgrade the spiritual skill level to SSS level. Fortunately, with the help of elixirs, the speed of skill point increase has reached 10 points per second, and it can be increased rapidly even if you are not in the Void Heaven realm. The power of this Thunder Attribute spiritual skill after being upgraded is also very obvious. It was unable to cause fatal damage to the Shutian realm before, but now it is different. It can easily kill the warriors of the Shutian realm in seconds. Zhang Fan continued to check the sign-in panel. I have signed in for 13 days this month, and I will get the golden treasure chest in 2 days. After 17 days, you can get an even rarer red treasure chest. Thinking of this, Zhang Fan couldn't help but feel a little excited. Suddenly, his cell phone rang.
It was President Tang who called and asked him to go to the warrior office to discuss something in detail. There was anxiety in his words. Then Zhang Fan put away the system panel and flew directly towards the warrior office. Arrived at the top floor of the warrior office. At this time, many people have gathered here, all of whom were people who had attacked the kingdom of Burrow with Zhang Fan before. When everyone saw Zhang Fan coming, they stood up and looked at him with admiration.
Zhang Fan, you're here, sit down.
Old Tang said to Zhang Fan.
Mr. Tang, what's the rush? Is there something big happening in the lighthouse country?
Zhang Fan said.
Yes, you were not in the demon capital 2 days ago.
The lighthouse nation proposed peace terms, which was to hand you over to them for disposal, but they were rejected by the strongest, Elder Long. When Mr. Tang said this, his brows furrowed, then he closed his eyes and sighed. Today, the latest news came from the imperial capital. The Wang family has rebelled, and the entire demon city has fallen.
Now, besides Wang Luxian, the strongest, there are 3 other strongest people in the demon city.
They are Guchis and Xiangnai from Lighthouse Country, and the other one is Bakuchi Taro from Sakura Country. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present exclaimed in shock.
What? How abhorrent! The Wang family, the most powerful family guarding the demon city, actually rebelled at this time? Doesn't that mean that there is only one strongest person left in our Huaxia nation? What should we do?
Even if Elder Long is very powerful, he can only restrain 3 strongest warriors at most.
Wang Luxian is much stronger than the average strongest warrior. Is it really God's will to destroy China?
Everyone present cursed the Wang family for their betrayal and was even more worried about how the situation in China would change in the future. Looking at everyone's anxious expressions, Zhang Fan smiled calmly, not feeling worried at all about the news. He was heard saying calmly, instead of sighing here, we should gather our army immediately and drive these people out of China. As soon as these words were spoken, the eyes of everyone present suddenly froze, and they all turned their gazes to Zhang Fan, who was calm and composed. If someone else said this, they would definitely swear on the spot. But the person standing in front of him was Zhang Fan, who had led them to destroy the kingdom of Bo Luo and even killed the strongest man in the kingdom of Bo Luo without any harm.
Zhang Fan, are you sure?
Old Tang looked at Zhang Fan slowly, his eyes full of anticipation. The others also looked at Zhang Fan with anticipation. Obviously they have confidence in Zhang Fan, but they still want to get a positive answer.
Of course, I can guarantee that fighting the strongest will be fine.
Zhang Fan smiled confidently, then looked at everyone and continued.
But this is a war, and we're facing a combined force of the Lighthouse Nation and the Sakura Nation. Unlike the weak Borneo Nation before, there will definitely be casualties. You must be mentally prepared.
Although he can guarantee to compete with the strongest, war, especially a war of warriors on this scale.
No one can guarantee that others will be 100% safe. Hearing Zhang Fan's words, everyone breathed a sigh of relief.
Zhang Fan, you're not afraid of fighting against the strongest, so we're just dealing with their minions.
What's there to be afraid of? If it weren't for you, we would have been defeated by the Borneo army long ago. How could we have had the chance to serve our country? Yes, China is in danger now. How can we retreat alone? This time, let the Wang family know that betraying China was the worst decision they ever made. Kill. Even if we are in darkness, we will fight our way to the dawn.
Elder Tang, standing by, was also filled with emotion.
His face flushed, he shouted, "All right. Gather all the troops in the demon city immediately and prepare to attack the demon city." When Zhang Fan saw this scene, a faint smile appeared on his face. This is the feeling of family and country. As long as we work together, nothing can defeat us.
The next day, at the gate of the demon city base in China.
After a night of gathering, there are now rows of neatly arranged teams gathered here.
Basically, they were the soldiers who had previously attacked the kingdom of Borneo with Zhang Fan. There was determination in the eyes of all the soldiers, a determination to face death head-on.
Let's go! Demon City.
Zhang Fan waved his hand towards the direction of the demon city, and a sound as loud as a bell immediately spread throughout the entire army.
Roar, roar, roar. There were deafening responses from the army. Then the army marched towards the magic city in a mighty manner. Chapter 104 Battle of South City. Nanchang Base. This is the only way from the demon city to the magic city.
At this time, at the gate of the South City base, 2 armies were confronting each other. In the army near the Nanchang base, Wang Chengfeng and the military generals were looking forward with serious eyes. In front of the army opposite them stood Wang Lei, who had a smug look on his face. He shouted loudly to Wang Chengfeng.
"Nephew Chengfeng, you'd better give up. We are family.
If you join our army heading south earlier, you will have made a great contribution."
"Humph. The Wang family doesn't have a shameless traitor like you."
Wang Chengfeng snorted coldly with an extremely ugly expression, and then continued, "If you want to go to the demon city, then you have to step over my body, otherwise forget it." The soldiers behind Wang Chengfeng also looked angry.
The Wang family of Modu, who was originally responsible for guarding the border of China, actually rebelled.
This made them shocked and angry.
Then everyone shouted, "Traitors must be killed by everyone! Traitors must be killed by everyone!"
At this moment, a huge aura swept across the entire South City base.
Snort!
A cold snort immediately made everyone present tremble in their hearts, as if they were in the freezing snow.
Then everyone saw a figure appear beside Wang Lei at some point. Wang Luxian.
Wang Chengfeng suppressed the discomfort in his heart and spoke slowly.
The people behind him were suddenly shocked. "This is Wang Luxian, the strongest man guarding the demon city. It is indeed extremely powerful."
The pressure from his aura alone made it difficult for everyone present to breathe. "Wang Chengfeng, my grandson Xiajie died in the South City base, and I haven't punished you yet,"
Wang Luxian said as he took off into the air and slowly walked towards the South City base.
Then his voice continued to be heard. "We are all Chinese people, and I don't want to start a war. As long as you surrender now, I can forgive you for the past.
Otherwise kill without mercy."
As Wang Luxian's voice fell, Wang Chengfeng and other soldiers felt that the temperature around them dropped a few degrees. Everyone believed that if Wang Luxian made a move, they would all die on the spot. However, neither Wang Chengfeng nor the soldiers behind him spoke a word. Everyone's face was filled with determination, as if they were determined to put life and death aside.
Seeing this scene, Wang Luxian immediately shook his head.
He knew that there was no way to resolve the current situation without taking action.
Then he raised his hand in the air, and in an instant countless sharp icicles condensed and appeared behind him. "Since you are so stubborn, don't blame me for being ruthless. Die."
As his voice fell, the countless extremely sharp icicles hovering in the air crashed down.
Wang Chengfeng and the soldiers behind him immediately closed their eyes, waiting for death to come.
They knew that any resistance was useless in front of the strongest. But they still did not waver, even their originally trembling bodies seemed extremely calm at this moment. The soldiers behind Wang Lei all had a hint of pity in their eyes.
These are all soldiers of the Chinese nation.
It was originally intended to resist foreign countries and monsters. I didn't expect that we would meet in battle here today. At this moment, everyone present only heard a series of collision sounds coming from the air.
Bang, bang, bang.
The sharp icicles that were originally shooting towards the soldiers of the South City base unexpectedly all hit an invisible barrier. However, the sharp icicle attack did not disappear and continued to impact the invisible barrier. Suddenly, a dark red light burst out from the huge invisible barrier.
Boom!
Then countless violent lightning bolts burst out from it, quickly forming a huge wall of lightning, instantly shattering all the sharp ice pillars in front of it.
"Who is this person? Come out here."
Wang Luxian was a little surprised when he saw the shattered icicle, and then he shouted angrily to the people around him.
Wow! The army behind Wang Lei even let out a cry of surprise. The attack launched by the strongest was actually broken. The soldiers at the South City base opened their eyes blankly and looked forward. They all showed an expression of disbelief. This is... What a powerful energy fluctuation! Could it be that someone has come to rescue us? To be able to withstand the attack of the strongest, Wang Luxian, he must also be a strongest, right?
The strongest, Elder Long, is currently fighting against 3 of the strongest outside of China. The strongest in the demon capital, Elder Zhang, is missing.
Could it be that there are other strongest people in our country?
Before everyone could be confused for long, a voice came from a distance. As expected of the strongest, your power is indeed much greater than that of the Void Sky realm.
However, isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to treat people from your own country like this?
As the voice came, a figure was already standing proudly above the South City base, looking directly at Wang Luxian.
"You are Zhang Fan." Wang Luxian looked at Zhang Fan and frowned immediately.
He knew that Zhang Fan had killed Bharat, but he didn't expect that the attack he had just launched was easily broken by the other party.
This is not something that the Shutian realm can do. Even Bharat, who can withstand the strongest ordinary person, can't do it.
Wang Chengfeng and the soldiers at the South City base were also shocked, and looked at Zhang Fan with shocked expressions.
It's Zhang Fan. Is it really Zhang Fan? Was he the one who just blocked the attack of the strongest person? It's unbelievable. It's only been a few days since he killed a Soaring Cloud Realm expert? Has he already grown to this point? Is the martial arts teaching at the demon capital base different from ours? Okay, as long as someone can stop Wang Luxian, I believe we still have hope. As everyone was talking about this, they were already extremely excited. This was truly great news. For 2 days, Zhang Fan led the army of Demon City and marched non-stop. Finally, we arrived at the forest a few hundred meters away from the South City base. At this moment, Zhang Fan sensed everything that happened here through his soul power. He directly used the Thunder Illusion Thousand Shadows technique and arrived at the South City base in the blink of an eye to block Wang Luxian's attack. As expected of someone who has the power to kill Bharat, he's able to comprehend such a powerful SS-level spiritual skill at such a young age. But even if you can block my attack, can the South City base stop the army behind me? As Wang Luxian spoke, he waved his hand to signal Wang Lei behind him to launch an attack. Kill! Wang Lei shouted, and then the army behind him rushed towards the South City base. The soldiers at the South City base were suddenly shocked. That's right, the enemy has a huge advantage in numbers, and it won't take much time to capture the South City base. No matter how strong Zhang Fan is, it is difficult for him to gain any advantage from the strongest person like Wang Luxian, and he may even be unable to protect himself. Not to mention coming to support them. The Demon Capital Army has been ordered to suppress the bandits. Those who disobey will be killed without mercy. At this moment, a loud voice came from the distant mountains and forests of Nanchang Base. Then everyone present saw dense figures rushing out from the mountains and forests. Kill! 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 It was the demon army led by Old Tang that arrived. Chapter 105, Battle against the strongest Wang Luxian. What? Wang Lei, who was about to charge towards the Nanchang base, was suddenly shocked. The army behind him stopped right where they were, not daring to continue fighting. The army of Demon City is no weaker than the army of Magic City. In recent days, a piece of news has been widely circulated that the army of Demon City destroyed the kingdom of Burrow not long ago. The momentum is unparalleled at the moment. Who would dare to go forward and fight against such a large army of demons? Wang Chengfeng and other soldiers from the South City base already had a look of joy on their faces. They all moved their positions to allow the demon army to come forward. President Tang. Wang Chengfeng recognized President Tang from the Demon City base at a glance. President Wang, you are all great. President Tang looked at Wang Chengfeng and smiled. No Chinese soldier is afraid of death, said Wang Chengfeng. The soldiers behind him burst into shouts when they heard this. Roar! Roar! I will never back down. Wang Luxian, standing in the air, knew that only by taking down Zhang Fan could he truly subdue these soldiers on the ground. A war between warriors is about victory or defeat between the strongest. As long as one side wins the battle, the victory of the situation will tilt towards that side. Then Wang Luxian looked at Zhang Fan with a fixed gaze, and a powerful aura instantly emanated from his body and rushed towards Zhang Fan. It's just right that you came to me on your own initiative. There's no need for me to go to the Demon City base to find you. Wang Luxian looked at Zhang Fan and said coldly. A trifle. Zhang Fan, wearing the Killer God armor, spoke calmly. Then he casually raised his hand and waved it, and the majestic momentum wave instantly disappeared without a trace. Seeing this scene, Wang Luxian frowned and immediately retracted his aura, no longer looking down on Zhang Fan. I saw a bone-chilling energy condensed in his hands. Let me show you the power of the strongest spiritual skills. Thousands of miles of ice. With a roar of anger, Wang Luxian quickly punched Zhang Fan. The icy energy instantly turned into a huge fist shadow and attacked Zhang Fan. The air instantly solidified wherever it passed. It feels like being in an extremely cold place. Zhang Fan was not in a hurry, and he also condensed his own thunder energy in his hands. The chaos world-destroying thunder in his hand continuously flashed with a dark red violet light, as violent as a trapped beast. Ah! With a roar, Zhang Fan took advantage of the situation and punched towards the incoming icy fist shadow. An extremely ferocious beast rushed out in an instant. Directly confront Wang Luxian's 1,000 miles of ice attack. Boom!
Two extremely violent energies collided in an instant, and a dazzling light burst out directly in the air. After a moment, the dazzling light disappeared, and the violent fluctuations that erupted also dissipated. Your spiritual skills have actually reached SSS level. Looking at the scene in front of him, Wang Luxian's face was full of shock. According to the information we got before, Zhang Fan was still using SS level spiritual skills to fight Bharat, but this time he actually used SSS level skills directly? He also didn't understand how Zhang Fan managed to remain calm after releasing an SSS level spiritual skill. Even for a famous and powerful person like him, he can only release SSS level spiritual skills a few times. Could it be that Zhang Fan's spiritual power was not consumed at all? Wang Luxian couldn't figure it out, and at this time Zhang Fan's follow-up action had already arrived in front of him. The 8 desolate immortal battle body in Zhang Fan's body was running wildly, and the energy and blood in his body had reached its peak. He flashed in front of Wang Luxian and gathered the endless violent chaos and world-destroying thunder in his hands. Drink! With a loud shout, Zhang Fan quickly punched Wang Luxian in the heart. Humph! Daring to fight physically is the worst decision you've ever made. Wang Luxian didn't expect that Zhang Fan would dare to fight hand-to-hand with the strongest man like him, and then a hint of joy suddenly appeared on his face. He felt that Zhang Fan had a high talent and the spiritual skills he had comprehended were very powerful, but the strength of his physical body and blood was limited by a certain level. Could it be possible that a young man whose martial arts level is only Lingyun realm has stronger blood and energy than the strongest person like him? Thinking of this, Wang Luxian stretched out one hand to block Zhang Fan's attack, and with the other hand, he clenched his fist and punched towards Zhang Fan. Boom! Boom! With two loud bangs, Wang Luxian and Zhang Fan flew backwards instantly. The god of killing armor on Zhang Fan's body trembled slightly and then returned to calm. This made Zhang Fan very happy. The treasures obtained in the Shutian realm were indeed powerful. It can indeed allow him to block the attack of the strongest person in Tonggu realm at the level of Lingyun realm. However, Zhang Fan was somewhat surprised by the intensity of the confrontation between the two. He is now at the 7th level of Lingyun realm, with 170,000 chi and health points. Coupled with the more than tenfold blessing of the 8 desolate immortal battle body, it is already able to contend against the existence at the peak of the Void Sky realm. But just now, Wang Luxian took it easily. It seems that the other party's cultivation level is at least around the 5th level of Tonggu realm. That's a full 4 million health points. Thinking of this, Zhang Fan quickly activated the Star Chaos Body. The little cosmic power left in the D-level star crystal in the space ring was consumed in an instant. Wang Luxian was extremely shocked at this time, and even felt a little scared. Zhang Fan was actually not afraid of the attack from the strongest man like him. Moreover, he just felt that the energy and blood power contained in Zhang Fan's attack had at least reached the peak of the Shutian realm. What kind of evil creature is this? Suddenly, Wang Luxian thought of a possibility and then looked at Zhang Fan. Suddenly, a bright light appeared behind Zhang Fan, and a star ring emitting endless stars appeared behind him. Star bloodline? Wang Luxian's eyes suddenly widened. It turned out to be just as he guessed. He had seen this star ring on his adopted daughter Wang Shui. He didn't expect that Zhang Fan, at such an age, had already activated and comprehended the star bloodline. You know? Zhang Fan was a little surprised. This kind of rare bloodline power is usually not spoken of personally, and others don't know its specific name. I didn't expect Wang Luxian to know so much. Humph. Bastard, even with the blessing of this star bloodline, you can't hurt me at all. Wang Luxian snorted coldly at Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan didn't expect to be scolded for no reason, and then he used all his strength to display the 8 desolate immortal battle body and star ring. The star ring doubles your combat power. The 170,000 health value of the 7th level of Lingyun realm directly became 340,000, and with the bonus of the 8 desolate immortal battle body, it reached a terrifying 3 million. Looking at Zhang Fan, whose energy and blood value soared in front of him, Wang Luxian's face became solemn. Too many things on Zhang Fan's body have exceeded his imagination, and now his chi and blood values have increased to the point where they are almost the same as those of him, the strongest. What a horrible thing this is. But now Wang Luxian has no time to think about it. Zhang Fan has gathered all the energy and blood in his body and gathered it in his hands to attack Wang Luxian. Chapter 106 The Star Chaos Body is upgraded again. Looking at Zhang Fan who was rushing towards him, Wang Luxian could only quickly gather his energy and blood into his hands to take the attack. Boom! With a loud bang, Wang Luxian was knocked away by Zhang Fan's heavy punch.
However, the two of them had similar energy and blood at this time, so Wang Luxian did not suffer any harm. But this is already extremely shocking. Zhang Fan has become so strong? Wang Chengfeng couldn't help but speak. He was originally prepared, but it was still a little unbelievable to see Zhang Fan take action again. It seems like since I met him, he has always been beyond my imagination. President Tang couldn't help but mutter to himself. He thought of the first time Zhang Fan came to him to improve the quality of his weapons. At that time, he was just very optimistic about the other party, but he didn't expect that now he has become a strong man he looks up to. At this time, Wang Luxian, who was knocked out in the air, has stabilized his body. Although he was also shocked by Zhang Fan's strength, there was no change on his face. Ha ha. Just like you think you can kill me? Don't even think about it. Wang Luxian looked at Zhang Fan with disdain and laughed out loud, then continued. Do you know what a veteran strongest person is? I, Wang Luxian, can come and go freely throughout the entire Blue Star. Even the strongest people like Long Guodong and Bai Denqianxi can't kill me. Looking at Wang Luxian's somewhat crazy expression, Zhang Fan smiled evilly. Then he slowly said, Really? Seeing Zhang Fan's indifferent look, Wang Luxian suddenly felt confused. Could there be another trick? Zhang Fan was indeed beyond his expectations in every way, and there were too many things that happened that he couldn't understand. Suddenly, the weather in the sky changed drastically, and the bright sky was covered by thick dark clouds. The entire world seemed to be covered by a huge palm. Boom! At this moment, an endless starlight burst out from Zhang Fan's body and shot straight into the sky. The thick dark clouds in the sky seemed to be torn open by a big hole in an instant. The surrounding dark clouds were spinning rapidly around the big hole. Everyone present could see the endless cosmic starlight appearing in the sky. Then everyone exclaimed in surprise. Wow! Isn't the starlight so beautiful? Am I seeing things right? I can actually see the world outside the universe on Blue Star? This should be the power of Zhang Fan's bloodline. I don't think I've ever seen it before. He seems to be increasing the power of his bloodline. Could it be that the power of his bloodline can continue to increase? As expected of Zhang Fan, he never fails to surprise us. The bloodline power he can enhance is unheard of on the entire Blue Star. Wow! Don't want. Before everyone could continue to marvel at Zhang Fan's abilities, a burst of exclamations erupted from the scene. Some people even closed their eyes, unable to bear it. Wang Luxian had already reacted at this time, and his figure instantly jumped into the air and rushed towards Zhang Fan. Wang Luxian knew that if Zhang Fan's bloodline power was enhanced, more uncontrollable things would happen. Even if he was confident that no one in the entire Blue Star could kill him, what Zhang Fan did was always beyond his understanding. How could we allow Zhang Fan to continue growing? At this moment, there is no time to care about the demeanor of a strong man, the only thing to do is to strike first. Bang! Beyond everyone's expectations. The strongest man like Wang Luxian was blasted away by the endless starlight before he could even get within 50 meters of Zhang Fan. Cough. This is... Wang Luxian coughed violently, then exclaimed in surprise. Wow! The soldiers standing on the ground exclaimed in surprise when they saw this scene. You know, Zhang Fan's strong blood and energy didn't hurt Wang Luxian just now, but now this ray of light can make his breathing disordered. It's so scary. At this moment, Zhang Fan, bathed in endless starlight, suddenly opened his eyes. Looking at Wang Luxian, who was knocked away in the distance, Zhang Fan smiled contemptuously, as if he was looking at an ant. Humph. You overestimate your abilities. With a cold snort, 2-star rings slowly rose behind Zhang Fan. The rich energy and blood in his body suddenly surged and rose. The powerful energy and blood power seemed to be about to shatter the world. Your qi and blood value. Wang Luxian's pupils widened, and he pointed at the surging qi and blood behind Zhang Fan in disbelief. He could feel that Zhang Fan's blood and energy were twice as strong this time. It's already much higher than the energy and blood of the strongest person like him. This is really crazy. Even he, the strongest person who survived from the first year of the Tianwu era, has never seen such a weird thing. Zhang Fan was just waiting for the system sign in time to arrive. I immediately opened the golden treasure chest and got an SSS level talent attribute card. Of course, Zhang Fan used it without hesitation to enhance the Star Chaos body. The next step is to use the remaining skill points to upgrade the mystic level of the Star Chaos body to SS level.
Although he did not upgrade to SSS level to obtain new SSS level secret techniques, his reserves of cosmic power have been greatly improved, and he can directly cast 2 rounds of star rings. This time when he used the star ring secret technique, Zheng Fan clearly felt extremely relaxed. It seems that if I continue to upgrade the mystical level of the star chaos body to SSS level, I won't have to worry about the consumption of cosmic power anymore. Zheng Fan put his thoughts aside and looked forward. Wang Luxian's face was filled with an expression of extreme shock. How can an ant possibly understand the vastness of the universe? Zheng Fan said this lightly, and then without hesitation, he gathered all the energy and blood in his hands. His body was filled with endless starlight as he rushed towards Wang Luxian at a rapid speed. Seeing Zheng Fan attacking again, there was already a hint of madness in Wang Luxian's eyes. He knew that Zheng Fan's blood and energy power had far surpassed his this time, and then he did not hesitate to quickly and madly release the blood and energy power in his body. In that case, then destroy it. Wang Luxian shouted, and extremely rich energy and blood quickly circulated around his body. Suddenly, a dazzling light blue-white light burst out from his body, instantly condensing the rich energy and blood outside his body. Drink! Then Wang Luxian shouted again. The light blue light around him, with rich energy and blood, instantly transformed into a huge ice beast under his feet. This giant ice beast was so tall that it stood directly on the ground, trampling the originally dense forest into a flat area. The huge head stared at Zheng Fan in front of it. Ouch! The giant ice beast roared to the sky. Then a biting chill spread out from its body and then swept across the entire South City base. All the soldiers present felt a shudder in their hearts, and used their own energy to resist with difficulty. But the people in the South City base are not spared. Many elderly ordinary people were turned into ice sculptures on the spot. It all happened in an instant. And Wang Luxian himself was also covered by a thick layer of ice armor. Kill! With Wang Luxian's loud shout, the giant ice beast and he rushed towards Zheng Fan who was coming to kill him. Chapter 107: A Small Goal. Breaking through the sky. Bang bang bang. Earth-shaking crashes continued to be heard from the air. Then a strong wave broke out. Boom! Even the soldiers far away on the ground felt a little pressure. This is a battle between the strongest. If the distance was not far, the entire South City base would probably be destroyed. At this moment, everyone saw a figure flying backwards. It was none other than the strongest, Wang Luxian. Such a strong power. Puff! Puff! Wang Luxian knelt down in the air and muttered to himself, then suddenly couldn't help but spit out mouthfuls of blood in the air. The ice armor that was originally extremely hard around his body was instantly shattered. It scattered and fell to the ground. The giant ice beast was shattered into tiny pieces of ice by Zheng Fan's tremendous force and dissipated in the air. Then the biting cold around him disappeared in an instant. Father! Wang Lei exclaimed on the ground. But he doesn't have the ability to intervene in a duel of this level of strength. Zheng Fan succeeded in his attack without any hesitation. His figure quickly disappeared from the spot and kept flashing to the side of Wang Luxian. You attack innocent people indiscriminately. Do you think you deserve to be the strongest? Zheng Fan said in a stern voice, and then he gathered his strength and punched towards Wang Luxian. No, Zheng Fan, don't kill me. Seeing Zheng Fan coming to kill him, Wang Luxian screamed in fear. Even his strongest bloodline power could not compete with Zheng Fan. How can we fight this? At this moment, he didn't care about the demeanor of the strongest person at all and begged Zheng Fan. But of course Zheng Fan would not give him a chance. Bang! Wang Luxian's body was instantly knocked down from the air by Zheng Fan's huge force. Phew! A sound of breaking flesh was heard. Everyone saw a huge hole appearing on Wang Luxian's body as he fell rapidly. Hiss! Everyone present took a deep breath. What kind of powerful force can penetrate the body of the strongest person? Perhaps only someone like Zheng Fan, who has always been beyond their cognition, can do this? Boom! Just as everyone was thinking about it, Wang Luxian in front of them had been smashed to the ground. A cloud of dust rose up, and then several violent dark red chaos-destroying thunders appeared in the sky and struck the place where Wang Luxian had just landed. Boom! Boom boom! The deafening thunder resounded throughout the entire South City base, forcing everyone to cover their ears. After a while, the dust cleared and the woods in the distance of the South City base had been razed to the ground. Where is Wang Luxian? Everyone only saw Zhang Fan leisurely walking slowly from the distant air towards the gate of the South City base. There was no injury on his body, as if he had just killed an ordinary warrior.
Ding!
Killed a 5th level warrior in the Tonggu realm, plus 110 million experience points. At this time, the system's voice came.
Zhang Fan was already ecstatic. 110 million experience points? That's hundreds of millions more experience points than a small goal. He is indeed worthy of being the strongest.
Then, Zhang Fan directly ordered the system to upgrade the level.
Ding!
The host successfully consumed 101.67 million experience points to increase his cultivation level.
Level, Sky-Breaking Realm, Level 2. The system's voice came. Zhang Fan was suddenly shocked. Directly from the 7th level of Lingyun Realm to the 2nd level of Pokong Realm? The Qi and blood value has reached as much as 300,000. With the addition of 2-star rings, that's 1.2 million. Finally, there was the 8 Desolate Immortal Battle Body, which had already exceeded 12 million. Moreover, this blood and energy value will only increase and not decrease. Perhaps no one in the entire Blue Star can withstand Zhang Fan's punch. It was already silent outside the South City base.
Everyone was immersed in the battle just now and was shocked by Zhang Fan's powerful methods.
And Wang Lei had already collapsed on the ground. Even the strongest man like his father was defeated. Where else can he escape to on this Blue Star? You deserve to die too.
Zhang Fan pointed at Wang Lei and said coldly.
Then a violent bolt of lightning shot out from his hand.
Wang Lei, whose face was already filled with fear, was directly blasted into charred bones. Although Zhang Fan had never met Wang Lei, he still heard what the other party said just now. After doing all this, Zhang Fan came to the side of the shocked Tang Lao and said to him, Tang Lao, you will take care of the affairs of these rebels.
The Chinese army present here is no match for the previous Borneo army.
Besides, Zhang Fan didn't want to get involved in these matters at all.
He just needs to kill those who want to attack China to gain experience points.
Oh, okay. Mr. Tang had reacted by now and nodded. Wang Chengfeng came to Zhang Fan and looked at him in shock.
He said,
Zhang Fan, I didn't expect that after not seeing you for a month, you already have the strength to kill Wang Luxian.
I really admire your talent. Brother Wang, you are too kind. You still refuse to give in the face of such a situation. That is truly admirable.
Zhang Fan said with a smile.
Zhang Fan did not say anything nonsense.
The soldiers of the South City base were able to remain unyielding in the face of absolute strength.
They were truly admirable.
When the soldiers at the South City base heard Zhang Fan's praise, they were all surprised.
Zhang Fan's strength is obvious to all. He is even more powerful than the strongest Wang Luxian.
It is a huge surprise to receive his praise.
Everyone felt extremely excited. After a while, Mr. Tang and others checked the army brought by Wang Luxian. These soldiers are also the ones defending China, but in the Magic City they have no choice but to obey Wang Luxian's arrangements. At this time, Elder Tang received an important piece of news, and then he said to Zhang Fan and others. This time, the Demon City rebels are divided into 2 groups. One group is a foreign army led by the 3 most powerful foreigners. They are stationed at the Luodu base, the only way from the imperial capital to the Demon City, preparing to contain the army led by Elder Long. There's another group of Chinese troops led by Wang Luxian, and they seem to be heading towards the demon capital base. I didn't expect we'd run into him. After listening to Elder Tang's words, Zhang Fan nodded and said, it seems that Wang Luxian is eager to eliminate me.
In that case, let's rest for a while and then go directly to Luodu base to support Elder Long and kill all the invading foreign troops. Although Zhang Fan's voice was faint, it could be heard by everyone in the army.
Good. Good. Good.
When the soldiers heard Zhang Fan's words, they shouted excitedly. The next ones to be killed are the foreign troops, how can they not be excited? Especially the army from the Magic City brought by Wang Luxian, each of them was extremely excited.
This is a rare opportunity for them to show their merits.
Now, I can't wait to rush to Luodu base and kill all those foreign troops without a single one left.
Chapter 108. I hope you can still maintain this confidence for a while. At the distant edge of the universe, an old man in a black robe was sitting cross-legged and floating in the universe. The old man in black robe suddenly opened his tightly closed eyes. The vague figure suddenly solidified. His eyes kept scanning the tiny stars around him that were shining. That powerful cosmic force has appeared again.
The old man in black robe muttered to himself, then said with some hesitation. This time, the cosmic force was clearly several times stronger, but why did it disappear in an instant?
Is it a treasure or the bloodline of some race? If it's the power of bloodline, it's at least at the level of cosmic bloodline.
Thinking of this, a hint of murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the old man in black robe, and a huge screen instantly appeared in front of him.
Several figures suddenly appeared on the screen.
They were the group of black-robed men he had sent out before.
Ancestor.
A group of people in black robes were in a giant flying ship at this time. When they saw the old man in black robes appear on the screen, they immediately knelt on the ground and saluted respectfully.
"How's the search going?"
The black-robed old man said in a deep voice. "Ancestor, we have found the specific galaxy where this huge cosmic force is emitted through the space sensing locator, but the exact location is still being searched." A huge figure among the black-robed men spoke.
"Well, very good. My star soul has once again sensed the emergence of this majestic cosmic force. You all should speed up and find the specific location. Remember, even some living creatures must be checked."
After the black-robed old man finished speaking, he disappeared directly from the huge screen. Seeing the huge screen disappear, the group of people in black robes breathed a sigh of relief. They all thought that the old man in black robe was here to punish them, and they were so scared that they didn't dare to breathe. Increase the speed and scope of the search and find the source of this cosmic power as soon as possible. The huge man in black robe turned and said to the others.
"Yes."
The other men in black robes responded in unison, and then the flying ship sped away in the endless universe.
Blue Star, China. 2 days passed. Zhang Fan has led his army into the dense forest not far from the Luocheng base. In the past 2 days, everyone has been traveling at full speed without stopping for a moment. As a warrior, this marching speed is already considered overloaded. But everyone wanted to rush to Luodu base as soon as possible to support those compatriots who were fighting against foreign troops. Just arrived not far from Luodu base. Zhang Fan's soul power had already sensed the 2 armies fighting in front of him, as well as 4 powerful auras. Zhang Fan then explained the situation ahead to Mr. Tang and others and asked them to continue moving forward. I quickly used the Thunder Thousand Shadows. The whole person disappeared from the spot in an instant. His figure kept flashing in the air as he rushed towards the Luodu base. After a few flashes, he was getting closer and closer to the 4 powerful auras. At this time, 4 powerful auras were fighting and talking at the same time. I told you a long time ago that as long as you hand over Zhang Fan, we can coexist peacefully, said a sharp voice. Humph. What credibility do you shameless villains from abroad have? If you want Zhang Fan, then you'll have to step over my dead body, said an old man's powerful voice. Long Guodong, although you are very strong, we are also the 3 strongest. It is very easy to hold you back for a few days. By then, I'm afraid Zhang Fan's head will have already been chopped off by Wang Luxian, ha ha ha. An enchanting female voice was heard, followed by a loud laugh. Don't think we don't know that Zhang Fan is the most handsome man on Blue Star who has broken records continuously in the trial tower, said another gloomy male voice. You. The vigorous old man's voice suddenly stopped. At this moment, a faint voice came from the air. It seems like you are very confident in your plan. I hope you can maintain this confidence for a while. The 4 people present all looked sideways towards the source of the sound. Zhang Fan had appeared in the air not far from them, and was walking slowly towards them with a calm expression. Zhang Fan. The white-haired old man in military uniform looked at Zhang Fan with surprise, but his eyes immediately turned anxious and said, "Hurry up and leave, it's too dangerous here." Zhang Fan knew without hesitation that this white-haired old man in military uniform must be the strongest Long Guodong. Then he smiled and nodded towards the other party, saying, "Don't worry, Mr. Long." Zhang Fan. The other 3 were immediately shocked. They never expected that Zhang Fan would appear here. Didn't Wang Luxian stop him? The charming blonde woman from the lighthouse country dressed in white asked doubtfully. How is that possible? Maybe Zhang Fan was not in the Demon City base and he escaped, said another man from the lighthouse country wearing red and with a gloomy face. It seems that we have to take action ourselves. Gucci's, Xiangnair, you hold Long Guodong back for a moment, let me cut off his head. The shorter man among the 3 said in a sharp voice. As soon as Zhang Fan saw the other person's figure and clothes, he knew that this was the strongest man in Sakura country, Taro Baniki. They were exactly the same as the Sakura people he had met in the cave before. Thinking of this, Zhang Fan casually said, "Who is Ben Mia Tainin to you?" Tainin? Have you seen him? Benki Taro looked at Zhang Fan in surprise. He has been looking for his younger brother these days and has sent people to look for him within the borders of China, but there has been no news. I killed him, Zhang Fan said indifferently. What? Baka, I'm going to cut you into pieces. When Benki Taro heard what Zhang Fan said, he immediately became furious and drew the long sword from his waist to kill Zhang Fan. His long sword was as slender as a sword and as flexible as a poisonous snake or python. There was a faint shadow of a huge python emerging around him. Zhang Fan, be careful. Seeing Benki Taro's fierce attack, Long Guodong immediately exclaimed. However, the other two strongest men from the lighthouse country were already rushing towards him. The two figures, one red and one white, launched a powerful attack, which immediately made the anxious Long Guodong panic and unable to free up his hands to rescue Zhang Fan. Humph! You're looking for death. Looking at Benki Taro, who had already rushed in front of him, Zhang Fan snorted with disdain. Then the 8 desolate immortal battle body in his body began to operate at full power. The vast energy and blood instantly rushed up into the sky, and the whole body was covered with rich energy and blood. After his martial arts level was upgraded, Zhang Fan's chi and blood value reached 300,000. Coupled with the more than tenfold blessing of the 8 desolate immortal battle body, his blood and energy power is already comparable to that of the strongest person like Wang Luxian. Of course, that was when the star ring was not activated. Even Wang Luxian would be killed instantly if the star ring was released. And dealing with the strongest person of Benki Taro's level is so easy. At this time, Benki Taro, who was rushing closer and closer to Zhang Fan, suddenly felt something was wrong. Just now they clearly felt that Zhang Fan's chi and blood level was only at the sky-breaking realm, so how could it suddenly soar to such a terrifying level? Is there something wrong with their perception? But now he had no time to think, so he immediately stopped his attack and wanted to retreat. How could Zhang Fan not know what the other party was thinking? Then he raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a wicked smile, and said, "Humph! Want to escape?" As he spoke, endless and violent chaos destruction thunder had already gathered in his hands. A punch with a force that seemed to shatter the heaven and earth quickly hit Benki Taro. Chapter 109, Those who offend China shall be punished. Boom! A loud bang was heard, accompanied by a violent energy fluctuation. The 3 strongest men who were fighting were shocked by this force. While fighting, they glanced sideways at the situation here. Suddenly, a huge hole appeared on Bakugo Taro's small body. The hole occupied half of his body, and it was obvious that there was no possibility of survival. Ah! Ah! Benki Taro looked down at his body and suddenly howled in fear. Bang! With a loud bang, the chaos world-destroying thunder exploded in Benki Taro's body, instantly turning into a blood mist that floated in the air. Ding! Killed a warrior in the 2nd level of the ancient realm, plus 50 million experience points. The system's voice came. Zhang Fan was already extremely excited, and then turned to look at the 3 people fighting in front of him. Long Guodong's face was full of shock, but it immediately turned into an expression of surprise. The 2 strongest men in the lighthouse country even exclaimed in surprise. Stupid Kitaro was killed so easily? In one move. How can this Zhang Fan be so powerful? How old is he? Could it be that Wang Luxian didn't find him when he went to the demon capital base, but? As they spoke, they could already see the fear in each other's eyes. There were only 2 of them left, and even Long Guodong couldn't hold them back for much longer. Not to mention that there is now Zhang Fan who can kill Benki Taro and even Wang Luxian. Then the 2 of them fought and retreated, wanting to leave here as soon as possible. However, Long Guodong had already guessed their intentions. At this moment, he had no worries at all, and his hands moved wildly, making it impossible for the 2 people on the opposite side to escape his attack. After killing Benki Taro, Zhang Fan did not stop his actions and went straight towards the 2 strongest men in the lighthouse country. This is the strongest person, and his experience points are the highest in the entire Blue Star. How could he let the 2 of them escape? Seeing Zhang Fan coming towards them, the 2 strongest men in the lighthouse country were extremely anxious. The 2 men had no confidence at all to take the powerful punch that Zhang Fan had just thrown. Then the 2 looked at each other again and immediately saw what the other was thinking. Ouch! Ouch! 2 deafening howls were heard, and a dazzling light suddenly burst out in front of the 2 strongest men in the lighthouse country. Then 2 huge figures appeared in the air. The golden-winged red eagle king, the giant jellyfish king, these are the peak king-level monsters. Long Guodong exclaimed when he saw the 2 figures.
You know, king-level and emperor-level monsters are all lurking outside the country, so it is surprising that they appear here. What is even more shocking is that these two king-level monsters are obviously controlled by the two strongest people in the lighthouse country. This is something I have never heard of. However, Long Guodong was not surprised for a moment, and he quickly took action to suppress the two huge king-level peak monsters. The two strongest men in the lighthouse country took the opportunity of the appearance of two huge king-level monsters and fled away at full speed. But before he could escape for a moment, a loud noise was heard in the distance. Bang! The two figures instantly crashed into a huge wall of thunder. Then he was blown away by a terrifying and violent thunder attribute energy wave that erupted from the thunder wall. This is an SSS level lightning attribute spiritual skill. How can it be so huge? Guqi's, the red-clothed man from the lighthouse country, said in disbelief as he looked at the burnt arm. Xiang Nair, the woman in white, was also shocked. Even the strongest among them could not sustain such spiritual power for long. But the thunder wall in front of him seemed to be formed naturally, and it always remained in an extremely violent state. Want to escape? I told you, I hope you can maintain your confidence. Zhang Fan spoke lightly, then raised his hand and shouted. Chaos world destroying thunder. Suppress and kill. The wind and clouds in the sky suddenly changed and there was a rumbling sound. Then, endless dark red chaos destroying thunder spread down along the clouds like a devil's claw. In less than a moment, the two strongest men of the lighthouse country were surrounded. How can your spiritual power be so huge? No. Impossible, there is no way such a thing can exist on the entire blue planet. The two strongest men in the lighthouse country had collapsed to the ground at this time. The scene in front of them was something even they, the strongest men, had never seen before. Not to mention the feeling of being in it, it's like being in purgatory. Even Long Guodong, who was fighting against two king-level monsters at the side, had an extremely shocked look on his face at this moment, staring blankly at the terrifying thunder and lightning that was spreading in the sky. The army fighting on the ground was frightened by the scene before them. They all stopped their weapons and looked up at the sky. No one dared to breathe, for fear that the terrifying lightning would strike them directly. Anyone who offends China shall be punished. Zheng Fan's faint voice spread throughout the Luodu base like a huge bell. Then the endless chaos and world-destroying thunder suddenly became manic. Boom! Boom boom! Deafening thunderclaps continued to ring in the air, and then everyone saw two figures surrounded by lightning instantly turned into two charred bones. Ding! Killed a warrior at the first level of the ancient realm, plus 30 million experience points. Ding! Killed a third-level ancient realm warrior, plus 70 million experience points. The system's voice came. The corners of Zhang Fan's mouth curled up slightly. So happy. A full 100 million experience points were credited. Complete a small goal easily. At this time, the violent thunder and lightning in the sky did not stop immediately. This time, the foreign troops clearly saw that it was the strongest person in their own country who was killed. Suddenly, the army was in chaos and fled in all directions. Want to escape? Not that easy. Zhang Fan's voice instantly spread throughout the battlefield. At this time, he was already walking in the air towards the fighting army, and each stride he took covered a long distance. In the blink of an eye, he arrived above the fighting army. And the endless dark red chaos destroying thunder in the sky has been following his footsteps. Then, it continued to bombard the foreign troops on the ground as if positioned by radar. Boom! Boom boom! Ah ah ah! Yam edi! The armies of the lighthouse country and the Sakura country were immediately blown away and screamed in panic. The screams were endless. In less than a moment, there were only a few foreign troops left, and they were instantly surrounded and beaten badly by the Chinese army. After a long time, the foreign troops were all killed, and only the Chinese army was left at the scene cheering. Roar! Roar! We won this war. Great! We've finally killed all these hateful foreign invaders. God of War Zhang Fan. God of War Zhang Fan. Chapter 110, The Ghost Gate reappears. No one survives in the Sakura country. Zhang Fan stood in the air. Looking at the scene of the Chinese army cheering on the ground, he felt extremely happy in his heart. Defeating the invaders is the most satisfying thing. At this time, Long Guodong in the distance had already come to Zhang Fan's side. Zhang Fan, thanks to you this time, otherwise China really wouldn't be able to get through this difficult time. Long Guodong looked at Zhang Fan with surprise, then hesitated and said, "Your martial arts level seems to be only at the sky-breaking realm?"
Yes.
Zhang Fan nodded and said lightly. After receiving Zhang Fan's affirmative answer, Long Guodong's pupils widened in shock. The Pokong realm can possess chi and blood values that surpass the strongest person in the Tonggu realm. He is even comparable to him, who is ranked among the top 3 strongest people in the entire blue planet.
What kind of heaven-defying talent is this? What is even more terrifying is the boundless spiritual power just now. This has already exceeded his cognition. He is sure that no one in the entire Blue Star can do it. Such strength and talent are truly terrifying.
Moreover, Long Guodong had a feeling in his heart that Zhang Fan's strength might be more than that.
But Zhang Fan is from China, and that is enough.
Thinking of this, Long Guodong suddenly felt refreshed in his heart.
China finally didn't have to endure anymore.
At this time, Zhang Fan took out 2 space rings and handed them to Long Guodong, then said,
"Old Long, these are the space rings of the 2 strongest men in the Lighthouse Nation.
They contain information about the connection between the Lighthouse Nation and Ghost Gate. I guess their ability to summon a king-level monster just now must be related to this Ghost Gate."
Ghost Gate.
Long Guodong frowned, then checked the items in the space ring.
After a moment, he took a deep breath and said,
"This Ghost Gate has a long history.
I've heard of it before the first year of the Tianwu era.
But they are very mysterious. The Ghost Gate outside the restricted area of the Blue Star battlefield is just a branch. No one knows where the real Ghost Gate is.
If the Lighthouse Nation is in contact with them, I'm sure there will be big moves next.
And the method of controlling the monsters is something I've never seen before."
Zhang Fan nodded.
It seemed that China knew about the Ghost Gate branch before, but did not want to provoke the real Ghost Gate, so it allowed them to develop in the restricted area of the battlefield.
I didn't expect that I would be killed by my own accident. But after that, there was no movement from Guimen. Could it be that he was planning some big move?
But Zhang Fan is not worried, because there is no existence in the entire blue planet that he is afraid of. After reaching the sky-breaking realm, even if someone who is 1 level higher than the strongest person in the ancient Tong realm appears on Blue Star, he will not be able to break the defense of his killing god battle armor.
Why don't I go to Sakura Country and Lighthouse Country to investigate first?
Zhang Fan said as he cast his gaze towards a tiny dot deep in the sea. That's the direction of Sakura Country. This time, the Sakura Country and the Lighthouse Country brought warriors to attack the Chinese country, so he naturally would not let it go.
Isn't that too risky?
Long Guodong looked at Zhang Fan with concern and then continued. The Sakura Country isn't worried, but that Baidang Qiangxi was already at the 6th level of the Tonggu realm many years ago, and he might be even stronger now. And there is a mysterious ghost door in the dark. When Zhang Fan heard this, a confident smile suddenly appeared on his face, and he slowly said,
"Don't worry, Elder Long. There shouldn't be anyone on Blue Star that can threaten me.
And doing so can also deter some scoundrels.
China is not something they can covet."
Hearing Zhang Fan's words and the confident smile on his face, Long Guodong could no longer conceal the shock in his eyes. Naturally, he had no doubt about Zhang Fan's words.
The battle just now was the best proof. You've become so strong.
Long Guodong looked at Zhang Fan seriously, then continued.
Okay, then you have to be careful.
Although there haven't been any major monster disasters in hundreds of years. But I am the only strongest person left in China, and we need to deploy more guards on the 3 major borders.
Otherwise, if a monster tidal wave riots, the entire Chinese nation will be plunged into war. Zhang Fan nodded. Long Guodong was right.
The safety of China is the most important thing.
Okay. I'll go to Sakura Country first. If anything happens in the Magic City, I can get there at any time.
After Zhang Fan finished speaking, he turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the direction of Sakura Country. Long Guodong looked at Zhang Fan's departing figure and slowly said, "His talent is truly terrifying."
The land of Sakura is an island. Located in the northeast of China, the island is not large and is shaped like a long worm.
At this time, earth-shaking changes have taken place on the island.
Huge figures are wandering around the island, they are powerful monsters. Wherever they passed, those already dilapidated bases became even more devastated like ruins. The Sakura Country is originally surrounded by the sea and is unable to truly resist monsters.
Without the protection of the strongest man, Benkitaro, the ordinary residents left behind are no match for the monsters. Then tragic sounds continue to be heard from the island.
Ah! Ah! Why doesn't the strongest man, Bakugo Taro, come out to save us? Ben Mutaro is taking the warriors to China. He will soon be able to grab a piece of land for us to survive. I think he has given up on us. In his eyes, people without awakened talents are not worth protecting. Damn it! I'm going to transform into evil thoughts and attach them to the monsters, so they can find Bakugo Taro and avenge us. Ah! Marura! Sakura Country wants Marura. These ordinary people in Sakura Country have already made up their minds. This time, Benki Taro took away all the warriors, even the warriors from the Lighthouse Country who originally protected the Sakura Country were not left behind. Their intention is very clear, which is to conquer China and take control of it, and they have no intention of returning to the Sakura Country. Everyone was instantly in despair and started to curse Sakura Country and stupid Taro. But these are just the dying curses of the weak, and they can't cause any damage to the strong. Soon, the only creatures left on the island were monsters gnawing on the corpses of the Sakura people. And the sound of the monsters' continuous roar was heard. At this time, Zhang Fan had already flown across the abyss of the Dead Sea and arrived at the border of the Sakura Country. The experience points he will gain along the way will be used directly to increase his level. Level, Skybreaking Realm 6th level. Looking at the system panel, Zhang Fan felt very satisfied. His level had actually been directly upgraded from the 2nd level to the 6th level. The chi and blood value even reached 500,000. When he exerted his full strength to display the 8 desolate immortal battle body, the chi and blood value would be a terrifying 5 million. Even the strongest person like Wang Luxian couldn't withstand the power of his punch. Zhang Fan immediately put his thoughts aside and released his soul power to the maximum. He soon discovered something was wrong. There was no survivor in the place where the soul power sensed, but there were many powerful monsters. Then Zhang Fan continued to fly forward from above the island. Monsters were eating corpses along the way, and no one survived. Suddenly, Zhang Fan's soul power sensed that several figures appeared above the monsters in front. Then came a crazy laugh. Ha ha ha. Curse me, ordinary people without awakened talents. This is the last contribution you can make to the Sakura Country. Contact Ben Mutaro immediately. Is everything settled? I can't wait to let my children suck the blood of the Chinese people. Chapter 111 The Mushroom Cloud Blooms Again. This is... When Zhang Fan heard the voice, he was immediately confused. Then he continued to slowly approach, and his soul power perception suddenly became much clearer, and the images of those people immediately appeared in his mind. They are all people wearing strange clothes, but judging from their body shapes and head shapes, they must be from Sakura Country. However, despite the current tragic situation in Sakura Country, there is not a trace of sadness on their faces. Instead, there is an expression of immense excitement. Among them, several people were interacting with the monsters on the ground. It seems like they are as close as the same kind. What a perverted race. Zhang Fan couldn't help but complain. At this moment, among the people floating in the air, a figure instantly turned his head and looked towards where Zhang Fan was. Baga. Who is that person? Zhang Fan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that this person could actually sense the existence of his soul power. Although the distance was only about 100 meters, even the strongest ones before were unable to sense his presence. Who are these people? Zhang Fan thought of this and stopped hiding. He immediately flashed into the air not far from them. Then he raised his hand, and countless dark red chaos-destroying thunders appeared around him instantly, surrounding the people of Sakura Country. When these people saw the chaos world-destroying thunder that Zhang Fan had unleashed, they all showed expressions of extreme shock. This is the power of SSS-level spiritual skills. Are you the strongest? No, you don't have such a strong chi and blood power. Who the hell are you? As these people from the Sakura Country spoke, they looked around and at Zhang Fan in front of them with shock. Noisy! Zhang Fan's faint voice came out. Then he just raised his hand, and a violent chaotic world-destroying lightning instantly blasted out from the surroundings and struck one of them. Snap! Boom! With a loud bang, the figure had no time to react and was directly blown into a pile of charred bones. Then it fell straight down and dissipated in the terrifying chaos destruction thunder. Everyone present had a look of fear and shock on their faces. What kind of method is this? It's simply not something they can contend with at this level. At this time, Zhang Fan's calm voice continued, "Answer me, or you'll end up dying." Although his voice was low and calm, it was like the whisper of a devil, filling the hearts of the Sakura people present with endless fear. This, the strongest one, whatever you want to know, we can tell you. Please don't kill us.
The Sakura countryman who had just sensed the existence of Zhang Fan's soul power immediately knelt in the air and begged. He was so frightened by Zhang Fan's strength that he dared not resist at all.
Zhang Fan glanced at him calmly, then slowly said, "Why are monsters so obedient? Who are you? Also, how did you find me just now?" Hearing Zhang Fan's question, the Sakura countryman kneeling in the air immediately spoke.
"We are from the Sakura cult, and we are also a branch of the Ghost Gate. The reason these monsters are so obedient is because I can control them with the power of the Star Soul through this jade token. I also sensed your presence through the power of the Star Soul." After he finished speaking, a jade token appeared in his hand and he held it high above his head for Zhang Fan to see. He believed that if he told them about the Ghost Gate, the other party would definitely let them go.
The Sakura cult again. Turns out the Sakura cult is a branch of the Ghost Gate.
Zhang Fan spoke thoughtfully, and suddenly his eyes lit up. The jade token in the other party's hand seems familiar. Isn't this the jade token that was found in the space ring of the 4 kings and 1 emperor of Ghost Gate before? It should be said that it is star fragments. Zhang Fan waved his hand, and the jade token suddenly appeared in his hand.
Then he released a soul power to invade it. The jade token in his hand suddenly shone brightly.
At this moment, the Sakura countryman who was kneeling in the air suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Then his whole body fell down involuntarily, and then hit the chaos world, destroying thunder directly.
Boom!
With a loud bang, the figure turned into a pile of charred bones. Then it was shattered by the violent power of thunder and lightning.
Ding!
Killed a warrior at the first level of the sky-breaking realm, plus 2 million experience points.
The system's voice came. Dead?
Zhang Fan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that after just casually checking the jade token, the other party didn't even have the strength to resist.
Wow!
There was a sudden cry of surprise at the scene.
You can actually use the jade token.
And your Star Soul is even more powerful than Ben Miataichuan's.
Incredible!
Even without practicing divine and demonic skills, one can still unleash the power of the Star Soul. After hearing what these Sakura people said, Zhang Fan suddenly understood something. It seems that this person has the same soul power as him, but he should be a beginner with only about 100. He was sensed by the other party in this range just now. The jade token contained the soul power of the Sakura countryman. After being invaded by Zhang Fan's soul power, his soul power was directly shattered. The whole person fell down uncontrollably like an unconscious vegetative person, and was killed by the chaos destruction thunder. And the so-called magical skills they talk about are probably a kind of imitation of Taoist methods. But these are just Zhang Fan's guesses. At this moment, the monsters on the ground woke up instantly, and then madly attacked the Sakura people who were originally very friendly.
Ouch! Ouch!
The roars of monsters were heard, followed by the screams of the Sakura people.
Ah! Why are these monsters going crazy? Quick! Take control! My legs, why are they gone?
There were constant wailing sounds coming from the ground, but no one paid any attention to them at this time. Just like those ordinary people without talent were begging and wailing just now. Now these people are just experiencing the same fate as the people they just laughed at. As the saying goes, everything goes around in circles. As for those people from the Sakura country in the air, Zhang Fan naturally had no need to keep them. He just waved his hand.
Boom! Boom boom!
There were earth-shaking thunder explosions. Then, the chaotic world-destroying thunders around them burst out with a terrifying energy wave.
In an instant, a huge mushroom cloud formed and rushed into the sky.
The entire island of Sakura country was covered by this terrifying mushroom cloud energy. Even the surrounding abyss Dead Sea was impacted by this energy, and some monsters were so frightened that they dared not approach. And Zhang Fan's figure had already disappeared from the spot.
Chapter 112 Blue Star Cleansing Plan.
Lighthouse Country, the highest point of the octagon. Beidenkiansi was standing by the huge floor-to-ceiling window at this time, staring at the bright Red Sea with layers of waves in the distance. The Western Demonic Sea, this is a sea stained with blood. However, only a few people like Beidenkiansi knew the reason.
I didn't expect that the 4 strongest men couldn't even take down the Chinese nation. Beidenkiansi muttered to himself, then revealed a puzzled expression and asked, Zhang Fan, what level of talent does he have? But don't try to ruin our plan.
After saying that, Beidenkiansi disappeared instantly and reappeared in a damp underground passage.
There were constant low roars coming from the depths of the passage. Beidenkiansi walked slowly inside.
A moment later, a ray of light appeared before his eyes, and Beidenkiansi came to a huge underground base. The underground base is surrounded by thick glass, through which you can clearly see the bright red seabed outside.
It is deep under the sea of the Western Demon Sea. At this time, there are countless huge monsters deep in the seabed of the Western Demon Sea.
They were seen frantically gnawing on human corpses, with faint light flashing from their huge bodies. As the light flashes, one can clearly feel that the levels and strength of these monsters are constantly improving.
Ha ha! It's still effective on warriors. The blood of ordinary people can only be used on some low-level monsters. An excited voice came.
Beidenkiansi looked towards the source of the sound. There are dozens of people standing in the base in front, looking at the monsters outside.
There is light flashing on these people like the monsters. At this time, one of the burly men also noticed Beidenkiansi's arrival. He was the one who made the excited sound just now. He looked at Beidenkiansi with a puzzled look and said, "Beideng, why are you here?" Beidenkiansi said with an unhappy look on his face, "Are you feeding the warriors?" Seeing Beidenkiansi's expression, the burly man was not angry, but still smiled and said, "The plan is about to begin. These low-level warriors broke in on their own. I can't do anything about it." Snort! Hearing this, Beidenkiansi snorted coldly. He had no reason to refute the man's words. Then he continued, "I have an urgent matter to discuss with the Ghost Lord. Come in."
At this moment, a long voice came from a secret room. Beidenkiansi did not hesitate and walked straight towards the secret room where the sound came from.
"What's so great about that? Once the plan starts, everyone will die,"
the burly man said in a low voice as he looked at Beidenkiansi's back.
Inside the secret room,
Beidenkiansi respectfully said to a black-robed old man sitting cross-legged in front of him, "Master Ghost Lord, the plan to attack China has failed." If someone saw that respectful attitude, they would definitely be shocked. "This is the strongest person among the top 3 on Blue Star, and the strongest person in Lighthouse Country, Beidenkiansi. He is so respectful and careful to an old man." The Ghost Lord responded calmly. His eyes were still tightly closed, as if nothing could move him, and he even had a feeling of contempt for all living beings. Hearing the Ghost Lord's calm response, Beidenkiansi's face suddenly became a little anxious and said, "Master Ghost Lord, this time in China, a person with extremely strong talent has appeared. He is the one who has continuously broken the record of the Void Heaven Realm Trial Tower." "The most handsome man on Blue Star?" The Ghost Lord suddenly opened his eyes, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and black mist spread around his body. After a while, his breathing stabilized, and then he looked at Beidenkiansi and said, "What are you afraid of? We still need 3 days. With just one command from me, all the demon beasts on Blue Star, whether they are king level or emperor level, will be dispatched." "No matter how powerful his talent is, can he stop my demon beast army?" Beidenkiansi was also very shocked when he felt the aura emanating from the Ghost Lord just now, but he still said anxiously, "I'm naturally not worried about the strength of Lord Ghost, but Zheng Fan single-handedly sank the entire Sakura Nation island yesterday, and is now heading towards our lighthouse nation." "So strong?" The Ghost Lord frowned and then stared at Beidenkiansi. He also didn't expect that someone could sink an island. How much energy and how powerful the chi and blood force is needed to achieve this? Even he could only level the buildings on the island, but he couldn't sink the island. In that case, Ghost Emperor Mingsha, you must immediately notify all Ghost Gate followers across Blue Star and initiate the cleansing plan immediately. I want to purify the entire Blue Star." The Ghost Lord uttered a long voice towards the outside of the secret room, and then an extremely crazy expression appeared on his face. He said, "Ha ha ha. Tao Master, you certainly didn't expect that the blue planet you protected with all your heart would soon be under my control." "Yes, Lord Ghost Lord." The respectful voice of the burly man came from outside the secret room. After a while, the Ghost Lord regained his composure, and then he continued to speak to Beidenkiansi. "Beideng, you must hold Zhang Fan back for 3 days. After 3 days, I will lead these Emperor-level monsters to sweep across the entire Blue Star." "Yes, Lord Ghost Lord," Beidenkiansi responded. Although Beidenkiansi was a little afraid of Zheng Fan's strength, he thought that as long as he could hold him off for 3 days, there should be no problem. After all, he is also the strongest person at the 7th level of Tonggu realm.
When the Ghost Lord arrives with a huge army of Emperor-level monsters, who in the entire blue planet can stop the Lighthouse Nation? Thinking of this, Beidenkiansi immediately exited the secret room and walked out of the passage, returning directly to the upper floors of the Octagon building. After Beidenkiansi left, a huge screen appeared in the underground base. The ones listed above are all Ghost Gate believers from all over Blue Star, and they are all legendary organizations. There are the Crusaders, the Sakura Cult, the Brahma Cult, the Dark Council, the British Legion, the 8th Legion of Europe, etc. Each of them is an organization legion that has left legendary records on Blue Star. The Ghost Lord has ordered. The Blue Star cleansing plan will start immediately. Ghost Emperor Mingsha said with a serious face, looking at the huge screen. As soon as these words were spoken, suddenly, bursts of excited voices came from the huge screen. Ha ha! I've finally waited for this day. This blue planet should have been repurified long ago. The monsters here are already extremely hungry and thirsty. This time I'm going to give them a sumptuous feast. I have a chance of breaking through the Shutian realm and becoming the strongest in the Tonggu realm. Ghost Emperor Mingsha, please say hello to the Ghost Lord for us. Long live the Lord of Ghosts. Ghost Gate will become the new master of Blue Star. Long live the Ghost Lord. Long live the Ghost Lord. The Ghost Emperor Mingsha listened to the flattering words on the huge screen and the growls of monsters outside the underground base. An expression of ecstasy and enjoyment suddenly appeared on his face. Then he took all the Ghost Gate people present to various places on Blue Star. At this time, Zhang Fan's figure was speeding across the sky above the Western Demon Sea outside the Lighthouse Country. In less than a day, the buildings of the Lighthouse Country appeared before his eyes. There may not be many people in the entire blue planet who can fly at such a fast speed and have such endurance. After a few flashes, Zhang Fan stood in the air and hovered above the base of the Lighthouse Country near the Western Demon Sea. Beidenkiansi, get out here! Zhang Fan shouted loudly, and his voice, like a huge bell, immediately spread to several nearby bases. Then he just waved his arm, and suddenly bursts of terrifying thunderstorms came from the clouds in the sky. Rumble! Endless dark red chaotic world-destroying thunder formed a thunderstorm that was madly interweaving over the Lighthouse Country. It seems like it is going to swallow up this country. Chapter 113, Do we have to choose a day to destroy your Lighthouse Country? Bold! Zhang Fan, how dare you come to my Lighthouse Country and act wildly? An angry shout was heard, and then a figure flew towards Zhang Fan from a distance. Zhang Fan knew that this was Beidenkiansi, the strongest man in the Lighthouse Country. Do we have to choose a day to destroy your Lighthouse Country? Zhang Fan said lightly. What a big mouth you have. Do you really think you are invincible? After hearing Zhang Fan's words, Beidenqiang's face was immediately filled with anger. Even he wouldn't dare to say such big words. However, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. What could such an arrogant young man in front of him achieve? It's enough to kill you. Zhang Fan smiled indifferently, then stopped talking nonsense, and his entire figure disappeared from the spot. The endless dark red chaos destroying thunder in the sky instantly gathered towards Zhang Fan's hand. The 8 desolate immortal battle body in his body was being fully activated. Then Zhang Fan rushed towards Beidenkiansi with an unmatched momentum. So strong. A hint of shock suddenly flashed across Beidenkiansi's eyes, and he was extremely shocked in his heart. It seems that Zhang Fan is not arrogant, but has immense confidence in his strength. Beidenkiansi can feel it. Zhang Fan's energy and blood power soared to this level in an instant, which means that he possesses an unimaginably powerful talent. No wonder he can break the record of the Void Heaven Trial Tower continuously. Now Zhang Fan's attack contains extremely rich and powerful energy and blood. Even he, who was at the 7th level of Tonggu realm and the strongest person on Blue Planet with 5 million chi and health points, felt a huge pressure in his heart when facing this power. Then Beidenkiansi did not dare to look down on Zhang Fan. He just raised his hands, and a blood-red light shot out from his body and shot up into the sky. The huge energy fluctuations immediately blocked the surrounding air. Ouch! An eagle's cry was heard, and the blood-red light around Beidenkiansi instantly transformed into the shadow of a huge eagle. I'll show you the strength of the strongest. Kill! Beidenkiansi roared angrily, and the eagle soared into the sky as if seeing its prey, and then swooped straight towards Zhang Fan at a rapid speed. Zhang Fan could feel the enormous energy contained in the eagle's shadow. However, he did not retreat at all, and his expression did not show any ripples.
As the level of martial arts increases, the blessing of the 8 desolate immortal battle body becomes stronger and stronger. The fact that we were able to sink the islands of Sakura country before says it all.
It is easy to deal with the strongest person like Beidenkiansi.
At this time, Zhang Fan's fist had collided directly with the eagle's shadow.
Bang! Rumble! A deafening roar was heard. A powerful energy wave suddenly erupted in the air. Before Beidenkiansi could react, he saw a figure rushing towards him.
You! Beidenkiansi was stunned for a moment. His full-strength attack did not cause any damage to Zhang Fan. Even the opponent's speed was not affected at all.
So terrifying! How could such a thing appear on Blue Planet?
At this time, Beidenkiansi was already feeling some pressure because of his previous promise to the Ghost Lord to hold Zhang Fan back for 3 days. But he didn't have time to think any further, because Zhang Fan's attack had already rushed in front of him. Then Beidenkiansi became flustered and used all his energy and blood to attack Zhang Fan.
Boom! With a loud bang, Beidenkiansi's body flew backwards rapidly.
Suddenly, Beidenkiansi felt a huge and violent energy rushing into his body, and a huge pain instantly swept through his whole body.
Ah!
Beidenkiansi's screams instantly resounded throughout the world.
Wow!
The people of Lighthouse Country who were watching on the ground suddenly cried out in shock. To be able to make the strongest person cry out in pain, how powerful and terrifying must this chi and blood power be? After Zhang Fan succeeded in his attack, he did not stop. He gathered even more powerful strength in his hands and rushed towards Beidenkiansi, who was flying backwards. Prepare to get rid of the strongest man in the Lighthouse Country. Seeing Zhang Fan so brave, Beidenkiansi no longer dared to continue fighting. Then, without caring about his identity, he cried out in surprise, "Ghost Lord, save me! Ghost Lord, save me!" The shouts, carrying Beidenkiansi's entire body's energy and blood, resounded throughout the world. The people of Lighthouse Country on the ground didn't know Beidenkiansi's intention, and they all started discussing it in confusion.
Ghost Lord? Do we have such people in our Lighthouse Country? Could it be that there are even more powerful masters in the Lighthouse Country?
Zhang Fan was also very confused.
Could the Ghost Lord be someone from the Ghost Gate? However, he did not stop the attack and was getting closer and closer to Beidenkiansi, who was flying backwards. At this moment, a loud noise came from the bottom of the sea. Boom!
Then everyone present could see a figure rising into the sky from the sea and rushing towards Zhang Fan.
Bang!
Zhang Fan turned around and faced the opponent's attack.
Then an energy wave even greater than before erupted instantly.
Such powerful energy and blood, such a great young man.
An admiring voice came.
At this time, Zhang Fan also saw who was coming. He was an old man who was covered in a black robe and had a hunched figure. He was in his twilight years. The old man's face was very relaxed at this time.
It seems that the opponent's strength is much stronger than Beidenkiansi.
Thinking of this, Zhang Fan burst out with a burst of energy and blood, and both of them retreated instantly.
Lord Ghost Lord.
Beidenkiansi, who was blown away, immediately showed joy on his face when he saw the person coming. This person is the Ghost Master of Ghost Gate.
By dang, you really disappoint me. We agreed on 3 days, but look, only a few hours have passed? The Ghost Lord frowned and looked at Beidenkiansi with an unhappy face. Ghost.
Lord Ghost, please save me. I am willing to sacrifice all the people in the Lighthouse Nation in exchange for my life. Seeing the Ghost Lord's expression, Beidenkiansi knew that if he didn't show some sincerity, he would not be able to get the other party to take action.
Hearing Beidenkiansi's words, the Ghost Lord nodded with satisfaction, and then shouted loudly towards the sea. Come out, there's nothing to fear on Blue Star anymore. Whoosh! Whoosh! One after another, huge monsters rushed out from the Western Demon Sea and then quickly rushed into the territory of the Lighthouse Country. Ouch! Ouch!
Suddenly, the roars of monsters were heard from the Lighthouse Country base. What followed were the screams and cries for help from countless people in the Lighthouse Country.
Ah! Ah! Save me! No! Ah! Chapter 114, Battle against the Lord of Ghostgate.
The Ghost Lord listened to the sounds coming from the ground with a look of enjoyment. Then he suddenly looked at Zhang Fan and said,
No need to look at it, the situation in China right now might be even more tragic than here, ha ha. You disturbed my good thing, damn it.
After the Ghost Lord finished speaking, he quickly rushed towards Zhang Fan.
His figure kept flashing in the air like a black panther hiding in the darkness. Zhang Fan just took a look and found that there were actually several Emperor-level monsters among the monsters in the Lighthouse Country base. It seems that they are all controlled by the Ghost Master in front of us. The monsters that controlled the attack on China are definitely not comparable to the monsters here. There is no need to worry too much for the time being. What a dehumanizing thing. Hearing the Ghost Lord's words, Zhang Fan couldn't help but complain, then he quickly waved his hands in the air and shouted. Destroy and slay the evil, kill. Endless dark red chaos destroying thunder in the heaven and earth gathered towards him madly, and then bombarded the rapidly rushing Ghost Lord. The Ghost Lord's figure flashed quickly to avoid these violent world-destroying thunder attacks. Being able to control so much spiritual power at once, it seems that your star soul power is very strong. The Ghost Lord's voice of praise came from the air, and then he continued. But don't think you can dominate Blue Star just like that. Today, I'll show you what it means to be better than others. As soon as he finished speaking, the Ghost Lord's figure was already suspended in the midst of the huge chaos destruction thunder. Then, a huge light of light golden energy suddenly burst out from his body. Endless sea of fire. The Ghost Lord roared angrily, and the light golden energy around him immediately spread outward, fighting against the chaotic world-destroying thunder that was constantly extending around him. These light golden energies are actually SSS-level spiritual skills, and their number is huge, comparable to the number of Zhang Fan's spiritual skills. The two energies suddenly confronted each other in the air. Although the thunder attribute has a natural advantage, it will take time to defeat the Ghost Lord's huge spiritual power. Zhang Fan knew that the Ghost Lord's soul power was also very strong, otherwise how could he control so many Emperor-level monsters on the ground? Thinking of this, Zhang Fan immediately put away the chaos world-destroying thunder in the air. Ha ha ha. Is there nothing else you can do? When the Ghost Lord saw Zhang Fan putting away his spiritual power, a playful expression suddenly appeared on his face. Then the pale golden energy around him was also collected by the Ghost Lord. He knew that it was impossible for these energies to kill Zhang Fan. Putting away the energy, the Ghost Lord continued to look at Zhang Fan and said, "In that case, I will escort you to the Dark Gate." Then the Ghost Master stretched out two hunched and slender arms from his black robe. Then he put his hands together, and a huge black halo suddenly appeared in front of him, like a huge hole in the world. The black circle of light seemed to contain an endless black hole abyss, which could make people fall into it at a glance and unable to extricate themselves. Looking at the black halo that appeared in front of him, the Ghost Lord's face showed madness. Then he used both hands to infuse all his energy and blood, and shouted, "Go!" A black beam of light with a diameter of 1 meter suddenly shot out from the black light circle and rushed towards Zhang Fan. Although it's still a little short, no one on Blue Star can withstand my attack now. It's your honor to die from such a move. The Ghost Lord whispered to himself. Zhang Fan's expression did not change at all. As soon as the black halo appeared, he felt an extremely familiar feeling. The power of the universe. I didn't expect that the Ghost Lord could already control such power. Although the cosmic power contained is not much, it also shows that the other party has reached a height that the warriors on Blue Star cannot reach. Thinking of this, Zhang Fan immediately used all his strength to activate the Star Chaos Body. The Star Chaos Body is a bloodline gift that has an innate and powerful ability to communicate with the power of the universe. The power of the universe was overconsumed before, and the D-level star crystals obtained were also used up. Recovery is even slower, and now is the perfect time to use this cosmic power for your own benefit. Boom! The black beam of light quickly rushed towards Zhang Fan, and then wrapped him completely in a black energy ball. Seeing this situation, not only the Ghost Lord, but even Bai Denqianxi standing beside him exclaimed in excitement. Good! Good! He's finally dead! There was a hint of fear in Bai Denqianxi's tone. If the Ghost Lord had not appeared in time, he would have become a corpse long ago. Humph! You overestimate your own abilities. No matter how talented you are, can you really withstand my power that surpasses that of the Blue Star? The Ghost Lord snorted coldly and then prepared to retract the black energy ball. At this moment, he suddenly felt that the black energy ball in front of him was out of control, as if it was being pulled by a powerful suction force. What's going on? The Ghost Master suddenly looked confused. Suddenly, the black energy ball in front of Zhang Fan that wrapped around him suddenly burst out with a dazzling light. Boom! A loud bang was heard, and then everyone saw the black energy ball suddenly shattered like an eggshell. A figure slowly walked out from it.
It was Zhang Fan, who was previously wrapped in the black ball of light. At this moment, he still had a calm expression on his face, and his whole body was enveloped by an endless starlight.
As sacred as a ruler in the universe. It's impossible, why didn't my dark matter energy devour you? An expression of extreme shock suddenly appeared on the Ghost Lord's face. Humph. You're a half-human, half-ghost thing that doesn't even know what this is, yet you want to use it to kill people. Zhang Fan snorted coldly with disdain. Then, an endless starlight burst out from Zhang Fan's hand, and he rushed towards the Ghost Lord at a rapid speed. Feeling the surging energy and blood power of Zhang Fan, the Ghost Lord suddenly felt a little panicked. Then the Ghost Lord waved his hand, and dozens of crystal-clear jade tokens instantly floated in front of him. Then the Ghost Lord shouted loudly. All Emperor-level monsters, listen to my orders. Charge! As the Ghost Lord's voice fell, the jade plates in front of him suddenly burst out with light. And his figure was quickly retreating behind him. Ouch! Ouch! In the direction of the Lighthouse Country Base and the Western Demon Sea, dozens of huge figures suddenly rushed out and soared into the sky. Then they all rushed towards Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan didn't expect that there were so many Emperor-level monsters hidden here. These are all monsters with strength equivalent to that of the strongest. There may not be anyone in the entire blue planet who dares to fight them head-on. But Zhang Fan was not worried. He stopped charging and then stood in the air. His eyes became as sharp as knives at this moment. He looked around at the Emperor-level monsters rushing towards him and then roared. Bold! As his roar was heard, those Emperor-level monsters that were charging towards him stood still and did not move, as if they had received an order. You! Seeing this situation, the Ghost Master in the distance widened his pupils instantly, with an expression of disbelief. Obviously, no one expected that Zhang Fan could control these Emperor-level monsters. Chapter 115 shows you what the power beyond Blue Star is. Zhang Fan's soul power was released to the maximum at this time. He was not controlling the monsters, but suppressing the soul power in the jade tokens in front of the Ghost Lord. He found this method of controlling monsters in the space rings of the Sakura cultists on Sakura Island. In fact, it is derived from the soul calming method in the collection of Taoist magic. However, Zhang Fan learned the authentic Taoist technique directly through the system, the soul calming technique. How can these unconventional methods of theirs be compared? Even the terrifying Demon King in the cave could not withstand Zhang Fan's soul power suppression, not to mention these monsters controlled by the Ghost Lord. Such rare star fragments are actually used by you to control these monsters. What a waste! Zhang Fan glanced at the Ghost Lord in the distance with disdain, and then said coldly, Let me show you what it means to have a power that surpasses the blue star. Zhang Fan's cold voice was like a piercing icicle piercing the Ghost Lord's heart, causing him to feel endless fear. Then, an endless starlight was released from Zhang Fan's hand, and a punch containing tremendous blood and energy slammed towards the terrified Ghost Lord. Star fragments. No! The Ghost Lord, who was still immersed in Zhang Fan's words, felt the tremendous power of qi and blood at this moment and immediately exclaimed. Unfortunately, it was too late. With a loud bang, an extremely powerful energy wave suddenly erupted in the air. It was so terrifying as if it was going to shatter the entire world. The Ghost Lord's body was instantly blasted into a bloody mist, floating in the air. Ding! Kill a 9th-level warrior in the ancient realm, experience plus 190 million. The system's voice came. Zhang Fan was immediately delighted. So many experience points. How many levels does this require? But the Ghost Lord is still only at the Tonggu realm and has not reached a more powerful level? Suddenly, Zhang Fan remembered that what the Ghost Lord said just now was almost right. Could it be that he is just one step away from breaking through to an even more powerful realm? If that's true, then he's really unlucky. Even Zhang Fan didn't know what terrifying level he would reach after continuing to improve. However, he has the killer god armor and is not worried at all. Even if the Ghost Lord breaks through, he cannot be hurt at all. At this time, a shining object was caught in Zhang Fan's hand. It was the Ghost Lord's space ring. Zhang Fan did not check the items inside immediately. Because at this time the surrounding Emperor-level monsters have woken up. And Zhang Fan in front of them naturally became their target of attack. Then they all looked at Zhang Fan angrily. Ouch! Ouch! Roars were heard one after another. There were actually more than 10 of these Emperor-level monsters that were feared by the entire Blue Star. But Zhang Fan was not afraid, his expression was as calm as water.
It was as if these were not Emperor-level monsters, but just some ordinary low-level monsters. Of course, in his eyes these are actually all experience points. With so many Emperor-level monsters, wouldn't his level rise rapidly? Thinking of this, Zhang Fan put away the space ring. His figure flashed quickly beside these Emperor-level monsters, and wherever he passed, he threw out punches with huge force. The terrifying Emperor-level monster was blasted into pieces by Zhang Fan in less than a moment. Then they fell to the ground one after another, immediately causing a scramble among those low-level monsters. Ding! Killed the Imperial Grade 5 Frost Dragon King, plus 110 million experience points. Ding! Killed the Emperor-level First Order Flame Scorpion King, experience points plus 3000. Ding! Killed the Imperial level 3 Six-Winged Eagle King, experience points plus 7000. The system's voice continued to come. Zhang Fan suddenly felt happy, so many experience points. Then Zhang Fan looked at Bai Denqianxi, the strongest man in the lighthouse country, who was lying on the ground in the distance. Bai Denqianxi wanted to escape after the Ghost Lord was killed, but he was knocked away by Zhang Fan's punch and couldn't do it at all. He looked at Zhang Fan, who was slowly approaching, and said, "Ghost Lord, just died like this? He possesses power beyond that of Blue Star. How could he die? Impossible, absolutely impossible." As he spoke, Bai Denqianxi's face became even more crazy, and he wanted to burst out his last bit of strength to fight against Zhang Fan. "Go downstairs and ask him." Zhang Fan had already appeared beside Bai Denqianxi and uttered a cold voice without any emotion. Then a huge force directly hit Bai Denqianxi. Bang! Another loud noise was heard in the air, and the strongest man in the lighthouse country, Bai Denqianxi, was blasted into a bloody mist by him. Ding! Kill a 7th level warrior in the Tonggu realm, experience plus 150 million. The system's voice continued to come. Zhang Fan then looked at the system panel. Experience points, 925.7 million. A total of over 900 million experience points have been accumulated. Zhang Fan's heart was pounding, and then he ordered the system to upgrade the level without hesitation. Ding! The host successfully consumed 903.6 million experience points to increase his cultivation level. Level, 6th level of Void Sky Realm. The system's voice came. He actually advanced directly from the 6th level of Skybreaking Realm to the 6th level of Void Sky Realm. It's been upgraded to a whole new level. At this speed, who else can do it? At this time, the surging energy and blood in Zhang Fan's body continued to surge wildly, and then rushed straight into the sky. It took a long time to calm down. Zhang Fan felt the changes after the upgrade. Now, even if an existence beyond Blue Star appeared in front of him, it is not known whether it could withstand the power of his punch. Such a terrifying power seems to be able to penetrate the world. Then Zhang Fan put away the system panel and looked down at the bases of the lighthouse country on the ground. At this time, no one could be seen, and huge monsters were running rampant in the base cities. The once magnificent city base was now in ruins, with broken buildings and ruins everywhere. Those ordinary people have already become food for monsters. The lighthouse country that once stood at the top of the blue planet was reduced to ruins overnight. Even ordinary civilians are not spared. It's really emotional. Of course, Zhang Fan didn't feel anything, his eyes were always scanning the monster. These experience points are his focus. The people of the lighthouse country have nothing to do with him. It can even be said that they brought this upon themselves. The strongest person who protected them colluded with the Ghost Gate to cause such a disaster. Putting his thoughts aside, Zhang Fan flew quickly over the lighthouse country. The huge thunderstorm formed by the dark red chaos destroying thunder in the sky followed him closely. Wherever it passed, huge pillars of lightning emerged from the thunderstorm and smashed down on the places where the monsters gathered. The base's protective shield, which was originally extremely strong, is now useless. Boom! Boom boom! Loud noises, like gorgeous fireworks, kept exploding at the base within the territory of the lighthouse country. But at this time, no one was appreciating it, only the roar of the monster could be heard. And in Zhang Fan's mind, system prompt sounds kept coming. After doing all this, Zhang Fan turned around and flew rapidly towards the direction of China. The Ghost Lord just said that China is also experiencing such a disaster, and he needs to go to support it as soon as possible. Chapter 116: The Ghost Gate Monster Army. A moment later. Zhang Fan's figure has rapidly crossed the bright red western Demon Sea and entered the deep blue abyss of the Dead Sea. The two sea areas seem to be two different worlds, and they cannot blend into each other. However, Zhang Fan had no intention of appreciating such a wonderful sight at this moment. A message came on the mobile phone. It was sent by the strongest man, Long Guodong, the old man.
An army of unknown monsters has appeared on the 3 major borders of China. Return to the Magic City for support.
Zhang Fan knew that these unknown armies of monsters were led by other members of Ghostgate. Then, without hesitation, he used all his strength to perform the Thunder Illusion Thousand Shadows skill, transforming into a stream of light and rushing towards the demon city of China.
China now has only one strongest person, but there are 3 borders. It is definitely not easy to defend them.
Zhang Fan had previously agreed with Old Long that he would support the demons near the Dead Sea in the Abyss.
Magic City Base.
This place is closest to the Dead Sea in the Abyss, and is also one of the main attack locations of the 3 Ghost Gate monster armies. At this time, at the border gate of the Magic City base, the army composed of countless humans and monsters surrounded the place like a dark cloud, making it impossible to get out.
And in front of these armies, there are dozens of warriors floating in the air. Obviously, they all have strength above Lingyun realm.
Among these people, a short man dressed in Sakura country clothing shouted to the demon capital base with a smug look on his face.
What a vast land, what a magnificent base.
All of this will become the property of my Sakura cult. Next to the short man from Sakura country, a man covered in golden armor with a cross symbol on his helmet said coldly, "Put away your little thoughts.
We agreed to share this. Carol, can your crusaders compare to the status of our Sakura cult in the heart of the Ghost Lord?" The short man from Sakura country looked at the other party with disdain. Humph. You're already thinking of dividing up the territory without even knowing what powerful beings are in the demon city? How about I report the situation here to the Ghost Lord?
A cold snort was heard, and then the Ghost Gate believers present looked sideways and immediately said respectfully,
"Ghost Emperor Mingsha."
The Dark Ghost Emperor glanced at everyone present, then turned towards the Demon City base and slowly said,
"We've put up such a big fight, and no one from the Demon City base has come out to fight. I guess there are no strong people guarding the Demon City anymore."
Having said this, the Dark Ghost Emperor waved his hand and said loudly, "Immediately lead your respective armies, break through the protective shield, and charge into the Demon City base."
Yes.
All the Ghost Gate believers present responded excitedly. They have waited for this moment for so long, and finally the long-awaited Blue Star cleansing plan will be realized.
Then they waved their hands and gave their respective orders to the army on the ground. The Ghost Gate believers in the army quickly took out a jade token and held it in their hands and issued orders to the monsters they controlled. Ouch. Ouch.
The monster that was originally standing quietly in place suddenly became wild as if it had been injected with chicken blood. Then he rushed towards the protective shield of the Magic City base as if he was risking his life.
Bang bang bang. Loud noises were heard, and ripples appeared on the protective shield.
But it soon calmed down. When the Dark Ghost Emperor saw the scene, he couldn't help but show a hint of surprise on his face and said, "I didn't expect that China's protective shield has been improved to such a powerful level.
It seems that only this Ghost Emperor can take action personally."
After he finished speaking, he quickly rushed towards the protective shield, and powerful energy fluctuations emanated from his body.
Boom!
This time the loud noise was even louder, and the entire protective shield shook a little, and it took a long time to stop. But it is obvious that a lot of energy has been consumed. At this time, above the city gate inside the Demon City base, dozens of warriors at the Skybreaking realm were looking at the situation outside the city with serious expressions.
What should we do? This seems to be a super strong person in the Void Sky realm. I never thought that these people could control so many monsters to attack.
Everyone, there might really be no hope this time, but as soon as the shield is broken, we'll charge out.
Killing one is no loss, and killing two is a profit.
That's right. Even if the Demon City is breached, we still have tens of thousands of Chinese people behind us.
We must buy them more time.
If War God Zhang Fan was here, these people would have no chance of touching the protective shield.
What a pity. Don't be discouraged, everyone.
I believe that War God Zhang Fan will be back soon, and he will definitely avenge us then.
Right. What we have to do now is to kill all these invaders.
They all followed Zhang Fan through several large-scale battles. When I heard Zhang Fan's name at this moment, it seemed as if a power of faith rose in my heart.
Everyone's face suddenly showed a resolute expression of not caring about life or death. At this moment, the Ghost Emperor Mingsha outside the city launched another fierce attack.
In addition to him, two more figures appeared, and they also had the strength of Shutian realm.
Boom! 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 Bang! Snap!
Finally, under repeated fierce attacks, the hard protective shield of the Demon City base could not hold on and shattered.
Then the entire Magic City base was exposed to the enemy sight. Ha ha ha! We finally broke through.
All the troops, follow my orders and charge in. The Ghost Emperor Mingsha looked at the Demon City base in front of him with excitement, then waved his hand and spoke loudly. The Ghost Gate believers behind him were also excited and showed greedy expressions. At this moment, the Chinese warrior army from the Demon City base rushed out of the city. What followed was a series of powerful energy waves.
The monster near the city gate was knocked away instantly.
Afterwards, the Chinese warrior army blocked the gate of the Demon City base and confronted the army of monsters from the direction of the Dead Sea and the Abyss. You invaders, leave China immediately, otherwise death will be waiting for you. An old man on the Chinese army side shouted angrily.
Hearing the old man's words, the Dark Ghost Emperor burst into laughter and said, "Ha ha ha! I thought you were going to be cowards.
Your words are even more ridiculous.
How many strongest people are there in China right now? 1? Or 2? Can we get here right away to rescue you?"
The Dark Ghost Emperor said this with a look of disdain, and then continued. My Ghost Gate has 3 armies, and the other armies may have already invaded those base cities.
I advise you to quickly give up your fearless resistance. Then this Ghost Emperor will be kind enough to leave you with an intact corpse. Ghost Gate.
Upon hearing the words of the Ghost Emperor Mingsha, everyone in the Demon City was immediately shocked. They had only heard of this name in rumors, but they didn't expect that the one who attacked today was the Ghost Gate.
Just then,
suddenly, the originally dark clouds were instantly covered with dark red light, and terrifying thunderstorms kept flashing across the sky.
An extremely powerful aura instantly swept across the entire battlefield outside the Demon City. What a terrifying aura!
Zhang Fan, it's the war god Zhang Fan who has returned.
Yes.
This familiar power of thunder and lightning is definitely from war god Zhang Fan.
Ha ha! I knew he would come back. War god Zhang Fan. War god Zhang Fan. The Chinese army present were already very familiar with this terrifying dark red thunderstorm.
That is exactly the symbol of Zhang Fan.
Then there were bursts of deafening exclamations. Chapter 117, Is China a place you can set foot in? Zhang Fan, the god of war?
The Ghost Emperor Mingsha and other people from the Ghost Gate didn't understand what was going on, but they could all feel the terrifying oppressive aura coming from the air around them. They knew that the person coming was definitely a very powerful being.
Then everyone in Guimen used the energy in their bodies to resist this powerful oppressive aura.
At this moment, a grand and unquestionable voice came from the sky.
Is China a place you can set foot in? The deafening sound startled everyone present.
Then, the endless chaotic world-destroying thunder in the sky poured down like a rainstorm.
Boom! 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 Earth-shaking noises continued to be heard. A dazzling light suddenly burst out outside the Demon City. Afterwards, the screams and roars of countless Ghost Gate believers and monsters were intertwined. Ah! Ah! Ouch! Ouch! My body, why is it gone?
This spiritual skill is so powerful, it might be SSS level. Such a powerful spiritual skill, even among the strongest few can perform it.
Didn't they say that there is no strongest person in the Demon City anymore? Who is this person? No! My Crusaders can't be defeated like this. My Sakura cult is the last hope of the Sakura nation.
I will conquer the Chinese nation under the guidance of the Lord Ghost. One tragic sound after another was heard, which instantly made people feel an endless chill in their hearts, as if they were in hell. It took a long time for the battlefield to gradually calm down. The Chinese army present were now able to open their eyes. Then they all looked forward, their faces suddenly filled with shock. A huge wall of lightning appeared in front of them, blocking all the fluctuations. On the battlefield, apart from a few super strong men in the Shutian realm who were still struggling to resist the violent thunder and lightning, the rest of the Ghost Gate monster armies near the Demon City base were all turned into charred bones.
The scene suddenly became like a horrific scene in purgatory.
Even the ground was smashed into huge deep pits, as if a planet had been hit by countless meteorites. At this moment, a figure slowly fell from the sky. It was Zhang Fan who came to support. The huge wall of thunder has disappeared, and the army guarding the magic city immediately looked at Zhang Fan's back with great excitement, and some even cried with joy. It really is War God Zhang Fan. Great, we're saved. The moment the shield was broken, I was determined to perish along with the enemy. I never expected that the War God Zhang Fan would save us from the abyss. These invaders deserve to die. We can't let them escape. The Dark Ghost Emperor and his men who were struggling to support the power of thunder and lightning turned to look at Zhang Fan and said, You are Zhang Fan. I advise you to let us go immediately, otherwise when the Ghost Lord arrives, you will be dead. Ghost. Lord Ghost, he will soon bring countless Emperor-level monsters to rescue us. Hearing that they were still hoping that the Ghost Lord would come to rescue them, Zhang Fan said slowly with a look of disdain. Ghost Lord? He should be drinking Mengpa soup by now. Zhang Fan's voice was very calm, but it struck the hearts of the Dark Ghost Emperor and the others like a heavy hammer, and they immediately refuted. No. Impossible. The Ghost Lord has already surpassed the existence of Blue Star. How can you kill him? The Ghost Lord has unparalleled magical powers and commands countless Emperor-level monsters. He cannot be killed. It won't be long before he brings countless Emperor-level monsters to crush your Chinese nation. These Ghost Gate believers have immense trust in the Ghost Lord and regard him as a god-like existence. They don't believe what Zhang Fan says at all. Noisy. Zhang Fan didn't waste any more words with them. With a wave of his hand, several thicker pillars of world-destroying lightning appeared in the sky again. Boom! Boom boom! The Dark Ghost Emperor and his men, who were already struggling to hold on, could no longer resist and were instantly knocked to the ground. Afterwards, they allowed the chaos world-destroying thunder to blast them into charred bones. The super-powerful man in the Shutian realm who had just broken through the protective shield of the Demon City and made everyone in the Demon City feel powerless was easily killed by Zhang Fan in just a few moves. Everyone present was suddenly shocked. This was the huge gap in strength. Kill! Kill! The army of Demon City behind Zhang Fan reacted at this time, and seeing that the strong man in Shutian realm had been killed, they could no longer hold back and rushed towards the direction of the Dead Sea and the Abyss. Those Ghost Gate believers and monsters standing in the distance had already been frightened away by the methods used by Zhang Fan. They didn't dare to stay any longer and were ready to flee to the abyss of the Dead Sea, which was also their last hope of survival. At this moment, the Ghost Gate monster army felt something crackling behind them. Then he turned around and saw that an extremely huge wall of lightning that reached into the clouds had appeared behind him. They soon realized that this was the wall of thunder that had just blocked the Demon City army. Boom! Before they could make any move, a violent force of thunder and lightning burst out from the wall of thunder, and the approaching Ghost Gate army instantly turned into charcoal. The remaining Ghost Gate army was forced to attack the Demon City army. However, on one side is the Demon City army filled with anger, and on the other side is the Ghost Gate army whose morale has long been defeated. The result is predictable. In less than a moment, the Ghost Gate monster army was completely wiped out. The only sounds left at the scene were the cheers and shouts of the Magic City army who had escaped death. We won, we won. I told you that War God Zhang Fan would definitely come to support us. It's really cool. Those foreign invaders were so arrogant just now, but now they are all scared. These foreign invaders don't have the same faith as our Chinese army. After Su Tianjing was killed, they were all scared to death. How could they still have the mind to fight us? It's mainly because of War God Zhang Fan that we can turn the tide of the battle. Yes. War God Zhang Fan. Roar. War God Zhang Fan. The Demon City army was suddenly filled with excitement, and then began to clean up the battlefield. At this time, an old man in the sky-breaking realm came to Zhang Fan and said to him respectfully, War God Zhang Fan, there shouldn't be any other enemies here. The Ghost Gate leader just mentioned that there are 3 armies. I'm not worried about the Panlong Mountains on the border of the Imperial capital being guarded by Old Dragon, but the restricted area of the Blue Star battlefield on the border of the Demon capital is very open, and I think it will be difficult for them to hold on at this time. Zhang Fan understood what the old man meant as soon as he heard it, and the information from Old Long before also said that large armies of monsters appeared at the 3 major borders at the same time. Thinking of this, Zhang Fan immediately said to the old man, That's exactly what I was thinking. Leave the aftermath of the Demon City to the old gentleman. I'll go to the Demon City to provide support immediately. Chapter 118 The Secret of the Universe, The Gate of the Starry Sky. At Zhang Fan's current speed, it would take less than a day to reach the Demon City.
But the war situation is urgent now, and I don't know how many variables will occur during this period.
Thinking of this, Zhang Fan immediately used all his strength to display the Thunder Illusion Thousand Shadows skill, and passed through the sky above China like a stream of light. During this time, he checked the space ring left behind by the Ghost Lord. The things inside suddenly appeared in front of Zhang Fan. There are mountains of jade tokens, which are star fragments, as well as many ancient books and techniques, some elixirs, rare materials, and other items.
Zhang Fan was suddenly delighted.
Unexpectedly, this Ghost Lord is really rich.
I guess these are the items he has accumulated since before the first year of the Tianwu era. Now he has gotten a good deal.
Then Zhang Fan continued to search in the space ring, and a jade token caught his attention. Different from other jade plaques, this one exudes light like shining stars in the sky, and it contains the majestic power of the universe.
Nice one.
Zhang Fan took the jade token in his hand and sent a stream of soul power towards the jade token. Starry Skygate, a cosmic secret technique that allows you to devour material energy through the Starry Skygate and convert it into cosmic power. The amount of material energy devoured increases with your level of mastery of the Starry Skygate.
A message came from the system. Zhang Fan was suddenly shocked. Could it be that there was a martial arts technique engraved in it? The secret of the universe? Could it be some kind of martial arts technique that surpasses Blue Star?
No wonder the Ghost Lord became so crazy in the end. He possessed power beyond the Blue Star, but was killed by him, a person from the Blue Star.
Anyone would be unwilling and crazy.
Presumably, the Ghost Lord practiced the broken Taoist techniques and gained some soul power, which allowed him to obtain some information from the Jade Token. Zhang Fan put his thoughts aside and immediately instructed the system to practice the secret method of the universe.
Ding!
The host has successfully consumed 999,999 skill points to learn the cosmic secret technique, Starry Skygate.
Stargate, first floor. Cosmic power, 105 10,000. The system's voice came.
Zhang Fan was already ecstatic. Although he consumed 1 million skill points, he could clearly feel that the surrounding energy was constantly converging towards him.
Then it was directly converted into pure cosmic power.
The cosmic power that was originally recovering slowly is now growing rapidly as if it were on a highway, and the speed has increased by several times. In other words, you no longer need to be so stingy when using the star ring. There is no need to worry about the consumption of this cosmic power. In the previous battle against the Ghost Lord, if the power of the universe had not yet recovered, he would have killed the opponent with a blast. Why bother to go through so much trouble to kill the opponent? Zhang Fan tried it immediately, and a huge starry skygate appeared in front of him instantly. Unlike the pitch black released by the Ghost Lord before, the inside of Zhang Fan's starry skygate is shining with starlight, and the overall power is even stronger. It seems that the name chosen by the Ghost Lord is correct. His pitch black area is indeed the dark portal. Suddenly, Zhang Fan thought of the many star fragments in the space ring and wondered if he could swallow them. Thinking of this, Zhang Fan couldn't wait to take out a piece and throw it into the starry skygate. Base. Zhang Fan suddenly felt that the power of the universe was much richer. Then he looked at the system panel. Cosmic power, 210 10,000. Sure enough, the power of the universe increased directly. Then Zhang Fan directly threw all the star fragments in the space ring into the starry skygate. In an instant, a starlight burst out from his body, and the majestic cosmic power in his body immediately rushed straight into the sky. Cosmic power, 10,000 10,000. The system panel appeared before my eyes. It was filled up directly. Zhang Fan was suddenly extremely surprised. He felt that the power of the universe was not only used to release the star ring. There must be greater uses, but he has not yet reached that level. However, a big problem we are facing now is that the skill points increase too slowly. Although it can increase 10 points per second with the help of elixirs, it cannot withstand the consumption of so many powerful talents, spiritual skills, and secret arts. Not to mention the Taoist magic that increases soul power, and the current consumption of the starry skygate. These are astronomical figures. Thinking of this, Zhang Fan's flying speed increased a bit, like a gust of air passing through the sky of China. We must eliminate these Ghost Gate monster armies that want to invade China as soon as possible. Only then can you enter the virtual world with peace of mind, which will not only allow you to quickly increase your skill points, but also allow you to continue exploring the world of the virtual world. In the endless universe, a huge flying ship was speeding through it. Inside the flying ship was the black-robed man who was sent from the distant edge of the universe.
It appeared. The space locator just captured this huge cosmic force again.
A thin man in black robe said excitedly while standing in front of the huge screen.
Can you find out where it is?
A tall and strong man in a black robe came to the screen and asked.
In the galaxy. You idiot, we're in the Milky Way. I didn't finish. It's the center of the Milky Way. Why haven't any stars been detected here? Who told you to breathe so hard?
You said there were no stars.
Was the detection wrong? No, could it be the unopened third universe? How is this possible?
The third universe is filled with a group of weak natives.
Even the world of the void heaven realm is not open to the public. How could such a powerful cosmic force appear? Maybe there was some malfunction in the machine just now.
The tall and strong man in black robes suddenly felt discouraged. He had been searching for such a long time but still hadn't found what the ancestor was looking for. He was very nervous. After all, if the mission is not completed, the consequences will be very serious.
Zhang Fan doesn't know yet.
The cosmic power he released casually has already attracted the attention of others.
But he didn't have the mind to think about anything else at this moment. The speeding figure is getting closer and closer to the Demon City base.
At this time, the sound of fighting between armies continued to come from afar. It seemed that the battle had reached a white-hot stage.
Then Zhang Fan released all his soul power, and the situation at the city gate outside the Demon City base suddenly appeared in front of him.
The protective shield of the Demon City base has not been breached yet, but the scene on the battlefield is already extremely tragic.
Countless soldiers from the Yaodu base are fighting bloody battles with the enemy in front of the protective shield at the gate of Yaodu City. Powerful energy fluctuations continue to erupt at the city gate. But the number of monsters from Ghost Gate is simply too large. There's no way to repel them all.
Many soldiers of the Demon Capital Army became food for the monsters, and their bodies were so bloody that they could not even recognize their original appearance. The ground was also littered with countless corpses, both human and monster, and they were so stained by the blood that they could not be distinguished.
At this time, several figures in the Demon City army shouted loudly to the soldiers beside them.
Everyone hold on, there are ordinary people from our Huaxia country behind us, we can't let these invaders succeed.
Even if we die in battle today, we'll take these bastards with us. Kill. Charge.
We are soldiers who have fought in countless battles under the guidance of the war god Zhang Fan.
How can we fall before these inhuman monsters? Chapter 119. Want to run? It's too late.
And behind the Ghost Gate monster army.
At this time, a group of Ghost Gate believers were wearing clean and neat clothes, looking at the fighting scene in front of them with calm eyes. These Chinese armies are really putting up a tough fight. It's fun this way, otherwise it's not fun at all. I think the Dark Ghost Emperor from the Dead Sea has already taken over the Demon City. We should act as soon as possible. Alright, let them know what despair is, he. As these Ghost Gate believers spoke, they all flew up in an instant and rushed towards the Demon City base. Just then, suddenly, an earth-shaking sound came from the sky. Boom! Boom boom! Then, several dark red lightning bolts emitting violent energy struck the Ghost Gate believers who flew up. Bang bang bang! Several loud noises of crashing to the ground were heard, and then everyone present saw several charred corpses on the ground. Wow! In an instant, exclamations were heard on the battlefield. Those Ghost Gate believers who were about to follow suddenly stood still, not daring to move any further. What's going on? How can such a powerful energy appear? Could it be that a powerful person is coming? No way. We're attacking China's 3 major borders in 3 directions. They must be busy taking care of other parts of China. Could it be that there are other powerful people in charge of the Demon Capital base? Before they could continue guessing, the entire sky was instantly filled with dark red light, and there were continuous sounds of thunder. Anyone who dares to covet China will die. A cold voice spread from the sky throughout the battlefield. Then, dozens of dark red lightning pillars suddenly shot out from the raging dark clouds and smashed down from the sky. Boom boom boom! Those Ghost Gate believers who were still in surprise were immediately blown to pieces by the lightning pillar. Seeing this scene, the soldiers at the Yaodu base suddenly brightened up their eyes. They already knew who was coming. This dark red lightning is Zhang Fan. The god of war Zhang Fan is here. Great, kill. Brothers, kill them. Don't let them get away, avenge our dead brothers. Roar, roar, roar. Kill, kill, kill. Deafening sounds of fighting instantly resounded throughout the battlefield. Afterwards, the soldiers of the demon capital base stopped defending and rushed madly towards the army of monsters in front. This is the confidence Zhang Fan gave them, and it is also an unreserved trust. The Ghost Gate believers, who were already stunned by the sudden thunder and lightning, saw the demon army rushing towards them and immediately retreated desperately. However, a figure suddenly appeared and stood not far behind them. He was a young man, his face was as calm as water, as if nothing in the world could shake him. He spoke slowly, and a cold voice reached everyone's ears. Want to run? It's too late. What followed was countless dark red lightning bolts that instantly shot out from behind the young man. These lightning bolts are even more violent than the ones that struck from the sky just now. And there were so many lightning bolts that there was no chance to dodge. In an instant, those Ghost Gate believers in the air who were above the Lingyun realm in strength were blasted into charred pieces that scattered on the ground. And those Ghost Gate believers on the ground who were unable to fly were all killed by the angry army of Demon City. At this point, the crisis at the Demon City base was resolved at lightning speed after Zhang Fan arrived. This is the importance of a powerful warrior guarding the border. Seeing that there were no enemies around, the soldiers at the Yaodu base suddenly burst into exclamations. Roar, roar, roar. Great, we made it. Brothers, we have avenged you. Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan. The sound was deafening, and many people fell to the ground, sobbing. Just now they were already in despair, fighting the enemy with the determination to die. But now they survived and killed all the enemies. The feeling of escaping death really made it difficult for them to calm down. At this time, Zhang Fan also slowly walked to the side of the soldiers. The surrounding scene was as tragic as hell, with countless corpses piled up like mountains. This is the world of warriors. Without strength, you will be killed and then thrown aside at will. If he had come later today, the Demon City base might have ceased to exist, and the surrounding soldiers and civilians in China would have turned into piles of bones. Just as Zhang Fan was thinking, Old Tang came over. Zhang Fan, that's great. Fortunately you arrived in time. Elder Tang looked at Zhang Fan with a smile on his face, then suddenly showed a look of worry and said, I don't know why so many monster armies suddenly appeared. Could they be sent by the Lighthouse Nation? Zhang Fan suddenly thought that they seemed to know nothing about the Lighthouse country. Then he said to Elder Tang, these people are all from the Ghost Gate, but there is no need to worry now. Their Ghost Lord and the Lighthouse Nation have been destroyed. Ghost Gate. I didn't expect it to be the legendary Ghost Gate. An expression of shock suddenly appeared on Tang Lao's face. Suddenly, he looked at Zhang Fan with a dull expression and said, Wait, you just said Ghost Gate and Lighthouse Country were destroyed. Could it be that you? Yes, you don't have to worry about the Sakura Country or the Lighthouse Country in the future. They no longer exist. Zhang Fan said lightly. There was no change in his expression, as if he was talking about something insignificant. For Zhang Fan now, this is indeed a simple thing that can be done by just raising his hand, so he doesn't feel it is anything special. Wow! But that is not what others think, especially when these words come from Zhang Fan's mouth. That is 100% true. In an instant, the surroundings were like a pot of boiling water, and everyone let out bursts of exclamations. Has the Lighthouse Nation been destroyed? What war god Zhang Fan said must be true. As for the Ghost Gate, I've only heard of it from legends. I didn't expect that the one who came to attack this time was the mysterious Ghost Gate. I guess this Ghost Gate is colluding with the Lighthouse Country and has been eyeing China for a long time, but this time they were all destroyed by Zhang Fan. Ha ha! That's great! We don't have to worry about foreign forces anymore. Chapter 120 SSS Level Secret Technique, Starry Sea. Looking at the extremely excited expressions of the soldiers present, a smile also appeared on Zhang Fan's face. Without the threats from foreign countries, everyone is happy from the bottom of their hearts. And now most of the monsters have been cleared out, so we don't have to worry about the beast tide for a long time. This is great news for all Chinese people. At this time, Old Tang had already spoken with the imperial capital, and the Ghost Gate monster army in the Panlong Mountains north of the imperial capital was also annihilated by the Chinese army led by Old Long. The Chinese nation has completely overcome this difficulty. The soldiers present once again burst into excited cheers. Celebrate this victory. The next day,
The news that China had wiped out the invading army of Ghost Gate monsters spread throughout the entire blue planet.
The entire blue star was in uproar.
It turns out that not only China, but other countries have also suffered large and small-scale attacks from the Ghost Gate monster army.
However, most of GoMN's powerful main forces are attacking China, so the pressure on other countries will be much less. However, some small countries were destroyed because they had no powerful warriors to guard them and could not withstand the fierce attack of the Ghost Gate monster army. But in the end, the Ghost Gate monster army had no main strong leader, and the remaining small soldiers and generals were unable to resist at all, and were eventually completely wiped out. But soon, these things were overshadowed by another even more shocking news. The Sakura country island was sunk, and the powerful lighthouse country with 3 of the strongest people was destroyed. The entire blue planet seemed to be swept by a major earthquake, and everyone was deeply shocked. Soon afterwards, all major countries received the news that it was China that took action. It was the most handsome man on Blue Star who broke the record of the Void Heaven Realm Trial Tower continuously. This made them even more shocked. They originally thought that there was only one strongest person left in China, and the situation on Blue Star was about to change. They will have the opportunity to qualify for resource reallocation. But unexpectedly, an even more powerful person appeared in China. Everyone knows that Blue Planet is already a world dominated by China. The allocation of resources is decided by China. 3 days later, in the Shutian realm, Zhang Fan was sitting cross-legged and checking the system panel. There are also some people from other countries around who are secretly looking in Zhang Fan's direction. What they didn't expect was that the person who broke the record of the trial tower was so young. What was even more surprising was that even a powerful country like the Lighthouse country was destroyed by this young man who seemed to be a martial arts freshman. It's really something that the strong people from other countries can't figure out. But the reality is right in front of them, and they would not take the risk to ask Zhang Fan foolishly. At this moment, a smile appeared on Zhang Fan's face. Although everyone present didn't understand what was going on, they didn't dare to step forward and ask. Who knows if they do that, will they end up like the Lighthouse country and the Sakura country in the next second? At this time, Zhang Fan has become a figure feared by the entire Blue Star. Of course, in China, he is the god of war in the hearts of all the soldiers, and they can't even show enough respect for him. At this time, Zhang Fan was checking the system panel. After a few days, the skill points finally increased enough to upgrade the secret art of the star chaos body to SSS level. Then Zhang Fan didn't hesitate and clicked the plus sign to upgrade. Ding! The host successfully consumed 999,9999 skill points to increase the star chaos body mystic level. Ding! Comprehend the SSS level star chaos body secret technique, star C. Cosmic power, 10,005 100,000. The system prompt sounded. Zhang Fan was suddenly ecstatic. This upgrade not only gained new secret techniques, but also expanded the reserves of cosmic power tenfold. At this time, the power of the universe is recovering rapidly. Suddenly, Zhang Fan felt the cosmic power in his body rising up into the sky uncontrollably. It even broke through the thick layer of clouds on the sky of the Shutian realm, and in an instant, endless starlight shone on the entire Shutian realm. Everyone present was startled and looked at the starlight emanating from Zhang Fan in surprise. What kind of talent is this? What a powerful aura, and this is in the virtual world where martial arts skills cannot be materialized. Wouldn't it be even more powerful if it were on Blue Star? No one doubted the fact that the Lighthouse country and the Sakura country were destroyed anymore. It must have been killed by the young man in front of me. After a while, Shutian realm returned to peace. Zhang Fan stood up very satisfied. The system's voice came at this time. Sea of Stars, consume cosmic power to condense a vast sea of stars, increasing attack power. The increased power is approximately 10,000 points of cosmic power plus double the attack effect. After listening to the introduction of the system, Zhang Fan was stunned. Increase attack power? Doesn't it strengthen the chi and blood power like the star ring? But to enhance the power of talent attack? Thinking of this, Zhang Fan immediately left the Shutian realm and came to the restricted area of the Blue Star battlefield outside the Demon City base. Then Zhang Fan directly summoned several dark red chaos destroying thunders, and the violent thunder and lightning continued to rage in front of him. The surrounding dense forests were even destroyed by the chaos world destroying thunder. Fortunately, Zhang Fan had the foresight to come directly to the restricted area of this deserted Blue Star battlefield. Otherwise it will cause unnecessary casualties. Then Zhang Fan continued to use the Sea of Stars. Boom!
A vast starlight was quickly released from his body, and then the whole person seemed to be in the void universe. The chaotic world-destroying thunder in front of him was covered by the starlight in the sea of stars. Then it released an even more violent and ferocious aura. The energy contained in this raging and violent thunder and lightning seems to be able to shatter the stars in the universe. Boom! Boom! A series of loud noises were heard. As soon as a hard object on the side touched the lightning surrounding Zhang Fan, it was immediately blasted into pieces. Zhang Fan was secretly shocked. This was truly a power that surpassed Blue Star. With the power of thunder and lightning right now, the strongest person in Tonggu realm might be blown into pieces before he even gets close to it? You know, the previous SSS level spiritual skills could not cause much damage to the strongest person in the Tonggu realm. He was sure that even a warrior who was one level stronger than Tonggu realm would not be able to get close to him. World-destroying thunder, come! Then Zhang Fan stretched out his hand and shouted. The violet lightning in front of him instantly gathered in his hands. Then he waved his hand and rushed towards a high mountain in front. Bang! Snap! Rumble! A deafening thunderclap sounded. The huge mountain collapsed in an instant. Zhang Fan was suddenly overjoyed. The power of this spiritual skill has only doubled, yet it's already so terrifying. What if it continues to increase? You know, he now has the power of 100,000 universes. If he uses all of it, wouldn't he blow the entire blue planet into ashes? At this moment, the huge smoke caused by the fluctuations instantly covered the entire battlefield restricted area, as if it was shrouded in a foggy world. The huge smoke quickly spread towards the Demon City base. Bang bang bang! Dozens of figures suddenly flew out of the Demon City base and then hovered above the base. They all looked at the restricted area of the battlefield in front of them that was shrouded in smoke with extremely shocked expressions. Chapter 121, Underground Palace. What's going on? Are there still enemies? No way. Even if the Ghost Gate people are just some insignificant people, how could they possibly attack our Huaxia nation? Could it be that a powerful demon beast has appeared, just like in the first year of the Tianwu era? No matter what it is, we cannot retreat. We must defend the Demon City. Yes. Defend the Demon City. Just when the powerful people in the Demon City base were in confusion, a hurricane suddenly blew up in the restricted area of the battlefield ahead, blowing away the huge smoke in an instant. Then a figure flew rapidly towards the Demon City base. Zhang Fan, it's Zhang Fan. At this time, a sharp-eyed warrior in the Breaking Sky realm had already seen who was coming, and then shouted excitedly. Zhang Fan flashed a few times and arrived in front of everyone in the Demon City in the blink of an eye. What are you doing? Zhang Fan looked at the people in front of him who were facing a formidable enemy with a puzzled look on his face. There was a huge commotion in the restricted area of the battlefield just now. We thought it was an enemy attack, so we came out to check. Old Tang said to Zhang Fan. Oh, I was just testing the power of my spiritual skills. Zhang Fan said with a chuckle. At this time, several puzzled voices came from the side. Hey, where's that tall mountain in the battlefield restricted area? Yes, I remember there was a huge mountain. Did we remember it wrong? Impossible. I still have photos here. Yeah, it seems a little different from this photo of you. Then the others also looked towards the restricted area of the battlefield in front of them, all with puzzled expressions. At this time, a trembling voice was heard. Could it be that the huge smoke just now came from the shattering of that high mountain? As he finished speaking, everyone present looked at Zhang Fan. Everyone's meaning was very clear. Just now, only Zhang Fan was testing the power of his spiritual skills outside. I just tried to attack, but I didn't expect to be knocked down. Zhang Fan said a little embarrassedly. Wow! After hearing Zhang Fan's affirmative answer, everyone present exclaimed. What kind of power is this? How could such a huge mountain be destroyed? It's so terrifying. So perverted. Everyone was secretly glad that Zhang Fan was from their China. Even the entire Blue Star combined cannot withstand such a powerful attack. At this time, a message appeared on Zhang Fan's mobile phone. It was sent by Mr. Long Guodong. An underground palace has appeared in the Panlong Mountains of the imperial capital. Come quickly. Underground palace? Zhang Fan suddenly became curious. Last time, due to his lack of strength, he disappeared before entering the underground palace. Our strength has increased so much this time, there shouldn't be any major problems. Then Zhang Fan said something to old Tang and the others, and turned into a stream of light and flew towards the imperial capital. His speed is boosted by the power of the universe, and his speed is extremely fast. In an instant, everyone present in the demon city saw Zhang Fan's flying figure become just a black dot the size of a thumb. Too strong. With that speed, if I hadn't been standing next to Zhang Fan, I wouldn't have been able to detect his trajectory. Such talent and strength are truly a great blessing for China. If it weren't for him, it's hard to imagine what kind of devastation the Chinese Congress would have suffered. God bless China. I hope there won't be any more accidents in the underground palace this time. Pa! What are you talking about? With Zhang Fan's strength, he will definitely be fine. Everyone at the Demon City base suddenly sighed with emotion. Imperial capital. A canyon in the Panlong Mountains. There are already many people gathered here, all from different countries. In front of them, a huge mountain appeared abruptly, which was extremely inconsistent with the surroundings. There is a huge light circle in front of the mountain, which is the entrance to the underground palace. Just as everyone was having a noisy discussion, a sound of breaking air came from the horizon, and then everyone saw a figure flash and appear in front of the huge mountain in the blink of an eye. Zhang Fan, it's Zhang Fan. Someone around immediately recognized who it was. The originally noisy scene suddenly became quiet, and everyone turned their eyes to Zhang Fan. Such a powerful aura. That was so fast just now. If it had attacked, I wouldn't have been able to react. Sure enough, what I see on Blue Star is different from what I see in the Void Heaven realm. On Blue Star, I can feel Zhang Fan's powerful suppression even more. It would be great if such talent were ours. Just think about good things. There were faint sounds of discussion coming from the scene, and at this time, no one dared to speak loudly, no matter which country they were from. Zhang Fan's reputation has spread throughout the entire Blue Star. Even a powerful country like the Lighthouse country was destroyed. How dare they offend Zhang Fan? At this time, Zhang Fan had already appeared beside Long Guodong. Looking at the huge mountain in front of him, he said, "Old Long, is this the underground palace?" "Yes." Long Guodong glanced at Zhang Fan with an expression of great shock in his eyes, then nodded and continued. However, starting from the first year of the Tianwu era, Blue Star has a rule that anyone can enter the underground palace once it appears. So people from other countries heard the news and rushed here. Let's not go too deep this time. Last time, Mr. Zhang might have gone too deep, which caused the underground palace to close early. Zhang Fan nodded without saying anything. He didn't know the situation inside yet, so he decided to wait and see. The people from these surrounding countries are nothing to be afraid of. Zhang Fan used his soul power to scan around just now, and found that there were two strongest people, but their strength was similar to the two strongest people from the Lighthouse country who were killed before. Okay, let's go now. Long Guodong saw Zhang Fan nod, and then led the other Chinese warriors behind him and walked directly into the light circle. Soon, after all the people from China had entered, people from other surrounding countries began to rush in. After entering the aperture, Zhang Fan and others came to a huge underground passage. The surroundings were very dark, and there was a star-like light shining down from above. Zhang Fan looked around and found that it was similar to the cave he had entered in the South City base before. But this time the space is bigger, and there is fog all around. After Zhang Fan's strength increased this time, he could clearly see the bright objects above his head, which turned out to be star crystals. The cosmic power contained in these star crystals is much richer than the D-level star crystals obtained before. At this moment, a cry of surprise came from behind Zhang Fan. Gate of Hell. Zhang Fan looked ahead, and at this moment a huge and magnificent palace gate appeared before them. The plaque above the palace had 3 huge characters written on it, Ghost Gate. Chapter 122, The Gate of Hell. Gate of Hell? Zhang Fan suddenly showed a puzzled expression on his face. Have we arrived in the underworld? Long Guodong, who was standing by, heard Zhang Fan's question and immediately said, "This is a palace gate that has always appeared in the underground palace. Unfortunately, even I have never seen it open. Now let's start searching the surrounding fog to see if there are any treasures left. But be careful not to go too far." Hearing Long Guodong's words, Zhang Fan's face showed even more curiosity. Long Guodong has lived from the first year of the Tianwu era to the present. Even he has never entered a place, so there might be another world inside? But how to open the door of this magnificent palace? Thinking of this, Zhang Fan immediately released a soul power to sense the huge palace gate. Base. A ripple appeared at the palace gate, and an invisible barrier blocked Zhang Fan's soul power outside.
After a moment, calm was restored.
There's hope. Zhang Fan was suddenly delighted, and then he directly released the secret technique of Starry Sea, and the starlight instantly burst out from his body. Seeing that Zhang Fan did not move, people from other countries also stood still and did not dare to explore the surroundings first. This is the majesty of the strong, and others dare not offend. At this moment, they saw the strange light bursting out from Zhang Fan, and they were all shocked. They felt as if they were free in the void universe. The body feels indescribably refreshed.
Is this the power that a blue star warrior can possess?
At this time, they felt Zhang Fan's terrifying power even more. Just when everyone was shocked, Zhang Fan's soul power had been baptized by the Sea of Stars and became even more powerful and solid.
Then he headed towards the palace gate again. Boom!
The soul power carrying the power of the universe suddenly slammed towards the palace gate like a huge force.
There was a shaking sound at the palace gate. Then, an even more powerful energy wave instantly spread outward from the palace gate. Not good. Defend quickly.
Everyone present reacted immediately and released their own energy to resist this tremendous energy fluctuation.
Boom!
A powerful energy wave instantly swept across the location of everyone present.
Ah! Ah! One after another tragic screams rang out.
Several figures were unable to resist and were instantly blown away by this powerful energy wave, dying on the spot. However, the powerful energy fluctuation had not yet dissipated, and it was bombarding towards the location where everyone was again like a wave.
Hold on!
Long Guodong shouted to the people around him.
Zhang Fan was secretly shocked. He didn't expect that the palace gate would fight back. But he wasn't worried. He just waved his arm, and the sea of stars spreading around him instantly gathered towards him.
In an instant, light shone everywhere, and all the people of China were protected by this majestic cosmic force.
Rumble!
The huge energy fluctuation immediately caused the entire underground passage to shake.
Sudden!
There was a creaking sound of a door opening, and the palace gate in front was suddenly opened. A star-like bright light shot out from inside, and the dazzling light made it impossible for everyone present to open their eyes. Then this ray of light instantly passed through Zhang Fan's cosmic power, wrapped him up, and then was directly sucked into the palace gate.
Bang!
There was a loud bang of a door closing, and then the entire underground passage fell silent. All that was left was the constant gasping of the people present.
Zhang, where's Zhang Fan?
Long Guodong discovered something was wrong at this time.
The light was too dazzling and no one saw what happened. The other people in China all shook their heads in confusion, indicating that they didn't know.
At this time, the remaining warriors from other countries also noticed the situation of the Chinese team.
What happened? Zhang Fan disappeared? Could it be that he offended the majesty of this palace and was killed on the spot? Will Zhang Fan disappear from sight like Zhang Xiaotian? Since Zhang Fan is gone, let's go find the treasure. Yes, this is a rare opportunity.
The warriors from other countries were suddenly filled with joy when they heard this. Such a suffocatingly powerful man suddenly disappeared.
This is great news for them.
Then they began to look around constantly, and then rushed into the fog. Long Guodong took a deep look at the palace gate in front of him, and then led other people from China to explore the surroundings. He was powerless to stop Zhang Fan's sudden disappearance, but if the treasures in the underground palace were snatched away by people from other countries, it would be very disadvantageous for China. Especially now that Zhang Fan is not around, all kinds of accidents can happen at any time. Zhang Fan only felt a flash of light in front of his eyes, and then he appeared in a wasteland covered with weeds and rocks. The surroundings were dark and gloomy, with only a little light in the sky shining on the ground. It seemed that it was night. At this time, Zhang Fan looked up and was immediately shocked by what he saw. I saw a huge blood-red moon hanging in the sky.
Fuck, what the hell is this for me? Zhang Fan couldn't help but complain. It looks like we are definitely not on Blue Planet.
Then Zhang Fan quickly used his soul power to probe outside. Suddenly, his pupils widened and his brows frowned. The soul power perception that could originally reach 1,500 meters could only extend to 150 meters here, which was suppressed 10 times.
So weird. What on earth is this place?
At this moment, an earth-shaking roar was heard.
Ah!
Zhang Fan immediately looked towards the source of the sound and saw a huge figure rushing towards him at a rapid speed. Without thinking, Zhang Fan directly activated the 8 Desolate Immortal Battle Body, and the energy and blood in his body surged instantly. Then, with the help of Lei Huan Qianying, his figure soared into the sky. The whole person then swooped down quickly and rushed towards the huge monster.
Bang! A loud bang and a strong wave spread out in all directions.
The wind howled violently, raising countless dust and sand in an instant. The huge rocks that were closer were smashed to pieces by the wave and blown away by the strong wind. Suddenly, Zhang Fan and the behemoth were deadlocked. Zhang Fan was also a little shocked. What a powerful force! Only then did Zhang Fan see clearly what the huge monster in front of him was. It is the Emperor-level monster recorded in the data on Blue Star, the Rhino-Horned Beast King. But Zhang Fan clearly felt that the power unleashed by this Rhino-Horned Beast King was much stronger than the power of all the king-level monsters on Blue Star. Even the Ghost Lord who had reached the 9th level of Tonggu realm before, his blood and energy power could not compare to the Rhinoceros Beast King in front of him. If Zhang Fan hadn't upgraded his level, he would have been blown away without activating the Star Ring.
How can we compete with the other side? Could it be that this Rhino King is not just an Emperor-level monster?
Before Zhang Fan could think carefully, the Rhino-Horned Beast King in front of him had already erupted with a powerful energy wave.
Obviously its strength is more than that. Chapter 123 Endless Wasteland. Zhang Fan didn't hesitate. The star chaos body in the body started to move rapidly. A ring of bright stars suddenly rose up behind him. The whole person's momentum continued to surge. The light emitted by the Rhino King was instantly covered by Zhang Fan's light. Then, a ray of starlight suddenly burst out from Zhang Fan's hand. The huge body of the Rhino King was instantly blown away, and then fell heavily to the ground. The surrounding rock fragments suddenly flew around, raising a cloud of dust. Ding!
Killed a first-level planetary rhinoceros, plus 300 million experience points.
The system's voice came. Zhang Fan's eyes suddenly lit up. Planet level? It really is an existence that surpasses the Blue Star martial arts level. What's even more surprising is that the experience points are given so generously. 300 million experience points are earned in one go. If there are 2 more, the level will skyrocket, right? Now that he had the experience points, Zhang Fan immediately instructed the system to upgrade his level. Ding!
The host successfully consumed 366.52 million experience points to increase his cultivation level. Level, 9th level of Void Sky Realm. The system's voice came. Zhang Fan was immediately delighted, he was almost able to reach the Tonggu realm. Just as he was about to continue searching around, 3 figures suddenly appeared in front of him and flew towards him at a rapid speed. Zhang Fan immediately became alert and then assumed a fighting stance. 3 figures slowed down not far from Zhang Fan, then landed on the ground and walked towards him. Zhang Fan looked up and saw 3 figures, all of them were dressed in red. Although the 3 of them looked like human beings, they all had long and pointed ears like foxes. What was even stranger was that their eyes were glowing red. Is this the unique decoration of this place? Did you kill this planet-level rhinoceros? Among the 3 figures in front, a young man looked at Zhang Fan and asked. Zhang Fan looked at the other party calmly without saying anything. He didn't understand what was going on, so it was better to ignore it. Moreover, he could see a hint of disdain in the other person's eyes. Seeing that Zhang Fan didn't say anything and his expression showed no fear at all, the young man's eyes suddenly fixed and he glared at Zhang Fan angrily. How dare you, a mere native, kill my captive rhinoceros without permission? You're so bold. As the young man finished speaking, a huge aura surged out from him and then swept towards Zhang Fan. Snort! Zhang Fan snorted coldly, raised his hand and waved it, and the huge aura instantly dissipated in front of him. The young man was a little surprised to see Zhang Fan resolve his suppression so easily. Then, with a face full of rage, he shouted sternly, "You dare to fight back, Bai Wu Bai Lu, kill him." Yes. Young master. The 2 figures behind the young man immediately responded respectfully upon hearing the order. Then he instantly rushed out and rushed towards Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan naturally would not sit still and wait for death. He looked at the cosmic power in his body, and then 3 star rings condensed behind him in an instant. When facing an enemy whose identity and strength are unknown, you should not hide your strength too much. Otherwise, you won't even have the chance to exert your full strength. Fortunately, after the level was raised to the Shutian realm, the killing god armor could already withstand attacks that were 3 levels higher than its own. This will allow Zhang Fan to not worry about defense issues. After the secret level of the star chaos body is raised to SSS level, it can easily condense 3 star rings.
Of course, the consumption of cosmic power is also huge.
Zhang Fan had a feeling that if he replenished the 100,000 reserves of cosmic power, he would definitely be able to condense more than 3 star rings. However, if we want to fill up the power of 100,000 universes now, we have to find more material energy, such as higher quality star crystals. He is now at the 9th level of the Void Sky realm, with a health value of 1.6 million. With the blessing of 3 star rings, his health value reaches 12.8 million. Add to that the blessing of the 8 desolate immortal battle body, that's nearly 150,000 tons of chi and blood power. Zhang Fan didn't believe that the 2 people in front of him could withstand the power of his punch.
All these thoughts happen in a flash. 2 figures had already rushed to Zhang Fan. "You're just in time,"
Zhang Fan said lightly. His hands were already wrapped in starlight, and he used all his strength to blast towards the 2 attacks.
Bang! Snap! Snap!
The loud bang was accompanied by 2 sounds of broken bones. The 2 figures couldn't even hold on for a moment before they were blown away by Zhang Fan's powerful force.
Boom! Then it fell heavily to the ground. Puff! The 2 figures spat out a mouthful of blood, then collapsed to the ground and died. Ding!
Kill a planetary level 3rd tier warrior, experience points plus 500 million.
Ding!
Killed a planetary level 2nd tier warrior, experience points plus 400 million.
The system's voice came.
Zhang Fan was suddenly filled with joy.
These experience points are really great.
And he seemed to have overestimated the strength of the people in front of him. However, Zhang Fan could feel that there should be huge differences between each level of the planetary level. Just now, it should have taken only a moment for these 2 people to kill the 1st level planetary rhinoceros beast. The reason why he was killed by Zhang Fan was because of the special feature of the star chaos body. The 3rd level star ring increased the basic chi and blood by 8 times. Coupled with the 8 desolate immortal battle body, the growth value reaches a very terrifying level. Zhang Fan turned his head and looked at the young man whose face was already pale.
You, how can you possess such powerful strength?"
The young man looked at Zhang Fan in shock, and his voice was trembling.
"Let me ask you a few questions,"
Zhang Fan said coldly. There was an unquestionable tone in his voice, and the young man's body trembled again out of fear.
You ask," said the young man. "What is this place and how do we leave here?" Zhang Fan asked.
His voice carried a hint of soul power fluctuation, which immediately frightened the young man in front of him.
You can actually use the star soul here, are you a nebula level expert?"
Sensing the soul energy coming from Zhang Fan, the young man looked at Zhang Fan in shock, and then continued.
This is the Endless Wasteland, a sealed world.
Only those who pass the Red Moon Palace Master Trial, who rules here, can gain a place to escape. Before Zhang Fan could continue to ask questions, the young man suddenly knelt on the ground, raised his hands above his head and handed the space ring to Zhang Fan, saying,
"Please don't kill me. I am the young master of the Blood Fox Demon Clan. This is my space ring. If you let me go, I have more treasures to offer you." Phew!
The young man's eyes widened before he could even finish his words.
A punch filled with endless starlight instantly pierced through his body. "Humph! Giving you a quick death is the greatest mercy I can offer you,"
Zhang Fan said in a cold voice, then he put away his space ring and kicked the young man away.
Bang!
The young man's body exploded in the air instantly.
Chapter 124 Entering the Tonggu Realm. Zhang Xiaotian. Ding!
Kill a 1st level planetary warrior, experience points plus 300 million.
The system's voice came.
A satisfied smile appeared on Zhang Fan's face, and he earned another 300 million experience points. This is truly a great place to level up.
Any one of them will give you hundreds of millions of experience points.
Then Zhang Fan didn't hesitate at all and directly used all his experience points to improve his martial arts level.
Ding!
The host successfully consumed 119,577,000 experience points to increase his cultivation level.
Level, 5th level of Tonggu Realm. The system's voice came.
Zhang Fan suddenly felt ecstatic. Finally reached the level of Tonggu Realm, the strongest person on Blue Star.
He should be considered the youngest person to reach the Tonggu Realm in the history of Blue Star, right? At this time, Zhang Fan looked at the space ring handed to him by the young man. He could only get general information about some of the things the other party said just now. Endless wasteland? The young master of the Blood Fox Demon Clan? The trial of the ruler palace master?
Then Zhang Fan directly scanned the items in the space ring.
I wonder if I can get some important information from it.
Suddenly, Zhang Fan sensed with his soul power that two figures had entered the 150-meter range of his suppressed soul power.
Come out.
Zhang Fan spoke coldly towards the hiding place of the two figures. Then, two figures, one tall and one short, slowly walked out from behind a huge rock.
It was a white-haired old man and a little girl.
There didn't seem to be anything special about them, so they should be human beings, but their clothes were slightly different from Zhang Fan's.
Young man, I have no ill intentions.
Once you kill these people from the Blood Fox Demon Clan, the ruler's patrol will be here soon.
Let me take you away from here.
The white-haired old man said to Zhang Fan with his hands raised above his head. Big brother, you have to believe what Grandpa says.
It's very dangerous here.
The little girl next to him also imitated the white-haired old man's actions and said to Zhang Fan.
Oh?
Zhang Fan looked at the two of them with some surprise, and then prepared to release lightning to burn the corpse. At this moment, the white-haired old man seemed to see through what Zhang Fan was about to do, and immediately spoke to stop him.
Don't use attribute energy, as that will directly attract the ruler's men. Trust me, I will take you away from here.
Zhang Fan frowned slightly. Although he was not afraid of existence that was 3 levels higher than Tonggu realm. But now we don't know much about the level of warriors in this unknown world.
If there is a stronger person, then he is courting death.
The two in front of him were also humans, and Zhang Fan could feel that the white-haired old man's blood was not particularly strong, probably similar to that of the young man from the Blood Fox Demon Clan.
The little girl didn't even emit any energy or blood.
It seemed that she didn't even have the martial arts level. These two people don't pose much of a threat to him. He'll follow them to see if he can learn more about the situation here. Thinking of this, Zhang Fan nodded immediately. Then he followed the old man and the young boy and flew in another direction. Shortly after they left, several huge flying birds appeared beside the young man killed by Zhang Fan. There were several people wearing black armor above the huge flying bird. I saw them analyzing the identities of the people on the ground.
I found out, it's from the Blood Fox Demon Clan.
Looking at their wounds, they must have been killed by a huge force. Such a powerful force, it actually pierced through the chests of 3 planet-level warriors. This requires at least the strength of the 6th planetary level.
The Blood Fox Demon Clan, isn't that the clan of the Palace Master's favorite Blood Fox lady? Then we will go back and report this to the Palace Master immediately.
The huge bird then turned and flew towards the red moon. Zhang Fan flew with the white-haired old man, and after a long time, they arrived at a black water river.
This place is very far away from the huge red moon in the sky.
The red moon that originally seemed so close now seems as small as a plate.
It's like looking at the moon on a blue planet.
Zhang Fan continued to look at the black water river. There were dilapidated thatched houses scattered around it, like a forgotten village. The people coming and going in the village are all human beings, just like Zhang Fan.
Look, the people living here are all humans like you and me.
They were also teleported here. The white-haired old man looked at Zhang Fan with a smile on his face, and then continued, which galaxy, or which planet are you from?
Galaxy? Planet? Zhang Fan asked with a puzzled look on his face, does Blue Star count?
Hearing Zhang Fan's words, disappointment suddenly appeared in the white-haired old man's eyes. But after a moment, he suddenly looked at Zhang Fan and said, Blue Star, it seems that we have people from Blue Star here.
But Blue Star doesn't seem to be in any powerful galaxy. How come you are so powerful? Zhang Fan hadn't expected that there would be people from Blue Star here, so he immediately asked, where are they now?
If they were from Blue Star, perhaps they would know how they were teleported here, and whether it was the same as him. The white-haired old man then gave an order to the little girl. After a while, the little girl walked out of the village with several figures. Zhang Fan looked up and saw several people wearing Blue Star clothes, including men, women, young and old of all ages.
Zhang Fan.
At this time, a deep and powerful voice was heard. Zhang Fan looked towards the voice and saw a red-haired old man. Although he looks a little old, his body is upright and he has the calm and superior temperament. At this time, the red-haired old man looked at Zhang Fan with shock and disbelief.
Who are you?
Zhang Fan asked with a puzzled look on his face.
Unexpectedly, someone here knew his name. I am your grandfather, Zhang Xiaotian.
The red-haired old man came to Zhang Fan and said excitedly.
Zhang Xiaotian?
Zhang Fan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Zhang Xiaotian, who had been missing for a long time, would appear here. Before he could say anything, Zhang Xiaotian patted Zhang Fan's shoulder excitedly and said, "Why are you here?" Then Zhang Fan briefly recounted the events of the underground palace and Blue Star's recent situation. Suddenly, everyone on Blue Star looked at Zhang Fan with shocked expressions. "What? You said that the Lighthouse Country and the Sakura Country were destroyed. More than half of the countries on the entire Blue Star have died at the hands of the Ghost Gate monster army. Also, you actually opened the Ghost Gate of the Underworld Palace. It's incredible." Looking at the shocked expressions of the people around him, Zhang Fan immediately asked, "What on earth is this place?" Hearing Zhang Fan's question, Zhang Xiaotian's face was suddenly filled with worry. He said, "The Endless Wasteland is also a place without life. No one can get out of here." Chapter 125, Red Moon Palace Master. The situation of the human race. No one can get out? Zhang Fan frowned. Yes. Zhang Xiaotian nodded seriously, then pointed to the plate-sized red moon in the sky and said, "Do you see that red moon? There exists an extremely powerful being there, the ruler of the Endless Wasteland, the lord of the Red Moon Palace, the heaven-swallowing clam. Do I have to pass the trial of the palace master?" Zhang Fan couldn't help but ask. Trial? Hearing Zhang Fan's words, Zhang Xiaotian chuckled helplessly and said, "That's just courting death. The Red Moon Palace Master possesses peak nebula level strength. Even if everyone in the Endless Wasteland were combined, they wouldn't be able to defeat him. Starting from the planetary level, each level upgrade is a qualitative leap. The nebula level masters are even more powerful than you can imagine. Although the nebula class is only one level above the planet class, as long as the Red Moon Palace Master is willing, a planet like Blue Star can be shattered in an instant." After listening to Zhang Xiaotian's description, Zhang Fan suddenly had some ideas in his mind. Blast the planet. This is too powerful. At this stage, he is indeed unable to fight against the strength of the nebula level, but he can definitely save his life. After all, the system shows that the god of killing armor can withstand attacks 3 levels higher than its own level. He doesn't need to worry about this at all. In other words, as long as we defeat the Lord of the Red Moon Palace, we can leave here? Zhang Fan nodded, his eyes full of confidence. Even if he can't fight head-on now, it doesn't mean he will never be able to do it. He has a system, and it's only a matter of time before he surpasses his opponent. Maybe once we reach the planetary level, we can compete with the opponent. Even if there is enough cosmic power, maybe the opponent can be killed easily. However, replenishing these 100,000 cosmic powers is not a simple matter of killing monsters. That requires rare items like real star crystals. Thinking of this, Zhang Fan still felt that killing monsters would increase his level faster. When everyone present saw Zhang Fan's expression, they knew that he must have other ideas. But they thought the same when they first came, but they had tried all the possible methods. Strength is respected here. Without strength, everything is empty talk. At this time, several people dressed in pala clothing came forward and said to Zhang Fan, "Although you are Elder Zhang's grandson, I must remind you that there are strict rules here. You must never speak ill of the Red Moon Palace Master in front of those patrolmen. Yes, it would be bad if it implicated everyone. Let's just focus on digging rare materials for the Red Moon Palace Master. Maybe this way we can have a better life. This isn't Blue Star. China doesn't have the power to protect you here." Hearing the sarcasm and ridicule from these Borneo people, Zhang Fan's eyes suddenly narrowed. Noisy. I have already destroyed the country of Burrow, and you scum still dare to jump around in front of us. Zhang Fan said lightly, then raised his hand and waved it, and a violent dark red lightning instantly rushed towards the people from the kingdom of Burrow in front of him. Impossible, you. When several people from Borneo heard Zhang Fan's words, they wanted to refute him. Suddenly, they felt the violent energy coming from in front of them and everyone's face changed instantly. Then, before they could finish their words, violet lightning rushed towards them. Boom! Several people from the kingdom of Borneo were instantly blown into charred pieces by the violent lightning and scattered on the ground. Wow! Zhang Fan's words and his attack immediately caused a sensation among the Blue Star people present. Some people couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. This is an SSS-level lightning attribute spiritual skill. Did Zhang Fan just say that he destroyed the kingdom of Burrow? It seems, yes, the energy attack he just released was very powerful.
Before they could marvel for a moment, the white-haired old man who brought Zhang Fan back came to the crowd and said, Zhang Fan has the power to kill a third-level planetary monster. He is a great fighting force for our human race. You all know that the Endless Wastelands race competition will begin in 3 days. If the human race loses this competition, you all know the consequences very well. I advise everyone not to waste their time here. After the white-haired old man finished speaking, he smiled at Zhang Fan, and it was obvious that he was on Zhang Fan's side. There was no way, he saw with his own eyes Zhang Fan killing 3 planetary-level powerful people from the Blood Fox Demon clan. He even thought in his heart that perhaps that was not Zhang Fan as full strength. As soon as these words were spoken, more people were shocked and gathered around. The human beings from other planets who were originally watching the fun all exclaimed in surprise. Killed a third-level planetary rank. Such a powerful young man. I didn't expect that this time, Mr. Qin would actually bring back such a powerful young man. Looks like we won't be last in this competition again. Great. This will prevent the humans from being captured and taken to the Red Moon Palace. Not only them, even Zhang Xiaotian looked at Zhang Fan in shock. The other people from Blue Star behind him were even more shocked and said, Mr. Zhang, your grandson is so strong. That's right, with such strength, he would be invincible on the entire Blue Star. I've never heard of such a powerful being on Blue Star before. At this time, the white-haired old man, also known as Qin Lao, saw that his goal had been achieved, and then said to everyone, Everyone, disperse now. We have to go to the mining area soon. Don't let those patrolmen get hold of anything. Qin Lao's words immediately caused everyone present to disperse, leaving only Zhang Fan, Zhang Xiaotian, and others. Zhang Fan knew from the situation that the old man Qin in front of him should be a person with a high reputation here, and everyone else listens to him. Suddenly, several roars were heard from the distant sky. Zhang Fan looked up and saw several huge flying birds with several people wearing black armor sitting on them. In the blink of an eye, a huge flying bird landed in front of Zhang Fan and others, and then the black armor on it jumped over. What's going on? Why did there appear energy fluctuations here just now? A man walked out of the black armor and said to Old Qin, Sir Patrolman, that was just an energy fluctuation caused by a junior breaking through a level. Old Qin said to the man in black armor who asked with an apologetic smile. Then, several crystals shining with starlight appeared in his hand and he secretly handed them to the man in black armor. Zhang Fan, who was standing behind him, suddenly had his eyes lit up. This breath is star crystal. Sure enough, such items exist here. Well, there was an attack outside just now. Tell everyone else to behave themselves and not to provoke the palace master. The man in black armor put away the starstone with a satisfied look on his face, and then spoke as a reminder. After saying that, the man in black armor leaped onto the back of a huge flying bird, and then flew straight into the distance. After seeing these people in black armor leave, Old Qin turned around and looked at Zhang Fan and said, Attribute energy will be detected by these patrols, so try not to use it. Hearing what Qin Lao said, Zhang Fan nodded and then asked, Master Qin, was that a star crystal you took out just now? Chapter 126 News about Star Crystal. You mean this? Seeing that Zhang Fan was very interested, Old Qin took out another star crystal and handed it to Zhang Fan. This is a common currency in the Endless Wasteland. It's the reward we receive when mining. Zhang Fan took it in his hand and looked at it. See, Great Star Crystal contains a small amount of cosmic power, can be used to restore cosmic power and comprehend talent level. The system's voice suddenly came. Zhang Fan was stunned. He didn't expect that it was SC Great Star Crystal, which contained even more powerful cosmic power. Zhang Fan, is this important to you? I still have some. Zhang Xiaotian came to Zhang Fan at this time and took out a few star crystals and handed them over. Other people on Blue Star also took out star crystals and handed them to Zhang Fan. For them, Zhang Fan has the power to kill planet-level enemies, and if they want to live a better life in this endless wasteland, they have to rely on him. Zhang Fan put them all away without hesitation. Then, a bowl-shaped black halo appeared in his hand instantly, and all the star crystals were swallowed by him into the starry skygate. In the eyes of others, they all thought that Zhang Fan had put it into his space ring. Then Zhang Fan opened the system panel to check. Cosmic power, 5,590 100,000. After using the starry sea twice before, Zhang Fan's cosmic power had already been exhausted. The star crystal just now replenished him with some cosmic power. Just these few C-grade star crystals are enough to match the mountain of star fragments in the Ghost Lord's space ring. But the gap to the value of 100,000 is still too big. But now that we have clues about the star crystal, we must of course find a way to replenish the power of the universe. Not only do you need to fill it up, but you also need to have more star crystals as reserves so that you can cope with various difficult challenges. Suddenly, Zhang Fan thought of the space ring of the Blood Fox young master. I wonder if there will be star crystals in it. Thinking of this, Zhang Fan suddenly felt a little excited, and then he reached directly into the space ring. Zhang Fan was immediately disappointed when he saw it. There were only 6 star crystals. He thought he was the young master of a big family. The Great Star Crystal contains a small amount of cosmic power, can be used to restore cosmic power and comprehend talent level. At this time, the system's voice came. Unexpectedly, the level of these star crystals is not low. Zhang Fan didn't think much and directly swallowed it into the starry skygate. Cosmic power, 35,690 100,000. Not bad. Directly increased the cosmic power by 30,000. Now, even if I keep the 3 star rings on all the time, I don't have to worry about insufficient cosmic power. And you can also use the Starry Sea to enhance your talent attack. That's a powerful attack that can shatter mountains. With the support of 30,000 cosmic forces, the power would definitely be even more terrifying. Although he cannot compare with the Red Moon Palace Master who is at the peak of the nebula level and can shatter planets, he can still compete with ordinary nebula level powerhouses. Zhang Fan then put away his thoughts and looked at Old Qin and asked, Old Qin, are there many star crystals like this in the mining area? How could Qin Lao not know Zhang Fan's thoughts? He looked at Zhang Fan hesitantly and said, yes, but these things all belong to the Palace Master. Our number 9 mining area is even managed by a planetary level expert. You? Don't worry, I'm just asking casually. Zhang Fan chuckled and waved his hand to interrupt the conversation. But only Zhang Fan himself knows what he is thinking. When Old Qin saw Zhang Fan's expression, he felt that he might have been overthinking it. After all, Zhang Fan had already been told about the power of the Lord of the Red Moon Palace. Even the most stubborn person would not be so foolish as to run away and die. What's more, Zhang Fan's talent and strength are very strong. Old Qin believed that he only needed to think about it a little to understand the interests involved. Then he didn't continue talking. Zhang Fan was already looking at the system's sign-in panel. There are less than 7 days left to sign in the red treasure chest. I wonder what I can get this time. This is a treasure chest that is rarer than a golden treasure chest. I believe the items obtained will greatly increase your combat power. At this time, everyone heading to the mining area had already gathered. Everyone changed into special mining equipment. Mining star crystals is a task that every race in the Endless Wasteland must complete. If the task requirements are not met, the entire race will be ruthlessly exterminated by the Lord of the Red Moon Palace. The reason for wearing special equipment is because the star crystals in the mining area contain a large amount of cosmic power. This cosmic force has enormous destructive power to them. Not everyone has a star chaos body like Zhang Fan that has a natural affinity with the power of the universe. Not only that, it is also to prevent miners from taking away star crystals from the mining area without permission. So you need to wear special equipment every time you go there. Remember, don't cause conflict. Our human race is too weak compared to other races. Only stable development is the best option at this stage. Old Qin said to everyone. I see, Mr. Qin. You always ask if you're tired. Although everyone present was very unconvinced, they could only nod in response. This endless wasteland is different from the original world. If you don't have the strength, you have to be low-key and tolerant, otherwise you will easily be targeted by other races. Qin Lao seemed to be used to it, and then continued, you have all seen Zhang Fan's strength. You must follow his instructions in everything. Do you understand? Yes. Everyone responded again, but this time their voices were obviously much louder. Zhang Fan has the ability to kill a third-level planetary monster, so of course they respect the strong. Only the strong can lead them to live a better life in this world. At least I won't be bullied by everyone. Are we going to mine before daybreak? Zhang Fan looked at the still dim sky in confusion. Although it was brighter than when he first arrived, it was probably around 6 or 7 in the morning on the blue planet. But if it weren't for the bonfire lit in the center of the village, it would be hard to tell who was who around. There is no daytime in this endless wasteland. The light emitted by the red moon is the only light. Old Qin explained to Zhang Fan patiently. Oh? Zhang Fan was suddenly surprised. Isn't this on some planet? What exactly is that red moon? After thinking for a while without any clue, Zhang Fan also changed into the special equipment made in the mining area. Except for the God of Killing armor which was hidden in his body, all other items were thrown into the system space. I have obtained system space by signing into the treasure chest before, but the space is not very large, so I have never used it. Now that I've come into this world, it really comes in handy. At least you can place small items like space rings in it, so you don't have to worry about being detected by others. After doing all this, Zhang Fan led everyone towards the mining area. Zhang Xiaotian and other people from Blue Star did not go this time. The star crystals contain powerful cosmic power, and they needed to mine them in rotation, otherwise they would not be able to withstand the erosion of the powerful cosmic power. On the way, Zhang Fan could also see some strange-looking figures of different races, and it seemed that they were also heading to the mining area. Suddenly, several huge figures blocked Zhang Fan and others. Zhang Fan looked ahead and saw a group of huge, dark brown-skinned men blocking their way. They looked like giants emerging from the rocks. Shield Mountain Stone Bull, what do you mean by this? A young man behind Zhang Fan saw these people and immediately looked at them with anger on his face and said. Chapter 127, Shield Mountain Tribe. Mining Area Number 9. Can't you see? We are here to cause trouble for you humans. A man walked out from among several huge black and brown figures and said to Zhang Fan and others with a look of disdain on his face. At this time, another person behind Zhang Fan whispered in his ear. This is the Shield Mountain clan. They are born with powerful earth attribute energy. Every level increase tempers their bodies, giving them incredible defense. When they reach the planetary level, they can even withstand nebula level forces. Because we are unwilling to submit to them, they often come to cause trouble for us humans. After hearing his words, Zhang Fan immediately understood what was going on. It is because these Shield Mountain people see that the human race is weak and want to bring the human race into their power. When the time comes, the items obtained by the human race will definitely be shared with them. This is equivalent to paying protection fees. As a good citizen of the new century, Zhang Fan encountered such evil forces in this endless wasteland. Could he tolerate them? Then Zhang Fan's eyes narrowed and he shouted coldly, "Get out!" The voice carried a powerful aura and fluctuations of soul power, which immediately pushed back all the people from the Shield Mountain clan who were blocking their way. So strong. The people of the Dunshan tribe immediately showed expressions of shock. In their eyes, no one from the human race dared to challenge them. Where did these people come from today? They will not let the human race go. Before they could react, a figure that looked extremely thin in their eyes flashed in front of them. Bang! 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 The sounds of collisions were heard one after another, and then the people of the Dunshan tribe felt waves of pain in their bodies, and then they screamed and flew backwards. Ah! Ah! One after another, huge figures fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Zhang Fan did not stop, but jumped up and continued to attack the people of the Shield Mountain clan who were unable to get up from the ground. Boom! Boom boom! After a moment, everyone present saw that the people of the Shield Mountain clan on the ground had completely lost their breath. He was killed on the spot. Wow! The people around were immediately shocked by the scene before them. Those who just flew out seemed to be from the Shield Mountain clan. Even a race like the Shield Mountain clan, known for their physical strength, couldn't stop him. This guy is just too strong. Even a planet-level warrior would have a hard time killing these Tonggu Realm Shield Mountain tribe members. Whose men are so brave? Well, it seems to be those human beings. When did they become so strong? It's incredible. He was very low-key before, why is he so powerful today? Has he been hiding his strength? Once the mining mission is completed, report this news to the clan leader immediately. The human race also looked at Zhang Fan in amazement. Unexpectedly, he actually killed these people from the Shield Mountain clan directly. Before setting off, old Qin's words kept echoing in their minds. Don't start a conflict, listen to Zhang Fan. At this time they didn't know what to do. I really listened to Zhang Fan. However, everyone felt very comfortable in their hearts. They had finally had enough of the frustrating days for so long. It turns out that one still needs strong strength, just like Zhang Fan, who can kill at will. Not afraid of anything else. But they know that they will be held accountable once the mining task is completed. Walk! Zhang Fan greeted the stunned human beings, and then led the way towards the mining area. This place is a bit far from the mining area, and there are no patrols coming and going. And Zhang Fan has no worries at all. Forbearance is a bondage to the weak. And he didn't come here to really open a mine, but to devour star crystals to replenish the power of the universe. With enough cosmic power, you can increase your combat power. At that time, the experience points gained from killing enemies will allow him to quickly level up. There's no need to worry about the Red Moon Palace Master at all. At this time, system voices came into Zhang Fan's mind. Ding! Killed a 5th level warrior in the Tonggu realm, plus 110 million experience points. Ding! Killed a 6th level Tonggu realm warrior, plus 130 million experience points. Ding! Killed a 3rd level ancient realm warrior, plus 70 million experience points. Zhang Fan was also a little surprised. The first attack just now did not kill these people from the Shield Mountain clan directly. It seems like their bodies have a natural protective shield, but once the shield is broken, they can be easily killed. As expected, the Shield Mountain clan is famous for its physical defense. If it was a planet-level Shield Mountain tribe, it wouldn't be so easy to kill. At least 1-star ring must be condensed to kill easily. I wonder if the Lord of Red Moon Palace has any particularly powerful racial special abilities. A moment later, Zhang Fan and others arrived at the entrance of the mining area. The area was guarded by patrolmen in black armor, and a huge figure was stationed outside the mining area. Zhang Fan looked at the huge figure and didn't expect that there was a race even bigger than the Shield Mountain clan. Moreover, his body was covered with muscular muscles with bulging veins, as if he could crush a person into a meat patty with one punch. That's the pinnacle planetary expert guarding the number 9 mining area, the Power King Quanglong of the Power King clan. As the name suggests, the Power King clan is extremely powerful. This Power King, Quanglong, once killed a Nebula-level First Order warrior. A voice came from beside Zhang Fan. It was the person who had just introduced him to the information about the Dunshan clan. I didn't expect you knew so much. Zhang Fan looked at the other person and smiled. 1 level higher? Although there is a huge improvement with each level up from the planet level, if they knew that their combat power has increased several times or even dozens of times. I wonder if everyone will be shocked. You know, he is only at the Tonggu realm now, but he can easily kill planetary-level strongmen. If you use your full strength, you should be able to kill a strong person within the 3rd level of Nebula. Not to mention upgrading to planetary level, the increased value will be terrifying. Soon, all the people who came to mine gathered outside the mining area. Then the gate of the mining area opened, and Zhang Fan and others entered the mining area together with other races around them. As long as you wear special equipment, you can enter. When you come out, you can hand in the mine star crystals and leave. It took a long time until everyone went in. Several huge birds flew in from the sky in the distance. Then these huge birds stopped in front of the huge figure at the entrance of the mine. Several men in black armor jumped down from the flying bird, and then respectfully said to the huge figure in front of them. Lord Mine Owner. Chapter 128 level Star Crystal. What's up? Hearing the sound, Li Wang Quanglong, who was sitting quietly outside the mining area, opened his eyes lazily, then looked forward and spoke lightly. Mine Owner, just now, several people from the Shield Mountain tribe were killed not far from the mining area. We have found out that the murderer is a young human who has already entered the number 9 mining area. A man in black armor said respectfully to the huge body of the King of Power Quanglong. In front of the mine owner, the patrolman did not dare to speak loudly. After all, the other party had the strength of a top planetary level. He is a member of the Liwang clan, which makes him even more powerful. Hearing what the man in black armor said, Li Wang Quanglong's originally lazy eyes suddenly flashed with a gleam of light. Is there anyone who dares to cause trouble on his territory? His life here is so dull. It is said to be a guard, but this endless wasteland is the world of the Red Moon Palace Master, the sky-swallowing toad. Who dares to make any big noise? How could he not be curious when something like this suddenly happened? Li Wang Quanglong was extremely excited at this moment. He finally had something to do. Then he looked at the people in black armor in front of him and said, "Alright, wait until he comes out. This mine owner wants to see who is so bold as to run wild in my number 9 mining area." Yes. Mine owner. The people in black armor received a reply from King Quanglong, and then stood at the gate of the mining area waiting for the miners to come up. With the powerful King Quanglong around, they don't have to worry about what waves this murderer can cause. Zhang Fan didn't know yet.
There are already a large number of patrol soldiers waiting outside the mining area.
But it doesn't matter even if you know.
At this time, he had already passed through the passage with the human race and arrived deep in the mining area. The scene before his eyes immediately shocked him deeply. In a huge space deep in the passage, the surroundings are filled with star crystals emitting brilliant starlight. It seems that it is more than enough to replenish his 100,000 cosmic powers. Moreover, Zhang Fan discovered that in this mine full of star crystals, his talent was operating uncontrollably.
There are endless insights appearing in my mind.
He believed that as long as he stayed in such a place for hundreds or thousands of years, his talent would definitely reach an extremely powerful level. However, this may be a rare opportunity for others, but Zhang Fan has a system.
Hundreds or thousands of years would be too long for him.
You know, it took him less than 2 months to achieve his current achievements.
What a terrifying speed. But it can't be compared with this star crystal mine.
But then he thought again, the Lord of Red Moon Palace attached so much importance to star crystals, could he also comprehend his talent through star crystals? It was only after Zhang Fan came here that he realized that his previous idea of using the power of the universe to surpass Blue Star was wrong.
Not everyone can wield the power of the universe.
If this is the case, the Red Moon Palace Master's talent seems to be quite strong, and the fact that he needs the star crystal is likely due to his extremely powerful bloodline talent. Just as Zhang Fan was thinking, there were knocking and crashing sounds all around. It turns out that other human beings have already started mining star crystals. However, their force did not cause any significant fluctuations when it struck the wall. Then Zhang Fan stopped thinking, his hands were covered with endless starlight, and then he rushed directly to the star crystal wall in front of him and bombarded it.
Rumble.
A loud bang spread outward with powerful waves. Suddenly, all the races nearby the mining area where the human race was located sensed this powerful fluctuation.
Such a strong fluctuation. Who is this person? This strength should be above the 6th planetary level, right?
There doesn't seem to be such a powerful race around.
Whatever, let's complete the mining mission quickly.
Otherwise, we won't be able to obtain the corresponding star crystals and won't be able to exchange them for any resources. The prices of cultivation resources have gone up again this time.
How can this meager income be enough? Alas! What else do you expect in this endless wasteland? It's good enough to survive.
Soon, the sound of knocking continued to be heard around. And in the space where Zhang Fan is.
At this moment, he and all the human beings were looking forward in amazement.
The punch just now directly smashed the hard wall in front into pieces. The scene behind the wall suddenly appeared before their eyes. Several dazzling star crystals are embedded behind the wall.
S-level star crystal. Everyone exclaimed in surprise.
Before they could react, an extremely strong aura of cosmic power instantly rushed towards them. Zhang Fan reacted immediately, and then he waved his arm, and a starry sky gate emitting bright starlight instantly appeared in front of them. Then this rich cosmic power was directly absorbed by Zhang Fan. The value of cosmic power is growing rapidly. After a moment, the power of 100,000 universes was directly filled.
Zhang Fan was immediately overjoyed. It was indeed an S-level star crystal.
Just the breath it exudes can fill you with the power of 100,000 universes. Then the cosmic power emitted by the S-level star crystal gradually weakened. But the starry sky gate in front of Zhang Fan showed no sign of stopping.
Whoosh whoosh.
The S-level star crystal instantly broke away from the wall and was then directly swallowed by the starry sky gate. Zhang Fan noticed that the system panel had changed at this moment.
Stargate, 2nd floor. Cosmic power, 100,000 200,000.
The level of Stargate has actually been upgraded. Moreover, the storage value of cosmic power has also doubled,
reaching 200,000.
Although the starry skygate was only raised one level, Zhang Fan discovered that the starry skygate in front of him had become a lot larger. The swallowing speed has increased a lot. Zhang Fan understood instantly that after his cosmic power was full, it would be the turn of the starry skygate to upgrade its own level.
Zhang Fan suddenly became curious.
He wondered how big this starry skygate would become if it continued to upgrade.
Can it swallow an entire planet?
As soon as this idea came out, Zhang Fan suddenly felt that it was very possible. After the starry skygate was upgraded to the 2nd level, the cosmic power released by the S-level star crystal has become much weaker. It should be that the wall was collapsed by Zhang Fan, and the cosmic power that had nowhere to be released suddenly burst out. That's why such a powerful fluctuation suddenly appeared. Zhang Fan looked at the human beings around him, fortunately no one else was injured or killed. Seeing that the surroundings had calmed down, there were still star crystals scattered on the ground. Zhang Fan didn't hesitate and waved his hand to collect all of them into the starry skygate. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The diameter of the starry skygate has expanded a little again, but there is no feeling of upgrading. Zhang Fan then put away the starry skygate. There were still many star crystals here anyway. Swallow it all and see if you can still upgrade. When the human race saw the scene, they did not try to stop Zhang Fan, and there was no way to stop him at all. They had witnessed Zhang Fan's strength with their own eyes. Even the people of the Dunshan tribe were no match for Zhang Fan in one move. They didn't even dare to become enemies with Zhang Fan. What's more, if Zhang Fan hadn't been there, they would have all died here. What shocked them even more was what kind of method Zhang Fan used. It can actually swallow so many star crystals. And at this time, outside the mining area, Li Wangquanglong, who was waiting for the end of mining, suddenly changed his expression. This is the aura of S-grade star crystal. Open the gate and stop the mining mission immediately. King Quanglong shouted to the patrolman in front. There was already a look of great excitement in his eyes. As long as he presents this S-level star crystal to the Lord of Red Moon Palace, he will have a good chance of obtaining the treasure and entering the nebula level. Thinking of this, the huge body of Li Wangquanglong could no longer wait, and he quickly rushed into the mining area with the door opened. Run all the way towards the area where Zhang Fan and the others are. Chapter 129 Killing the Mine Owner Number 9, the Powerful King Quanglong. In the mining area where the human race is located, Zhang Fan has collected all the S-level star crystals. Suddenly, his soul power sensed a powerful aura approaching where they were. Then this figure instantly appeared behind everyone. Zhang Fan turned around and saw that it was none other than the powerful King Quanglong who was guarding the number 9 mining area. Where's the S-level star crystal? Li Wangquanglong glanced around, then looked at Zhang Fan and others and said in a deep voice. What's more, a huge suppressive force was released from his body and pressed towards Zhang Fan and the others. Zhang Fan knew that the other party must have some means to sense the S-level star crystal. But they were all swallowed by the starry skygate, so where can I get them back to the other party? Even if there is, Zhang Fan would never give it to the other party. Moreover, the other party came with such a fierce momentum that he probably didn't want to leave anyone alive, so Zhang Fan naturally wouldn't let him go. Roll! Zhang Fan shouted loudly and raised his hand to disperse the suppressive force released by Li Wangquanglong. Then his figure instantly burst out with a powerful aura, and 3 star rings condensed behind him. Then Zhang Fan was seen rushing towards Li Wangquanglong with endless starlight. Now that I have enough cosmic power, there is no need to hide my strength anymore. Besides, the other party is an enemy, so there is no need for any unnecessary nonsense, let alone giving the other party a chance to react. Zhang Fan's sudden action immediately made everyone present look shocked. They would never have thought that Zhang Fan would actually dare to attack the mining Lord Wangquanglong who was guarding the number 9 mining area. And the originally contemptuous look of Li Wangquanglong suddenly froze. I didn't expect this human race to be so arrogant, and I didn't expect the other party to act so decisively. Although Li Wangquanglong was a little puzzled as to why Zhang Fan suddenly burst out with such powerful momentum. But this is the area he controls, he is the king here, and no one has ever dared to challenge his majesty. Today is no exception. Thinking of this, King Quanglong looked at Zhang Fan who was charging towards him with a look of disdain on his face and said, Humph! You really don't know what you can do. If you want to die, I'll send you off. After he finished speaking, he clenched his fists and charged towards Zhang Fan with immense force. Bang! Crack! A powerful wave suddenly erupted in the mining area, followed by a crisp sound. Everyone present knew that this was the sound of broken bones. Then they all looked forward, their pupils widened in disbelief and shock. I originally thought that Zhang Fan would be blown to pieces. Unexpectedly, the person kneeling on the ground was the huge body of Li Wangquanglong, and he was covering his immobile right arm with a face full of pain. However, Zhang Fan stood there calmly and quietly looked at Li Wangquanglong who had a painful look on his face. Your strength, how is it possible? Li Wangquanglong was shocked and looked at Zhang Fan in disbelief. He never thought that in the mining area he ruled, someone could break his arm with one blow. He is a powerful member of the Li Wang clan who is at the top of the planetary level. How could he be defeated by a human he has never seen before? This is impossible. Li Wangquanglong roared in his heart, but no one answered his doubts. Zhang Fan didn't waste any words.
He jumped up and kicked Li Wangquanglong, who was kneeling on the ground. Bang! Ah!
The huge body of Li Wangquanglong was kicked back by Zhang Fan, and he even let out a terrible howl. Then Zhang Fan's figure flashed and rushed towards Li Wangquanglong, who was flying backwards. Then he quickly threw out a series of powerful punches, ruthlessly hitting the body of Li Wangquanglong.
Boom! 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 Bang!
As Zhang Fan's last punch landed, the huge body of Li Wangquanglong slammed heavily onto the hard star crystal wall. His entire body had been deformed by Zhang Fan's fist. The blood and flesh were so blurred that it was impossible to tell that this was the powerful Li Wangquanglong, the top planetary level Li Wang clan warrior who guarded the number 9 mining area.
Rumble! The huge mine space suddenly shook. Huge pieces of star crystals were scattered on the ground.
Then he pressed the body of Li Wangquanglong underneath.
Ding!
Killed a planetary rank 9 warrior, experience points plus 110,000.
The system's voice came. Zhang Fan upgraded his level without any hesitation.
Then he opened the starry sky gate and swallowed all the star crystals. The diameter of the starry sky gate has expanded again. But there is still no sign of improvement. It seems that the number of star crystals required for subsequent upgrades will be even greater. Moreover, the quality of these star crystals scattered on the ground is too low. We still need better ones. But fortunately, this is a mining area. There is not much of anything here except for plenty of star crystals.
Ding!
The host successfully consumed 1,155.9 million experience points to increase his cultivation level.
8th level of Tonggu realm? At this time, the system's voice came.
Zhang Fan was suddenly overjoyed. He had reached the 8th level of the ancient realm. It won't take long to reach the planetary level, and by then the overall combat power will definitely be a qualitative leap. Then Zhang Fan put away the system panel and rushed directly towards the star crystal wall in front.
Rumble!
After the level is increased, it becomes easier to bombard these star crystal walls. And those star crystals scattered on the ground were swallowed by Zhang Fan again.
Stargate, 3rd floor. Cosmic power, 200,000 400,000.
Finally, the level of the Stargate was upgraded again, and the storage value of the power of the universe was doubled again. It reached a terrifying number of 400,000. Zhang Fan felt that he could now easily condense 4 star rings. It seems that the upper limit of the storage value of the cosmic power is to increase the number of condensed star rings. This is not just a simple increase in combat power. With all the amplifications, it is a terrifying increase. Now the Li Wang clan's Li Wangquanglong was standing in front of him, and he didn't need so many punches to kill him. Then Zhang Fan continued to repeat the movements. While bombarding the surrounding star crystal walls, the starry skygate was swallowing them crazily. The diameter of the starry skygate slowly expanded, and the swallowing speed increased a lot. At this moment, Zhang Fan sensed that a group of patrolmen were entering the passage outside the mine.
Chapter 130, Mining Area Number 9 is destroyed and the alarm spreads. Humph! You're looking for death.
Zhang Fan snorted coldly, then rushed towards the passage quickly. Under his powerful aura, wherever he passed, a powerful wave was instantly created. The patrolmen who were entering the passage reacted, but unfortunately it was too late to resist Zhang Fan's attack.
Boom! Ah! Ah!
Several screams were heard, and then groups of patrol soldiers were instantly smashed to pieces by the huge force released by Zhang Fan. The patrolmen in the entire passage didn't even have time to make a sound before they were blown into blood clots. Blood instantly splattered throughout the entire mine passage.
Ding!
Kill a first-level planetary warrior, experience points plus 300 million.
Ding!
Killed a 5th-level warrior in the Tonggu realm, plus 110 million experience points.
Ding!
Killed a warrior at the 8th level of the ancient realm, plus 170 million experience points. The system's voice continued to come. Zhang Fan's face suddenly showed an expression of great joy.
Yes, a lot of experience points are given. It seems like today's level can be greatly improved.
At this time, the patrol soldiers who had not yet entered had already reacted and immediately retreated to the back. Although they didn't know what was going on, the powerful waves in front of them and the screams of their companions instantly scared everyone so much that they dared not move forward. Seeing that no one continued to move forward, Zhang Fan's figure suddenly turned into a flash of lightning and rushed out of the mine passage unimpeded. Then he stood outside the passage like a god of death.
You, who are you?
the patrolman said in horror as he looked at the human who suddenly appeared and was covered in blood. Kill your people. Zhang Fan's eyes narrowed and an extremely cold voice came out. The patrolmen present suddenly felt as if an icicle was hitting their hearts, and some of them were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground. You know, they saw with their own eyes the mine owner, Guanglong, entering the mine passage. Now that only this human appeared, and considering the screams just now, there was no doubt that a huge accident must have occurred in the mine. However, a few patrolmen still reacted and shouted. Quick! Send a signal and notify the nearby mine owners. This human race may have killed the number 9 mine's main king, Guanglong. Have them come to support quickly. After saying that, the patrolman took out a communicator, and shrill alarms instantly rang out around the mining area. Huff, huff, huff. Zhang Fan looked at the signal lights and shrill alarms around him, his expression not changing at all. And didn't even try to stop it. He knew that what happened here today could not be concealed. Moreover, he had no intention of hiding it at all. He even hoped that as many people as possible would come so that he could get more experience points. Thinking of this, Zhang Fan's figure instantly disappeared from the spot. Let us get rid of these patrolmen first and then upgrade. As long as your level increases quickly, you won't be afraid of any enemies. When Zhang Fan appeared again, he had already arrived in front of the patrol soldiers. I saw him clenching his hands tightly and sending a ray of endless starlight towards the dense crowd of patrolmen. Rumble. Ah. Ah. A loud noise was heard accompanied by screams. This time, the patrolman knew where the screams in the mine came from. It turns out that this human race is so powerful that the powerful force that erupted in an instant is simply beyond their ability to resist. They had only seen such powerful strength in the mining king Guanglong. Or is it the effect of the other party exerting his full strength? Unexpectedly, this human race just casually punched and smashed their companions in front of them into pieces. Blood was splattered all over them. Then the scene became chaotic and the patrolmen fled in all directions. Zhang Fan will not give them this opportunity. These are all experience points, and he must take them all. His figure shuttled through the mining area, madly chasing the escaping patrolman. He kept punching out with powerful force. Boom, boom, boom. The huge noise spread to the surroundings instantly with powerful waves. At this time, many people had already come out of the mine. They were all attracted by the alarm. What they didn't expect was that they felt a powerful wave as soon as they came out, and they immediately used the energy in their bodies to resist it. Fortunately, they were just some fluctuations in aura, and those people were quite far away, so they were not killed on the spot. However, the faces of the major races present were filled with expressions of extreme shock. What's going on? Why would someone take action in the mine? Too strong. This is just the wave of damage caused by the attack, and it's hard for me to resist. Could it be that King Guanglong of Power took action? Who on earth provoked him? I didn't see it clearly, but I didn't seem to see the huge figure of the King of Power, Crazy Dragon. Look, those are patrolmen, it seems a lot of them were killed. Such a big thing happened, and King Guanglong didn't show up. More and more people are gathering outside the major mines in the mining area. However, there was no daylight in the endless wasteland, and the surroundings were even darker, so no one could see the situation clearly. At this time, Zhang Fan had already killed most of the patrol soldiers in the mining area. He was rushing towards the remaining patrol soldiers. Boom! A loud noise was heard, followed by a violent wave. Everyone present could see clearly at this moment that it was actually a human teenager chasing a group of patrolmen. Moreover, the entire venue was littered with the bodies of patrolmen, some of whom had lost their original appearance. Wow! Suddenly there were bursts of exclamations from the scene. It's the human race. Damn! Didn't they say that the human race has no strong people and is the bottom of the endless wasteland? You don't know, just before we came into the mining area, I saw the human race kill several people from the Shield Mountain tribe. I see. With such a big incident happening, King Guanglong didn't even come in to stop him? It can't be. The discussion suddenly stopped, and the scene became much quieter. Many people have realized a problem. Such a big thing happened in the mining area. As the owner of the mine, Li Guanglong could not help but come out to stop it. There is only one reason why he didn't show up, and that is that the planet-level top-level King Guanglong has been killed. Although they don't want to believe this situation, the reality is right before their eyes. This human boy is too strong. The power fluctuation he just emitted is no weaker than that of a planet-level powerful dragon. Zhang Fan had already stopped at this time, listening to the system prompts coming from his mind, and felt extremely happy. Then he glanced sharply at the shocked looks around him and said, "I've already killed the King of Power, Crazy Dragon. If you want to survive, you have to listen to me. Now bring up all the star crystals in the mine. There are thousands of mines around, and it would be too tiring to go to each one of them. And not every mine has good quality star crystals." When people heard that it was indeed Zhang Fan who killed Li Wangquanglong, several discussions suddenly broke out at the scene. Really? He really killed the top-level planetary-level king of the King clan, Quanglong. It's so terrifying. This human boy's strength is too terrifying. I don't think he's injured at all. Could it be that he easily killed the King of Power, Crazy Dragon? Before these people could continue speaking, a powerful fist shadow with a strong wind suddenly hit them. Boom! The figures of these races all exploded in an instant, and blood was scattered throughout the entire mine passage. I'll only say this once. Anyone who dares to say anything more will die. Zhang Fan's cold voice drifted in the mining area. His methods and words frightened the people of other races so much that they dared not delay and immediately ran into the mine.